Chapter 1, Wife. Even though it was only officially the start of summer, the temperature already showed signs of reaching the scorching heat of August. Outside the dormitory, the sun was shining brightly. Inside, an old wall-mounted air conditioner groaned noisily as Yang Wan nibbled on an ice stick and sat obediently in front of his desk waiting for Zhuolan to come online. On the computer screen was the game interface of Xingshi Changge OL. In the picture, an adult female dancer had black hair down to her waist, dressed in plain white newbie clothing. She carried an ivory umbrella with a carp design and wore plum blossom makeup on her forehead, along with a black tear mole at the corner of her eyes. The features and contours were ones that Zhuolan spent time creating. The account also belonged to Zhuolan. Zhuolan was his current graduate school roommate. Both were now second-year graduate students, but they had different majors. He chose a science and engineering major for his undergraduate studies according to his family's wishes. During his senior year, he successfully applied for a postgraduate program related to botany across disciplines. After graduation, among the 4 people in his undergraduate dormitory, only he continued studying in the same school. His first-year grad school roommate was from the same department, but by the second year, Chen Jingqing moved out of school to live with his girlfriend. Not long after the bed space in the dormitory became vacant, the teacher responsible for dormitory allocation assigned him a new roommate. The new roommate, Zhuolan, studied fashion design and changed dormitories because of poor relations with his original roommate. The teacher approached him beforehand, hoping he would be accommodating towards the new roommate. When Zhuolan moved in, he boldly placed all his cosmetics and skincare products on the entire study table right in front of him, even going so far as to say without any reservation, "I'm gay." Yang Wan, who was experienced in such matters, responded with an "oh," saying, "My undergraduate roommate was also gay." Zhuolan misunderstood his tone and gleefully grabbed both his hands asking, "Do you want to introduce me to a boyfriend?" Yang Wan's ears turned slightly red as he pulled his hands back and said, "He has someone he likes." "That's too bad." Zhuolan didn't notice the change in the color of his ears and absent-mindedly brushed his freshly curled hair, exclaiming, "Missing out on me will certainly be the biggest regret of his life." After finishing, Zhuolan couldn't resist touching the curls of the new roommate's short hair and exclaimed, "Your curly hair looks good. Where did you get it done?" Yang Wan modestly turned his head, looking at him and saying, "It's natural." Zhuolan paused, smiling broadly as he reached out to pinch his cheeks, "You're so cute." Yang Wan failed to dodge and his face instantly turned red. Seeing this, Zhuolan looked more surprised and pinched his cheek further, asking, "Is blushing also natural?" Yang Wan's face remained red as he pressed his lips together, finally mumbling, "Yes, it is." They lived together as roommates for 1 semester and got along very well. Zhuolan always played Xinggu and exclusively used female characters. He called his main game character eldest daughter, and other accounts second daughter or third daughter. Sometimes during holidays when the game introduced beautiful limited edition appearances, he would even ask which set looked the best. On the contrary, Yang Wan's daily range was restricted to 3 places, the lab, the library, and the dormitory. He didn't play games or watch dramas, ate fixed meals 3 times a day, and had a very regular schedule. A few days ago, Zhuolan borrowed his phone number to register a new account, and Yang Wan agreed. Yesterday while having lunch in the cafeteria, Zhuolan asked him to play his new account for a while. At that moment, the latter burst into their dining area, sat opposite him, and started cursing, hitting the table and shouting, "I suspect my husband is secretly flirting with others." Yang Wan knew that Zhuolan's female character was dating someone in the game. Finding a boyfriend in real life was too hard. Most people who had online relationships through gaming did so just for entertainment and passing the time. Rarely anyone would truly dedicate their feelings to a virtual avatar. Hence, Zhuolan played without guilt. "I want to expose him on forums, but I don't have enough evidence." Zhuolan could not hide his anger. Though honest, Yang Wan wasn't dumb either. "You're planning to use the new account to get close to him and find evidence?" Zhuolan nodded and gave a pitiful, dejected look. "We've been dating for months. But upon reflection, I think if I personally try, it might be too easily uncovered, so." With this, he dragged his intonation and stared directly at Yang Wan. Everything unsaid was understood. Yang Wan bowed his head, picking through the beef in the pepper-filled food plate on his tray and honestly confessed, "I don't do deceitful things." Without a word, the person across the table shoved all the beef from his plate onto Yang Wan's, calling out, "Huan Huan." Yang Wan lowered his head even more, his voice almost reduced to a mutter, "Don't find me." Zhuolan's tone rose suggestively, "Precious Huan Huan." Yang Wan stiffened slightly, clutching his chopsticks and tried to stay composed, his speech faltering as he accused, "Why you eavesdropped on my call with my brother." The other showed no hint of shame and even winked at him, retorting, "What? You can call your brother but your roommate cannot?" Yang Wan. Having known him for so long, Zhuolan quickly figured out Yang Wan's soft nature in front of acquaintances. In exchange for a month of secured seating at the library, Zhuolan persuaded Yang Wan to agree. That evening, as Yang Wan returned from the lab, Zhuolan hastily sent him several gigabytes of chat logs. They were filled with sweet everyday interactions between himself and his online lover. He instructed Yang Wan to review them twice every night before sleeping, then put what he learned into practice. Yang Wan read carefully, humbly seeking Zhuolan's advice when encountering gaming terminology or abbreviations. Zhuolan found great comfort in this. The dancer named Yang Mianjuan stood by the entrance of the beginner village, her level just high enough to leave. The teleportation array was right outside the village gate, with players occasionally emerging from its glowing light and rushing past. Pre-informed of Zhuolan's ID and guild, Yang Wan closely scrutinized the names appearing over each player's head. After finishing 2/3 of his ice stick, a group of 5 players emerged from the teleportation array. They stood very close together, their names overlapping. One adult female musician partially had her name obscured by others, only revealing the character, at the end, prompting Yang Wan to take a step closer towards her direction. Noticing his advance, they approached him without hesitation. Upon closer inspection, Yang Wan saw that the musician's name was Ding Dang Linger, not Zhuolan's Yangliosier. He stopped in his tracks. Already standing before him, these people displayed messages on the nearby chat channel swiftly. Nearby, Netlove choose me ultra sweet, is the dancer sister waiting for Fenghuolangyan? Fenghuolangyan. It was indeed Zhuolan's guild. He typed a reply, are you speaking to me, but before sending it, he looked around, no one seemed to be around. He deleted the sentence, leaving only a yes, and pressed enter. 2 lines of text simultaneously appeared in the channel, pushing Yang Wan's reply down. Nearby, Ding Dang Linger, are you the sister-in-law? Nearby, Yang Mianjuan, yes. Yang Wan froze. As more people chimed in, his response was soon drowned out. Nearby, Netlove choose me ultra sweet, sister-in-law, good. Nearby, Ding Dang Linger, sister-in-law, good. Nearby, Sniffing Roses, sister-in-law, good. Nearby, Sniffing Roses, we came to pick you up. Regaining his senses, Yang Wan quickly explained by typing, but once again, his message was delayed. Nearby, Netlove choose me ultra sweet, how did the sister-in-law open a sub-account? Wanting to try a new career. Nearby, Yang Mianjuan, no. Netlove choose me ultra sweet said nothing more and directly sent him a group invitation. Yang Wan continued typing. You've got the wrong person, I'm not your sister-in-law. Just as he was about to send, a figure slowly materialized in the teleportation array before him. Yang Wan paused mid-action, lifting his eyes to see who it was. An imposing male sword fighter clad in black armor astride a horse walked up to them, looking down at them haughtily from his mount. Members of the Fenghuolangyan clan all looked slightly surprised. Nearby, Netlove choose me ultra sweet, brother Lang, did you finish so fast? Nearby, Wolf walking, I have exited. Those blocking Yang Wan stepped aside, revealing the novice dancer standing at the back. The swordsman atop his horse glanced down at the dancer. Nearby, Wolf walking, honey, kiss. Yang Wan fell into a moment of bewilderment. It made sense that others could mistake him for the sister-in-law, but it would be impossible for the actual party involved to get his wife wrong. So, this was Zhuolan's philandering online partner. Worried about Zhuolan's progress using his sub-account, he decided to call Zhuolan first for confirmation. Zhuolan didn't answer the phone, only the busy tone echoed until Yang Wan hung up. Yang Wan hesitated after placing the phone down. Nearby, Yang Mianjuan, husband. The swordsman extended a hand from his saddle. Yang Wan received an invitation to ride along. He clicked accept. The dancer placed her hand in the swordsman's palm and gracefully leaped, landing lightly in his embrace. She was warmly embraced by the swordsman at his chest front. They added each other as friends, and the swordsman began a private conversation with him immediately. Private chat, wolf walking, practice levels or enjoy the scenery. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan glanced at the image of the swordsman on screen. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but the swordsman seemed much colder than in the nearby channel. Perplexed, he furrowed his brow and began to ponder whether it was because he hadn't sent a kiss, which upset the other side. He hurriedly sent a nervous supplementary note. Private chat, Yang Mianjuan, kiss. Private chat, wolf walking. Private chat, wolf walking, I asked where you're going, why are you sending random emoticons? Private chat, Yang Mianjuan, forgot to send earlier. Private chat, wolf walking. After dealing with Xinghua Ji for so long, how did he miss that she was so rigid? Private chat, Yang Mianjuan. Yang Wan was utterly confused. Wolf walking sent a half-sarcastic, half-joking message. Private chat, wolf walking, you didn't send me anything the last 2 days. Twice a day, so should I expect 4 now? Private chat, Yang Mianjuan, kiss, 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 kiss. Private chat, wolf walking. Caught off guard by the sudden cuteness, he started to take a proper look at the dancer in his arms, wondering if he had mistaken her for someone else. Xinghua Ji always sounded overly sweet, which wasn't really his type. Suddenly, a female adult dancer rushed over in a fit of rage. Nearby, Yang Bao, husband. Why are you hugging another woman behind my back? Angry. Nearby, wolf walking. Nearby, Yang Bao, it's me, Ji. Sad, sad, sad. Nearby, Netlove choose me ultra sweet. Nearby, Ding Dang Linger. Nearby, sniffing roses. Yang Wan. Yang Wan said nothing. Sitting in front of the computer, he turned bright red with shame in an instant. Chapter 2, Single. Lang Xing put Yang Wan down from the horse's back. The adult dancer with the ID, Yang Bao, seemed to be full of hostility towards him and deliberately showed off in front of him. Nearby, Yang Bao, sweetie, give me a kiss. Lang Xing pretended not to see. She didn't give up. Nearby, Yang Bao, sweetie. Do you want to kiss me? Lang Xing sent her an impatient kissing emoticon. Nearby, Lang Xing, kiss. Satisfied, she began turning her gaze towards Yang Wan. Nearby, Yang Bao, although I don't know who you are, please stay away from my husband. Next time if I see you harassing him, I won't be polite anymore. Picking up on her hostile tone, Yang Wan frowned slightly. Nearby, Mao Yang Wan, sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Nearby, Yang Bao, mistake. IDs are right above our heads. Only blind people would mistake it. Nearby, Mao Yang Wan, I'm not blind. Nearby, Mao Yang Wan, I just have 500-degree nearsightedness. Caught speechless, Yang Bao furiously messaged her private chat as a stranger. Stranger, Yang Bao, are you sick? Don't pretend to be stupid with me. Stay far from us. Adhering to the principle of not arguing with girls, Yang Wan directly blocked her. Fortunately, at this moment Shuolan finally arrived late, quickly understanding the situation before explaining to everyone else. Nearby, Yang Liasir, sorry, this is my roommate. She's new to gaming so she doesn't understand much. A few people there normally had a good relationship with her, especially Dang Dang Linger who was a close friend. Thus, this misunderstanding was dissolved. Nearby, Dang Dang Linger, oh, so Silky has a roommate. Why didn't you explain earlier? Zhuolan was also calling him, asking why he hadn't explained. Nearby, Yang Wan, I did explain. Nearby, Yang Wan, you asked if I was waiting for Feng Huolanyan's person, and I said yes. You called me sister-in-law, and I said no. Nearby, Dang Dang Linger. Nearby, Chu Xian Wo Chao Tian. Nearby, So Qianwei. Lang Xing didn't say anything, quickly leaving with Yang Bao. With others having their own affairs, they didn't stay longer. Only Zhuolan remained, taking Yang Wan on quests to level up. By evening, Yang Wan had already surpassed level 20, preparing to log off to eat dinner. Since Zhuolan had plans to fight in the city battle at an internet cafe, he had no time to play with Yang Wan. Thus, Yang Wan exited the game and turned off his computer, planning to go to the library to read books later that night. Recently, the small paper assigned by his mentor was yet unfinished. After dinner, when he reached the library entrance, he found out due to temporary repairs, the library was closed for the night. He returned along the same route back to the dormitory, sitting by his desk for quite some time. Finally, he turned on his computer again. Zhuolan's online love interest was also part of Feng Huolangyan. As Feng Huolangyan doesn't accept minor accounts and one cannot join the guild without meeting conditions, her lover mentioned earlier that he should brush quests more to level up early and meet those conditions. Before reaching level 30, all tasks were faction-related. When Yang Wan reached level 30, ready to venture out and travel after completing apprenticeship, the city battle had just ended. Realizing Yang Wan was still online, Zhuolan pulled him into a group, planning to take him on a raid run to gain experience. Yang Wan looked at the time and didn't refuse. During his undergraduate days, he maintained a regular schedule, going to bed at 10 every night. After starting graduate studies, staying up late in the lab became more frequent, slowly altering his biological clock. Zhuolan brought Yi Fenggao over, intending to introduce him to Yang Wan while utilizing this opportunity. Yi Fenggao was his in-game husband. Unaware of the morning's misunderstanding, he immediately invited Lang Xing, along with Yang Bao who needed experience as well. The five gathered in front of Star Constellation Valley. Yi Fenggao was the vice leader of the guild. There would be a guild battle within half a month. Afterward, territories would be redivided according to win rates. Hence, whenever he saw unfamiliar minor characters, he subconsciously grew wary. Good friend, Yi Fenggao, is Yang Mao Wan your friend? Good friend, Yang Liasir, she's my roommate. Good friend, Yi Fenggao, has she played games before? Good friend, Yang Liasir, this is her first time. Since I noticed she doesn't know how to play, I decided to bring her along. Good friend, Yi Fenggao, how is your relationship with her? Good friend, Yang Liasir, we are in different majors, so we aren't very familiar. Zhuolan was meticulous in his calculations. Generally speaking, close sisters wouldn't do something like poaching each other's lovers. Therefore, he had to subtly hint to Yi Fenggao that he wasn't too close with Yang Wan. Without further inquiry, Yi Fenggao remained cautious about Yang Wan's presence. When entering the valley, the team captain role was handed to Lang Xing. Group, Lang Xing, main characters go ahead, low-level novice account stay behind, just try not to die. Yang Wan naturally stayed at the back. The instant sight was inside a cave among the ravines at the bottom of the valley, consisting of 3 levels total, 2 mini-bosses guarding the gates and 1 large boss. The main players cleared paths in front while the team smoothly advanced deep into the cavern without obstruction. As the mini-boss guarding the pass appeared to block their way, Zhuolan got up and left to go to the restroom. Lang Xing and Yi Fengao easily defeated it. Just as the mini-boss was about to be in its last drops of blood, Yang Bao suddenly spoke up in the team chat. Group, Yang Bao, let me have a hit too, husband. I feel kind of embarrassed just following behind you two and getting free experience. Lang Xing didn't say anything, directly giving her an opening. Everyone who played games knew that bosses, regardless of rank, would always turn dark, become stronger and more dangerous, once they were in their final bits of health. He wasn't sure what Yang Bao was planning, but since she wanted to walk into danger anyway, he wasn't going to stop her. Yang Bao walked up from the rear and lightly poked at the boss with her umbrella. Unexpectedly, she suddenly attacked Yang Wan. Group, Yang Bao, I don't know how some people can even have the face to hide behind others and freeload on experience. Hearing this, Yang Wan didn't get angry. He simply picked up his umbrella and followed her example, poking at the boss. The mini-boss immediately turned dark, swinging the vines on its body towards the two newbies like sweeping brooms. Yang Bao wasn't prepared for this. She was bound by the vine which sapped 4/5 of her health bar. When she looked around, she saw that Yang Wan had narrowly dodged being caught by the vine. His health bar only dropped 1/3. She felt slightly irritated at having failed to gain any advantage from her attempt. With the boss still binding her while draining her blood, she gritted her teeth and typed furiously. Group, Yang Bao, husband save me 555. While typing, the boss launched another vine attack, wrapping around Yang Wan who hadn't retreated in time. His health bar started dropping visibly too. Only after seeing the line sent by Yang Bao did Lang Xing holding a short sword to watch things unfold actually move. His peripheral vision swept over the back of 2 adult female dancer characters. Spotting the Yang character above the person on the right's head, he casually threw a skill that broke control effects. Yang Wan broke free from the vine's grasp, successfully escaping. Yang Bao's health drained instantly, causing her to collapse. Everyone present was momentarily stunned. It was then that Lang Xing remembered that both the dancers' IDs contained the Yang character. Group, Lang Xing, sorry dear, your names are too similar, I mistook you. Group, Yang Bao. Zhuolan came back from the restroom and pulled her up. Her face turned pale, silently keeping another grudge against Yang Wan. Yang Wan wasn't aware of any of this. He was busy privately chatting with Zhuolan. Good friend, Yang Liasir, darling, this isn't your first game, is it? Yang Wan slowly tapped away at his keyboard. Good friend, Mao Yang Wan, my roommate took me when I was an undergrad. I never told you, am I really playing for the first time? Zhuolan thought about it briefly, and it was true. It seemed he had jumped to conclusions. Neither of them paid attention to this small detail, not realizing that Yi Fengao and Lang Xing were also chatting privately after finishing off the nearly dead mini-boss. Good friend, Yi Fengao, this dancer ID doesn't look like a newbie account. Good friend, Lang Xing, isn't she your wife's roommate? Good friend, Yi Fengao, my wife says she doesn't know her well. It must be her taking the initiative to ask my wife to bring her along in the game. Also, she herself told my wife she's playing for the first time. Good friend, Lang Xing, find some time to test her out, could be a spy. After quickly deciding the battle, upon seeing the time wasn't early anymore, the team was disbanded. Zhuolan still had a nighttime gaming venue to catch, so after bidding Yang Wan farewell, he hurried offline. Before leaving, he originally wanted to remind him to sleep early, but remembering that Yang Wan wasn't someone who would be addicted to games, he swallowed his words. Yang Wan was indeed about to log off, but was suddenly stopped outside Star Constellation Valley. Nearby, Xinghua Ji, I'll buy you a name change card, go and change your name right now. Nearby, Mao Yang Wan. He didn't remember ever meeting this person. Nearby, Xinghua Ji, don't waste time, will you change or not? Since the account didn't belong to him, he felt he didn't have the authority to make this decision. Nearby, Mao Yang Wan, I won't change. The fully leveled adult musician removed the ancient zither tied to her back. Nearby, Xinghua Ji, then I'll kill you until you do. Yang Wan neither fled nor dodged, but he also ignored her. Finding the system menu, he intended to log off where he stood. Xinghua Ji hugged her zither and began playing. The sound waves immediately transformed into sharp crescent-shaped blades flying towards him. Yang Wan involuntarily entered combat mode. A system notification told him he couldn't log off right now. He pursed his lips and maneuvered his continuously losing blood character on the screen to dodge. An arrow suddenly pierced through the air from the direction of the forest, heading straight for Xinghua Ji. Catching her unprepared and making her lose health, she angrily turned around with her zither. A grown-up male assassin dressed in nightwear holding a bent bow leaped down between the trees, walking towards them in big strides. Nearby, Yi Duzhou, what are you doing? Recognizing this as Yi Fengao's assassin alternate account, Xinghua Ji immediately obediently packed away her zither. Nearby, Xinghua Ji, night brother, haven't you gone offline yet? Nearby, Yi Du Zhou, came up to organize materials. Nearby, Xinghua Ji, where's brother Lang? Is he nearby? Nearby, Yi Du Zhou, he's not here. Hearing this, Xinghua Ji sighed in relief. Nearby, Xinghua Ji, it's too dark tonight, I mistook someone for him. Brother Yi, I'll go now if there's nothing else. Yi Du Zhou didn't respond, but Yang Wan did. Nearby, Yang Chuan, do you also have 500-degree nearsightedness? Suspecting that the other party was intentionally mocking her, Xinghua Ji's face turned slightly green, but she couldn't lash out under such a dark sky, so she gritted her teeth and pulled out a teleportation scroll, vanishing on the spot. Yang Wan drew back his gaze and typed. Nearby, Yang Chuan, thanks. The black-clad assassin didn't rush to leave. Nearby, Yi Du Zhou, how do you plan to thank me? Yang Wan hesitated, then thought dryly before pulling all of his belongings, 4,595 gold, from his inventory, initiating a trade with the assassin. Seeing this, Yi Du Zhou was momentarily speechless. He summoned his red date horse, hopped onto it, and extended a hand. A second later, Yang Wan received an invitation to ride together. Nearby, Yi Du Zhou, I'm still short 500 medicinal herbs, so you can help me collect the rest. Yang Wan stayed rooted to the spot. Nearby, Yi Du Zhou, what? Don't want to. Nearby, Yang Chuan, not that. Nearby, Yang Chuan, I have a question. Nearby, Yi Du Zhou, ask. Nearby, Yang Chuan, do you have a wife? Yi Du Zhou looked startled but soon perked up, arching an eyebrow with interest. Nearby, Yi Du Zhou, do you want to be my wife? Yang Chuan remained silent for a long time, either out of shyness or deep in typing. Lacking the patience to wait any longer, Yi Du Zhou finished his sentence and hit enter. Their responses flashed out simultaneously. His was above, and Yang Wan's below. Nearby, Yi Du Zhou, if you want to be my wife, that's not impossible. Nearby, Yang Chuan, if you already have a wife, I can't share a horse with you. Nearby, Yi Du Zhou. Nearby, Yi Du Zhou, I'm single. Chapter 3, Little Sheep. Halfway through their journey, Yi Dianzu suddenly remembered that Wooly's alternate character couldn't dig up high-level herbs. He said nothing but changed course midway, bringing Yang Wan to the lowest-level herb field. On the way, he also added her as a friend. Yang Wan was completely unaware of this. After dismounting from her horse, she quietly pulled out her tools from her bag. Friend, Wooly, do we need to dig all 500 plants tonight? Yi Dianzu sat on the hilltop acting as a supervisor. Seeing Yang Wan at the bottom of the slope, he decided to tease her. Friend, Yi Dianzu, that's right. No sleep until you're done. The expected objection never came. The dancer at the bottom held her little spade and bent down to work with focus. Yi Dianzu immediately looked speechless. Was she really planning to finish before sleeping? Still, it seemed unlikely. He stopped this line of questioning and turned to conversation instead. Friend, Yi Dianzu, what does Xinghua want from you? Friend, Wooly, she wants me to change my name. Yi Dianzu scoffed behind his computer. Friend, Yi Dianzu, don't mind her. Friend, Wooly, oh, do you know her? Friend, Yi Dianzu, you know her too. Yang Bao is her alternate character. Friend, Wooly, oh. In fact, he had guessed later. In the afternoon in front of the rookie village, Yang Bao called herself Gigi. That night when they went through the dungeon together, Lanxing said that his name and Yang Bao's were too similar. After finishing the dungeon, Xinghua approached him to change his name. Yang Wan quickly progressed smoothly according to his own thoughts. Friend, Wooly, how did you know I knew her? Do you know me? Yi Dianzu fell silent and pretended not to see. Friend, Wooly, oh. Yi Dianzu got a bit irritated. Friend, Yi Dianzu, oh what oh, are you a repeat machine? Yang Wan typed slowly with definite certainty. Friend, Wooly, you know me. Friend, Yi Dianzu. He casually shifted the topic. Friend, Yi Dianzu, are you Silk's roommate? Zhuolan had said that those who affectionately call him by his nickname in the game are all close relatives and friends. Yang Wan rubbed his gradually tired eyes, and instinctively nodded at the computer. After nodding, he realized the other person couldn't see him. Friend, Wooly, yes. Friend, Yi Dianzu, are you from different majors? Friend, Wooly, yes. Friend, Yi Dianzu, aren't you familiar with her? Yes had already been typed, but upon seeing the question clearly, his eyes showed confusion. Friend, Wooly, no, we are very familiar. Thought for a moment, then added another sentence. Friend, Wooly, we have a good relationship. Yi Dianzu squinted his eyes. Yang Liusi says they aren't familiar, but Wooly claims they are very familiar. Someone is lying. Yang Liusi wouldn't possibly lie to them. He increasingly felt this dancer alternate character was suspicious and wanted to ask more, but was interrupted by a knock on the hotel room door. Yi Dianzu left his assassin hanging in place while he went to open the door and followed the visitor out. With no one talking to him, Yang Wan became even drowsier. Several times sitting in front of the computer, his eyelids drooped, nearly unable to reopen them. He struggled to stay awake and sent a private chat message to the other side. "Friend, Wooly, can I go to sleep first and dig the rest tomorrow?" Yi Dianzu ignored him. The handsome assassin with sharp features sat on the hillside staring coldly and sternly at him. Disheartened, Yang Wan lowered his gaze and continued working. When he returned to the room late at night, what Yi Dianzu saw was that sentence filled with resentment between the lines, and the beautiful dancer still honestly standing below the hill digging medicinal herbs. An inexplicable feeling of pity arose within him. He even regretted making that joke earlier. The camera zoomed in on the female dancer's face, making even the usually icy beauty and the small tear mole at the corner of her eye appear pitiful. He typed furiously. "Friend, Yi Dianzu, are you an idiot? Stop digging. Go to sleep if you're tired." The beautiful dancer finally straightened up, her pale face looking at him with round, innocent almond eyes. "Friend, Wooly, then I'll log off." Something stirred within Yi Dianzu's heart and he called her back. "Friend, Yi Dianzu, leaving like this? Without saying goodnight?" Yang Wan hesitated, unconsciously scratching at the keycaps a few times before finally awkwardly pressing them down. "Friend, Wooly, good night." Yi Dianzu raised an eyebrow. "Friend, Yi Dianzu, good night." Pausing a moment, he mischievously added. "Friend, Yi Dianzu, little sheep." Yang Wan saw it, but stayed frozen in front of his computer. The screen's glow made his face turn red and hot. The next noon, Zhuolan dug Yang Wan, who was unconscious in bed, out from under the covers. His curly hair was in total disarray, his pupils unfocused without his glasses, and there were red marks on his cheeks from the mattress. Zhuolan was greatly shocked and immediately reached out to touch his forehead. Yang Wan turned his head away, muttering with his eyes closed, "I don't have a fever." Zhuolan sensed something. "What time did you sleep last night?" "Almost 1 o'clock, Yang Wan replied. "Zhuolan." He casually messed up Yang Wan's curly hair even more and climbed down the ladder. "Hurry up and get down. I brought you something to eat." Yang Wan remained sitting on the bed, residual drowsiness still swirling in his brain. Zhuolan's phone on the desk received a new message, and he picked it up to read. After reading, the calmness of just a second ago disappeared as he slammed his palm on the table in anger. "Shit, last night my sister intercepted evidence of me using my small account to rendezvous with a girl under the cover of darkness. I'm going to confront him." A messy head of curls appeared at the edge of the upper bunk. Yang Wan asked, "The small account used under the cover of darkness?" "It's called Yi Duzhou," Zhuolan said casually. "Aha." Yang Wan slowly widened his eyes, his pupils became completely clear. "The person you're talking about meeting in the middle of the night might be me." "If it's you." "Wait a moment," Zhuolan realized this, his tone involuntarily rising. "You mean, last night you secretly met with Yi Fengao?" "We weren't dating." Yang Wan climbed down in loose shorts and short sleeves, his expression serious. "We were digging for medicinal herbs." "I don't care what you two were doing." Zhuolan dismissed it with a wave of his hand but eyed him up and down unexpectedly, making no attempt to hide his surprise and admiration. "You've already become familiar with Yi Fengao so quickly. That saves me from playing matchmaker between you two, also avoiding exposing myself." Yang Wan picked up the circular framed glasses on the table, wiped them, and put them on his nose. The world instantly became clear, and he accurately captured Zhuolan's gaze, recounting what had happened last night. "That Xinghua Ji, you'd better not talk to her too much. Many people in the guild don't like her." Zhuolan muttered, "I don't know how Langa could have ever been into her back then." Their relationship developed mysteriously. Yang Wan hummed, his eyes brimming with obvious questions. "Langa? It's Langxing, you've met him. He knows Yi Fengao in real life." Zhuolan explained. Yang Wan nodded, showing no interest in these matters. Topics about the game ended there. Zhuolan turned around and took out the packed box of roast duck. "Are you busy recently? Will gaming waste too much of your time?" Yang Wan shook his head. "It's fine, it won't." Zhuolan looked pleased. "Then I'll leave contacting Yi Duzhou to you." Yang Wan merely responded with an "oh," and didn't refuse. As he watched him go to the bathroom to wash up, Zhuolan crossed his legs and sat leisurely at the desk, humming a tune. If Yang Wan were of a different gender, wouldn't he be the kind of pure and innocent flower that straight men love? He felt fully confident about Yang Wan. In the afternoon, Yang Wan went to the lab, and returned home after a shower at around 10. Zhuolan went out again, and he remembered he still hadn't finished digging the herbs. Biting on a popsicle, he sat at the desk and turned on the computer to log into the game. He logged off at the herb field last night, so tonight he logged back on there. After the surrounding environment loaded, Yi Duzhou's figure also appeared within sight. Before he could think why Yi Duzhou was here too, he received a private message from him. "Friend, Yi Duzhou, are you here? If you don't come soon, I'll suspect you're trying to weasel out of your debt. Yang Wan typed his explanation. Friend, Wooly, I didn't have time during the day. Whether or not the other side believed him, they operated the assassin who crossed their legs and sat down in place. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, let's continue then. Yang Wan pulled out his little shovel and bent over to dig earnestly. Since the shovel had been used too long last night, the durability had decreased too fast, and the little shovel broke quickly. Yi Du Zhou searched through his own bag but found no shovel that Yang Wan could use at this level, causing slight impatience inside him. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, can you first take some time to level up a bit? Friend, Wooly, no time. As soon as I logged on, you made me dig herbs. Friend, Yi Du Zhou. He calmed his emotions. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, alright, let's stop digging for now. I'll take you to level up first, and once you're leveled, we'll come back. Yang Wan had no objections. To him, anything would do. All he needed to do was follow what Chuolan said, to stick with Yi Du Zhou. He released the white tiger from his bag, flipped onto it, and then transferred yesterday's red jujube horse to Yang Wan. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, receive it. Friend, Wooly. Yi Du Zhou replied with resentment. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, there's a distinction between male and female. Even if you don't have a wife, you shouldn't share a horse with someone else. Yang Wan muttered to himself, lying, you obviously have a wife. Friend, Wooly, I don't want it. He anticipated this reply and Yi Du Zhou smirked lightly. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, don't overthink it, it's just lent to you. You'll have to return it when you're done. Realizing that Yi Du Zhou was Chuolan's online lover, Yang Wan immediately began to take it seriously. Friend, Wooly, but I don't want to borrow it. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, if you walk there, I won't wait for you. Friend, Wooly, I don't want to walk either. Yi Du Zhou gradually grew impatient. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, are you coming or not? Yang Wan sent his next message at the same time. Friend, Wooly, can I ride the tiger with you? Yi Du Zhou was taken aback. Seeing no response from the other side, Yang Wan sifted through the QQ chat record Chuolan had sent him, quickly filtering out the most pleasing way to address Yi Hifeng Gao during their conversations. Tensely fumbling with the key caps and blushing red at the ears, he typed carefully. Friend, Wooly, night brother. Yi Du Zhou regained consciousness after a brief daze, casting an inquisitive gaze on the computer screen. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, what if I have a wife? Friend, Wooly, I don't mind. To strengthen his persuasion, he added one more sentence. Friend, Wooly, I'm sure your wife wouldn't mind either. Friend, Yi Du Zhou. Chapter 4, Spy. Knight Du Zhou finally said nothing, suspecting that the person just wanted his mount. He simply reached out and pulled him up. On the way to Chang'an City, Knight Du Zhou reminded him as if it were unintentional. Friend, Knight Du Zhou, your level is now high enough to join a gang. Do you have any gang in mind? Yang Wan lowered his head and typed a reply, not forgetting to add the frequent term of endearment used by Chuolan. Friend, Wool Roll, I want to join your gang, elder brother Yi. It was interesting to hear it the first time, but the second time, it wasn't exactly pleasant. Knight Du Zhou held back and didn't correct him. Friend, Knight Du Zhou, to join our gang, your level isn't high enough. Friend, Wool Roll, can I join after reaching the maximum level, elder brother Yi? The third time's a charm, Knight Du Zhou couldn't bear it anymore and educated him. Friend, Knight Du Zhou, speak properly to me and don't randomly coo. Could there be errors in the chat records data? Yang Wan felt puzzled, and truthfully replied. Friend, Wool Roll, okay. After going through the two-person conversation once more, Knight Du Zhou became increasingly suspicious of him. His suspicion that he was a spy has already been somewhat verified, all that's left is the most direct evidence. Before the large-scale guild war began, trying to infiltrate one's own people into an opposing faction's internal operations was actually the most common tactic among factions. Since the server merge, Beacon Fire Wolf Smoke had always dominated the best territory of the entire server, with the largest land area and the most resources, thus drawing attention from many. Since he'd already gone along with the plan and recruited one willingly, having this second one wouldn't hurt. However, these two people's methods really differed by too much. He must have sent someone who's a little dim-witted from some small gang. Anything needs to progress step by step, he did not proceed with further probing. 5 minutes later, Yang Wan received the main quest from an NPC in Chang'an to find the missing book child. Xiao He was the book child of Master Zhang in the city. 2 days ago, Master Zhang instructed Xiao He to go outside the city to the pavilion to pick up someone, but Xiao He hasn't returned since. Friend, Wool Roll, the countryside outside the city is too big. Do I have to search every spot? Friend, Knight Du Zhou, no need. He directly took Yang Wan to a small village outside the city, asking him to inquire about the situation from a hunched-over old man at the village entrance. Rubbing his beard while contemplating, the elder said, indeed, there was a book child dressed figure out of the city 2 days ago, stopping by the village to beg for water. Wild wolves swarm around in the mountain forest outside the city. If he hasn't come back for such a long time, might he have run into trouble in the woods? After concluding the conversation with the elder, Yang Wan accepted the quest to eliminate the wolf pack. Knight Duzhou temporarily had something to do, and dropped him off at the village entrance. Friend, Knight Duzhou, go defeat the wolf pack on your own. After you finish, send me a message, and I'll come look for you. Friend, we'll roll, alright. Yang Wan went deep into the woods alone to kill wolves. According to the task requirement, the number of wolves needed was 30. He killed them halfway when suddenly, someone else came into the woods. The other person's level was higher than his, it seemed like they were also here for the quest. Yang Wan gave up all the wolves that spawned on the left side to him. Yet, the male swordsman in newbie gear insisted on walking to the right side and standing together with him to fight. Nearby, Trickle River Flow, is the young lady here alone? Would you like to add me as a friend and play together? Yang Wan paid no attention to him and focused on fighting the wolves. Nearby, Trickle River Flow, why doesn't the young lady speak? Are you shy? Once the wolves on the right side were defeated, Yang Wan walked around him to the left. Trickle River Flow immediately followed his footsteps. Nearby, Trickle River Flow, how old are you, young lady? Do you have a boyfriend? Yang Wan frowned slightly at the computer screen and operated the game character to turn his back on him. Trickle River Flow didn't give up, instead, he even started to steal monsters from him using his sword. Just as he noticed the half-bloodied wolf he was attacking, a merciless slash of light flew over from the other person's sword, directly crossing over him and reaping the reward. Within half a minute, Yang Wan's task count remained stuck at 25 without increasing again. Nearby, Trickle River Flow, I will stop whenever you start speaking. Along with receiving the new messages in the nearby channel, a private chat message was also received. Friend, Knight Duzhou, are you done? Yang Wan stopped to type. Friend, we'll roll, not yet. Friend, Knight Duzhou, are you fighting the wolves or judging their beauty contests? You're taking so long. Meanwhile, Trickle River Flow made his swordsman perform a flying kiss gesture toward him. Yang Wan did not respond anymore and switched the chat channel back to nearby, therefore missing the notification saying the other person would come find him. Nearby, we'll roll, 30 years old, no boyfriend. It seemed his answer annoyed Trickle River Flow, who then began cursing. Nearby, Trickle River Flow, what kind of game does this middle-aged woman play? Trying to pretend to be a pure student to deceive men. A complete waste of my time, damn it. Pretending not to notice, Yang Wan manipulated his character to take 2 steps forward and continued to poke at the wolves with his umbrella. Once again, a flash of sword light came from behind, but it wasn't aimed at the wolf pack. Instead, it came straight down on him. Yang Wan immediately lost some health. Trickle River Flow approached with his sword, infuriated, and declared enmity toward him. Having only played for 2 days, Yang Wan hadn't carefully reviewed the skill panel and instinctively raised his umbrella in defense. The spinning tip of the umbrella narrowly passed by the other's sword. Trickle River Flow activated his skill, causing the long sword to detach from his hand and float mid-air before transforming into 2 shadowy sword projections that stabbed toward Yang Wan. Yang Wan evaded one, but was struck by the other, causing his health bar to drop rapidly. Not planning to let go, Trickle River Flow attempted to activate his skill once more, but he suddenly received an attack from behind. 2 sharp arrows shot from above, striking Trickle River Flow instantly emptying his health bar as he collapsed rigidly in front of Yang Wan. Knight Duzhou emerged from the forest, pausing next to Trickle River Flow's corpse and making a motion as if to kick it. Nearby, Knight Duzhou, a featherless fledgling like you dares to come kill others. Nearby, Trickle River Flow, hell, who the heck are you? I haven't even offended you, have I? Nearby, Knight Duzhou, since you wanted to kill her, I killed you. Fuming silently yet aware he couldn't match up, Trickle River Flow suppressed the urge to curse and had his body disappear to return to the respawn point. Yang Wan typed to thank him. Friend, we'll roll, thanks. Friend, Knight Duzhou, not calling me elder brother Knight anymore. Friend, we'll roll, you said not to call you that. From his words, a tone of obedient sincerity seeped through, slightly tickling Knight Duzhou's heart. Seeing him stay silent, Yang Wan took the initiative to ask. Friend, we'll roll, how did you get here? Friend, Knight Duzhou, a task that could be cleared in 2 minutes has taken you 10 without finishing. I came over to see if the wolves had carried you away. Sitting in front of his computer, Yang Wan felt embarrassed and pressed his lips together, earnestly explaining himself. Friend, we'll roll, the wolves in this game don't carry people. Knight Duzhou raised an eyebrow. Friend, Knight Duzhou, is that so? Friend, Knight Duzhou, but didn't the books we read when we were little always say that wolves just love eating lambs? Yang Wan paused mid-motion on his keyboard, the tips of his ears heating faintly red. After quite a while, he finally looked up from his computer screen, speaking very softly and with a touch of disagreement as though talking to himself. I'm not a lamb. Has Yang Wan blushed today, January 1st? Chapter 5, Fake Identity. Yang Wan finished off the regular wolves, and the mission progress updated to killing the Wolf King. There was no specific coordinate displayed for the Wolf King's spawn point, so he had to search for it himself in the woods. Yedujo knew the location of the Wolf King's den and took the lead, walking deeper into the forest. "Friend, Yedujo, follow me." Yang Wan obediently followed behind him and saw a new message appear in the private chat channel. "Friend, Yedujo, I saved you again. How are you going to thank me?" "Friend, Yangjuan, do you still need herbs?" "Friend, Yedujo." "Friend, Yangjuan, should I dig up another 500 herbs for you?" "Friend, Yedujo, no, I don't need them." "Friend, Yangjuan, do you need anything else?" "Friend, Yedujo, I need nothing." Yang Wan fell into a mild state of worry. Guessing that he was still racking his brains, Yedujo decided to give him some leeway out of kindness. "Friend, Yedujo, never mind, if you can't think of anything, just owe me. I'll ask when I need something from you later." "Friend, Yangjuan, alright then." The two walked up to the entrance of the cave where the Wolf King resided. The cave was shallow and small. In the dim light inside, the silhouette of the Wolf King pacing back and forth could be faintly seen. The Wolf King wouldn't always stay at its lair, and they were lucky today. Yedujo stopped at the entrance to the cave. "Friend, Yedujo, you go in and fight. I'll wait outside for you." Yang Wan controlled Wujia to walk towards the dark cave. For some unknown reason, Yedujo remembered the earlier incident in the forest where Yang Wan had almost been solo killed. Instinctively, he called him back. "Friend, Yedujo, wait, do you have any medicine with you?" The figure of Wujia stopped in front. "Friend, Yangjuan, yes, I brought some." "Friend, Yedujo, pop your pills if your HP drops." "Friend, Yangjuan, okay." "Friend, Yedujo, run away if you can't fight." "Friend, Yangjuan, okay." Yedujo was still thinking if there was anything else to remind him about. Yang Wan spoke up again. "Friend, Yangjuan, are you done talking? I'm going in once you're finished." Suspecting that the other party found his chatter tiresome, Yedujo felt annoyed, and his tone became stiff. "Friend, Yedujo, done. Go ahead. Don't come crying to me if you die." Not wanting to waste time typing, Yang Wan didn't reply, picking up his umbrella and entering the cave. Yedujo leaned against a tree outside the cave waiting, reminiscing about the boss raid they did the other night, how Xinghuaji couldn't dodge the big move but Yangjuan managed to. Killing a low-level Wolf King should not be an issue. Of course, it wasn't impossible that Yangjuan's skills were subpar. After all, during the Star Luo Valley instance run, they had thoroughly gone over all the boss abilities. Gaming does require talent and effort. In Xinga, many players have poor skills even after playing for a long time, among which female players constitute the majority. Xinghuaji was a prime example of this type. He doubted not her IQ was focused entirely on techniques for charming male players. Yedujo stood up to fetch a glass of water. When he came back and sat down, Yang Wan had already emerged unscathed from the cave. A flicker of surprise crossed his heart. "Friend, Yedujo, finished?" "Friend, Yangjuan, finished." "Friend, Yedujo, what did you get?" "Friend, Yangjuan, a wolfskin bracelet and a blood-stained piece of cloth, seems like it's a quest item." Yedujo stayed silent. Wulinjun hadn't lied to him, indeed, those two items could drop from the Wolf King. Though familiar with information about the lower-level Wolf King, he realized that fighting it wouldn't be as simple as battling Chan Chanliushui. While Yangjuan seemed weaker compared to Chan Chanliushui, he had now emerged from the battle against the Wolf King without a scratch. Yedujo narrowed his eyes, starting to doubt whether he had underestimated the rank of the person before him. Perhaps Wulinjun had already seen the messages, guessing that Yedujo was hiding behind the tree and intentionally acted incapable before him. This was more cunning than Xinghuaji's tactics. After all, compared to Xinghuaji's girlish behavior, a pure, innocent flower character is better at arousing protective instincts among male players. With cautious investigative eyes, Yedujo began re-evaluating him. In the dormitory across the way, after easily handling the low-level Wolf King, Zhuolan released the mouse, stood up, and absent-mindedly patted Yang Wan's head. It seemed that the latter had become used to this, sitting back in his chair and saying, "You're back early today." "Just wanted to come back early to play games." Zhuolan put down his things, turned around, opened the wardrobe door, and took clothes to take a shower. Yang Wan returned on Yedujo's tiger mount to hand in the quest. An elder at the village gate recognized the fabric as belonging to a book boy who had worn it 2 days ago, concluding that the youth must have fallen victim to wolves. The mission reminder told him to bring the fabric back to town to find Master Zhang. Yang Wan returned to Chang'an City to hand in the quest. Master Zhang recognized the blood-stained fabric and thanked him with a melancholic expression. Yang Wan received a reward and experience points. However, the quest status didn't change to completed and still showed as in progress. He told Yedujo about the situation. The latter wasn't surprised at all. "Friend, Yedujo, the quest isn't complete because the book boy hasn't died yet. Clues will gradually appear later." After hearing this, Yangjuan stopped worrying about it. After leveling up a few times, he was finally able to use a mid-level shovel. Yedujo took him to the mid-level herb field to dig for herbs. After dropping him off there, Yedujo logged off in the same spot. Before leaving, he reminded Yang Juan to finish digging the remaining 200 plants today and not to slack off while he was away. He said he would come online tomorrow to inspect the results. Yang Juan stayed alone in the herb field, diligently digging herbs for over half an hour. Until someone interrupted him. "Stranger, Susan again, little sister, are you here by yourself?" For some reason, this opening line felt familiar to Yang Juan. He switched perspectives and looked around. The herb field was spacious and quiet, there was no one else besides himself. He continued to bend down and dig for herbs. Suddenly, there was a slight ripple in the air, and the herbs by his feet were instantly cleared away. In front of him, a clear and complete human figure gradually appeared. A full-level male assassin with the name, Susan again, floating above his head initiated a trade request to hand over the herbs. Realizing these were the herbs the other person had taken from under his nose, Yang Juan unceremoniously put them into his inventory. "Stranger, Susan again, can you do me a favor?" "Stranger, Susan again, I've been targeted by a bounty worth 10,000 gold. If you remove the bounty for me, we'll split the reward evenly." The concept of bounties was something Yang Juan had heard about from Shualan before, though he hadn't played games much before. He understood it involved players paying money to issue a kill order against others due to grudges in-game. Right then, he also remembered that he had muted the world chat channel when he first started playing and never turned it back on. Checking it now, sure enough, there were players asking for coordinates of Susan again all over the world chat. Closing the world chat, Yang Juan typed out a reply. "Stranger, Wolianjuan, you're too high level, I can't kill you." "Stranger, Susan again, I'll take off my gear." Yang Juan agreed. The other party quickly stripped down their equipment to make themselves vulnerable. Even with all the high-level gear removed, since Yang Juan wasn't max level, it still took him some time to kill Susan again. A few minutes later, Susan again resurrected on the spot with a revival pill, put all his gear back on, and sent him a friend request. The bounty wouldn't be credited immediately, so Susan again left a message saying he'd come back next time they had free time to claim the reward. Coincidentally, Ye Heifengao passed by the herb field and happened to see the two standing together. After Susan again left, he stood up from the tall grass and approached Yang Juan but made no mention of having seen Susan again. "Stranger, Ye Heifengao, what are you doing here?" No response came through the private chat channel for a long time, so Ye Heifengao patiently waited. Yang Juan's thoughts weren't on the game at the moment. He was holding his phone, browsing through new emails in his inbox. His mentor had unexpectedly moved up the thesis submission deadline by 2 days. In the small WeChat group among postgraduate students, everyone was discussing heatedly and preparing to stay up late these few days to rush their theses. Yang Juan's thesis still needed a conclusion, and he disliked delaying until the last minute, so he decided to write the conclusion that night. When he refocused on the game, he only then saw the private message Ye Heifengao had sent. "Stranger, Wolianjuan, didn't you log off already? I have homework to write tonight. Can we continue digging tomorrow night?" Ye Heifengao's hands moved faster than his brain. "Stranger, Ye Heifengao. Stranger, Wolianjuan, wasn't it you who said I should finish digging tonight?" It took Ye Heifengao a moment to catch up. "Stranger, Ye Heifengao, tomorrow works too." Having no time to talk more, Yang Juan hurriedly logged off. That night, the lights in the dorm stayed on till the wee hours. Shualan was busy gaming, while he was writing his thesis. The next morning, after struggling to get up amid loud alarm clocks, he brought his laptop to the lab and stayed there until dusk. To his surprise, after returning home, showering, and logging into the game to trade the herbs he dug the previous night with Yedujo, he immediately received a slightly dissatisfied question from Yedujo. "Friend, Yedujo, what did you promise me yesterday?" "Friend, Yedujo, as soon as I left, you slacked off." "Friend, Yedujo, little liar." Chapter 6, Kawaii. Thinking he just forgot, Yang Juan didn't realize there was anything strange about Yeduzu's words. "Friend, Wulijun." Yeduzu paused for a moment, and gradually figured out the issue in their conversation. It was then that Ye Heifengao's belated text message finally arrived. "Did you check your main account? I sent you a message there. Last night, I met Wulijun at the herb field and we talked for a bit." The other party summarized the situation from last night for him, and soon another text followed. "Last night, I saw him with Reggie and Susan. They might know each other. Moreover, someone put out a bounty on Reggie and Susan last night. It's unlikely that an unknown person would accept the bounty, so it seems he specifically sought out Wulijun." After replying to the text, Yeduzu placed both hands back on the keyboard. "Friend, Yeduzu, I remember now, last night you said you didn't need to finish digging everything. Just give me the rest today." "Friend, Wulijun, alright." Yeduzu idly sat by, his eyes landing on his character's level. He realized it was still the same number as when he logged off last night, not a single increase. "Friend, Yeduzu, you didn't log in today either?" Seeing the question he sent, Yang Juan quickly replied while taking a moment. "Friend, Wulijun, no, I didn't." "Friend, Yeduzu, you didn't forget, right? The level requirement for joining our guild." "Friend, Wulijun, I didn't forget." "Friend, Yeduzu, try to level up more. Don't slack off." Friend, Wulijuan, oh, I'm not slacking off. Yaduzu observed his screen with a subtle feeling of exasperation, looking at the dancer character. At this rate, by the time the guild battles end this month, there's no way Wulijuan will meet the requirements to join their guild. Even Yaduzu himself couldn't bear it anymore. This little spy really didn't seem to care. Was he waiting for Yaduzu to use his position to let him in through the back door? Friend, Yaduzu, do you want me to abuse my authority and break the rules to let you into the guild? Yang Wan looked at that line, somewhat surprised. He hadn't thought of this method. Friend, Wulijuan, can you do that? Yaduzu wanted to pour cold water on him. How could there be such effortless opportunities? Even daydreaming had its limits. But as he typed, something inexplicable made him replace his original draft. For no particular reason, Wulijuan was speaking again in the private channel. Friend, Wulijuan, night big brother, cute. Zhuolan had taught him that when girls ask something of boys, they must always sound cute. In the chat record Zhuolan sent him, she usually alternated between calling Yehe Fenggao night big brother, and husband. Zhuolan also taught him not to be too forward in front of Yehe Fenggao, but not too passive either. She recommended being slightly inviting but keeping a distance. Yang Wan only partly understood this lesson, he couldn't fully grasp what both active and passive meant. Judging from the literal meaning, it seemed contradictory to him. However, he at least knew one thing, husband wasn't something to call casually. Friend, Yaduzu, depends on how you behave. Picking up the subtle hint, Yang Wan frowned and wondered what counted as good behavior. Yaduzu didn't stay around long before leaving first. Around 10 p.m., after finishing gathering herbs, Yang Wan wanted to find Yaduzu to report in. Yaduzu told him to go directly to the front gate of the Fenghua Langyan base. Yang Wan took some time to get there. By the time he emerged from the teleportation array, Yaduzu was already growing impatient and walked up to greet him. Friend, Yaduzu, why are you so slow? That amount of time would have been enough for us to finish a dungeon run. Friend, Wulijuan, I walked over. Only then did Yaduzu remember that Wulijuan didn't have a mount. Looking at his attire, still beginner gear, tattered equipment, and no mount, it became clear to Yaduzu that Yang Liusi certainly wasn't close to him if she'd left him ignored like this. He handed over the chestnut horse he'd stored in his inventory earlier to Wulijuan. Friend, Yaduzu, take it. Don't make me wait so long next time. This time, Yang Wan accepted it. Friend, Wulijuan, I'll return it to you once I'm done. Friend, Yaduzu, no need to return it. This is the cheapest mount anyway, and giving it back would just take up space in my backpack. Friend, Wulijuan, thank you. Yaduzu didn't reply further, instead dragging him directly into a dungeon group. Friend, Yaduzu, they're bringing smaller accounts to gain experience in dungeons. You should come along. As Yang Wan was about to respond to his invitation, the team chat exploded with messages. Team, first love choose me a super sweet, girl, do you remember me? We met last time. Team, smell roses, sweet sister, don't bring up last time. Team, first love choose me a super sweet, I've said it countless times, don't call me sweet sister. I'm male. Male. Stomps foot. Team, smell roses, when you say that, maybe omitting the stomps foot would make it more convincing. Team, first love choose me a super sweet. Team, Wulijuan, hi guys. These two were bickering while Dang Dang Linger, who had been silent all along, noticed something seemed off about Yi Du Zhou being together with Yang Wan. Team, Dang Dang Linger, night brother, why did you bring Silky's roommate to run the dungeon? Do you know her roommate? After she asked this, the other two gradually sensed something was strange too and stopped talking immediately. They couldn't be blamed for being sensitive. After all, in the game, examples abound where someone kindly introduces their close friend to their husband only to have that friend secretly seduce their spouse behind their back. Yang Wan felt a bit nervous, as if he were doing something wrong behind Zhuolan's back. Yi Du Zhou, however, remained completely calm. Team, Yi Du Zhou, Silky asked me to help her level up. Everyone immediately relaxed. Only Yang Wan knew he was lying. The guilty always lie, he thought. Zhuolan was right, Yehe Fenggao definitely had some issues. While he was lost in these thoughts for a couple of seconds, two more people joined the team. A male Dao Cook character brought along a female dancer account, who looked like a young girl. Team, first love choose me a super sweet, allow me to introduce, Qianli Lai Xiang Song is from our guild. He's here running dungeons tonight with his girlfriend, and we're helping them out. Qianli Lai Xiang Song's girlfriend greeted everyone on the channel. Team, Cat Eat Fish, hi everyone, you can just call me Little Fish, cute. Because of Yang Wan and Yi Du Zhou joining, they switched from a 5-man instance to a 7-man one temporarily. Once everyone had gathered, they set off toward the dungeon location. The 7-man version of Jiuyao Dungeon was harder than the 5-man version of Xin Luo Valley. In the team, Dang Dang Linger played a Yuling healer, Qianli Lai Xiang Song had a Dao Ku tank, and the rest, Yi Du Zhou's male assassin, Xiao Changwei's female assassin, and First Love Choose Me I'm Super Sweet's male swordsman, all served as main damage dealers. Jiuyao Dungeon has 9 floors, and they were heading to the 5th one. At the entrance of the dungeon stood statues of grotesque creatures with green faces and fangs. The passage was dark as if it were the gaping mouth of a monster, with flickering dim candle flames visible on both walls. Even the background music playing through the headphones turned ominous and terrifying. It was often at such moments that couples within the team started feeding everyone dog food. Sure enough, the couple in their team didn't disappoint. Team, cat eat fish, it's so dark in here, I'm a little scared, piteous. Team, Qianli Lai Xiang Song, little fish, don't be afraid, stay close to me, I'll protect you. Team, first love choose me a super sweet, toothache, toothache, toothache. Team, dang dang ling air, mommy, there's someone here killing dogs. Recalling what Zhuolan had told him, Yangwan watched how they spoke. If he didn't know how to pretend to be a girl, he could observe the behavior and tone of female players in the game and imitate them. Deep in thought, Yangwan flipped open his small notepad and jotted down on a blank page. Afraid of the dark. As they crossed a long corridor, they entered a hallway surrounded by corridors on all four sides. A void existed where the corridors intersected, and looking down revealed a bottomless abyss, with the faint roar of demons audible deep inside. The first wave of tail-dragging lizards swarmed towards them from the corners. Team, cat eat fish, what do we do? I'm a little triggered by claustrophobia cack. Team, Qianli Lai Xiang Song, little fish, go hide in the back. We'll clear the mobs then call you out. Cat eat fish obediently hid at the very back. Yangwan took the pen again and began to record. Claustrophobia. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, you should also hide in the back. Good friend, Wu Lijuan, okay. First love choose me a super sweet and Qianli Lai Xiang Song were clearing mobs at the front while Yi Du Zhou stood aside casually dealing with whatever stragglers the two missed. At that moment, another message came through. Good friend, Wu Lijuan, cack. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou. Finally, the slow-typing Yangwan connected the sentence. Good friend, Wu Lijuan, what does it mean? Good friend, Yi Du Zhou. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, it means crying. Yangwan was slightly confused but didn't ask further questions. Having cleared the mobs, they continued onward. All the while, Cat Eat Fish, who had been hiding by Yangwan, ran ahead across the group towards Qianli Lake Xiangsong. Good friend, Cat Eat Fish, big brother Qianli, I did listen and hide just now cuck. Good friend, Qianli Lai Xiang Song, good girl little fish, pat head, I'll buy you the new costume released this month, heart. Good friend, Cat Eat Fish, love you Q3Q. Good friend, smell roses, if you show off any more, I'm calling the police, torch, torch, torch. With that, the couple settled down a bit, likely shifting to private chats. After passing the pitch-black corridor, they encountered the first gatekeeper mini-boss, a spider demoness. The main characters went up front to take the hits while the lesser accounts hung back for self-preservation. Yangwan seized this opportunity to make notes. Obedient. After finishing, he privately messaged Yi Du Zhou. Good friend, Wu Lijuan, what is cuck? Good friend, Yi Du Zhou. Laughing. Good friend, Wu Lijuan, Q3Q. Yi Du Zhou's head hurt. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, are you 10,000 wise? Good friend, Wu Lijuan, cack. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, what now? He was getting a little impatient. Good friend, Wu Lijuan, you're so mean, cack. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou. He learned fast enough. But it wasn't just that. That day Zhuolan had also mentioned that applying what you learn is the most important thing, talking without practicing is all fake. Yangwan at this moment deeply embodied the principles and spirit Zhuolan passed on to him. Good friend, Wu Lijuan, when we were fighting monsters earlier, I hid like a good boy too. Yi Du Zhou was silent for a moment, his tone slightly mocking. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, oh, should I give you praise then, little sheep for being so obedient? This was the third time Yangwan heard himself called like that, and he still felt a bit awkward. Having grown up to this point, the relatives and friends around him would only call him Huan Huan. Only Yi Du Zhou called him little sheep. Trying hard to ignore the heat rising in his face, he scratched at the keyboard, typing with an increasingly accelerated heartbeat. Good friend, Wu Lijuan, so can brother make an exception and let me join the guild? Cuck. Yi Du Zhou's hand holding the mouse trembled suddenly, the arrow drawn back on the bow missed the spider demoness entirely and flew straight into the abyss behind her. The spider demoness didn't lose a single drop of blood. Everyone attacking looked stunned. Team, first love choose me I super sweet, am I seeing things? Was there ever a time when Night Brother missed? Team, dang dang linger, shocked, melon. Team, smell roses, shocked, melon. Team, Qianli Lai Xiang Song, shocked, melon. Yangwan also paused for a moment, realizing what had happened and feeling a little guilty. Slightly irritated, Yi Du Zhou began pounding on the keyboard in front of him as though trying to shake heaven and earth. It wasn't that he was mad about making a fool of himself in front of them, but rather that he was mad about losing composure all of a sudden. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, fine, 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 I'll let you in. Can't I? Damn little spy, unable to do anything else except pretend to be cute, number 1 at it. Chapter 7, Joining the Guild. None of the high-ranking players in the guild were online, so Yi Du Zhou told him to apply for joining the guild tomorrow. When Zhuolan returned, Yangwan told him about it. He couldn't believe it and asked suspiciously, did you secretly sign up for a class without telling me? Yang Wan didn't understand. What class? Zhuolan sighed and placed his hand on Yang Wan's shoulder, saying, never mind. Upon careful reflection, Yang Wan wasn't the first exception for entry into the guild. The first one was Xinghuaji. Xinghuaji used to be part of Qianshan Birdfly Absent before she joined their guild. When Lang brother wanted her to join, many of the elder members strongly opposed it, even openly suspecting that she was a spy sent from the other side. Qianshan Birdfly Absent was a medium to small-sized guild with people they knew in its upper management. They denied any contact between Xinghuaji and the management team of Qianshan Birdfly Absent, thus clearing her of the suspicion of being a spy. Only then did the elders relax their stance and allow her to join. Our guild leader was blinded by beauty, Zhuolan complained, who knows if that picture is even of her. Guild leader? Yang Wan asked a bit puzzled. That's Lang brother, the one you've met. Zhuolan explained. Oh, Yang Wan said. On Thursday evening, Yang Wan sent a guild application to Fenghualangyan. The person who approved it was Langxing. Zhuolan was also online at the time. Upon receiving the news of the new member joining, guild members gradually came out to greet. The few Yang Wan had seen weren't there, instead, messages were coming from unknown IDs. Guild, good morning worker, welcome, new member. Scatter flowers, scatter flowers, scatter flowers. Guild, neighbor old Zhao, hi, new girl. Guild, Taro Ball Sago, what a cute name for the new member. Guild, Mango Cheesecake, a non-max level account. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Guild, grew up eating candy, whose small account is this? Guild, which little cookie are you, sounds like a cute soft girl, drooling. Zhuolan stepped in to explain. Guild, Willow Silk, she's my roommate. Guild, Wool Curl, hello everyone. Guild, Cherry Blossom Blizzard, didn't the guild rules say no non-max level accounts? Zhuolan coldly typed a response. Guild, Willow Silk, so only Xinghuaji can break the rules but others cannot? After sending the message, he leaned back in his chair, turning his head toward Yang Wan sitting opposite and said, Xue is Xinghuaji's friend. Just ignore her. Yang Wan replied, alright. Guild, Xue, do you think anyone should just be given exceptions? When the marriage system comes out, Huaji will be marrying Lang brother. It was clear to everyone that the new member might have offended them. As the guild atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Xinghuaji timely intervened to ease the tension. Guild, Xinghuaji, let it go. Not only did Xue not let it go, but she felt even more compelled to stand up for justice. Guild, Xue, how can we just let it go? It's because of your good temper that you get bullied. Let her own deeds go unpunished. Flirting with Lang brother while Huaji isn't around. How shameless, cold laugh. Online guild members were thrilled by the drama and all went, offline, to enjoy the show. Zhuolan couldn't help but bang the table and curse, damn, why are these two so dramatic? After cursing, he turned around to see Yang Wan with his head buried, calmly typing away on the keyboard. He approached closely to watch. Yang Wan had just finished sending his message. Guild, Wool Curl, I didn't flirt with Langxing. Xinghuaji threatened me. If I didn't change my name, she would keep attacking me until I did. Xinghuaji's face turned dark. Zhuolan immediately felt much better. Langxing spoke up in the guild channel. Guild, Langxing, stop quarreling. Instead of arguing, you should spend more time leveling up. If you end up dragging us down in the month-end guild battle and handing out free kills, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Xinghuaji was already max level. It was clear who was being scolded here and who was secretly being protected. Zhuolan angrily cursed, you dog couple. Xinghuaji beamed with joy. Guild, Xinghuaji, my beloved, you've come. Pouting. Guild, Langxing, wife. Hug. Guild, Xinghuaji, I need my husband's kiss to cheer up. Guild, Langxing, punch. Guild, Langxing, sorry dear, slipped my hand. Kiss. Guild, Xinghuaji, it's okay darling, love you. Kiss. After flaunting their relationship in the guild chat, Xinghuaji privately messaged him. Guild, Xinghuaji, darling, log into QQ, I'll show you my latest selfies. Hee hee. Langxing casually deflected the offer, claiming to be too busy, and logged off before switching to another account. Friend, Yi Duozhou, come to Luoyang City, let me take you on a quest. When Yang Wan received the message, he was on his way to find Zhuolan. Still fuming, Zhuolan decided to bring him to Kunlun Cliff to enjoy the scenery. The dancer in the game stopped her steps, and Yang Wan turned back and said, Yi-Go wants to take me on a quest. Upon hearing this, Zhuolan readily waved his hand and said, then go quickly. Yang Wan turned around and walked towards the teleportation array. Following Yi Duozhou's instructions, he went to the inn entrance in Luoyang City. Yi Duozhou jumped down from the inn rooftop and summoned a white tiger mount from his backpack, inviting Yang Wan to ride along. Friend, Yi Duozhou, did the quest update? Yang Wan pulled out his quest list for a check. Friend, Yang Wan, it did. I need to go to the medical hall to find the boss. The majestic white tiger carried both of them through the streets, heading toward the location of the medical hall. As they passed the in-city market where players had set up stalls, the white tiger suddenly slowed down. Yi Duozhou picked and chose from the stall, eventually buying a cute little fox pendant, clicking it to trade with Yang Wan. Friend, Yang Wan. Friend, Yi Duozhou, isn't it pretty? Friend, Yang Wan, it is. Friend, Yi Duozhou, if it's pretty, then accept it. Yang Wan hesitated as he counted all of his assets. Friend, Yang Wan, I can't afford it. Friend, Yi Duozhou, you don't have to buy it. It's a gift for you. Friend, Yang Wan, why are you giving it to me? Yi Duozhou replied somewhat irritatedly. Friend, Yi Duozhou, just take it if I give it to you. Why so many questions? Friend, Yang Wan, then I don't want it. Yi Duozhou felt a headache coming on. After a while, the person sitting in front of the computer lightly coughed, then started typing. Friend, Yi Duozhou, aren't girls supposed to be happy when they receive gifts? Girls become happy when they receive gifts. Yang Wan, half confused and half serious, took out a small notebook to jot down notes. And then truthfully replied. Friend, Yang Wan, but I'm not unhappy right now either. Yi Duozhou didn't believe him. Friend, Yi Duozhou, if someone scolds you, wouldn't you feel angry? Yang Wan believed there was no need to get upset over those unimportant people. Friend, Yang Wan, I wouldn't feel angry. Yi Duozhou frowned in thought. This little spy, is she deliberately pretending to be magnanimous in front of him, or truly has such a good temper? Friend, Yi Duozhou, are all girls like this? Not getting angry at these sorts of events. Yang Wan cautiously thought about it, then slowly lowered his eyes and started typing. A little bit. Before he could send it off, the keyboard was snatched away from behind. You fool, Zhuolan deleted those 3 words, his fingers quickly dancing across the keyboard. At a time like this, you should say that you're very angry. Friend, Yang Wan, what's the use of being angry? No one would take my side even if I am angry, grievance, weeping. If I tell my brother that I'm angry now, would my brother come and comfort me? Grievance. His fingertips moved away from the enter key, and Zhuolan casually pinched his cheeks, saying, you see? Learn something. Yang Wan nodded furiously. Zhuolan pressed his shoulders to make him stand up, explaining clearly, next, he'll follow my lead and try to console you. And you can seize the opportunity to show some affection toward him. Yi Duozhou's message appeared on the screen. The confident smile on Zhuolan's lips instantly froze. Friend, Yi Duozhou. Friend, Yi Duozhou, is it not Yang Wan herself? Or is this part of a truth or dare game? Zhuolan's face turned green with anger. Chapter 8, The Voice. Zhuolan strode back to his desk and sat down. After calming his thoughts a little, he began to feel a tinge of doubt again. He and Yi Hifeng had been interacting for months, he was already very familiar with the other's tone and way of speaking. But why did he suddenly feel that the person behind this username wasn't Yi Hifeng himself? He felt a bit puzzled, but also thought he might be overthinking it. After all, how long had they known each other? Yang Wan took back the keyboard to reply on the other side. Friend, Yang Chuan, sorry, that was my friend just now. Not interested in his friend, Yi Duozhou prompted him again. Friend, Yi Duozhou, hurry up and accept. After we're done, let's go to the clinic. Yang Wan hesitated for 2 seconds while pressing the keys. Friend, Yang Chuan, how much does this cost? I'll pay you. Friend, Yi Duozhou, do you think I'm poor? Instinctively, he sensed some unhappiness from the other, so he quickly typed an explanation. Friend, Yang Chuan, no, I don't. Friend, Yi Duozhou, aren't you angry and expecting me to comfort you? Or do you think this small gift isn't enough to make you happy? Yang Wan hesitated, then blushed and replied. Friend, Yang Chuan, that sentence was said by my friend, not me. Friend, Yi Duozhou, are you sure you're even a girl if you're being this hesitant about accepting a gift? Yang Wan froze completely. Almost in the next second, he clicked to accept. Then, he carefully replied, even pausing midway due to nervousness, realizing later he'd added an extra comma after sending it. Friend, Yang Chuan, of course I am a girl. Yi Duozhou found it strange but didn't suspect anything further. His intuition and experience in identifying fake accounts told him that Yang Chuan was just a college girl. Comparatively, Xinhua Ji and Yang Lu Xier sounded more like bots. Friend, Yi Duozhou, what are you so nervous about? I never said you weren't one. The heat in Yang Wan's face didn't subside, but instead intensified. Friend, Yang Chuan, I'm not nervous. Friend, Yi Duozhou. This little spy was truly cute, albeit dumb. He shifted the topic proactively. Friend, Yi Duozhou, are you still mad now that you've accepted the gift? Are you feeling any happier? Yang Wan was too tense to know how to respond. Even his older brother had never talked to him in such a tone before, he'd never dealt with such situations. After waiting half a day for no response, Yi Duozhou became upset. Friend, Yi Duozhou, are you still mad? Finally reacting, Yang Wan decided to follow the other's lead and answer accordingly. Friend, Yang Chuan, not mad anymore. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, are you happy now? Friend, Yang Chuan, yes, I'm happy. The little spy was easy to please. Yi Du Zhou also felt happy, smoothly taking control of his assassin character and making a head-rubbing gesture toward him. The camera angle sharply zoomed in, showing the black-clothed assassin's palm lifting and roughly landing on the head of the person in front, gently rubbing. The dancer slightly bowed her head, her long curled lashes fluttering shyly, and her almond-shaped eyes bending beautifully with happiness. Yang Wan's own lashes twitched as well. For some reason, he felt it wasn't the game character whose head was being rubbed, but himself. Yi Du Zhou sent him to the clinic in Luoyang. The old doctor there gave a new clue. Some days ago, Master Zhao had taken home an injured young man, inviting the doctor to examine him. They left the clinic and walked towards the nearby Zhao residence. Yi Du Zhou told him to hang the little fox around his waist, and Yang Wan complied. As the long-haired female dancer moved, the red fox hanging from her waist swung side to side. Yi Du Zhou glanced at it a couple times but always felt somewhat unsatisfied. When they arrived at the entrance of the Zhao residence, Yang Wan went inside alone to find the NPC while Yi Du Zhou stayed outside, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, watching players pass by on the road. A lowly musician and a young sword-wielding boy were walking hand in hand down the street. On top of the lowly's head rested a white, curly wool sheep plushie. Yi Du Zhou paused his gaze, then stepped forward to stop the pair. Nearby, Yi Du Zhou, excuse me, where can I buy a curly wool sheep plushie like that? The lowly musician enthusiastically answered. Nearby, Ma Ho Xiao Jiu Xiao Li, it's in the mall. This appearance accessory was released last month. After thanking her, Yi Du Zhou opened the in-game store. Store accessories were different from the small trinkets sold at stalls, they required money to purchase. He skipped the current month's recommendations and flipped through to last month's items, finding the white curly wool sheep plushie within them. The plushie accessory wasn't expensive, priced at around 200 coins. Yi Du Zhou bought one. By the time Yang Wan came out after meeting Lord Zhao, he saw Yi Du Zhou still leaning against the wall outside in the same position as when he went in, except now there was a white curly wool sheep perched on his shoulder. He hesitated, unable to resist looking at the sheep a few extra times. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, adorable. Friend, Yang Chuan, adorable. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, do you want it? Friend, Yang Chuan, no thanks, I already have a little fox. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, I'll trade this sheep for your fox. Yang Chuan didn't understand why. Friend, Yang Chuan, why trade? Don't you like the little sheep? Yi Du Zhou teased him mischievously. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, the little sheep. Which one are you talking about? Is it the one on my shoulder or the one in front of me? Yang Chuan pressed the keycap without responding. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, this plush sheep is more expensive than your fox. Now I regret and want to swap the fox back. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, are you willing to trade, little sheep? They exchanged items. The woolly lamb doll nestled onto Yang Chuan's shoulder while Yi Du Zhou put the fox charm back into his backpack. Friend, Yang Chuan, thank you. Yi Du Zhou raised an eyebrow with interest. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, is that all? Yang Chuan thought for a moment and added another line. Friend, Yang Chuan, night brother. Suddenly, Yi Du Zhou wasn't entirely satisfied anymore. A few days ago, it hadn't been a problem, but now hearing night brother felt like he was calling someone else. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, drop the night. Yang Chuan obediently complied. Friend, Yang Chuan, brother. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, call me that from now on. Friend, Yang Chuan, okay. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, always keep the plushie with you. Don't dare to hide it when I'm not around. Friend, Yang Chuan, okay. Friend, Yi Du Zhou, send me your QQ number and YY number so I can add you to our guild group and channel. Friend, Yang Chuan, okay. As soon as he sent the reply instinctively, Yang Chuan suddenly remembered he didn't have a YY account, and his QQ profile still showed his gender as male. He nervously stood up from his desk and turned to Zhuolan who was running a dungeon, asking, what should I do, Zhuolan? He asked me for my QQ. Since Yang Chuan didn't say anything further, Yi Du Zhou also refrained from pressing. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for a new player not part of any guild to have a YY number. This little spy had exposed himself without even realizing it. Bored, Yi Du Zhou began to feel concerned on behalf of Yang Chuan. How would he report after finishing the mission? The other members of the raid were close friends within their family circle. Zhuolan typed a message into the team chat, emergency, need to AFK, then abandoned his mouse and keyboard to help Yang Chuan set up accounts for QQ and YY. Old accounts couldn't be used, so Zhuolan helped register 2 new ones under the name Yang Chuan, marked as female, age 19. I told the guild people I'm a freshman student, Zhuolan reminded him, don't screw it up. Yang Chuan nodded and sent both accounts to Yi Du Zhou. When Yi Du Zhou searched for his QQ and YY accounts, noticing they were newly created, he thought Yang Chuan wasn't too dumb after all and knew to use new accounts to fix the situation. After they became friends, Yang Chuan noticed that Yi Du Zhou's profile picture and avatar in their previous chat logs were different. His current profile was all black, with the online name simply called Yi Duzhou. In the earlier chat records, the profile pictures of Yi Hei Feng Gao matched with Zhuolan's as couples avatars. It might be a secondary account, he assumed, and didn't bother to call Zhuolan over to check. Yi Duzhou added him to the group and sent him the guild channel number. Once Yang Chuan logged in as a visitor, the administrator quickly granted him the blue horse, symbolizing regular member status in the guild. Zhuolan often used YY during gaming, so Yang Chuan understood that it was a voice software platform. After receiving the blue horse emblem, unsure what to do next, he planned to ask via QQ. However, his screen flickered, and the YY interface transformed. Yi Duzhou had pulled him into a locked private room within the channel. Only the two of them were inside. Room, Yi Duzhou, did you put on the headphones? Room, Yang Chuan, yes. After replying, the other side went silent. Yang Chuan started typing in the send box. How? Before completing the sentence, a voice suddenly echoed through the headphones. The deep, magnetic voice carried an air of casual freedom, as if it clung right to his ear canal. Every breath could be heard clearly, almost warm enough to make his ears tingle. Little sheep? Yi Duzhou asked. Yang Chuan got slightly lost in thought, his mind wandering in confusion before instinctively humming an affirmative sound. Zhuolan, who had gotten up to fetch water, turned back at the sound, confused. What did you just say? Instantly snapping back to reality, Yang Chuan removed the headphones, rubbed his ears, and muttered lowly, nothing. Chapter 9 Brother. Press the key below to speak directly. Yi Duzhou's voice rang out in his ear again. Yang Chuan lowered his head and started typing. Curly wool, I don't have a mic. Is that so? Yi Duzhou obviously didn't believe him. Do you really not have one, or do you just not want to talk to me? Curly wool, I really don't have one. While replying, Yang Chuan added in his heart that even if it were fake, he would never actually speak. After all, once he opened his mouth, his voice would be exposed. Yi Duzhou deliberately switched to a serious tone. How will I know you're really a girl if you don't speak? Caught off guard by this question, Yang Chuan deleted and rephrased several times in the input box. Curly wool, then what should I do to prove it? Yi Duzhou was waiting for exactly this response, by an online headphone with a mic. Yang Chuan wasn't overly flustered. Zhuolan often used the mic in the guild's YY channel, and Yang Chuan knew he was going through a voice change phase. After being processed by a voice changer, even the roughest male voice could become a soft and sweet female voice, and no one could tell. To merely prove his gender, without having to frequently speak, Yang Chuan thought he could borrow Zhuolan's voice changer. Without much hesitation, Yang Chuan agreed to his request. Curly wool, alright then. There was a brief silence in the headphones before Yi Duzhou sent 2 links to him. The sound quality of these 2 headphones is good, choose from these 2. Yang Chuan followed the link into the store and finally opened the most popular model. I heard from Yang Liusi that you attend university in City A. Yi Duzhou asked casually. Yang Chuan lowered his gaze, carefully studying the introduction page of the headphones, not noticing that he had said Yang Liusi instead of Cici, and replied on YY. Curly wool, yes. The addresses of both stores are far from City A, it will take 3 to 4 days for the headphones to be shipped here. Yi Duzhou, suddenly struck by a whim, developed a desire to hear his voice. I have an unused pair of headphones, send your address and I'll send it to you. Same city express delivery only takes half a day. Concerning personal information in reality, Yang Chuan refused cautiously. Curly wool, no need, I can buy it myself. Not getting the answer he wanted, Yi Duzhou changed his approach. I'll sell it to you for $50. School addresses don't need to specify dormitory numbers, your phone number would be useless to me anyway, I don't like calling netizens. Hearing this, Yang Chuan slowly blinked his eyes. He wanted to sell the headphones. Playing games was temporary, a new headset wouldn't be used for long, thus there was no need to buy something too expensive. The price Yi Duzhou quoted was cheaper than the one online. After quickly weighing the pros and cons, Yang Chuan agreed. Curly wool, how do I pay you? Yi Duzhou didn't rush to reply. First, send me the address. Yang Chuan sent him the school address. Upon seeing the address, Yi Duzhou's expression became somewhat subtle. After a while he asked, are you from University A? Curly wool, yes. So the little spy was also an academic star. Do you have 500 degrees of myopia? Yi Duzhou asked again. Curly wool, yes. Yi Duzhou didn't say anything, sketching out in his mind for a long time, and eventually what appeared was the image of a plain and boring girl from his class who wore black-rimmed glasses, had bangs thickly covering her forehead, wasn't good at interacting with the opposite sex, and lacked any charm. The spark of interest within him immediately diminished, and his interest in Curly wool's voice sharply decreased. Which campus? Noticing the omission in the address, Yi Duzhou reminded him, University A has 2 campuses. Yang Chuan quickly added the campus details. Yi Duzhou concluded, just transfer $50 directly into game currency and mail it to me at the station tomorrow. Curly wool, alright then. After adding QQ group and YY channel, there was nothing else to do. The two bid each other farewell and logged off separately. Yang Chuan got up and looked back to see Zhuolan still playing the game. He moved his chair beside him and silently watched the game screen. Jualan took off his over-ear headphones, hung them around his neck, and turned around to ask when he found some free time, did you add both QQ and YY channels? Added, but there's something, Yang Wan said. Jualan cast a big spell and controlled his character to jump backward, asking casually, what thing? Yi Hexfengeo wants to hear my voice, Yang Wan truthfully informed. Jualan hesitated for half a second, instantly hit by a monster and fell down. Without rushing to ask teammates for help, he surprisingly looked at Yang Wan, you agreed? Yang Wan simply nodded, he said he won't be sure I'm really a girl unless he hears my voice. Jualan. I'll tell you later after I finish this dungeon. A teammate came over voluntarily to pull him up, making Jualan feel embarrassed about losing focus and unnecessarily sacrificing his character. Yang Wan got up, moved the chair back to his own desk, sat on it, and played with his phone while waiting for him to finish. 5 minutes later, Jualan moved his chair in front of Yang Wan, and after discussing the matter, Yang Wan bought a voice changer online. Jualan sent him a WeChat transfer, but Yang Wan didn't accept it. The seat-occupying deal at the library extended from 1 month to the entire semester. The headphones arrived the next day. Jualan always thought Yi Hexfengeo gave Yang Wan the headphones under the cover of darkness, trying to slip in some little presents to please him. But after checking the whole package, there was nothing but a pair of over-ear headphones. Though they came without a bag, the headphones looked as good as new. Jualan wore them for 2 hours in the dorm in the afternoon. He found their sound quality better than his own and concluded they were definitely worth more than $50, just enough to fool Yang Wan. The more he pondered, the more resentment grew in his heart. He and Yi Hexfengeo had known each other for months, and the latter had never given him anything in real life. How long had Yi Hexfengeo known Yang Wan? He couldn't help but start questioning his life and doubting his own charm. In recent days, he frequently received private messages from game acquaintances, noticing that Yi Hexfengeo's secondary account was spending time alone with Curly Wool in the game. Jualan made excuses every time. Tired of repeatedly explaining himself, he rarely logged into his main account anymore, starting to play his undisclosed secondary account instead. His interactions with Yi Hexfengeo had grown distant lately. Judging by the trend, their breakup wasn't far off. All his previous online relationships lasted only a few months. However, the previous ones ended peacefully, while Yi Hexfengeo had been flirting with others in the game behind his back even before their potential breakup. That evening, when Yang Wan logged into the game, he first went to the post office in Luoyang City and mailed 25,000 gold to Yi Duozhou. The last 10,000 reward points the system had sent were still untouched in his warehouse. Since then, Su Sanyang hadn't logged on again. Yang Wan had almost forgotten about the existence of that money. After completing this task, Yang Wan was about to leave when an assassin character intercepted him out of nowhere. It was none other than Su Sanyang, who hadn't contacted him for days. Friend Su Sanyang, I've been on a business trip for a few days and didn't log in. Does the girl still remember me? Friend Curly Wool, I remember you, your reward money is still with me. Friend Su Sanyang, that's great, I see that you're an honest person. Yang Wan went to the post office and retrieved the money through the warehouse NPC, mailing it out in the same way. Su Sanyang stood outside the post office waiting and soon received the email. As Yang Wan came out of the post office, he guided his dancer character towards Su Sanyang. Friend Curly Wool, did you receive it? Friend Su Sanyang, yes, thank you, sister. Friend Curly Wool, you're welcome. Yang Wan turned to walk away. Su Sanyang suddenly raised his hand to stop him. Friend Su Sanyang, we agreed on a 50-50 split, so I'll take 5 million gold, and the rest 5 million is yours. You don't have to give it all to me. Yang Wan thought for a moment. It seemed that night, the other party did mention the 50-50 split. But at the time, he offered to help not for the 5 million gold. Friend Curly Wool, no problem, you can take it all. Upon confirming he truly didn't want it, Su Sanyang didn't press further. Friend Su Sanyang, alright, if you don't want the reward, let's be friends. Are you still a student? I'm older than you since I'm part of the working generation. You can call me Brother San. Friend Curly Wool, okay, Brother San. The other person easily chatted as if they were old friends already. Friend Su Sanyang, Sister Curly Wool, why don't you join our guild? Brother San will play with you. Friend Curly Wool, no need, I joined my roommate's guild. Su Sanyang looked up, Fierce Wolf Smoke Signal, a big guild. Friend Su Sanyang, roommate. Is Sister Curly Wool a college student? Where do you study? Friend Curly Wool, in City A. Friend Su Sanyang, great, City A. That's where I've been for this business trip. The two stood at the door of the post office chatting, when a female musician approached them, with the words, Fierce Wolf Smoke Signal, flashing above her head. Friend Su Sanyang, is your friend looking for you? Friend Curly Wool, no. Just as those two characters were sent out, the musician spoke on the nearby channel. Nearby Apricot Blossom Branch, can you move aside, please? Su Sanyang instantly understood, not a friend, but an enemy. Remembering Jualan's advice, Yang Wan ignored her. Nearby Apricot Blossom Branch, do you have eyes or what? I'm talking about you, Curly Wool. Seeing his newly recognized younger sister being bullied, Su Sanyang was directly upset. Nearby Su Sanyang, There's plenty of space at the entrance, yet you can't pass. Maybe you should lose some weight. Noticing that this person was allied with curly wool, Apricot Blossom Branch gritted her teeth but kept silent. Right at that moment, Lang Xing also walked up from outside the post office. Apricot Blossom Branch immediately turned around and ran to Lang Xing's side, stopping near him. Nearby Apricot Blossom Branch, husband, they bullied me. Lang Xing first glanced at Yang Wan, his gaze briefly sweeping over the white lamb on his shoulder, and then quickly looked at Soa-san who stood beside him. Finally, he turned his attention to Apricot Blossom Branch while glancing through their conversation history. Soa-san was a somewhat famous player in the server, and both of them were familiar with each other. Nearby Soa-san, since we're all friends here, it must be a misunderstanding. After exchanging pleasantries with Lang Xing, he then turned to comfort Apricot Blossom Branch. Nearby Lang Xing, darling, don't be upset, they're acquaintances. Apricot Blossom Branch reluctantly let it go. Nearby Apricot Blossom Branch, I'm unhappy now. Husband, you have to comfort me. Lang Xing casually sent an affectionate kiss emoticon. Apricot Blossom Branch immediately turned her dissatisfaction toward him. Nearby Apricot Blossom Branch, husband, how thoughtless of you. Now I'm even angrier. Nearby Lang Xing, darling, please calm down. Apricot Blossom Branch lifted her head unhappily and fixed her eyes on the doll on Yang Wan's shoulder. She knew this little sheep doll, it had been very popular when it was released last month. Thinking about it, she'd known Lang Xing for 2 months, and he hadn't bought her any appearance items or accessories voluntarily. But this Woolly Wan, who just joined the game a few days ago, had already hooked up with another guild's player and got him to buy her the lamb doll. She wanted to see if demanding something from him in front of others would make him feel compelled to buy it for her to save face. Nearby Apricot Blossom Branch, husband, I want a fluffy lamb toy too. Buy me one, and I won't be angry anymore. Nearby Lang Xing, darling, many people have toys like these. Wait for the limited edition toys next time, and I'll get you one then. Apricot Blossom Branch felt embarrassed instantly, even slightly resentful. If it weren't for her subtle probing among the members of the guild where everyone said Lang Xing was a rich second-generation heir, she might have suspected that he was merely pretending to be rich in the game. Nearby Apricot Blossom Branch, but husband, I only like this little lamb, I only want this little lamb. Other than the lamb, I don't want anything else. Nearby Lang Xing, darling, listen to me, we'll wait for the shop update next month. The tone of Apricot Blossom Branch carried an air of grievance and innocence. Nearby Apricot Blossom Branch, husband, we've known each other for so long, yet you haven't bought me the lamb. Look at Woolly Wan, she met him just a few days ago but already got the lamb as a gift from him. Moreover, there's a guild battle coming at the end of the month, and she's privately contacting senior members of other guilds, which is not appropriate. Lang Xing frowned with irritation. His focus landed on who had sent the little lamb, completely ignoring her latter half of the statement. Soa-san could tell that Apricot Blossom Branch just wouldn't leave Woolly Wan alone. He smoothly took responsibility for the act of gifting the lamb, mocking her openly. Nearby Soa-san, whether to give or not is entirely my decision. Do you live by the Pacific Ocean? What right do you have to interfere? Besides, I gave it to Wan because Wan is cute. Nearby Soa-san, Wan, tell me what else you like, and brother will get it for you. Yang Wan politely declined. Nearby Woolly Wan, thank you, big brother San, I don't want anything else. Witnessing their exchange in the channel, Lang Xing clenched his teeth hard. This little spy lies without batting an eyelid. Who really sent the lamb, doesn't he know? Furthermore, Lang Xing noticed Woolly Wan's way of addressing Soa-san as big brother. From this, it appeared that the little spy has recognized quite a number of elder brothers within the game. Chapter 10 He Lang. The generosity of Su Sen towards Yang Wan became more evident, which made Lang Xing's stinginess towards himself all the more apparent. Xinghua Ji quickly concluded in her mind that Lang Xing was just a miser. Any thought of developing a deeper relationship with him was immediately and completely discarded. She lowered her gaze to admire her new matte manicure, deciding that after the battle was over, she'd find an excuse to break it off with him. Lang Xing was also annoyed by Xinghua Ji. He would rather take a meat glasses girl on tasks and daily routines than spend much time with Xinghua Ji. However, whether the glasses girl was really meek still required further investigation. As they came out from the station, Lang Xing endured a few more words with her before logging off at their current location. Before going offline, he sent a message to Yehei Fenggao. Good friend, Lang Xing, Woolen Curl gets along pretty well with Su San. Su San doesn't casually recognize just any rookie as a little sister, so they must have known each other for quite some time. There's a 10 to 8 chance she's one of Beiji Xing's people. Beiji Xing was Su San's guild. In last year's large-scale guild battle, Beiji Xing's final record ranked among the top 5 in the entire server. After Lang Xing logged off, Yi Du Zhou went online just a couple of minutes later. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, where are you? When he received the message, Yang Wan had just parted ways with Su San and was getting ready to go solo on some quests. Good friend, Yang Wan, on the street outside the gate of the Luoyang Inn. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, stay there, I'll come find you. Good friend, Yang Wan, okay. Yang Wan stayed put on the street waiting for the other person to come. Night Fairy arrived riding a tiger, leaning down to invite him to ride together, taking him to find the NPC who issued the quest. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, did you receive the headphones? Good friend, Yang Wan, received them. I've been very busy today and haven't yet gone to pick them up. The headphones arrived quickly, but the voice changer still hadn't arrived. Yang Wan responded in the manners Wolon taught him. Yi Du Zhou had no suspicion about it. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, remember to go get them tomorrow. Good friend, Yang Wan, sure thing. Yi Du Zhou took him on high-experience quests, running through several maps until finally, Yang Wan's dancer character reached the maximum level. After reaching the cap, he could go to the sect and choose his secret manual. As the dancer class was a female profession, he could choose either healing or damage output skills. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, are you playing healing or damage? Good friend, Yang Wan, either is fine. Yi Du Zhou teased him deliberately. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, since both work for you, let's go with healing then. Perfectly timed, I am currently in need of a bonded healer. Good friend, Yang Wan, what's a bonded healer? Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, the literal meaning, bound together with me, only healing me, not others. Yang Wan frowned pensively, thinking hard. Night Fairy wanted him to be his bonded healer, but this game, he wouldn't play forever. He disliked making promises to others that he couldn't fulfill. Good friend, Yang Wan, I'll go with damage output. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou. His face turned somewhat dark. This little spy, does he still want to gather intelligence from him? Not mentioning his core member status within the guild, even this Night Fairy small character, although not as equipped as the main one, still had a body full of purple gear. Could it be that the little spy dressed in white rookie gear didn't fancy purple gear? Yi Du Zhou was originally just joking around and didn't genuinely demand that he become his personal healer. Now hearing his response, he felt compelled to take it seriously. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, do you find it unsatisfactory? What's bad about being my bonded healer? Daily exclusive rides, step-by-step teaching, bringing you into instances for experience boosts. Good friend, Yang Wan, not finding it unsatisfactory. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, then what are you dissatisfied with? Good friend, Yang Wan, nothing dissatisfying at all. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, in that case, let's go with this decision. Deleting the unfinished reply he started typing, Yang Wan hesitated while staring at the computer screen. As if seeing through his doubts, Yi Du Zhou added without hesitation. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, these reasons not good enough for you? Here's something extra, later, I'll handle all your equipment needs. Yang Wan unconsciously murmured a soft rebuttal, no need for you to provide it. Realizing too late that the other party couldn't hear him, he hurriedly started typing again. Good friend, Yang Wan, no need for you to provide it. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, really don't need me to provide it. Good friend, Yang Wan, no need. Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, alright then, that's on your head. Yi Du Zhou urged his white tiger to turn and ran toward the direction of the dancer class school. Yang Wan's expression slightly froze. Good friend, Yang Wan, where are we going? Good friend, Yi Du Zhou, let's first get the healing secret manual from the NPC, and then take you to change clothes. Yang Wan's eyes showed confusion. Good friend, Yang Wan, I haven't agreed yet to be your bonded healer. Good friend Yi Du Zhou, what? Weren't we already settled on this just now? Do you want to back out of the deal? There's no one here, so if you change your mind, I can't guarantee that I won't do something to you. Yang Wan's confusion grew even more intense, and instinctively he pressed his lips together. Good friend Woolen Curl, when did I ever agree with you? Good friend Yi Du Zhou, you said there was no need for me to provide the equipment. That implies you've already agreed. Yang Wan tried to open his mouth to argue but found himself speechless. Good friend Woolen Curl, that's faulty reasoning, I can't debate with you. Yi Du Zhou paused imperceptibly, and his expression turned unfathomable. He suspected that this little spy was deliberately coquettish, though he had no evidence. Instantly forgetting the boring glasses girl image in his head, his tone unconsciously softened, even carrying an undertone of light persuasion he wasn't fully aware of. Good friend Yi Du Zhou, alright, it's faulty reasoning then, whatever little sheep says is right. Yang Wan was taken aback unprepared, warmth instantly rising from his neck and ear roots upwards. After leaving the Frost Palace having learned the technique, Yi Du Zhou appraised Yang Wan's frugal white beginner outfit for a while. Good friend Yi Du Zhou, your tattered clothes and gear need to be changed. Let me take you to acquire a new set of appearance gear. Good friend Woolen Curl, beginner outfits look great too. Good friend Yi Du Zhou, aren't all girls supposed to like changing into new clothes? Yang Wan quickly changed his tune. Good friend Woolen Curl, sure. Yi Du Zhou browsed posts on forums to find costumes that were both aesthetically pleasing and attribute-worthy for a female healer. After selecting carefully, he decided on 2 sets and switched back to the game to call Yang Wan on QQ. He sent him screenshots of the 2 outfits. Yi Du Zhou, choose one. Yang Wan viewed the enlarged images. One was a long-sleeved orange dress with exposed shoulders, the other a short-waist purple mini-dress. Woolen Curl, are we buying these? Yi Du Zhou, no, I'll take you to fight for them. Woolen Curl, then I choose the orange. Yi Du Zhou, Autumn Ripple. Woolen Curl, yes. They switched back to the game, and Yi Du Zhou took him to group up at the entrance of the dungeon. Autumn Ripple only dropped in Dark River Forest, which was a newly released dungeon from the mid-year update. The full set drop rate was very low, hence players could trade them amongst themselves. On the way to the Dark River Forest, Yi Du Zhou suddenly remembered something and opened the friends list to contact Chushan Xiaowachaotian. Good friend Yi Du Zhou, did you sell the Autumn Water Rings and crown you fought for in the Dark River Forest last time? Good friend Chushan Xiaowachaotian, not yet, big spender dads all want to directly purchase the full set. Good friend Yi Du Zhou, keep it for me, I'll buy it. Good friend Chushan Xiaowachaotian, okay. Thank you. Is it for Silksy that you're purchasing the full set? Grinning. As soon as the message was sent, he realized something was off. Good friend Chushan Xiaowachaotian, wait, isn't it wrong, big brother? Isn't Silksy's main character a musician? Isn't Autumn Water Dance maiden attire? Confused. Yi Du Zhou didn't respond. It dawned on Chushan Xiaowachaotian after some thought. Good friend Chushan Xiaowachaotian, big brother, people in the guild say you've been walking closely with Silksy's roommate lately. And you always separately bring her to upgrade? So is this autumn outfit for Miss Huan Huan? Good friend Yi Du Zhou, yes. Good friend Chushan Xiaowachaotian, big brother Yi, that's not appropriate, right? Frowning, I'm not questioning Miss Huan Huan's character or anything, but shouldn't you avoid showing favoritism? Good friend Yi Du Zhou, knight your head, I am He Lang. Good friend Chushan Xiaowachaotian, huh? Regarding the fact that Xinghua was a spy, Chushan Xiaowachaotian was one of the few informed members of the guild. He immediately understood and responded appropriately. Good friend Chushan Xiaowachaotian, understood big brother Lang. I get it. Good friend Yi Du Zhou, what do you understand? Good friend Chushan Xiaowachaotian, so Miss Huan Huan is the real sister-in-law. Good friend Yi Du Zhou. Good friend Chushan Xiaowachaotian, brother Lang has made sister suffer too much for the sake of battles. What's an autumn water full set between us? We should get 100 of them for her. Good friend Yi Du Zhou, calm down and listen to me. Good friend Chushan Xiaowachaotian, got it brother. I understand everything. Don't bother explaining. I will keep your secret with sister Huan Huan. If I leak any information, I'll eat poop live. Good friend Yi Du Zhou. Good friend Chushan Xiaowachaotian, just thinking about how every day sister watches you flaunt with others in the guild and still pretends not to know you, breaks my heart. Once the marriage system comes out, big brother must spend on the most expensive wedding ceremony to marry sister. No words, I'm going to check official blog for updates on the marriage system now. Good friend Yi Du Zhou. Forget it, let him be. He Lang closed the private chat with a completely indifferent look on his face, not wanting to see his name anymore. Chapter 11 Power Outage. He Lang shouted a call for people in the Dark River Forest within his guild, and one by one they appeared to respond. While waiting for others to arrive, he stood up to go get a drink from the water dispenser. A roommate walked in through the dormitory door and saw He Lang, then asked, Brother Lang, tomorrow night old Chen and his girlfriend are inviting us to dinner. Are you and brother Yi going? He Lang picked up the phone lying on the table, I'll call him and ask. The Xiaos had been family friends for generations, and He Lang had known him since childhood. After the phone was answered, He Lang asked directly, tomorrow night old Chen's having dinner, are you coming? No. The background sounds on the other side were chaotic and noisy, I'm seeing someone to watch a movie. The little flower at the Academy of Arts. He Lang raised an eyebrow. Xiao Ye's voice suddenly became louder, come on, how do you know? I haven't even pursued her yet. How come I don't know? He Lang mocked him, you don't even have time to play games now, you're always running around near the girls' dormitory. Everyone at a university already knows. Xiao Yi laughed shamelessly, isn't this because you and Woolly Curl are getting along so well, giving you more time? Everyone knows that Night Fairy Boat is my small account. If Night High Wind and Night Fairy Boat were online simultaneously during late nights, it would immediately expose me, right? He Lang stopped answering and glanced down at the game screen on the computer, I don't have time to talk. I'm doing a raid. Xiao Yi said, alright. He Lang hung up the phone and threw it back onto the desk. Ever since he started playing the game, he has been using Wolf Walking's account. Xiao Yi had two independent accounts, the main one was called Night High Wind, and the secondary one was Night Fairy Boat. About 2 months ago, He Lang took over the Night Fairy Boat account from Xiao Yi. Neither of them mentioned to anyone about this switch of small account. At that time, Apricot Flower Branch was persistently chasing after him. On the surface, He Lang went along with it but secretly avoided trouble by logging into Xiao Ye's small account. This thing wasn't even told to Xiao Ye's main account wife. Occasionally, when Young Willows would privately message his small account, he would respond as a hired player. Recently, Xiao Yi had been busy chasing after someone, and his in-game wife rarely came up in conversation anymore. Divorce from Willow Thread seemed just around the corner. What kind of person Xiao Yi was, He Lang knew too well. Xiao Yi started dating girls since elementary school. Over these years, he changed girlfriends more frequently than clothes, accumulating debts from countless affairs. His ex-girlfriends could line up from the old campus of a university to the new campus. He Lang put down his cup, sat back in front of the computer, and noticed a group of guild members surrounding his game character. Following the basic requirements for party configuration in the instance, he added people one by one into the team. Team, good morning worker, workers show up though late. Boss, will we be paid according to the old rules? Team, night ferry boat, as per the old rules. Team, good morning worker, thanks, night boss. I love night boss. Team, mango cheesecake, woohoo. Silky is already on her way with a 40-meter-long saber. Team, which little cookie are you, early warning. Team, taro ball and sago, early warning. Team, good morning worker. Allow me to remind everyone that Silky isn't in our group. Thank you. Team, neighbor Zhao, it's true Silky isn't here, but her roommate seems to be. Surprise. Gossips in the guild always spread at light speed. These past few days, everyone had heard rumors about Night High Wind and Woolly Curl getting closer. The atmosphere in the team instantly turned subtle. Yang Wan was still wondering what the boss and salary meant, failing to pick up on the complex undertone in neighbor Zhao's words. Seeing the situation, First Love Choose Me Sweetness promptly stepped forward to defuse the tension. Team, First Love Choose Me Sweetness, Sister Huan Huan was invited by me. I want to take her into the instance to practice. Does anyone mind? Nervous. Team, good morning worker, why didn't you say sooner, sweet sister? We'd never turn down any cute sister. Blushing. Team, mango cheesecake, good evening, Miss Huan Huan. Team, taro ball and sago, good evening. Team, which little cookie are you, good evening. Team, woolly curl, good evening. He Lang raised an eyebrow. Using Xiao Ye's small account to approach Woolly Curl indeed was not good for either of their reputations. Unexpectedly, this led to a misunderstanding by First Love Choose Me Sweetness, who instead became an unintentional accomplice. He Lang completely abandoned the idea of explaining. They walked on foot into the forest. Outside the instance, it was still bright sunny, but inside the trees were towering, blocking out the sky. Accompanied by the intermittent roars of beasts in the headphones, it created a chilling scene. Yang Wan received a friend request from Mango Cheesecake. He accepted the request and soon received a new message from the other side. Friend, Mango Cheesecake, hello Juju. I am one of Silky's close friends in the game. You can call me Mango W. Friend, Woolly Curl, hello, Mango. Friend Mango Cheesecake, why isn't Silky online tonight? Friend Woolly Curl, she's out. Friend Mango Cheesecake, is that so? Friend Woolly Curl, what does is that so mean? Friend Mango Cheesecake, it's a cute way of expressing tone, girls like to talk like this W. Friend Woolly Curl, oh. Yang Wan nodded thoughtfully. Friend Mango Cheesecake, what heart method do you plan to cultivate, Huan Huan? Friend Woolly Curl, healer. Friend Mango Cheesecake, I'm also playing as a healer. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me. Yang Wan put the knowledge into practice. Friend Woolly Curl, okay, then. Friend Mango Cheesecake, Juju is so cute 233. After entering the forest, small monsters started to jump out and block the way. He Lang sent Yang Wan a private message. Friend Night Ferry Boat, take care of yourself. Your equipment is so bad, one claw from a small monster could take away half of your health. Friend Woolly Curl, okay, then. Friend Night Ferry Boat. Yang Wan explained truthfully. Friend Woolly Curl, it's a cute way of expressing tone. Friend Night Ferry Boat, what kind of nonsense are you learning every day? Friend Woolly Curl, is there any problem with that? He Lang was getting a headache. Friend Night Ferry Boat, did Mango Cheesecake add you? Friend Woolly Curl, yes, indeed. Friend Night Ferry Boat, don't learn from him. Friend Woolly Curl, why not? He Lang shot arrows continuously to take down the surrounding small monsters and replied by typing. Before he could send his message, Yang Wan's follow-up question had already come. Friend Woolly Curl, do you think it's not cute? He Lang paused his actions, feeling that he shouldn't discourage the little spy's enthusiasm. Friend Night Ferry Boat, it's cute. Friend Night Ferry Boat, but you can't learn from him either. Friend Woolly Curl, why not? Friend Night Ferry Boat, he's a guy. Yang Wan froze, immediately blushing and changed her reply. Friend Woolly Curl, alright. He Lang's gaze lingered for a moment, feeling something odd. He wondered if he had some problem, because somehow Woolly Curl saying, alright, earnestly seemed cuter than cooing, okay, then. They entered the Dark River Forest 5 times in total and only managed to loot Chiu Shui's belt and ring. After finishing the 5th run, seeing that it was getting late, He Lang disbanded the team. The others quickly left, leaving only Yang Wan and He Lang standing there without moving. Originally planning to log off and sleep, just before sending a goodbye message, he suddenly remembered those people calling Night Ferry Boat boss. Friend Woolly Curl, what do you mean by issuing wages? Friend Night Ferry Boat, you don't need to worry about it, it's none of your business. Since the other party wouldn't say, Yang Wan wasn't stupid and figured out the meaning roughly. Friend Woolly Curl, isn't it that when you call people to raid, you still have to pay them their wages? He Lang tried to change the subject. Friend Night Ferry Boat, have you been to Snow Village after Dark River Forest? Yang Wan frowned unhappily. Friend Woolly Curl, I can pay them too, no need for you to do it. I have money. Friend Night Ferry Boat, wages are paid monthly. Even if I didn't call them tonight, their monthly salary would still be paid. Friend Woolly Curl, really? Friend Night Ferry Boat, yes, really. Friend Woolly Curl, but the people you called seem not to be fixed members who play with you regularly. This little spy was really hard to fool. Getting a bit impatient from being asked, he threw out his trump card. Friend Night Ferry Boat, are you my wife? Why do you care so much about where my money goes? Unswayed by his words, Yang Wan lowered her head and typed. I'm not trying to find out where your money goes, I just. Before she finished her sentence, another new message came through. Friend Night Ferry Boat, this is personal privacy, I only tell my wife. Friend Night Ferry Boat, or, do you want to be my wife? Yang Wan's cheeks flushed red, she hit the delete key heavily and retyped. And she didn't even notice the extra word she had typed out. Friend Woolly Curl, I am not your wife, and I haven't thought of becoming your wife. He spotted the mistake and mocked him mercilessly. Friend Night Ferry Boat, little stutterer. Friend Woolly Curl, I'm not a little stutterer. He deliberately mimicked him. Friend Night Ferry Boat, you're not a little stutterer, what are you? Yang Wan's expression turned serious as her lips pressed together. Her fingers lightly touched the keys. Suddenly, the lamp above made a soft sound and everything went dark in an instant. The hum of the air conditioner came to an abrupt stop, and the laptop computer without batteries followed suit and powered down. Moonlight filtered in from the balcony, while the dormitory building echoed with intermittent curses. Yang Wan sat in the chair, blinked once, and then slowly realized. The power was out. In the game, He-Lang was stunned at the sight of Yang Wan disappearing offline from her spot. Can't be. Was she mad about that? Chapter 12. Good thing he had already taken a shower in advance. Yang Wan closed his laptop and climbed into bed to sleep in the dark. Someone in the corridor outside the door was complaining that it's hard to sleep during a power outage in summer. Yang Wan lay on the bed without a blanket, repeatedly chanting in his mind with eyes closed, tranquility brings coolness. He fell asleep vaguely. The next morning, before the alarm went off, he woke up due to the heat. His back sweating from the hot mat, his pajamas wet and sticky against him, made Yang Wan uncomfortable. He got out of bed to take a shower. Power supply had already returned to normal. After finishing his shower, he sat at the desk to blow-dry his hair. His phone showed an incoming text message reminding him that there was new delivery for him. It was the voice changer he bought last time. He messaged Zhuolan about this. Zhuolan replied quickly, saying he was on the subway going back to school. He asked Yang Wan to send over the tracking number so he could help pick it up on the way. After sending the tracking number, Yang Wan stood up to change shoes and head out. Glancing over at the computer on the table, he suddenly remembered the sudden power failure last night when he unexpectedly went offline. Hesitating for 2 seconds, he sat back down in his chair, turned on the computer, and logged into the game. The dancer character went online from yesterday's dungeon entrance, but Yedian Zhou's icon in the friends list was black. It was too early at this hour, the other person wasn't online yet. Yang Wan exited the game without any hesitation, grabbed some things, and went to the lab. In the evening, after eating dinner and returning to the dormitory, Zhuolan was just fiddling with the newly arrived voice changer at his desk. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the other person turned around and waved at him, come take a look. Which type of sound do you prefer? Yang Wan didn't know much about it. Walking over, he stared at the voice changer and said, any girl's voice will do. Zhuolan simply adjusted the data himself. After adjusting it, Zhuolan initiated a video call with his phone, gesturing for him to answer, now talk to me using the voice changer's mic. Yang Wan tilted his head and asked, what should I say? His voice was absorbed by the microphone, automatically transforming into a soft and fluffy girl's voice like cotton candy. Yang Wan widened his eyes as he looked at Zhuolan. Zhuolan proudly smiled at him, this is the super popular sheep voice online lately. How does it sound? Do you like it? Yang Wan carefully played with the microphone and answered sincerely, it sounds good. That settled then, Zhuolan patted his shoulder and hung up the video. He turned back to his own desk and turned on the computer. He thought back then he managed to make significant progress with Yehe Fengao's relationship thanks to the voice changer. He didn't believe that hearing such gentle sheep voice, Yehe Fengao wouldn't reveal their true identity. Yang Wan originally planned to log into the game as usual. Suddenly, a postgraduate classmate approached him asking to borrow books. So, he headed out once to deliver the books to that female classmate. Hepping waited patiently, logging online based on the timing of who he was supposed to wait for. However, the awaited one still hadn't arrived. With patience, he squatted at the dungeon entrance waiting. Suddenly, a private chat message from Xiaoya appeared. Friend, Night Black Sky High, let's go in with my main account for the instance. Friend, Night Ferryboat, no, I'm waiting for someone. Friend, Night Black Sky High, soon people might find out that my main and secondary accounts are online simultaneously. Friend, Night Ferryboat, it's fine. I'll just say it's a proxy player. Friend, night black sky high, really not coming. Friend, night ferryboat, not coming. Didn't you have a movie date with the little courtyard flower from the art academy tonight? Why are you playing games again? Friend, night black sky high, she backed out last minute. Friend, night ferryboat, if I remember correctly, don't the art academy students move to the old campus in their 3rd year? Engineering college students don't have to move during all 4 years of university. Even if you catch up with her, your dating days will be numbered before you break up. Friend, night black sky high, she's a year below us. Next semester will be her sophomore year, she'll move next year. As for you, why are you also online? Wasn't old Chen having dinner with his girlfriend? Did you not go either? Friend, night ferryboat, had something come up, so didn't go. Friend, night black sky high, what you mean by something is gaming? Friend, night ferryboat, proper matters. Old Chen and his girlfriend invited Hepping for dinner, which he initially agreed to. But due to the incident where Yang-won got upset and logged off last night, he reconsidered and decided to delay the dinner and log into the game to wait for someone. Unexpectedly, not only did the other party log off without hesitation last night, they were also late tonight. They seemed rather upset. Hepping felt somewhat dissatisfied and lifted his eyelids, but still turned around and bought fireworks from the players at the market stall in a momentary absence. At almost the same time, Yang-won finished delivering the book and logged into the game. Almost immediately, Night Ferryboat's private chat came in. Friend, Night Ferryboat, stay where you are, I'll come find you. Friend, Woolen Curl, okay. Yang-won obediently stood there and didn't prepare to move to another position, but Shuolan suddenly private chatted him. Friend, Willow Wan, something happened, come over to the city gate of Chang'an. Yang-won decided to find Shuolan first. Shuolan's Luling character was waiting for him outside the city gate. Seeing Yang-won riding towards him on his red date horse, he approached and initiated a trade, offering a set of dancer outfit appearances. Friend, Willow Wan, I just remembered, I have some equipment in my warehouse that you can use, so here you go. Yang-won didn't hesitate to take it, changing immediately. This white gold set had been quite popular when it came out with a new raid a couple of years ago. But compared to the current top-tier sets, its stats were still somewhat lower. Still, it was much better than Yang-won's current gear. After changing into the new set, Yang-won's hairstyle and clothes changed too, shifting from plain white to white gold. He didn't bother to closely examine the dress design. After separating from Shuolan, he hurried towards the dark river forest. Before the red date horse had gone far, Night Ferryboat sent him a message. Friend, Night Ferryboat, where are you? Friend, Woolen Curl, I'm outside Chang'an. Friend, Night Ferryboat, didn't I tell you to wait right there? Friend, Woolen Curl, I'll head back now. Friend, Night Ferryboat, stay where you are, I'm coming to you. Friend, Woolen Curl, oh. Yang-won stood at the edge of the forest waiting. He stayed close to the large tree, whose dark brown trunk conveniently obscured his ID. Yang-won didn't mind this. A moment later, He-lang flew towards him riding a phoenix from the distant sky. The phoenix carrying Night Ferryboat slowed down as it neared the woods, circling above nearby. However, before Yang-won could step forward, the phoenix directly flew past his head, continuing further ahead. Too preoccupied looking for a female dancer with long black hair and a white dress, He-lang didn't recognize Yang-won, who had changed both clothing and hairstyle. Friend, Night Ferryboat, where are you? Did you run off again? Are you messing with me? Friend, Woolen Curl, not messing with you, you went too far. He-lang half-heartedly turned the phoenix around, scanning over the figure in the white gold set standing under the tree. Friend, Night Ferryboat, where are you? The adult female dancer stepped out from behind the tree, revealing her familiar ID. Night Ferryboat lowered the phoenix, zooming in closer on Yang-won. With the new appearance, her features looked even more refined and attractive. A light golden high ponytail reached down to her waist, the forehead plum blossom mark replaced by a similarly styled brow accessory, adorned in a strapless white embroidered silk dress with short boots. In her hand she carried the same fishtail umbrella. He-lang couldn't help but take a few more looks. Meanwhile, Yang-won was observing Night Ferryboat's newly exchanged mount. The phoenix with fiery red feathers lazily lay on the ground, its gorgeous tail feathers trailing to the floor, shining brightly. It looked even more expensive than the white tiger mount. Just then, He-lang seemed to suddenly recall something, frowning deeply. Where did the little spy get this white gold set from? He felt a mix of complex emotions inside. Friend, Night Ferryboat, which one of your good big brothers gave this to you? Friend, Woolen Curl. Seeing the question marks he typed, He-lang woke up just before being exposed. Friend, Night Ferryboat, who gave you the appearance? Friend, Woolen Curl, my roommate gave it to me. Staring at those few characters he sent, He-lang snorted lightly. First of all, blseries and Woolen Curl weren't close enough for her to give him a white gold set. Blseries played as a Luling character and wouldn't buy a dancer set either. It was probably given by one of the older brothers this little spy had met in-game. He-lang thought of Su-sen right away first. At the end, he raised his brows slightly disbelievingly. What kind of gift is that, giving an old set from a couple of years ago? How stingy can someone be? Shifting his attention away from the set, Lang pulled him onto the Phoenix. They ascended into the air on the Phoenix and turned back toward the rear. Friend, Woolen Curl, where are we going? Friend, Night Ferryboat, Snow Village. Fewer players were in Snow Village, and he wouldn't worry about bumping into anyone from the guild. Vaguely remembering the place mentioned last night, Yang-won responded. Friend, Woolen Curl, oh. Friend, Night Ferryboat, get on YY, I'll add you to the room. Yang-won exited the game and logged into his YY account. Lang quickly connected with him via YY voice chat. Little sheep. The deep, magnetic voice of the other person rang in his ears. Yang-won switched back to the game and typed. Friend, Woolen Curl, yes. Can you hear me? Lang asked. Friend, Woolen Curl, I can hear you. There was a brief silence on the headphones before the other person suddenly asked, did you receive the headset? Yang-won paused, feeling a subtle premonition about what might come next but still answered truthfully. Friend, Woolen Curl, I received it. Lang bluntly asked, then shouldn't you let me hear your voice? Friend, Woolen Curl, sure. Yang-won silently switched back to the YY interface and turned on his microphone. His heart pounded in his chest, and his palms gripping the mouse were sweating from tension. When it came time to speak, he dryly opened his mouth but no sound came out. He didn't know what to say. Seeing that he was hesitating to speak, Lang casually asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem with your microphone? Friend, Woolen Curl, there's no problem. Then hurry up, say something so I can hear, Lang urged. Friend, Woolen Curl, what should I say? Lang paused for a moment, his voice carrying more cheerfulness, just say, okay. Yang-won didn't understand why Lang was smiling. He curled his fingers, his short and clean nails tightly scratching against the keycaps of the keyboard as he tried to ignore the increasingly loud heartbeat echoing in his ears. 2 seconds later, Yang-won forced out the words in a strained voice, okay. A soft and somewhat timid female voice sounded in Lang's ears, tinged with evident nervousness. It wasn't overly sweet or sugary, yet it was clear and pleasant to hear. Like a gummy bear candy. From hearing her voice alone, one could vaguely picture the silhouette of a gentle girl. Completely different from the girls in his class. Lang felt an unnoticeable stir deep inside him. Without even realizing, he subconsciously replied, okay. Chapter 13, Admitting Mistakes. Snow Village was one of the 5 major scenic areas in the game, located between 2 mountains. There, players could enjoy stunning snow views. Feng descended from the sky and placed them on a small hilltop. Looking forward from the peak, they had an unobstructed view of the entire Snow Village, a perfect spot for sightseeing. Lang maneuvered his in-game character to sit cross-legged on the ground, and Yang-won mimicked his action, sitting beside him. Feng lay lazily next to Yang-won without moving. Lang's voice came through the headphones, does Feng look nice? It looks nice, Yang-won replied calmly, no longer as nervous as before. Do you like it? The other asked. I like it, Yang-won said. Seizing the moment, Lang said, would you like me to give it to you? Without a second thought, Yang-won dryly refused, I don't want it. Lang suddenly felt a bit disinterested. Other female players actively ask male players for equipment and mounts, he wished to immediately wake this fool up, but you're doing the opposite. Yang-won grabbed the wrong focus point, who are the other female players? Lang thought about it for a moment, don't you know Xinghuatzi? Didn't she have Lang Xing by her a charm right in front of you last time? Yes, Yang-won's tone carried a hint of hesitation, brimming with obvious questions, how do you know? The person on the computer end lightly coughed, Lang Xing and I are friends in real life. Oh. Yang-won's confusion grew more evident, but isn't Xinghuatzi married to Lang Xing? Lang was momentarily at a loss for words. On the surface, what she said made sense. He abandoned the idea of giving away the mount, put Feng back into his backpack, and casually changed the topic, did you take screenshots? Yang-won gently hummed, screenshots of what? With such a beautiful snowy landscape, why wouldn't you take screenshots? Lang's tone rose, isn't it true that girls love capturing game sceneries the most? After hearing this, Yang-won began to focus on taking screenshots. It wasn't empty landscapes he captured, all the images saved showed him and Lang sitting shoulder to shoulder on the hilltop or their side profiles. In some angles, there was a captured scene of dancer turning around to look at Yeruazu. The distance between their shoulders suggested closeness. From his perspective, they looked like couples whispering sweet nothings. Thinking that one of them was himself, Yang-won paused slightly, scrolling the mouse's middle wheel to pull the lens back, withdrawing his gaze from the game characters and quietly saying, I'm done taking screenshots. The male assassin beside the dancer stood up and turned towards him, extending a hand. The game camera automatically zoomed in, making Yeruazu's handsome eyebrows and prominent nose very clear. A prompt box appeared inviting him to hold hands. Simultaneously, Yeruazu's voice pierced through the earphones and into his ears, hold on to me. Yang-won fixated on Yeruazu's face in the game, briefly feeling as if the game character was speaking directly to him. Seeing that he still didn't make any moves, Lang explained, thinking he might be hesitant, I'll take you flying. Yang-won came back to his senses and used the mouse to click on the acceptance option, okay. Yeduazu grasped his hand and pulled him up from the ground. The other led him to turn around, using lightness skills to fly toward the steep cliffs behind them, ascending along the cloud-like cliff wall until finally landing inside a cave on the cliff. Yeduazu held his hand and turned, overlooking below from the edge of the cave opening. Here, you can see the entire snow village, He Lang reminded him. Yang Wan followed suit and took several pictures. He Lang did not let go, continuing to lead him further into the cave. The cave was dimly lit, with unlit torches inserted on both sides of the cave walls. He Lang didn't pick up any torch but instead guided him cautiously into the darkness. Yang Wan slowly asked, "Where does it lead?" He Lang did not give a direct answer. "You'll see when we get there." Yang Wan obediently followed him deeper inside. About a minute or two later, they could finally see faint flashes of pale yellow light at the end of their vision. Yang Wan kept staring at that small yellow light point. Upon closer inspection later, he realized the tiny light flickered continuously. Behind the light, there was a new cave entrance. He Lang brought him into the new entrance, running along a long narrow cave path ahead. At the moment of passing through the entrance, the field of vision suddenly widened. Below were grasslands swaying in the wind, and above was a vast dark blue night sky studded with shining stars. And at the center of the grassland, pale yellow fireflies were dancing everywhere. While other places in Shinga were always daytime, it was the first time Yang Wan saw nightfall within the game. They sat down amidst the gathering of fireflies. He Lang clicked to lie down, and the assassin labeled Yeduazu rested his arms behind his head, knees bent slightly, lying face up on the grasslands. Yang Wan also lay down, the dancer labeled Yangguanjuan, with her hands dangling by her sides, her high ponytail gently flicked as she relaxed and reclined into the grass. He Lang opened his backpack to retrieve the fireworks he had bought. There were too many types of fireworks at the stall, and their names were all so flowery. He hadn't let anyone else set off fireworks, and judging by their names alone, he couldn't tell the differences between them, so he ended up buying them all. He randomly ignited one of the fireworks. As the firework soared into the night sky, Yang Wan was taking a screenshot, capturing the exact moment the firework exploded. He paused, asking, "Did you set off the firework?" "There's no one else here besides me." He Lang paused, "Do you think it's pretty?" Yang Wan said, "It's pretty." He Lang didn't continue the conversation, but instead gave a light cough, abruptly bringing up yesterday. "Oh." Yang Wan quickly explained, "There was a power outage in the dormitory last night, and I got disconnected." He Lang. "Power outage?" His voice rose slightly. "Yes, power outage," Yang Wan added, "the battery of my laptop broke several weeks ago, and I haven't bought a new one yet." He Lang. So it wasn't him going offline out of anger, He Lang thought expressionlessly. While silently seething, he heard the other ask curiously, "Why did you buy fireworks? Is there any festival today?" He Lang. "I bought them a while ago, they take up too much warehouse space, so I brought them all here," he replied curtly. Through the headphones came Yang Wan's soft "oh." Hearing the other's voice, his mood inexplicably improved slightly. Since he'd already bought them, he might as well use them rather than letting them clutter the storage. He Lang started igniting the fireworks one by one. After setting off the red, rain-beating banana leaves, he then lit the nearby yellow candle by the western window, and finally, there were 10 red beams from the south, which he casually glanced at and ignited without hesitation. The characteristic sound effect of the fireworks ascending rang in his ears, causing He Lang's eyelids to twitch suddenly. A love poem came to mind, the name of the fireworks probably derived from it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the fireworks burst open in the sky. One pink heart after another appeared in their field of vision. He Lang. Yang Wan frantically took screenshots and saved them. After a long silence, He Lang finally spoke, his tone complex, "My hand slipped, I pressed the wrong button." Yang Wan replied very understandingly, "Okay." This small interlude thus passed quietly. Still, since these fireworks cost money, He Lang proactively asked, "I invited you to watch the fireworks, don't you have anything to say?" Yang Wan said, "Thank you." He Lang was unsatisfied, "Just thank you." "Then next time, I'll set off fireworks for you," Yang Wan suggested after some thought. He Lang. In a deliberately lowered voice, he teased, "Didn't you call me Big Brother just a few days ago? Why don't you do that now?" Yang Wan blushed at his words, and after a long pause, softly muttered, "Can I type it instead?" His tone even carried undeniable tension. A slight smirk tugged at the corner of He Lang's lips, and in a magnanimous gesture, he granted the request, "Sure." With slightly reddened cheeks, Yang Wan bent over to type. However, before receiving Yang Wan's thanks, Xiao Yi sent a message first. "Good friend, Yehidi Fengao, are you done? If so, come join a dungeon. There aren't many main characters online in our guild, we lack primary DPS output, and we've been unable to progress. Good friend, Yeduazu, alright." While replying, He Lang said aloud, "I've got something to attend to, so I'll log off. Go through the teleportation array above yourself." Yang Wan could only delete what he'd typed and hurriedly replied, "Okay." He Lang quit YY, voice chat, and his secondary character, then logged back onto his main character. Xiao Yi and some people from the guild were waiting for him outside the dungeon. They were pushing a large 15 to 20 person dungeon. After He Lang joined the dungeon team and counted the number of players, including himself, there were 19 people present, leaving one empty spot. He sent a private message to Xiao Yi. Good friend, Langxing, I'll invite one more person into the group. Good friend, Yehidi Fenggao, who? As long as they don't drag the team back. Good friend, Langxing, Yang Guanjuan. Good friend, Yehidi Fenggao, isn't her equipment attributes too low? She can barely protect herself. Good friend, Langxing, platinum set. Good friend, Yehidi Fenggao, alright, did you gift it to her? Eyebrow raised. Good friend, Langxing, no way. Would I be that stingy? Give out dated sets. Good friend, Yehidi Fenggao. After finishing the conversation with Xiao Yi, He Lang reached out to Chushuangshuan with Chao Tian, who was also in the group. Good friend, Langxing, you go to Chang'an and bring Yang Guanjuan over for the dungeon. Good friend, Chushuangshuan with Chao Tian, okay, big bro. Chushuangshuan with Chao Tian swiftly headed toward Chang'an and on the way, added Yang Wan as a guild friend. Good friend, Chushuangshuan with Chao Tian, hi, sis Huan Huan. Remember me? Good friend, Yang Guanjuan, I remember. Yang Wan struggled to recall any relevant information about the person. Good friend Yang Chuan, you must be the sweet girl. Good friend Chushuangshuan with Chao Tian. Good friend Chushuangshuan with Chao Tian, don't call me sweet girl. I'm a guy. Good friend Yang Chuan, alright then. Good friend Chushuangshuan with Chao Tian, my brother asked me to pick you up for the dungeon run. Yang Wan guessed that the brother he referred to should be Yehidi Fenggao. Good friend Yang Chuan, isn't he offline? Good friend Chushuangshuan with Chao Tian, he went off his secondary character and came back online with his main one. The secondary doesn't have enough damage output. Good friend Yang Chuan, oh. Yang Wan was about to log off, but when Chushuangshuan with Chao Tian came to find him, she decided to go along. When Yehidi Fenggao pulled him into the group, Chushuangshuan with Chao Tian explained it in the party chat. Party Chushuangshuan with Chao Tian, there happened to be an extra spot left, so I brought Sister Jujuan here to practice her operations, everyone okay with that? Kneeling thanks. Party Mango Thousand Layers, Sweet Girl and Sister Jujuan really get along well. Sweet Girl, you're truly the best friend of everyone 030. Party Chushuangshuan with Chao Tian, you're the best friend, your whole family are best friends, flipping the table. Party Who's the Cookie, welcome Jujuan, clapping. Party Chinli Lai Xiangsong, welcome Jujuan, nice seeing you again, clapping. Party Neighbor Old Zhao, welcome Jujuan, clapping, did Sister Cici come? Party Yehidi Fenggao, she's taking a shower. Everyone fully believed what Chushuangshuan with Chao Tian had said. When entering the dungeon, Yang Wan wanted to speak to Yehidi Fenggao, but realized they hadn't added his main character as a friend yet. He walked in the middle of the group, keeping an eye on Yehidi Fenggao's movements all the time. He Lang also walked in the middle of the group, observing him carefully. The big group stopped at a fork in the road. In front of them were three paths, the two on either side led to dead ends that still required clearing out small monsters, while the central path was the correct one. Party Langxing, we will split into two groups and clear the side paths before regrouping here. 9 people will come with me on the left, the rest follow Yehidi Fenggao on the right. 9 people gradually stood behind He Lang. Not caring much about who joined which group, He Lang looked up to check Yang Wan. Without hesitation, Yang Wan ran straight towards Yehidi Fenggao. He Lang. It slipped his mind, so far, the little spy still thought Yi Dojo was Xiao Yi. Suppressing the faint annoyance inside, He Lang took 9 people to the left path. Unknowingly, Yang Wan followed Yehidi Fenggao to the right. After both small groups finished cleaning up the minor enemies and returned to the fork, the large group continued moving forward along the central road. 2 minutes later, they encountered the first mini-boss in the dungeon. The team's thick-shelled tank was responsible for pulling the boss aggression, the main attackers found gaps to chip away at the boss health bar, others handled the wave of minions summoned by the boss, and the healer stayed at the backline to replenish health. As the mini-boss reached low health, it underwent a transformation on the spot, unleashing an upgraded powerful skill that swept across its front. The melee classes were hit head-on, enduring the attack from the boss. The boss fell backwards, leaving behind a treasure chest before dissipating into ashes. He Lang and Xiao Ye's health bars reduced by some fraction, the two characters functioning as tanks only retained half of their blood. The main healer in the group quickly restored the health of those two. He Lang controlled his character to turn around and just happened to see Yang Wan walking toward his direction. Stopping his steps, suppressing the slight anticipation in his heart, He Lang waited there. Holding the umbrella, Yang Wan's dancer character jogged over. Precisely bypassing him, raising her hand to cast a healing spell, directly dropping it on Yehidi Fenggao. Yehidi Fenggao's health bar immediately increased by a bit. He Lang's face darkened slightly. But that wasn't the end yet. Halfway through the dungeon, the two main healers in the team accidentally logged out. Without any healers, they couldn't continue advancing, so everyone teleported out of the dungeon and agreed to come back at this same time tomorrow. After Yehidi Fenggao arranged the follow-up plans, the other members successively disbanded from the group, teleporting back to the city. Only He Lang and Yang Wan remained in the group motionless. Xiao Yi suspected that He Lang had something to say. Party Yehidi Fenggao, are you not leaving? Is there anything you want to say? Party Yang Chuan, yeah. Party Yahidi Feng Gao, then I'll transfer the captain role and leave first. Party Yang Chuan, wait, I have something to tell you. Party Yahidi Feng Gao, me? Party Yang Chuan, yeah. Party Yahidi Feng Gao, what is it? Party Yang Chuan, about what we didn't finish talking about last time. Xiao Yi was utterly confused. He Lang already figured out what it might be, feeling increasingly irked. First, Yang Wan glanced at He Lang. Then, thinking about it, Yang Wan recalled that Yahidi Feng Gao mentioned Langxing was a friend he knew in real life. So if that person was present, it probably wouldn't matter. He manipulated the dancer character to walk in front of Yahidi Feng Gao and slowly started typing. Both of them simultaneously saw what Yang Wan had sent. Party Yang Chuan, thank you, big brother. Xiao Yi was utterly surprised. He Long and Yang Wan seemed to have progressed pretty quickly if they were already addressing each other as brother and sister. He intentionally didn't point it out. Party Yahidi Feng Gao, you're welcome, little sister. Party Yang Chuan, then I'll log off now. Xiao Yi unethically sat in front of the computer, laughing and pounding the table. Party Yahidi Feng Gao, good night, little sister, Moon. Yang Wan was momentarily stunned before sincerely replying. Party Yang Chuan, good night, big brother, Moon. Unable to hold back, Xiao Yi burst into laughter. In the end, he initiated a private chat with He Lang. Good friend Yahidi Feng Gao, He Lang, your little sister is so obedient, grinning mischievously. He Lang gripped his mouse tightly, grinding his molars. Even though there was nothing going on between him and Yang Wan, right now he had an impulse to punch Xiao Yi. Chapter 14 Ing. After finishing her shower, Zhuolan sat in front of the desk applying a facial mask. Yang Wan found a screenshot of the dark night and high wind pink heart fireworks and sent it to him. Will this one work? Hongdo Nangua is actually a high-frequency confession prop used in the game. Every in-game husband of Zhuolan has set it off for him. Thus, he immediately recognized it. Did he confess to you? Yang Wan shook his head, no. I need evidence from the chat records. Preferably a screenshot of a written confession, as it's more credible, said Zhuolan, slightly disappointed. Of course, you can also keep the screenshot for now. He casually saved the image into his phone's photo album. Yang Wan said, oh, then his eyes flickered across Zhuolan's computer screen, noticing he wasn't playing the Yang Liuxi account. Noticing Yang Wan's gaze, Zhuolan explained, this is my fourth daughter. Recently, I've taken on a small apprentice. I spend most of my time on the secondary account with them. Yang Wan nodded in understanding and didn't ask more about Zhuolan's apprentice. During the following 2 days of the weekend, Yang Wan had some issues with his experiment. Busy with experimental data, he did not log back into the game. Since he was not online, he indirectly learned from Yang Liuxi that due to being too busy studying, there was no time for anything else, hence He Lang also rarely logged into his minor account. When he had free time, apart from preparing for the help war material needs, he would also call others to go to Dark River Forest to hunt autumn water equipment. Everyone in the guild knew that Xiao Huaji's minor account is the dancer profession. Many people are spreading rumors that the leader is getting the full set equipment for Xiao Huaji. Xiao Huaji also thought this way as a matter of fact, even quite considerately stopped clinging to him for daily routine activities. On Sunday afternoon, He Lang met up with a friend after a basketball game. At the entrance of the school, they encountered Xiao Yi at a bubble tea shop. By his side stood a girl with striking features, standing inside the store ordering bubble tea. Without turning his head, He Lang told his few friends, let me buy you guys bubble tea. A group of young boys in their early 20s excitedly rushed into the bubble tea store to place orders, causing others inside the store to frequently look back. Xiao Yi signaled from afar with a raised eyebrow, but He Lang ignored him completely, walking straight toward the Art Academy beauty with a deep voice starting conversation, little sister buying bubble tea. The Art Academy beauty froze momentarily upon realizing he was talking to her and lightly nodded. He Lang tilted his lips upward in a sly smile, allow me to treat you. The Art Academy beauty was immediately somewhat bashfully attracted. Xiao Yi cursed and walked over, grabbing his shoulder pushing him against the wall, man, stop flirting with the person I'm interested in. With an expressionless face, He Lang glanced upward with a smirk, didn't I learn that from you? Xiao Yi. Bro, come on. He slapped He Lang on the shoulder to remind him, don't forget, Woolen Roll isn't your wife, she's a spy sent here for reconnaissance. He Lang dismissively waved his hand, I know. As long as you know. Xiao Yi released him, what just happened is considered settled. You'd better not appear in front of my future girlfriend with that face again. He Lang sneered, grabbed his bubble tea, paid, and left with his few friends. After returning to the dormitory, taking a shower, and logging into the game in the evening, he normally scanned through the friend list only to finally spot Yang Zhuan's glowing icon. He Lang unhesitatingly signed off his original account and immediately switched to the Yeduazu account. Yang Wan was just preparing to complete some daily quests when he received a message from He Lang. Friend, Night Ferry Boat, where are you? Friend, Woolen Roll, Chang'an Inn. Friend, Night Ferry Boat, have you done your daily quest? Friend, Woolen Roll, no. Friend, Night Ferry Boat, wait for me. I'll do it with you. Friend, Woolen Roll, alright. He Lang found him at the Chang'an Inn and took him along to meet NPCs for tasks. Although already knowing the reason from Yang Liusi, he still pretended ignorance and asked nonchalantly once more. Friend, Night Ferry Boat, why didn't you go online over the weekend? Not forgetting his current identity as a first-year university student, Yang Wan temporarily made up an excuse. Friend, Woolen Roll, too much homework. He Lang was instantly left speechless. Friend, Night Ferry Boat, are you in high school or college? Uncertain where he might have slipped, Yang Wan seriously reiterated again. Friend, Woolen Roll, I am a college student. Friend, Night Ferry Boat, college students don't usually have much homework either. Friend, Woolen Roll, a lot. Friend, Night Ferry Boat, what major are you studying? Yang Wan hesitated slightly before remembering, the majority of his graduate school classmates came from the undergraduate landscape architecture major. Friend, Woolen Roll, landscape architecture. There's indeed a faculty of science in the old campus. After some thought, He Lang determined none of his acquaintances were in that faculty, so he abandoned the idea of asking around. They formed a party and went to find the NPC, then accepted the lost and found task. A great thief had stolen the night pearl from Chang'an's Guohua temple, and the abbot of the temple had entrusted them with retrieving it. They followed the quest clues, tracking through the outskirts of Chang'an until they eventually located the hideout of the master thief in Fixia Mountain, triggering a combat mode against him. He Lang intentionally let Yang Wan practice his skills and techniques. He took off his purple-grade equipment to brawl with the master thief while letting Yang Wan assist and heal from behind. It took them quite some time, but they finally managed to defeat the great thief. Afterward, the two returned to the city to submit the quest. Yang Wan's weapon durability was almost depleted, so He Lang took him to the blacksmith shop for maintenance on his weapon. Friend, Night Ferry Boat, this little broken umbrella of yours should be replaced. Friend, Woolen Roll, as long as it works. Friend, Night Ferry Boat. Friend, Woolen Roll. Friend, Night Ferry Boat, aren't you going to be my bound healer? Your current tiny broken umbrella won't provide enough healing to support me on the battlefield. Friend, Woolen Roll, you didn't say anything about joining a battlefield that day. He Lang fell silent for a moment before deliberately trying to scare him. Friend, Night Ferry Boat, if I'm not joining any battlefields, why would I need a bound healer? Let's make this clear, I won't bring useless people to the battlefield. If you can't heal me properly, I'll leave you behind and find someone else later. Yang Wan picked up on the underlying meaning in his words but wasn't scared by what he said. On the contrary, he felt slightly annoyed instead. Friend, Woolen Roll, I never said I wanted to be your bound healer. It was you who made me do it. He Lang perked up, lowering his gaze enthusiastically at the computer screen. Friend, Night Ferry Boat, so now you're mad. Yang Wan only just noticed the sudden shift in his emotions. Feeling a bit confused, he pursed his lips, trying hard to calm himself down. Friend, Woolen Roll, I'm not angry. Friend, Night Ferry Boat, not angry. Then show me a smile. Yang Wan bent his head searching through an endless sea of emojis for a smiley face. Perhaps due to being somewhat absent-minded, he looked for a good while without finding one. As he searched for the emoji, another line from He Lang popped up on the chat window. Friend, Night Ferry Boat, alright, don't be mad anymore. I take back what I said earlier. Is that fine? I promise not to leave you behind. Friend, Woolen Roll, I'm not mad. Friend, Night Ferry Boat, still mad? Then I swear, I will not look for anyone else. I'll only rely on you. Yang Wan wasn't adept at handling such scenarios, so he kept repeatedly explaining. Friend, Woolen Roll, I really am not mad. Friend, Night Ferry Boat, even this doesn't work. Fine then, tomorrow I'll set off fireworks for you to see. Yang Wan stared blankly at the computer screen, blinked, and suddenly realized something on his own. The other party seemed like a password-protected electronic door. If the wrong code was entered, the door would stay forever locked. He thought he'd found a better method than simply repeating explanations. Friend, Woolen Roll, sure thing, and I'm no longer upset. Just as He Lang had been handling the situation confidently up to the second before, in this instant, he was caught off guard and paused slightly. Unconsciously imagining how soft his voice would sound when saying those words, He Lang could feel the corners of his mouth rising despite himself. Chapter 15, Raids on Escorts. He Lang had already maxed out the forging skills in his own number. He was pondering about when he had free time, to gather some materials and forge an umbrella for Wool Roll. Pal, Night Ferry Boat, next time I'll give you a new weapon. As if anticipating what he might say next, He Lang added one more sentence. Pal, Night Ferry Boat, can't refuse. Pal, Wool Roll, then I'll pay you. Pal, Night Ferry Boat. Pal, Night Ferry Boat, I don't accept money. If you really want to give me something, exchange the money into other things. Pal, Wool Roll, do you have anything specific you want? He Lang slightly raised his eyebrows. Pal, Night Ferry Boat, think about it yourself. Pal, Wool Roll, okay. Quietly keeping this matter in mind, Yang Wan did not ask anymore. After finishing their remaining errands, He Lang reviewed his task list, then messaged him. Pal, Night Ferry Boat, have you done any merchant escort missions? Pow, wool roll, no, what is that? Pow, night ferry boat, it's just transporting goods. Lang brought him to do these merchant escort missions. In the game, there are several routes for running commerce missions, and Lang chose the longest one. They bought supplies from the NPC, and transported them all the way from Yensha Mountain to South Zhoport. On the way, they encountered 2 instances of raids on their convoy, but both were severely injured by Lang. After selling the delivered supplies at South Zhoport and receiving the task reward, Yang Wan planned to log off. Pow, wool roll, I'm going to log off. Pow, night ferry boat, alright. Pow, wool roll, bye. Just as he finished sending this message, he prepared to exit the game, but another new message appeared in the private chat channel. Pow, night ferry boat, wait, bye. Pow, wool roll. Pow, night ferry boat, is there nothing else you want to say to me? Yang Wan seriously thought about it, and then replied. Pow, wool roll, no. Pow, night ferry boat. It seemed like the other party paused for a moment without sending any new messages. Yang Wan reflected with a little embarrassment, perhaps he forgot something. Lang put on a serious face. Pow, night ferry boat, you didn't even say goodnight to me. Yang Wan stopped, gradually showing confusion in his eyes. Pow, wool roll, didn't we say it last time? Pow, night ferry boat, that doesn't count. Pow, wool roll, why doesn't it count? Lang slightly faltered for a second. Pow, night ferry boat, last time was last time, it can't be used for this time. Pow, wool roll, alright then. Having grasped somewhat the knack of getting along with Lang, he went along with what the other wanted. Pow, wool roll, good night. Pow, night ferry boat, that's it. This time, Yang Wan quickly understood. Pow, wool roll, alright then. Pow, wool roll, brother, good night, moon. Lang was finally satisfied. Pow, night ferry boat, little lamb, good night, moon. Yang Wan exited the game, turned off the computer, and the moment he closed the lid, he suddenly looked at himself reflected on the screen with slight bewilderment. Did I change back from sister to little lamb again? Lang switched back to Wolf Walk's account, calling people in the guild to go brush the Dark River Forest instance. Yang Wan had only lain down on the bed for a short while when he received a call from Zhuolan. Zhuolan was coming back to sleep and left the keys in the dormitory, asking him not to sleep yet and to wait to open the door for him. After hanging up the phone, Yang Wan got up from the bed again, leaned against the wall and played with his phone. But the more he played with the phone, the sleepier he got. Worried that he would fall asleep unintentionally, he stepped down from the bedside ladder, turned around, and turned on the desktop computer to once again open the client of Xinggu. At this point in time, which was already approaching midnight, the icon of night ferry boat in the friend list was black. For no reason, Yang Wan felt a little disappointed. After slowly wandering a few steps in South Zhoport, he went to the NPC to buy supplies, deciding to run alone from South Zhoport back to Yensha Mountain. Running alone was bound to be not as smooth as doing it together with someone else. He was ambushed on the road halfway. The top-level female character who ambushed his convoy was named Sakura Snowfall. Not only was her name familiar, but below it was also the guild name of Beacon Fire Wolf Smoke. She belonged to the same guild as him. Although Yang Wan learned the healer techniques, it doesn't mean he couldn't fight. However, the equipment gap between the two was quite large, and the other person quickly beat him severely wounded and took away half of his supplies. He stood up to take medicine to recover blood, and noticed out of the corner of his eye that there were words appearing in the chat channel. Nearby, Sakura Snowfall, oh, sorry, I didn't realize that you were from my own guild. Nearby, wool roll, it's okay. Not overly dwelling on this incident, Yang Wan went to the nearby stations to find NPCs to make up for the supplies that were taken, continuing to walk towards the direction of Yensha Mountain. When he was almost near Yensha Mountain, Zhuolan came back. Yang Wan changed the mode of running business to automatic, stood up to open the door for Zhuolan. After getting off the car, Zhuolan passed by the snack street and bought him some grilled food. After entering the room, he placed the takeaway box containing the grilled skewers on the table and reminded Yang Wan to come over and eat while he went to shower with his clothes. Yang Wan returned to sit in front of the computer, intending to finish transporting the goods first. However, a system notification popped up on the screen. He had been raided again. The raider had already left, but the system notification showed the name of the person who did it. Once again, it was Sakura Snowfall. Yang Wan immediately realized she was doing it deliberately. After running to Yensha Mountain and selling the remaining supplies, he opened the guild list and saw that Sakura Snowfall was still online. Zhuolan came out after finishing his shower and noticed Yang Wan looking at Sakura Snowfall's profile. Why are you checking her? Is Apricot Flower Branch troubling you? Only then did Yang Wan remember that Sakura Snowfall was the one who spoke for Apricot Flower Branch during the previous guild channel conversation. She raided my escort mission, Yang Wan said. Upon hearing this, Zhuolan furrowed his brows and slammed his hand on the table. She raided your escort mission. She must have done it intentionally. Indeed, it was deliberate, Yang Wan nodded truthfully. She raided me twice. She dared to raid you twice. Zhuolan chuckled with anger. It's against the rules of the guild to raid another guild member's escort mission, yet she has the guts. At this time, unless she's also running commerce, she shouldn't be in Yensha Mountain. He turned around to open his own computer. Since she started it, we'll raid hers as well. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan tilted his head slightly toward him. Didn't you say it's not allowed to raid another guild member's escort mission? Zhuolan lifted his chin confidently. No worries, I'll use my alternate account. If using an alternate account won't get you recognized, Yang Wan nodded thoughtfully, then why doesn't she use one? Who knows, Zhuolan didn't care. Let's not bother about it. He logged into his max-level alternate account, which wasn't part of the guild, and met up with Yang Wan in Yensha Mountain. Then they both headed toward South Zhou Port to look for Sakura Snowfall. Sure enough, they found her mid-escort along the way. Apricot Flower Branch was also there. They stealthily followed behind them, quickly realizing that both Sakura Snowfall and Apricot Flower Branch were operating in automatic mode. Zhuolan had long been irritated by Apricot Flower Branch, but refrained from attacking her privately due to Wolf Walk's face. He told Yang Wan to stay put while he leaped over using his lightness skill. Effortlessly, he managed to raid their escorts. The success came so easily that Zhuolan was still somewhat upset, so he beat both Apricot Flower Branch and Sakura Snowfall down to nearly dead status before returning to find Yang Wan. The two returned to Chang'an City and logged off, turning off the computer to go eat barbecue. The strong taste of barbecue lingered in his mouth, so much so that Yang Wan even dreamed of barbecue flavors that night. The next noon, Zhuolan received a message from Ding Dang Ling Air. Apricot Flower Branch complained to Lang Xing within the guild, accusing Wu Role of raiding her escort mission last night. Chapter 16, Evidence. When Xing Huaiji reported the incident, Dang Dang Linger wasn't online and only heard about it afterward from other guild members. Zhuolan didn't rush to call Yang Wan. Instead, she logged into the game herself and asked around for details. Friend, Shizhou Chen Yanhua, I saw this happen. Xing Huaiji didn't hide from anyone, she directly confronted Lang Gu in the guild chat. Friend, Yang Lu Seer, she deliberately made a big deal out of it. Frowning. Friend, Shizhou Chen Yanhua, what exactly happened last night? Friend, Yang Lu Seer, tell me first, what did she say to Lang Gu? Friend, Shizhou Chen Yanhua, she said that last night, she was running trade routes with Ying Chuixu on the Yan Sha Mountain route when Yang Mao Wan had people intercept their cargo. Friend, Yang Lu Seer, do you have screenshots showing Yang Mao Wan together with the bandits? Friend, Shizhou Chen Yanhua, yes. Friend, Yang Lu Seer, what did Lang Gu say? Friend, Shizhou Chen Yanhua, Lang Gu said he would handle it once Yang Mao Wan logs back on. Friend, Yang Lu Seer, the person who intercepted the cargo last night was me. Friend, Shizhou Chen Yanhua, what's going on here? Stunned. Friend, Yang Lu Seer, Ying Chuixu intercepted Yang Mao Wan's cargo twice, so I wanted to help her by logging into my minor account. Friend, Shizhou Chen Yanhua, do you have system notifications as evidence? Friend, Yang Lu Seer. Probably not. Friend, Shizhou Chen Yanhua, oh, this isn't going to be easy for you to explain. Lang Gu already favors Xing Huaiji, and if she sticks to her story, without evidence that she's lying, things are going to get difficult. Even if Lang Gu believes your version, the one who intercepted Yang Mao Wan's cargo last night was still Ying Chuixu, not Xing Huaiji. Friend, Yang Lu Seer, no worries. In the worst-case scenario, we just leave the guild. It's just Ying Chuixu, the fool, who doesn't even realize she's being used as a pawn by Xing Huaiji. As Yang Lu Seer sent this message, he mentally added that anyway, his relationship with Yi-Go is almost over. Friend, Shizhou Chen Yanhua, since Brother Yi and Lang Gu are real-life friends, why don't you ask Yi-Go to speak with Lang Gu? Even though the relationship may soon end, at least it hasn't yet. Asking the other side for help should still be fine, it means he and Yi-Go haven't wasted their time talking. Zhuolan opened up his friend list and scrolled down. Yi-Go's avatar was dark, he wasn't online. He directly went on to QQ and sent a private message. The most recent good morning exchange between them was over 20 days ago. After exchanging good mornings, they no longer had anything else to say to each other. At that time, Zhuolan told Yang Wan that he suspected Yi-Go might be getting too close with someone else behind his back. One of the reasons was the decreasing frequency of their conversations, besides the lack of evidence from close relatives or friends. When Zhuolan's message arrived, Xiao Yi was sitting in the back row of his professional class, head bowed as he played with his phone. Xiao Yi and He Lang weren't in the same major and didn't share dorms. Yi-Go, I'll mention it to him later. Yang Lu Seer, alright. It seemed like both were about to fall silent again. Considering that the school beauty was almost within reach, Xiao Yi decided to clarify matters. Yi-Go, whether it's you or me, neither of us can end this relationship anytime. Remember that? Of course, Zhuolan remembered. He snorted lightly. If Xiao Yi wanted a clean break, Zhuolan agreed, but only on the condition that Xiao Yi didn't go behind his back to flirt with girls in-game. He didn't have any interest in wearing a green hat unnecessarily. Yang Lu Seer, do you want to cut ties? Xiao Yi didn't hide it from him. Yi-Go, I plan to look for a girlfriend in real life soon. In real life? Not in the game. After thinking it over, Zhuolan felt there was no point hiding these thoughts and decided to lay everything out in the open. Besides, when he initially sought Yang Wan's help, he hadn't considered all aspects of it. Recently, some people had approached him privately, warning him to be cautious about his roommate. Only then did Zhuolan realize that this method wasn't really appropriate and could potentially harm Yang Wan's reputation in the game. Fortunately, Yang Wan didn't intend to stay in the game long. Yang Lu Seer, if we're cutting ties, tell me first, have you been interacting with others in the game recently? Yi-go. Of course not. Yang Lu Seer, someone told me a long time ago that they saw your secondary character with someone else. Xiao Ye's expression turned subtle, silently cursing He Lang for a moment. After weighing his options, he still didn't tell the other person about He Lang using his secondary account. Instead, he casually came up with an excuse and brushed it aside. Yi-go, maybe it was a proxy player trying to flirt. I rarely log into my secondary account, it's usually operated by proxies. Zhuolan gave him a skeptical look but ultimately chose not to press further. After all, the game and real life are separate entities, and Zhuolan understood this clearly. Since the other party had agreed to help, regardless of whether past events were true or false, it was better to just let it go. Yang Lu Seer, fine. You've helped me with this, so we'll cut ties now. Yi-go, there's one more thing. Next week is the faction battle, so we'll tell everyone about our breakup after it ends. Zhuolan readily agreed. Xiao Yi exited the chat and didn't bother to send a message to He Lang. In his view as someone in the know, there was no need for him to bring up whether or not Ma Yangjuan should stay, because He Lang had everything figured out already. He opened the game on his phone and entered the lobby to queue for a match. On the other hand, Zhuolan also put down his phone and called his close relatives in the game to join him in an arena battle. While waiting for them to arrive, he picked up his phone again, thinking of sending Yang Wan a message telling him that he wouldn't need to log into the game anymore. Just before sending the message, he hesitated. Zhuolan held the phone in his hand and recalled his entire conversation with Yi-go. Wasn't this excuse of proxy players too clumsy? After all, the other party certainly wasn't the type who just leave their account to be played by a proxy player. The more Zhuolan thought about it, the more he felt that the person behind Yi Duzhou probably wasn't Yi-go, but neither could it be a proxy, it must be someone Yi-go knew. He suspected if it might be Lang Gu. Whether or not Lang Gu was a heartbreaker, he didn't care much about, but if it were true that Yi Duzhou belonged to Lang Gu, thus providing the perfect opportunity to expose Lang Gu cheating on Xinghuaji, he wouldn't want to let it go. Deleting the text in the send box, he decided to let Yang Wan keep playing until the end of the month. In the evening, Yang Wan logged back into the game and was immediately summoned to answer questions in the guild channel. He already knew about the accusation made by Xinghuaji, the system notification from the previous night had already disappeared and couldn't be traced. Even so, he wasn't at all flustered. Guild, Lang Gu, Ma Yangjuan, come over here for a second. Ji said you had people intercept her and Xue's convoy on Yansha Mountain last night. What do you have to say about it? Guild, Ma Yangjuan, it was Xue who intercepted me twice first. Guild, Xinghuaji, anyone can make false accusations without evidence. Do you have proof that Xue intercepted your convoy twice? Angry. Zhuolan, standing nearby, angrily reflected, yesterday I was so clouded by barbecues that I never even considered the possibility that they were setting us up. I should have asked you to take a screenshot. In contrast, Yang Wan remained calm and clear-headed, isn't she the guild master's wife? Even if we have evidence, they'll just deny it and insist the screenshots are edited. Wolfgang would definitely side with his wife. Zhuolan cursed, damn. Guild, Ma Yangjuan, I don't have any screenshots. Chuxuangxuan came out to speak for Yang Wan. Guild, Chuxuangxuan, you say Jujuan led people to intercept your convoy, but do you have any evidence? Guild, Xinghuaji, of course, I've got a lot of screenshots. Should I post them in the big group? Smiling. Chuxuangxuan fell silent. Guild, Xinghuaji, is my dear husband online? I've been bullied. Please help me. Helpless. He Lang, who had been quiet all along, finally spoke up. Guild, Lang Gu, yes, dear. Just now I received a private message from a stranger saying they saw Xue intercept Ma Yangjuan's convoy twice last night while running the route from Nanzhou Port to Yansha Mountain. Ma Yangjuan wasn't lying. Hearing about an eyewitness, Xinghuaji hadn't said anything yet when Yingxuixu, who had been silently observing the situation, began to feel uneasy. Guild, Yingxuixu, what kind of witness is this? Last night I encountered Ma Yangjuan on the way from Nanzhou Port to Yansha Mountain. Can't you guys even get your stories straight before pretending to be witnesses? Sneer. Xiao Yi, lurking to enjoy the drama, stepped forward at the right moment to stir things up further. Guild, Yi-go, so last night, you met Ma Yangjuan on the way from Nanzhou Port to Yansha Mountain. Yingxuixu grew slightly panicked and started speaking without thinking. Guild, Yingxuixu, yes. That's correct. Then we were unfairly intercepted. Guild, Yang Lu Seer, but weren't you two intercepted on the way from Yansha Mountain to Nanzhou Port? Confused, innocent. Xinghuaji almost fainted in exasperation with Yingxuixu's lack of intelligence. Guild, Yingxuixu, I made a mistake earlier. People aren't machines, making mistakes with words is perfectly normal, right? She quickly sent a private message to Xinghuaji. Private message, Ingchueshue, what should I do, Ji? I was so eager to refute the witness. Xinghuaji completely ignored her message. Guild, Langgu, according to the guild rules, no one is allowed to intercept each other's convoys. This incident was started by Ingchueshue, so the responsibility lies with her. Anyone violating the guild rules will be expelled. What do you think, dear? Xinghuaji, whose mind worked fast, immediately typed in agreement without a word. Guild, Xinghuaji, alright, honey. Ingchueshue was both shocked and angry. Private message, Ingchueshue, Ji. Don't you say you could protect me? Friend, Xinghuaji, Ingchueshue, I'm sorry. I told him for you, but my husband said we can't violate the rules of the guild, or it would damage his authority as leader. However, I managed to convince him that after next week's faction battle when everyone gradually forgets about this matter, I will have you back in. Friend, Ingchueshue, really? Friend, Xinghuaji, really? Friend, Ingchueshue, that's wonderful, Ji. You're my best friend in the game, heart. She was so gullible. Last night, unexpectedly meeting Yang Wan, she complained to him a bit, and Ingchueshue readily agreed to help her find a way to get even with Yang Wan and promised to work together to kick Yang Wan out of the guild. Unfortunately, they didn't succeed, and it was such a wasted opportunity. Xinghuaji typed scornfully, lowering her eyes with disdain. Friend, Xinghuaji, Ingchueshue is also my best friend, heart. Although the handling of the matter had no effect on Xinghuaji, it was all within Zhuolan's expectations. Yang Wan got up to fetch water. Zhuolan stood motionless in front of his computer. Didn't you add Langgu as a friend last time? Seems like I did. Yang Wan thought for a moment before answering, just check the friend list. Zhuolan bent down and opened the friend list. Sure enough, Lang Ji's avatar was there. He was just about to close the friend list and remind Yang Wan to keep an eye on the online and offline times of Langgu and Yi Duozhou when he noticed that Lang Ji's avatar turned black. Zhuolan froze mid-motion and patiently waited at the same spot. In less than 2 minutes, Yi Duozhou's avatar lit up right after. Slowly releasing the mouse, Zhuolan stroked his chin, deep in thought. After Yang Wan sat down, a private message from Yi Duozhou popped up. Friend, Yi Duozhou, where are you? Yang Wan sent over his coordinates and location. Not long after, He Lang appeared riding a white tiger. Friend, Yi Duozhou, weren't you sleeping last night? Why are you online again? Friend, Yang Wan, my roommate didn't bring his key, I need to wait for him. Friend, Yi Duozhou, in future, if someone bothers you in-game, just call me. Friend, Yang Wan, you've logged off. Friend, Yi Duozhou. Friend, Yi Duozhou, isn't QQ still there? Adding friends isn't meant to be just decoration. Friend, Yang Wan, I can't hear it when I'm asleep. An unclear emotion flickered in He Lang's eyes. Almost immediately, he began to suspect that Yang Wan was deliberately hinting at something. Friend, Yi Duozhou, want my phone number? Friend, Yang Wan. Friend, Yi Duozhou, it's not impossible to give you my phone number, but you can only text me, and I can't guarantee a response time since I'm very busy. Friend, Yang Wan, just a second. Friend, Yi Duozhou, are you thinking of calling me too? Friend, Yang Wan, no. Friend, Yi Duozhou, if there's really an emergency, calling isn't out of the question. Will that work? Friend, Yang Wan, but. Friend, Yi Duozhou, but what? Friend, Yang Wan, I don't want your phone number. He Lang's face stiffened momentarily. After a pause, he irritably replied. Friend, Yi Duozhou, can't you finish your sentences at once? Friend, Yang Wan, sorry, I didn't mean to. Seeing the other party apologizing, he felt somewhat unsettled. Friend, Yi Duozhou, alright, next time you want to apologize, just call me brother, understood? Calling me brother is more effective than apologizing. He Lang endured it, wondering how to leverage his gender advantage. Friend, Yang Wan, okay, brother. He Lang stayed silent for 2 seconds, and indeed all his annoyance dissipated. Friend, Yi Duozhou, who was the one who helped you settle scores last night? Yang Wan thought about it and decided to keep Zhuolan's involvement hidden. Friend, Yang Wan, a new friend I met in the game. The little spy actually had good social skills. Friend, Yi Duozhou, how could you let Ingchueshue ambush you twice? I remember her gameplay wasn't great either. Friend, Yang Wan, the second time I was AFK. He Lang didn't know whether he should laugh or get mad. Friend, Yi Duozhou, if you go AFK during trade runs, even if Ingchueshue doesn't ambush you, others will. Friend, Yang Wan, oh. He deliberately switched to a serious tone of lecture. Friend, Yi Duozhou, as soon as I leave, you start getting into trouble. What will happen if one day I'm busy and can't log on? Yang Wan played this game originally to get closer to him. When he's not online, Yang Wan didn't need to waste time playing the game. Friend, Yang Wan, then I won't log on either. He Lang found his words inexplicably sweet. This little spy could infuriate people when confused, but could also be sweeter than honey when lucid. Friend, Yi Duozhou, you really want to follow me everywhere, huh? Yang Wan paused for a moment, and without much thought, a line of words came out, as if he was becoming increasingly adept at speaking this way. Private message, Yang Mianjuan, I want to follow brother. He Lang coughed lightly, as if unable to withstand it. The assassin in the game screen raised his hand, making a motion of patting Yang Wan's head on his dancer. Private message, Yi Duozhou, good little sheep. Yang Wan lowered his eyes, feeling a bit shy and fidgeting with his ears. His parents and older brother at home would also praise him, but the two feelings were completely different. As for where they were different, Yang Wan himself couldn't explain. With Yi Lang's mood improved, he wanted to do something with Yang Wan. Given Ing Chueshua's equipment and operation, Yang Mianjuan could definitely attempt a counterkill. No one said healers couldn't deal damage, there were several healers in the game famous for their high damage output. Equipment can be upgraded, but first, skills and awareness must be honed. Yi Lang decided to take him to the arena. Saying they would play in the arena was more like saying Yi Lang would train Yang Wan appropriately and accurately. First, he took Yang Wan to the sect to learn offensive mantras, then opened a private single-person PK room in the arena, using himself as a target to feed moves to Yang Wan. To familiarize him with the usage and switching of various offensive skills of the dance maiden profession. Xiao Yi showed up at just this time. Seeing Yi Lang teaching Yang Mianjuan combat techniques, Xiao Yi let out a surprised whistle, never thought that I would live long enough to see you acting as sparring partner for someone else in the arena. Yi Lang, are you raising a spy or a wife? Something. Recognizing his voice, Yi Lang asked without turning his head. Ignoring his question, Xiao Yi leaned on his chin recalling, last time I saw you training someone, wasn't it a year ago with Candy Girl? The events from last year left a deep impression on Xiao Yi. Actually, Yi Lang isn't suited to be a mentor, he has never been patient like this before. A year ago, when he brought Candy Girl to the arena, according to Candy Girl herself, Yi Lang had scolded her no less than 50 times in the arena alone. This gave Candy Girl a significant shadow over the arena for weeks afterward. Did you yell at her? Pulling out of his recollections, Xiao Yi asked curiously. Yi Lang paused slightly before answering, no. No. Xiao Ye's eyebrows shot up, genuinely surprised. Yi Lang really hadn't yelled at Yang Wan. Though Yang Wan's academic performance is excellent, he evidently doesn't have much natural talent when it comes to gaming, plus this isn't his strong point, so it's inevitable he makes mistakes. When Yang Wan made his first mistake, Yi Lang already had a barrage of abusive words typed in the send box. Although Yang Wan isn't a gaming prodigy, he has always been an obedient student who listens to his teachers. Thus, he took the initiative to admit his fault in the chat channel and remembered what Yi Lang had said. Private message, Yang Mianjuan, I'm sorry, brother. Yi Lang's finger hesitated above the enter key, not pressing it. By the second mistake, Yang Wan didn't even wait for Yi Lang to finish typing a full sentence. Private message, Yang Mianjuan, I'm wrong, brother. At the third error, Yi Lang didn't even type anything, directly going to the emoji bar to find an angry face. Yang Wan incorporated old knowledge into new learning, then innovated. Private message, Yang Mianjuan, scold me, brother Kak. Somehow conveying a pitiful meaning, Yi Lang's anger was quelled entirely, leaving him speechless. These things Xiao Yi didn't know about. He came to Yi Lang for something serious, the official website has released next week's guild battle roster. Yi Lang turned to look at him, is it still a group stage this year? Xiao Yi nodded, we won first place last year, so we directly enter the semifinals this year. The semifinal is next Saturday. Whom do you think we might face in the semifinal? Yi Lang asked. Yangchun Baixue, Genchi Kanglin. Xiao Yi listed 3 guild names, or Beiji Star. Beiji Star, related to the young spy, Yi Lang nodded calmly. Not quite grasping his thoughts, Xiao Yi reminded, you haven't forgotten. Woolen Sheep's connection with Beiji Star. Yi Lang raised an unconcerned eyebrow, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Good, then we need to fill up the warehouse materials this week. Xiao Yi fell into thought, since we don't know whom we will face yet, we need multiple tactical plans. Speaking of materials, Yi Lang casually interrupted him, I seem to remember you having a few rare stones. Yes. Xiao Yi looked at him, how many do you need? I'll take all of them. Yi Lang replied. In that case, I'll mail them to you later. Xiao Yi was a bit curious, why do you need the stones? Don't you already have a weapon? Oh. Yi Lang offhandedly explained, I want to forge a weapon for Woolen Sheep. Xiao Ye's eyes widened, just giving it away. Yi Lang looked puzzled, do I look like someone who's short of this amount of money? It's not about the money, Xiao Yi tried to enlighten him. What else could it be? Yi Lang's tone was casual. Xiao Yi. Is this what you call having it under control? Chapter 17, it's over. As the guild battle week approached, Yi Lang finally managed to gather the full Qiu Shui set and also prepared a weapon he planned to gift Yang Wan. His efforts to collect materials within the guild were not a secret. Xing Huaji guessed that he was likely preparing a surprise for her, so she chose to pretend ignorance and simply waited for him to approach her. However, Wolf Walk remained completely quiet. While doing daily quests with Sakura Shui, Xing Huaji casually complained about it. Friend, Xing Huaji, he never mentioned the Qiu Shui full set or the weapon to me. Could it be that it's actually not intended for me? Disappointed. Friend, Sakura Shui, don't worry, who else could it be for besides you? Brother Lang only has your little dancing girl character around him. Friend, Xinghuaji, Wolwan is also a dancer class, our husband probably mistook us for each other because of our similar classes at first. Friend, Sakura Shui, you can rest assured, Brother Lang won't like her. Friend, Xinghuaji, then why hasn't he even brought up the fact that he's going to give me something? Frowning. Friend, Sakura Shui, maybe he wants to wait until after we win the guild battle to present it in front of everyone, it would be more ceremonious that way. Thinking about it, it did make sense. Xinghuaji couldn't help but show a hint of regret on her face. Unfortunately, Beacon Fire Wolf Smoke will definitely not take the top seat in the entire server this year. After finishing their daily quests, Sakura Shui said goodbye. Friend, Sakura Shui, I'll go ahead now, branch. Chan Luwater invited me to see the scenery. Knowing Chan Luwater was a friend she met after leaving the guild, and the two were getting along well recently, Xinghuaji replied without much interest. Friend, Xinghuaji, alright. See ya, cherry blossom. Cute. When the guild battle week began, the official schedule had arranged nightly guild battles, making the world channel less peaceful than before. Players from rival guilds often cursed each other on the world channel. He Lang, during his free time from classes, logged into the Wolfwalk account to discuss strategies with core members of the guild, and then used the Yi Duzhou account to do quests and dungeons with Yang Wan in the evenings. By Friday night, the list of semi-finalist guilds was announced. It matched exactly what Zhao Yi had predicted earlier. Apart from themselves, the other three guilds were Yangchun Baixue, Beiji Star, and Jian Qi Kanglan. According to the random allocation by the official side, they were scheduled to fight Beiji Star on Saturday, while Yangchun Baixue would face off against Jian Qi Kanglan. In last year's guild war, Yangchun Baixue came in second place, Jian Qi Kanglan third, and Beiji Star fourth. When doing a quest with Yang Wan, He Lang intentionally probed him. Friend, Wolf Walk, we're having a guild battle on Saturday evening. Will you join? Friend, Wolwan, am I supposed to participate too? Friend, Wolf Walk, you don't need to. The number of participants in a guild battle is fixed. You can log in as a spectator. Yang Wan thought about it for a moment and remembered that his professor had invited them for dinner at home that Saturday evening. Friend, Wolwan, I have plans on Saturday evening, so I can't log in. He Lang raised an eyebrow skeptically. If it's really not possible, how could the little spy not show up? Unless he has a main account in Beiji Star, listed in Beiji Star's participation roster. Considering the latter possibility was quite low, He Lang subtly laid out some bait again. Friend, Wolf Walk, if you want to watch, you can log in earlier. The guild battle starts at 8 in the evening, but we'll arrange tactics in the group chat 2 hours in advance. Friend, Wolwan, I have plans for dinner in the evening and won't be able to make it. Assuming he was deliberately saying this, He Lang didn't pay much attention to his words. He just didn't believe that the little spy wouldn't come online on Saturday evening. Besides Yang Wan, Zhuolan, originally on the participant list, also had a conflict. He received temporary notice from his professor to attend a small fashion show out of town over the weekend, so he asked He Lang for leave in advance to be removed from the list. The fashion show took place on Saturday, so Zhuolan left on Friday night, leaving Yang Wan alone in the dormitory. On Saturday noon, Yang Wan met a few graduate student classmates at the school gate to buy bouquets and fruit together. Along the way, he received a call that the professor and professor's wife had something urgent and asked them to visit another day. Yang Wan turned around and went to the library. When it was 5 o'clock in the library, he suddenly remembered that there was a guild battle tonight. He left the library, got food from the cafeteria, and took it back to the dorm to eat. As soon as Yang Wan went online, He Lang received a system prompt since he had placed Yang Wan on special attention. This was entirely within his expectations. The words the little spy had spoken on that day were clearly meant to relax his vigilance and dismiss any suspicion. He Lang switched to the Yi Duzhou account and went to where Yang Wan logged in to look for him. Friend, Yi Duzhou, didn't you say you're going out for dinner? Why are you online now? Friend, Wolwan, it was cancelled temporarily. A slight smile appeared on He Lang's lips, feeling that his lying skills were truly not that good. His strained attempts to find excuses were almost endearing. How could it be so coincidental that the dinner was cancelled right when the guild battle started? Friend, Yi Duzhou, get on QQ, I'll add you to the small tactical group. Yang Wan was a bit confused. Tactics should be very important, and as a member who wouldn't participate in combat, should he really join the group? Friend, Wolwan, can I join? The little spy was acting rather convincingly. He Lang not only didn't feel angry but also found him increasingly interesting. Friend, Yi Duzhou, sure, you're one of us. Friend, Wolwan, okay. 2 minutes later, Yi Duzhou added him to the tactical small group. He opened the member list and found there were surprisingly few people. He originally thought all the members participating in the battle would be in the group, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. People in the group were talking. Yang Wan quietly lurked and observed their discussion until someone noticed his arrival. Inha Laojiu Tian, whose alt did Night Brother bring in? Yehe Feng Gao, Silk's roommate. Chuyen Xuanhua Chao Tian Tian, Ninth Brother, don't worry, Sister Huan Huan is one of us. Inha Laojiu Tian, Silk's roommate. When did she join the guild? Why haven't I seen her? Langxing, she joined recently. Haven't you been busy with your project and playing less? Inha Laojiu Tian, if she's one of us, there's no problem. Sister, don't blame me for being too sensitive, it's just a pretty sensitive period right now. Yang Wan said he understood. Wu Wan, okay. He Lang privately messaged him for an explanation. Yi Duzhou, Inha Laojiu Tian is the strategist of our guild. Wu Wan, oh. The interrupted discussion in the group resumed. Inha Laojiu Tian, who will be the main commander tonight? Still the guild master. Langxing, no, you take over. Inha Laojiu Tian, alright, I've uploaded the tactical plan to the group files, you can download it yourself. Yang Wan downloaded a copy and opened it to take a look. But he didn't understand much of it, skimming through hastily without leaving any deep memory points in his mind. Moreover, he didn't know that after the group discussion ended, He Lang turned around and created a new group, calling in everyone except him. Langxing, the tactical plan from earlier is void. I discussed with ninth brother, we'll use plan B tonight. Inha Laojiu Tian, got it. Chulian Xuanhua Chao Tian Tian, isn't sister-in-law part of us? Inha Laojiu Tian, sister-in-law. So Qianwei, sister-in-law. Nyosan Nake Biscuit, sister-in-law. Langxing, any issues, talk to me after the guild battle ends. Later, when we discuss tactics, I'll include all the squad leaders and Xinghua Ji. Chulian Xuanhua Chao Tian Tian, is it a good idea to let Xinghua Ji see our real tactical plan? Langxing, let her see the real plan so she believes we have no clue about her true identity. Xiao Yi didn't reply in the group chat. For tonight's guild battle, he moved his computer to He Lang's dorm room. Right now, he silently marveled, not expecting He Lang's words, there are numbers, meant literally precise. But despite sharing the same spy status, He Lang's attitudes towards Xinghua Ji and Wu Wan couldn't be more different. He leaned back into the chair, turning his head toward He Lang, what do you think about Wu Wan? I saw you didn't even spend money on Xinghua Ji. He Lang didn't take long to decide, occasional online romance isn't bad either, it's merely a game-related seasoning. So you want to raid their guild and also pursue her? Xiao Yi asked. He Lang replied, we need to fight this guild battle, and I still need to chase her down, these two things aren't contradictory. You deceived her using fake tactics, Xiao Yi said teasingly, and you still expect her to engage in an online relationship with you? She deceived me too, so neither side has the moral high ground. He Lang didn't care. By 7 o'clock, He Lang pulled several squad leaders and Xinghua Ji into the group. The informed individuals quite cooperatively acted in front of Xinghua Ji. Chulian Xuanhua Chao Tian Tian, elder brother Lang, isn't it inappropriate to pull outsiders into the guild tactic discussion group? Langxing, last year, during the strategy meeting before the guild war, didn't Silks attend too? Inha Laojiu Tian, Silks is a member of our guild, but Xinghua Ji's main account isn't ours. Langxing, hasn't her identity been clarified already? Besides, Qian Shan Yao Fei Ju didn't make it to the semi-finals this year, so they won't affect us. No one in the group spoke anymore, and Inha Laojiu Tian uploaded the tactical plan to the group file, starting to elaborate on the deployment of the tactics. As it approached 8 o'clock, the players preparing to participate positioned themselves on both YY voice chat and in-game according to the prompt provided by He Lang. Yang Wan went to the best viewing spot in the game. Once the guild battle began, Yang Wan squatted high up looking down at the chaos below. With the battlefield in disarray, he could only distinguish allies from enemies by color. Even so, he gradually realized that the tactical plan Fire Beacon Smoke seemed to be executing wasn't the one he saw in the group that evening. Since he didn't play games much and didn't understand the competitive means between guilds, he didn't think deeply about why they were different. Even half an hour later, due to the excessive number of participants and spectators on the map, he was directly disconnected. After logging out and attempting to log back in, the game interface remained stuck at, too many people ahead, please try again later. After several attempts like this, Yang Wan finally gave up and closed the game login interface. At 9 o'clock, the guild battle ended, and the system announced Beacon Fire Smoke as the winning side. He Lang's private chat channel instantly got flooded with new messages. Acquaintance, sweet first love, the North Star Guild did not use a counter-strategy corresponding to the fake tactics. Sister-in-law isn't a spy. Friend, Inha Laojiu Tian, what does sweet mean by calling her sister-in-law? Isn't Wu Wan Silk's roommate? Friend, smell roses, elder brother Lang, what's going on with your sister-in-law? Friend, which cookie are you, elder brother Lang, is Wu Wan your wife? He Lang didn't have time to reply to these people for now. Xiao Yi stood up and approached, thoughtfully concluding, is it possible that Wu Wan saw through our intentions and thus didn't send a fake strategy back to the North Star Guild? Recalling their daily interactions, He Lang furrowed his brows and shook his head. That's not possible. In that case, Wu Wan isn't a spy after all, Xiao Yi remarked, his voice rising cheerfully, does she have a problem with this matter? He Lang. Xiao Yi sighed softly, how should we pacify her? He Lang. At the same moment, Sweet First Love's second message popped up. Acquaintance, Sweet First Love, elder brother Lang, you're doomed. How could you mistake sister-in-law for a spy? She's already logged off in anger. It's still not too late to bite durians. Chapter 18, Taking the Mic. The battle between the factions on Sunday evening was set between Fenghua Langyan and Yangchun Baixue. 2 hours before the battle, Xing Huazi obtained the tactical plan for fighting Yangchun Baixue from a small tactical group chat. Having verified the authenticity of the tactics used against Beiji Star yesterday, Xing Huazi fully trusted the tactics she now held. She immediately switched to another account and privately sent the document to the guild leader of Yangchun Baixue. After receiving the confidential information, the other side meticulously questioned her about how she obtained the document before putting away their guard and suspicions, confidently passing it on to their military advisor within the guild. According to Fenghua Langyan's guild rules, anyone participating in the battle had to have been a member of the faction for at least 3 months. Xing Huazi did not meet the conditions for participation, so she could only watch from the peripheral areas. In the leaked tactics from Fenghua Langyan, the main force was placed in the central route for the advance, with melee classes leading the charge while ranged attack classes followed behind. A small squad was left to guard the base, while another team was arranged to ambush along the smaller flanking routes. Yangchun Baixue quickly formulated a new strategy, leaving their strong shield team to resist attacks in the center while their main offensive forces flanked around the sides, aiming to surprise attack the opponent's home base. However, after the battle began and the two major factions met in the middle path, Yangchun Baixue discovered that the enemy only had frontline melee attackers in the center, without any ranged attackers following behind. At this point, Yangchun Baixue intended to break through via the central route but lacked the offensive strength. The guild's commander on YY instructed the flanking teams to retreat, but it was already too late. Under the cover of the guerrilla team, Fenghua Langyan's ranged attackers lay in wait on the smaller roads and ambushed first, taking down the captain of Yangchun Baixue's charging team. Without their captain, the team lost its composure, causing the two factions to immediately fall into chaos. An hour later, Fenghua Langyan successfully charged into Yangchun Baixue's base and toppled their guild flag. In a battle where kills were recorded both as personal and factional achievements, Yangchun Baixue's defeat this year was more humiliating than last, losing twice as many members as they did the previous year. Furious, the guild leader of Yangchun Baixue confronted Xing Huazi, who was left speechless amidst her shock. After discussions among the management, it was decided to expel her main character from Yangchun Baixue, suspecting she had been turned by an opposing faction. Xing Huazi originally became a spy to infiltrate Yangchun Baixue's management level, but ended up falling prey to Fenghua Langyan's schemes and reaped no reward for her efforts. Seated in front of her computer, her fingers on the mouse whitened slightly from gripping too tightly as rage coursed through her entire body. Following their victory in the battle, Fenghua Langyan organized a celebration on YY. The event unfolded as usual, with members singing, playing games, and interspersed with lottery draws. The prizes included game equipment and cash-red envelopes, all expenses covered by Helong and Xiaoya. Knowing of Xing Huazi's identity as a spy, everyone on YY praised their own guild master, who had sacrificed much for the entire faction. Helong's voice was present in the YY channel for the guild, yet he remained silent throughout. He switched to the game screen, intending to find Yangwan. Concerned that the number of online players might be too high at night, which could cause him to be disconnected, Yangwan logged on precisely at the end of the battle. The message about the activity on YY was posted in the guild channel, and though Yangwan saw it, he didn't join. He was waiting for Yidianzu to log in. But Yidianzu's icon remained dark, likely because even he decided to participate in the activity on YY. Speculating that the other party might not appear tonight, Yangwan wasn't interested in the activities on YY either, so after casually wandering around the bustling Chang'an city twice, he prepared to log off right there. On his way down Chang'an Street, Chuxiangshuanwo Wichaotian called out to him. "Friend, Chuxiangshuanwo Wichaotian, there's an event happening on YY, isn't Mimi going to play on YY?" "Friend, Yang Wojuan, I'm signing off." Chuxiangshuanwo Wichaotian wasn't quite sure if Yang Wojuan knew Yidianzu's real identity. By reason, he thought Yang Wojuan should be aware. However, during the last dungeon raid, Yang Wojuan just followed Yidianzu. Fortunately, due to the large number of participants, the lack of interaction between Yidianzu and Yang Wojuan went unnoticed amid the chaos. For safety, Chuxiangshuanwo Wichaotian mentioned both names. "Friend, Chuxiangshuanwo Wichaotian, don't sign off so quickly, there's a lottery on YY tonight. Both Brother Lang and Night Brother are on YY." Upon hearing Yidianzu's name, Yangwan hesitated for a second. "Friend, Yang Wojuan, okay then." Standing still on the streets of Chang'an, he switched out of the game and logged into his YY account, inadvertently missing a message from Helong. With the guild battle over, there was no longer any need to conceal identities. Helong didn't use Yidianzu's secondary account but directly messaged Yangwan on his main account, asking where he was. Yangwan, who had already entered the YY room, didn't see the message. Helong then contacted Chuxiangshuanwo Wichaotian. "Friend, Wolf Walking, did you see Little Sheep?" "Friend, Chuxiangshuanwo Wichaotian, sister-in-law. I just saw her on Chang'an Street. She should be in the YY room now." Helong went back into the YY room to look for him. At that moment, Yangwan was already lost among a sea of blue horses in the room. Qianli Lai Xiangsong had just finished singing a song, and the guild members were cheering for Xiaoya to sing one. Xiaoya didn't turn on his microphone but typed in the public chat. "Under cover of darkness, sure, let me know what song you want." Everyone requested all kinds of songs. It took Xiaoye quite some time to sift through the dense list of love songs to find a relatively normal Chinese song. After finding the backing track, he replied in a public chat. Under cover of darkness, as usual, send flowers first. No flowers, no singing. Flowers started flying on the screen at an astonishing speed. There were emoticon flowers and special effect flowers, making Yang Zhuan's eyes dizzy. Having never participated in group activities on YY, he stared down at the interface, studying it for a long while before finally finding a rose icon in the emoticon bar. By this time, Xiaoye had already taken the mic, and the prelude music of the song began to play softly. The speed at which everyone sent flowers clearly slowed down. Yang Zhuan's 3 roses suddenly became strikingly visible on the public chat screen. When the prelude ended, Xiaoye did not start singing. Though the little dot after under cover of darkness name continued to flash, indicating he was on the mic, the voice coming from the headphones carried a smile, clear and resonant but unfamiliar. Dear brothers and sisters, a small accident occurred, so our guild leader needs to make a temporary announcement. Yang Zhuan's expression gradually turned bewildered as his gaze involuntarily fell on the left side of the YY interface, where he noticed Langxing swiftly taking the mic. Now, flowers were being sent to Langxing in the public chat. Fenghua Langyan _ mango 1000 layers, Brother Lang never sings, but he actually takes the mic voluntarily. Will I have the fortune to hear Brother Lang's sexy voice tonight? Fenghua Langyan _ neighbor old Zhao, let the guild leader sing one. Fenghua Langyan _ Chinli Lai Xiangsong, Brother Lang has sacrificed so much for the faction. Let me say this today, Brother Lang will always be my big brother. Fenghua Langyan _ mango 1000 layers, hell no, my godlike man couldn't possibly fall for someone like Xinghuazi. My idol is still the same in my heart. He hasn't changed. He's back. Fenghua Lanyan _ glutinous rice cilantro delicacy, the guild leader's wife is gone, does that mean I have a chance again? Rubbing hands happily. Fenghua Lanyan _ sleeping moon maiden, sisters, wake up. Guild leader, how do I look? My voice is super sweet. Fenghua Lanyan _ Chuxiangshuanwo Wichao Tian, Are you calling me, sleeping moon maiden? Stop spamming. Finally, the person on the mic spoke, the little dot flashing continuously behind their name. You're blocking me from finding someone. Is little sheep here? Helong lightly coughed once, bringing up a hint of annoyance as he cut straight to the chase. Don't send flowers to under cover of darkness. Chapter 19, Hesitation. Yang Wan froze momentarily. He recognized this as Yuduzu's voice. Yet Yuduzu wasn't Yehe Fenggao, it was Langxing. His first thought was that he had wasted his time these past few days. Only then did he realize that Langxing was looking for him. Yang Wan wasn't sure if he should respond on the public screen. Hila had already found him and didn't need a public acknowledgement. The players present were exceptionally perceptive and immediately sniffed out the significance from Hila's words. The more daring directly inquired on the public screen about the relationship between Wu Lijuan and the guild leader. Without hesitation, Hila left the microphone and shoved Yang Wan into a locked small room before swiftly slipping in himself. Everyone promptly forgot about listening to songs and demanded loudly that Xiao Yi reveal the password of the small room so they could sneak in and eavesdrop. Xiao Yi replied helplessly, unfortunately, I don't know the password either. There was a chorus of sighs on the public screen. Yang Wan and Hila were alone in the locked small room. After a brief silence, Hila asked, is it convenient for you to talk now? Yang Wan didn't answer and frantically opened the voice changer. Without any response from him, the other party's voice dropped slightly lower, are you mad at me? Yang Wan paused in adjusting the microphone, a look of confusion on his face. When had he been mad again? Having grown up praised by those around him for being even-tempered and easily persuaded, such a reaction seemed foreign. But in the game, this was not the first time the other person mistook him as angry. Girls do love to get angry, don't they? His lips moved slightly, his voice soft through the voice changer, no. Hila didn't believe his words, instead furrowing his brows in deep thought. So gentle even when angry, what would happen if someone bullied him at school? Thinking about how long he'd deceived him, Hila felt increasingly uneasy and solemnly apologized to Yang Wan, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Yang Wan hesitated once more, not understanding why Hila suddenly apologized to him. After pondering for a while, he finally came up with a somewhat reasonable explanation. He was playing a female character, while Langxing had a wife in the game but deceived him into thinking he was single. Xinghuazi, Yang Wan slowly started. Nervously tense, Hila interrupted him quickly, Xinghuazi is Yang Chun Baishue's spy, so the wife is fake, but the bachelor status is real. Yang Wan blinked, clearly not expecting this development. Then why was he apologizing? Yang Wan lowered his eyes and reflected, then remembered what happened on Saturday night. He gradually understood. Langxing approached Xinghuazi because she was a spy. Could Yuduzu spending every day online with him also be suspecting he was a spy? Yang Wan felt unworthy of Hila's apology. Though all deceptions had their unspoken reasons, Hila had lied to him, just as he had deceived Hila. He hadn't truly intended to deal with him sincerely. Unaware of his thoughts, Hila still cared about sending equipment, saying to him, come to the Luoyang city gate, I have something for you. Yang Wan broke out of his reverie, subconsciously agreeing aloud, all right. He switched back to the full-screen game interface and teleported his game character to Luoyang City. The Guild Battle Week made the game unusually lively at night, and the city gates under Luoyang were packed with players. Stopping among the crowd, Yang Wan said, "I'm here, I don't see you." "You stand still, I'll come find you." Hila replied quickly. Yang Wan stood there waiting, casually removing his headphones and sent a WeChat message to Zhuolan. "Curled up, we were looking at the wrong person. Yiduzu isn't Yehe Fenggao, it's Langxing." "Joyce, damn my brain. I discovered this a few days ago too. I originally planned to have you keep an eye on him for me and gather evidence of his infidelity, but I completely forgot. Curled up, Xinghuazi is a spy, so they are not really a couple." "Joyce. Joyce, did our guild battle lose?" Curled up, "No loss, we've won." "Joyce, has everyone in the guild already known about Xinghuazi being a spy?" Curled up, "It seems so." "Joyce, I knew why Brother Lang would suddenly like her." Curled up, "Then do I need to keep playing? I think Yehe Fenggao shouldn't be cheating." "Joyce, you don't need to care about this matter anymore, I've already broken up with him. If you still want to play, you can continue using this account, if you don't want to play, give this account back to me." Curled up, "Alright." After replying to Zhuolan's message and raising his head, Yang Wan noticed Langxing had already been standing beside him for quite some time. In the chat channel were newly arrived system prompts and messages sent by the other party. "System Langxing has sent you a hand-holding invitation. System Langxing has cancelled the hand-holding invitation. Friend Langxing, are you there? Friend Wulijuan, yes. Hila directly initiated an item trade with him. Friend Langxing, I've already obtained the complete set of Chiu Shui armor and new weapon that I mentioned last time. Please take them." Yang Wan hesitated for a long time without clicking accept. Since Zhuolan's matter had been resolved, he didn't plan on continuing playing anymore. He wanted to formally bid farewell to Langxing and then log off. Even though Zhuolan would still use this account, he felt it was inappropriate to receive gifts before leaving. "Friend Wulijuan, I don't want it anymore." Hila furrowed his brows. "Friend Langxing, didn't we agree beforehand? Why do you not want it now?" "Friend Wulijuan, it would be such a waste if given to me." "Friend Langxing, are you still mad at me?" Friend Wulijuan, no. "Friend Langxing, take the equipment now, and I'll believe you're not mad." Yang Wan remained silent. Hila slightly raised his eyebrows at Yang Wan's persistence, somewhat surprised. "If you don't feel comfortable accepting, then we'll take our time. Friend Langxing, there's no problem if you don't want the full set, I can resell it. However, the weapon was specially crafted for you and even has your name on it. If you don't want it, I won't be able to sell it or keep it myself, so it will go to waste." Yang Wan hesitated for a while before finally accepting the weapon. His thought about quitting the game wavered for just a second. But it was only a brief hesitation because he wasn't very interested in online games and wanted to focus entirely on his experiments. "Friend Wulijuan, thank you. Friend Langxing, equip the new weapon." "Friend Wulijuan, sure." Yang Wan opened the equipment panel and equipped the new weapon. The new weapon was a pink peach blossom umbrella. As he scrolled over the little pink umbrella with his mouse, details of the weapon appeared before him. Although he didn't understand much about the game, he could tell that the attributes of the pink umbrella were significantly better than those of the original white umbrella. Yang Wan scanned through from top to bottom but failed to find his name in the attributes section. Instead, he saw a familiar name under the creator's information. Langxing. His eyes lingered on the other person's ID for 2 seconds, and unconsciously, he pressed his lips together. "Friend Wulijuan, my name isn't on the weapon." "Friend Langxing, put on your headphones, typing takes too much time." Yang Wan picked up the headphones next to him and put them on. "Take another look at the weapon's name," Hila reminded him. Yang Wan looked for the section where the weapon's name was written. "Mimi. Don't all little sheep make the Mimi sound?" Hila chuckled softly, so little sheep is approximately equal to Mimi, and Mimi is approximately equal to little sheep. Even though they weren't face to face, Yang Wan's cheeks still turned red due to his laughter. After a long pause, he quietly said, "Oh." Below the city gate, there was a crowd so dense that water couldn't flow through. Hila used his lightness skills to bring Yang Wan up to the city gate and sat him down on the edge of the wall. Yang Wan raised his eyes and gazed at the distant scenery, feeling it was time to say goodbye. After practicing several drafts in his mind, he spoke, "I." Unluckily, Hila also started at the same time, "I." Both stopped talking, waiting for the other to continue. Hila got on his mount, bent down, and extended his hand towards Yang Wan. "Let me take you to the wilderness map to test out the new weapon." Yang Wan skillfully accepted the invitation, holding onto his hand as he seated himself in Hila's embrace. "Sure." Hila directed the mount towards the wild zone. "What were you about to say?" Yang Wan paused, answering, "Nothing." As if guessing what he wanted to say, Hila glanced at the time on his phone. "Do you want to log off and sleep? Then we can see each other tomorrow." "No." Interrupting slightly faster to reinforce the truth of his words, Yang Wan quietly added, "I don't want to sleep yet." Hila couldn't help laughing aloud upon hearing his explanation. Yang Wan's face reddened once more with warmth. "What's so funny?" Feeling somewhat uneasy, Yang Wan lowered his gaze. He had suddenly decided to wait until after trying out the weapon in the wild zone to say goodbye. As a result of this wait, the time went from 10 o'clock to midnight. This night, Yang Wan was particularly energetic. Not until Hila reminded him to log off and sleep did he realize it was already past midnight. They parted ways in Luoyang City. Yang Wan carefully considered how to phrase his farewell. However, before he could open his mouth, he heard Hila ask, "Will you also come online after dinner tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Yang Wan hesitated for a moment. Before he could respond, Hila continued, "Call me when you come online tomorrow, and I'll take you to run a dungeon." This time, Yang Wan hesitated even longer. After a long pause, he finally heard himself say, "Sure." In fact, the recent observation experiments weren't that busy either. Yang Wan thought silently, deciding to postpone the farewell plan by another day. After Hila left, he prepared to log off at the city gate. A classmate from the next-door dormitory suddenly came knocking on the door to borrow a hairdryer. Yang Wan took the hairdryer from the rack and handed it to him, then closed the door and returned to sit at his desk. His game character still stood motionless at the Luoyang city gate, with no other players passing by. However, the system notified him that a player named Ji Man had viewed his equipment information. Chapter 20, Raiding. After being kicked out of the guild by Yang Chunbai, Xing Huaji went around asking people for Lang Xing's coordinates. Learning that he had been spotted near the Luoyang city gate, her face darkened as she thought about finding him to settle accounts. Unexpectedly, before seeing Lang Xing, she saw Yang Wan instead. Xing Huaji stood far away in the corner, and her sharp eyes immediately noticed that Yang Wan had changed weapons. Thinking that the new weapon was probably a gift from Lang Xing, she felt discontented and switched to her main character. She quietly sneaked up while Yang Wan was standing still to check his equipment. The pink umbrella in the weapon slot indeed displayed Lang Xing's name on its info page. Xing Huaji's expression turned sour, but before leaving, she took a screenshot to save. The next day when she logged into her secondary character, Ingchueshue messaged her almost instantly. "Friend, Ingchueshue, Sister Ji, did Langa mention when I can return to the guild?" Feeling irritated, Xing Huaji was also somewhat surprised. "Friend, Xing Huaji, you didn't log in yesterday?" "Friend, Ingchueshue, no, I went shopping with a friend." "Is something wrong?" "Friend, Xing Huaji, nothing much, I'm at the Luoyang station now. Come find me, there's something I want to tell you." Ingchueshue teleported to the station in Luoyang City to meet her. As she approached, she realized Xing Huaji no longer had a guild name above her head. "Friend, Ingchueshue, Sister Ji, did you quit the guild?" "Friend, Xing Huaji, Cherry, I feel so pitiful, crying. She began to recount her woes with an expressionless face. "Friend, Xing Huaji, Lang Xing cheated on me with Wulwan behind my back, and even gave her the weapon meant for me. In a fit of anger, I resigned from the guild, aggrieved. Ingchueshue's attention was successfully diverted by her words. "Friend, Ingchueshue, Wulwan is going too far. Ji, let me tell you, Wulwan is just a flirt who goes after men, she even clung on to Night Wind High before." Xing Huaji slightly hesitated, then smiled brightly. "Friend, Xing Huaji, Cherry, is this true?" "Friend, Ingchueshue, yes, it's true. Chan Flo told me he has screenshots proving Wulwan and Night Wind High were meeting secretly using their alts." Xing Huaji contemplated for a moment, looking intently at the computer screen, slowly forming a smirk. Yang Wan went online as agreed upon the night before, after dinner time. Lang Xing and Yi Dudao's icons were still black, so he decided to do daily quests on his own. While taking on tasks, he encountered his girlfriend Mao Chiyu who came to see him off. Mao Chiyu recognized him and greeted him proactively on the nearby channel. Yang Wan also replied earnestly. They immediately added each other as friends. "Friend, Mao Chiyu, is Wulwan doing dailies?" "Friend, Yang Wan, yes." "Friend, Mao Chiyu, are you alone, Wulwan?" "Friend, Yang Wan, yes." "Friend, Mao Chiyu, that's great. My boyfriend will come online later. Can we do them together?" "Friend, Yang Wan, sure." So the two teamed up right there, hand in hand, heading out to complete the daily quests. At this time, He Lang had not yet returned to the dormitory. He was having dinner with a few friends near the school, and they were eating at this time. Without forgetting the agreement with Yang Wan, he frequently looked down at his phone and eventually became impatient, standing up alone and saying, "You guys keep eating. I have some things to do, so I'll go first." It would take about 15 minutes to walk from outside campus back to the dormitory. Not wanting Yang Wan to wait too long, He Lang changed his mind and headed toward the Love Destiny Internet Cafe at the end of the street. Although it had been a while since he visited Love Destiny, the cafe was still bustling with business, and Old Chen sat at the checkout counter eating sunflower seeds and watching idle dramas. Hearing someone enter, without lifting his head, he reminded them, "ID card." He Lang leaned over the counter, tapping his fingers on the desk unreservedly, "Do I need an ID card?" Old Chen looked up at the sound, smiling once he recognized him, "Isn't this Master He? Long time no see. Last time when my wife and I invited you for dinner, you didn't come. There was something that prevented me from coming. Next time if I have free time, I'll invite your girlfriend, He Lang said with a smile, promising. That works, Old Chen nodded contentedly. Are you here to look for someone or to surf the web? Surfing the web, He Lang glanced casually inside. Are there any private rooms left? I've kept one for you, but don't leave yet. Old Chen turned off the idle drama and stood up. I just want to go outside for a smoke. How about you watch this place for me? Start on my machine. Sure, go ahead, He Lang agreed casually. Thanks bro. Old Chen grabbed the phone lying on the table, walked out from behind the counter, and opened the door to step out. He Lang sat at the counter, lazily leaning back into the swivel chair. Old Chen was a couple of years older than him, previously an aimless street thug. During high school, He Lang fought in an alley where they coincidentally met. The year He Lang got into a university, Old Chen rented a store near the school to open an internet cafe. At that time, he didn't have much savings, so he borrowed some money and got the rest of the funds from He Lang's investment. Whenever He Lang came here to surf the web, he never had to top up for internet fees. He logged into the game using the machine at the front desk. Yang Wan hadn't finished his daily quests yet. Lang Xing messaged him via private chat as he stood outside the guild base entrance. Private message, Lang Xing, where are you? Private message, Yang Wan, doing quests with Mao Qiyu. Mao Qiyu? That was the little girlfriend who'd come to see him off. He Lang vaguely remembered her. Girls liked playing together in pairs, and He Lang understood this, let alone the fact that this would likely be her first gaming buddy. So, quite magnanimously, he replied. Private message, Lang Xing, I'm at the guild base, come find me when you're done with your quest. Private message, Yang Wan, okay. Lang Xing stayed in the guild to check inventory and the rewards from recent wars. After finishing these tasks, he guessed it would take Yang Wan about 20 more minutes. So he left his character idle inside the guild, turned the chair around, lifted his long legs onto the edge of the desk, and began to play with his phone. A group of young girls entered looking for someone. Upon seeing him clearly, they started taking covert photos from the doorway. Without lifting his head, He Lang reached over, pulled out a baseball cap from the nearby drawer, placed it on his head, and pressed the brim down lower. Once the girls saw him wearing the cap, they stopped their secret snapshots and left. The lowered brim blocked most of the light in his field of vision. Combined with how late he'd been sleeping recently, within just 2 minutes, He Lang started to feel sleepy. Since the air conditioning in the internet cafe was set very low, he simply rested his elbows on the swivel chair armrests, grabbed the sport jacket hanging on the back of the chair, casually draped it over himself, and decided to close his eyes and nap for a moment. However, before he could drift off, the shutter sound rang again from the reception area. With a furrowed brow, He Lang removed the baseball cap, slightly tilted his head up, and was about to lose his temper when he noticed Xiao Yi holding a phone outside the front desk and teasingly questioning him, "Isn't this Mr. He? What are you doing here pretending to be a net manager?" Old Chen went out to smoke, so I'm helping him watch the place for a while. He Lang lowered his legs, took off the jacket covering him, and responded. What brings you here? I happened to bump into Old Chen on the street, heard you were here, so I came by to check. Xiao Yi enlarged the photo he'd taken to take a closer look. Surprisingly, your face was almost entirely covered by the hat, and you did indeed look like a proper net manager. Xiao Yi posted the photo directly onto his WeChat moments along with a meme related to working in an internet cafe. He Lang checked the picture on his phone, and since only half of his chin was visible, he decided to let it slide. Xiao Yi didn't stay too long and left first. He Lang then sent another message to Yang Wan. Private message, Lang Xing, how much longer? Private message, Yang Wan, coming soon. Yang Wan replied just after parting ways with Mao Qiyu. He rode his chestnut horse to the Fenghua Langyan guild headquarters to find He Lang. He Lang wasn't idling either, having instead opened the guild channel and called for everyone to join the large raid. More and more guild members responded. Guild, mango cheesecake, I'll sign up. Guild, first love pick me extra sweet, brother Lang, wait for me. Guild, Lang Xing, sweet girl, record numbers and configurations. Guild, morning worker, workers will never be absent. Guild, which biscuit are you, brother Lang, leave me a spot, I'm coming right now. Guild, moon sleepy, me. Brother Lang, have pity on poor children. Guild, Taro Ball Sago, came late, do we need healers? 555. Guild, first love pick me extra sweet, still need 2 healers, hurry up, Lulu. Guild, dang dang bell, reserve the last healer slot for me. Thanks sweet sister. Guild, Lang Xing, only 4 healers needed, I brought 1 already. Guild, dang dang bell, then I can go output. Is output enough, sweet sister? Guild, first love pick me extra sweet, not yet, hurry up. Guild, dang dang bell, let me switch equipment and come, happy. Guild, Lang Xing, those participating in the instance should log into YY now. Yang Wan switched out and logged into YY, entering the guild room where First Love Pick Me Extra Sweet had already pulled him into the small team's voice chat room. The free microphone mode was active in the room, allowing them to speak without needing to press any keys. First Love Pick Me Extra Sweet was assigning healers to the squad, his voice sounded like that of a young boy. When it came to Moon Sleepy's turn, a glowing circle appeared behind her username. Though I feel a bit embarrassed asking, but may I follow the guild leader? Yang Wan recognized her ID. She was the girl who had introduced herself yesterday in YY as having a soft girlish voice. Her voice was indeed crisp and sweet. It seemed to be her first time opening the mic, and everyone was impressed. Moon Sleepy's voice is just so beautiful. This was first love pick me extra sweet. I think I'm falling in love, said another female voice. Just from the sound of her voice, Mian must be an adorable and cute girl. This was Mango Cheesecake, playing a demon character, with a hearty and warm male voice. Yang Wan subconsciously glanced at Hilang's name. The other party had not made any comment about Moon Sleepy's voice. All he could hear were praises from others, yet he waited in vain for Hilang's reply. Moon Sleepy hesitated for 2 seconds, then repeated her question. Finally, the little dot behind Hilang's name lit up, accompanied by clear sounds of keyboard tapping. He began to assign tasks. You follow the other squad, we'll roll, you come with me. At the same moment, Yang Wan also received a private YY message from Hilang. Lang Xing, why aren't you speaking? Yang Wan lowered his head and typed, answering truthfully. Mao Chiu, I don't know what to say. Lang Xing, you can say anything. Yang Wan paused momentarily while typing. Mao Chiu, Moon Sleepy's voice is very nice. Lang Xing, afraid of being overshadowed? Yang Wan hadn't thought along those lines. He just felt that other people's voices were real, but his own voice was fake. So, he felt embarrassed to speak in front of everyone. Seeing his lack of response, Hilang assumed his silence meant agreement. Lang Xing, aren't you even asking for my opinion on her voice? Mao Chiu, oh. Mao Chiu, so, how do you think her voice is? Lang Xing, quite pleasant. Hilang's words of praise were expected by Yang Wan. He indifferently lowered his gaze, feeling no great emotional ripple. Mao Chiu, oh. Lang Xing, but she can't compare to our little sheep. Lang Xing, our little sheep has the most beautiful voice, no one can surpass it. Our little sheep. Yang Wan froze, curling his fingers unconsciously, instinctively gripping the keycaps tightly. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little happy. The sense of joy bubbled up slowly, like small flower buds tentatively peeking out from deep within his heart. But at the same time, he suddenly felt a bit disappointed. The praised voice was fake, not his real voice. Chapter 21 Forum. It was as if Hilang deliberately tried to get Yang Wan talking in the YY channel. After we go in, little sheep follows me, did you hear that? Yang Wan was using a voice changer and gave a very soft affirmative response. Sweet First Love instantly exclaimed, Huan has a great voice too. Mango 1000 agreed, it seems Huan is also a cute girl. I'm so jealous, even I, who's usually hard-edged, want to be a cute girl, Ding Dang Ling Air sighed. Good Morning Worker enticed him, Huan, say a few more words. I want to hear more. Which cookie are you responded, this servant agrees. Neighbor Old Zhao added, this servant also agrees. Upon hearing this, Hilang deliberately coughed loudly, are you all done mourning your guild master? Do you still want to get paid? Guild master, I was wrong, Neighbor Old Zhao chuckled. As for the current relationship between Hilang and Yang Wan, though Hilang didn't mention it, everyone in the group more or less had an idea. Not to mention Sweet First Love, who thought they already knew all the truth beforehand. As for Yang Wan, he completely failed to pick up on the underlying meaning in Hilang's words, and throughout it all, he remained focused on checking the loading bar for the dungeon instance on his screen. The dungeon's name was Mirage, and its entrance was located in the desert area. After entering the entrance, there were no monsters along a long stretch of the path, allowing Sweet First Love to sneakily whisper into Yang Wan's ear. Private chat, Sweet First Love, Huan, how many times have you followed Brother Lang into the dungeon? Private chat, Wooly Wan, I lost count. Private chat, Sweet First Love, what does Brother Lang do with you when you're online? Private chat, Wooly Wan, doing quests and clearing dungeons. Private chat, Sweet First Love, TCH. Is Brother Lang really so lacking in romantic gestures? Private chat, Wooly Wan. He didn't understand what this had to do with romance. Private chat, Sweet First Love, did Brother Lang take you sightseeing? The game scenery is famous. Many people play just for the views. Private chat, Wooly Wan, yes. After pondering for a moment, he added another sentence. Private chat, Wooly Wan, and we went to the arena. Sweet First Love looked utterly shocked. Private chat, Sweet First Love, Brother Lang took you to the arena. Private chat, Wooly Wan, Private love, Sweet First Love, Brother Lang is intense. For his wife, indeed he's intense, Sweet First Love silently added. Private chat, Wooly Wan. Private chat, Sweet First Love, even so, I still have to ask, did Brother Lang scold you at the arena? Like opening the floodgates, Sweet First Love began talking incessantly. Private chat, Sweet First Love, last year, Brother Lang took me to the arena to practice fighting, scolding me until I doubted my own existence. Just as he said that, Yang Wan's reply popped out right after. Private chat, Wooly Wan, no. Private chat, Sweet First Love. Private chat, Sweet First Love, are you serious? Didn't curse even once. Private chat, Wooly Wan, no. Sweet First Love displayed a look of both doubt and suspicion. How could someone not get cursed at when fighting newbies in the arena? Was this even the brother Lang he knew? Or maybe just because girls tend to blush easily and find it embarrassing to admit the truth. While pondering quietly, the team had already arrived at the first mob spawn point. Sweet First Love retracted his curiosity and focused intently on killing mobs ahead at the front lines. All the first spawns were small groups of weak mobs, making the fights very relaxed for everyone. However, the difficulty of the mob clusters would gradually increase as they pushed forward. When the fifth wave of minions appeared, everyone started getting serious. Initially joking around in YY, the team soon fell quiet. Mobs swarmed from all directions, and everyone formed a protective layer centered on the healers standing in the middle, tightly securing protection circles around them. Yang Wan stood inside the circle alongside other healers, constantly healing members of the team. With too many mobs, occasionally some mobs with half health or critically low health slipped into the inner circle but were calmly taken care of by Yang Wan. He Lang immediately complimented him, "Little sheep is doing well." Sweet First Love casted a group attack spell, cleaning up the zone in front of her. He Lang's tone slightly hardened, "Don't recklessly use skills, you'll regret it when skill cooldowns hit during boss fights." Sweet First Love. When the outer mobs were mostly cleared, suddenly a cracking sound came from the ceiling above. Large groups of beetle-like creatures dropped down from the ceiling. He Lang reminded everyone, "The first boss will appear soon. Now spread out from the center to the outside according to our planned formation. Healers don't gather together, watch out for the boss's AoE skills." Just as the words echoed through the headsets, a huge insect-like body of the first boss started appearing from the broken ceiling hole above. If we were hit by the Beetle King, it would easily cost us half of our health. Everyone quickly dispersed into several small team positions. The heavy tank in the group stepped forward to hold the boss's hate, while He Lang and Sweet First Love led others to focus fire on the boss, and the rest dealt with the smaller mobs that kept circling around. A horde of beetle creatures surged toward them. Sweet First Love tried to redirect the boss's attacks onto the surrounding small monsters but failed due to a miscalculation. He Lang directly opened his mic and scolded, "What kind of crap is this? You do better by just AFKing." Sweet First Love apologized miserably, "Sorry brother Lang, my bad." Not long after his reprimand finished, Yang Wan also made a mistake. As the Beetle King unleashed a series of combos, Yang Wan twisted his view to dodge the skills, failing to notice a blind spot where an attacker's HP was dangerously low within his healing range. Fortunately, Mango Thousand temporarily rushed up and healed the player back to full health, preventing any disruption in the damage-dealing lineup. Realizing this had been his oversight, Yang Wan seriously apologized through voice chat, "Sorry brother Lang, I messed up." There was about 2 seconds of silence in the earpieces before He Lang's deep voice finally responded, "It's okay little sheep, take your time." As Sweet First Love activated her skill, her hand trembled slightly, causing the skill to deviate from its originally calculated angle, swiping right past the boss's shell. A meager single-digit amount of damage slowly appeared in the air. He Lang's tone changed sharply as he sneered, "What's going on with you, sweetie? Are you trying to scratch the boss?" Sweet First Love. He now truly believed Woolly One hadn't been cursed at all in the arena. The Mirage Dungeon instance took nearly an hour. After exiting the instance, everyone gradually left the group, leaving only Yang Wan and He Lang. He Lang invited him onto his mount and brought him back to town. On the way, Yang Wan thought about those silent 2 seconds earlier and typed in the chat channel for explanation. "Team, Woolly Wan, I didn't see, so I didn't heal him." He Lang didn't type anything but instead verbally reminded him, "The YY hasn't been turned off yet, you can speak." "Team, Woolly Wan, there are still people in the room." "No, everyone else has already left," He Lang stated. Yang Wan waited 2 seconds, seeing no one else respond, then answered orally, "Okay." Only then did He Lang resume their prior conversation to comfort him, "Don't be nervous, I know you didn't do it intentionally." "Are you mad?" Yang Wan asked. Originally intending to say he wasn't mad, but midway he seemed to think of something. He Lang paused momentarily before changing his words midstream, his voice dropping deeper, "I am mad." Yang Wan stiffened in surprise, tensely biting his lips nervously. "Weren't you calling me brother earlier? Why has it turned back to brother Lang again?" The dissatisfaction evident in He Lang's tone continued, "Little sheep, this is making me very mad." After staying quiet for a moment, Yang Wan softly said, "Voice chat and typing are different. Regardless of whether they're different or not, fact is I'm very angry right now," He Lang insisted sternly, "you figure it out." Yang Wan sat before his computer, at a loss for what to do next, remaining silent for quite some time. More agitated than even Yang Wan, He Lang couldn't help but throw out an offer masked in apparent nonchalance, "Call me brother once right now, and I'll stop being angry." Yang Wan asked, "Can I type it?" He Lang answered swiftly, and mercilessly, "No." Yang Wan parted his lips slightly but emitted no sound, his face flushing red even before speaking. Instinctively, he glanced backward toward Zhuolan's desk. Zhuolan hadn't returned from his business trip yet, Yang Wan was the only one in the dormitory. Realizing this situation, Yang Wan relaxed slightly, psychologically preparing himself after multiple tries, and finally spoke, his voice almost inaudible, "Brother." He Lang's mouth curved high upward. He feigned dissatisfaction to comment, too soft. Yang Wan hesitated a bit longer, blushing deeply while raising his voice, brother. He Lang cheerfully replied, good boy, little sheep. Your brother has heard it. With his cheeks burning, Yang Wan averted his gaze, unable to even look directly at the tall and handsome swordsman character on screen anymore. Are you still mad? Yang Wan asked. Hearing this, He Lang's heart softened instantly like melting snow. Even a slightly perceptive person could tell, he hadn't been mad in the first place. Only this little fool couldn't pick up on it. How adorable his naivety was. He pulled Yang Wan down from the mount, ordered him to stay put, then consecutively selected over a dozen fireworks from his inventory he had impulsively bought previously. The sounds of ascending and exploding fireworks continuously echoed in their ears. Yang Wan turned his view upwards, staring at the sky for a while before asking dumbfoundedly, why release fireworks suddenly? With an evident note of amusement in his voice, He Lang said unhurriedly, no reason, I'm just happy. Yang Wan said, oh. After the fireworks are done, log off and go to sleep. He Lang added. Sounds good. Yang Wan replied with his usual tone but secretly thought, this time after logging out, he wouldn't be coming back online again. The two sat quietly watching the magnificent display of fireworks for a moment. As the last bloom of fireworks disappeared, a lingering feeling of reluctance crept into Yang Wan's heart. Hesitating on the spot for several seconds, he finally spoke, I. Suddenly, a frantic shout blared through the headset. It was Sweet First Love, shit, something's happened, brother. Yang Wan's voice cut off abruptly. He Lang paused for a second, then asked irritably, why are you still in the room? I've been here all along, brother. Gradually realizing he shouldn't have been there, Sweet First Love started to lose his confidence, and his tone grew weaker. Can't I stay in the room, brother? Of course you can. He Lang emphasized each word coldly, how much of today's raid payment has been deducted from your earnings? Sweet First Love reported a number hesitantly. Double it now, He Lang responded expressionlessly. Sweet First Love. Big brother. Startled, his voice quivered slightly, isn't that a little too cruel? I'm just an innocent and fragile flower of the motherland, brother. Ignoring his plea completely, He Lang nonchalantly asked, what's going on? Sweet First Love immediately straightened up, his tone turning serious. Someone anonymously posted about Huan Huan on the forum under 818, section. Not expecting it to involve Yang Wan, He Lang slightly froze for a second before furrowing his brows. Yang Wan, who was still immersed in the embarrassment of being heard calling someone brother, looked up and asked, me? Upon hearing his question, He Lang momentarily repressed the rising anger inside him and calmly asked, what did you want to say just now? Yang Wan pondered for a second and replied, nothing. Since the incident involved him, Yang Wan decided he should settle the matter first before saying goodbye to the other party. Chapter 22, Bounty. Yang Wan searched online for Xinggu player forums. The forum showed an online user count in the tens of thousands. On the homepage, there was a post titled 818 that pretentious gold digger who flirts with both the president and vice president of a major guild, which had already gone viral. Yang Wan clicked into the post to browse. The original poster used an anonymous account, claiming to be someone within the guild who couldn't bear the situation anymore and decided to expose the real face of Fisk gold digger. The content inside the post went as follows. The moderator has been in F-gang for several months, while the gold digger joined not long before the battle. At that time, our president and vice president were already married in-game. On the first day the gold digger played the game, her ID was very similar to the small character used by the president's wife, so she was mistaken for the president's wife. The gold digger didn't explain herself but instead impersonated the president's wife to flirt with our president. When the president's wife found out, she was very angry and warned the gold digger to stay away from her husband. But not only did the gold digger ignore the warning, she continued to cling to our president whenever the president's wife wasn't around. Even when the president was offline, the gold digger wasn't idle. Somehow, she also seduced our vice president and started playing games regularly with his small character. Screenshot, screenshot, screenshot. After being seduced by the gold digger, the vice president rarely logged onto his main account anymore, and his relationship with his wife deteriorated. When the president's wife found out about this, she approached the gold digger and asked her not to meddle in others' relationships. Who would have thought that the gold digger not only showed no shame but secretly arranged for someone to ambush the president's wife's convoy. Afterward, she even turned around and accused the president's wife within the guild, saying it was the president's wife who started it. At that point, the president was so bewitched by the gold digger that he immediately pushed all the responsibility onto the president's wife's friends and relatives, abusing his power to protect the gold digger. Screenshot, screenshot, screenshot. Feeling wronged, the president's wife confronted the president, asking if he had been unfaithful. The president denied it outright, deceiving the president's wife with sweet words and promising to gift her new weapons and equipment. The president's wife believed him. Plus, as the battle week was approaching, she didn't want to distract him and stopped pursuing the matter. On Sunday night after they won the battle, the president's wife happily went to celebrate with the president. However, what she found in the gold digger's equipment bar was the new weapon that the president promised to give her. Using unknown means, the gold digger managed to deceive the president into giving her the new weapon. Screenshot, screenshot, screenshot. Furious, the president's wife broke up with the president and left the guild. Seducing not only destroyed the feelings of two couples but simultaneously dated both the president and the vice president, fooling them around. What's more, she and the vice president's wife are university roommates. How could such shameless people exist, stealing even her roommate's husband? I hope in her future romantic endeavors, her partner ends up cheating on her too. 2L, the curse from the original poster is too mild. I wish this gold digger exploded on the spot. 3L, I'm so angry I can't speak. Is the president's wife planning to retaliate? Is she just going to let this happen? 4L, although the screenshots have heavy pixelation, isn't the guild that won the battle last Sunday starting with F? Isn't that from Hualangyan? So, the president and vice president are launching and engsub. 5L, is anyone from Hualangyan here to verify the authenticity of the post? 6L, last year, I tried to lure Longxing but failed because his standards were too high. What's this gold digger's background? She managed to confuse both Longxing and engsub completely. Are there any photos? 7L, the gold digger is a university roommate of engsub's wife, so the gold digger is Yang Meajuan. 8L, I am from Hualangyan, and I can confirm that recently Yang Meajuan has often been seen playing with the vice president's small character. However, regarding the accusation of seducing the president, I haven't witnessed that. The equipment screenshot doesn't seem fake, and Yang Meajuan has indeed recently obtained new weapons, which aligns with everything mentioned. 9L, perhaps Longxing also plays a smaller character and takes the gold digger along to play. 10L, I'm also from Hualangyan. In the past, the president and the president's wife had a particularly good relationship, often showing affection within the guild. Since Yang Meajuan arrived, the president seems like a completely different person. 11L, is anyone reporting the location of the gold digger? My hands are itchy right now. 12L, is it true the president of Hualangyan cheated? What a despicable man, I once even chased after him. Yang Wan only read the first page and stopped scrolling further down. Chuan Wawa Super Yuxiao expressed angrily on YY, Lang Gu, do we need someone from the gang to clarify things under the post? He Lang didn't say much, you guys don't worry about it. Xiao Yang shouldn't even look at it. I will respond. The post not only cursed him but also insulted He Lang. Perhaps the other party was better at handling such matters. Yang Wan closed the forum and returned to the game, saying, alright. The other player's character automatically went into AFK mode. Yang Wan stood beside him for a moment before casually opening the world chat. Sure enough, the returning players were all cursing at him in the world chat. World, blue is my favorite color, is Yang Wan online? Don't play dead in front of your father, come out and take the scolding. World, manly tofu, I hate gold diggers who fool around with two people. Who saw the gold digger? Report her coordinates, I'm going to uphold justice. World, brother-sister boat row, aren't the leader and vice leader of Hualangyan friends in real life? Could they really both be duped by one woman? World, round isn't garden, let it be known that although the master has excellent skills, he is still a scoundrel. World, a couple coins, first row seating for drama involving a master, what a fresh one. World, scenery like a painting, the gold digger just came out of Mirage City with the scoundrel, anyone looking for her should head there. World, dream cage, I suggest everyone doesn't rush there on impulse. Did you forget how last year during the arena points competition, you got beaten so badly by Wolf Walk that you didn't recognize your own mother? World, brother-sister boat row, grass, I'm crying, what about you guys? World, round isn't garden, fellow upstairs, men don't shed tears easily. World, manly tofu, stop talking, it's a lesson in blood. World, snow falling on Chang'an, 13942-62513. World, a couple coins, sister from Chang'an. World, nine-tailed cat demon, meow meow meow. Rush over to get a selfie with sister. World, brother-sister sitting on a boat, selfie. After seeing this, Yang Wan turned off the world chat. In the distance, an adult male swordsman flew towards them. Even though he had clearly seen his position, for some unknown reason, the other person suddenly braked mid-air, turned back, and landed on the big tree behind. Having guessed why he had come, Yang Wan neither ran nor hid but stayed where He Lang was. After a brief pause on the tree, the man slowly descended and cautiously approached them with his long sword. When he came closer and confirmed that He Lang was AFK, the man directly walked towards Yang Wan. Yang Wan recognized his ID, Manly Tofu, the player speaking earlier in the world channel. Without calling out to He Lang, he quickly glanced down to refresh his memory of the keyboard skill keys. A nearby message popped up in the local chat. Local, Manly Tofu, don't blame me for being merciless, blame yourself for being a gold digger. In the next second, Manly Tofu attacked him with a revengeful strike. Actually, that day when Yang Wan went to the arena with He Lang, she had learned quite a few things, though she hadn't gotten the chance to practice them yet. Right now, she had an opportunity to try them out. The two started fighting on the open ground right in front of them. However, since she wasn't familiar with the skills and features of the swordsman class, her dancer class did not have much of an advantage against the swordsman. Yang Wan managed to hold out for a few minutes, but eventually fell. Manly Tofu gracefully sheathed his sword, ready to leave after brushing dust off his pants. At that moment, He Lang, who was AFK, suddenly drew his short knife, hitting his head and making his health bar rapidly drop. Simultaneously, He Lang's annoyed voice came through the headphones. "Why didn't you call me when someone wanted to kill you?" "Oh," said Yang Wan nonchalantly, "I just wanted to see if I could beat him." He Lang found it both amusing and exasperating. Seeing the AFK person return, Manly Tofu decided immediately to escape, but He Lang cast a debuff on him to slow him down. Manly Tofu, resigned to his fate, readjusted his status and began to fight him again. He Lang easily defeated him, and killing him wasn't enough, he lifted a leg and stomped on his corpse. Local, Wolf Walk, came to attack me while I was AFK. Even though Manly Tofu lost the battle, his spirit remained unbroken. Local, Manly Tofu, even though I admired you so much in the past, I've watched your videos from last year dozens of times. But adulterers and their third parties deserve death. He Lang's expression turned slightly grave. Local, Wolf Walk, cursing who as the third party? Open the world channel first and check. Manly Tofu pulled out the world chat, and the latest messages were exactly what He Lang had posted just now. World, Wolf Walk, I'll say 2 sentences. First sentence, Peach Blossom Branch is a spy, the main account name is Yang Chun by Shui Jiji. Second sentence, Night Black Wind High's secondary account has always been operated by me. World, system, living happily and freely, galloping through the Jianghu. Player Wolfwalk initiated a bounty of 100,000 gold on player Ji Man Man. World, system, living happily and freely, galloping through the Jianghu. Player Wolfwalk initiated a bounty of 100,000 gold on player Peach Blossom Branch. Soon after the system announcement, the world chat was once again flooded by other players' messages. World, Far Mountain Travel, damn, big brother. Let's take a group photo. World, I am your dad, group photo. World, the moonlight tonight is beautiful, group photo. World, heard names should be long, brothers and sisters. Hurry up and report the coordinates of the Bai Lian spy, and we'll split the bounty 70-30. World, always hate people want to harm me, look at me. 60-40 split. Nearby, Manly Tofu. Nearby, Manly Tofu, big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have killed Yang Wan. I was misled by Peach Blossom Branch, big brother. World, system, living freely and happily, riding horses in the Jianghu. Player Wolfwalk has placed a bounty of 50,000 gold on player Manly Tofu. Nearby, Manly Tofu. Nearby, Manly Tofu, sister-in-law, I was wrong. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. Please intercede for me with big brother, sister-in-law. Yang Wan, lying there observing silently, suddenly froze, her ears burning as if on fire. After hesitating for a while, she cautiously typed out a message. Nearby, Yang Wan. Nearby, Yang Wan, are you talking to me? Chapter 23, Husband. The man named Da cried his eyes out as he recounted how, when he was young and naive, he had been deceived in feelings and equipment by a manipulative female gamer. He Lang pulled Yang Wan up from the ground and asked him, how do you want to resolve this? Yang Wan's focus wasn't on this matter, he seems to have misunderstood our relationship. He Lang explained with an unperturbed expression, under the influence of forum gossip, many people will misunderstand our relationship for quite some time. You'll have to get used to it. Shouldn't we explain? Yang Wan murmured softly. Upon hearing this, He Lang showed his dissatisfaction with a tsk sound. Is it very embarrassing to be mistaken as my wife? Yang Wan quickly answered softly, no. Are there other husbands in your game? The other party asked. Yang Wan said, none. That means there is no need to explain. He Lang looked at him contentedly, watching him get entangled in his words. Yang Wan slowly said, oh, but soon he realized something and asked with a bit of confusion, although there are no downsides, what benefits would I gain if we don't explain? He Lang paused for a moment. Before he spoke, he questioned aggressively, on that day in the novice village, why did you call me husband and send me kisses? Stunned for a moment, Yang Wan explained, I mistook you for someone else. I don't care about the reason, He Lang interrupted his explanation with a serious tone, your actions already caused misunderstanding among the guild members. Shouldn't you take responsibility for that? After thinking carefully, Yang Wan failed to find any flaws in He Lang's argument and replied in the end, yes. So from now on, when someone misinterprets our relationship again, you know what to do, right? He Lang patiently guided him. Yang Wan didn't answer immediately, but not explaining wouldn't bring you substantial benefit either. How come there isn't any? The other party began to make up excuses, there are too many people chasing after me in the game, but I don't like anyone. Not only that, I also find them annoying. At that moment, Yang Wan understood, He Lang wanted to use him as a shield. For how long must I take responsibility? Yang Wan asked truthfully. Until I get a real wife, He Lang casually answered. Yang Wan thought it wouldn't be too long, so he agreed, alright then. He Lang's eyebrows relaxed slightly, then replayed their conversation in his mind once more. There was nothing wrong with what he said earlier, but suddenly, he furrowed his brows, you just said that you mistook me for someone else. He Lang's voice dropped with displeasure, who did you mistake me for? Who were you originally planning to call husband? Yang Wan remained silent for 2 seconds. Since Zhuolan wasn't in the dormitory, he was unsure if he could disclose this information. Thinking that he might have a crush on someone, a tinge of sourness arose within He Lang. He temporarily restrained his emotions and decided to ask Yang Liuxi clearly next time. At the same time, the man named Da on the ground became too anxious and finally couldn't help but type his words. Nearby, Da, big brother, sister-in-law, have you reached a decision yet? Only then did He Lang remember that there was still a person lying on the ground. Nearby, Wolf Path, first apologize to my wife, then take off your equipment and let my wife kill you once. After that, this matter will be over. Yang Wan froze for a moment. Even being a shield required calling each other husband and wife. As if guessing his thoughts, He Lang calmly explained, privately, we don't have to call each other that way, but in front of others, we should maintain the appearance. Yang Wan stayed silent. He remembered how genuine He Lang had acted in front of Apricot Blossom Branch. By comparison, if he himself couldn't pull it off, it would instead seem like he was careless and untrustworthy. After realizing this, Yang Wan obediently said, all right then. He Lang felt extremely delighted. While the two were talking, Da had already gotten up from the ground and taken off all his equipment. Yang Wan controlled his gaming character to kill him, and the system notified him that the bounty had been claimed and would be mailed within 3 days. Da lay back down on the ground. Nearby, Da, can I leave now, big brother? Nearby, Wolf Path, yes. Da exhaled deeply and immediately resurrected at the nearest city revival point. Within a short span of a dozen minutes, the trend on the World Channel had completely turned around. Players began to concentrate fire towards Apricot Blossom Branch. Although Apricot Blossom Branch's main account managed to go offline in time, the lesser-used one hiding in the wilderness zone wasn't that lucky. It was killed quickly, left dead in the wild. He Lang brought Yang Wan back to the guild residence. They both said goodnight to each other, and Yang Wan logged off to sleep. Due to the sudden agreement to serve as He Lang's decoy, plans to quit the game were temporarily delayed. The next day, Zhuolan dragged her suitcase into the room and saw him playing games in front of the computer, feeling somewhat surprised. I thought you wouldn't continue playing anymore. Zhuolan put down her suitcase and turned around, walking to his side saying. Not really busy recently, Yang Wan explained vaguely. Zhuolan, who hadn't logged into the game for a few days, didn't suspect anything and went back to her own desk to tidy up her suitcase. Yang Wan turned his head to look at her, are you going to play the game today? Not anymore, Zhuolan raised her hand to touch her face, her tone slightly complaining, the climate in the north is too dry. I've been on a business trip for a few days, and I feel like my face is about to crack from dryness. Before sleeping tonight, I will properly take care of my skin. Yang Wan replied with an, oh, and told her about what he did on the forum the day before. Without saying a word, Zhuolan wanted to log into the game to settle accounts with Apricot Blossom Branch. Wolf Path has already placed a bounty on her, Yang Wan hurriedly explained. Zhuolan first nodded in relief, then realized something was off. Wait, Wolf Path helped you place a bounty on her? How much was it? 10,000 gold for the main account, 10,000 gold for the secondary account, Yang Wan truthfully said. Did he place it twice? Zhuolan's tone unconsciously rose. Yang Wan said, yes. Is he trying to pursue you? Zhuolan asked sharply with intuition. Yang Wan hastily waved his hands, no such thing. Zhuolan's eyes were fixed on his face, really nothing. Yang Wan returned the gaze very calmly, nothing. Zhuolan felt reassured. He knew very well what kind of person Yang Wan was, the latter was most unskilled at lying. Online romance was actually quite complicated, let alone that Yang Wan had hidden his real gender. Zhuolan himself belonged to those with abundant experience, but Yang Wan was different. Once he waded into the river of online romance, he wouldn't be able to extricate himself completely. After Zhuolan came out of the shower, she sat by her desk applying a face mask while following a recently popular idol drama. Yang Wan sat facing away from her at his computer. After finishing daily tasks, he was called by He Lang to run a small side instance. The team for the small instance consisted of a few people, and there was no need for voice command over the microphone. He Lang didn't call anyone from the guild, directly bringing Yang Wan along with a pickup group. Coincidentally, they encountered Qianli Lai Xiang Song and Cat Eating Fish within the group. Besides this couple, the remaining 4 were female players they didn't know. One of the female players returned to the city to change equipment, so everyone else stood outside the dungeon waiting for her. Group, Cat Eating Fish, good evening, Huan Huan. Good evening, Guild Leader. Group, Qianli Lai Xiang Song, Brother Lang, Sister Wan, good evening. Group, Wolf Path, good evening. Group, Wool Roll, good evening. Group, Hellion Bingbing, is this guild leader, the leader of Battle Wolf Smoke? Group, Hellion Minmin, oh, is he the one who posted 3 bounties yesterday? So rich. Group, Hellion Yao Yao, who would have thought that just calling out randomly would bring us such a big shot? Group, Hellion Jiejia, sorry to keep the big shot waiting. I'll be right back. Group, Cat Eating Fish, wow. Are you all sister IDs? Group, Hellion Minmin, yes. Group, Cat Eating Fish, hello everyone, I'm Little Fish. My boyfriend is Qianli Lai Xiang Song. Group, Hellion Minmin, hello, little fish. Why doesn't guild leader say anything? He Lang, who had been privately chatting with Yang Wan until now, finally shifted his focus towards this Hellion Minmin. Group, Wolf Path. Group, Wolf Path, stop being random. I don't have a younger sister as old as you. Group, Hellion Minmin, then how old is guild leader this year? He Lang found her tone of speech somewhat annoying. If it were a situation in the arena encountering such female players, he'd immediately beat her to the point where she speaks normally. Even if not in the arena, in normal circumstances, he would also pour cold water on her directly, waking her up. Not exactly because he frequently gets pursued in the game as he told Yang Wan yesterday, which indeed made him somewhat bothered. But the situation was different now. He Lang's lips involuntarily curled upward, replying with a sneer. Group, Wolf Path, harassing me in front of my wife, do you lack eyes or brains? Group, Wolf Path, right, honey? Yang Wan paused, becoming so nervous that his palms became slightly moist, even the frequency of his heart beating in his chest cavity quickened abnormally. Group, will roll, yes, dear. Chapter 24, Testing. Hellion Minmin felt that Yang Wan was mocking and challenging her. She endured it silently, then a friend or family member stepped in to smooth things over. Group, Hellion Jejia, sorry for keeping everyone waiting. Let's go inside. This small unexpected disturbance thus came to an end. As they entered the instance, Mao Chi Fish secretly messaged Yang Wan. Private message, Mao Chi Fish, Huan Huan. Private message, Yang Wan. Private message, Mao Chi Fish, when did you and the guildmaster confirm your relationship? We didn't know about it. Yang Wan felt slightly uncomfortable and turned to send a private message to He Lang. Private message, Yang Wan, little fish is asking when we confirmed our relationship. Private message, He Lang, say yesterday. Private message, Yang Wan, okay. She replied according to what He Lang said. Private message, Yang Wan, yesterday. Private message, Mao Chi Fish, wow, when are you planning to make it public? After pondering, Yang Wan deliberately responded ambiguously. Private message, Yang Wan, I'm fine with it. It depends on him. Private message, Mao Chi Fish, when do you plan to get married? Will I have a chance to eat the wedding candy when the time comes? Expectation. Private message, Yang Wan, marriage. Private message, Mao Chi Fish, don't you know? The officials said there would be a major update this month and a marriage system would come out. Then, everyone can get married in the game. Having no other choice, Yang Wan asked He Lang again. Private message, Yang Wan, little fish is asking when we're getting married. He Lang, walking through the dimly lit dungeon, nearly made an operational mistake and bumped his head into the wall next to him. Private message, He Lang, you say this month. Private message, Yang Wan, okay. Yang Wan unconsciously responded this way, and then realized he hadn't agreed to marry the other party. Private message, Yang Wan, wait, you didn't tell me about getting married. Private message, He Lang, agree to her first, then make up any excuse later. Private message, Yang Wan, okay. Yang Wan replied to Mao Chi Fish. Private message, Yang Wan, this month. Private message, Mao Chi Fish, wow, remember, Huan Huan and Guild Master, to prepare ahead of time. Officials said that during the trial run of the marriage system, only limited slots will be available, so not everyone will manage to grab them. My boyfriend and I decided to get married next month. Private message, Yang Wan, oh. They twisted and turned their way through the tomb, finally reaching the first monster spawning point. Qianli Lisong charged forward to draw hate, while 2 of the 4 Hellion sisters were ranged attackers, 2 were melee attackers, He Lang was also a melee class, leaving Yang Wan and Mao Chi Fish as healers. As a ranged attacker, Hellion Minmin clung to He Lang's side throughout the session, always carrying her ancient Guqin. He Lang activated his skills to clear the lesser monsters. Group, Hellion Minmin, brother is so great, clapping. He Lang got surrounded by a mob of smaller creatures. Group, Hellion Minmin, brother be careful, nervous. He Lang was waiting for his skills to cool down. Group, Hellion Minmin, brother cheer up, go fight. Whenever she sent these messages, she completely disregarded Yang Juan's presence. If not for an informed person being present, others might all think that she was He Lang's in-game wife. He Lang watched indifferently as she put on her performance. As the second wave of vampire bats surged forth, Hellion Minmin still gave timely reminders. Group, Hellion Minmin, brother, quickly dodge, worried. The bat group rushed straight at his face at increasing speed, and He Lang swiftly maneuvered his character to the side to dodge. With He Lang no longer blocking their path, the vampire bats had free rein to rush towards the rear where Hellion Minmin stood, instantly engulfing her before she could react. 3 seconds later, Hellion Minmin lay stiffly on the ground after being drained dry by the bats. Group, Hellion Minmin, brother, save me, crying loudly. He Lang quickly dealt with the vampire bats, then strided past her dead body, stopping in front of Yang Juan's character. Group, Wolf Walk, wife, heal me. Yang Wan followed his order and fully restored his health bar. Group, Hellion Minmin, guild leader brother, could you pay attention to me a little? Sad. Only then did He Lang glance briefly at Hellion Minmin who was still lying lifeless on the ground. Mao Chi-fish was busy healing Qianli Lisong and the others, and no longer had time to care about them at this moment. He suddenly had a sudden whim and got the idea to test Yang Wan. Group, wolf walk, wife, help her up. Yang Wan went over and pulled Helian Minmin back up. Without mentioning the person who had saved her, Helian Minmin skipped a few steps to He Lang's side, her character almost touching He Lang's blade master. Group, Helian Minmin, thank you, guild leader brother /////. Unexpectedly, He Lang actually responded to her. Group, wolf walk, no need to thank me. Helian Minmin's face lit up with joy. Group, Helian Minmin, guild leader brother looks so handsome while fighting a /////. Group, wolf walk, is that so? Group Helian Minmin, yes /////. The two seemed to have started chatting face to face, completely ignoring Yang Wan who was left on the sidelines. If this had happened in the past, it would never have affected him in the slightest. But now, for some inexplicable reason, Yang Wan felt a little concerned. Staring quietly at the group chat channel for a few seconds, Yang Wan also bent his head to type, attempting to join their conversation. However, before he could organize his thoughts, He Lang and Helian Minmin had already moved on to a new topic. After several failed attempts to interject, Yang Wan deleted the text he'd written and remained silent once again. Seeing that he still had no response, He Lang became a bit disappointed as well. Qianli Lisong and others returned after cleaning up, triggering the mechanism by the riverside. A long bridge rose high above the river surface, connecting their way across to the other side. Qianli Lisong jumped on a double-seated mount first, inviting Mao Chi-fish to ride along. He Lang also summoned the Blizzard Wolf from his backpack. The Blizzard Wolf was a well-known rare mount in the game, not something that money alone could buy. During the performance with Xing Huazi earlier, he had stored the Blizzard Wolf in the warehouse, switching to a horse as his regular mount. It was only after logging in today that he took it out again. Group Helian Minmin, Guild Master Brother, is this the Blizzard Wolf? There are only 5 of these in the entire server. 0.0. Group Helian Bingbing, what am I seeing? I can't believe I'm actually seeing the limited edition Blizzard Wolf. Helian Minmin walked up to the Blizzard Wolf. Group Helian Minmin, Guild Master Brother, can I pet it? ////. When she asked this, He Lang had already swung himself onto the wolf's back. Group Wolf walk, sure. Helian Minmin made a motion as if petting the Blizzard Wolf. Group Helian Minmin, I actually petted the Blizzard Wolf. 0.0. Yang Wan stood silently a few steps away, making no move. Helian Minmin enjoyed this development immensely. Group Helian Minmin, Guild Master Brother, can I ride the Blizzard Wolf? 0.0. He Lang did not answer, instead shifting his gaze toward Yang Juan's direction. He was waiting for Yang Wan to take the initiative and ask to ride together with him. Group Helian Minmin, just for a short ride, from one end of the bridge to the other. Please, Guild Master Brother. A few of her good friends joined in to plead on her behalf. Group Helian Yao Yao, if Minmin wants to ride, let her try. Convolution, you can ride with me. Helian Bingbing, unable to sway He Lang, turned to persuade Yang Wan instead. Group Helian Bingbing, we're all friends here, can't you be generous and let Minmin ride the Blizzard Wolf across the river? He Lang's eyes stayed fixed on the computer screen, fearing that Yang Wan might type, sure, without thinking. Yang Wan wasn't even looking at the group channel, he was talking to Mao Chi-fish. Friend Mao Chi-fish, Jujuan, don't agree. That Helian Minmin looks like a schemer trying to steal your partner. Friend Yang Juan, Friend Mao Chi-fish, just straight up say no and piss her off. Friend Yang Juan, Yang Wan switched back to the group channel and hesitated for a second. Truthfully, he wasn't entirely sure about He Lang's intentions. After all, when he had been standing nearby just now, He Lang appeared to be enjoying their pleasant conversation. The etiquette he had learned since childhood told him that he should seek He Lang's opinion before speaking. Yet, deep down inside, he wanted more to simply follow what Mao Chi-fish had suggested. Helian Minmin prompted again. Group Helian Minmin, why isn't convolution saying anything? Silence means consent, so I'll go ahead. ////. After sending this message, she stepped closer toward He Lang sitting atop the Blizzard Wolf. At the same moment, the Blizzard Wolf began moving forward with He Lang on its back. Helian Minmin passed perfectly alongside He Lang riding on the Blizzard Wolf. The Blizzard Wolf then trotted gracefully to Yang Juan's side and lay down obediently. Sitting in front of the computer, He Lang muttered a curse under his breath but ultimately extended his hand toward Yang Wan anyway. Even though they were currently only in a cooperative relationship, it was just a matter of uttering a simple sentence, yet this straightforward fool preferred to stand there mutely rather than saying something to make him happy. Still, despite all this, He Lang didn't want to put Yang Wan in an awkward position. Chapter 25, Team Up. Everyone rode their mounts across the river, and Yang Wan still shared a ride with He Lang. He Lang was still slightly annoyed and couldn't help teaching him privately. Good friend, Wolf Xing, why didn't you refuse just now? Next time when you encounter such situations, you should refuse directly. Good friend, Wol Wan, but... Yang Wan accidentally pressed the enter key, sending his incomplete sentence. Good friend, Wolf Xing, but what? There is no but. Yang Wan slowly added the second half of his sentence. Good friend, Wol Wan, but I don't know if you want me to refuse. He Lang felt as though he had a lump in his throat, unable to swallow or spit it out. Good friend, Wolf Xing, can't you tell? Good friend, Wol Wan, I can tell. Yang Wan chose to speak the truth. Good friend, Wol Wan, you and Helian Minmin chatted very well together. Good friend, Wolf Xing. This comment made him sound quite wronged. He hadn't even started being angry, but the other party had already taken on an air of grievance. He Lang first felt a bit puzzled, then realized what was happening, and immediately became pleased. Good friend, Wolf Xing, are you jealous? Good friend, Wol Wan, huh? He Lang began to sweet-talk him, grinning from ear to ear. Good friend, Wolf Xing, don't be jealous, little sheep. It's my fault this time, I promise I won't talk to her again. Yang Wan hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to respond. But He Lang didn't need him to reply. Instead, he brought up another topic. Good friend, Wolf Xing, when Helian Minmin praised me earlier, why didn't you praise me too? Yang Wan's words revealed a hint of doubt. Good friend, Wol Wan, I thought it would be an easy operation for you. Good friend, Wolf Xing. Good friend, Wolf Xing, next time Helian Minmin praises me, you have to praise me too. Yang Wan stared at the private chat channel, somewhat surprised. Sure enough, at a psychological age of second-year university, they weren't on the same level. Nevertheless, he replied amiably. Good friend, Wol Wan, okay. Good friend, Wolf Xing, and remember to call me husband. He Lang reminded him not to forget. Yang Wan's response slowed down for a while, his face turning slightly red. Good friend, Wol Wan, okay. Although they weren't at the same psychological level, it seemed that the other party was more open-minded than he was. After crossing the river, they encountered the third wave of monsters. The team attacked and healed each other just like before. It was as if nothing happened regarding the refusal part, and Helian Minmin once again trailed behind He Lang, giving him 3 consecutive compliments. Party, Helian Minmin, Big Brother Guild Leader is amazing //////. Party, Helian Minmin, Big Brother Guild Leader keep it up /////. Party, Helian Minmin, Big Brother Guild Leader go ////. Cat Eating Fish couldn't bear to watch any longer, so she whispered something into Yang Wan's ear. Good friend, Cat Eating Fish, this Helian Minmin is really annoying. Ignore her, Huan Huan. For the first time, Yang Wan sent a message other than, oh, or, okay. Good friend, Wol Wan, it's already too late. Good friend, Cat Eating Fish. She quickly switched to the party channel, and beneath Helian Minmin's 3 consecutive compliments, there were new ones. Cat Eating Fish became slightly angry and was about to disregard her soft girl image to start yelling, when her peripheral vision caught the ID of the speaker. Wol Wan. Cat Eating Fish's eyes instantly widened in surprise. Party, Wol Wan, husband is amazing ////. Party, Wol Wan, husband keep it up ////. Party, Wol Wan, husband go ////. As if waiting for these words, He Lang responded extremely fast. Party, Wolf Xing, yes, dear wife. Afraid of strong opponents isn't as bad as them mimicking you. Helian Minmin clenched her fists tightly and cursed Yang Wan in private chat. Stranger, Helian Minmin, are you mocking me? Are you crazy? Stranger, Wol Wan, 0.0. Stranger, Helian Minmin, what kind of emoticon is that? Pretending to be innocent. Are you mute? Stranger, Wol Wan, 0.0. Helian Minmin felt exhausted, as if hitting cotton with her punches. Among countless female players she had confronted openly or covertly in the game, this was the first time she met an opponent who made her feel completely powerless. In the middle of this silent standoff, He Lang called out to Yang Wan in the party chat. Party, Wolf Xing, dear wife, heal Helian Bing Bing. Party, Wolf Xing, dear wife. Party, Wolf Xing, are you there, dear wife? Yang Wan hurriedly cast a healing skill, stabilizing her health bar just in time. Party, Wolf Xing, where were you? Party, Helian Bing Bing, was that intentional? Party, Wol Wan, no, it wasn't intentional. Party, Wol Wan, Helian Minmin cursed me in private chat, so I didn't see. Party, Helian Minmin. Party, Wolf Xing, she cursed you. Party, Wol Wan, yes. Party, Wolf Xing, alright, noted. Helian Minmin nearly passed out from anger. She was now absolutely certain, Yang Wan, with his alias Wol Wan, was not a fool at all. He was someone who played dumb but excelled in being manipulative and deceptive. He Lang had said he'd make a note of it, and he truly had. After finishing the 8-person dungeon instance and exiting, Helian Minmin still tried to add He Lang as a friend. To her surprise, He Lang immediately turned around and activated the hostile kill mode, cutting Helian Minmin down right where she stood. The few people present were slightly startled by this unexpected action. Finally unable to control herself any longer, Helian Minmin started furiously typing on her keyboard. Proximity, Helian Minmin, holy crap, Wolf Xing, are you crazy? What's the big deal over some WeChat? Not giving it is fine, don't needlessly start a hostile kill. What kind of vendetta do I have with you? Proximity, Wolf Xing, you cursed my wife. Proximity, Hellion Minmin. Proximity, Hellion Minmin, so what if I cursed her? Are you actually capable of attacking women? Do you even consider yourself a man? Proximity, Wolf Xing, too many excuses. If you don't leave, I'll post a bounty on you anyway, I've got more money than I know what to do with. Proximity, Hellion Minmin. Screw you. With that, the 4 Hellion sisters immediately teleported away from the spot, leaving their group of 4 standing there. Proximity, 1,000 miles to see you off, Big Brother Lang, where will you and Juchuan go next? Proximity, Wolf Xing, will run business tasks. Proximity, 1,000 miles to see you off, then let's join too, little fish. Proximity, cat eating fish, sure thing. The 4 of them went to the Yensha mountain route to do the merchant running quests. Halfway through, the guild chat suddenly lit up. Guild, my first love always chooses me, being offline for a whole 24 hours made me lose all motivation in life. Big cry. Guild, neighbor old Zhao, another season when singles eat dog food has arrived. Guild, what kind of biscuit am I, how many in our guild are aiming for the first wave? Guild, dinging bells, Night Brother and Sister C must be planning to push ahead, no doubt. Sister C has been so busy lately, we haven't seen her log on for days. Guild, Mango Chiffon, isn't Sister C on a business trip? Guild, my first love always chooses me, and Big Brother Lang and Sister Huan Huan. Guild, Night Black Wind High, actually, before I never mentioned it, but Sister C and I have already peacefully broken up before the guild war. Guild, Mango Chiffon. Guild, Dinging Bells. Guild, my first love always chooses me. Guild, Smelling Roses. Guild, Milky Way falls from 9 heavens. Guild, Good morning workers, whoa, even Rose and Milky Way are shocked. Guild, Dinging Bells, can we ask why? Guild, Night Black Wind High, I plan to find a girlfriend in real life. Guild, Dinging Bells, oh. I see. Guild, Wolf Xing, what's everyone rushing towards? Guild, Dinging Bells, Big Brother Lang, good evening. Guild, Mango Chiffon, Brother Lang's here. Duckies. Guild, my first love always chooses me, doesn't Brother Lang know? The official just tweeted an announcement about the major version update schedule along with the detailed content updates. Finally, the marriage system is coming online. Not for nothing did I push hard every 3 days and gently nudge every 2 days. Proud. Guild, Smelling Roses, sweetie, why do you keep pushing for the marriage system? You don't even have a husband. Guild, my first love always chooses me, shit. I'm straight. I am straight. Angry. Guild, Dinging Bells, ha 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 ha. Guild, my first love always chooses me, but seriously, although the slots are somewhat limited, isn't anyone interested in the rewards from the marriage quest? There's a limited edition appearance set and mount, plus a pile of materials and medicines. I kinda want to try it out. Guild, Neighbor Old Zhao, first, you need a partner. Guild, my first love always chooses me, finding a partner? That's easy. I'm a 180 centimeters tall muscular guy, any cute and soft little sister willing to team up with me? We'll split the rewards 50-50. Guild, Mango Chiffon, cute and soft little sister. Brother, how about me? Hee hee. Guild, my first love always chooses me, no gender benders, thank you. Once the official message came out, besides the guild channel, the world chat also became lively. World, brother and sister sitting at the boat head, full-level male assassin seeking marriage online. Interested young ladies, please contact me. World, carefree without a head, there aren't many spots to begin with, and now you're grabbing slots just for the rewards. Are you human? World, lovely talent, full-level lowly musician waiting online for a grown male sword user. World, beautiful banana leaf, asking if the top-tier players on all the leaderboards already have partners. If not, can I recommend myself? World, I'm your dad, is Sister Snowfall and Chang'an available? Need someone to do quests together. I'm super strong. World, tomorrow na, hello. Is Wolf Xing available? Need a virtual wife for tasks. I'm super obedient. World, oranges and tangerines, room 203, Senior YZJ, are you online? I've liked you for such a long time. World, Ku Rong, though I don't know if you can see this, I still want to say, WIR, would you be my girlfriend? Eventually, the world chat filled up with declarations of love or shoutouts. Yan Wan sent a message to He Lang. Friend, Wol Wan, someone's looking for you in the world chat. Friend, Wolf Xing, just ignore it. Get on QQ, I'll send you something. Friend, Wol Wan, alright. He logged into his secondary QQ account and received a long screenshot from He Lang. Upon clicking it open, Yan Wan found it was the specific time and content for the game update. The maintenance would take place the following Thursday, starting at 10 a.m. and lasting until 10 a.m. the next day. In the first month of the trial run of the marriage system, 10 slots for marriage would be released every week. Couples needed to complete relevant tasks within the specified time frame. The top 10 couples ranked by shortest completion time would gain the eligibility to officially register their marriages in-game, as well as a series of rewards provided by the official team. Yang Wan could imagine how fierce the competition would be. Friend, Wolf Xing, are you done reading? Friend, Wol Wan, yes, I finished. Friend, Wolf Xing, once you're done, log on to YY, I have something to tell you. Yang Wan logged on to YY on his computer and was pulled into a private locked room in the guild by He Lang. Can you hear me? He Lang spoke through the microphone. Yang Wan skillfully turned on the voice changer next to his desk. I can hear you. However, instead of getting straight to the point, He Lang chuckled softly. Yang Wan quietly asked, why are you laughing? It's nothing. He Lang cleared his throat and casually shifted the topic. Has Little Sheep had dinner yet? Already ate, Yang Wan replied. Where did you eat? He Lang asked. In the school's cafeteria. Yang Wan answered. What did you have for dinner? He Lang asked again. Steamed egg, diced chicken with chili peppers, and soup with pork ribs and seaweed, Yang Wan recalled and truthfully recounted. Did it taste good? He Lang couldn't help but continue asking. The steamed egg was tasty, the diced chicken was a bit spicy, and the seaweed soup was really good. Yang Wan subconsciously licked his lips. He Lang laughed again. You ask too much. Yang Wan's cheeks gradually warmed as he laughed, and there was an involuntary undertone of slight resentment in his voice. It sounded entirely like he was teasing in He Lang's ears. He Lang's Adam's apple moved slightly, and his voice became a little hoarse. Little Sheep is so obedient. Whatever I ask, you answer. Yang Wan froze momentarily. Then he realized that earlier, while the questions He Lang had asked were trivial, they clearly involved personal aspects of his life, and he'd answered them without any reservation. He Lang didn't dwell on this topic further. Little Sheep, there was a slight pause. Next week when the marriage system launches, let's form a group and do the quests together, alright? Yang Wan's immediate reaction was hesitation. He Lang lowered his magnetic, pleasant voice, filled with anticipation and even a faint touch of pleading. Little Sheep. Almost without thinking, Yang Wan immediately softened. By the time he came back to his senses, he had already agreed. Alright. Chapter 26, Gossip. Many people have said that Yang Wan is easily soft-hearted. The most recent time was probably when he had dinner with Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was his undergraduate roommate. Last month, when he was near the school, he happened to meet Zhou Xian driving by. The other party stopped the car and honked at him. After the driver's side window came down, he realized it was Zhou Xian, whom he hadn't seen for a while. It was just about the time for afternoon meal then, and Zhou Xian was going to eat with friends, planning to invite him along. Yang Wan wanted to refuse. I haven't finished today's experiment notes yet. I still need to go back to the lab tonight. Without hesitation, Zhou Xian got out of the car, put an arm around him and asked, Huan, you're not getting distant from your old brother so fast, are you? Yang Wan quickly shook his head and explained, no. Zhou Xian patted his shoulder, then tell me, are you coming or not? Yang Wan immediately nodded obediently, sure. Zhou Xian happily pushed him into the car and drove him to the agreed-upon dining location with his friends. During the meal, when his friend mentioned the fact that Zhou Xian had temporarily invited someone over for dinner, Zhou Xian smiled and sighed, we've been graduated for 2 or 3 years, Huan is still so easily soft-hearted. Yang Wan bashfully refuted in a low voice, I'm not. But actually, what he didn't know was, after he went to the restroom, Zhou Xian had another conversation with his friend. It was initiated by the friend, your roommate seems pretty innocent. Does he like men or women? Zhou Xian asked, what? Do you want to ask him out? The friend raised an eyebrow, not possible. Possible it might be, Zhou Xian grinned mischievously, but I doubt you'll succeed. But wasn't he very easygoing in front of you? The friend really didn't believe it. You don't understand. Zhou Xian shook his head then and there, what I mean by being soft-hearted is that he's easily soft-hearted in front of people close to him. Don't look down on his straightforward character, in front of strangers, he's quite determined. A few minutes later, when Yang Wan returned, the friend racked his brain and tried every possible way to persuade him, even thinking up an excuse to ask for help. In the end, as expected, they failed to get him out. And thus, the matter ended right there. At 11 o'clock before going offline and to sleep, He Lang routinely asked one question, when to log on tomorrow. Yang Wan replied that he wouldn't go online the next day because he would dine at his professor's home. He Lang's tone was slightly disappointed, but he still made an appointment with him for the next online time. On the evening of the second day, Yang Wan, carrying a fruit basket, visited his professor's house with other graduate students. His teacher's wife enthusiastically prepared a full table of food and drink. After dinner, she left them to chat at home. When Yang Wan returned home, it was almost time to sleep, so he did not log on to the game again. Zhuolan took a shower in the dormitory, then hurriedly went out to the library. Ever since the other party returned from a business trip, they were too busy dealing with professional matters. That night, Yang Wan even dreamed about playing games. In the game, He Lang asked why he didn't log on, and the disappointment in his tone was exactly the same as in real life. After waking up, Yang Wan decided to go online earlier today. Finally, he logged on 2 whole hours earlier than the time previously agreed upon with Helang. Helang's gaming avatar was blacked out, and the world channel was bustling with activities. Even in the guild, everyone was gossiping about some news. World, try it, is it true that Fen Wulensheng and Jiankachenglan plan to form an alliance? World, let's try, it's not hard to guess if it's true. An alliance between these two guilds would be beneficial for the city battle in August without any harm. World, God says let there be light, so is it true that Fen Wulensheng and Jiankachenglan will also be uniting through marriage? World, Sashimi, who's getting married? World, 7 dwarves, Snowfall from Jiankachenglan and the guild master of Fen Wulensheng. World, White Clouds and Old Dogs, Snowfall sister. Isn't the Chang'an sister everyone's? How could Jiankachenglan's guild master let her marry off? I disagree with this arranged marriage. World, always villagers want to harm me, I, the emperor, also disagree. World, whose cat did you move? Wasn't Fen Wulensheng's guild master furious for beauty just a few days ago? Has he fallen in love with someone else so soon? World, Emishan Taoist, brothers, you're overthinking. His bounty for the green tea spy could possibly be because the spy insulted him as a man who cheats on his partner in a post. World, Yuanyuan not garden, despite all this, do only I think Chang'an's sister suits Fen Wulensheng's guild master well. Yang Wan shifted his attention to the guild. Among the members online at this moment, there were hardly any IDs familiar to Yang Wan. Guild, Traveling Far Mountains, the guild master will unite with the Chang'an sister. Guild, Bunny Without a Tail, wow, now I'm curious how much dowry the guild master has given. Guild, at 4 a.m., but isn't it rumored before that the guild master and Woolen Scroll were a couple? Guild, Know Your Strength Through Hardship, between Snowfall and Woolen Scroll, who would you choose? Guild, The Rose of the Little Prince, in that case, I'd definitely choose Chang'an's sister. The name Shui Luo Chang'an seemed to have been mentioned not for the first time in the game. Yang Wan thought for a moment and couldn't help but search Xingda forum for more information. Helang had said just before logging off 2 nights ago that he would team up with him, so Yang Wan didn't actually believe much of the game's gossip. Of course, it wasn't impossible that Helang had suddenly found someone he liked without having the chance to tell him. This thought suddenly made Yang Wan feel somewhat gloomy inside. He attributed this feeling to the poor air quality in the dormitory, so he took his phone and stepped out onto the balcony for some fresh air. Search results on forum keywords came up quickly, and within seconds, his phone screen was filled with posts about Shui Luo Chang'an. Most of these posts were declarations of love and marriage requests, among which the most popular one was a goddess selection post. In this post, Yang Wan saw the real-life photo of Shui Luo Chang'an, a very beautiful young girl. Judging by her age, she should still be a college student. The photo had no trace of editing, and Shui Luo Chang'an appeared makeup-free. The finished voting showed her vote count leaving all other participants far behind. Not knowing exactly what he was searching for, Yang Wan then looked for posts on a god selection. However, he did not find Helang's name among the contestants. Yang Wan closed the forum webpage, returned to the game, and was shocked to find that his game interface had turned black and white. Before checking the forum, he had just come out of Chang'an City. It didn't take long for him to be killed by an assassin on the outskirts map. The assassin who killed him was still standing there. Yang Wan did not recognize him. Nearby, Woolen Scroll. Nearby, rivers and mountains, I am a bounty hunter. Someone paid me to kill you. Yang Wan wanted to return to the nearby resurrection point. The other person's actions were faster, throwing something at him that immediately revived Yang Wan in place. Rivers and mountains killed him again. This process was repeated several times. Even though Yang Wan was not well versed in the grudges and resolution methods of the game, he gradually understood that the other party might be killing him to the point of losing levels. Yang Wan slightly furrowed his brows and decided to log off directly. 10 minutes later, when he logged back on, Rivers and Mountains was still guarding there. He was killed once more. When his game character fell, Yang Wan saw some equipment drop out. He was just about to take a closer look, but Rivers and Mountains had already picked up the equipment and resurrected him again. Rivers and Mountains raised his hand, and as the skill was about to hit him again, a male swordsman suddenly burst into sight, engaging Rivers and Mountains in battle. Yang Wan recognized him, it was Manhendafu, the man who had mistakenly killed him earlier while eating a fake melon. Manhendafu was also no match for him, and soon both men lay dead on the ground. Stranger, Manhendafu, sister-in-law, who did you offend to deserve this? Stranger, Woolen Scroll, he is a bounty hunter. Stranger, Manhendafu, it must be some serious grudge for a bounty hunter to be sent after you so many times. Yang Wan pondered over this. Without paying attention to Manhendafu's corpse lying there, Rivers and Mountains pulled Yang Wan up again. Manhendafu truly could not bear to watch any longer. Nearby, Manhendafu, buddy, who paid you to kill her? Nearby, Rivers and Mountains, customer information is confidential. Since no specific information could be obtained, Manhendafu had no choice but to privately message Yang Wan. Stranger, Manhendafu, sister-in-law, where is my brother? Stranger, Woolen Scroll, he hasn't logged on yet. Stranger, Manhendafu, then why don't you log off for now, sister-in-law? Stranger, Woolen Scroll, he will stay here waiting. Stranger, Manhandafu, don't worry. After I log in, I will look for him when my brother comes online. Yang Wan logged off first and then, as if remembering something, logged into his QQ secondary account. He Lang's QQ avatar also showed offline. Yang Wan didn't send him an offline message, but after exiting the software, he sat studying English vocabulary under the desk lamp with his computer turned on. This study session lasted a full 2 hours. 2 hours later, when he logged back in, only he was left in the suburbs. Not only had his level dropped significantly, but his equipment had also been picked up by the other party. He opened his equipment panel and discovered that he had lost a ring. Yang Wan didn't dwell too much on that ring and opened his friend list to check if He Lang had come online. The other person's avatar was bright. However, when Yang Wan sent him a message, he received a system notification that the message failed to send. Yang Wan found this strange and searched on his phone for reasons why messages might not send, only to get feedback indicating possible blocking. He paused, then put away his phone and opened the world channel. Players around the world were still discussing the union of Fenghua Langyan and Jian Qi Kanglan, with the atmosphere heated and lively. Yang Wan closed the world channel, pursing his lips slightly with a tinge of unhappiness. Still, he thought he should clarify things clearly. After all, the other party didn't seem like someone who would casually block people. He reopened his friend list and looked for other online friends of Fenghua Langyan. The next second, an instant message popped up from Chushan Xuanhua Chao Tianshi. Re-end, Chushan Xuanhua Chao Tianshi, Huan is online. Xinhua Ji is disgusting. Not only did she secretly buy a new account to return to the game, but she also hired a bounty hunter to kill you while Longa was offline. Yang Wan wasn't surprised by this, as he had already guessed it would be her. Re-end, Yang Wan, why can't I send messages to Langxing anymore? Re-end, Chushan Xuanhua Chao Tianshi, almost forgot to tell you, Longa got locked up in jail, which is why your messages don't go through. Re-end, Yang Wan, in jail. Re-end, Chushan Xuanhua Chao Tianshi, you know about the prison in the game, right? Players with too much killing intent get locked up there. They can be released after 24 hours, or pay money to cut half the time off, but they have to remain in the cell for at least 12 hours. Re-end, Chushan Xuanhua Chao Tianshi, Longa killed the bounty hunter and Xinhua Ji's new account, and even reduced her new account by 20 levels, so now he has to cleanse his killing intent in jail. Re-end, Yang Wan, does that mean I can't message him until he gets out? Re-end, Chushan Xuanhua Chao Tianshi, Longa specifically mentioned this, once you're online, go visit him in jail right away. He needs to tell you something. Re-end, Yang Wan, how do I visit him? Re-end, Chushan Xuanhua Chao Tianshi, pay 100 gold coins at the prison in Chang'an City. Re-end, Yang Wan, thanks. A twinge of guilt surfaced within Yang Wan. He realized that He Lang had gone to jail to help him, yet he had assumed that the other person had blocked him. He couldn't understand why he felt this way, knowing fully well he had never been this petty before. Yang Wan felt somewhat unsettled about the changes in himself. After paying the fee at the entrance of the prison, the warden led him to He Lang's cell. Visiting time was only 5 short minutes, during which the two communicated via the nearby channel, separated by the solid bars of the cell door. Nearby, Langxing, didn't we say 7 p.m.? Why so early? Nearby, Yang Wan, everything was done, so I just wanted to log on earlier. Nearby, Langxing, if something like this happens again, don't rely on others to deliver the message, it wastes too much time. Just contact me directly on QQ, got it? Nearby, Yang Wan, I checked QQ when I logged on, but you weren't online. Nearby, Langxing. Only then did He Lang remember that the QQ account he initially used to add Yang Wan was a rarely used secondary one. But both his primary and secondary accounts were linked. Nearby, Langxing, you can send me offline messages next time. Nearby, Yang Wan, okay, I'll remember next time. Just talking about this took most of their time. He Lang hadn't forgotten that he had urgently called him over to discuss other important matters. Nearby, Langxing, since you're online today, did anyone mention anything to you? Nearby, Yang Wan, many people said you're going to marry Shui Luo Chang'an. He Lang's expression tightened slightly as he hastily typed to explain. Nearby, Langxing, the marriage thing isn't true, I haven't agreed to it, so don't be mad. At the moment the message was sent, the system suddenly notified that the visiting time had ended. The next second, Yang Wan was instantly teleported out of the prison. Uncertain whether he'd managed to finish reading the message in time, He Lang scowled and cursed under his breath. Chapter 27, Prevention. He Lang was on YY while gaming, asking people online in his guild to bring Yang Wan over. Yang Wan arrived soon after being pulled into the small room where he heard He Lang urgently ask through the mic, did you see what I said earlier in the prison? Yes. He repeated truthfully, you said the arranged marriage is fake. Good. He Lang explained, I sent you a QQ message, but you didn't reply. I don't log in often, Yang Wan hesitated to admit, it was a minor account he created for gaming. Even though Yang Wan didn't say so, He Lang could guess. It's fine. You asked me to visit you in prison, is there something important to say? Yang Wan asked. It's already been said, He Lang said with a smile in his voice. Already? Yang Wan caught up, just clarifying the matter of the arranged marriage. Just that. His tone rose slightly, isn't this matter important enough? Yang Wan softly replied with an oh. Listening for a long time, He Lang couldn't detect any emotion from this single syllable. Dissatisfied, He Lang asked directly, are you happy or unhappy? Yang Wan hesitated in his response, can I not choose? If you have to choose. He Lang prompted. Yang Wan was unsure how to answer, subconsciously glancing down at the phone in front of him. In the dark screen of his phone, he saw the curve of his own mouth lifting slightly. His eyes widened somewhat, filled with surprise. After a pause, Yang Wan quietly answered, happy. A satisfied smile appeared on He Lang's face, I will clear the rumor of the arranged marriage in the game. If my guess isn't wrong, this should be a deliberate rumor spread by someone from Jian Chi Changlan. Yang Wan responded with an oh. Who at Branch's new ID is called Lin Chen Jianlu, watch out for her. Yang Wan again responded with an oh. The levels you lost, I'll help you train them back. The other party consoled him, don't worry about it. Yang Wan replied with an oh. Cute little sheep, the other person unexpectedly remarked. Yang Wan almost automatically replied with an oh, but then realized and tightly shut his mouth, his ear tip slightly turning red. He Lang raised his eyebrows, why are you not saying oh now? No boy likes being praised as cute, Yang Wan said seriously, please don't say that, I'm not cute. He Lang thought he looked even cuter when being serious, okay oh, little sheep isn't cute, and I didn't mean to compliment you either, he couldn't help laughing, I just wanted to test if the person connected to my mic was a text-to-speech machine. Yang Wan felt both ears burning. When the heat subsided, he started to mind the statement from the other side calling him uncute. Now, Yang Wan disliked He Lang saying he wasn't cute. Yang Wan felt he really was quite changeable. Did your killer drop any equipment? He Lang's voice brought him back to reality. A normal ring dropped, Yang Wan said. As if not particularly concerned about the ring, He Lang didn't say much else, I'll take you leveling up using my Yechu Zhou character. Yang Wan replied, good oh. The two stayed connected on their mics and returned to the game. He Lang used his Yechu Zhou character to bring him experience while also handling the rumors of the arranged marriage. He had Xiaoyi issue a public notice under the guild's name, announcing that the arranged marriage was false. Announcements in the World Channel were free, yet small loudspeakers required purchase, causing players to curse Xiaoyi for his extravagant spending. At the same time, he let slip the reasons for rejecting the arranged marriage via some inside information channels. Soon, players began discussing on the World Channel. World, brother-sister sitting on boat head, great news. The arranged marriage between Fenghua Langyan and Jian Chi Changlan is fake. Little sister Chang'an still belongs to all of us. World, don't split my pair, does the guy upstairs know? If it weren't for Fenghua Langyan's guild leader rejecting it, this would have been true. World, sashimi, who? The guild leader of Fenghua Langyan refused Shui Luo Chang'an. Are my ears malfunctioning? World, Bai Yun Sango, sympathy for little sister Chang'an, maybe she doesn't want it herself. World, there are always commoners wanting to harm me, is the guild leader of Fenghua Langyan blind? If it were me marrying little sister Chang'an, I'd laugh in my sleep every night. World, Big Tofu, everyone, don't you think the setup of Wolfgang isn't worse than Shui Luo Chang'an? Why do you talk as if no one matches your precious little sister Chang'an from home? World, a few coins, who's the guy upstairs? Isn't this the same dude who got bounty hunted by Wolfgang just the other day? Now he's defending them instead, suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. World, Big Tofu, roll roll roll. World, don't split my pair, does anyone wonder why the guild leader of Fenghua Langyan rejected a union with Shui Luo Chang'an? World, brother-sister sitting on boat head, ears cleaned, ready to listen. World, a few coins, ears cleaned, ready to listen. World, Bai Yun Sango, ears cleaned, ready to listen. World, don't split my pair, according to rumors, it's because of a female player called Yang Wan. World, Yuan not Garden Yuan, this I understand. Yang Wan, who was smeared by Fat Spy before and became famous from the 818 scandal. So she and Lang Yan are serious? World, want to try or not, she refused Shui Luo Chang'an for Yang Wan. This might be love. World, let's give it a try, this is probably love. World, Ju Li Ju Chi, this is probably love. World, Yuan not Garden Yuan, doesn't everyone think they're a sweet pair? The handsome, dominant guild leader paired with a beautiful and gentle young girl. Any good fan fiction? World, Ju Li Ju Chi, they really are quite a match. World, beauty queen, sisters upstairs, be more confident. Remove the word probably. World, summer is coming, sisters upstairs, be more confident. Remove the word probably. World, who touched my cat, I'm extremely curious, what must Yang Wan look like to enchant the guild leader of Fenghua Langyan so thoroughly? However, no one could answer this question. With great enthusiasm, people waited for results in the world chat but eventually left disappointed. He Lang followed every conversation in the world channel and suddenly became intrigued by a line from, who touched my cat. He also wanted to know what Yang Wan looked like. But all things need time, and he felt it wasn't yet appropriate to exchange photos. He suppressed his emotions and decided to wait a little longer. On YY, he casually mentioned the new ID of Xinghuaji, just in case. In He Lang's opinion, as long as Xinghuaji had any sense, she would never dare to act so blatantly and brazenly again in front of him. But he truly underestimated how much trouble Xinghuaji could cause. When He Lang was leading Yang Wan around killing monsters in the wild zone, Xinghuaji quietly approached them. She didn't get close but instead hid in a tree with dense foliage nearby, cursing at them in the local channel. Nearby, Lin Shen Jianlu, do you have a heart, Wolfgang? I was a spy, but we were together sincerely. Is this really how you ended up treating me? He Lang completely ignored her and warned Yang Wan not to respond. Feeling unsatisfied, Xinghuaji continued to curse from the branches. Nearby, Lin Shen Jianlu, Yang Wan, don't get cocky, today he made me lose levels, and one day when he gets a new girlfriend, he'll do the same to you. Yang Wan lowered her eyebrows, focusing entirely on attacking small monsters as He Lang instructed, giving Xinghuaji no acknowledgement whatsoever. After playing solo for 2 minutes, Xinghuaji grew angrier, fantasizing about grabbing their attention while using increasingly vulgar words. Nearby, Lin Shen Jianlu, what pot matches what lid, these dog lovers are dead looking but look perfect as a couple. Cold laugh. Having heard this, both Yang Wan and He Lang started losing patience. Nearby, Ye Chuzhou, if you dare insult her again, I will make you lose 20 more levels. Nearby, Wool Curl, he did nothing wrong, you did. As soon as the responses appeared, both paused, realizing the other's reply mirrored their feelings. Not fully reacting, He Lang smiled involuntarily. Nearby, Ye Chuzhou, darling, ignore her. Nearby, Wool Curl, okay. Nearby, Wool Curl, husband. Yang Wan hesitated briefly, adding 2 more words. He Lang felt incredibly refreshed hearing that term of endearment. Xinghuaji turned cyan from rage at these loving exchanges. Nearby, Lin Shen Jianlu, Wolfgang, I suggest you retract your words or you will regret it. Nearby, Ye Chuzhou, I already regret it, regretting not killing you more times. Nearby, Lin Shen Jianlu, really? Perhaps you don't know, but I have vital evidence against you in real life. Once I release it, everyone will discover how disgusting you truly are, and your gaming reputation will be destroyed. Nearby, Ye Chuzhou, you talk too much. He Lang aimed an arrow towards the branch behind him, launching 3 consecutive arrows. Struck by the arrows, Xinghuaji fell off the tree, with fresh red numbers indicating blood loss appearing above her head. Before fleeing in a panic, she hurled her last threat. Nearby, Lin Shen Jianlu, fine, since you initiated this first, we'll settle it on the forum. Don't expect me to come begging later. He Lang watched calmly as she ran off, then turned to Yang Wan and said, do you trust me, little sheep? I have no compromising hold over me. Yang Wan replied steadily, I trust you. He Lang immediately felt reassured. 2 hours later, when Xiao Yi and his roommate showed up with late-night snacks, He Lang's heart started to flutter again. Xiao Ye's roommate was also playing Xinggu, but they weren't on the same server. In casual conversation, he mentioned the uproar in his own server over the 818 scandal. A couple who had been gaming lovers for 2 years online finally met in real life, only to have their relationship end disastrously despite overcoming countless obstacles. Everyone listened with a sigh, except He Lang, who couldn't help imagining himself in the situation. Although he really didn't have any particular weaknesses, what if Xinghuaji slandered him by saying he was ugly? He Lang immediately became restless and got up to log into his secondary QQ account on his phone. Yang Zhuan's account wasn't shown as online. He Lang opened the Notes app on his phone and pulled out the phone number he had saved from when he last sent her headphones. He listed all the potential rumors Xinghuaji could come up with, typed them into a text message, and without hesitation, hit send. Little sheep, rest assured, brother is tall, handsome, has excellent academic performance, gets scholarships every year, hasn't gotten anyone pregnant, hasn't cheated or been unfaithful, has no girlfriend, no fiancé, doesn't smoke or gamble, drinks occasionally but never excessively, comes from a decent family, and has no criminal record. After sending it, he quickly skimmed through it once more. Something seemed to be missing. He Lang frowned and thought about it for a moment. Just as he was about to figure it out, Xiao Ye's sudden voice interrupted his train of thought. He stopped thinking and casually tossed his phone back onto the desk, quickly dismissing the matter from his mind. Chapter 28, The Net Administrator. When Yang Wan woke up in the morning, he noticed a new text message on his phone. The sender was an unfamiliar number, and the content was also a bit strange, like a confession text sent to a girl. What made Yang Wan slightly interested was the salutation the sender used for the recipient, which reminded him unconsciously of Lang Xing. But he didn't connect this coincidence. After all, there were too many people with the same name in this world. It was also impossible for the other party to know his phone number. Assuming it was just a wrongly sent text, Yang Wan did not take it too seriously. In the morning, he went to the library to look up information and heard 2 girls discussing games quietly behind the bookshelf. They talked about a game that was popular lately, but Yang Wan couldn't help associating it with Xinggu. He took a couple steps toward the corner, took out his phone and searched online for Xingji's forum. The majority of the online gaming community consists of college students who have classes during the day. Normally, the time when the forum would see its peak activity is at night. But today was a bit different. Yang Wan immediately noticed the surprisingly high number of online users on the forum. Guessing that this situation might be caused by Xinhua Ji, he pursed his lips and frowned, opening the forum's gossip section. A highly controversial anonymous post on the homepage immediately caught his attention. 818 The impoverished net admin Wolf Xing from the gaming guild Beacon of Flames pretending to be a wealthy owner. This time, even the guild's name and ID were written out. The content of the post went as follows. The real-life identity of Wolf Xing, the leader of Beacon of Flames, is a financially struggling loser working as a net administrator. Is there anyone else who doesn't know this yet? The fellow brothers and sisters within the same server and guild should know that our guild master Wolf Xing always appears as if he has plenty of money in the game, issuing bounty notices worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins without hesitation, spending money freely on rare equipment and mounts. You may think that it is merely a tiny fraction of his monthly pocket money, but you don't realize that it's actually the meager savings accumulated through several months of frugality and living simply in an internet cafe by our fraudulent guild master. Not only does our dishonest guild master lie about his financial status, but also about his academic credentials. If I hadn't created this thread today, perhaps until now, everyone would still believe in his claims within the game, thinking he is an elite student from the renowned domestic university A University. However, our deceitful guild master is nothing more than a high school graduate, illiterate in higher education. By now, I am sure everyone will have questions. Why is Wolf Xing called a poor loser admin instead of a wealthy tycoon? Why do we say that Wolf Xing is a high school graduate and not a top university high achiever? What evidence does the OP have? Don't worry, here comes the hard evidence next. Yang Wan saw the photos in subsequent posts. There were screenshots of Yehe Fenggao's WeChat moments, pictures of the internet cafe and its address, and even pictures of the internet cafe posted by Yehe Fenggao on his WeChat moments. The focal points in the photos were circled with red pens. The post author quickly followed up with their interpretation of the images. People who know Wolf Xing should also know Yehe Fenggao, and understand that they both know each other in real life. Yehe Fenggao posted such a photo on his WeChat moments, mentioning in the caption that the person in the picture is named HL. Players from Beacon of Flames should all know that the real name of Wolf Xing also includes the character Lang, which is not a very difficult piece of information to find out. Therefore, the person in the photo is none other than Wolf Xing himself. Yang Wan returned to check the photo again. In the background, it was an internet cafe where a young man sat lazily at the front desk, wearing a baseball cap covering his face, draped in a sport jacket marked with the Adidas logo. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing odd, but upon closer examination, he realized that it said Adidas rather than Adidas. The post also mentioned the internet cafe shown in the photo. A university students may not be unfamiliar with this internet cafe. Why doesn't our deceptive guild master claim to be a student of B or C university? It's simple, because the internet cafe where our deceptive guild master works is located right beside a university. Our dishonest guild master commands the wind and rain in the game as a guild master, but in reality, he is only a poorly educated poor net administrator who can only afford counterfeit goods. It's truly sad. After reading the entire post, Yang Wan even displayed signs of anger when he exited the forum. For the first time ever, he returned to his dormitory in the morning, turned on his computer, and entered the game. Many players were cursing in the world channel. World, picturesque rivers and mountains. Although the OP probably isn't much of a good person either, it is still quite nauseating for a broke loser pretending to be a rich magnate in the game. World, dream cage, this, how terrible must one's real life be to feel the need to pretend to be wealthy in a game to gain self-worth. World, 2 or 3 coins, wouldn't it be better for him to save some money, go back to school, and pass a college entrance exam? Why does he dump all his savings into the game? World, macho big tofu, from what I see, the equipment on his account must cost quite a bit in real money. How much can a net administrator make in a month? Even if he ate instant noodles every day, how could he sustain such spending? World, you say blue is your favorite color, maybe this is the last of his wife's dowry money. World, Hellion Minmin, I thought he was one of those extravagantly rich second-generation rich kids, but turns out he's just a net admin. Judging from the face under that hat, it probably looks pockmarked with acne, no wonder he doesn't want to show his face. It's good I didn't pursue him before, otherwise, not only would I not expect him to support me, I'd have to shell out my own money to support him. World, yuan not garden, sister upstairs, shut up. Didn't you already dig people out and post about them multiple times on the forum? Do you even know how bad your reputation is? World, 2 or 3 coins, now I'm curious, what does Yang Meiajuan think? If she knew Lang Xing was a penniless loser, would she still be with him? And as for the couple of tyrant help me and beautiful little unfortunate, do you still feel like shipping them? These irrelevant players' comments made Yang Wan angrier, so he directly replied on the World channel. World, Yang Meiajuan, yes. The World exploded instantly. World, brother-sister sitting at Bao, a key party member shows up in the spotlight. Is this the person himself or just an imposter? World, Yang Meiajuan, ha, brother, are you calling me? World, rivers and mountains like paintings, are they following the I love you and your poverty script? World, want to try, maybe this is love. World, try it we'll see, maybe this is love. World, Ju Li Ju Chi, maybe this is love. World, Lang Xing, really, Huan. Would you still be willing to stay with me even if I'm just a poor net admin earning 2,000 yuan a month, unable to buy a house or a car? Even though Yang Wan did not understand the relevance of houses and cars, he seriously responded with determination anyway. World, Yang Meiajuan, I will. World, brother sister sitting at bow. World, brother sister sitting at bow, what's wrong with you, sister? Are you nearsighted without wearing glasses? That's a high-quality imposter account, sister. World, yuan not garden, high imposter accounts, go away. World, advanced mathematics abused me hundreds of times, suddenly a little curious, is the monthly income of a net admin really only 2,000 yuan? 0.0. Yang Wan hesitated, blushed, and carefully took off his glasses, wiping them with a cloth. When Yang Wan was spotted responding with the impersonator account, He Lang was attending an advanced English class in the classroom. He had always excelled in English since childhood, passing both college English tests band 4 and 6 without much effort. Therefore, in the advanced English class, he would often sit idly in the back row playing with his phone. Xiao Yi had no morning classes, so he stayed in the dormitory gaming and thus witnessed Yang Wan mistakenly talking to an imposter account. He sent screenshots of the conversation to He Lang via WeChat. He Lang had sent a text message last night, which went unanswered afterward, so he hadn't sent a second one. Since he was well aware of Yang Wan's online time, when the forum post came out that morning, he didn't rush to find Yang Wan to explain. After all, Yang Wan would only check at night. Unexpectedly, Yang Wan logged in very early today. And said, I will, to the imposter account. Without bothering to analyze whether Yang Wan had seen his text message, He Lang left hurriedly from the back door of the classroom when the teacher turned around to check the teaching slides. After returning to the dormitory and logging on, He Lang called Yang Wan on YY voice chat, do you have any classes in the morning? No, Yang Wan lied guiltily, do you? Yes. In contrast, He Lang sounded completely unconcerned, but I skipped. At this age, boys love skipping classes, and Yang Wan, being an older student, fully understood, skipping classes isn't good. I skipped my English class. He Lang explained. English class is also important. Yang Wan advised earnestly. I've passed band 4 and 6. He Lang said again. Yang Wan oed, saying nothing. He Lang initiated by asking about Yang Wan, are you guys currently preparing for CT4? Yang Wan realized this belatedly, yes. Did Xiao Yang pass CT4? The other party seemed quite eager to know the answer. Passed, recalling the time results were released for band 4 and 6, Yang Wan panicked and tried to remedy the situation, but we don't know yet because the scores haven't been announced. Don't worry, you'll definitely pass, He Lang laughed lightly, if Xiao Yang passes CET for next semester, then it's time for band 6 preparation, right? Yang Wan nodded softly. That next semester, I can help you prepare. His tone brightened slightly, laced with laughter. Unwilling to continue this deceptive topic, Yang Wan dryly interjected, oh. Taking it as an acceptance, He Lang's lips curved slightly upward. Little sheep, aren't you worried that what's written on the forum posts might be true, that I'm not a college student, just a poor net admin, and my claims of passing band 4 and 6 were all lies? This time, Yang Wan answered both quickly and decisively, I trust you. Upon hearing this, He Lang felt a softness in his heart and confessed openly, the person in the picture is indeed me. Yang Wan hummed in acknowledgement. But the content in the post isn't true either. He Lang's deep voice sounded youthful and pleasant. Do you believe what I've told you, little sheep? I believe, Yang Wan said without a trace of hesitation. He Lang couldn't help but gradually widen his smile. I believe that the claim about your high school diploma in the post is false, and I also believe that you're an excellent student, Yang Wan awkwardly reassured him, fearing that he might fall into despair over the post. Working part-time at a cybercafe outside the school after class isn't something to be ashamed of. You're already putting in a lot of effort to earn money while in college. He Lang's smile froze instantly. Before Yang Wan finished speaking, he realized how powerless his words of comfort sounded. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he finally mustered up the courage to ask, can you give me your address? I promise I won't bother you. He spoke hurriedly, ensuring his promise, yet his tone clearly betrayed his nervousness and discomfort. I want to send you an Adidas jacket. Chapter 29 Maintenance. He Lang was silent for a bit too long. So much so that Yang Wan thought he had been too abrupt, and quickly rephrased, if it's not okay, it's fine. It's fine, of course it is, He Lang interrupted him firmly. I'll send it to you right now. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan remembered that the other person was also a student at University A, but based on the address of the internet cafe in the post's leak, they were not on the same campus. The distance between the two campuses of University A could be considered neither far nor near, but he still asked with some concern, will your department move to another campus in the future? He Lang's voice sounded somewhat regretful, no. Yang Wan finally felt completely at ease. He Lang attempted to clarify once again, actually, I'm really not short of money. Yang Wan misunderstood his meaning. Most boys at this age have strong self-esteem. He tried hard to consider his words carefully, you don't misunderstand me, giving you clothes isn't out of pity or looking down on you. If you don't want them, I cannot. Yes. He Lang cut off his words again with a headache. I really want them. He took a soft breath and lied against his conscience. Actually, I am a little short of money recently. Yang Wan saved the address he sent, his gaze sweeping over the other person's phone number, then furrowed his brows slightly in confusion. This number seemed familiar from somewhere. He opened his SMS inbox by memory and indeed found the same phone number there. Was the text message last night sent by you? Yang Wan's voice still carried confusion. How do you have my number? Did you forget? He Lang reminded him. I sent you headphones before. Yang Wan remembered. Not long after receiving the voice changer, Yang Wan stopped using the headphones sent by the other person. Now when he thought about it, Shualan said those headphones weren't cheap, and yet he only spent 50 yuan to buy them, which was quite unreasonable. Are those headphones expensive? Yang Wan's tone carried a slight regret. I'll return the headphones to you, you can resell them to others, and make a little bit of money. He Lang. The headphones were won through a lottery by me, and the genuine certificate has already been lost. He Lang made up excuses casually. Without proof that it's an original, if posted online, it won't sell. Yang Wan opened his mouth several times, but in the end, didn't say anything. He Lang quickly changed the topic. I heard from others that you just replied to a counterfeit account in the world. Yang Wan paused for a moment, nodded uncomfortably. I didn't realize that it was a fake account, I thought it was you. There was a subtle sourness that spread in He Lang's tone. Little Sheep hasn't even told me those things face to face, yet the counterfeit account called you Juju. You can call too. Yang Wan said gently. But I like the name Little Sheep better. The other person laughed. Can what Little Sheep said to the counterfeit account now be retold to me? I didn't say many things. Yang Wan stated. Doesn't Little Sheep want to tell me again? He Lang's tone lowered, emphasizing heavily, articulating clearly. It's not that, I didn't. Yang Wan hurriedly explained. Then if I ask, Little Sheep will answer me. He Lang's tone suddenly rose sharply. Yang Wan hesitated for a few seconds and uttered an oh. He Lang cleared his throat seriously and discreetly activated the recording function. If I were very poor, would Little Sheep still be with me? Yang Wan typed words on the public screen of YY, a Chinese voice chat app. Woolly curl, yes. He Lang. Little Sheep, his tone softened slightly, brother wants to hear you answer with your voice. Yang Wan spoke, yes. He Lang got a great sense of satisfaction inside. Then if I were a poor internet administrator with a monthly income of 2,000, would Little Sheep still be willing to be with me? Yang Wan hesitated for a while. When other players asked such questions in the game, he hadn't noticed any problems with his answers. But now being asked personally, Yang Wan developed a subtle feeling inside. Little Sheep. He Lang urged him. Yang Wan's voice gradually diminished, I'm willing. He Lang was extremely delighted by being coaxed. In the afternoon, Yang Wan went to the physical store in the mall to buy clothes, and in the middle, he embarrassingly sent a text message to the other person asking about his height and size. After buying the clothes and returning to school, he directly mailed them at the delivery point. Feeling guilty in some way, though knowing that He Lang was at the new campus and he wouldn't see him on campus, Yang Wan still wore a hat and mask when mailing the parcel. Even when filling out the shipping address, his nerves were always taut, and his eyes constantly darted around and tried to hide his movements. So much so that the staff responsible for collecting packages thoroughly inspected the clothes inside and outside before sealing the package. A few hours later, back online playing games, Yang Wan privately messaged He Lang to let him know. Friend Woolly Curl, the clothes have been sent out, they should arrive tomorrow. Friend He Lang, alright. The guild channel was also lively. Guild Sweetheart chose me super sweet, after 10 AM tomorrow, Xingu will be down for maintenance. I'll miss you guys during the 24 hours when we won't see each other. Guild Smell Roses, I'll miss Sweet Sister too. Guild Glutinous Rice Cake super tasty, I'll miss Sweet Sister too. Guild Mango Pancake, I'll miss Sweet Sister too. Guild Taro Ball and Sago Dessert, too cute. When will Sweet Sister agree to be my wife? Wah. Guild Sweetheart chose me super sweet, roll out. I'm sweet brother. Guild Morning Worker, ha 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 ha. Guild Morning Worker, is there anyone willing to join the final raid before game maintenance? Guild Sweetheart chose me super sweet, your sweet brother is coming soon, save a spot for your sweet brother first. Guild Morning Worker, alright, sweet sister. Guild Sweetheart chose me super sweet. Guild Morning Worker, the Guild Master is online, joining us for the raid. Guild Wolf Steps, no, I'll be taking Little Sheep for daily quests. Guild Morning Worker, daily quests won't take long, the Guild Master can do them after finishing the raid. Guild Sweetheart chose me super sweet, after doing the dailies, he will definitely take his sister-in-law to enjoy the scenery. Brother, now you know why you're still single. Guild Morning Worker, it's an area that this single dog cannot reach. Guild Taro Ball and Sago Dessert, it's an area that this single dog cannot reach. Guild Glutinous Rice Cake super tasty, it's an area that this single dog cannot reach. Even though the forum post caused quite a stir in the forums during the day, the atmosphere in the guild remained unchanged. Especially those few IDs familiar to Yang Wan, their attitude towards He Lang stayed as it always was. Yang Wan silently observed for a while, suddenly somewhat understanding why Zhuolan liked playing this game so much. He Lang had not originally thought about sightseeing, but seeing Sweetheart Chose Me Super Sweet mention it, after completing the dailies, he took Yang Wan back to the same scenic night map from last time, lying in a tall pile of grass to watch the beautiful starry sky. Friend Wolf Steps, there will be maintenance tomorrow morning. Friend Woolly Curl, Friend Wolf Steps, can't play the game tomorrow evening. Friend Woolly Curl, Friend Wolf Steps, can't meet with Little Sheep for 24 hours. Friend Woolly Curl, Friend Wolf Steps, will Little Sheep miss me? Yang Wan hesitated for a moment, then before he fully realized it, his hands typed out a reply and sent it. Friend Woolly Curl, Seeing this, He Lang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Friend Wolf Steps, was that a conditioned response, or heartfelt? Yang Wan kept pressing keys on his keyboard and deleting repeatedly for a long time, unsure how to respond. Taking his silence as not planning to answer, He Lang brought up a new topic. Friend Wolf Steps, do you have class before 10 tomorrow? After much hesitation, Yang Wan eventually decided to follow his heart and answer truthfully. Friend Woolly Curl, it's heartfelt. He Lang couldn't help the corners of his mouth curling upwards. Friend Wolf Steps, I'll miss Little Sheep too. Friend Woolly Curl, no class in the morning, but I have something else to do. Friend Wolf Steps, then we'll see each other the night after tomorrow. The other party didn't say anything nor asked any questions, only making plans with him for the marriage task the night after next. But for some unknown reason, Yang Wan could sense a hint of disappointment from his words. As if influenced by the other's mood, Yang Wan himself started to feel a little low. This feeling persisted until just before going to sleep at night. Zhuolan returned to the dormitory with 2 black circles under his eyes, cheerfully announcing, after these couple of days, I can finally start gaming. Facing him, Yang Wan seemed distracted, lost in deep thought. Zhuolan waved his hand in front of him, what are you thinking about? Only then did Yang Wan snap out of it, nothing, I'm going to sleep. Yang Wan climbed into bed and prepared to sleep, leaving the alarm clock set at its usual time. Unfortunately, he forgot to turn off the silent mode on his phone, causing him to oversleep the next morning. When he woke up, it was already 9 o'clock, and Zhuolan wasn't in the dorm. Luckily, since he didn't have class today, there was no worry of being late, so he got dressed, brushed his teeth, washed his face, ate a bowl of rice noodles downstairs, and then set out to the lab. After breakfast, it was already 9:45. He walked along the road, holding his phone and frequently looking down at it, inexplicably feeling anxious. In his mind, he kept recalling what He Lang had said the previous evening before logging off. It took him 5 minutes to walk from the dormitory building to the school square. He accidentally bumped into someone else while glancing down at his phone for the last time. The phone slipped and fell to the ground, and they both bent over to pick it up simultaneously. When he looked up, he realized it was a female classmate from his undergraduate program. She appeared surprised to see him, clearly wanting to catch up but held back by her tight schedule. In a rush, she handed his phone back to him, waving as she ran off, sorry, I'm in a hurry. Let's chat on WeChat next time. If the phone is damaged, tell me on WeChat. Yang Wan stood stunned for a moment before lowering his gaze to check the screen. There were only 10 minutes left until 10 o'clock. He suddenly gripped his phone tightly and started running back towards the dormitory. Out of breath, he raced back inside with just 5 minutes to spare. Even though He Lang hadn't said he would be online today, Yang Wan still opened his computer as quickly as possible and logged into the game with an increasingly heavy and urgent heartbeat. He logged in right where they had been in the night view map from last night. The tall pile of grass was still there, the beautiful starry sky was still visible, and even the person who had lain beside him under the stars last night still lay there in the grass. Yang Wan momentarily lost his ability to speak, his eyes flicking toward He Lang's character, causing his heart to skip a beat. He Lang was also evidently surprised and delighted. Friend Wolf Steps, don't you have something to do? Yang Wan felt a bit guilty about lying. Friend Woolly Curl, it's done. Friend Woolly Curl, how did you log in? Friend Wolf Steps, waiting for you. Friend Wolf Steps, I wanted to see if you'd push aside your own plans because of being soft-hearted and come looking for me. Though you didn't push your plans aside, I still managed to wait for you before 10. Yang Wan's heart raced so fast that he couldn't think straight anymore. He couldn't even figure out if this state was due to his lack of exercise or some other reason. Friend Wolf Steps, there's nothing we can do in the final 3 minutes. Friend Woolly Curl, Friend Wolf Steps, so, let me set off some fireworks. Friend Woolly Curl, He Lang opened his backpack and started setting off the fireworks. Fireworks burst into the night sky one after another, exploding beautifully overhead, forming pink heart shapes in the air. Yang Wan recognized the name of the fireworks, Red Bean Southland. With a previous similar experience, he typed the question without hesitation. Friend Woolly Curl, did you hit it by mistake again? Friend Wolf Steps, not this time. Yang Wan's gradually calming breathing and heartbeat began racing again. But after saying those words, He Lang stopped speaking. Yang Wan glanced down at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. He Lang chatted with him in his usual tone. Friend Wolf Steps, don't forget the time will go online after 2 days. Friend Woolly Curl, alright. Friend Wolf steps, before going online, make sure you eat dinner and take a shower. The task might take quite long. Friend Woolly Curl, alright. Friend Wolf steps, connect on YY before accepting the task. Friend Woolly Curl, alright. Friend Wolf steps, would you like to be my wife? The time ticked over the last second and hit 10 o'clock exactly. All online players were forcibly logged out as the game started its maintenance and update. He Lang stood up with a dark face, slamming his fist on the table in anger and cursing, shit. Chapter 30, Agreement. The idea of proposing marriage was completely spontaneous and impulsive. He Lang originally just planned to set off some fireworks and spend the rest of the time chatting with Yang Wan. By the end of their chat, He Lang suddenly felt that this was a good time to bring up marriage. He even thought that if he proposed, the chances of Yang Wan agreeing were probably around 70 to 80%. It was only 5 minutes until 10 o'clock, yet the other party still wanted to log on to check if he was online. It wasn't true that they didn't like him. He Lang was fully confident in himself. Ultimately, it was the game developers who spoiled his plans. With a face full of gloom, He Lang went out to collect the courier package. Not long after waking up in the morning, the delivery point had already sent him a text message, reminding him that there was a new parcel awaiting him. Guessing that it was probably the jacket that had arrived, He Lang's expression softened slightly. He no longer sent QQ messages to contact Yang Wan. After being offline for so long, the other party should have realized by now, most likely not going to agree immediately. He Lang decided to give him some time to consider. There were quite a number of people at the delivery point, and He Lang stood at the back of the queue holding his phone, with girls in the queue sneaking glances at him. He Lang pretended not to see them and lowered his head to play with his phone. Someone stopped next to him and asked, He Lang, are you picking up a package for someone? He Lang looked up upon hearing the voice, scanning Liao Chang'an with a calm gaze. Picking it up for myself. Liao Chang'an smiled and lightly poked his arm with her clean and beautiful fingertips. Can I cut the line a bit? He Lang accurately avoided any physical contact with her, showing little expression on his face. Go stand at the back yourself. Liao Chang'an pouted. There are so many people at the back. Could you bear watching me stand all the way at the back? He Lang gave her a glance and slightly raised his lips into a smirk, speaking sparingly. I can bear it. Since Liao Chang'an couldn't get through to him, she naturally found ways to deal with others. The person standing behind He Lang happened to be a male student. Liao Chang'an turned to the male student and blinked her eyes while looking at him. Big brother, can I cut in front of you? The male student, blushing red, stepped back a bit. Liao Chang'an smiled radiantly. Thank you. She then unhesitatingly stood behind He Lang. He Lang did not comment on this and simply turned his back to her. As Liao Chang'an moved closer to his back, she lowered her voice and asked, why don't you agree to our alliance? Our guild leader has already promised monthly contributions to your guild. He Lang replied indifferently, I don't want to. Why don't you want to? Liao Chang'an pursued. Don't want to is just don't want to, He Lang said lazily, why are there so many whys? Liao Chang'an's cheeks slightly puffed up. Is it because of that Wolwan? Do you live in the Pacific Ocean? Why are you managing such wide affairs? He Lang retorted rudely. Liao Chang'an sweetly smiled as she tilted her head. Where my home is, isn't Big Brother the one who knows best? He Lang ignored her from then on. Not only did Liao Chang'an not retreat when faced with difficulties, but she became even more insistent, her voice taking on a pitiful tone. Big brother, why don't you care about me? He Lang directly held up his clenched fist for her to see. If you call one more time, I'll beat you. He threatened faintly. Let me say this beforehand, the rule about not hitting women doesn't work with me. Liao Chang'an. She immediately became compliant. When it was the two of their turns, Liao Chang'an stood behind, curiously asking upon seeing what seemed like clothes in his hand, will you really wear clothes costing 100 or 200 yuan from Taobao? It's not bought online. He Lang casually weighed the package in one hand. It was mailed by someone else. The woman's intuition told her that whoever mailed He Lang the clothes was neither a brother nor a friend. Instantly, Liao Chang'an developed a sense of crisis. Who sent it to you? He Lang had already turned towards the exit at this point. Upon seeing her quickly catch up, he paused and asked, do you want to know? Liao Chang'an responded, yes. My wife. He Lang arched an eyebrow. No, sorry. Then he used a more precise term. Should be future wife. He left after saying that. Liao Chang'an stood dumbfounded, neglecting to go back and pick up her package. She took out her phone and called each of He Lang's friends in turn. Given how excellent He Lang was in both appearance and family background and that he hadn't dated anyone in so many years, half of it could be attributed to Liao Chang'an. She guarded vigilantly against any girl trying to get close to He Lang. And He Lang was not one to fall in love at first sight either. Therefore, over these years, He Lang rarely interacted with females, let alone having deep relationships or dating opportunities with the opposite sex. Liao Chang'an was calling his friends, while on the way back to the dormitory, He Lang was also calling his group of friends. Xiao Ye's call did not go through for a long time. After He Lang tried 2 or 3 times, the other side finally picked up. Thinking that he was engaged in a long phone chat with his girlfriend from the art academy, He Lang impatiently asked, "Are brothers more important, or is your girlfriend more important?" Xiao Yi rubbed his temples, explaining with a headache, "Big brother, my girlfriend has class in the morning." "What did you say?" He Lang asked. "I said no," Xiao Yi replied. He Lang paused for a moment, slightly dissatisfied with his response. But then he considered that Yang Wan hadn't actually agreed to him yet, so he let it go. "Meet at the gym at 2 this afternoon, and remember to call the others." Xiao Yi thought about the post on the gaming forum revealing He Lang as a network manager, which made his lips twitch involuntarily. Was this guy really here to play basketball, or was he planning to beat someone up? But still, Xiao Yi responded affirmatively since the leaked photo had originally come from him. Although He Lang was his buddy, he felt like an apology was due anyway. So at 2 in the afternoon, Xiao Yi called their mutual friends and headed to the school gymnasium. When they arrived, He Lang hadn't shown up yet. A few of them sat by the basketball court waiting for a bit. A few minutes later, He Lang finally appeared at the entrance of the gym. Everyone turned around and froze simultaneously. It was a sweltering summer day with temperatures reaching 30 degrees Celsius, yet He Lang was wearing an Adidas spring-autumn jacket. His demeanor looked relaxed, not at all like someone who was about to start a fight. Xiao Yi stood up first and approached him. "He Lang, are you crazy? Why wear such heavy clothes in this heat?" He Lang stopped right in front of him with a tense face. "Does it look good?" "How could it possibly look good?" Xiao Ye's face showed confusion. He Lang smiled instead, pride evident in his voice. "You wouldn't understand." "Xiao Yi." "Alright," Xiao Yi slowly repeated each word as if mimicking him. "I don't get it." After the game started maintenance, Yang Wan left for the lab. The classmate who accompanied him noticed that Yang Wan seemed somewhat distracted today. "Did you not sleep well last night?" the graduate student asked. Yang Wan shook his head. "No, it's not that." He was still thinking about the question He Lang had asked him earlier in the game. In fact, at that time, had it not been for the sudden forced disconnection caused by the game's maintenance, he would have reflexively typed out, "Sure," before even processing what he'd done. With slow deliberation, Yang Wan finally recalled the exact question He Lang had posed. His first reaction was relief. Relief that he hadn't created an irreversible situation. However, inexplicably, throughout the morning in the lab, his mind was unusually excited and restless, unable to concentrate on observing plant leaves under the microscope. The sound of his classmate's voice brought him back to reality. "Why is that?" Yang Wan fell silent for a moment, not answering but asking instead, "What do you think about online romance?" "Online romance?" The classmate thought for 2 seconds. "You mean falling in love with an online friend? Like chatting on social apps every day or playing games together?" Yang Wan hummed in agreement. "Leisurely pastime," the classmate dismissed with a casual laugh. "We're adults, how can we easily fall for people we've never met from behind a screen? Online romances are pretty common, but they lack real emotional substance and rarely last long." Yang Wan nodded. "Oh." Although his classmate had pointed out only the downsides of online dating, Yang Wan unintentionally found himself somewhat swayed. If it wouldn't affect his work or study in reality, and wasn't expected to last too long, maybe saying yes wouldn't hurt anything. This idea crept into his thoughts, causing Yang Wan to waver between agreeing and declining. More importantly, he didn't want to disappoint He Lang. But apart from that, there was also the gender issue between them. Yang Wan ended up calling Zhuolan. He hesitated on the phone, asking Zhuolan indirectly, "How are things going between you and Night Black Wind High these days?" "Things?" Zhuolan was currently browsing online for resources, her thoughts splitting. "We eventually broke up peacefully." "Did breaking up have any impact on either of you?" Yang Wan asked again. "Not at all, none whatsoever," Zhuolan answered naturally. "Do I look affected?" "He's doing great too. When we broke up, he even told me he planned to find a girlfriend in real life." See? There's absolutely no conflict between games and real life. Many people already have kids in real life but still have wives inside games. But they're all female players. Yang Wan's tone unconsciously dropped lower. "This is hard to say, there are so many people pretending to be female characters in games." Zhuolan couldn't help herself and blurted some words out. "Actually, these kinds of things, if neither party mentions it, who else will know? People in online relationships usually realize, there are too many hindrances in reality for actual meetings. Sometimes, all they need is for you to play as a female character in the game. As for what happens outside the game, why should that matter to anyone?" Realizing he might have said too much and not wanting to corrupt Yang Wan, Zhuolan quickly added, "That's just how I think about it." Unbeknownst to him, Yang Wan had already taken his last words to heart. There was a more candid choice actually. Yang Wan asked openly, "Do I have to keep pretending to be a girl in the game?" "Absolutely not." Zhuolan was shocked by his words. "If you expose your gender, people will find out my real gender too." Yang Wan replied with an agreeable, "Sure." It had been a while since Zhuolan had played the game. Uncertainly, he poked at his ears and questioned, "What did you say?" Startled for a second, Yang Wan swiftly responded, "Okay." He reminded himself seriously after this call that he shouldn't use a girlish tone in real life. On Thursday night, Yang Wan logged onto the game and YY as usual. He Lang greeted him as always with his deep voice, "Good evening, little sheep." But Yang Wan responded with an unusual, sure. This rare response momentarily stunned He Lang, who asked with hesitation, sure, what? Nervously, Yang Wan stammered on his keyboard, unable to fully articulate his thought, you didn't say to let me. After a long pause, he still couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence properly. But He Lang quickly understood, giving him no room for further thought or hesitation. He called out loudly, wife. The tone conveyed pure delight. Yang Wan felt a burning sensation from his neck up to his face. His heartbeat thundered in his ears like drums, making his eardrums slightly itchy. His throat went dry, preventing him from speaking. Yet secretly, joy began creeping into his heart unnoticed. This feeling made him unfamiliar with himself. Is this what online romance feels like? Yang Wan nervously licked his lips and answered faintly, all right. Chapter 31, Mission. A new NPC has been introduced in the game, Yu Lao, responsible for releasing marriage missions. When Yang Wan and He Lang arrived at Lover's Valley, the entrance was already crowded with couples waiting to do the mission. There were even players taking the opportunity to propose to female players by setting off fireworks in Lover's Valley. People gathered around, cheering on layer after layer, and messages on nearby channels flashed quickly. Yang Wan did not join the commotion but stood obediently next to Yu Lao waiting. He Lang stayed close to him and took the chance to ask, does Xiao Yang like this kind of proposal? Yang Wan hastily denied, no, I don't. He Lang pursued further, then what kind does Xiao Yang like? Yang Wan paused for a moment and said a little shyly, do we have to propose? Can't we just get married directly? He Lang's heart warmed slightly as he listened and wished he could immediately take him to Yu Lao for their marriage. After that successful proposal, the male player, having finished setting off fireworks, led his female partner towards Yu Lao. The two shamelessly showed their affection on the nearby channel. Nearby, hug you if you behave, darling, don't worry, we'll surely get the rose engagement rings. Nearby, kiss you if you don't smoke, love you, my husband, kiss. Yang Wan hadn't received any updates for a long time and couldn't help looking puzzled. Rose engagement rings? Isn't the reward supposed to be appearance items and mounts? He Lang replied while typing, couple rings are the prize for the first place. This is the latest information announced yesterday by the official. Nearby, wolf walking, sorry, but those rings will be mine. Hug you if you behave hadn't spoken yet, but the friends who came to support them had mocked them a bit. Nearby, gentle poison, is the boss of Fengelangian getting married too? Does he still have money left for that? Laughing. Nearby, bury me in time, probably not, all his wife's dowry went to equipment, laughing. Nearby, hug you if you behave, how much gold does marriage cost again? 100. Should I sponsor you a little, buddy? Nearby, gentle poison, ha ha ha. Nearby, kiss you if you don't smoke, honey, what business is it of ours if others have money or not? You still haven't bought me the new appearance item you promised last time, pouting. Nearby, hug you if you behave, don't worry, honey. After we finish the task, your husband will buy it for you. Their friends began to brush screens and praise them. Nearby, gentle poison, brother and sister-in-law are so loving, lemon. Nearby, bury me in time, it's no wonder our big brother always comes out with a full set of shop appearances, buying things for sister-in-law without hesitation, applause. Nearby, drunk into your eyes, I wish big brother and sister-in-law happiness in advance, throwing flowers. Yang Wan felt angrier and tried his best to comfort himself, you don't have to mind them. He Lang's tone carried full laughter, not seeming angry, rather more like teasing him, I'll follow what my wife says, I won't pay attention to them. Yang Wan's face turned red and paused for a few seconds before earnestly promising, don't worry, I'll come up with the 100 gold for the marriage. He Lang. Not necessary, Xiao Yang, He Lang said between amusement and frustration, trying to salvage his own image. I can afford the 100 gold for our wedding. You don't have to push yourself, Yang Wan cautiously worded his response. He Lang. I'm not pushing myself. He Lang stressed every word firmly, biting into the syllables. Yang Wan then stopped speaking. He Lang switched over to the guild channel and inquired. Guild, wolf walking, where did hug you if you behave come from? Anyone know? Guild, which cookie are you, who? Do they exist in our server? I've never heard of such a person. Guild, smell roses, this guy recently transferred with his group of friends to our server, bought his account from the forum. He's reportedly a rich second-generation heir. Guild, choose me for first love and I'll be super sweet, brother you've encountered him. Word is he's also going to accept the marriage mission at Lover's Valley tonight. Guild, wolf walking, we met. Guild, choose me for first love and I'll be super sweet, that son of a gun, I also encountered him once in a wilderness team a few days ago. His operations were impeccable, and he was indeed very wealthy. In the final auction for the stones, I couldn't compete with him, and thinking about it now still pisses me off, angry. Guild members all consoled him. He Lang no longer looked at their chat content as the clock struck 8. Yu Lao's head popped up with a text bubble reminding all players that it was now time for the mission to start. After Yang Wan and He Lang formed a team, the automatic task sharing function activated. They received 2 tasks from Yu Lao, 1 individual and 1 double player task. Only after completing the single-person task could they trigger the progress bar for the dual task. Hug you if you behave remained stationary at the spot after accepting the task, seemingly having spent some time before the arrival of 8 o'clock inquiring about Hilang's information from veteran players in the server. Nearby, hug you if you behave, hey, the network admin who wants to compete with me for the rose couple rings, I hear you're pretty skilled. Why don't we have a competition and see who can get the rings? Too busy to reply, Hilang was speaking to Yang Wan. Are you ready? Ready. Yang Wan replied. Then let's go. Hilang took his hand and walked towards the activated teleportation array beside Yu Lao. Seeing that Hilang didn't respond for so long, hug you if you behave stepped forward to block their way. Nearby, hug you if you behave, speechless, are you? Hilang guided Yang Wan around him and leapt onto the white glowing teleportation array. His apparent ignoring angered hug you if you behave, who shouted from his spot. Nearby, hug you if you behave, coward. Hilang's eyes narrowed slightly as he led Yang Wan off the teleportation array. Nearby, wolf walking, just having an argument like this is no fun. Let's make a bet instead. Hug you if you behave became instantly interested, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Nearby, hug you if you behave, if I get the couple rings, you'll kneel down and call me dad. If you two get the rings, I'll kneel down and call you dad. Nearby, wolf walking, is that it? Hug you if you behave felt an obvious disdain coming from the other side, fueling his competitive spirit even more. Nearby, hug you if you behave, not only will I call you dad, but on your wedding day, I'll send you a big red envelope via mail. And if I win, there'll be no need for you to seal any envelopes, your measly earnings as a poor network admin wouldn't interest me anyway, disdain. Unhurriedly, Hilang glanced down at what had been sent. Nearby, wolf walking, how big is this red envelope? Nearby, hug you if you behave, 1 month's allowance. Nearby, wolf walking, deal. Hilang returned with Yang Wan to the teleportation array. When the countdown finished, Yang Wan was teleported to a map called Rose Forest. The mission started timing once he entered the new map. There was only himself in the forest, though Hilang wasn't physically present, his voice soon echoed through the headset, Xiao Yang, find the rabbit to get a clue about the mission. Yang Wan looked around and indeed saw a white rabbit crouching beneath a tree at the edge of the dark and silent forest. He controlled his character to jog over and triggered a dialogue with the rabbit. The rabbit's ears twitched slightly, and a slow text bubble appeared above its head. It was said that many years ago, a wealthy young master eloped with the daughter of a servant in the mansion, passing through this place. They ultimately met their deaths together in the forest. On the night they died, it happened to be the full moon. Since then, the forest has remained eternally in the darkness of night without seeing dawn, and only true lovers could successfully traverse it and obtain eternal love. In short, it was a maze-solving task. After finishing the conversation, Yang Wan obtained a poetic clue from the white rabbit, though we look upon each other, our voices cannot be heard. May we follow the moonlight together. He adjusted his view upward and, sure enough, a lone full moon hung in the sky. Yang Wan stepped into the windless forest, starting to search for places touched by moonlight. Hilang's map was different, but his tone suggested that he was completely confident, occasionally reminding him, call me if you have any problems. Yang Wan responded smoothly, no problem. His task indeed presented no significant issues, as both the clues and the background mentioned the moon. Following the moonlight, Yang Wan managed to navigate out of the forest smoothly. At the exit of the forest were 2 doors emitting soft white light. Throughout the entire journey, Yang Wan hadn't received any hints related to the doors. After hesitating for a second, he walked up to push the left door. Unexpectedly, a message popped up saying, the door is sealed. Not understanding the setup's intent, Yang Wan turned and pushed the right door. He opened the door and, as soon as he passed through it, was teleported to a new map. This new map was a riverbank bathed in the red glow of twilight. A few male players were scattered around, seemingly waiting for their partners. Hug you if you behave was among them. Standing in place, Yang Wan couldn't help but feel somewhat confused, had he really come this far already? Realizing his presence, hug you if you behave strutted forward smugly. Nearby, hug you if you behave, where's your husband? Nearby, wool roll, he hasn't come out yet. Hug you if you behave suddenly felt quite cheerful. Nearby, hug you if you behave, I knew it. This chicken. Contemptuous. Just then, realizing Hilang had not spoken for a long time, Yang Wan proactively reported his progress, I've made it out. You're out. The other person's voice was slightly deeper, seeming absorbed in something, and his response came with a casual coo. Good, wait for me for 2 minutes, I'll be right there. Chapter 32, The Kiss. Yang Wan waited for 2 minutes on the new map by the river. During this time, more and more players came out from the maze, but he gradually noticed that almost all of them were male players. Surprisingly, he was the only female character on the scene. 2 male players exchanged information in the nearby channel. Nearby Wu Feng Yuqing, this maze is so simple. Is the game developer doubting our intelligence? Nearby Zhe Zishi, brother, did your wife come out? Nearby Wu Feng Yuqing, no, what about yours? Nearby Zhe Zishi, mine hasn't either. Nearby Wu Feng Yuqing, that's strange, why are all the ones who came out male players? Are the tasks harder for female players? Yang Wan couldn't help but interject a sentence. Nearby Yang Mao Wan, mine was also very simple. More and more people began to discuss in the channel. Gue Yi Dian Jiu Bao and I, though anxious in his heart, calmed down again when he thought about how Lang Xing hadn't come out yet. After 2 minutes, He Lang was teleported to the riverside. At the same time, all the players in the game received a system-wide message. World system asked the world what love is, it makes life and death promises. Congratulations to player Lang Xing and player Yang Mao Wan for completing the Rose Forest task. The players doing the task were immediately shocked. Nearby Zhe Zishi, what's going on? Nearby Wu Feng Yuqing, damn, why did I receive a system notification saying my task failed? Nearby Gue Yi Dian Jiu Bao and I, why did I fail too? I've already come out, angry. Not long after the system message came out, the male players who failed the task at the scene were teleported back to Lover's Slope, and their task progress was reset to 0. He Lang took Yang Wan to the riverside to find the NPC for the double player task. Yang Wan asked, what did you do in the maze? I fought a boss. He Lang laughed quietly, didn't you see 2 doors after coming out of the maze? Yes. Yang Wan said. Could you choose which door to push? The other party asked. No. Yang Wan answered truthfully. He Lang said, I could choose. Although he didn't say it outright, Yang Wan gradually began to understand. And the game would give clear hints, telling me that there's a boss behind the left door and the second task point is directly behind the right door. He Lang added another sentence. You chose the left door, so I could only enter the right door. Yang Wan logically continued, the male players who completed the task chose the right door, so their partners had to defeat the boss to come out. He Lang immediately praised affectionately, my wife is really smart. Yang Wan rubbed his ear roots and countered in a low voice, it's nothing. After speaking, he had a new doubt, was the boss hard to beat? Why haven't any female players come out of the maze? I guess. He Lang paused for a second, deliberately turning the topic, do you want to know? Yang Wan didn't know the designer's thoughts and honestly said, yes. Then call me husband first to hear, He Lang coaxed. Yang Wan's face turned red and hot, and his speech became hesitant, can we change to something else? His wife having such little courage, scaring her off would end up being his own loss, so emotions need to be nurtured slowly. Understanding this key point, He Lang kindly loosened his demands, then just call me brother. Yang Wan immediately stopped stuttering and obediently called, brother. My little sheep is really good. He Lang couldn't help but smile, then proceeded with the main subject, I guess that boss might have intentionally targeted female characters with special skills, so they couldn't handle it and had to let the male characters fight. Yang Wan comprehended, oh. The NPC for the double player task was Mr. Lu, a member of the Lu family who was soon to be engaged in a nearby town. When Mr. Lu was young, he had an elder maid named Yingying who was 5 years older than him. At the age of 10, he once vowed to marry her when he grew up. Unexpectedly, she left without a word later. Mr. Lu managed to find out where Yingying was living through various inquiries. When he turned 20, he rushed here overnight just to meet Yingying. They received the task, find Yingying, and Mr. Lu gave them a handkerchief personally embroidered by Yingying. They found a small village not far from the riverside, where about 20 or so households were scattered. It was dinner time in the evening, and wisps of cooking smoke floated over the village. According to the clues given by Mr. Lu, Yingying should be 25 years old this year. They investigated house by house in the village, screening candidates for Yingying based on age, eventually narrowing the range down to 3 people. A Miss Li living on the east side of the village had come to settle alone a few years ago. Miss Zhao, who lived on the west side of the village, had been sold to a wealthy household as a maid when she was young. Miss Wang, who lived on the north side of the village, was a renowned embroidery artisan in the village. They knocked on the doors of these 3 houses one by one, and each of them made different requests. Miss Li's beloved little dog had gone missing, and she hoped they could help find it. Miss Zhao wanted the largest pearl. Miss Wang wanted a moonlight flower in full bloom. They helped Miss Li find her beloved puppy and killed the river clam king to obtain the largest pearl. Now only the task of finding the moonlight flower remained. The two split up to ask the villagers for clues about the moonlight flower. Yang Wan went to the house of the retired old village chief. The old village chief seemed unaware of the existence of the moonlight flower, merely repeating his lines endlessly, young man from afar, I see you've traveled far with a weary look on your face. Would you like to rest a while on my bed? He left the chief's house without any useful information and then saw his neighbor, an older brother wearing a loose shirt, repairing the roof. He flew up to talk with this brother. The brother complained a bit about his dilapidated roof. Yang Wan spoke with some frustration, I haven't found any useful clues. I have a small clue, He Lang replied quickly. Where are you now? I'll come over to meet you. I'm next door to the old village chief at the western end of the village, Yang Wan said. He Lang used his light kung fu skills to leap from the east side to the west side of the village and finally landed on the roof where the brother was working. Yang Wan stood up and asked him, what clue did you find? An elder from the eastern side of the village said that the moonlight flower only blooms at night. But, He Lang paused in thought, I observed that the game time is always in the evening, without any change. Yang Wan softly exclaimed, perhaps if we take a nap, it will be nighttime when we wake up. They returned to the old village chief's house and accepted his kind invitation to use the empty bedroom there. There were 2 beds in the bedroom, and Yang Wan and He Lang each took one. When they woke up, the red clouds outside the window were gone, replaced by deep night and soft moonlight. They quickly left the old village chief's house and inquired about the exact location of the moonlight flower at the village entrance. The moonlight flower was planted in the woods behind the village. When they arrived, the moonlight flower was still in a bud waiting to bloom. Yang Wan and He Lang waited beside the moonlight flower, watching it slowly unfurl into a shape resembling a full moon. He Lang stayed beside it, allowing Yang Wan to pick the flower. As he stepped forward to perform the action to pick the flower and began reading the progress bar, a sword beam descended suddenly from above, abruptly interrupting his progress. Yang Wan opened his umbrella to defend back and forth, while glancing sideways to see another player named Hug You If You're Good leap out from the bushes, closely followed by Kiss You If You Don't Smoke. Only then did he realize that this moonlight flower required a competition between players. He Lang skillfully led Hug You If You're Good away while calling out to him, "Little sheep, can you deal with the female player she's teamed up with?" Yang Wan looked at the girl named Kiss You If You Don't Smoke and replied, "Let me try." "All right," He Lang said calmly. "It's fine if you can't kill her, just keep her distracted." Yang Wan unleashed attack skills to block Kiss You If You Don't Smoke. Unexpectedly, this Kiss You If You Don't Smoke clearly had no idea how to fight in the game, allowing Yang Wan to gain the upper hand quickly. In a 2-on-2 confrontation, the situation would become very disadvantageous for one side if a teammate went down. Seeing Kiss You If You Don't Smoke's health dropping critically low, Hug You If You're Good dodged He Lang's attack and hurried over, unleashing a sword array skill toward Yang Wan. The next second, Hug You If You're Good regretted it. He completely turned his back to He Lang, leaving himself utterly vulnerable if He Lang were to attack him from behind at that moment. Fortunately, the other party didn't make such a move but instead immediately blocked the sword array skill for Yang Mao Wan, the fragile dance master known as Woolly Lamb Roll. Hug You If You're Good became elated, realizing he'd hit upon He Lang's weakness. Instead of fighting him directly, he started trying all sorts of ways to create trouble for Yang Wan. He Lang's operations indeed became restricted, gradually shifting from offense to defense. Hug You If You're Good directed Kiss You If You Don't Smoke to sneak around from behind to pick the flower. Listening to his instructions, Kiss You If You Don't Smoke slowly circled around from outside the combat zone toward the position of the moonlight flower. Yang Wan thought about it and didn't rush to leave the safe area to intercept her. Instead, he deliberately left an unprotected back. Sure enough, Kiss You If You Don't Smoke fell for it, trying to unleash a skill to harass him. Yang Wan was prepared and cut off her skill initiation with a counter, taking down a small portion of her health. As if understanding what he was thinking, He Lang spun around and smashed a major skill with his blade down on her. Kiss You If You Don't Smoke dropped straight to the ground. Without giving Gua Yi Dian Jiu Bao Ni, Be a Little Nice and I'll Hug You a chance to catch his breath, He Lang directly dodged his skills and fiercely pressed forward. Yang Wan obediently stood back and healed him. Be a Little Nice and I'll Hug You gritted his teeth and relied on potions to recover health, quickly kneeling down from heavy wounds. He Lang stopped in front of him, seemingly ready to deliver the final blow. Be a Little Nice and I'll Hug You finally panicked and tried to bribe him with money. Nearby Be a Little Nice and I'll Hug You, don't kill me. I'll give you money. He Lang laughed, turning around to report to Yang Wan. Nearby Wolf Path, wife, he's bribing me with money. Nearby Woolly Lamb Roll, we don't need that bit of money. He Lang made his character perform a kick action towards Be a Little Nice and I'll Hug You. Nearby Wolf Path, did you hear? My wife said no to money. Be a Little Nice and I'll Hug You added more offers furiously. Nearby Be a Little Nice and I'll Hug You, there's no reason for you to kill me. This is your 3rd task, right? We are only at our 1st task. Even if we take the moonlight flower, our progress will still not catch up with you. He Lang didn't pay attention to his argument. Nearby Wolf Path, what do you think, my love? Yang Wan hesitated for a second. Judging by time estimation, what the other party said was very likely true, but there was also a possibility of deception. Nearby Woolly Lamb Roll, what if he's lying? He Lang's reply was concise and decisive. Nearby Wolf Path, then kill him. Be a Little Nice and I'll Hug You endured until this point where male pride made him burst out in frustration. Nearby Be a Little Nice and I'll Hug You, damn it, are you even a man? A woman already dominates you, and you don't even do anything about it. He Lang maintained a calm expression while typing. Nearby Wolf Path, I listen to my wife. Nearby Be a Little Nice and I'll Hug You, even though you're just a poor network administrator, poverty doesn't mean lacking ambition, does it? As a man, I feel ashamed for such a wimp like you. He Lang found it interesting enough to file a complaint with Yang Wan. Nearby Wolf Path, wife, he called me a wimp. Yang Wan looked serious, lips pressed firmly as she walked over angrily, imitating He Lang's actions and kicked Be a Little Nice and I'll Hug You who was on his knees. Nearby Be a Little Nice and I'll Hug You. Nearby Be a Little Nice and I'll Hug You, let me, Lord, teach you what a real man looks like. After sending this sentence, he privately messaged Bu Chou Yen Jiu Qin and I, Kiss You If You Don't Smoke, lying on the ground, indicating she should reply on the nearby channel. Nearby be a little nice and I'll hug you, sweetheart, why didn't you listen to me and run off to die yourself? Nearby kiss you if you don't smoke, sorry, dear, I know I've done wrong 555. Nearby be a little nice and I'll hug you, you'll lose your pocket money this month. Do you dare to again next time? Nearby kiss you if you don't smoke, no, I truly won't dare again 555. Nearby be a little nice and I'll hug you, when you listen to me, that's when I like you. Nearby kiss you if you don't smoke, alright dear, I'll definitely listen from now on. Satisfied with his teaching, be a little nice and I'll hug you proudly typed a question. Nearby be a little nice and I'll hug you, wimp, did you learn? He Lang showed greater interest, raising an eyebrow slightly as he sat up a little straighter from the chair back. Nearby Wolf Path, kid, how old are you? Let Big Brother teach you what a real man looks like. Sending this sentence, he turned his game character and stopped close to Yang Wan's dancing girl. The next moment, the tall and handsome swordsman bent down, cleverly taking advantage of the misalignment of character actions, passionately kissing the golden-haired dancer's lips. Be a little nice and I'll hug you froze. Yang Wan also froze. Chapter 33, Phone Call. He Lang put away the kissing card position and turned around to knock Guaidian Jiboy down on the ground, little lamb goes to pick flowers. Yang Wan regained her senses at his words and manipulated the game character to pick that moonlight flower. Guaidian Jiboyu lay on the ground, angrily typing questions. Proximity, Guaidian Jiboyu, why did you kill me? Proximity, Wolf Xing, did I say I wouldn't kill you? Proximity, Guaidian Jiboyu. They died in the mission map, although their progress would not drop, they could only run back from the resurrection point. Guaidian Jiboyu, filled with righteous anger, called upon Biao Jukinyu to return to the nearest resurrection point. He Lang and Yang Wan hurried back to the village to complete the mission. On the way, they encountered several teams of players coming to pick flowers. Yang Wan was a bit worried, will they rush us? Relax. He Lang's tone sounded confident, the refresh time for moonlight flowers is very slow. With so many people going there, they are bound to start fighting each other. Yang Wan said, oh. He Lang suddenly cleared his throat seriously, that kissing card position earlier dash. Yang Wan's face felt a little hot, ah. He Lang suddenly paused, and the words that had slid to his lips just took a turn, it was to distract them. Yang Wan was surprised, thinking of his own mistaken movements, his face got even redder, so it was just to divert attention. He Lang's heartstrings were sharply plucked twice. Not quite. He immediately contradicted himself, even unconsciously switching to a serious and low voice, I just did what I wanted to do. Yang Wan quickly shifted his gaze away from the computer, and his lips tightened together, yet a smile still involuntarily showed from the depths of his eyes. Seeing he didn't reply for a long time, He Lang asked softly, little lamb, do you mind? Yang Wan opened his mouth, dryly replied, I don't mind. That little lamb, the other side called him again, laughter evident in the tone, do you want to learn? Yang Wan nervously gripped his finger joints, learn what? Learn the kissing motion. He Lang teased him maliciously. Yang Wan's voice dropped quickly, naively asking, do I have to learn? Then let's not learn. He Lang feigned seriousness, in case you learn and then go do it to someone else later. Yang Wan thought without hesitation and countered, I won't. His voice carried an unexpected touch of urgency that even he hadn't anticipated. He Lang hesitated for a moment, not fully reacting, but his mouth corners already rose uncontrollably high, then little lamb can only do this to me in the future. Yang Wan blushed red and said, all right. What do you mean by all right? He Lang kept pushing on this question, I want to hear you say, good oh. Yang Wan said, good oh. He Lang was satisfied and smiled. They returned to the village, separately found 3 NPCs to hand in the quest, and then obtained the right to investigate their homes. There were hidden props to take in all 3 houses. Miss Lee's house had love poems written in her own handwriting, Miss Zhao's house had a redemption certificate redeemed years ago, and Miss Wang's house had embroidered kerchiefs with identical patterns. The last stage of the task required them to find the real Yingying and bring Yingying to meet Scholar Lu by the river. Miss Zhao sold herself not in the Lu residence, Miss Wang's embroidery style was completely different from the embroidered kerchief given by Scholar Lu, and Miss Lee's hidden head poem concealed Scholar Lu's name. They brought Miss Lee to Scholar Lu's side. The system sent out a mission clearance announcement in the World Channel. World, system, eternal love never departs, lovers forever together. Congratulations to players Wolf Xing and Wooly Wan on becoming the first couple to successfully complete the matchmaker's quest. World, brother-sister on boat, I admit I'm sour, may lovers finally become siblings. World, Xiaoming drinks Wansi, when will the 2 of you get married? World, Manhan Dadafu, congrats to my big brother and sister-in-law. World, it's Yuan Yuan not Yuan Yuan, the leader of the Beacon Smoke faction is awesome. World, Orange Flavor, who can now say that the leader of the Beacon Smoke faction and Wooly Wan are not true love? The faction chat channel also buzzed with joy. Faction, sweet first love, congrats to Bro Lang and Huan Huan. When will you get married? I want candy. Faction, Silver River Falls 9 days, congrats to leader and Huan Huan. Unlike me, I'd like to see what the wedding rings look like. Faction, glutinous rice balls super tasty, congrats to leader and Huan Huan. Faction, neighbor old Zhao, congrats to leader and Ms. Huan Huan. Leader rocks. Faction, smell roses, isn't she your sister-in-law? Faction, long distance escort, sister-in-law, nice to meet you. Faction, soft candy, sister-in-law, nice to meet you. Faction, morning worker, sister-in-law, nice to meet you. Faction, manhen dadafu, big brother and sister-in-law, where are you two? Why don't you come speak? Faction sleepy on the moon, wasn't the person above the one who was offered a bounty by the leader last time? When did they join our faction 0.0? Faction manhen dadafu, just joined this morning, hehe. Faction which cookie are you? Frontline report, the leader and the leader's wife are under the moonlight among the flowers at Lover's Hill. Does anyone want to team up and go watch? Sign up quickly. Faction manhen dadafu, I'll go. Faction sweet first love, I'll go too. Faction smell roses, then I'll go for the fun of it too. Senior online members of the faction quickly formed a team and set out in great numbers toward Lover's Hill. He Lang was currently teaching Yang Wan personally at Lover's Hill. There was a bending action in the game, and as long as players chose the right distance and angle, they could position the two characters in a kissing scene. He Lang stood still below the small slope, gesturing for Yang Wan to bend down from the top and slowly find the right angle. When the camera zoomed in, from his perspective, the game character's carved face magnified before his eyes, inevitably making the scene somewhat blush-inducing. Yang Wan found it difficult to concentrate. For the first time, he kissed the other person's eyebrow. The second time, he kissed their nose. The third time, he finally aimed for He Lang's lips but slightly missed and kissed the corner of his mouth. He Lang laughed outright and couldn't help giving pointers, move a bit more to the left. Yang Wan carefully moved a little. He Lang said, move a bit more. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan moved again. The two game characters' lips perfectly overlapped. Suddenly, several lines appeared in a nearby channel at the bottom left corner. Proximity mango cheesecake, woohoo. Proximity sweet first love, woohoo. Proximity which cookie are you, woohoo. Proximity manhen dadafu, woohoo. Proximity glutinous rice ball super tasty, woohoo. Yang Wan's hand holding the mouse suddenly trembled lightly, and he immediately wanted to pull away from He Lang. In haste, he accidentally pressed the wrong direction key, causing the game character not to step back but instead to lunge forward towards He Lang standing at the bottom of the slope. He Lang promptly clicked to open his arms, hugging Yang Wan, who had fallen into his embrace, in full embrace. His voice, tinged with laughter, sounded steadily near Yang Wan's ear, thank you, my dear, for coming into my arms. Stunned, Yang Wan stared at the two characters embracing in the game. His character hadn't changed its bent-over pose, looking from any angle like he had completely buried his face in He Lang's chest. He Lang started typing messages to drive people away. Proximity Wolf Xing, don't stare around aimlessly, all of you, get lost. Proximity Mango Cheesecake, leader, we need wedding candies, hungry. Proximity Glutinous Rice Ball super tasty, leader, we need wedding candies, hungry. Proximity Sweet First Love, leader, we need wedding candies, hungry. Proximity Wolf Xing, after the wedding. He Lang remembered the wedding issue, little lamb, when is your exam? Exam? What exam? Yang Wan asked. Final exam. He Lang replied. Yang Wan thoughtfully considered and vaguely responded, just recently. Our school's also these few days. He Lang sighed dissatisfied, so, the marriage matter can only be postponed until next week. Yang Wan readily agreed, okay. We have English tomorrow, how about you? He Lang casually asked. We also have English. Yang Wan hurriedly answered. What time do you have it? He Lang fell deep in thought. In the morning. Yang Wan reported an approximate time. So coincidental. He Lang's tone rose slightly, ours is also in the morning. Yang Wan emmed guiltily. Get up early tomorrow, remember to sleep early tonight. He Lang reminded him. Okay. Yang Wan said. Remember to eat breakfast before the exam. He Lang was extremely patient. Okay. Yang Wan said. Don't forget to bring your ID card. He Lang reminded thoroughly. Okay. Yang Wan said. Can you call me to wake up in the morning? He Lang asked lastly. Okay. Yang Wan said. After saying it, he realized what he had just agreed to. Yang Wan's face was filled with panic. Chapter 34, Video. Isn't it just an online relationship? Yang Wan very straightforwardly asked the question. He Lang, with a poker face, told a lie, online relationships aren't limited to games. You didn't say there would be phone calls. Yang Wan said seriously. He Lang hesitated, realizing his words might have been ambiguous, and explained, don't worry, if the call comes, I won't answer it. If I accidentally pick up, you can hang up immediately. You can set the ringtone as an alarm clock, Yang Wan suggested candidly. That's different. He Lang said. What's different? Yang Wan asked. Because. He Lang chuckled softly, the person calling me isn't anyone else, it's Xiao Yang. He switched to a slightly more serious tone, okay. Xiao Yang. Alright. Yang Wan replied kindly, then after a moment of thought, he added emphatically, but you mustn't answer it. If you do, I won't talk. He Lang readily agreed, no problem. After driving away the group of people from the guild who were watching for entertainment, they went to the matchmaker to claim their rewards. The system notified them that all rewards would be issued uniformly over the weekend. He Lang suggested taking him to do business. Yang Wan hesitated for 2 seconds before refusing, there's an exam tomorrow, so I need to sleep early tonight. Those second-year graduate students don't have final exams. He always kept in mind that He Lang had exams, and he hadn't forgotten that the other party had once mentioned via text message that he always received scholarships every year. He Lang agreed and arranged the time to log on the next evening. What time will you come online tomorrow? Yang Wan immediately disagreed, it's best not to play games during the exam week. He Lang fell silent. I have excellent grades, he hinted to Yang Wan. The competition for scholarships at a university is always fierce, you should focus on reviewing. Yang Wan frowned slightly, and you shouldn't go to the internet cafe either, can you ask the boss for a few days off? He Lang was speechless again. Yes, his expression was complex and subtle, does Xiao Yang also need to review? Yang Wan dutifully played his role, yes. In that case, let's not play games anymore, He Lang concluded decisively, starting tomorrow evening, we'll supervise each other's revision on QQ. Yang Wan looked bewildered. I'll wait for you on QQ at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow. Without giving him time to think or hesitate, He Lang considerately asked another question, is there enough time to eat dinner? Should I push the time back? Yang Wan responded instinctively, enough time. So, it's settled at 6:30 p.m., He Lang was quite satisfied, remember not to be late. Yang Wan opened his mouth but finally gave a dry reply, alright. Worried about oversleeping, Yang Wan set 5 alarms on his phone. Not sure whether it was due to having something on his mind or something else, he woke up clear-headed even before the alarms rang in the morning. His biological clock was as punctual as when he participated in school-organized spring outings in elementary school. He brushed his teeth holding his phone, standing in front of the bathroom mirror with an apparently calm face. When the first alarm rang on time, his heart began to beat anxiously along with the ringing sound. Yang Wan cut off the alarm and nervously pulled out He Lang's phone number. The moment his fingers pressed down, he involuntarily held his breath. After a brief silence, his phone emitted short beeps while waiting for the other side to pick up. Yang Wan unconsciously tightened his grip on the phone, his breathing becoming slightly faster. After 5 beeps from the phone, the call was hung up from the other end. As his thoughts slowly returned to his blank mind, Yang Wan gradually relaxed the 5 fingers gripping the phone. The palm tightly attached to the phone body had already overflowed with sweat. Lifting his head, he noticed a slight blush on his face in the mirror reflection. Attributing the cause to being too nervous, Yang Wan lowered his head to look at his black-screened phone again. The phone in his palm suddenly vibrated without warning, causing Yang Wan to panic and fling the device away. Just Lan, who was heading to the bathroom yawning, caught it in a flurry, revealing a new SMS notification and its content on the lit screen. What are you doing standing here so absent-mindedly this early morning? Just Lan naturally raised his hand and ruffled his curly hair. Yang Wan stood in place with lingering fear, unsure how to respond. Just Lan didn't pay too much attention. When he handed over the phone, he casually glanced at the screen twice. The sender was a string of mobile phone numbers, without any notes. Upon seeing the content of the text message, Just Lan immediately laughed, when did you start dating? Is she one of the younger female students from our school? Is she pretty? Do you have her picture? Yang Wan took back the phone and refuted, I'm not dating. Just Lan stroked his chin and thought for a moment, finally concluding with an emphatic tone, that means you're still in the ambiguous phase. Yang Wan's eyes flickered as he replied, not really. Just Lan chuckled mischievously and did not press further, shoving him out of the bathroom, alright, if you say so. Let me use the toilet first. Holding his phone, Yang Wan walked back to the dormitory. Only when he heard the sound of the bathroom door closing did he stop, unlock his phone, and open the inbox. The text message contained only 2 concise words. Good morning. Yang Wan lowered his head, involuntarily pressing his lips together and smiling. After realizing it, he quickly suppressed the curve of his lips. Good morning. He stood in the middle of the dormitory with tousled curls, looking earnest as he typed a reply. At 6:30, he turned on the desk lamp and logged into his secondary QQ account. He Lang was already online, his name reverted to his main game ID. The moment he saw the avatar light up, a message came through. Wolf Walk, have you eaten? Sheep will curl, yes. Wolf Walk, what did you eat tonight? Sheep will curl, steamed egg and green pepper stir-fried pork. He Lang noticed how much he really loved steamed eggs. Girls who love steamed eggs must be cute, he believed wholeheartedly. Their conversation paused briefly, then Yang Wan decided to ask proactively. Sheep will curl, have you eaten? He Lang was slightly surprised and a smile gradually spread across his face. Wolf Walk, yes. Sheep will curl, what dish did you have? Wolf Walk, cilantro stir-fried beef. Wolf Walk, does little sheep eat cilantro? Yang Wan frowned slightly. Sheep will curl, I don't eat cilantro. Wolf walk, you can try next time. Sheep will curl, oh. Wolf walk, is it convenient to talk via voice call? Yang Wan cautiously refused. Sheep will curl, not very convenient, my roommate is sleeping. Wolf walk, then is it convenient to video chat? Yang Wan's fingers trembled as he accidentally hit an extra key while typing. Sheep will curl, not very convenient. After sending the message, he realized there was still an unfinished second half to the other party's sentence. Wolf walk, just point the camera at your desk. Sheep will curl, it's still not very convenient. Wolf walk, then may I start a video call? Sheep will curl. Wolf walk, I'll just turn on my side, you can turn off both your camera and mic. Yang Wan's first reaction was, no. Because before turning off the camera, the other party would still see this side. But dismissing that thought, for some reason, Yang Wan felt somewhat intrigued. He actually wanted to take a look at what He Lang looked like. After hesitating for a short while, Yang Wan reconfirmed with him again. Sheep will curl, I won't turn on my camera or microphone. Wolf walk, alright. Before Yang Wan could finish typing, a waiting interface for a video call suddenly popped up on the screen. Flustered, he hastily placed the phone face up to ensure the camera could only capture a clean ceiling, before tightly pursing his lips and connecting the video. As soon as the images appeared on both sides, Yang Wan strained his upper body backward, carefully stretching his hand to turn off the microphone and camera. In the next second, the familiar voice from the other side came through the phone, little sheep, can you see? Yang Wan adjusted his phone and leaned it against his water cup. After enlarging the other side screen, he could see the desk in their dormitory and the professional textbook spread out on the table, but no faces as he had imagined. There was a small sense of disappointment in his heart, and he truthfully replied. Sheep will curl, only saw the desk. He Lang chuckled in response, since you won't even let me see your desk, I'll just show you my desk. Yang Wan felt a slight twinge of guilt, yet also became too embarrassed to make any additional requests. He Lang got up to grab something from the bookshelf, and the clothes on his body appeared momentarily in the frame. Yang Wan slightly froze, recognizing it as the coat he had sent over. Sheep will curl, isn't it hot to wear this in summer? Sitting back down in his chair, He Lang tossed a pen onto the book and placed a draft notebook next to it. Not hot. He responded unhurriedly, the air conditioner is on in the dorm. Seeing him pick up the pen, Yang Wan seemed ready to begin reviewing himself, so he took out his word book from the shelf to study. The book had barely been opened for a page when, in his peripheral vision, he noticed the other side placing both hands on the desk. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, exposing strong and muscular forearms. The fingers holding the pen were clearly defined, elegant and long, yet unmistakably belonging to an adult male. Yang Wan's gaze, originally focused on the word book, involuntarily lingered on the video feed. On the video, He Lang had already picked up the pen and started writing. His handwriting flowed smoothly and cohesively when he wrote, leaving behind handsome regular script on the draft paper, which was both powerful and graceful. Yang Wan had always harbored a good impression of people with beautiful handwriting since childhood. He couldn't help but fixate on He Lang as he wrote. He stared for so long that he forgot about reviewing his own words. By the time he realized it, his face had involuntarily turned slightly red. Chapter 35, Male Voice. Yang Wan had been on video calls for several days in a row, and finally even Zhuolan, who rarely returned to the dormitory lately, noticed something was off with him. At that moment, Zhuolan came back to take a shower, and Yang Wan happened to be on a video call with his headphones on. Zhuolan walked into the room with his bag, saw him sitting at his desk under the desk lamp studying, and didn't think much of it. As he was walking to his own desk, he turned around casually asking, undergraduate students are about to go on summer vacation soon. Are you going home for the summer? The reply came as the sound of Yang Wan hastily covering up his phone. Suspicion instantly arose in Zhuolan's heart as he walked over and asked, what are you watching? Yang Wan stammered, I'm watching someone else's live study broadcast. Would a study live stream be so secretive? Zhuolan didn't believe it but didn't ask further, guessing it probably had something to do with the girl who'd been sending texts. Smiling smugly, he repeated the question, I'm asking you if you're going home for the summer. It was then that Yang Wan realized what he said, probably not, I have to go on a business trip in August. By yourself? Zhuolan asked. With my classmates. Yang Wan replied. Zhuolan nodded and turned around, walking back towards his bed, that's convenient. I wasn't planning on going home either. I want to find a job. Yang Wan let out an, oh, then added, you haven't played the game for a while now. This weekend, I should have some time. Said Zhuolan while getting clothes from the wardrobe behind him, I might log in this weekend. After saying that, seeing the person behind him not responding for a long time, he turned around holding the clothes to look. Yang Wan sat upright in his chair, the face illuminated by the light revealed visible signs of nervousness. Zhuolan looked surprised, what's got you so tense? Yang Wan opened his mouth dryly, I'm not nervous. The more Zhuolan thought about it, the weirder it seemed. Just as he was about to ask further, the mobile phone rang. He put down the clothes and went out onto the small balcony to answer the call. During the nearly 10-minute call, he completely forgot about Yang Wan's matter. He Lang finished all exams on Saturday and went straight home on Sunday. When He Lang played online games on Sunday, all the task rewards had been distributed already. The outfit was a bright red couple set, the mount was the enlarged two-person version of the White Rabbit NPC, and the remaining pair of rings was designed with a rose flower pattern for the woman and a thorny rose bush pattern for the man. What was interesting was that the female ring was sent to He Lang's account and the male ring to Yang Wan's. Since they weren't really getting married, Yang Wan didn't want to make their in-game marriage too grand, so He Lang hadn't prepared any wedding plans. Once both were online, they planned to head directly to the matchmaker NPC to get their certificate. However, they were stopped by an unexpected interruption from Chuxian Wode Wachoutian. During the few days they were away, Chuxian Wode Wachoutian had voluntarily organized a plan for their wedding within the guild. Not only had he drafted the wedding process, editing the proposal document multiple times, but he also found a guild member who worked at a wedding company to act as the officiant for their in-game wedding. Thus, Yang Wan ended up being pushed into having a wedding that attracted all server players to watch. The wedding venue was set on Lover's Slope, where the members of the Fierce Wolves group surrounded the slope layer upon layer. He Lang and Yang Wan changed into the red couple's outfits given by the quest reward. Sniffing Rosemary broadcast messages globally across the server channel, inviting all online players to attend the ceremony. As the number of spectators grew more and more, Yang Wan began to feel an increasing sense of realism despite it just being a game. He instinctively straightened his posture before the computer, focusing intently with a taut expression. The officiant presided over the wedding solemnly. Proximity, Destroyer in the name of the moon, welcome, brothers and sisters, to attend our leader's wedding. First, please exchange rings between the newlyweds. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yang Wan and He Lang exchanged their couple's rings. Proximity, Destroyer in the name of the moon, then, please go to the matchmaker NPC to establish your romantic relationship binding. He Lang quickly submitted the relationship binding application to the matchmaker NPC. In front of Yang Wan appeared the system prompt box, asking whether he would agree to tie the bond with the other party. The system gave two choices, I agree and I refuse. For a moment, Yang Wan paused, imagining the image of new couples reciting their marriage vows. Seeing that he took too long to respond, He Lang messaged him in private chat in impatience. Friend, wolf walking, wife. He snapped out of his thoughts, blushed hotly, and chose, I agree. The next second, a public announcement popped up on the world channel that their bond had successfully formed. Yang Wan received the system's private notification and congratulations from others. There was a fleeting moment when he truly felt like he was getting married, not merely playing a game. Proximity, Chuxian Wode Wachoutian, congrats to brother Lang and sister-in-law. 99. Proximity, Sniffing Rosemary, congrats to brother Lang and sister-in-law. 99. Proximity, Neighbor Old Zhao, congrats to brother Lang and sister-in-law. 99. Proximity Glutinous Machi Super Delicious, congrats to brother Lang and sister-in-law. 99. Proximity Taro Ball Sago, congrats to brother Lang and sister-in-law. 99. The officiant stopped everyone spamming. Proximity representing the moon to destroy you, ahem, we have one more important step. Now, please let the two newlyweds kiss each other. Players in attendance began cheering them on. Though Yang Wan knew it was just a game, his face still turned slightly red. He Lang complied with perfect timing, adjusting the angle and motions for their characters as he kissed Yang Wan's lips. The chat channel began to flood with cheers and jokes again. Fireworks arranged by a support team went off, releasing massive clusters of pink hearts that lit up the sky like fireflies. First Love Select Me made rounds with a few elder guild members, handing out lucky red envelopes to all players present. The scene grew crowded and chaotic. He Lang summoned the giant rabbit mount, gracefully leapt onto it, then pulled Yang Wan into his arms, riding away from the crowd to enjoy quiet views in snowy country. Messages of celebration continued streaming across the world channel, but He Lang had no interest in replying. Instead, he messaged Yang Wan privately in high spirits. Friend Wolf Walking, wife, let's switch over to YY. Friend Yang Wool Curl, okay. Yang Wan logged out of the game and switched over to YY. Zhuolan, who'd finally found time to log in amidst the romantic atmosphere, typed out an odd question mark slowly on the world channel that stuck out amongst all the blessings like a sore thumb. World Manly Tofu, congrats to my big brother and sister-in-law. I'm crying tough guy tears 555. World Yuan Yuan is not round Yuan, happy newlywed, 99. World Juicy Orange, happy newlywed, 99. World Willow Breeze. What happened? World Why Don't We Try, happy newlywed, 99. World Try It Out, happy newlywed, 99. World God Says There Shall Be Light, happy newlywed, 99. This message caught Yang Wan's attention just as he was about to hang up the YY call. Stunned, he instinctively turned around to check. Zhuolan's computer sat on the desk, its owner wasn't back yet. Yang Wan opened a private chat with Zhuolan but hesitated before Zhuolan called him. Standing up, Yang Wan answered the call outside on the balcony. Before he could even press the phone to his ear, the heightened volume of Zhuolan's voice broke through the line. You got married to Wolf Walking in the game? Yang Wan replied quietly, yes. Since when did this happen? Zhuolan sounded perplexed. How come I didn't hear any whispers about it? You haven't been on the game lately, Yang Wan reminded him. Well, if not the game, there's always QQ, Zhuolan stopped mid-sentence. It was only then that he realized how busy he'd been recently that he hadn't touched QQ at all. Was this your choice, or was it forced upon you? Zhuolan cut straight to the point. I chose to do it, Yang Wan admitted. Hearing this, Zhuolan tried to suppress his bewilderment and seriously advised him, online relationships are just for entertainment, don't take them too seriously. If you do take them seriously and the other side doesn't, it will only be you getting hurt in the end. I'm not taking it too seriously, Yang Wan assured. Alright then, Zhuolan mulled over what to ask next, holding his phone as he stood up, wait for me in the dorm. I'll be right there. After hanging up, he took a taxi back to school from a friend's place. Only halfway through the ride did he suddenly remember, didn't Yang Wan like girls? When had his sexual orientation changed? Completely unaware of Zhuolan's thoughts, Yang Wan returned to his computer. In his headphones, He Lang called out, little sheep. Wife. With a hesitant hum, Yang Wan responded, yeah. Ah, so it takes calling wife to get you to respond, He Lang said teasingly with knowing amusement. Yang Wan's ears flushed red, no. Understanding his shyness, He Lang decided to change the subject appropriately, where were you earlier? You've been silent. I received a call. Yang Wan explained. Are we doing dailies today? I'll take you running commerce, He Lang responded. Yang Wan followed He Lang to South State Port to deliver their cargo. Afterwards, He Lang took him to a secluded spot near the harbor to watch the scenery. He Lang casually brought up Yang Wan's plans, going home for summer vacation. Back home, Yang Wan lied. Is your family local here? He Lang asked. Yes, Yang Wan answered. Without pressing further, He Lang steered the conversation elsewhere. Have you ever visited a university's new campus, little sheep? No. Yang Wan replied. There's no direct subway route between the campuses, so buses require transfers twice anyway, Yang Wan mused, although impulsively agreeing to visit sometime. If you're free next time, you can come over and I'll give you a tour, He Lang suggested normally. He's only verbally agreed, without making any promises that he will definitely go, Yang Wan thought. He Lang was waiting for this very line from him and lazily said, then next time when I visit the old campus, shouldn't little sheep reciprocate by showing me around there? Yang Wan hesitated and asked, when are you coming? I may not be there. He Lang didn't push too hard, vaguely replying, maybe next semester, or maybe next year. It's hard to say. In most cases, when someone says this, it means the chances of them actually coming are slim. Yang Wan put his mind at ease and readily agreed, sure, why not? With a definite answer from him, He Lang chuckled contentedly. Halfway through his laugh, he realized how out of character he was behaving. After all, it was just an ordinary online relationship. He hadn't even seen what the other person looked like yet, and he was already musing about visiting the old campus, which wasn't like him at all. He Lang quickly masked his laughter with nonchalance. Yet the budding idea in his mind grew stronger as time went on. He wanted to see Yang Wan's real-life photo. He cleverly phrased his question, little sheep, do you want to? Before finishing, Yang Wan interrupted on the headset, hold on, someone's knocking at the door. He Lang paused mid-sentence, patiently waiting for him to come back after opening the door. On his end, Yang Wan stood up to open the door, where Zhuolan stood outside. Zhuolan entered the dormitory and pulled him towards the desk, seemingly having something to tell him. Yang Wan quickly stopped him, lowering his voice to explain, I'm currently on voice chat with Wolf Walking. Zhuolan could only temporarily abandon the idea of speaking with him and silently followed behind. Yang Wan returned to his desk, putting on his headphones and asking, what were you going to say? Behind him, Zhuolan leaned closer and pressed his ear near Yang Wan's headphones to listen in on their conversation. Little sheep. He Lang's voice was deep, subtly persuasive, do you want to see my picture? Yang Wan froze. Uncertain about the other party's intentions, Zhuolan understood immediately upon hearing this. This was obviously a roundabout way to ask Yang Wan for his photo. Men are lower beings who only care about looks. He inwardly snorted, placed a hand on Yang Wan's shoulder, turned off his voice changer, then loudly said, honey. This unfamiliar male voice transmitted through the internet into He Lang's ears, filled with excessive affection. He Lang's smile froze, and his face darkened, wife, who's calling you? Chapter 36, Romance. Yang Wan hastily pushed Zhuolan away, reactivated the voice changer, and stammered, that was my brother just now. Your brother? He Lang's jealousy hadn't dissipated yet as he narrowed his eyes suspiciously, is he your biological brother? Yang Wan's tone was strained, biological. Is your brother also a student at a university? The other asked in a low voice. Not. Yang Wan told the truth honestly, he already has a job. How could your brother be in your dormitory? He Lang's expression remained tense. He came to deliver something for me. Yang Wan lied. Since he is a local person, it isn't impossible for him to come over in the evening to deliver things. He Lang's suspicions gradually disappeared but still felt unsatisfied as he said, does your brother usually call you that way? Yang Wan gained a little more confidence, yes. He added somewhat shyly, my mother calls me that too. What about others? He Lang paused for a second, how do the classmates and friends around you call you? Yang Wan thought for a moment and answered, those with good relations call me Huan Huan, those with not so good relations call my full name. He Lang's lips slightly curled up unnoticed, is there anyone who calls you little sheep? Yang Wan said, no. The other oath with a delighted tone, I'm the most special. Yang Wan fell silent. Just as He Lang thought he wouldn't respond, he suddenly spoke, his voice very light and small making an approving sound. He Lang's smile gradually widened on his face. After some time, he slightly furrowed his brows and said, but your brother called you Huan Huan darling, and now I don't want to call you little sheep either. Yang Wan stopped, you can call me whatever. I want to call you, He Lang interrupted him, a lazy smile floating in his voice, little sheep darling. Yang Wan sat stiffly in front of his computer, his face turning red. Zhuolan, who had listened throughout, straightened up pouting, crossed his arms and rubbed the goosebumps, and then quite knowingly walked away. He Lang emphasized again, only I can call you little sheep, no one else can. Yang Wan said, okay. He Lang manipulated the game character to stand up, released the rabbit mount, pulled him onto the back of the rabbit, and rode along the entire harbor. Yang Wan asked, where are we going? There's a scenic fishing spot nearby, I'll take you there to fish. He Lang looked at the game picture of the character sitting in his arms, have you learned the fishing skill yet? I have. Yang Wan replied. He Lang emmed and didn't say anything more. The fishing spots by the harbor were open and quiet, without any players setting foot there. Players fishing at designated fishing points could not only catch fish as cooking ingredients but, if lucky, could also fish up other small equipment or materials. It seemed like Yang Wan wasn't having the best luck this day, as he continuously caught useless seaweed or shells 2 or 3 times in a row. Seeing He Lang sit beside him and already catching several fish, he couldn't help but mutter softly, I seem to have bad luck. Upon hearing this, He Lang clicked on his fishing rod properties for a quick glance and immediately sneered, baby, your fishing rod is too broken. Yang Wan's face became hot, not knowing whether it was because he made a joke of himself or because of the other calling him baby. He Lang traded his fishing rod with him, use my rod to fish. Yang Wan took his fishing rod and cast the fish hook into the seawater. Not long after the fish hook went down, he vaguely heard someone talking from He Lang's side. After the sound stopped, He Lang opened his mouth and said, someone's looking for me. Baby, you fish on your own first. I'll come back in a few minutes for inspection. Yang Wan slowly exclaimed in surprise, do you need to inspect? He Lang just casually said this, hearing him ask, he changed his mind on the spot and said with a joking tone, of course. If you catch fish, there will be a reward, if not, there will be a punishment. Yang Wan seriously memorized what he said. After he logged off, he completely focused on watching the calm water surface. When someone appeared by his side, Yang Wan happened to receive the prompt indicating that a fish was biting the hook. Without distraction, he operated the fishing rod and slowly reeled in the line. But the other person squatted in front of him, and the dialogue bubble hovering above their head exactly blocked the scene before his eyes. As a result, the first fish slipped out of the hook and escaped. Yang Wan reluctantly raised his gaze to look at the female player standing in front of him. Nearby, Snow Falls Chang'an, are you there? Nearby, Woolly Wan. Nearby, Snow Falls Chang'an, aren't you Woolly Wan? Nearby, Woolly Wan, can't you read? Nearby, Snow Falls Chang'an. Nearby, Snow Falls Chang'an, are you deliberately provoking me? Nearby, Woolly Wan, no. Yang Wan lowered his head and slowly typed his reply. Nearby, Woolly Wan, I just wanted to tell you, my ID is right above my head. Liao Chang'an followed his words and looked up at his character's head. She not only saw his name but also a new title underneath it, Wolf's Romantic Journey. Whether dealing with manipulative or two-faced individuals, she had always been adept at handling them with ease. Nearby, Snow Falls Chang'an, are you showing off about being married to Lang? Nearby, Woolly Wan, no. Nearby, Snow Falls Chang'an, do you know who I am? Nearby, Woolly Wan, yes. Nearby, Snow Falls Chang'an, good to hear that. The slim and pale fingers of Liao Chang'an danced swiftly across the keyboard. If you know, then keep your distance from him. Just as she finished typing the last half sentence, before she could send it, the other party's response popped up first. Nearby, Woolly Wan, you're the female player with the highest votes in the goddess thread on the forum. Nearby, Snow Falls Chang'an. At first, she stiffened slightly, then reconsidered. If the other party was awestruck by her appearance and felt inferior, it wasn't such a bad outcome. After all, according to the intelligence she bought from Lin Shenjianlu, Woolly Wan was just an ordinary-looking, awkward girl with dull eyes and glasses. Liao Chang'an directly cut to the chase. Nearby, Snow Falls Chang'an, the brother and I are childhood sweethearts. Nearby, Woolly Wan, oh. Nearby, Snow Falls Chang'an, do you think I'm pretty? Nearby, Woolly Wan, pretty. Liao Chang'an paused for a moment, thinking to herself how foolish He Lang was for picking someone so naive, someone who dared to compliment a rival's looks. Nearby, Snow Falls Chang'an, I've heard that you have myopia and even a birthmark on your face. Nearby, Woolly Wan, I have myopia. Without knowing where this information came from, Yang Wan sent the first half sentence and typed out the explanation for the second half. But I don't have a birthmark on my face. Snow Falls Chang'an's next message appeared immediately. Nearby, Snow Falls Chang'an, with someone like me being around Brother Lang since we were young, do you really think he would fancy a girl like you with average looks? Over the years I've known him, he's always been very selective when it comes to girls, especially ones like you, who wouldn't even deserve the chance to pursue him. Yang Wan deleted the text in the message box and replied again. Nearby, Wooly Wan, I'm not pursuing him. Nearby, Wooly Wan, it was him who asked me to get married. Liao Chang'an choked on his words instantly. Nearby, Snow Falls Chang'an, you two haven't exchanged pictures yet, right? Nearby, Wooly Wan, no. Nearby, Snow Falls Chang'an, before waiting for him to see your picture and leave you, you'd better initiate the breakup yourself. At least you'll save some face that way. Nearby, Wooly Wan, we will never exchange pictures. Liao Chang'an thought he was impervious to reason. There were plenty of female players in the game clinging on to rich male players, deceiving them for equipment and appearances, so she changed the topic. Nearby, Snow Falls Chang'an, have you seen the posts exposing him as a network administrator on the forum? Nearby, Wooly Wan, yes. Nearby, Snow Falls Chang'an, did he privately explain to you that those post contents are false and that his family is wealthy? Let me tell you right now, everything in the post is true, he's a poor network admin with no money. Nearby, Wooly Wan, that's not the case. He told me privately that he is indeed a poor network administrator. Nearby, Snow Falls Chang'an. Liao Chang'an started to question reality. To be honest with herself, if He Lang were nothing more than an attractive facade without any substance and simply a high school educated, impoverished network administrator, there's no way she'd be attracted to him. Considering her family background and upbringing, love affairs were expected to be matched appropriately as well. Nearby, Snow Falls Chang'an, knowing he has no money, are you still willing to maintain an online relationship with him? Yang Wan answered seriously without any hint of mockery. Nearby, Wooly Wan, I am willing. Nearby, Snow Falls Chang'an, even if he is a disheveled, unkempt net bar manager eating instant noodles 3 meals a day, spending all day in the internet cafe doing nothing but mixing time and unable to take you on dates or go shopping with you, are you still willing to stay with him? Nearby, Wooly Wan. Yang Wan didn't quite understand why the conversation veered towards dating and shopping. Although they were only maintaining an online relationship, thinking practically in real-world terms, the other party merely worked part-time in the internet cafe during breaks between classes. Yang Wan thought the wording used by Snow Falls Chang'an was overly harsh. So, in order to refute the other person, Yang Wan gave a serious answer. Nearby, Wooly Wan, I can accompany him and watch over the net bar together. After coming back, He Lang unexpectedly saw this line. Following this, he felt somewhat moved. In the dimly lit front counter of the internet cafe, a quiet corner hidden from others, two people squeezed into the same chair whispering softly while their ears grazed one another. He Lang's Adam's apple moved slowly. Shit, his wife is so romantic. Chapter 37. Liao Chang'an's sneaky little maneuvers were more or less known to He Lang as well. He scrolled up the chat records and casually skimmed through some of the conversations between her and Yang Wan, but he didn't read everything. Nearby wolf in action, Liao Chang'an, will you stop bothering me? Nearby snow falling in Chang'an, I'm not bothering you. The person I'm looking for is her. Nearby wolf in action, what's the difference? Bothering her is the same as bothering me. Nearby snow falling in Chang'an, I've already said it, unless you tell me yourself that you no longer like women but like men, I won't give up. Nearby wolf in action, you'll never hear me say those words in this lifetime. Nearby snow falling in Chang'an, that means I still have a chance, right? Hee hee. Liao Chang'an had been waiting for this response from him. She released her mount from her backpack and left with a cheerful goodbye to He Lang. Nearby snow falling in Chang'an, I'll go first then. Bye, big brother Lang. He Lang was too lazy to type a reply. He put his headphones back on and called out to Yang Wan through the mic, little sheep. Yang Wan, who seemed distracted while staring at the conversation between the two, took a long time to respond. Daydreaming about what? He Lang asked. It's nothing. Yang Wan replied vaguely, but his voice clearly showed a lack of focus. Little sheep. He Lang paused, his tone teasingly rising, are you jealous? I'm not. Yang Wan hurried to explain. He Lang's expression changed slightly, and his tone grew dangerous, you're not jealous. Normally somewhat slow on social cues, Yang Wan seemed to sense something this time, if you're referring to my feelings. He admitted honestly, there's indeed a bit of unhappiness. He Lang's face immediately cleared up, little sheep, don't worry. I've known her for so many years. If I could like her, I would have liked her long ago, not wait until today. Yang Wan said, alright then. Next time she comes around again, just ignore her, He Lang advised him. Yang Wan said, alright then. He Lang looked toward the game screen, fishing. At the same moment, Yang Wan blurted out, you. They both stopped, and He Lang chuckled softly, what did you want to say? Yang Wan stared at the computer screen, deep in thought, his lips pressed together. Although he knew asking this would serve little purpose, and it wouldn't be useful for him either, for some reason, he still cared about the topic snow falling in Chang'an brought up. Having thought about it, he asked directly, about liking men, which you just mentioned. Being gay. He Lang cut in, has little sheep seen it before? Seen it before. Yang Wan hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak the truth. I have a roommate who is. Willow Yang. He Lang was slightly surprised. It's not him. Yang Wan hastened to clarify, it's one of my other roommates. He Lang raised an uninterested eyebrow. Yang Wan spoke slowly, what are your thoughts on homosexuality? What thoughts? He Lang misunderstood and assured him solemnly, sweetheart, rest assured, I will never like men in this life. Is that so? Yang Wan subconsciously murmured, his mood inexplicably low. His voice was too soft, and He Lang didn't catch it. What? Yang Wan increased his volume a little, his emotions having returned to normal. Nothing. He Lang didn't suspect anything and naturally shifted the topic, did you catch any fish? Yang Wan's attention was drawn back by his words. He remembered that he hadn't finished the fishing task before the other person left. He said a bit awkwardly, not yet. Upon hearing this, He Lang laughed, it was agreed beforehand, there will be a punishment if you don't catch any. Yang Wan said, all right then. He controlled his game character to stand up from the water's edge, turning to face He Lang's character, what's the punishment? He Lang wanted to say, take a photo and send it to him. But when the words reached his lips, he decided against doing so. He hoped the other party would willingly propose sending the picture instead of merely fulfilling his request. Thinking about it, since they got to know each other, the other person always remained passive. He Lang suddenly felt somewhat irritable. That punishment can be replaced with little sheep taking the initiative once. He suggested lazily. Taking the initiative in what? Yang Wan's tone carried uncertainty. Anything. There was a faint sense of anticipation in He Lang's voice. Yang Wan, however, didn't respond anymore. He Lang waited for a moment, feeling a bit disappointed but didn't show it. You. Just as if finally prepared mentally, Yang Wan suddenly said something quietly. He Lang's words abruptly stopped, leaving complete silence in the headphones without warning. Yang Wan's fingers unconsciously tightened on the keyboard, and he took a slight breath. After about a few seconds, the other side slowly spoke up, his voice filled with unrestrained amusement, little sheep, your voice was too soft. I didn't hear you clearly. Yang Wan's face instantly turned red. You already heard it. Alright, I heard. He Lang sounded a little regretful, then lowered his voice to coax, can you say it one more time? Yang Wan pressed harder on the keycap, his mouth opened and closed again, then opened once more. His voice strained and tense, his completely flushed face called out, husband. He Lang's lips had already curved upward, happiness spreading from his eyebrows to the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, there was an unexpected crisp sound in the headphones. He slightly subdued his laughter and asked in confusion, what was that sound? Yang Wan's tone was both bashful and irritated, showing uncommon emotional fluctuations for him. The keycap on my keyboard fell off. What a piece of junk keyboard. The intimate atmosphere immediately dissipated. He Lang looked unhappy and unhesitatingly vented his frustration at Yang Wan's keyboard, such poor quality. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan's face was already entirely flushed red, and he pursed his lips without replying. Without another word, He Lang bought him a new one online. When placing the order, realizing there would be plenty more things to send later, he directly set Yang Wan's address as a frequently used delivery address. After buying the keyboard, it was almost bedtime. They wished each other good night and logged off. Yang Wan spent some time searching under the desk for the fallen keycap. When he sat back up after finding it, He Lang had already logged out. He opened the game system menu, intending to log out, but the system reminded him that someone had mailed him something. Yang Wan closed the menu, looking perplexed, and opened the email. Immediately, a sum of money flowed into his backpack, sent by an ID named Be Nice and I'll Hug You. Recalling He Lang's bet that night with the person, Yang Wan opened his backpack and counted their monthly pocket money. After counting, he widened his eyes. Be Nice and I'll Hug You had sent a total of 1 million gold. Suspecting if there might be a system malfunction, he reopened the email. This time, not only did he see the clear amount in the email, but also the note left by the sender below, somewhat unwilling. You can't blame me for breaking promises, 1 million is already the highest limit in the game. If you have more than a dozen secondary accounts, I could transfer the funds in batches. Yang Wan opened the friend list, searched for the ID and sent a friend request. Be Nice and I'll Hug You wasn't online. Yang Wan decided to return the pocket money when he came online the next day. Unexpectedly, over the next 2 days, Be Nice and I'll Hug You never logged in again. Yang Wan told He Lang about the transaction, who did not object to him returning the money. He received the new keyboard He Lang sent and in turn mailed back a summer t-shirt. T-shirts of the same pattern and style, Yang Wan himself also had one. After sending the clothes, he realized that He Lang wouldn't be on campus during the summer break, unable to receive packages. Not wanting the other party to make an extra trip, Yang Wan didn't mention giving the clothes as a gift to He Lang. He Lang led him to do missions and enjoy the scenery every evening, occasionally calling others from the guild to join in dungeons. On the third day, Lang had to go far away due to matters and wouldn't be able to log into the game for several days. During the absence of the other party, after logging in, Yang lost interest in playing games, aside from waiting for Be Nice and I'll Hug You or temporarily letting Zhuolan take over his account for dual opening of a dungeon. It was precisely at this time that Xingji's forum saw new 818 posts related to Yang. Chapter 38, The Photo. An anonymous player started a thread on the forum, dropping a bombshell. The poster claimed to have real-life photos of Yang Woolroll, promising to reveal them if the thread reached 500 replies. Lanxing had rejected the proposal for marriage alliance between himself and Xuelua Chang'an for Yang, and everyone knew about this event. Xuelua Chang'an's photo was openly posted on the forum long ago, everyone knew what she looked like in real life, and how many admirers she had within the game. The fact that Lanxing would turn down the universally recognized goddess intrigued everyone, they were all curious about the kind of heavenly beauty that Yang could possibly be. Replies flooded in at an alarming rate. By the time Zhuolan heard about it, the thread had already surpassed 500 replies, and as promised, the OP posted the photo. Coincidentally, he was leading a small group of novices in a wilderness expedition. The unfamiliar players within his team were enthusiastically discussing the matter in the chat channel. At first, when Zhuolan saw the discussions about the photo, he felt uneasy, worried that someone had uncovered Yang private information. But by reading further into the thread, he relaxed completely. Team, hit me, am I blind or is our guild leader Feng Hualangyan blind? His online dating partner looks like this and he can still accept it. Team, Spicy Stick Seller, maybe Yang sent him a fake photo. Eating gossip. Team, Mununkon as a child, I'll bet a pack of spicy sticks that within 3 days, they'll divorce. Team, River in Water, rejecting Xuelua Chang'an was quite a loss for Lanxing. Team, hit me, didn't we just find out that he pretends to be a second-generation rich guy but is actually a poor loser? It seems even Xuelua Chang'an may not look up to him anymore. Team, Spicy Stick Seller, as you say, they truly make a matching pair, like the pot and the lid. Laughing hard. Team, River in Water, eat gossip, laugh hard. Team, Mununkon as a child, eat gossip, laugh hard. Zhuolan couldn't help but chuckle coldly at their discussion. Team, Zhuoisi, how others behave has nothing to do with you all. A bunch of fools. After sending this message, before those people could furiously counterattack, he directly quit the team and took his apprentice with him. Once out of the dungeon, Zhuolan found a random spot to AFK and lowered his head to open the forum app on his phone, searching for the post they referred to. Rumors in cyberspace usually didn't cost much to spread. The person didn't know where they had found a college girl's photo and posted it on the forum, making it seem real. There were both frontal and profile pictures. Zhuolan nonchalantly exited the forum page without giving this false gossip any importance. That evening, when Yang returned to the dormitory, Zhuolan habitually asked, "Are you playing games today?" He put the book borrowed from the library on the table. "No, I feel like reading." Zhuolan nodded. Thinking of the rumor posting incident in the forum earlier, he briefly mentioned it to Yang. Hearing this, Yang quickly turned her head to look at him. "Do you have the link?" "There is." Zhuolan was slightly taken aback. "You want to see it?" "I do," Yang replied rapidly. Zhuolan searched for the post link on his phone. "I thought you wouldn't care about online rumors." Yang pursed her lips without providing an explanation. "I've sent it to your WeChat." Zhuolan finished operating and then raised his head. Yang stood there motionless, looking downward as if lost in thought. Zhuolan's surprise grew more apparent, raising his voice slightly. "Huan." Yang suddenly came back to her senses and instinctively responded with an "oh." Zhuolan held up his phone higher, lightly tapping the screen, and repeated, "I've sent the link to your WeChat, the photo is on page 25. Okay. Taking her phone, Yang opened WeChat. She jumped directly to the 25th page upon opening the link provided by Zhuolan. There appeared a photo of a young, unfamiliar girl. By the current aesthetic standards of most people, the girl's appearance certainly did not count as beautiful. Her ordinary features blended into the crowd. Her thick straight bangs and a low ponytail added to her unremarkable presence, with an old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. There was even a nail-sized birthmark at the corner of her eye, making her overall demeanor appear awkward and dull. Yang remembered the night when Xuelua Chang'an asked him in the game if he had a birthmark on his face. He recounted this episode to Zhuolan. After pondering, Zhuolan believed that Xuelua Chang'an might have been seeking information about Yang in the game but likely got tricked. It was a classic case of being easily deceived due to naivety and wealth. Zhuolan treated this incident as a joke and went right back to gaming. Meanwhile, Yang held his phone, stuck in deep contemplation. He wondered whether he should send a text message to Lang to clear things up and declare the falsity of the photo. But even so, he could hardly produce any authentic photo of his own. The other party had the right to believe or not to believe. What was he doing now? Had he seen the post on the forum? Yang unfocused gaze fell into the air, his thoughts gradually drifting away, and his emotions followed his guesses, becoming unstable. In this vacillation and hesitation, he suddenly clearly realized a fact. Even if he would continue to deceive in the future, he now only wanted the other party to know that the photo was fake. Yang looked at his phone again. In another city hundreds of kilometers away, it just so happened He Lang was browsing the post's content. He and Xiao Yi along with a few other friends were out for a self-driving trip, and by this time had already checked into a hotel. He Lang came out after showering. Xiao Yi sitting on the couch playing with his phone looked up and asked, "Has Woolroll sent you a picture?" "No." He Lang pulled down the dry hair towel covering his head, wiping roughly. "What's up?" "Something happened." Xiao Yi gleefully threw the phone to him. "It's not a small issue." He Lang bent over to catch the phone and glanced at the interface. "Whose gossip is it?" "I'm not interested." After saying this, he was about to throw the phone back. "Don't." Xiao Yi gestured a refusal, excitedly watching the changes in his facial expression, not interested in Woolroll's gossip either. He Lang's hand froze abruptly, and his first reaction was an expression of displeasure. "Which idiot is troubling my wife while I'm not around again?" "Xiao Yi. Don't you worry that this time your wife might actually be in trouble?" Xiao Yi asked incredulously, not seeing the reaction he expected. "What kind of joke are you telling?" He Lang gripped the phone tightly, his face full of the question, "What nonsense are you talking about?" and irritably glanced at the other. "My wife is so cute, how could she possibly get into trouble?" "Xiao Yi. You see for yourself." Xiao Yi motioned with his mouth, eyes teasing. "I hope after you've read the post, you still think your wife is cute." He Lang turned and sat on a single sofa, unconcernedly lowering his head to look at the phone. 2 seconds later, he fell silent looking at the photo on the phone. Xiao Yi burst out laughing from the long sofa. "Do you still think she's cute now?" He Lang clenched his phone and remained silently tight-lipped. Chang and Liao had known him since childhood, so to some extent, what she said wasn't wrong. He Lang's standards for looking at girls were indeed relatively high. The previous guesses about Yang Wan's appearance turned out to be true, and for a moment, he felt somewhat complicated, even slowly thinking in his heart that she was indeed a quiet, uninteresting glasses girl. But even so, his eyes didn't leave the photo, and his brain was searching for ways to refute what Xiao Yi said. She wasn't really ugly. She had big double eyelids, it was just that they'd been hidden behind the lens for too long and gradually lost their luster. Her nose wasn't fat or flat, it was just pressed down unpleasantly by the glasses frame. The bowl-cut bangs had gone out of fashion a long time ago, and a change in hairstyle should help her look better. By the time he realized these thoughts had flashed through his mind, He Lang raised his head, his expression unchanged as he firmly concluded, "She just dresses a bit old-fashioned, with a change of style, she could also become cute." Xiao Yi looked at him as if he no longer knew him, directly eyeing him like a madman. Being watched like this annoyed He Lang slightly. Realizing himself acting abnormally, he stood up impatiently, throwing the phone back into his lap, covering his head with the towel again, and silently began drying his hair. Since the other side could accept his identity as a poor network administrator, he shouldn't have a problem accepting the fact that his online dating partner was a shy girl who wore glasses. After all, it's just online dating. He quickly understood this matter, pulled down the towel, and looked at Xiao Yi with an unfriendly expression. "When are you leaving?" "Xiao Yi. Am I causing problems here?" he asked in confusion. He Lang crossed his arms, looking down at him. "I want to play games after drying my hair." My wife is so honest. With something like this happening, she must have already secretly hid somewhere and cried. I need to go online and comfort her. Of course, he tilted his head and showed a generous demeanor. "If you want to stay and listen to me whispering sweet nothings to my wife, I wouldn't mind either." Xiao Yi. Cursing under his breath, he got up from the sofa, stepped into his slippers, and prepared to return to his room. Suddenly, the phone left beside the table lamp rang. Unconsciously stopping, Xiao Yi turned his head toward He Lang's phone covered on the table. By this point, He Lang had already walked to the computer and was bending over to turn it on. "Your phone is ringing." Xiao Yi reminded him, bending down to pick up the phone. "Did old Four invite me to play cards?" He Lang replied without turning his head, "Tell them I won't go." Thinking it was a call from the next room, Xiao Yi picked up the phone and flipped it over. Without glancing at the caller ID, he answered immediately, "Hey. Your brother Lang said he won't come over." There was no response on the other end of the line. Only a faint crackle of static could be heard, along with a faint breath that confirmed to him the call had indeed connected. Xiao Yi furrowed his brows. "Hello? Can you hear me?" The static continued, but no one spoke. "Are you fucking mute?" Growing increasingly impatient, Xiao Yi moved to disconnect the call. His eyes fell on the caller ID, where the words "Little Spy" flashed. He froze in place. "Shit." Xiao Yi hastily pulled the phone away, uncertainty tinging his tone. "He Lang, this might be your wife calling." He Lang paused for a moment. Upon understanding what was being said, though his face remained as calm as ever, his heart began pounding wildly in his chest without his control. He turned around and quickly walked toward Xiao Yi. Chapter 39, Anger. After finishing the arena match, Zhuolan turned around and noticed Yang Wan still absent-mindedly holding his phone, not turning on the desk lamp to read as he usually did. Feeling curious, Zhuolan got up and walked towards him. "What are you doing? Weren't you supposed to be reading?" Yang Wan hastily looked up, but he didn't have time to hide his phone before Zhuolan saw the text message editing interface. At this point, Zhuolan's expression showed realization. "You're going to send a text message to Lang Xing to explain about the fake picture, right?" Yang Wan hummed in response, admitting it silently. Regardless of whether you can provide a real person's photo or not, would the other party even believe you? Zhuolan stroked his chin while analyzing the pros and cons for him. In this situation, your best choice is actually to just acknowledge the matter with the photo. At least the person in the photo is female, the gender doesn't even match. Without being able to find any way to counter this, Yang Wan fell silent. Unexpectedly, Zhuolan lightly hissed again, but doing so carries a greater risk. The other party might immediately break up with you after seeing the photo. So, he finally concluded, it's better to explain first. And thus, under his encouragement and urging, Yang Wan sent a text message to He Lang. Zhuolan even stopped playing games, pulling over a chair to sit beside him, attentively watching his phone. However, after more than 10 minutes had passed, Yang Wan had still not received any reply messages. He looked somewhat restless, his forehead's bangs hanging limply, exuding an overall listless air from within. Seeing this demeanor, even Zhuolan couldn't bear to look at it anymore. Maybe he's taking a shower and hasn't seen the message yet. Yang Wan nodded, but the disappointment on his face remained evident. Affected by his dyed mood, as time gradually slipped away and the phone still showed no activity, Zhuolan also grew increasingly anxious. Finally, he decisively slapped the table and stood up. We're not waiting anymore. Just call directly. Yang Wan blankly looked at him with confusion. You don't need to talk. As soon as the call connects, just hang up immediately, said Zhuolan without hesitation, grabbing the phone off the table and shoving it into Yang Wan's hands. Call now. Under Zhuolan's piercing gaze, Yang Wan nervously dialed He Lang's number. However, it wasn't He Lang who answered the call. Initially, the other party mistook him for someone else. Yang Wan kept his breathing light, neither making a sound nor hanging up. Not until he heard the sound of He Lang approaching to answer the call did his breathing suddenly become erratic, subconsciously looking over to Zhuolan next to him. Zhuolan silently made mouth shapes, gesturing him to hang up the phone. Yang Wan moved the phone away from his ear, preparing to hang up, when the familiar voice of He Lang came through, sounding slightly hurried and uncertain. Xiao Yang. His hand paused in midair. For some unknown reason, he suddenly hesitated to press the button. Is that Xiao Yang? Unsure if the person on the other end of the line was still listening, He Lang asked again. The tip of Yang Wan's index finger curled against the back of the phone, and his eyes slowly blinked once. Although he desperately wanted to respond, he knew he couldn't. The next second, Yang Wan swiftly reined in his emotions and resolutely hung up the phone. When he looked up, Zhuolan was staring at him with wide-eyed shock. I thought you were going to respond. The latter dramatically patted his chest. You scared me. Yang Wan didn't tell him the truth, instead softly replied, there's no way I'd do that. Just as he was clutching the phone, He Lang's reply via text message arrived. The message didn't mention anything about the pictures, only asking him to go online and log into YY. Yang Wan turned on the computer and logged into his account. Zhuolan remained seated beside him and proactively analyzed the situation. He might directly ask you to go to Cupid to file for divorce, or perhaps he wants to see your real-life photo. He was silent for a moment before speaking. If he wants a divorce, I will cooperate. Zhuolan felt that this wasn't a good sign, as though Yang Wan was too deeply immersed in this online romance. To prevent future revelations from causing further awkwardness between them, clearly, getting divorced now to minimize damage was the best choice. But since he was just an outsider, he ultimately held his tongue. It wasn't that he couldn't bring it up as a bystander, it was that he lacked the heart to say it. In fact, before Zhuolan had fully thought things through, words came out unfiltered upon looking into Yang Wan's eyes which failed to conceal his emotions. Actually, it's not completely impossible. Yang Wan's eyes noticeably lit up, but the person involved clearly hadn't realized his reaction. What method? Zhuolan paused briefly, unlocked his phone, opened Weibo, and searched for a set of images to zoom in and show him. It was a young girl with a beautiful face and a sexy figure. Yang Wan looked back in surprise. Don't you dislike girls? Zhuolan propped his chin up with his hand, glancing at him meaningfully as he explained, this is a man. Yang Wan was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized what he meant. His expression turned flustered as he averted his gaze before he could even speak, and his face turned red. I can't do it. How can you not? It seemed Zhuolan had seriously considered the feasibility of this plan and became increasingly satisfied with Yang Wan. I think only you can pull this off. Yang Wan shook his head fiercely like a tambourine drum, his tone firm. No, it's impossible. Are you sure it's completely out of the question? At this point, setting aside online romance issues, Zhuolan himself had become intrigued. No. Yang Wan refused straightforwardly. Slightly disappointed, Zhuolan slouched, getting up and dragging his chair backward. All right then. After logging online, Yang Wan entered their frequently visited encrypted private room. He Lang had been waiting for him and immediately spoke upon noticing, are you here? I'm waiting for you at Lover's Hill. Yang Wan's breathing halted slightly, his expression darkening faintly. He unconsciously opened his mouth but failed to say anything. The matchmaker NPC was always located on the map of Lover's Hill. With Zhuolan's earlier speculation in mind, Yang Wan had already given up trying to consider other possibilities, assuming He Lang intended to file for divorce. Without any response over the mic from He Lang, he asked again, Xiao Yang, can you hear me? In low spirits, Yang Wan replied, I'll come over now. Even through the long wires of the internet, He Lang clearly noticed from Yang Wan's words that his mood had hit rock bottom. Had he been crying? He Lang felt an ominous jolt, immediately worrying about how to comfort him. Not only did he lack experience in such matters, but sitting in front of a computer screen with no physical connection, he also didn't know where to begin. While waiting at Lover's Hill, He Lang muted his mic and called Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was playing cards in the fourth elder's room when he picked up, complaining sourly right away, "You're supposed to be charming your wife, are you really asking us to listen in?" Beautiful thoughts. He Lang mocked briefly, "I have something to ask you." Staring at his cards, Xiao Yi casually replied, "Ask ahead." Clearing his throat lightly, He Lang asked, "When your girlfriend feels upset, how do you cheer her up?" Xiao Yi's attention instantly shifted from his cards, teasing, "So the esteemed Mr. He came all the way to consult me. Don't give me all this nonsense." He Lang grew impatient, "I'll hang up if you don't talk. Just say it." Xiao Yi hastily interjected, having thought through several rounds within a few seconds. Revenge for the sarcastic remark earlier while He Lang was in the room would soon be delivered. "There are too many methods, let me just randomly pick a couple." Xiao Yi grinned wickedly, raising his eyebrows, "like putting her on your lap and stroking her head, or hugging her waist and kissing her lips." A sudden busy signal cut off his next sentence as He Lang directly hung up on the other side. Xiao Yi tossed his phone aside, laughing until he couldn't straighten his back. Yang Wan arrived at Lover's Hill riding the red date horse. He Lang's game character sat not far from the matchmaker. He hadn't turned on the World channel, so he never noticed that some players were broadcasting their situation live on the World chat. "World, brother and sister in a boat, what? I just saw Wolf run at Lover's Hill with my close friend. Was he going to divorce Wolrol? World, Mimi wants to grow tall, how can someone get divorced alone? Two people must be present at the same time. Don't ask me how I know. World, Silver Spaceship, report, I just saw Wolrol log in at Chang'an. World, Yuan not Yuan, no way, no way. Haven't they just gotten married a few days ago? World, Silver Spaceship, report, I see Wolrol heading towards the map of Lover's Hill. World, always common people harm me, even though, if you suddenly discover your wife looks like this, can you endure not divorcing? World, Orangey, divorce just because of a picture. What kind of man does that make you? World, brother and sister in a boat, fellow upstairs, you might not know just how many couples break up in Shinga every year due to disappointment upon meeting each other. World, stars and sea, in my opinion, it's still the woman who isn't honest by deliberately concealing her appearance. World, Orangey, come on buddy, this isn't a real-life arranged marriage. It's just online romance to pass the time. Do they need to specially report what they look like? World, Yuan not Yuan, is anyone following up in real time? Where has Wolrol gotten to? World, Silver Spaceship, she's reached Lover's Hill. Wolfrun appears to be AFK. World Qianli Chow, are there any brothers and sisters who want to team up and go to the front lines for some gossip? Ping me if you're interested. World Sui Bingbing, a fervent lover of gossip rushing to the scene. World Tao Wulong, count me in too. World Xing Man, take me along as well. Unaware of the bustling chatter on the World channel, Yang Wan walked his character to He Lang's. He didn't really feel like talking out loud, so he opted for a private message instead. Friend Wolrol, are you still there? The other party did not respond. Yang Wan hesitated for a moment before walking his character over to the matchmaker NPC himself and clicked to initiate a conversation. Options for both marriage and divorce appeared simultaneously. Inattentively, Yang Wan moved the mouse cursor over the divorce option. Although he didn't actively click it, a line of text automatically floated above it, reminding him that two people must simultaneously initiate the divorce dialogue. Yang Wan closed the conversation window with the matchmaker NPC. At that moment, He Lang's voice finally reached his ears, why didn't you call me when you arrived? Before Yang Wan could reply, He Lang maneuvered his character to stand next to Yang Wan and asked curiously, what are you looking at? Yang Wan paused quietly for 2 seconds before answering, it seems that both parties need to simultaneously start a dialogue to file for divorce. Divorce? He Lang was startled by the key term in Yang Wan's statement and suddenly realized what was happening. His voice edged towards irritation, you want to get a divorce from me? Yang Wan detected the abnormal tone in his voice and hesitantly replied, I. Hasn't the matter about the photo been already explained in our text messages? He Lang took a deep breath, slightly calming his turbulent emotions, what do you mean by saying this? Do you believe what I've said? Yang Wan asked uncertainly. I trust you, the response came without hesitation. And you would trust me even without presenting any evidence? Yang Wan asked again. I trust you, He Lang gave the same answer. Yang Wan was momentarily lost in thought, I assumed. Before Yang Wan finished his sentence, He Lang already guessed its content and preemptively interrupted him, you assumed that after seeing the photo, I'd ask for a divorce. Do you think divorce is something that can be casually brought up? Sorry. Yang Wan reflected on his preconceived judgment, gradually filling with feelings of guilt. Instead of softening because of Yang Wan's apology, He Lang became increasingly angry. Just as his emotions were regaining balance, they threatened to ignite once more. I won't let you send photos, and in the future, don't bring up divorce again. Yang Wan obediently agreed in a gentle voice, okay. He Lang then controlled his game character to walk a few steps away in the opposite direction, creating quite some distance between himself and Yang Wan. The sound of Yang Wan's breathing was still clearly audible through the headphones, but He Lang remained silent. Even though they weren't face-to-face but merely connected via the internet, Yang Wan still felt the air in front of him freeze, stopping its natural flow. His heart contracted slightly, no longer beating as normal. This strange sensation and emotion were entirely new to him. Every second ticking by turned into an ordeal. Yang Wan softly broke the silence. Are you mad at me? He Lang's voice was heavy, laden with repressed anger, responding word by word, yes, I am very mad right now. Yang Wan stared helplessly at the computer screen. Silence once again enveloped them through the headphones. Despite waiting long for further words, none came. Inwardly cursing, He Lang's anger had dissipated to only remnants, leaving behind mostly frustration. He gruffly baited, you have nothing to say to me since I'm mad. Go ahead. I do. Yang Wan responded. Well then hurry up, I'm logging off afterward. He Lang maintained a rigid expression, delivering a curt and stiff response. Yang Wan hesitated restlessly for a bit. He Lang impatiently urged, if you don't speak soon, I truly will. Don't log off, Yang Wan hurriedly tried to keep him online. Anxiety made him stutter, his processed voice sounded soft and sticky, I'll show you my picture, please don't be mad, okay? Chapter 40, So Pure. Yang Wan had agreed with him that once He Lang returned from out of town, he would show him the photos. This was entirely unexpected for Yang Wan. He himself was also quite surprised at having said such a thing. But now the words were already spoken and couldn't be taken back, so he just had to proceed regardless. When he and He Lang connected via microphone, Trolan was also wearing headphones and playing games, completely unaware that Yang Wan had agreed to send photos. Though Yang Wan had agreed, he was troubled because he had no idea or experience about these sorts of things. He thought about it all night long, even dreaming about it. It wasn't until he got up in the morning and started brushing his teeth that it struck him, he should buy clothes first. Thus, on this day, while heading towards the experimental building, he began to secretly observe how girls dressed. Strapless vests and shorts definitely wouldn't work, short sleeves paired with jeans seemed too ordinary. The only remaining option was a proper dress. All morning, he kept pondering what color dress would look good. A classmate in the lab called him for half a day without response, walked over and patted his shoulder asking, what are you thinking about? Distracted, Yang Wan followed along and answered, thinking about dresses. After realizing what he said, he looked up nervously and met the classmate's enigmatic expression, feeling flushed again. However, that classmate teased him instead, you found a girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Yang Wan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief and murmured an, aha. You don't need to buy a dress anyway, the other person pulled out their phone flipping through WeChat moments. Lolita style is very popular now, isn't it? Chen Jingqing shares a room with you during your first year of graduate school, right? He found a photo posted by Chen Jingqing, enlarging it for Yang Wan to see. Look at the dress worn by his girlfriend. This is called Lolita. Yang Wan leaned down seriously to take a closer look. The girl in the photo was made up beautifully, wearing a pink high-waisted dress. Her waistline appeared slim, while her skirt was large and full. The dress featured little bear doll patterns, with layers of white lace edging the hem and tiny white bows adorning it. In addition to this, she wore a pink pearl lace choker around her neck and matching bow hairpins tied in her long hair. The choker could probably cover the Adam's apple area, causing Yang Wan to instinctively touch his throat. This post was uploaded in the morning, and at noon while eating in the cafeteria, he unexpectedly ran into Chen Jingqing and his girlfriend. She was still wearing the dress from the photo, carrying a small bare shoulder bag, hand in hand with Chen Jingqing walking up to the second floor of the canteen. Yang Wan hesitated for a moment before following them. Chen Jingqing stood by the window with his girlfriend fetching food. Upon turning around and seeing Yang Wan coming upstairs, warmly greeted him. Yang Wan gave him a slight smile and then shifted his eyes to his girlfriend's dress, shyly asking, where did your girlfriend buy her dress? She bought it online, replied Chen Jingqing without any suspicion, assuming Yang Wan wanted to buy one as a gift for his girlfriend. If you also want to buy one, I will send you the link later via WeChat. Okay. Yang Wan nodded. Thank you. Chen Jingqing revealed a mischievous grin. When did you find a girlfriend? Why haven't I heard anyone mention it? Stammering, Yang Wan answered, just recently. Assuming he was being shy about mentioning it, Chen Jingqing waved at him and said, we can talk more over WeChat when we have time. I must go now. Yang Wan quickly said goodbye, bye. 10 minutes later, while Yang Wan was sitting in the cafeteria eating, Chen Jingqing had already sent him the link. After copying the link, Yang Wan opened the store and found the exact same pink dress. The detailed page mentioned buying the dress came with a free choker, hairpin, and underskirt, costing only over 100 yuan. Surprised by the affordability, Yang Wan didn't hesitate and immediately placed the order. After finishing the payment, he touched the short curls on top of his head, then exited the shop and searched for wigs on Taobao. With so many varieties and colors of wigs appearing, Yang Wan was hesitant but ultimately chose a black long curly wig and placed the order. As the dress used City Express delivery, Yang Wan soon received a text message from the courier service. At that time, he was in the lab, and coincidentally, Zhuolan was picking up packages and messaged him to ask if there were any parcels he needed collected. Yang Wan hesitated for a moment and sent the tracking code over to him. Zhuolan discovered he'd secretly purchased the dress behind his back, naturally reacting with great excitement and rushing to the lab in the afternoon to confront him. Did you really promise him? Yang Wan pulled him aside to the hallway to whisper, yeah. Did you buy the wig? Zhuolan's tone was filled with underlying excitement. The more Zhuolan acted like this, the more embarrassed Yang Wan felt, and his voice lowered accordingly, yes. Zhuolan snapped his fingers in satisfaction and teasingly coaxed, let me help you with the makeup when the time comes. Yang Wan slightly lowered his head, awkwardly adjusting his glasses as he responded, oh. Following his gesture, Zhuolan's gaze fell upon Yang Wan's black-framed glasses. He slowly narrowed his eyes and declared, these glasses won't work, you need to change them. Yang Wan blinked in surprise, change them into what? Contacts. Zhuolan grinned mischievously. And just like that, Zhuolan took him to an eyewear shop in the afternoon where they got a pair of contact lenses fitted for Yang Wan. During his undergraduate years, Yang Wan had worn contact lenses for 2 years, but after starting graduate school, he stayed up late more often and was worried about their potential harm to his eyes, so he stopped wearing them. On the day the wig arrived, Yang Wan didn't go to the lab, and Zhuolan also stayed in. The two remained in the dorm experimenting with wearing dresses and applying makeup. Yang Wan wasn't especially tall for a male, so the largest size dress fit him perfectly. After changing clothes in the restroom, his face remained heated and flushed. Knowing how embarrassed Yang Wan felt inside, Zhuolan didn't let him look in the mirror. Instead, he pulled him to sit at his desk. Did you wash your face? I did. Yang Wan replied. Zhuolan picked up various cosmetic products from his table and started applying layers onto Yang Wan's face. After completing the pre-makeup skincare, he opened his makeup kit and began transforming Yang Wan. Yang Wan obediently sat on the chair, letting Zhuolan do his thing. Once the makeup was done, Zhuolan helped him put on the wig and accessories. The air bangs of the wig perfectly covered Yang Wan's eyebrows, while the pink pearl lace choker elegantly concealed his Adam's apple. After finishing everything, Zhuolan scrutinized Yang Wan's face again and felt something was missing. Turning around, he rummaged through his makeup bag and found a couple of hair elastics. A few moments later, Zhuolan hauled the sleepy Yang Wan off the chair and pushed him in front of his dressing mirror, signaling for him to take a look. Nervously widening his eyes, Yang Wan peered into the mirror only to find his vision blurred. He suddenly remembered he wasn't wearing glasses and spent several minutes struggling to put on the contact lenses clumsily. The moment his vision became clear, a delicate little face appeared before him in the mirror. Yang Wan startled internally, abruptly tilting his head back in shock. Regaining his composure, he stiffened his body and neck and cautiously glanced sideways at the reflection. In the mirror stood a cute and playful girl. Her long curls were braided into 2 fluffy braids, with an enormous butterfly bow askew on her left side. Her thick eyelashes were painted black and curled upward, adorned with sparkling glitter at the outer corners of her eyes, which had been decorated with soft peach eyeshadow. The facial contours had been deliberately softened, with glossy red lips complemented by slightly rosy cheeks dotted with round, cute freckles. She wore a pink poofy bear pattern dress with a neckline just below the collarbone. The skirt reached mid-thigh, revealing straight and even legs that didn't appear masculine. Blinking his eyes once, Yang Wan questioned in utter disbelief, is this me? Don't I have great makeup skills? Zhuolan approached with a proud smile, placing an affectionate arm around him. This is called the freckle look. Isn't it adorable? Yang Wan stared at the reflection in the mirror, muttering, Of course, compared to customizing faces in games, real-life makeup is much more interesting. Zhuolan sighed contentedly, then lifted Yang Wan's pale wrist to inspect it. Though not as smooth as a girl's, there isn't enough body hair to warrant waxing. He picked up his phone and snapped pictures of his most perfect creation. After taking solo shots, he wasn't satisfied yet and insisted on embracing Yang Wan's shoulders to take multiple double photos together. Throughout, Yang Wan nervously faced the camera. When all the photos were taken, Yang Wan immediately asked in earnest, can I wash my face and change out of the clothes now? No. Zhuolan stopped him quickly, pointing toward the uncollected bottles and jars on his desk. Do you know how much these cost? Yang Wan turned to him with a confused expression. Zhuolan restrained himself from reaching out to ruffle Yang Wan, adopting a serious demeanor as he explained, the makeup I used on you adds up to several thousand yuan, are you really willing to wash it all off now? Yang Wan harbored a slight sense of guilt and decided to temporarily abandon the idea of washing his face. Zhuolan sent him the original pictures of the solo shots. Without making any adjustments, Yang Wan directly forwarded the exact images to He Lang. The other party's avatar was dark, unclear whether they were invisible or offline. Waiting a few seconds without receiving any response, Yang Wan prepared to log out of QQ. At that very second, his phone buzzed with the distinct ringtone signaling an incoming video call. Yang Wan froze in terror, and Zhuolan promptly rushed over to reject the video call for him. Zhuolan then guessed, maybe he just wanted to see if you edited your pictures. Not long after the video call was rejected, the other party didn't even bother typing a message, instead, they sent a voice note directly. He Lang's voice was low and carried a hint of urgency as he asked, honey, can we video chat? Yang Wan turned his head helplessly toward Zhuolan. Zhuolan went over and turned on the computer and the voice changer for him, saying, "Tell him to wait a moment." Yang Wan replied accordingly as instructed by Zhuolan. He Lang sent back a one-word voice note, "Okay." Zhuolan logged into Yang Wan's alternate QQ account, pulling him and sitting him down on the chair. From this angle, Yang Wan's backdrop happened to be Zhuolan's desk, which was cluttered with cosmetics and skincare products. No one would doubt that it belonged to a boys' dormitory. Yang Wan hesitated as he looked up at Zhuolan. Should I really accept it? Why not? Zhuolan stepped away a distance. You haven't washed off the makeup or changed clothes yet. It's perfect for dispelling his doubts. And Zhuolan brought up the main point. Don't you want to see what He Lang really looks like? Yang Wan was convinced by his last remark. When He Lang sent another video invitation, Yang Wan silently accepted it. As he stared at the computer screen, his expression became slightly tense. The sound of his heart beating heavily echoed in his ears, and his mind briefly went blank. The video screen quickly loaded, becoming clear. The moment Yang Wan caught sight of He Lang's face, he involuntarily froze. With burning eyes, He Lang opened his mouth and called out, "Honey." Regaining his senses, Yang Wan shut his lips tightly without responding, and blushed furiously as he looked away. He Lang's deep gaze lingered on him, and his lips curled upwards uncontrollably. Shit, his wife is so pure. Chapter 41, Marriage Troubles. Yang Wan's eyelids drooped slightly as his gaze swept across the desk, avoiding the camera at all costs. "Honey," He Lang mischievously tried to tease him, pretending to be disappointed as he asked, "Why don't you look at me? Am I not good looking?" "It's not that." Yang Wan hurriedly looked up, only to inadvertently meet He Lang's smiling eyes. Realizing that He Lang had deliberately tricked him, Yang Wan hastily averted his gaze. He Lang wasn't going to let him off the hook. "Honey, am I handsome?" Yang Wan softly replied, "Yes, you are." "Honey." He Lang's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. "You didn't even look at me, how do you know I'm handsome?" With cheeks burning hot, Yang Wan slowly redirected his gaze back toward the computer screen, finally settling it on He Lang's handsome and bold face. In his undergraduate dormitory, he had a roommate who could be considered one of the school's top idols. This person was a star admired by many throughout their 4 years in university. Yang Wan couldn't exactly say which one of them was handsomer, but there was no doubt that He Lang must also have been very popular at school. "You're very handsome," he sincerely complimented. Pleased with his answer, He Lang deliberately lowered his voice, "My wife is also very beautiful." Blushing intensely, Yang Wan pressed his lips together. Just as He Lang was about to say something more, the video frame suddenly wobbled slightly. Yang Wan instinctively looked up, noticing that He Lang had already stepped out of the camera range. At the same time, several voices, varying in pitch, came from outside the camera. Who is Brother Lang talking to? The one asking seemed quite curious. His wife in the game. This voice sounded familiar. Huh, does he even have a wife? The first speaker raised his voice abruptly. What does Brother Lang's wife look like? Let me take a look too. To be honest, I want to see too, said another voice laced with laughter. The video frame wobbled again before focusing on the ground. What are you looking at? He Lang irritably raised his hand, shoving Xiao Yi and Xiao Si away. Is my wife something you can just look at whenever you want? If we can't look, fine. But I'll at least greet your sister-in-law. Xiao Si moved closer to He Lang's phone and grinned, "Sister-in-law, hello, I'm Brother Lang's buddy, one of those who've known him since childhood." Yang Wan wasn't sure if he should respond. He Lang covered the screen tightly with his hand, rudely ushering them away. "That's enough greeting. Now scram." Xiao Yi and Xiao Si both simultaneously gave him teasing smiles before walking off arm in arm. Afterwards, He Lang lifted the phone again and furrowed his brows, complaining, "They're so annoying." A trace of amusement climbed into Yang Wan's eyes, causing his lips to curl slightly, revealing 2 small dimples. He Lang momentarily froze, feeling his heart go soft watching these dimples, his Adam's apple unconsciously rolling as he slowed down his voice, deep and low, "My wife's dimples are truly adorable." Yang Wan nervously suppressed his smile, closing his mouth without speaking. However, the eyes that gazed at He Lang were still bright and shining. Damn, He Lang mused idly once more. His wife's eyes spoke volumes. He Lang wasn't alone with friends this evening, it wasn't a good time for a video call. A few minutes later, they ended the video. Zhuolan, who had been lurking on the balcony playing with her phone, walked in and curiously probed, "How about it? Is Wolfline good looking?" "Good looking," Yang Wan said. "Really?" Zhuolan immediately became interested. "Did you take any screenshots? Can I see?" Yang Wan shook his head, "No screens." Disappointed, Zhuolan sighed, then reminded him earnestly, "Next time you video, remember to take a screenshot and send it to me." Yang Wan answered habitually, "Okay." Only after finishing his response did he frown in confusion. Why would there be a next time? Zhuolan's curiosity mirrored what Xiao Yi and Xiao Si were equally preoccupied with. After the video call ended, Xiao Si immediately leaned over and eagerly asked, "How about it, Brother Lang, is your sister-in-law beautiful?" "Beautiful." He Lang tersely replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ye's curiosity was piqued. Are the pictures posted on the forum fake? Fake. He Lang smirked slightly at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Ye's curiosity intensified. If you won't let us see the video, how about showing us the pictures? He Lang flatly refused. No. Just a quick glance. Xiao Yi urged. Brother, I'll handle all your elective courses next semester, Xiao Si joined in. With your grades, you think you can substitute for my electives? He Lang scoffed. Fine, I'll let you see, but don't spread it around. I promise not to circulate it, Xiao Si swore earnestly while patting his chest. Seeing He Lang lower his head to find photos in his phone gallery, he hesitated for a second. Can't we share it in our group chat either? The small group Xiao Si referred to was their childhood friends group chat. There were nearly 10 people in the group, all of whom had grown up knowing each other. Alright, He Lang, after saying so, reiterated cautiously, but they mustn't spread it around. Old Four responded, no problem. He Lang privately sent Yang Wan's picture to them. Xiao Yi zoomed in for a closer look and whistled teasingly. She's quite cute and seems pretty pure. She's the type you'd like. Old Four also showered her with compliments, then promptly shared the photo into their small group chat, calling everyone to take a look at brother-in-law. Everyone in the group chat was shocked by the picture and inquired which department's younger schoolmate she was from. Old Four reprimanded them one by one in the group chat. Old Four, how dare you guys have ulterior thoughts about Brother Lang's wife? You've got guts. Cheng Xiao, I know all the good-looking schoolmates in our university, but how come this sister looks unfamiliar? Old Four, this is Brother Lang's online gaming wife. Cheng Xiao, damn, why can't I meet such a cute girl in the game? Old Four sent meme packages to mock him, finally remembering something and asked casually. Old Four, where is Brother Tang these past 2 days? Haven't seen him speak in the group. Cheng Xiao, Brother Tang has been busy trying to ingratiate himself with that elder of the Liao family recently. Old Four, does he not realize who the old man of the Liao family likes? What a dog trying to lick his way up there. Cheng Xiao, anyway, no matter what we say, he doesn't listen. Just let him be. The two soon shifted to other topics, and the photo Old Four posted in the group slowly got buried under new messages. Yang Wan and He Lang had agreed to play some more games before sleeping. They had logged off last time at Lover's Slope, so this time they were also back at Lover's Slope. The players who gathered that day to witness their divorce ended up disappointed and left. However, some stubborn players waited every day at Lover's Slope for their return. Thus, as soon as Yang Wan went online, a player immediately reported on the World Channel. World, Stars and the Sea, Frontline Report. Wool Roll is finally back online. World, brother and sister on a boat, what's going on between her and the leader of Beacon Fire Smoke? They weren't supposed to be getting divorced at Lover's Slope that day. Why haven't they done it yet? World, plain white shirt, an eyewitness from that day says they stared deeply into each other's eyes at Lover's Slope for several minutes and then both logged off. World, citizens always want to harm me, are they still divorcing or not? Could it be that Wolfline really likes her now? World, Galaxy Spaceship, can anyone from the Beacon Fire Smoke group spill any insider details on the world chat? However, there were no insiders in the Beacon Fire Smoke group. A few active old members quietly speculated about their current relationship. Sweet First Love rarely came online lately, and now finally meeting Yang Wan online, they initiated a conversation. Friend, Sweet First Love, good evening, Huan Huan. Friend, Wool Roll, good evening, Sweet. Friend, Sweet First Love, I didn't get the chance to tell you earlier, it was too excessive of the forum host regarding those pictures, don't pay attention to what others are saying. In my opinion, you're very cute. I hope you'll stay happy. Friend, Wool Roll, thank you, Sweet. Uncertain whether or not he should clarify that the person in the photos wasn't him, Yang Wan hesitated for a while and eventually chose to remain silent. After comforting him, Sweet First Love delicately approached the main topic. Friend, Sweet First Love, so, what's going on between you and Brother Lang? For a long time, Yang Wan didn't reply. He received a text message from He Lang saying he had something unexpected come up and would log in later. Yang Wan first replied via text message. Alright, I'll wait for you. After sending the information, he looked back up at the computer screen. Since he was unaware of what others secretly speculated about him and He Lang, he also couldn't figure out what Sweet First Love wanted to ask. Friend, Wool Roll. Sweet First Love mistook his long silence for avoidance of reality and a heartbroken state. Although they hadn't formally finalized their divorce, their relationship had most likely deteriorated. Sweet First Love displayed an indignant expression. Friend, Sweet First Love, don't be sad. We will always be good friends. Yang Wan grew increasingly confused, but that did not stop him from making friends with the other party. Friend, Wool Roll, alright. After talking with Sweet First Love, he decided to do his daily quests alone. Some players stealthily followed behind him, reporting his situation in real time on the World Channel. World, Stars and the Sea, brothers and sisters, Wool Roll has left Lover's Slope. World, handsome youth, it looks like they won't be getting divorced today. World, plain white shirt, disperse, tonight Wolfline probably won't be coming online. World, Stars and the Sea, brothers and sisters, Wool Roll has started doing his daily quests alone. World, brother and sister on a boat, as far as I know, she usually waits for Wolfline to do the daily quests together. World, Yuan not round round, are they really getting divorced? World, I am your dad, if they see the real person's photo and still don't get divorced, I'll change my name backward. World, Wildfire never dies, goodness, I heard from an elder level member of his alliance that Will and Wolfline have already broken up, they just haven't officially processed their divorce yet. World, Orangey air, men really are superficial bastards. World, brother and sister on a boat, what you're saying goes too far, miss. Are men the only ones who look at faces? Don't women care about appearances too? The center of discussion among players quickly deviated to gender issues. Yang Wan was completely unaware of this. On the way to his mission, he received a system prompt notifying him that someone named Hug Yuan Nice had accepted his friend request. After many days, Hug Yuan Nice finally logged in. Hug Yuan Nice thought he was there to collect money and arranged to meet at the entrance of the station in Chang'an City. Upon meeting, Hug Yuan Nice got straight to the point. Friend, Hug Yuan Nice, is your alternate account online? I'll transfer the money to it. Yang Wan did not reply. He directly returned the amount sent by Hug Yuan Nice via the station, without touching it. When Hug Yuan Nice received the email, his face fell immediately. Friend, Hug Yuan Nice, what do you mean by this? Friend, Will roll, keep the allowance for yourself and use it. Friend, Hug Yuan Nice, do you look down on me? The young master can still afford this much. Friend, Will roll, you haven't reached adulthood yet, don't waste money. Hug Yuan Nice's face turned slightly red, not expecting his age to be so easily uncovered. Friend, Hug Yuan Nice, how did you know I am not an adult? Yang Wan hesitated for a moment, deciding to maintain the miner's self-esteem. Friend, Will roll, I guessed. Hug Yuan Nice's expression relaxed significantly. Friend, Hug Yuan Nice, I knew it. After logging in, he also happened to see the post regarding Will roll's real-life picture on the forum. Wanting to mock Yang Wan out of revenge for snatching the ring earlier, he typed teasingly. Friend, Hug Yuan Nice, where's your husband? Friend, Will roll, he has something unexpected come up and will log in later. Friend, Hug Yuan Nice, didn't your husband see your picture and immediately say he wants a divorce? Friend, Will roll, no. Not hearing what he expected, Hug Yuan Nice lost interest and opened the world channel, hoping to see today's hot new topics. But unexpectedly, when flipping through the messages, he came across the one posted by Wildfire Never Dies. He stared silently with complex emotions for a few seconds, feeling deep sympathy upon revisiting Yang Wan's last answer. As the discussion in the world chat shifted back to Will roll's look sometime unknown. A few ill-intentioned male players disregarded Wolfline's atrocious behavior entirely and instead criticized Will roll's appearance harshly. Suddenly feeling sympathetic towards Will roll, Hug Yuan Nice's sentiment shifted to anger. Will roll may not be particularly beautiful, but she is kind-hearted. She even returned all the money without keeping a single penny. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Friend, Hug Yuan Nice, it's okay that Wolfline dumped you. Though you aren't the prettiest, you're still a good person, so don't feel overly inferior. Friend, Will roll. Friend, Hug Yuan Nice, I've decided, starting now, young master will pursue you. I want to see who dares make snide comments about you. Friend, Will roll, what? With a perplexed expression, Yang Wan looked at the chat box in the game. Hug Yuan Nice no longer responded. Standing beside Yang Wan, he immediately set off dozens of pink heart-shaped love declaration fireworks without uttering another word. Passers-by stopped curiously. When they saw the ID of the player being confessed to, they were left stunned. Yang Wan himself was also dumbfounded. However, the fastest to react was the world channel. World, brother and sister on a boat, grass, coordinates, Chang'an Station. A male player is letting off fireworks to declare love for Will roll. What, how long after splitting with Wolfline did she find a rebound? Impressive, or our Ms. Sheep really deserves props. World, stars and the sea. World, plain white shirt. World, who's stylish youth? World, Wolfline. Chapter 42, Soft Sister. The atmosphere in the world channel suddenly fell into stagnation. The players read it over and over again before they were sure that the reply with a question mark was from Lang Xing himself, not from any high imitation account. A moment later, Gugu Mei Mei's Hua Chuan Tu tried to greet the big shot. World, Gugu Mei Mei's Hua Chuan Tu, good evening, Brother Wolf. World, Lang Xing, what did you say about finding a new home? Say it again. Gugu Mei Mei's Hua Chuan Tu was a bit at a loss, after confirming repeatedly that the tone conveyed between his words seemed friendly enough, he repeated it again. World, Gugu Mei Mei's Hua Chuan Tu, someone is confessing their love to Yang Wan at the post office entrance in Chang'an. It might be her new interest recently. He La Rang squinted his eyes and didn't say anything, operating the mouse and clicking several times on the game interface. World, system, repaying kindnesses. Riding horses across the Jianghu. Player Lang Xing has issued a bounty of 100,000 gold for player Gugu Mei Mei's Hua Chuan Tu. World, Gugu Mei Mei's Hua Chuan Tu. World, Gugu Mei Mei's Hua Chuan Tu, sorry, brother, I know I was wrong, but could you let me die knowing where exactly I went wrong? Hila Rang didn't reply anymore, directly teleporting back to Chang'an City. Gue Dianjiu Bao Ni was still setting off fireworks for Yang Wan. Not only that, to increase the grandeur of the whole confession, he also invited his close friends. When those few people arrived, they gathered around the two and teased them. Nearby, Wen Ro Duyao, we're here. Elder brother and sister-in-law, good evening. Nearby, Zhang Wei Shi Guang, agree with him. Accept him. Nearby, Zui Ru Ni De Yen, big brother charge. Sister-in-law, accept him. Gue Dianjiu Bao Ni, filled with excitement, presented a flower to Yang Wan. In the game, it's possible to send flowers, which can boost the attributes on the character panel when received by a player. Instead of waiting for Yang Wan's acceptance, he received a system notification that someone had initiated a one-on-one PK against him. Although safety zones do not allow vendettas, formal fair PK gameplay is still available. Gue Dianjiu Bao Ni froze and saw Lang Xing dismount his steed and walk over, squeezing into the space between the two, standing in front of Yang Wan's game character. Nearby, Lang Xing, kid, who allowed you to hit on my wife while I'm away? Gue Dianjiu Bao Ni found this bizarre. Nearby, Gue Dianjiu Bao Ni, your wife. You're separated and yet still calling her your wife, shameless. Nearby, Lang Xing, who told you we've split up? We are doing fine, right, wife? Yang Wan manipulated her game character and trotted to stand beside him, then typed in her response. Nearby, Yang Wan, Hila Rang still felt it wasn't enough. Nearby, Lang Xing, sweetheart, come closer. Nearby, Yang Wan, kiss. Nearby, Lang Xing, husband kisses you back, kiss. Gue Dianjiu Bao Ni felt extremely annoyed as he watched. If his previous actions were helping Yang Wan save face, now he was purely at odds with Hila Rang. Nearby, Gue Dianjiu Bao Ni, enough with the nonsense, if you're a man, let's fight. After uttering these words, he accepted Hila Rang's solo invitation without hesitation. The two fought on the empty ground outside the station, surrounded by players who had rushed over out of curiosity. Gue Dianjiu Bao Ni's operations were indeed good, but when Hila Rang got serious, it was like beating a little brother. After finishing off this little brother, Hila Rang still remembered the grudge of Gue Dianjiu Bao Ni's friends calling Yang Wan sister-in-law, so he lifted up a few other little brothers squatting nearby and beat each one of them. Beating these few little brothers until they were grey-faced and dared to be angry but not speak. In the end, as he left, he threw a tough word to Hila Rang. Nearby, Gue Dianjiu Bao Ni, wait for me. Hila Rang didn't even take his words seriously and immediately turned around to start showing off in front of Yang Wan. Friend, Lang Xing, sweetheart, do I look cool when fighting? Friend, Yang Wan, don't bully kids. Hila Rang raised an eyebrow indifferently. Friend, Lang Xing, whether he's a kid or an old friend, if I don't log in soon, my wife will be lured away by others. Yang Wan's cheeks flushed slightly. Friend, Yang Wan, no. Friend, Lang Xing, oh, no what? Hila Rang asked knowingly. Friend, Yang Wan, won't be lured away by others. Hila Rang laughed once. Friend, Lang Xing, sweetie, how many fireworks did that smelly kid light for you? Friend, Yang Wan, I don't know. Hila Rang stopped asking, opened his backpack on the spot, and started lighting pink heart-shaped fireworks, burning through 99 sets directly. After that, he posted 3 consecutive paid small announcements in the World channel. World, announcement, Lang Xing, collecting Eternal Vow, necklaces, gifting to wife. World, announcement, Lang Xing, collecting Eternal Vow, necklaces, gifting to wife. World, announcement, Lang Xing, collecting Eternal Vow, necklaces, gifting to wife. The Eternal Vow necklace was the most expensive declaration prop in this year's Valentine's Day mall, only available for a month around Valentine's Day. Players watching for entertainment all looked shocked. World, want to try, are the wages of netbar admins now this high? Scared me to death. My watermelon fell. World, try it out, asking if the netbar beside University A needs more staff. Is it still in time for me to apply? World, the commoners are up to no good. If I have committed a crime, let the law punish me instead of letting me eat the dog food thrown by these 2 individuals. World, who's touched my cat? If I have committed a crime, let the law punish me instead of letting me eat the dog food thrown by these 2 individuals. World, stars and sea, if I have committed a crime, let the law punish me instead of letting me eat the dog food thrown by these 2 individuals. World, daddy is me, shit, I'm surprised. Is this supposed to be true love? Not divorcing your wife who looks like that and instead gifting her eternal vows. Isn't saving up money for equipment more enticing? World, male dofu, seriously, damn, if my wife looked like that, hell no, I would never divorce. World, daddy is me, what nonsense is the guy on the floor above saying? World, who has the wind flowing through his youth, buddy, you've had too much to drink. World, clouds and dogs, are those shills Lang Xing hired? World, oranges all round, really 555 can I kidnap Sister June and make her my wife? She's so cute 555. World, daddy is me, fuck, are the insane spreading? Another girl has gone crazy. World, garden, which mountain village are you from? Haven't you seen forum discussions? That last picture was fake, and just now someone posted the real photo. Anyone not knowing that June is a cute soft girl, well, I don't allow them to not know. Those active players online just disappeared at once. Yang Wan and He Lang also left the game to check the forum. There indeed was someone who opened an anonymous clarification thread and placed new photos inside. These weren't random celebrity influencer pictures, they were exactly the ones he sent He Lang this afternoon, that female costume selfie. Yang Wan was stunned. In a few minutes, the replies in the post surged, but he didn't bother reading what those people were saying. Instead, he switched back to the game to find He Lang. He Lang had already sent a long string of messages in the chat box. Friend, Lang Xing, I showed the photo to my friend, and he posted it in our childhood group, probably someone leaked it from the group. Friend, Lang Xing, don't worry, I will have someone take down the post soon. Friend, Lang Xing, damn, I told them not to spread it, yet someone did. I'll deal with them later. Friend, Lang Xing, wife, don't get angry. Friend, Lang Xing, wife, are you still there? Friend, Lang Xing, little sheep. Even though he was the person concerned, the other party seemed even more anxious than him. Yang Wan originally had some concerns, but after seeing the words He Lang sent him, he couldn't help but laugh again. Friend, woolly sheep, okay then. Friend, woolly sheep, I'm not worried. Holding his breath in front of the computer waiting for a reply, He Lang couldn't help laughing. Damn, his wife really had a good temper. The post was quickly taken down by someone He Lang called in. But still many players saved the original images quickly and secretly circulated them privately. Zhuolan saw this as well and sent a WeChat message to comfort him. The picture bore only a 4 or 5 out of 10 resemblance to his actual self, even if anyone close recognized it, they would merely think it was his younger sister, not him personally. So Yang Wan temporarily set aside this matter. As the two continued doing quests in the game, Yang Wan unexpectedly received waves of friend requests from strangers. He Lang found this unsurprising and reminded him to ignore them. The guild channel also began to discuss the matter of the photos. Guild, sweet first love selected me, my sis-in-law is so pretty. Brother Lang sure has good luck, envy Brother Lang. Guild, sleep on moon, even I, as a girl, feel attracted by her cuteness. Guild, taro balsago pudding, the dress June wore is so cute. I even want to ask for a shopping link. Guild, mango thousand layer, any groups planning to steal Junjun? Sign up quick. Guild, smell rose, beware the guild master dragging you to the arena. Guild, mango thousand layer, shit, brothers and sisters, help me push this comment up. Don't let Brother Lang see it. The direction of the world channel suddenly made a big turn. World, want to try, I can completely understand now why Lang Xing wouldn't choose Snow Falls Chang'an. World, try it out, I can also completely understand why Lang Xing won't get divorced. World, stars and sea, to be honest, woolly sheep is a bit inferior to Snow Falls Chang'an, but they are different types, so there's no conflict. World, clouds and dogs, I admit woolly sheep looks very cute, but the bro upstairs, if you're just trying to criticize one while praising another, that's boring. World, daddy is me, a girl this cute chooses Lang Xing, who only has a high school diploma and works as a netbar admin. That must have been a momentary blindness. World, always people harming me, besides, the girl seems to be an accomplished student from University A. World, who's the youthful flair, after hearing all your comments, I'm now starting to think Lang Xing isn't actually worthy of woolly sheep. World, always people harming me, I agree with that too. World, daddy is me, the moment they divorce, I'll gladly take over. World, stars and sea, buddy, do I need to wake you up? The number I just drew on the forum queue has already reached 3 digits. World, simple clothes. Haven't you seen any girls in your life? I suggest they should just settle it by staging a martial arts tournament. World, daddy is me, damn, if Lang Xing were to stay on defense during the challenge, none of us would have a shot. World, always people harming me, forget it, let's all disperse. They haven't divorced yet and don't seem to plan on doing so anytime soon. After finishing the daily quests with Yang Wan, He Lang invited Brother 4 to hunt for traitors within the group chat. All his friends denied spreading anything outside, but when questioned, Brother Tang suddenly went silent. Finally, he admitted that to make Liao Chang'an give up her feelings for He Lang, he had forwarded the photos from the group chat to her. He Lang immediately ordered Brother 4 to kick Brother Tang out of the small group chat without hesitation. No one dared to plead for Brother Tang after seeing how angry He Lang was. Brother Tang didn't try to defend himself either, instead mentioning Liao Chang'an, since it didn't cause much bad impact, let's just drop the matter about Chang'an. He Lang neither agreed nor disagreed. It was true that the incident had not caused negative effects, instead, Yang Wan's reputation improved slightly in the game because of it. There was no apparent reason for Liao Chang'an to secretly help Yang Wan. He Lang browsed through the photo saved in his phone gallery multiple times but found nothing odd about it. Something wasn't right about Liao Chang'an. He believed Liao Chang'an was still holding something back, using the photo as merely an excuse. Sure enough, a few days later, Liao Chang'an created a forum thread exposing Yang Wan. And she personally did it, revealing her identity without hiding behind a pseudonym or remaining anonymous. Chapter 43, The Dress. It took Yang-won a few hours to see the post. The link was still the one Zhuolan had sent him. Shui Luo Chang'an didn't say much in the post, simply pointing out his faux pas of wearing counterfeit clothing. She posted photos of herself in her Lolita dress on the main thread, along with over 100 Lolita dresses hanging in her home's wardrobe room. The pink teddy bear dress she singled out was identical to the one Yang-won had worn. But they weren't entirely the same. Even Yang-won noticed that although the patterns and styles were similar, the cut seemed different. Shui Luo Chang'an's exact words went as follows. I've been wearing Lolita dresses for 5 years now, some from domestic brands and some from Japanese brands, all original copies. The receipts and tags are still around. The dress worn by the woolly curl in yesterday's photo is an expensive Japanese brand, called Barbie Bear, priced at slightly over 20,000 yuan. People who wear Lolita should also know that the Barbie Bear edition has already gone out of print for 2 years. I got this Barbie Bear from a proxy buyer a couple of years ago. Nowadays, the price for this dress online has skyrocketed to 100,000 yuan. People with eyes can tell, there's a complete difference in the cut and details between the Barbie Bear dress she wore and mine. Now, there are indeed many affordable and beautiful dresses from domestic brands available. If you don't have money, you can opt for cheaper domestic brand dresses instead of going through the trouble to buy counterfeits for the sake of your vanity. People who wear knockoffs will forever be shamed. Finally, she included screenshots of yesterday's photo of Yang-won as well as pictures of her own genuine dress, marking the differences between the two dresses. The responses in the comments were roughly divided into 2 types, male players admiring her beauty, female players criticizing harshly. 1L, Big Sister Chang'an looks so pretty, those who think woolly curl is on par with Shui Luo Chang'an need to go visit the eye doctor. 2L, I wanted to say yesterday, wasn't it obvious how thick woolly curl's makeup was? 3L, chameleon blowing up right where they stand. 4L, Big Sister Chang'an's wardrobe is even larger than my bedroom 555, cry. 5L, when I saw the photo yesterday, I felt something was off with the dress, but since I didn't buy the Barbie Bear, I didn't ask about it in the thread. 6L, is everyone wearing fakes now getting this brazen? Bold enough to even post their photos online. 7L, does Big Sister Chang'an need a boyfriend? Maybe the kind with 8-pack abs from the sports team. 8L, Shui Luo Chang'an's photos are either makeup-free or lightly made up, whereas 80% of woolly curl's photos are heavily edited. 9L, as a man, though I don't understand these little dresses, relating to shoes, I already want to punch someone. 10L, indeed, what pan fits what lid? A poor net admin and a chameleon, perfect match. Some even began digging up information about the dresses featured in Shui Luo Chang'an's photos, naming them and listing their prices, totaling amounts enough to purchase a whole apartment. Upon seeing this, Yang-won decided he couldn't read any further. He knew there were authentic and counterfeit versions of sneakers, as his dorm roommate during his undergraduate days was fond of collecting limited edition pairs. However, only after reading the forum did he learn that such poofy skirts also had to be categorized into authentic and fake variants. Yang-won's face flushed red with shame as he logged into his game account to apologize at the end of the thread. His apology was quickly buried by a flood of replies. Those clearly favoring Shui Luo Chang'an seized the opportunity to scold him for pretending to be ignorant. Zhuolan's call came in, you're an idiot. All the people responding in Shui Luo Chang'an's thread are defending her. No matter how sincerely you apologize, you're just asking to get yelled at. Yang-won said, let them insult me if they must, I'll just ignore it. Idiot. Zhuolan sighed, did you find that dress online yourself? Not exactly, Yang-won told him truthfully, I saw Chen Jingcheng's girlfriend wearing it in the cafeteria and asked her for the store's link. Zhuolan stared speechlessly. Isn't your luck just terrible? He sighed again. Yang-won didn't know what to say. Zhuolan offered him a couple more consoling words, advising him not to reply on the forum anymore, before hanging up. Yang-won sat there staring at his phone, suddenly wanting to talk to He-lang. When he opened the text message editing window, he remembered the last time he had sent an Adidas jacket to the other party. Not long had passed before he too became a laughingstock for wearing a counterfeit. With a look of regret, Yang-won exited the app, too embarrassed to send a text to He-lang. However, as if by telepathy, almost immediately afterward, He-lang's message came in. Asking him to log on to QQ right away. Guessing that He-lang had seen the post too, Yang-won anxiously logged into his secondary account. He-lang was already waiting for him online. As soon as his profile picture lit up, he raised his phone to send a voice message, directly asking, what size is your dress? There was a bit of background noise in the voice message, with the faint sound of giggling girls in the distance. Yang-won hesitated for a moment. He-lang asked again, S or M? Yang-won's reply came through at the same time. Woolly curl, I bought the L size. He-lang. Wife. His tone carried a slight surprise, you're so thin, why do you wear L? Woolly curl, I'm pretty tall. How tall are you? When he asked this, He-lang's jawline tightened slightly. Woolly curl, 176 centimeters. He-lang's jaw relaxed abruptly as he exhaled quietly without a trace. For a girl's height, she was indeed a bit taller, but still within his acceptable range. He Lang didn't send another voice message, leaving Yang-won unsure of what he was doing. Yang-won stared at the chat window that had suddenly gone silent, growing restless and uneasy. He took the initiative to explain about the dress. Woolly curl, I didn't know that yesterday's dress was a knockoff. There was no response from He Lang for quite some time. The process of waiting for a reply was long and torturous. Yang-won locked his phone screen and placed it on the desk, ignoring it, yet his peripheral vision always uncontrollably glanced at the breathing light below the phone. The breathing light remained unlit for a long time, prompting Yang-won to take a deep breath and advise himself to concentrate and not look at the phone anymore. Just when he was about to completely avert his gaze, the breathing light flashed. Yang-won hurried back to the table at top speed, unlocked the phone, and played the new voice message sent by the other party. In the background sound, there were still many female voices, and faint words like dress and size could be heard. He Lang's voice sounded distracted. Let's talk about this when I get home tonight. For some reason Yang-won felt inexplicably disheartened. It seemed like the other party wasn't paying attention to what happened on the forum earlier in the morning. Actually, Yang-won has always been clear about the nature of their online relationship and his role within it. He never had the intention to intervene or meddle with He Lang's real life. In Yang-won's heart, he remembered Juelan's advice well, keeping the internet and reality clearly separate. But humans are strange creatures. Sometimes he feels that reason and emotion are two independent entities in his brain. He controls the reason, but emotions control him. Like now, his reason tells him that whatever He Lang is doing doesn't need his knowledge. But his emotions kept urging him to type and ask. Woolly curl, are you buying a dress? He saw these words he had just sent. Yeah. He Lang's voice, tinged with humor, came through the voice message, I don't know what size she wears. Listening to his words, something inside Yang-won's chest tightened. After a while, he replied dryly. Woolly curl, it won't help asking me, we're not the same height. He Lang responded slowly and deliberately via voice message, then it's really a coincidence, she is as tall as you. Yang-won felt even more oppressed inside, but he managed to conceal it very well. For the following time, the other side kept asking about his preferences to use them as reference opinions for buying dresses. Yang-won felt he couldn't be of much help, but due to reasons he couldn't articulate, he subconsciously didn't want to refuse him. He tried hard to guess which colors and patterns real girls would like. The whole afternoon, Yang-won didn't take his eyes off the phone. Until before dinner, despite the feeling of being slightly upset, he was still looking forward to playing games later that night. However, He Lang suddenly said that there would be something coming up that night, so he wouldn't be able to play. The budding joy in Yang-won's heart was instantly squashed. Disappointed, he replied with a single character, oh. He Lang didn't log off immediately, reminding him, go to bed early tonight. Yang-won replied, okay. The other side added, wake up early tomorrow. Yang-won still replied, okay. After sending the message, he realized he looked puzzled. Why wake up early tomorrow? He Lang said nothing, and neither did Yang-won ask. Except for those all-nighter days, he usually woke up early. He Lang finally said, goodbye, wife. Yang-won replied, bye. After sending that, neither of them logged off first. He Lang couldn't help but curl his lips and used the voice function to ask him, do you like small cakes? Yang-won replied, alright. The other side thought for a second, do you like fruit flavors? Yang-won replied, still okay. He Lang stopped the conversation here and finally told him, see you tomorrow night. This time, before Yang-won could finish typing, the other side's profile picture went black first. He stared at the phone for a while, then slowly exited the secondary account and quietly muttered to himself, okay. About half an hour later, he walked out of the cafeteria and received a call from the food delivery person. The person on the phone asked which dormitory area and building he lived in. Yang-won provided the detailed address and quickly walked back to the dormitory building to wait for him. A few minutes later, he received a bag from the delivery person. It contained 4 small mousses. They were fruit-flavored. Yang-won's face lit up with embarrassment, his ears burning red. After returning to the dormitory, worried that the desserts would spoil overnight, he reluctantly shared the mousses with Juelan. He didn't play any games that evening and went to bed early. Despite brushing his teeth for 2 full minutes before sleeping, the sweet taste of the mousse still lingered in his mouth, refusing to fade away. At 8 o'clock the next morning, he received a pickup code from the courier station. Juelan had to go out for an errand and needed to send some parcels before leaving. Yang-won had breakfast with him at the dormitory building entrance and then they both headed to the courier station together. By this time, classes had already started, so students without classes were still sleeping in, meaning there was no need to queue at the courier station. Yang-won reported his pickup code and watched as the staff member walked inside and carried out the largest parcel, bending down to place it on the ground. What did you buy that's so big? The staff member asked casually while verifying the phone number. Yang-won hesitated, I didn't buy anything. As he bent down to pick up the box, Juelan stopped him with a thoughtfulness, saying, open it first and see what's inside. Then, he borrowed a pair of scissors from the staff member. Yang-won took the scissors and squatted down to cut the tape off the box. When the box was opened, a full set of beautiful dresses appeared inside. All new, with price tags still attached, most of which were in Japanese. The cloud pattern, rabbit pattern, and donut pattern he had chosen yesterday, blue, yellow, and green, were all present in the box. Yang Wan was stunned. Chapter 44, Face-to-Face Meeting. He fumbled to close the box, and Zhuolan beside him also appeared slightly startled. Only the staff member looked entirely nonchalant. Did you buy it for your girlfriend? No need to be embarrassed. Yang Wan mumbled his way through incoherently. Zhuolan picked up the delivery box for him and walked under a tree dozens of meters away. Was this sent by Wolf? Yang Wan, still clueless about the situation, absent-mindedly nodded. Isn't he a network manager? Where does he have so much money? Zhuolan put down the box, taking out the dress to look at. This doesn't look like a counterfeit. The craftsmanship is clearly better than the skirt you wore yesterday. While flipping through the dresses in the box, he murmured incessantly, I saw this one in Shuolua Chang'an's post, priced at 20,000. This one is 10,000. This one is relatively cheaper, only 5,000. Zhuolan, looking down and reporting prices, summarized with a shocked face when he stood up. Could it be that he is really spending the money originally meant for his wife to buy you dresses? Yang Wan fell into a strong sense of guilt. Although knowing he was not such a person, Zhuolan still asked cautiously, did he not buy these dresses because you asked him to? Yang Wan hastily waved his hands, no. It's good if it's not. Zhuolan handed the delivery box back to him. It's okay to receive some gifts in the game, but online relationships should avoid getting involved in monetary transactions in reality. Regardless of him not wearing skirts, Yang Wan wouldn't dare accept such expensive dresses either. I will return them now. After Zhuolan left, he returned to the courier point with the box, but halfway there, he suddenly remembered, he only had the other party's school address. With summer vacation already ongoing, sending the dresses back to the school would mean waiting until September to pick them up, possibly missing the return period. He could only first bring the dresses to the lab and then text He Lang, asking for his home delivery address. Moments later, his phone notified him of a new message. Don't you like the dresses? Yang Wan replied. They're too expensive, I can't accept them. He Lang dismissed it indifferently. It's fine, I'm willing to give them to you. Yang Wan replied. Your salary working at the internet cafe isn't high, where do you get all this money from? At that moment, He Lang was instantly filled with a subtle satisfaction of being managed financially by his partner. He thought for a moment, deciding to explain and clarify. Dear, I actually don't lack money. Yang Wan's response carried an undertone of unhappiness and disapproval. Haven't you been skipping meals recently? He Lang froze immediately at not eating. No, I've been having 3 timely meals a day. Worried, Yang Wan questioned further. Then aren't you eating instant noodles every day? He Lang, whose corner of his mouth twitched lightly at eating instant noodles, didn't know how to reply momentarily. The next message from Yang Wan came quickly. Eating instant noodles is bad for your health. Take the dresses back and stop buying instant noodles. And stop sending me stuff. He Lang smiled with laughter, feeling overwhelmed by his wife's concern. As for the question of whether his body was well or not, He Lang made a clicking sound. Rest assured, your husband is quite healthy. Yang Wan flushed red at the endearing reference in He Lang's message, his fingers lingering hesitantly on the edge of the phone without tapping on the keyboard. He Lang sent a text message, calling him onto QQ. Yang Wan complied, opening QQ, and then received a photo. Upon entering the chat window, before even enlarging the photo to view, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the thumbnail image. That face, which was already somewhat red, turned fiercely red. Panicking, he averted his eyes and switched off his phone, glancing around the laboratory. The classmate was fully absorbed in tinkering with the microscope, seemingly not noticing him. Yang Wan walked over to the corner with his phone, hesitated for 2 seconds, reopened his phone, went back to the previous page, and opened the high-definition large version of the photo. The abdominal muscles in the photo were clearly exposed before his eyes. Yang Wan stole a quick glance, and then quickly shifted his gaze. When the heat on his face gradually decreased, he seemed involuntarily drawn again, secretly shifting his focus back. The temperature on his face started to rise again. Yang Wan, his face flushed bright red, parted his lips slightly, counting quietly while facing the abs in the photo. Realizing afterward, he found his heart had been beating rapidly the entire time. He Lang sent a voice message. Yang Wan hurriedly took out his headphones and put them on. In the voice message, the other party's tone deepened as he asked, Dear, am I in good shape? Yang Wan faithfully typed a response. Yang Chuan, yes. He Lang chuckled, does baby sheep like it? Yang Wan blushed and remained silent. Seeing that things were going well, He Lang moved on and initiated a different topic. There's no need to worry about the price of the dresses, I can afford them. Yang Wan insisted on returning them to him. Yang Chuan, you should still take them back to the store and return them. He Lang sent a voice message calmly, these skirts are different from ordinary skirts, once purchased, they cannot be returned. Yang Wan furrowed his brow slightly with some distress. Yang Wan, can't you return them even if the packaging is unopened? He Lang replied without hesitation, no. Yang Wan, then can you resell them online to someone else? It's too niche a style for these skirts, and they're not cheap either, it would be hard to sell them online, He Lang made up casually. Even if someone does buy them, you wouldn't get the original price for used skirts. His tone became a little more serious, then I would still lose money. Yang Wan thought for a long time. Yang Wan, then I'll compensate you for the difference. Waiting for him to agree, he Lang. Alright. He proposed offhandedly, you try them on once for me, then return them to me, and I'll sell them online as second-hand. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan looked hesitant at the corner where the delivery box was. Yang Wan, which one should I wear? Almost unable to contain his excitement, he Lang sent a voice message, try all of them. Yang Wan displayed an extremely troubled expression. As if foreseeing his current embarrassment, he Lang softened his voice to cajole him, dear, will you wear them just for me? Just once, only for me to see, no one else. Yang Wan's heart melted somewhat. Yang Wan, just once. He Lang said, just once. Yang Wan raised his hand to rub his ears. Yang Wan, all right. Holding his phone with a pleased face, he Lang didn't stay happy for long before frowning again. His wife was so easy to persuade, she had soft ears, he'd need to keep an eye on her closely in the future. Having promised to show the new skirts to the other party, but not specifying which day, Yang Wan breathed a small sigh of relief. In the afternoon when he returned, he brought the box of skirts back to his dorm room. After finishing dinner and logging into the game, Yang Wan surprisingly opened the World channel. Surprisingly, even though a day had passed, many players were still discussing the dresses in the World chat. World, brother-sister on boat, do those girl players really mean the Barbie bear dresses? Are they that expensive? Are they limited editions? They just seem like ordinary dresses to me. World, juicy oranges, you male players have your limited edition sneakers, why can't we have our limited edition dresses? World, masculine tofu, seriously, all the dresses I see hanging in Shuelua Chang'an's closet look the same to me, scratching head. World, adorable bunny, you straight men don't understand anything, light humph. World, your dad, I just want to know, were the dresses Wolf bought authentic? World, adorable bunny, yes, authentic ones. An employee of a store in City A has already confirmed that yesterday afternoon, a handsome big client took away several Japanese brand skirts from their shop. World, juicy oranges, there are quite a few Lolita shops in City A. World, white cloud gray dog, that handsome big client isn't just any internet cafe manager. This self-proclaimed store employee is probably a hired PR army member. World, stars and the sea, it could very well be a PR army, but the tags and receipts for the dresses aren't fake. World, Roundy Knot Garden, is working as a network manager now this lucrative? I'm jealous. World, where is the youth, coordinates, third-tier small city, around here the network managers earn about 2,000 yuan per month, the Barbie bear dress you mentioned might be equivalent to what a network manager makes in a year. World, whose cat did you touch, but City A isn't a third-tier small city after all, the network manager's salaries there likely aren't just 2,000. World, adorable bunny, are there any network managers in City A who lack wives? World, try me if you dare, network managers in City A, please appear and marry me. Thank you. World, want to try me, wife, what are you doing cack? World, try me if you dare, oh, right, honey, weren't you busy today and couldn't come online? Cack. This couple often chatted in the World channel, even Yang Wan knew them. He logged out of the game and went onto the forum. 2 minutes later, he found He Lang's reply in Shuelua Chang'an's post. He Lang didn't use anonymity or pseudonyms, he directly attached photos of the skirts and receipts in the post. 5555L Wolf conduct, already apologized. Won't wear counterfeit skirts anymore. If anyone's mouth gets dirty again, don't blame me for being rude. Below his post, indeed, all the subsequent replies became polite. 5556L, aren't you supposed to be a network manager? How did you manage to afford Japanese brands? 5557L, but still, so boyfriend material, wah wah wah. 5558L, probably so poor after buying them that he can't even afford food anymore. 5559L, altogether, these dresses cost nearly 100,000 yuan, huh? 5560L, I can eat instant noodles and wear counterfeits, but my wife must wear the most beautiful and expensive little dresses. I ship it so hard, thank you. Yang Wan scrolled to the floor where the analysis of the skirt brands and prices was posted, comparing the tables listed by the floor owner, and calculated the total price of the skirts he had received. The final calculated price wasn't nearly 100,000 yuan but a little over that. Tensely, Yang Wan licked his lips. Occasionally in the dormitory building, incidents of outsiders sneaking into rooms for theft occurred. Worried about the security of the delivery box, he hastily took the skirts out from the box and carefully hid them deep inside the wardrobe. It was nearing 8 o'clock when He Lang finished his own affairs and went online. He gathered more than 10 people in their guild and brought them to tackle a large raid dungeon. Everyone was highly enthusiastic as they discussed the topic of skirts on YY. Chuanyuan Xuanhua Chao Tian asked him, did you receive the skirts sent by Brother Lang? Yang Wan answered through a voice changer, I did. Are the skirts pretty? Manghua Qianxing asked. They're beautiful. Yang Wan truthfully replied. Manghua Qianxing pinched his voice to fake sobbing, I also want a big shot to buy me cute little skirts, wah wah. At once, the group felt goosebumps all over. Don't, buddy, Jebi Laozhao quickly intervened, you're just playing a female character, you don't have to pretend like you are a girl, do you? Mangua Qianxing laughed heartily, just kidding. Yu Liang Shang Mianmian, curious, chimed in, are Jujuan and our guild leader from the same city? How could you receive it so fast? Jujuan and brother Lang are both from City A. Chuanyuan Xuanhua Chao Tian eagerly interjected, and both seem to be from University A. He Lang hummed in agreement, but we're not at the same campus. Mao Qiyu remarked, seems like there are quite a few of us from City A in the guild. As soon as these words were spoken, several people immediately responded. Chuanyuan Xuanhua Chao Tian added, though I'm not from City A, it's only a half-hour high-speed train ride from my place. Is Sweetie a first-year student? Nioswan Nick Biscuit asked him. That's right. Chuanyuan Xuanhua Chao Tian grinned, both Jujuan and I are freshmen. Mao Qiyu was quite interested in the new skirts, asking Yang Wan, Jujuan, have you worn the new skirts yet? No, I haven't. Yang Wan replied. The picture of you wearing that dress last time with the butterfly hairpin is so cute, Mao Qiyu said with a lingering tone, when will you wear the new skirts, can I see them? I'd like to see too. Chuanyuan Xuanhua Chao Tian immediately agreed. Yang Wan paused, instinctively glancing at He Lang's character in the game. With a lazy tone, He Lang opened his mouth and said, no, only I get to see. Mao Qiyu didn't seem upset but chuckled teasingly, our guild leader is too stingy. He Lang candidly admitted, yes, I am this stingy. In unison, everyone let out a sigh of lamentation, we've come to raid, not eat dog food. He Lang chuckled deeply and not only didn't stop but changed into an intimate tone calling, wife, it's been a while since I've heard you call me brother. Though it was slightly embarrassing in front of everyone, Yang Wan still obediently called, brother. He Lang sounded delighted, my lamb is so obedient. The others remained speechless. Chuanyuan Xuanhua Chao Tian shouted, this is unfair. Big brother Lang feeds us dog food, we want to see pictures of Jujuan wearing the new skirts. Zhao and Darren also joined in saying, to be honest, guild leader, I kind of want to see too. Not happening. He Lang outright rejected their requests without any hesitation. Chuanyuan Xuanhua Chao Tian let out a long sigh. What photos? Mangua Qianxing tried to wake them up earnestly, aren't you all from City A? There's an international game anime exhibition in City A next week. Why don't we organize an offline gathering? Watching your sister-in-law live isn't much better. Something stirred within He Lang, his eyes seemed thoughtful as they glanced toward Yang Wan's character in the game. After some time, before anyone else spoke, his Adam's apple rolled slowly, and he deepened his voice to agree first, all right. Chapter 45, like. One after another, many people responded. Some who lived nearby even planned to come and play in City A for a few days during the summer vacation. Except for Yang Wan, who remained silent for a long time. Everyone was immersed in the excitement of the offline gathering, and no one noticed his silence. He Lang had been keeping an eye on his movements. Seeing that he gave no response, He Lang had a vague idea but did not ask him in front of everyone. The organization of the gathering was handled by First Love Select Me Ultra Sweet, and He Lang did not intend to interfere. When they finished playing their last game, He Lang pulled Yang Wan into the usual YY small room they frequented. He asked Yang Wan over the microphone, honey, aren't you coming to the offline gathering? Yang Wan lied, saying, I have something to do next weekend, so I can't go. Do you not want to meet me? He Lang's voice dropped slightly, tinged with a bit of barely perceptible anticipation. Yang Wan nearly lost himself in thought and almost blurted out a yes word. But he restrained himself. The suggestion of the offline gathering was indeed very tempting. When those words came out of Mango Chung's mouth, what first appeared in his mind was the imagined scene of meeting He Lang. He should be taller than him, fond of wearing sportswear, passionate and skilled in sports, standing by the roadside and being a beautiful scenery line. He might have been chased by many girls, occasionally walking around in the bustling school campus with both hands in his pockets to appear cool. Recently, when passing by the basketball court, Yang Wan would often stop to watch those male players, then take them as prototypes to paint the mental image of He Lang playing or joking around with his bros. But Yang Wan knew he couldn't go. So far, the image he presented before He Lang was that of a girl. Though untried, he subconsciously believed that if the appearance of a girl were shattered, it would lead to extremely bad and irreparable consequences. He didn't delve deeper into such consequences nor wanted to, and thus he unconsciously chose to evade. It's an important matter, Yang Wan said with low spirits. This answer was within He Lang's expectation. Though he felt a little disappointed, he also did not want to force him. Annoyed, He Lang pulled Yang Wan to compete in the arena. In the first round, they matched up against their own guild members. The two males immediately acted sweetly, calling Yang Wan sister-in-law frequently, hinting He Lang to hold back. He Lang didn't give them any face, sending them out of the arena within 2 minutes. In the second round, they matched up against two female players. The female players used all sorts of coquettish tricks in the nearby channel, implying He Lang to let them win. He Lang glanced at their equipment information, not taking them seriously at all. Nearby, Wolfwalk, honey, someone is flirting with me right in front of you. Initially, he only intended to joke around with Yang Wan and didn't expect him to respond. Unexpectedly, Yang Wan directly switched from healing to output mode and quietly attacked the female player speaking without uttering a word. Surprised yet delighted, He Lang stood leisurely at the edge of the battlefield watching as the two female players kept missing, with their operation so poor that it seemed like they bought their accounts. Occasionally, he intervened to help with a powerful move or shield damage for him. Yang Wan has spent quite some time raiding dungeons with him recently. With He Lang assisting now, fighting the two opponents became effortless. The dancer class fought gracefully like dancing, adding Yang Wan's character's exquisite beauty to the scene. He Lang zoomed in the camera, staring intently at Yang Wan's game character while touching his chin and mentally exclaiming how hot his wife looked while fighting. A few minutes later, Yang Wan achieved the kill count for 2 heads. He Lang praised without restraint, "My wife is really amazing." Yang Wan bashfully closed his lips. He Lang praised again, "My wife looks good while fighting." Yang Wan's cheeks flushed faintly red. He Lang was about to continue praising when the system prompt appeared, indicating they had entered the 3rd round of matching. After the match ended, they saw their opponents for the 3rd round, a pair of couples often active in the world chat. Nearby, Wantatry, "Oh ho, is this a couples session?" Nearby, Tritrianly, "Oh ho, honey, is that person over there real or fake?" Nearby, Wantatry, "Wife, it seems this is not a replica but the original 0.0. Nearby, Tritrianly, "Oh ho, good evening, you too." Nearby, Wulwan, "Good evening." Nearby, Tritrianly, "Sister Wan is here with a pro. It's our first time encountering the original, how about we halt and chat a bit?" He Lang stood there like a mighty figure, not giving any response throughout the entire time. Out of politeness and upbringing, Yang Wan had been answering the other party seriously. Nearby, Wulwan, "What are we talking about?" Tritrianly asked the question that he'd been curious about for a long time. Nearby, Tritrianly, "That, I've actually always wanted to ask, how much do internet cafe managers in your city earn?" "I'm just asking, if Sister One finds it offensive, you don't have to answer." Nearby, Wantatry, "What's up?" Tritrianly was eagerly waiting for an answer, too busy to pay him any mind. Yang Wan was stumped by this question. Nearby, Wulwan, "I don't know either." Nearby, Tritrianly, "Alright then, no big deal." Tritrianly was a little disappointed but didn't let it weigh on him. It was Don Ttry whose words were now laced with dissatisfaction after being left out. Nearby, Don Ttry, "Honey, why aren't you paying attention to me?" QAQ. Nearby, Tritrianly, "I am paying attention to you, my dear husband." Nearby, Don Ttry, "Honey, am I still the one you love most?" QAQ. Nearby, Tritrianly, "Of course, dear, you will always be the one I love the most." Nearby, Don Ttry, "Then give me a kiss, honey." QAQ. Nearby, Tritrianly, "Mua, sweet kisses to you, my husband." Yang Wan felt a bit envious watching them from the side. He had known since childhood that his personality wasn't outgoing and generous, so occasionally he would envy those who had such characters. Like what Tritrianly said to her husband, Yang Wan thought he could never say those things so confidently without caring what others might think. He Lang also felt a hint of jealousy within, as neither of them had ever spoken such obvious love words to each other despite being married for such a long time in the game. With an unpleasant tone, he interrupted the two. Nearby, Wolfwalk, "Are we still playing or not? If not, just quit on your own." Nearby, Tritrianly, "Yeah, sure, sorry to take up your time." Both parties readied their states and entered battle mode. After finishing the match with the couple, He Lang brought him out of the arena, heading first to a scenic spot to spend some time alone before logging off to sleep as usual. But today seemed a little unlucky, their usual Firefly meadow was also surrounded by many players. In the very center of the circle stood a young couple. They seemed to have met in real life already, and the man proposed to the woman in front of his friends and family. He Lang led him to sit at a position away from the group of players, but the nearby channel continued to show constantly refreshed new messages. Moments later, the man earnestly confessed his feelings in the nearby channel, the woman responding sincerely, both families and friends enthusiastically cheering them on. Recalling the rejection of tonight's offline meeting from Yang Wan, He Lang found his heart heavy with resentment. "Wife, are you really not coming to the offline gathering?" He suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Mentioning this matter, Yang Wan himself also felt somewhat downcast, quietly apologizing, "I'm sorry." He Lang laughed briefly, seemingly casual while asking, "There will be so many pretty girls at the gathering. Aren't you worried that someone might steal me away?" Yang Wan was instantly startled, and when he finally realized, he truly felt a twinge of panic arise in his heart. Instinctively, he raised his hand, lightly pressing on the area above his chest, lowering his eyes silently, hesitating on how to answer. The barrier of gender was right in front of him. Whenever, if the other party suggested ending this online romance, Yang Wan would stop continuing any more pursuits. He could not keep chasing. So he didn't know whether he should tell the truth or lie to He Lang now. Since meeting He Lang in the game, Yang Wan felt that the lies in these nearly 2 months far exceeded those of the previous 20-odd years. Sensing his silence, He Lang's mood sank along with it. If it were before, he would happily listen to whatever words Yang Wan said to please him. No matter whether those words were true or false, he wouldn't have cared to investigate. After all, this was just an ordinary online romance. But under the influence of his current bad mood, he suddenly didn't want to hear those lies anymore. Little sheep. His voice became serious and deep, even changing the term of endearment. I want to hear your honest answer. Yang Wan unconsciously tightened his fingers. After a long time, his voice came out dryly, afraid. He Lang's focus seemed not to be on the content of his answer, absent-mindedly replying, you. After spitting out the first syllable, as if realizing belatedly, he abruptly raised his eyes, his gaze tightly fixed on the computer screen in front. Unfortunately, no records were left there. The brief voice in the headphones came and went quickly, like fireworks that disappeared instantly without a trace. He Lang suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and asked with a dry throat, wife, can you say it again? Yang Wan was made slightly nervous by his solemn expression and even stuttered a little, I said I'm afraid. An overwhelming wave of joy swept through He Lang's heart, unstoppable laughter bursting from his eyes, and all the gloom caused by the offline gathering was instantly swept away. From his gaze to his breathing, everything was fiery hot, wife. Something seemed to break free from the corner of his heart, roaring through his heated blood, building up strength and rushing to his throat, finally turning into a tender and lingering sentence, I like you so much. The warmth in Yang Wan's body spread from his head all the way down to the soles of his feet. In the panic, his elbow knocked the phone off the edge of the table. The muffled and short sound of the phone hitting the floor went unnoticed as he sat there absent-mindedly, tightly gripping his fingers. His heartbeat, filled with agitated excitement, occupied all his hearing. All external sounds faded away, leaving him only hearing that sentence repeatedly echoing in his ears. He Lang's voice broke through the barrier, seeping into his ears, deep and melodious, little sheep, do you like me? As if under a spell, Yang Wan momentarily lost his ability to think for himself, his thoughts unconsciously following the voice that stirred his emotions. He murmured in response, yes, I like you. What happened this evening was entirely unexpected for Yang Wan. Until he lay in bed and fell asleep, he was still somewhat dazed and out of sorts. The next morning when he woke up, Yang Wan realized he had experienced nocturnal emission. Chapter 46, Sweet Sister. In his dream, He Lang's words from the night before echoed in his ears, along with the photo of abs that had been sent earlier in the day. Yang Wan quietly climbed out of bed to wash his underwear in the bathroom, and then discreetly hung them to dry on the balcony. From childhood to adulthood, he had never been in a relationship. It seemed that all people who hadn't been in love automatically assumed their sexual orientation was heterosexual. His roommate during his undergraduate years, tall and handsome, was like this, and Yang Wan himself was also like this. So he always thought he liked girls. But now it looked like that might not be the case. Yang Wan suspected that he had fallen for his online lover from the game. He might have turned into someone who, like his undergraduate roommate, preferred the same sex. All morning in the lab, he pondered the possibility of such conclusions, even making mistakes in the simple observation experiments. When he finally emerged from the experimental building as night fell, after much deliberation and hesitation, Yang Wan made a very bold decision. He decided to meet He Lang at the comic convention. Perhaps online relationships were impractical, and so were the heartbeats heard through cyberspace. But as long as he met the person in real life, all questions would be resolved effortlessly. Such a decision completely contradicted his character from childhood to adulthood and was probably the boldest move he had made in his 20-odd years. This new self was even a little unfamiliar to Yang Wan himself. But he didn't dislike this change. In fact, every night when lying down to sleep, he would feel a little nervous and expectant. Thus, these days, the frequency of him dreaming about He Lang had increased significantly. In each dream, he met the other person in reality in different ways. But in most dreams, he hid in the corners among the crowd, secretly watching while He Lang walked by without realizing or recognizing him, looking indifferent and cold, never turning back to look at him once. Like what happened in his dreams, Yang Wan planned to attend the comic convention in his usual appearance, sneaking a peek. Time passed quickly, and the weekend of the offline gathering arrived unnoticed. The guild mates learned that he couldn't attend due to something else, and there were expressions of regret between their words. However, the offline gathering wouldn't be cancelled because of this. On the night before Saturday, those participating in the gathering agreed to meet in front of Xing Ji's booth at the comic convention on Saturday morning. They would first stroll around the convention, have lunch together at noon, and then play escape rooms in the afternoon. Such an arrangement received unanimous approval from everyone. Since both He Lang and Zhao Yi would be attending, too many people wanted to see them together, so the number of people who signed up eventually amounted to 2 or 3 dozen. Although Zhuolan played only infrequently, he still received an invitation from First Love Chooses Me Super Sweet. Naturally, he found an excuse to decline but couldn't help asking Yang Wan at the end, you won't go either, right? After hesitating, Yang Wan still chose to lie, no. Zhuolan therefore didn't care about the progress of the offline meeting anymore. On Saturday morning, the guild's QQ group was exceptionally lively, partly due to those heading out to the convention and partly due to others waiting for photos from those meeting offline. Yang Wan remained invisible on QQ, silently observing the rapidly scrolling messages in the group. Before leaving, he changed into a white t-shirt with prints and light blue jeans, then took out a baseball cap and mask to wear. In the final step of wearing glasses, although he had already picked up his framed glasses, for some unknown reason, he put them down and switched to contact lenses instead. After preparing everything, Yang Wan grabbed his phone and left home. Upon reaching outside the entrance to the convention hall, he realized that buying tickets on-site required queuing. Moreover, the queue was not short, extending from the square in front of the hall all the way to the sidewalk around the corner after the square. Most people in the queue were cosplayers dressed in various styles, and there were also plenty of people wearing masks for sun protection. Yang Wan's outfit with the hat and mask did not stand out in the line. The scorching sun of late July baked the earth, and the air was dry and burning hot. Yang Wan started sweating after standing in line for less than 10 minutes. The queue ahead still stretched endlessly, but all the cosplayers around him had fans or small portable fans except Yang Wan, whose hands were empty and had not even bought water. With such a large flow of people, Yang Wan's mobile signal also deteriorated significantly. New messages in the group took forever to appear. Seeing a convenience store across the road, he couldn't resist turning his head, slightly raising his cap brim, and somewhat embarrassedly asking the girl behind him, "Can I leave the line to buy a bottle of water and then return to this position to continue queuing?" The girl in the Lolita dress smiled brightly, "Sure, I'll save this spot for you." Yang Wan thanked her, then left the line to buy water at the convenience store across the street. After buying the water and returning, Yang Wan saw that another long line of people had formed at the end of the queue. He struggled to recall the pattern on the girl's skirt as he walked from the back toward the front. Finally, he spotted her around the corner. His eyes brightened slightly, and he started walking toward her position. The sidewalk was neither too wide nor too narrow, but the original queue already occupied half the space. Occasionally, someone would take a shortcut by riding an electric scooter along the path. Yang Wan crossed over without noticing an electric scooter approaching from his right. As the vehicle was about to hit him, the middle-aged man riding it shouted loudly, "Move! Move!" Stunned in place, Yang Wan slowly turned his head toward the sound. Someone yanked him from behind. Caught off balance, Yang Wan spun around and collided with the person behind him, knocking his hat brim against their neck and tilting it slightly. The middle-aged man rode past him, narrowly avoiding the collision. Instinctively taking 2 steps back, Yang Wan adjusted his cap brim and looked up at the person standing much taller than himself. The other person suddenly spoke, their voice deep and magnetic with a hint of casualness, "Watch where you're going." Yang Wan abruptly froze mid-motion, his body tensing involuntarily. Using the cover of his tilted cap brim and the height difference, he lowered his gaze to look at the ground. The other person wore clean sneakers and casual long pants. Their legs were straight and long, wrapped neatly inside the pant cuffs. The hand that had pulled him rested casually by their side, wearing a mechanical wristwatch. He felt uneasy, blinking quickly and not daring to look further, as he muttered his thanks while keeping his head down, "Thank you." Then, he hurriedly ducked his head and walked back into the queue. In the moment he turned, his wrist was suddenly grasped firmly mid-air. Startled, he looked up and followed the hand that held his wrist upward, seeing again that familiar mechanical wristwatch. Due to his lack of exercise, Yang Wan's skin was paler than the average male. In stark contrast, the person holding his hand was clearly very athletic, with a healthy light tan visible on their arms. His forearm resembled the ones Yang Wan had seen before in videos, strong and powerful, radiating a mature masculinity. And those fingers, which once surely gripped pens, now tightly held his wrist, fitting perfectly around it. A strange warmth from the other person's broad palm gradually spread across his skin and seeped silently through, traveling along his somewhat agitated bloodstream until reaching his heart. Yang Wan's heartbeat skipped a beat. "You," the person who grabbed his wrist began. Feeling like his heart was about to leap out of his throat, Yang Wan hastily dropped his gaze, his breathing becoming slightly constricted. The other person paused in tone, raising an eyebrow in surprise, "Sweet sister." Chapter 47, Decision. Yang Wan's tense emotions eased slightly, but he still dared not look up, answering humbly, "You've mistaken me for someone else." Heo Lang looked him over again, focusing on his attire. 2 minutes ago, Chu Sweet, whose nickname is Chu Sweet, had sent a message in the group chat saying they had already arrived outside the comic exhibition hall and were still queuing to buy tickets. The person in front of him, wearing a printed white t-shirt and light blue jeans, matched the description. But when Yang Wan spoke this time, Heo Lang noticed their voices were somewhat different. He couldn't help but glance down again. The young man in front was about chin height, wearing a hat and mask with his head bowed low, so Heo Lang couldn't see his face clearly. Heo Lang released his grip and said, "Sorry." Yang Wan didn't say anything, but he didn't leave right away either. At this moment, a similarly dressed, close-cropped hair boy ran over, looking between Yang Wan and Heo Lang before flashing a grin and asking, "Is that you, Big Brother Lang?" This person was undoubtedly taller than 180 and had a clean-cut buzz cut. There was no way anyone could call them "sweet sister" now. After pausing for 2 seconds, Heo Lang asked suspiciously, "Chu Sweet?" Chu Sweet grinned foolishly, "That's me." After finishing his statement, he turned back to Yang Wan, "Who might this younger brother be?" It wasn't surprising Chu Sweet called him younger brother. Standing between the two of them, Yang Wan wasn't very tall, his exposed arms appeared pale and thin, like a reserved high schooler. "I don't know him." Heo Lang kept both hands in his pockets and lightly nodded toward Yang Wan, "I just mistakenly recognized him as you." True to form, Chu Sweet quickly warmed up and opened by asking, "Younger brother, are you here alone for the exhibition? Are you local or visiting from elsewhere?" Yang Wan's face flushed red from being called younger brother twice but didn't correct the other, local. Are you here alone? Chu Sweet followed up. Yang Wan replied, yes. Why don't you join us? Chu Sweet turned around to seek Heo Lang's approval. Big brother Lang, do you mind? Heo Lang had no objections, sure. Yang Wan had almost refused, but upon catching sight of Heo Lang's perfectly arched jawline, he found himself unable to speak. Since recognizing him earlier, he hadn't even had the chance to fully see Heo Lang's face. And thus, Yang Wan unintentionally became part of their group. Chu Sweet's spot in line was near the front, and Yang Wan followed them closer to the queue's beginning. As they chatted, Yang Wan quietly stood nearby, listening silently. Did Night Brother not come? Chu Sweet inquired. He'll come later. Heo Lang responded succinctly. Chu Sweet lowered his head, typing rapidly on his phone. Chu Sweet, I've met Big Brother Lang. Chu Sweet, Lang brother is insanely handsome. Even hotter than the school heartthrob. All the responses below begged hungrily for pictures. Seeing this, Chu Sweet raised his phone and said, Big Brother Lang, they want to see your photo. If they want to see, let them come watch in person, Heo Lang answered lazily. Understood. Chu Sweet relayed his words into the group chat. Instantly, there was a chorus of complaints in the group. Chu Sweet handed the phone to Heo Lang, pressing the voice note key for him. Big Brother Lang, they don't believe it. You tell them. There are no photos, forget it, Heo Lang added with a slight laugh, seemingly reminiscing about something. My photos are only seen by my wife. Next to him, Yang Wan's ears turned red. Chu Sweet glanced at his changed ears, momentarily stunned. Younger brother, wearing a hat and mask under this weather might lead to heatstroke. Why don't you take off the mask? Yang Wan shook his head, muttering behind the mask, for sun protection. Perplexed, Chu Sweet inspected his complexion before pulling out a pink handheld mini fan from his crossbody bag, handing it over for his use. Yang Wan thanked him and lifted the fan, directing the breeze towards his neck and collar area. Heo Lang cast a look at the fan in his hand and asked, do you have more? Can I have one too? There's only one, Chu Sweet stated. Heo Lang didn't dwell on it further, turning his gaze towards Yang Wan whose face was completely covered, speaking casually, give it to me after you're done. Before he finished, Yang Wan fumbled to redirect the airflow towards his face, raising the fan higher with extended arms. A cool breeze blew straight onto Heo Lang, who momentarily froze, not reaching out immediately to take the fan. Yang Wan tilted his head back slightly, obediently holding the fan up for him without speaking a word. Heo Lang looked down at him, and for some reason, he thought of wool curls. Not wanting to bully a high schooler younger than him, he pushed the mini fan Yang Wan was holding back towards him. You keep it. I'll go buy a bottle of water. Without hesitation, Yang Wan took out his own water bottle, awkwardly saying, I just bought this one and haven't had a sip yet. Heo Lang raised an eyebrow slightly in surprise. You keep it for yourself. No need. Yang Wan pressed his lips together and added after a moment, I already drank enough when I came this morning. Heo Lang's expression became even more surprised as he deliberately reached out and grasped the water bottle. You really want to give it to me? Yang Wan didn't say anything but immediately let go of the water bottle. Heo Lang found it inexplicable, teasingly saying, so obedient. Do you know me? Yang Wan shook his head nervously, his expression tightening. Unaware of his change in expression, Heo Lang suspected nothing, thinking that he might still be grateful for the earlier favor of calling him over, and thus uncapped the bottle without any reservation, tipping his head back to drink from it. As he drank, his neck extended gracefully, with a prominent Adam's apple rolling up and down rhythmically with each swallow, exuding an undeniable air of sensuality. Under the brim of his hat, Yang Wan's eyes widened slightly, unable to help but fixate on his Adam's apple. The cheeks beneath his mask slowly turned red. His thoughts began to drift further away, replaying the scorching heat he had felt through Heo Lang's palm when he grabbed his wrist. And earlier still, when Heo Lang pulled him from behind, making him crash into his embrace, surrounded by his all-encompassing aura. Yang Wan's unfocused gaze landed on the space in front of him, lost in thought. It wasn't until Heo Lang's arm crossed over his side and discarded the unfinished water bottle into Chu Sweet's arms that Yang Wan snapped back to reality. The lingering heat from Heo Lang invaded his senses again, making him instinctively take a step backward. Caught off guard by the sudden retreat, Heo Lang's hand brushed against the edge of Yang Wan's baseball cap, tilting the brim somewhat. Instinctively looking up, Yang Wan's hands fumbled to steady his cap. Before he could adjust it back properly, his dark eyes met Heo Lang's nonchalant gaze. Startled, Yang Wan froze, his hands gripping the cap becoming suddenly stiff as he looked at Heo Lang helplessly. He appeared exactly as he did in the videos, deep-set eyebrows, a sharp nose bridge, and an angular, handsome face. In that instant, numerous explanations raced through his mind but ultimately transformed into confusion and helplessness within his heart. Yang Wan blinked, silently waiting for whatever Heo Lang might decide. Heo Lang hadn't even taken a closer look at his face, casually withdrawing his gaze and lifting his hand to straighten Yang Wan's cap brim. Sorry, I didn't see. The brim once again shielded the sunlight falling into his eyes, concealing the emotions hidden in their depths as well. Yang Wan remained rooted to the spot. Heo Lang didn't recognize him at all. Uncertain whether to feel relieved or disappointed, Yang Wan's breath caught in his chest, leaving him feeling suffocated and powerless. Yet there was no denying what he had concluded in his heart. He truly liked Heo Lang. And indeed, Heo Lang didn't recognize him. Every day, he encountered so many people, having only video chatted with Yang Wan once when he was dressed as a woman in full makeup. Now seeing the eyes peeking out from under the cap, Heo Lang merely felt a faint sense of familiarity, which quickly dissipated and left no lasting impression. Yang Wan decided not to stay any longer. The line was almost reaching their turn, but he still chose to leave first. It took about 10 minutes to walk from the venue to the subway station. With his head bowed, Yang Wan hurried back. It wasn't until he reached the elevator that he noticed sweat beginning to seep into his palm. He was still tightly clutching the pink mini fan. Blinking, he momentarily forgot about himself and turned around to retrace his steps, gasping for breath, wanting to return the fan to Chu Sweet. However, upon reaching the square outside the venue, the queue had already been replaced by another group of people. The two must have bought their tickets and entered already. Standing under the sun hesitating for a while, Yang Wan eventually left disheartened. Unable to continue deceiving someone he cared about, Yang Wan made a decision to confess the truth to Heo Lang after returning from the comic exhibition. Since this revelation involved Zhuolan, Yang Wan went to find her first. Zhuolan was organizing materials at a nearby cafe when she heard him and asked complicatedly, "Are you sure? Once our genders are exposed, both of us will be heavily criticized online." "I've made my decision," said Yang Wan. Zhuolan's piercing gaze locked onto his face, observing for a moment before displaying an expression of astonishment and unexpectedness. "Did you fall for Wolfgang?" Although phrased as a question, it was clearly affirmative in tone. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan blushed bright red instantly. Although he didn't receive a direct answer, merely observing his demeanor gave Zhuolan the confirmation she needed in her heart. He sighed, "If that's the case, then you should just come out. Anyway, I rarely use my main account these days and, besides you, no one knows that Joy Isi is Yang Liosier's sub-account." Yang Wan sincerely thanked him, "Thank you." A trace of guilt flickered through Zhuolan's complex expression. "At the end of the day, it was me who dragged you into this whole mess." After saying this, seeing his somewhat anxious and uneasy look, she couldn't help but console him instead. "It's better to lay everything out sooner. After all, something must break before new growth can occur, and cutting your losses early might still give you a chance to move forward." His thoughts gradually calmed down at her words. Carrying those comforting words with him, Yang Wan finally waited until evening. The itinerary arranged by the group ended in the afternoon. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Chu Sweet posted a group photo on the chat. Many beautiful female gamers attended the offline gathering, but Heo Lang's face and height made him especially eye-catching even among male players. Female players who had been eagerly waiting to see his true appearance were screaming excitedly in the chat. A girl standing next to Heo Lang had delicate features like a porcelain doll, prompting one male player to inquire about her ID in the group. "Yuan Shanxing, who is the girl standing next to the guild master on the front row?" "Taro Bubble Tea, it must be Mian. Yuan Shanxing, Mian looks so pretty." "Taro Bubble Tea, Mian has a beautiful face and a sweet voice." "Yuan Shanxing, let me whisper, doesn't everyone think the guild master matches perfectly with Mian?" "Taro Bubble Tea, wait. Langgu already has a wife. You shouldn't say such things." Yuan Shanxing quickly retracted that comment, pretending nothing happened. Seeing that sentence, Yang Wan silently agreed with Yuan Shanxing's statement inside. He also thought Heo Lang and Moonlight Mian matched well together. Without uttering a word, Yang Wan opened his vocabulary book and began memorizing the words. By 8 o'clock, Heo Lang had returned home and sent a text asking him to go online and onto YY. After putting aside his vocabulary book, Yang Wan logged on and waited for him at the guild headquarters. Judging from the sounds heard after Heo Lang went online and joined the voice channel, he had probably just walked through the door and was still tidying up around the house. Yang Wan hesitated in his mind over how to start the conversation. The person on the other side of the headphones had no idea what was going through his mind, speaking casually as usual. "Wife, shall we do some daily quests before running an instance?" Yang Wan replied, "I don't feel like going." Not sensing anything unusual, Heo Lang suggested, "Then let's enjoy the scenery." Still, Yang Wan declined. That made Heo Lang pause momentarily. "Are you busy tonight?" "I'm not exactly busy," his tone wavered slightly. Heo Lang fell silent for 2 seconds before suddenly laughing softly. "Little sheep, are you jealous?" Realizing he'd been caught off guard, Yang Wan stumbled over his words, asking, "Jealous of what?" The position in the group photo, as he pondered it more, Heo Lang grew increasingly certain and even felt pleased. "Don't misunderstand, wife, it was purely coincidental." He assured her preemptively, "Next time we take another group photo, I won't stand with any other girls." With absent-mindedness, Yang Wan responded faintly, "Sure." Heo Lang summoned his mount and sent a co-ride invitation to him. "Come on, let's handle the daily quests." Yang Wan stayed silent. If he accepted, he'd have to wait until the dailies were done to speak. But if the dailies were completed, Heo Lang would still take him to run the dungeon or do other activities. There would never be an appropriate time for confession. Yang Wan no longer wanted to keep delaying it. For decisions made firmly, he always wished to accomplish them swiftly. Just as Zhuolan had said, deep down he still harbored a slight hope. If he acted promptly to cut his losses, there might still be a possibility for Heo Lang to forgive him. With this thought, Yang Wan became restless. Tightening his composure, he rejected the ride invitation. I have something I want to tell you. Though his voice wasn't loud, his tone carried unwavering determination. Apparently, Heo Lang noticed this too. Surprised, he stopped smiling and asked seriously, what is it? Actually, clenching his knuckles tightly, Yang Wan forced himself to stay calm while opening his mouth to speak. Chu Sweet burst into the headquarters entrance. Nearby Chu Sweet, big news. There's huge gossip on the forum now. Everyone go check it out. Nearby Chu Sweet, huh? Lang Gu and Huan Gij are here too. Yang Wan immediately stopped mid-sentence. Nearby Wolfgang, what kind of gossip? Yang Wan's mind went completely blank. Though his eyes remained fixed on the chat box in the game, his brain couldn't focus properly to process its contents. In the short interval waiting for Chu Sweet's reply, countless possibilities related to himself flashed through his mind. Was his gender exposed? Had someone discovered that the person in the photo wasn't actually a girl? Was he too late to reveal the truth? Finally, Chu Sweet's reply slowly appeared. Nearby Chu Sweet, there is a couple in the server, I wonder if you know them or not. The female account was just exposed as a transgender. Although Yang Wan's heart fell back into place, his mood plummeted to rock bottom. He opened the world channel and realized that he also knew that couple. They were Wanto Try and Just Try, who often appeared active on the world chat. The latest update was that their relationship had completely fallen apart. Wanto Try had blacklisted the other party and even issued a bounty order on the world chat for being deceived emotionally by a man. The male showed extraordinary anger over this situation. Yang Wan hesitated anxiously before asking Heo Lang, if you were him, would you do the same? Surprised at his sudden question, Heo Lang raised an eyebrow carelessly, this is already quite tolerant of him. If it were me. As if imagining himself in the shoes of the deceived one, he furrowed his brows and thought for 2 seconds, then his tone suddenly turned cold and indifferent, the consequences that someone who deceives me must bear are far more than these. Heo Lang said, I hate most when people deceive me on matters like this. Yang Wan felt a light tightening in his chest and couldn't speak for a long time. By the way, Heo Lang didn't notice anything unusual and brought the topic back on track, what were you going to tell me just now? Yang Wan lowered his eyes with confused thoughts. Oh. He heard himself answer in a very low voice, nothing. Chapter 48, Meeting Again. The confidence Yang Wan had gathered dissipated instantly after He Lang's words. By the time he realized, it was already too late to speak up. And he no longer had the courage to open his mouth again on the same evening. The little bit of hope lurking in his heart was completely dashed by the cold water thrown at him by the other party. Now, he clearly understood and knew that He Lang probably would not forgive him. But what he understood even more was, regardless of whatever attitude the other person showed, whether forgiving him or blocking him, or worse still, letting him face the consequences of being a scammer in real life, he must confess to him. This was something that had to be done, it was just a matter of time. But it also had an expiration date. Once past that date, it would only accelerate the deterioration of their relationship. Yang Wan spent a night in confusion and torment. When Zhuolan returned at 10 o'clock, he saw him sitting by the desk flipping through experiment notes, with the computer screen paused on a thesis page, prompting him to ask, have you told him already? Yang Wan turned his head in the direction of the voice and answered irritably, not yet. Seeing this, Zhuolan guessed that something probably went wrong midway. What's wrong? Yang Wan recounted the incident from the game that evening. Zhuolan let out a light scoff. That's too coincidental. After finishing his drink and putting down the glass, he asked, when are you planning to tell him? Yang Wan said, tomorrow evening. Zhuolan nodded, offering a half-baked suggestion, if all else fails, just cry right in front of him. I don't believe he can stay angry if you do that. However, the method suggested by Zhuolan was quite difficult for Yang Wan. Grumbling in rebuttal, he said, I'm not a girl. Smiling mischievously, Zhuolan walked over and patted twice at the soft curls on his head. That night as they slept, Yang Wan was lost in thought, unsurprisingly suffering from insomnia until the early hours of the morning. Even in his long and suffocating dreams, he repeatedly laid the psychological groundwork for himself. But what he didn't expect was how soon he would see He Lang again, and at his own school. Xiao Ye's girlfriend would move campuses next year. Although she was local, she had never been to the old campus and thus impulsively wanted Xiao Ye to accompany her for a tour. When he mentioned it to He Lang casually, He Lang replied without changing expression, I'll go as well. Only then did Xiao Ye remember that Yang Wan studied at a university's old campus, teasingly saying, do you want to find her? A nearly imperceptible upward curve appeared at the corner of He Lang's lips before he replied, it's summer vacation now. She has already gone home for break. Where would I find her? Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow noncommittally, turning around and inviting the fourth one along as well. The duo became a quartet. Even Xiao Ye's girlfriend brought along her good local roommate. In the end, when they set out, there were 2 cars. He Lang had no intention of finding Yang Wan, and naturally assumed Yang Wan had already gone home for the holidays. He hadn't even informed Yang Wan about his plan to visit the old campus. Thus, during lunchtime the next day, when Yang Wan spotted He Lang in the third cafeteria, he briefly wondered if it was an illusion. Zhuolan had recently stayed on campus, sharing meals with Yang Wan every noon at the canteen. After the school holiday began, only the third cafeteria remained open. When he arrived at the cafeteria, Zhuolan wasn't there yet. The other party had told him to eat first, so Yang Wan decided not to wait. His meal card had accidentally been lost a few days earlier. Only the balance on the card had been frozen, and he hadn't had the chance to reissue it yet. Recently, he'd been using Zhuolan's card. Unlike the previous days, the food serving window wasn't as quiet. There were 5 or 6 people gathered at window 1, asking the auntie responsible for serving food whether it was mandatory to use a meal card to eat. They didn't appear to be students from this university, so Yang Wan didn't pay much attention. Turning his gaze away, he stepped forward to window 2 adjacent to window 1 and glanced over the dishes offered for lunch that day. Because he was standing so close, he could hear their conversation with the auntie clearly. The auntie responded, "You can only pay with the meal card." Then a male voice asked, "Should we just eat outside instead?" Recognizing the voice inexplicably, Yang Wan subconsciously looked up and in the direction of the speaker. The speaker happened to be facing his direction, standing by window 1. Their eyes met lightly. Although Yang Wan didn't recognize his face, the man clearly hesitated. Confused, Yang Wan lowered his gaze back to his own side, noticing someone standing beside him. This person was leaning diagonally against the counter, his elbow resting on it as if looking down at his phone. He was taller than the boy who spoke. Yang Wan glanced back toward window 1 and, out of habit, ordered steamed eggs and cilantro beef. Around several weeks ago, he started eating cilantro. The boy leaning against the counter suddenly straightened his body, casually propping the hand holding the phone against the edge of the counter and revealing the mechanical watch on his wrist. Yang Wan's heart in his chest thudded fiercely as he looked at the watch. In the next second, he heard the other party speak in a familiar voice, "Let's borrow someone else's meal card. We'll transfer the money to him." Yang Wan's thoughts froze momentarily. By then, it was already too late to dodge. As he quickly lowered his gaze, he could feel the person turning toward him, calling out softly, "Excuse me, classmate." He Lang's gaze lightly landed on his side face, furrowing his brows slightly in surprise. Intent on getting a clearer look at his face, He Lang called out again in a deeper tone, "Classmate." Yang Wan's eyelashes trembled lightly. With his lips pressed together, he raised his eyes and turned his full face toward him. He Lang finally got a clear look at his face, a male's face without a doubt, with a prominent Adam's apple. His features and contours bore about 5 or 6 points of resemblance to Yang Wan, nicknamed Woolly Curl. But upon closer inspection, Woolly Curl's facial lines were much softer. "Classmate," He Lang narrowed his eyes, "could we borrow your meal card for a moment? I'll transfer the money to you via QR code." Stunned, Yang Wan replied, "Okay." With a thoughtful look, He Lang stared at him for a moment before softening his gaze slightly and extending his palm toward him. Thankfully, the meal card belonged to Zhuolan, so Yang Wan silently placed it into his hands. After receiving the card, He Lang glanced down at the name on it first. Seeing an unfamiliar name, he then proceeded to scan it at the window. Normally, he rarely ate at the school cafeteria, but this time was different. The one who had suggested coming to the cafeteria for lunch happened to be himself. Only then did the others follow along. Not finding what he wanted after a quick glance around, He Lang frowned slightly in dissatisfaction, pointing at the small bowl of steamed eggs on Yang Wan's plate and addressing the cafeteria auntie, "I want that." Seeing this, Xiao Ye's lips twitched involuntarily. In the past, he hadn't known that He Lang enjoyed such soft and smooth food. According to his understanding, only girls would prefer eating steamed eggs. The cafeteria auntie hesitated and said, "This is the last bowl." Upon hearing her words, He Lang looked back down at Yang Wan and asked, "Would you mind letting me have this bowl?" Without hesitation, Yang Wan softly blurted out, "Okay." He quickly picked up the bowl of steamed eggs from his tray and pushed it toward He Lang's direction. As He Lang's gaze followed the movement, he noticed the cilantro mixed in the beef on Yang Wan's plate. His doubts diminished further, prompting him to wonder if there was some sort of familial relationship between Woolly Curl and the person standing in front of him. But he didn't ask outright. "Thank you," He Lang thanked Yang Wan, then turned to stretch his arm toward Xiao Yi, handing him the meal card and signaling him to fetch the food while staying still at the window himself. Unable to move either, Yang Wan stood stiffly in front of him, carefully avoiding all eye contact due to their noticeable height difference. He Lang gazed fixedly at his hair swirl for a moment, feeling instinctively that something wasn't quite right. A few of the girls remaining nearby, including the fourth one, also subconsciously detected a subtle shift in He Lang's emotions. They exchanged glances, none daring to speak up. Although the fourth one had seen photos, he didn't play games and thus couldn't recall them as vividly as Xiao Yi. He didn't recognize anything familiar about Yang Wan's face. Sensing the surrounding atmosphere growing increasingly tense, the fourth one walked over to where Xiao Yi was, offering to help carry the trays. The group successfully used Yang Wan's meal card to purchase their meals and left the window to find seats first. He Lang stayed behind and asked him in a faint tone, "WeChat or Alipay?" Yang Wan lifted his head slightly, trying hard to suppress the nervousness in his heart as he replied, "Either works." By now, everyone around had already dispersed, leaving He Lang guided by a subtle intuition to probe a bit more. Can I transfer it through the game? He asked casually. Yang Wan reflexively wanted to reply, yes, but realized it was wrong just as his mouth opened. He quickly closed it again, glancing up at him apprehensively with clear black and white eyes. Meeting his gaze, He Lang unconsciously paused for a moment before casually explaining, it's nothing, I made a slip of the tongue. He Lang scanned his payment code. Though harboring questions, his fingers moved quickly as he entered the amount. By the time he remembered wanting to check the recipient's name, his phone had already switched to the successful payment page. Irritated, he put away his phone and turned to walk toward the dining area. The fourth one saw him coming and stood up, moving inside to make room for him. Neither he nor Xiao Yi was significantly shorter than He Lang, so He Lang didn't need to lower his head to speak. Lost in thought, he sat down next to the fourth one. As if suddenly realizing something, he asked in a strange tone, how tall do you guys think that person just now is? Chapter 49, Confession. A few minutes later, Chuolan, who was late as usual, sat down across from Yang Wan with a tray of food. Perhaps the dish did not suit his taste, Chuolan had been incessantly complaining since starting to eat. Midway through his meal, he noticed that Yang Wan was daydreaming, lost in thought and hardly touched the food on his plate. Only then did Chuolan stop his endless complaints, raising his hand to wave it in front of Yang Wan's eyes. Why aren't you eating? Still thinking about how to bring up the topic tonight? Yang Wan, uneasy and restless, raised her eyes. No. Chuolan propped his chin on his hand. Then is it because the experiment failed again? Yang Wan shook her head. Not that either. Chuolan showed an expression of bewilderment. Yang Wan absent-mindedly poked around the rice with her chopsticks before lowering her head again, lost in her thoughts. After the initial panic upon encountering He Lang, all she could feel was an overwhelming sense of torment and indecision. Silently, she pondered whether she should clarify things with him face to face. The confession originally scheduled for last night was postponed due to unforeseen circumstances. Plans always lag behind changes, and it was uncertain what other events might unfold in the game tonight. Her determination wasn't something she could always cling to unwaveringly. Yang Wan didn't want everything to end up accidentally turning into an endless postponement. Postponement meant deception, and lies always have a way of being uncovered, just like she currently has no way of knowing if He Lang had already recognized her. Regardless of whether he had or hadn't recognized her, Yang Wan did not want to continue deceiving him. Without warning, she let go of her chopsticks and stood up. Across from her, Chuolan, busy picking out peppers, looked up in surprise. What's wrong? Yang Wan's eyes briefly flickered over him before fixing intently on something behind him. 2 seconds later, she walked resolutely toward the depths of the dining area. Caught off guard, Chuolan froze momentarily but had no time to call her back. Yang Wan stopped at He Lang's table. They had finished discussing Yang Wan's height and were chatting about other topics. None of those present knew Yang Wan well enough to notice anything unusual about her height, so their discussion did not reach a definitive conclusion. He Lang had also been contemplating whether there might be some excuse to return and confirm matters when, unexpectedly, the person involved showed up themselves. This couldn't really be blamed on He Lang being overly sensitive, it was mainly due to how incredibly significant the appearance of this person and the location were. The old campus's third cafeteria, combined with a face similar to Woolly Curl's. He knew Woolly Curl often ate at the third cafeteria and also understood that makeup can significantly alter one's appearance. Coupled with the questions Woolly Curl had suddenly posed during the game last night, was it an inadvertent remark or a deliberate probe? There are too many male players pretending to be female gamers online, so once suspicions were planted, naturally, they would bring to light details he had inadvertently overlooked. Why could voice chats and videos happen, but phone calls couldn't? Was the guy's voice that appeared in the dormitory that evening really Woolly Curl's brother? Didn't attend the offline gathering in the guild, was it truly due to an emergency? He Lang reined in his wandering thoughts. The giggling laughter of the girls abruptly ceased, and everyone turned their gaze towards Yang Wan. However, Yang Wan was solely looking at He Lang. Under the scrutiny of all, she became extremely nervous and began speaking hesitantly, I have something I want to tell you. Sitting still, He Lang replied, go ahead. Unconsciously, Yang Wan tightened her fingers, rubbing them restlessly back and forth. Could you come over here with me for a moment? As she asked this, both her ears turned slightly red. Misunderstanding it completely, others assumed it was love at first sight and took it as an attempted confession to He Lang, resulting in grins filled with subtle gossip spreading around. Only Xiao Yi, who had taken note of Yang Wan's appearance earlier, frowned lightly, feeling this matter was likely not so simple. Seemingly oblivious to her reddening ears, He Lang put down his chopsticks indifferently, standing up before directly asking, where? Yang Wan led him out of the cafeteria through a side door. Walking out of the third cafeteria and heading left, a distance of a few hundred meters away was the university's old public bathhouse, now abandoned. She brought He Lang to a desolate path behind the old bathhouse. Stopping, He Lang crossed his arms and leaned against a tree by the wall, arching his eyebrows as he sized Yang Wan up. What do you have to say? Standing awkwardly with her head lowered, Yang Wan remained silent, her eyes fixated on the swaying shadows on the ground. In the scorching summer breeze of the hottest part of the year, blowing across his face, He Lang felt his heart gradually grow agitated and restless. Though he had been thinking about clarifying Yang Wan's height while eating in the cafeteria, stepping into this secluded place somehow sparked an unconscious avoidance of this matter. As this realization dawned on He Lang, he grew increasingly irritated and even considered turning around to leave right then and there, simply unwilling to hear what the other person had to say. Yet, He Lang had no idea what this person wanted to tell him. He took a step toward the empty space nearby. This single step seemed to do more than merely touch the ground, it felt as though it was directly stepping onto Yang Wan's heart, which was already pounding with trepidation. Like a frightened bird, Yang Wan lifted his flushed face hesitantly, embarrassment and shame flickering across his features, murmuring softly, "I'm sorry." He Lang's expression momentarily froze. Despite the fact that Yang Wan's apology came out of nowhere, despite the visible differences between him and Wooly Curl, and despite He Lang only having doubts without any concrete evidence, he still instantly understood the meaning behind this apology. This boy, who looked somewhat like Wooly Curl, was apologizing to him. Even though He Lang had met him for the first time, the boy clearly knew who He Lang was. Deep down, He Lang still refused to believe it, his voice dropping ominously low. "What do you mean by that?" "I'm sorry." Yang Wan tried to look up into He Lang's eyes but, the moment their gazes met, his instincts caused him to shift away in a manner akin to avoiding danger. His composure was barely holding together, so he forced himself to speak louder and continued, "I'm sorry. I deceived you." He Lang's expression darkened as all the baseless speculations brewing in his mind were confirmed at once. However, it was as if he didn't want to confront the reality just yet, and instead suppressed his anger with great difficulty. His black eyes fixed intensely on Yang Wan's face, demanding word by word, "What exactly did you lie to me about?" "I lied to you about Wooly Curl being a girl." Yang Wan's mind went blank, hearing only the mechanical movement of his own mouth repeating those rehearsed words. "I lied to you about online dating with me, I used a voice changer to deceive you, and I also tricked you with photos and videos." Watching He Lang's face grow progressively worse, even showing clear signs of anger in his eyes, Yang Wan's lips quivered slightly. Unlike earlier when his face turned red with shame, now it began gradually losing color, growing pale. Still, enduring He Lang's fury, Yang Wan persisted. "The headphones and dress you bought will be sent back to you this afternoon. If the dress can't be returned, I'll pay you back the full amount, although it may take some time since I don't have enough money now. As for the items you gifted me in the game, if you don't mind, I'll convert them into cash and repay you." "I'm really sorry, but I wasn't." Before he could finish, an external force drove him backward, causing his back to slam hard against the wall. The summer clothes he wore were thin, and the wall was far from smooth. His spine scraped against the rough surface, instantly generating a sharp sensation of pain. He Lang's hands remained pressed tightly on Yang Wan's shoulders, pinning him immobile against the wall. With blazing fury evident in his eyes, he gritted his teeth and spat, "You're fucking playing me, aren't you?" Stunned back to his senses, Yang Wan softly stammered, "I didn't do it intentionally." But He Lang cared little about whether it was intentional or not. Yang Wan's actions had deeply hurt him. Throughout the entire exchange, Yang Wan continued to avoid his gaze, never looking straight into his eyes. Lifting his hand, He Lang grabbed Yang Wan's chin with a grip strong enough to indent both sides of his jaw. Wincing in pain, Yang Wan furrowed his brows but remained silent, allowing himself to be manipulated by He Lang. Seeing his pitiful expression only further escalated He Lang's rage. Darkening his gaze even more, he intensified the pressure on his fingertips. "Look at me. Why don't you dare look at me? Since you had the guts to do this, why don't you have the guts to look at me?" Yang Wan timidly raised his eyes, attempting to suppress the panic within, forcing himself to look directly at He Lang's face. He Lang's eyes were as dim and suffocating as a pitch-black sea without light, stripping away all numbness, every word he spoke cutting into Yang Wan's heart like a blade. "I want you to look at me and tell me, who are you?" Yang Wan's pupils constricted slightly. He heard He Lang's hurried breaths at the edge of explosive anger and saw the shadow of darkness and cold creeping over He Lang's brow and eyes. Standing before him, He Lang's tall figure cast a large shadow, blocking out the sunlight entirely and making Yang Wan feel as if his breathing and senses were consumed by freezing winter water rushing through rapidly. His heart pounded violently in his chest, and at this very moment, Yang Wan had no doubt that He Lang wanted to hit him. But he couldn't evade it. Deceiving someone doesn't come without cost. Yang Wan had deceived He Lang and would therefore face his punishment and consequences. In this matter, he was not the victim. He had no right to defend or plead for himself, He Lang was the real victim. Yang Wan's eyelashes fluttered, and his voice dropped low but remained clearly audible, "I am Wooly Curl, and I deceived you." A storm brewed in the black seas of He Lang's pupils, his face taut with anger as his loosely clenched fists tightened suddenly, prominent veins emerging on the backs of his hands. In the next second, he abruptly reached out, tightly gripping Yang Wan's collar and pulling him closer to his face. Yang Wan's lips were firmly sealed, a faint pallor rising on his face. His eyes drooped low as he waited for He Lang's punch to land on his face. In those brief few seconds, his ears were filled with He Lang's breaths laced with urgency and anger, while sweat beads dripped from his forehead, blurring his vision. Sensory deprived and dragged by his collar, he experienced what it was like to be trapped in endless anxiety and disorientation. The expected punch never came. Instead, He Lang let go and shoved him away. Stumbling, Yang Wan steadied himself against the wall and saw He Lang standing amidst the gaps of tree shadows, his chest rising and falling dramatically as if he was forcibly restraining himself. He stood frozen in place. He Lang raised his eyes, "Get lost," his voice cold and hoarse, "and don't ever let me see you again." Chapter 50 The Fraudster. Yang Wan did not return to the cafeteria. Zhuolan waited until he finished eating, and Yang Wan never came back. In the middle of the wait, he did see a tall, handsome man with an icy face pass by the table. His physique and appearance were both top-notch, except for that glum look, as if he'd eaten an explosive package, making him seem very unapproachable. Zhuolan licked his lips and sneaked a peek at the man. Once he completely disappeared from sight, Zhuolan reluctantly retracted his gaze, picked up his phone, and called Yang Wan. Yang Wan asked him to help return the trays. Even though it was over the phone, he clearly felt something off about Yang Wan's voice. Zhuolan got up, returned the trays, and then went out to find him. He discovered Yang Wan sitting on a small square outside the cafeteria. Upon approaching, Zhuolan realized there were deep red marks on both sides of Yang Wan's chin, as if someone had squeezed them hard. And he looked disheveled, with his collar pulled and wrinkled. Zhuolan, slightly angry, asked, "Did someone hit you?" Yang Wan looked up at him, still looking dazed, saying, "No, I just confessed to him." "Who?" Zhuolan asked in surprise, "Lang Xing. How could he be here? Isn't he supposed to be at the new campus?" Yang Wan said, "I don't know." He recounted encountering He Lang in the cafeteria and also what He Lang had later told him. Zhuolan was indeed shaken. After some time, he regained his composure with a lingering sense of unease, unable to resist lowering his voice. "You actually dared to say these things to him face to face, weren't you afraid he would beat you up?" "I'm afraid," Yang Wan murmured faintly, "but if it could make him feel better, it's fine for me to get beaten." Zhuolan sighed, unsure what to say next, and finally awkwardly consoled him, "But he didn't beat you up, which means there's still some room for reconciliation." Yang Wan gently shook his head. Though he didn't answer, Zhuolan could tell from his expression that he probably decided to let it go. Zhuolan then thought it might be better for things to end this way. After all, starting today, Yang Wan wouldn't have to worry anymore about pretending to be a girl in the game. Besides, since they belonged to different campuses, the chances of meeting in real life were almost zero. It could be considered fulfilling the promise made to He Lang, that he wouldn't appear before him again. He pulled Yang Wan up from the stool, casually hooking his arm around his shoulder and said nonchalantly, "So what if you lost your love? Come on, I'll buy you some milk tea." Initially, Zhuolan planned to take him to buy milk tea, but when they passed a cat cafe, he changed his mind, pushing him into the cat cafe instead. They spent the whole afternoon in the cafe. Zhuolan consulted with him on the divorce process they needed to follow online, and prepared him mentally for the fact that He Lang might expose him on forums. But not necessarily. Zhuolan, propping his cheek with his hand and deep in thought, said, "After all, if this thing gets exposed, the ones losing face aren't only you but also him. Aren't straight guys always the ones who value their face and have strong self-esteem? Did you explain anything to him?" Zhuolan frowned, looking at him. "After all, it was my idea initially to use a female account." "No," Yang Wan lowered his head to look at the latte art in the coffee cup, "even though it started like that, after that it's all been my own responsibility. How about this?" Zhuolan tapped his finger lightly on the table, "Tonight I will go and explain it to him. At least let him not expose you. He is furious, he won't listen." Yang Wan's expression was blank as he pressed his lips together. "Anyway, I won't play games anymore. What those people online say, I won't be able to see, and it won't affect me. At the end of the day, it's still about Yang Wan." Hearing his words, Zhuolan ultimately did not say anything more. After returning to the dormitory that night, Yang Wan went online to complete the divorce procedures with He Lang. The entire process was done without any communication. As soon as the system announced the divorce, He Lang immediately turned and walked away, leaving Yang Wan momentarily dazed where he stood before he remembered to inquire about He Lang's shipping address. Yang Wan carefully chose his words and kept deleting and editing repeatedly in the typing box before finally pressing enter. The next second, the notification popped up indicating that He Lang had refused the message, clearly visible before his eyes. Then there was also the system notification telling him that he had been kicked out of the guild. For a brief moment, he was stunned. He then logged out and uninstalled the game that had been on his computer for just 2 months. The QQ number and phone number were likely already blocked, so Yang Wan didn't even attempt to try out of hope. Instead, he followed the school address provided for He Lang, returning the box of new dresses untouched. In the box containing the dresses, he also placed the pink handheld fan he hadn't yet returned last time. The dresses added up to a bit over 10,000 yuan, while Yang Wan was still a student. Apart from scholarships and subsidies, he didn't have any other source of income. His family was a regular middle-income household, and his brother, though earning a good salary, Yang Wan didn't want to borrow money from him. Yang Wan decided to cover the cost using the lucky money he'd accumulated, and then found a part-time job to compensate for it. He Lang went out in the morning with a normal mood, but returned in the afternoon with a sullen face. The 2 girls who followed his car dared not breathe heavily while sitting inside. Laozi and Xiaoyi didn't dare to ask him what happened during the time he was called out at noon. It wasn't until that night when they discovered he had kicked Yang Wan out of the guild in the game that Xiaoyi confirmed his suspicion. He immediately put down his mouse and keyboard and went out, walking to the neighboring single-story courtyard before knocking on the door. An aunt from He Lang's house came to open the door, and after Xiao Yi entered, he headed straight to He Lang's room upstairs. "Was the boy you met in the cafeteria at noon Yang Wan?" Seeing the cold look on He Lang's face as he opened the door, Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow and asked. "Weren't you able to figure it out already?" He Lang sat back down at the table expressionlessly, blocking all private chats in the game. "It was only after I saw you kick him out of the guild that I confirmed my guess." Xiao Yi stepped over and found a spot to sit without any hesitation. "Isn't this just about breaking up after online dating? It's not that big of a deal. If you lose your wife, just find a better-looking one next time. Whatever kind of person you want, why can't you find them?" Before he finished speaking, He Lang suddenly turned around with icy eyes. Xiao Yi abruptly stopped. The room was dimly lit, only the yellow bedside light on the wall was on. One side of He Lang's face was submerged in darkness, the other bathed in the white glow of the computer screen, and in his eyes seemed to swirl endless undercurrents. Xiao Ye's heart sank. After quite some time, he finally regained his voice. "Damn, could it be, you actually liked him?" He Lang sneered lightly, cutting him off with a thick sense of mockery. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly like a man? If you don't like him, why are you so angry?" Xiao Yi clicked his tongue, his voice filled with disbelief. With annoyance written all over his face, He Lang snapped his laptop shut. "All right, I admit I liked him." After saying that, he paused for a moment, gradually regaining his usual indifference, "But I liked the version of him with long hair and skirts, the version using a voice changer. Now his gender is fake, his voice is fake, everything about him, from head to toe, is fake. Maybe even his honest personality was deliberately faked." His lips flicked up mockingly as he spoke. "Do you think I would still like him?" He mocked with a cold smile on his lips, finding more absurdity in himself for being deceived. How skilled this person was at pretending. Telling him in the game that he didn't eat coriander, saying, "Sure thing," with no end of delight whenever he spoke to him. At noon today in the cafeteria, He Lang almost fell for those minor differences. Thinking deeper into it, the ease with which the other party dispelled his doubts made He Lang suspect the person might be a repeat offender. He said this with obvious disgust in his tone. From the perspective of a bystander, Xiao Yi instinctively felt that such a conclusion didn't hold. After all, at lunchtime in the cafeteria earlier that day, the other party had initiated contact with He Lang. So he probably guessed correctly that the other person had voluntarily confessed first. A habitual liar who enjoyed deceiving people in games wouldn't do that. However, looking at the friend in front of him who was seething with anger, Xiao Yi ultimately chose not to say anything. Starting from that day, Yang Wan completely disappeared from He Lang's life. Even though He Lang was enraged after learning the truth, he did not expose Yang Wan on gaming forums. He always looked down on such behaviors, especially since it involved a personal matter. He did not want others to know that his previous online boyfriend was male. Still, rumors began to spread on forums gradually. Their sudden split and Yang Wan's withdrawal from the game triggered a lot of speculative posts about their breakup, including speculations about Yang Wan being transgender or something similar. People within the guild avoided mentioning topics related to Yang Wan. Nobody dared bring up his existence in public places. He Lang blocked all contact methods belonging to Yang Wan and removed him from the group chat. In the game, he reverted to being single again, calling others daily to push instances and compete in arenas. Occasionally, female players who shamelessly attached themselves were reprimanded by him without any consideration for their feelings. Everything appeared to return to how it was before Yang Wan came into his life. However, Yang Wan's disappearance failed to erase the traces left everywhere in his life. Players who sometimes visited from remote villages would occasionally approach and ask if he still planned to accept the Eternal Vow necklace. While sorting through the main account storage, he'd suddenly find the complete set of Choshui costumes that were never sent. Passing by the physical stores where he used to buy dresses, seeing new collections displayed in the windows, he subconsciously checked the sizes of the dresses. This annoyed He Lang endlessly. However, this was not the end. After school resumed at the end of August, He Lang received a box of dresses that Yang Wan had returned to him dozens of days ago, along with a new t-shirt that the other party had never mentioned before. He Lang was not short of money to buy dresses, nor had he ever cared whether the other person would return them or not. Upon receiving the dresses, he casually stuffed them into the trunk of his car, planning to give them away to his younger female cousin from the He family the next time they met. As for the t-shirt, He Lang didn't even glance at it once, directly bundling it together with an Adidas jacket in his wardrobe and preparing to throw it away downstairs. When he went out to dispose of the clothes, he happened to meet someone from the neighboring dorm who was also throwing away shoes at the trash station. The area around the trash station was piled with various things, mostly students' daily necessities. He Lang glanced emotionlessly toward the pile and cursed inwardly. Just 3 days earlier, everyone had received notice from the school. Starting this semester, the entire science and engineering college would be moving collectively to the old campus. The neighbor turned after dumping the shoes and greeted him enthusiastically. "Longa is here to throw away trash too." He Lang grunted an acknowledgement. The other person lowered their head to peek inside the bag he was holding. "What are you throwing away, Longa?" He Lang briefly replied, "Clothes." The questioner paused momentarily before offering, "Clothes and pants can be donated to the second-hand clothing donation box." Would you let me take these clothes and donate them next time? He Lang, unconcerned, nodded and tossed the bag of clothes over to him. Before leaving, he said, then, thanks. Speaking of moving campuses, the one who complained the most was Xiao Yi. His romantic relationship hadn't lasted 2 months, and now it was about to turn into a long-distance one. As Xiao Yi put it, if he had the time for long-distance love, it'd be better to find a partner online for virtual romance. Not long after their move to the old campus, Xiao Yi broke up with the girl from the fine arts department. However, he acted quickly and began courting new prospects at a social gathering almost immediately. Regarding the social gatherings after the campus change, not only Xiao Ye's class but also the sophomore sisters on the old campus had organized get-togethers. And before the National Day holiday, He Lang's class had already hurriedly contacted sophomore classes as well. He Lang, being the face and symbol of their class, was always the target when organizing social events. Even though He Lang lacked interest every time, the class president and vice president would inevitably pester him relentlessly, persuading him to attend. This time was no exception. He Lang reluctantly agreed. But it wasn't until the evening of the event, entering the rented small villa near the school where the gathering took place, that he learned from the class president that the counterparts for the event were sophomores majoring in landscape architecture. He Lang was sitting at the bar, holding a beer can, occasionally taking sips. When he heard the words, landscape architecture, his 5 fingers gripping the beer suddenly tightened. By the time he realized it, the can had been squeezed slightly out of shape. He placed the can down heavily, frowned, and asked coldly, landscape architecture. The class president looked at him cautiously. Yes, landscape architecture. Since there are girls in our class too, we could only choose such gender-mixed professional classes. His voice became quieter. Is there any problem? No problem, He Lang re-gripped the beer can, his expression mocking. It's excellent. The group from the counterpart class arrived slightly late, but the open bar counter conveniently allowed a view of the entrance hall. As the landscape architecture students took off their shoes and entered the room, He Lang cast a sharp and somber gaze over every male face. Finding no one he sought, he slowly withdrew his eyes. The very next second, however, his peripheral vision accidentally swept past the back of a guy walking by. The boy was not tall, but his short curly hair stood out significantly. He Lang's hand moved faster than his brain. By the time he registered his actions, his expression had turned fierce, and he had already gripped the boy's arm tightly. Startled, the curly-haired boy turned back and stammered upon meeting He Lang's somewhat irritated gaze. Senior student, is there something wrong? He Lang's expression faltered slightly before subtly concealing his emotions. After pausing for 2 seconds, he asked evenly, have all the people from your class arrived? They have, the boy truthfully replied. He Lang frowned deeply, how many classes are there in your major? There are 3, the boy answered. Do you know everyone in the other 2 classes? He Lang asked, then coolly added, I mean the males. I do, the boy quickly responded, because we take large public classes together. For boys, it's even more so, since there are fewer of us, the 3 classes share mixed dormitories. He Lang nodded, in your major. He paused momentarily, recalling the name he saw on the meal card that day. His voice unconsciously dropped deeper, is there anyone named Shualan? The boy froze, then shook his head firmly, no. No. He Lang's eyes instantly darkened with danger. Are you sure there isn't anyone? Definitely not, the boy confirmed. The boy, upon hearing this, carefully recalled twice before speaking up, I'm sure there isn't anyone. Hearing this, He Lang's pupils flared with a significant surge of anger. Wonderful, simply wonderful. So not only were the gender and voice faked, but even the age and major had been fabricated as well. He Lang's expression turned ghastly. He tilted his head back and poured the remaining beer from the can into his mouth. Chapter 51, Meeting. He Lang left the group gathering at 8:30 and was called away by Old Chen's phone call. Old Chen's girlfriend moved to a new campus for the new semester, so without a second thought, Old Chen followed her. After handing over the internet cafe at the new campus, he opened a new one at the old campus. Right now, he was with Xiao Yi on the back street of the school, calling He Lang to join them for grilled skewers. When He Lang arrived at the barbecue place, Old Chen and Xiao Yi were already sitting by the roadside, with a few bottles of beer open on their table. Xiao Yi saw him coming and was about to ask if he wanted a drink. Before he could speak, he caught a faint smell of alcohol on He Lang's body. Old Chen exclaimed, have you just come back from drinking somewhere? He Lang hooked the stool placed in front of the table with his foot and sat down indifferently, there was a group gathering in my class. Xiao Yi knew about this gathering and asked curiously, who are you having the gathering with? He Lang took the wine bottle and poured it into his cup, the second-year landscaping class. Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned as he remembered that Yang Wan, or Yang Wu, studied landscaping, which had also been mentioned in a game last semester when Yang said they were in their first year. Surprisingly puzzled, he questioned, didn't you meet him at the gathering? He Lang replied in a deep voice, no. I thought so, it couldn't be that coincidental, Xiao Yi muttered while touching his chin, do you want to find someone to look up his academic record in the system? The campus wasn't large, so there was no guarantee they wouldn't bump into each other someday. His implied meaning was to find out Yang's exact information, and consciously avoid any potential problems, thus preventing uncontrollable factors from happening. He Lang clearly misunderstood him. He paused mid-drink, sharply raised his eyebrows, and looked at Xiao Yi with a tone icy cold. Why check on him? Whether he is majoring in landscaping or is a second-year student, what does it have to do with me? I'd rather he remembers what I told him and never show up in front of me again. If he dares to appear again, I can't guarantee that I won't hit him next time. Xiao Yi had no choice but to agree. Alright, then we won't check. He Lang kept his word and acted as though he had forgotten about the experience of being deceived, and life went on just like before for the next month with little change. Indeed, during that entire month, he hadn't seen Yang Wan anywhere on campus. Until the midterm exam week after the National Day holiday ended. That morning, his class and the adjacent class took an English exam together in a large classroom. For science students, the hardest subject was English, and before the proctor arrived, those seated near He Lang begged him for help. He Lang was sitting in the back row of the classroom, pen lazily spinning between his fingers while he stared down indifferently. Where did all your review time go? Now you're suddenly anxious. Everyone immediately let out a chorus of sighs. The person sitting on his right across the aisle was from the neighboring class. This individual came from a wealthy family and had always desired to enter the social circle around He Lang within the school. Even on regular days, he often fawned over He Lang. Again today, he offered He Lang the breakfast he brought along. Brother Lang, have you eaten yet? The movement of the pen in He Lang's fingers didn't stop for even a second as he responded without looking up, yes. Zhou Nanxuan's smile remained unchanged as he turned to look at the fourth brother behind him named Xiao. Fourth brother, have you eaten breakfast? Without hesitation, fourth brother took the breakfast, put it on his desk, opened the takeaway box, and started grabbing the steamed buns inside. Upon seeing this, Zhou Nanxuan's smile deepened slightly. When the exam starts, fourth brother can copy from mine. My English grades are not bad. What fourth brother mentioned earlier about borrowing He Lang's work was just a joke. Listening to this, he casually replied, let's see. Though vague, Zhou Nanxuan felt sure about the matter, so he sent a message to ensure everything went smoothly for this test. After fourth brother finished eating, the invigilator still hadn't arrived, so he swapped seats with someone sitting in front of He Lang, turning around to talk to He Lang about the latest video games. He Lang extended another hand and pushed his head away, sneering disrespectfully, if you have time to tell me about games, why don't you use that time to memorize a few more words? Don't come crying to me after the exam. Fourth brother who failed his level 4 English test sighed deeply. English is truly hard to learn as hell. I'd rather take advanced math every day than study this. After complaining, he stared at the pen still spinning in He Lang's hands, wanting to say something more. The person who switched seats with him walked over to push him softly and quietly warned, the examiner is here. But fourth brother, unaffected by the warning, watched He Lang spin the pen and unhappily said, here, just here, and I can't finish my sentence. Before he could finish speaking, he witnessed the pen roll from He Lang's fingertips and fall back onto the table. As He Lang stopped moving his fingers and glanced at the proctor standing at the podium, his pupils noticeably shrank. Yang Wan, holding the test paper sealing bag, was also stunned. He had been on a business trip out of province recently and only came back last week. He had no idea that the undergraduate college had changed campuses. Nor did he know that He Lang had moved over here as well. After digesting this shocking fact, an instinctive wave of fear drove him to want to turn around and leave right now. His toes had barely moved when the tool bag slipped out of his arms and heavily landed on the podium. Yang Wan suddenly snapped out of it, remembering that he had come here to invigilate the exam. He hurriedly disguised his flustered state. When he raised his eyes again, he no longer dared to look at the back row. He merely glanced at the empty space in the middle of the classroom and reminded the students in the exam room, the exam will start soon. Please go back to your seats. Old Four recognized him as the person who took He Lang away from the cafeteria last time. Stunned, Old Four returned to his seat but couldn't help looking at the side face of He Lang who sat slightly ahead. Whether or not it was his illusion, after the initial shock disappeared, He Lang's facial lines were cold and hard now, and it seemed like he was under a low-pressure environment. Yang Wan read through the examination rules with bowed head, and then concluded, those who don't have a place to put their phones can come to me to get an envelope. Although he looked young, since there were cameras without blind spots in the exam room, everyone obediently put away their phones. Only He Lang, since the very beginning, had been sitting lazily with an indifferent expression, never reaching out to put the phone on the table away. As Yang Wan inspected down the front row, he stopped by He Lang's position reluctantly, softly saying, you need to put the phone away, otherwise it will be considered cheating. He Lang's gaze swept towards him, icy with frost, but he didn't respond verbally. Yang Wan struggled hard to suppress the urge to retreat, hesitantly asking him, do you need an envelope? Gradually, He Lang's look became mocking, making fun of Yang Wan's pretense in front of him. Although Yang Wan didn't understand why he showed such an expression, his eyes still felt pricked by He Lang's glare, causing his heart to feel uncomfortably full. With a panicky expression, he turned around, paused for 2 seconds, then went back to the podium to get envelopes and glue sticks. When he brought the envelope back, He Lang refused to take it. So Yang Wan tentatively tried to pick up the phone on the desk while observing his expression on the sly. Seeing that He Lang's expression didn't change noticeably, he silently sighed with relief, packed the phone into the envelope, and brought it back to the podium, starting to distribute the test papers. During the entire process, other people came up one after another to hand over their phones. At the moment the bell rang, the exam officially started. Yang Wan verified the candidate information one by one using the sign-in sheet. When he reached Zhou Nanxuan, seeing that he looked honest, the latter even started a conversation. Are you a graduate student at our school? How old are you? Have you turned 20? Having methodically verified all the information, Yang Wan, maintaining a serious face, picked up the sign-in sheet. Talking during the exam is also considered cheating. Zhou Nanxuan closed his mouth, but he wasn't scared by Yang Wan's words. Instead, he continued to look at Yang Wan, who turned toward He Lang, with an interested gaze. Since earlier, he felt that the graduate student supervising the exam probably knew He Lang, and their relationship wasn't good at all. At least, he could clearly tell that He Lang strongly disliked this person. He Lang's ID card wasn't on the table, so Yang Wan had to actively ask for it. Still immersed in the anger of discovering his true identity, He Lang took the ID card out of his pocket upon hearing and threw it irritably on the desk. The ID card was thrown to the left, while Yang Wan stood on the right, leaving some distance. Worried about pressing against the other person's hand and test paper, he hesitated for a second. With a cold tone, He Lang lifted his head. Do you have no hands or no eyes? Why don't you pick it up yourself? Yang Wan pursed his lips and bent down, tilting his upper body slightly, stretching out to grab the ID card. At the instant his skin on his forearm touched He Lang's, as if unwilling to have any physical contact with him, He Lang withdrew his hand, with an evidently strong emotion of aversion in his eyes. Yang Wan froze as he picked up the ID card, noticing the emotion in his eyes. Despite having consoled himself countless times within his heart still felt squeezed tightly, beginning to emit a faint yet prolonged pain. In his mind, images of the contemptuous looks that person had given him kept replaying. This time, he failed to control his facial expressions properly. His face turning pale as he finished verifying the ID, he silently turned around and left. He Lang's gaze was locked firmly on his retreating figure until Yang Wan returned to the podium before refocusing on the test paper in front of him. Though he had seen all the changes in Yang Wan's complexion, he strangely felt no satisfaction from the revenge. His lips tightly clenched, He Lang's mood swelled with annoyance. Halfway through the exam, Yang Wan noticed Zhou Nanxuan cheating with a mobile phone and went down to confiscate it. Zhou Nanxuan didn't appear the least bit nervous, perhaps thinking Yang Wan was easy to bully. Instead, he slowly put away his phone, speaking with an offhand tone. You must have made a mistake. With a stern face, Yang Wan reached to search him, but this action irritated Zhou Nanxuan, who stood up and instantly towered half a head taller than Yang Wan. Zhou Nanxuan's eyes flashed with displeasure as he asked, what do you want to do? Yang Wan confiscated his phone and returned to the podium. He recorded Zhou Nanxuan's name under the cheating section of the examination record form with a calm demeanor. Just registering your name is enough. All cases of cheating in exams will be dealt with according to school regulations, including notifications sent across the entire campus. If the school doesn't believe me, they can always check the surveillance footage. Zhou Nanxuan remained silent as he sat back down, but there was an undeniable trace of hostility in his gaze now. This wasn't the first time Zhou Nanxuan had cheated in an exam, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. For someone outside the situation like He Lang, he cared little about whether these two were close to conflict or not. He Lang was in a bad mood and thus less focused during the exam, so unusually, he didn't submit his paper early. After the exam ended, Yang Wan collected all the test papers, carefully confirming the quantity before placing them inside the exam paper bag. He then returned the phones on the podium to the students. He Lang was one of the last ones, and Yang Wan opened his envelope to take out the phone for him. When handing over the phone, Yang Wan initially held it casually. However, as he caught sight of He Lang's expressionless face by chance, his eyelids suddenly quivered. It was as if something clicked in his mind, and he changed from holding half the phone body to delicately pinching one corner of the phone. Lowering his gaze, he extended the device. Throughout the process of passing the phone, their hands were kept at a considerable distance, almost entirely eliminating any possibility of accidental physical contact. He Lang glanced at Yang Wan's deferential demeanor and then observed his clearly evasive gestures. Somehow, this triggered a sudden surge of inexplicable anger within him. Chapter 52, Revenge. He Lang took the phone and walked away without looking back. Yang Wan wrinkled his brows anxiously, not knowing where he had offended He Lang again, and after pondering for a moment, gave up. It was probably as long as he appeared in front of He Lang, the other would be displeased. He picked up the exam paper bag and walked out of the classroom. Unexpectedly, as soon as his feet stepped out of the door of the classroom, someone pulled him aside, lightly bumping into the wall beside the door. He Lang blocked him with an angry look on his face and asked, "Are you a graduate student?" Yang Wan nodded nervously. "How old are you?" He Lang ground his molars. Yang Wan truthfully said, "I am 23 years old." He Lang almost choked with anger and nearly ascended right there. After all this trouble, not only did he get the gender wrong, but he also found someone older than himself. Without any warning, he lifted his hand. Thinking that he was about to hit him, Yang Wan quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to appear in front of you, I didn't know your campus has changed, and I didn't know you were taking this exam." He Lang looked down at his face and felt that he had no way to vent his anger. Finally, he threatened him with a harsh tone, "You dare to cheat people in the game while being a graduate student? Have you thought about the consequence if I report you to the school and you get expelled?" Yang Wan's heart leapt suddenly and showed a look of fear. Seeing this, He Lang chuckled derisively, not revealing whether he would actually report him or not, then turned to leave. When things escalated to this point, Yang Wan was truly anxious and immediately chased after He Lang, grabbing his arm and explaining incoherently, "Sorry, it was my roommate who let me use the female account. He told me not to tell anyone else, so I didn't tell you. Therefore, I really wasn't intentionally trying to deceive you with a female account." He Lang paused briefly upon hearing this. "Your roommate?" He narrowed his eyes to conclude, "So Yang Liusi is indeed your roommate, and he is a man?" Yang Wan hesitantly replied, "Yes." He Lang rudely shook off his hand and stared at him from above. "You have deceived me about so many things, do you think I will still believe you?" Yang Wan lowered his head in guilt and shame, no longer defending himself. "Moreover, even if what you said is true," He Lang revealed a cold expression in his eyes, "what does it have to do with me? If it really is the case, when I pursued you, when I proposed marriage, and when I said I liked you," each word he spoke was like a sharp needle piercing deep into Yang Wan's heart, "you could have refused me at every step. Why didn't you refuse?" He cast a severe gaze towards him. But Yang Wan seemed nailed to the spot, his complexion draining rapidly, unable to utter another sound. He Lang retracted all his emotions and left without looking back. In a daze, Yang Wan went to the examination office to deliver the papers. He didn't encounter He Lang during the 2 proctoring sessions in the afternoon. The last one ended before 6 o'clock. After delivering the papers, he directly headed to the canteen to fetch food. Zhuolan hadn't been around these past couple of days, so he had been eating alone. However, he never expected to be noticed by someone in the canteen. Many people had just finished their exams at this time, and the counters in the cafeteria were packed with long queues. Yang Wan slowly moved forward in the queue, finally reaching the counter to pick up his food. With great effort, he squeezed out of the crowded central area, having not taken more than a few steps toward the dining section when the tray in his hands was knocked away. By the time Yang Wan realized what happened, the person who had bumped into him had already run far away, disappearing from sight. Yang Wan instinctively felt something wasn't quite right but was unwilling to maliciously suspect others. He borrowed tools from the canteen ant to sweep the spilled food off the floor, returned to the end of the line, and started queuing again to pick up his meal for the second time. Yet once again, he couldn't enjoy hot meals. When he reached a less crowded part of the cafeteria, the tray in his hand was knocked down and overturned yet again. The person who bumped into him didn't rush to leave this time but slowed down, turning back to give him a contemptuous look. It was clearly intentional. Yang Wan stopped fetching food again. After cleaning up the trash, he frowned deeply and left the canteen through the side door. On the way, he reflected, the only person he had recently offended was probably Zhou Nanxuan, who he caught cheating in the morning exam. He chose to walk along the side path outside the canteen to buy dinner on the back street. By now, it was nearing 7 o'clock, and the sky gradually grew darker. This path extended precisely past the old abandoned bathhouse. As Yang Wan slowly walked, his head buried scrolling through his WeChat contact list to find his undergraduate counselor. As he passed by the entrance of the bathhouse, the scene from 2 months ago suddenly flashed in his mind, recalling the moment when he confronted He Lang behind the bathhouse. Yang Wan's heart sank once again. He involuntarily stopped walking, staring blankly inside the pitch-black bathhouse, feeling lost. At that exact moment, Zhou Nanxuan surrounded him with a group of people. There were about 2 or 3 people following him from behind, and they directly surrounded him. Zhou Nanxuan glanced at the bright screen of his phone, snatched it away, looked down at the screen, and then tightly gripped his wrist with great force, saying through clenched teeth in a sinister tone, "Do you still plan to report me to our counselor? Haven't you thought about whether the counselor dares to manage my affairs?" Yang Wan remained relatively calm inside and attempted to break free. After realizing that the strength on his wrist was unyielding, he sneakily used his peripheral vision to observe the surrounding environment. They stood precisely between 2 streetlights, almost enveloped by the shadow outside the light. The roadside was quiet enough to hear the faint clamor of the back street in the distance. Occasionally, 1 or 2 solitary passers-by hurried along without daring to interfere. Yang Wan's heart suddenly sank as he realized what Zhou Nanxuan intended to do to him, and that there was no way for him to escape. Such thoughts had barely surfaced when his tension and panic began to rise. Even so, he bit his lips tightly, remaining silent while staring at Zhou Nanxuan, trying his best not to appear timid in front of him. Zhou Nanxuan gripped his wrist tightly and turned around, forcefully dragging him into the pitch-black old bathhouse. The other 2 or 3 people didn't leave but blocked the exit behind him. After pulling him inside the bathhouse, Zhou Nanxuan threw Yang Wan towards the wall. Yang Wan's face hit the tiled wall hard, his vision flickered violently for a moment, and when it fell back into the murky darkness, it had already become blurry, unable to accurately determine Zhou Nanxuan's location. Zhou Nanxuan didn't rush to act. Instead, he turned around and said to the people beside him, "Did you send someone to call?" The person replied, "Yes, I did." Impatient from waiting too long, Zhou Nanxuan asked again, "Why has it taken so long for them to arrive?" The tone of the other person revealed obvious flattery. "It's been roughly 10 minutes since the person left, they should be here soon." Yang Wan stayed leaning against the dusty wall, confused as to who else he might have offended aside from Zhou Nanxuan. As memories rolled back along the timeline, they finally stopped dramatically and helplessly at the point concerning He Lang. Among those ahead of Zhou Nanxuan, the only one he had offended was He Lang. His back stiffened against the tiles, and his features visibly showed increasing disarray as his mind briefly went blank. His initial tension and panic even gradually transformed into a silent fermenting fear. Not just fearful of being personally beaten by He Lang, more likely, he feared that the other would see him in such a pitiful state. Yang Wan anxiously raised his hand to support himself against the wall, attempting to move forward. Sensing his slight movements, Zhou Nanxuan pushed him back into the corner, grabbing the collar of his shirt and lifting him up. "Where do you think you're running off to? You seemed pretty high and mighty this morning when you noted down my cheating during the exam." Yang Wan could feel the proximity of Zhou Nanxuan's face. He lowered his eyes and blurted out unconsciously, "How did an ass like you manage to get admitted to university, eh?" The grip on his collar tightened significantly. It dawned on Yang Wan that he had probably angered him. His eyelids quivered, and finally, in resignation, he muttered quietly, "You kind of people, the most you can aspire to is the International College." Mentioning the International College, Yang Wan paused for a moment, seemingly thinking of someone else, then muttered, contradicting himself, "No, the students in the International College have higher moral values than your distorted ethics." "You motherfucker," Zhou Nanxuan became thoroughly infuriated, interrupting Yang Wan mid-sentence and raising his fist high. Yang Wan stared blankly as he felt the cold wind brush past his face, closing his mouth immediately and gazing at nothingness with dull eyes. The next second, the fierce wind by his ear suddenly disappeared, and Zhou Nanxuan's aggressive punch hovered in midair. "Has Brother Lang come?" Zhou Nanxuan's voice rang clearly in the dark. Yang Wan's collar was released, followed by rustling sounds as if making way for He Lang. Yang Wan didn't dare to look up, his eyelashes trembling slightly despite his resolve. He Lang wasted no words and impatiently kicked Zhou Nanxuan, "Get out of here." Zhou Nanxuan hesitated slightly, quickly adjusted his facial expression, and efficiently slunk away with his group. Left alone with He Lang, Yang Wan couldn't gauge the latter's attitude, so he hung his head and didn't move. He Lang glanced at him with a harsh tone, "What are you standing around stupidly for? Are you planning to wait for me to beat you up?" Yang Wan looked up blankly, his wide eyes fixated on He Lang without blinking. Even though there wasn't much light in the bathhouse, He Lang still somehow felt it, the faint warmth of his gaze landing on his face. His voice was harsh and cold as he spoke, "Don't rush to thank me. Zhou Nanxuan causing you trouble also has a bit to do with me. Otherwise, do you really think I would be so kind-hearted as to come save you?" This was indeed correct. In the morning during the exam, Zhou Nanxuan must have noticed He Lang's attitude toward Yang Wan, which is why he was eager to find trouble for him. But He Lang had no intention of explaining this to him. Yang Wan didn't think about things on such a deep level either. Although he was very confused about why He Lang would take part of the blame, it didn't stop him from apologizing for his lack of grudge-holding toward He Lang. His voice lightly echoed through the quiet bathhouse, with the familiar tone of honesty that He Lang recognized, "Thank you." Even without the voice modulator's disguise, He Lang paused for a moment, not finding the sound too out of place when coupled with the young man's voice. As if reading Yang Wan's thoughts, He Lang let out a soft scoff after a 2-second silence. "Yeah, I can overlook the fact that you deceived me and still come to save you." His words suddenly took on a mocking tone, "Because I'm different from you." He Lang's words filled Yang Wan with guilt and discomfort, causing the 5 fingers by his side to unconsciously curl up. Unaware of this, He Lang turned around and urged impatiently, "Are you not leaving?" In a daze, Yang Wan stretched out his hand and hurriedly, yet clumsily, grabbed at the hem of He Lang's clothes. He Lang didn't have time to dodge and abruptly turned back in the darkness, his expression slightly annoyed as he hissed lowly, "Don't touch me." Holding on to the edge of his clothing, Yang Wan took a deep breath and looked toward the vague shadow in front of him, nervously and ashamedly explaining, My contact lens fell out." Chapter 53 Opposite Side. He Lang just remembered that he was nearsighted. In the few times they met, Yang Wan never wore glasses, so He Lang had unconsciously ignored this fact. After hearing his words now, He Lang frowned and turned on his phone light, irritably asking, "Where did it fall?" Yang Wan's gaze followed the light downward. In the dim light, he could only see the blurry tips of his own shoes. Letting go of the hem of He Lang's clothes, he shook his head, "Don't bother looking, even if we find it, I won't be able to wear it." He Lang turned off the phone light and took large strides toward the entrance of the bathhouse. Only when he realized there was no sound of footsteps following did he stop a few steps away and look back at Yang Wan's direction. Yang Wan lowered his head and fumbled on his body for his phone, wanting to use it to shine some light. Halfway through, he suddenly remembered that his phone had been taken by Zhou Nanxuan and hadn't been returned. Without saying a word, he reached out to steady himself against the wall beside him. He Lang came back with heavy steps, reflexively wanting to reach out and grab him. His hand had already risen into the air, but then suddenly stopped. He pushed his own hem back into Yang Wan's hand with displeasure, "Let go consciously once we're outside, understood?" Yang Wan hummed in response, gripping the hem of his clothes without daring to hold too tightly. After speaking, worried that his voice was too soft for the other to hear, he nodded seriously. Seeing this, He Lang sneered inwardly and started walking away. With his tall stature and long legs, he took big steps, forcing Yang Wan to quicken his pace to keep up behind him. The 2 distinct footstep rhythms echoed in his ears, sounding extremely disharmonious. Realizing belatedly that he was walking too fast, He Lang suddenly slowed down without warning. Yang Wan, who was following behind, didn't have time to brake, causing his face to bump squarely into He-Lang's neck. Feeling his warm breath, the hair on He-Lang's neck stood up instantly. He quickly shoved him away and turned around, lowering his voice to warn him, "Stay away from me." The hand that was grabbing his hem instantly became empty, as Yang Wan apologized faintly, "I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional." The two had already reached the door, where dim light streamed in from outside. Ignoring him further, He-Lang stepped across the low threshold and frowned, asking, "Can you see clearly now?" Yang Wan stood inside the door and obediently nodded, "I can see clearly now." "If you can see, come out yourself," He-Lang emphasized as he watched him, "I've already done enough escorting you here." While he was speaking, Yang Wan had already come out on his own. His expression was calm and composed, his limbs relatively relaxed as he opened his eyes and moved forward. His shoe tip immediately tripped accurately over the not-so-high threshold, and he fell face forward. At a critical moment, He-Lang stepped forward and grabbed the front collar of his shirt. Carefully avoiding any physical contact with him, He-Lang lifted him up and steadied him, the veins in his forehead slightly pulsing. "Is your nearsightedness 500 degrees or 1000? Yang Wan's face grew hot as he rubbed his knuckles, trying to stay composed as he reached out to smooth out the creases in his wrinkled collar. 500 degrees, he said sheepishly. When going in, he had been dragged inside by Zhou Nanxuan, so he hadn't noticed the threshold by the bathhouse door at all. After an internal struggle for a brief moment, He-Lang ultimately did not leave without him, and his hand returned to the front collar of his shirt, pulling him along. The place Yang Wan had just smoothed out got wrinkled again. He silently opened and closed his mouth but ultimately said nothing. He-Lang originally intended to bring him only to the lamplight, but realizing the distance between lampposts was somewhat far, plus the fact that Yang Wan hung quietly beside him like an accessory, by the time He-Lang realized, they were already near the dormitory area. There were two dormitory areas near the third canteen, the one on the left was for undergraduates, and the one on the right was for graduate students and exchange students. The main entrances of the two dormitory areas were quite far apart, but their back doors happened to be right next to each other, separated only by a narrow path. Yang Wan's dormitory building was precisely the one adjacent to this back door. Students passing by the narrow path could even see clearly through the balcony into the layout of their dormitory. He-Lang released him on the roadside near the back door, exasperatedly saying, "This should be fine, right?" Yang Wan sincerely thanked him, "Thank you." He-Lang coldly turned his face and walked away in the opposite direction. Yang Wan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly stretched out his hand to stop him. Avoiding his hand, He-Lang turned around with a sour expression and asked, "What is it now? Do you have Zhou Nanxuan's contact information?" After hesitating for a second, Yang Wan chose to ask directly. "What do you want with him?" He-Lang's eyebrows knitted together, "He didn't hit you earlier, and now you're just asking to be punched again. If that happens a second time, don't expect me to." As if to better hear what he was saying, Yang Wan turned his shadow-covered right half-face completely toward He-Lang. He-Lang's voice abruptly stopped. From the bathhouse to the dormitory area, either due to the dim light, their standing positions, or He-Lang's deliberate avoidance, it seemed like he hadn't really looked at Yang Wan's right face much. Now he saw clearly, on Yang Wan's right cheek near the cheekbone, there was already some red swelling. He-Lang briefly froze in shock. When he came back to his senses, he had already lifted his hand to pinch Yang Wan's chin, roughly turning his right face toward himself. His words were filled with anger, "Did he hit you?" Yang Wan was also momentarily stunned and instinctively answered, "He didn't hit me." "What happened to your face?" He-Lang released his grip and stepped back, looking down at him from above. Yang Wan slowly blinked and then reached out to touch his own face. When he touched his cheekbone, an immediate mild stinging sensation spread through his fingers. Not daring to touch it again, he uncertainly explained, "I probably bumped my face against the wall, and my contact lens seems to have fallen off during that moment as well." As he said this, the look of confusion on his face appeared genuine, yet He-Lang's piercing gaze still lingered over him. "Didn't you feel anything?" Yang Wan thought for 2 seconds, then tilted his head up, looking into He-Lang's eyes with a pair of distinctively colored irises, patiently replying, "It seems I didn't." He-Lang maintained a calm expression while staring into his eyes. His skillful use of self-pity to gain sympathy, if it had been Lao Si standing here, more than 9 times out of 10 would have believed without hesitation. But He-Lang wouldn't buy it. At least right now, not only was he devoid of emotional fluctuations, but instead indifferently changed the subject, ignoring Yang Wan's injury entirely. "Why do you need Zhou Nanxuan's contact info?" Yang Wan wasn't too preoccupied with his face either, relatively speaking, he was more eager to get his phone back. "He took my phone away." He-Lang made a call to Zhou Nanxuan, ordering someone to return Yang Wan's phone. Throughout the entire phone conversation, he kept the speaker open. After Zhou Nanxuan agreed, He-Lang ended the call cleanly and glanced coldly back at Yang Wan. "Is that all done now?" Yang Wan met his indifferent gaze, with the glow from the nearby street lamp shining brightly in his eyes. "Thank you." He-Lang didn't reply and walked off, pocketing his phone. Yang Wan squatted by the back door, waiting for Zhou Nanxuan to bring back the phone. At the same time, he silently watched He-Lang pass through the opposite dormitory's back door until disappearing from sight. For a moment longer, he stared aimlessly at the empty direction before retracting his focus with a tinge of melancholy. What Yang Wan didn't see was, after entering the building, He Lang immediately entered the closest building to the entrance. With a distracted mind, He Lang swiped his card to enter, and as he passed the staircase corner, the sound-controlled light in the hallway instantly went out. He stopped his footsteps, and suddenly in the darkness, Yang Wan's sparkling eyes inexplicably flashed into his mind. To banish this annoying image, he stomped twice on the ground, reigniting the sound-controlled light. Once the bright light restored, he continued upstairs with a composed expression. But this time, not having climbed several floors, he reached for his phone again. After all, Yang Wan's bruised face was partly his fault, so he couldn't openly choose to ignore it. Half an hour later, Yang Wan finally got his phone back. Zhou Nanxuan did not come personally, instead sending the guy who'd bumped into him twice in the cafeteria that afternoon. This person's attitude toward him had changed dramatically, returning his phone in perfect condition and giving him cold compress water and medicine. Lastly, he sincerely apologized for his improper behavior in the cafeteria that afternoon. Though Yang Wan was surprised, he was genuinely angry and ultimately remained silent, accepting the things the other had bought for him. Back in his dorm room, Yang Wan used his phone to order takeout food. As the homepage of the delivery app popped up, he caught a glimpse of the cake shop where He Lang had ordered Muscovado sponge cake for him a few months ago. Since then, he frequented that store occasionally and sometimes even ordered deliveries. Staring hesitantly at the name of the cake shop for a moment, he couldn't resist clicking inside. The event tonight had been thanks to He Lang helping him, and he had no ulterior motives, just wanting to give something to He Lang to express his gratitude. He spent a long time scrolling on the order page, carefully selecting different flavors before finally confirming. However, when it came time to check out, he became slightly worried about appearing overly sentimental. If He Lang disliked him so much now, he probably wouldn't even eat the cake he sent. Besides, Yang Wan only had the school's address, not He Lang's dormitory building number. The delivery person would have to call He Lang before making the delivery, and once He Lang answered, he might outright refuse to accept the cake. Yang Wan forced himself to abandon the idea of sending a cake and exited the cake shop's ordering interface. He placed an order for dinner takeout, then took out the cold water and applied it to his face for a while. 10 minutes later, when he checked the delivery page, it showed that his dinner was still nearly half an hour away. Yang Wan put on his framed glasses, stood up, and went to the balcony to collect his laundry. When he opened the balcony door, he noticed a light turn on in the opposite building. He remembered that graduates who had left school months ago used to live in that building, so it hadn't lit up in months. Now, the room across from him on the same floor was brightly lit, with someone moving back and forth inside. Curiosity piqued, he couldn't help but glance at it a few more times while holding his drying rack. Suddenly, the bathroom door next to the balcony in the opposite room opened, and a shirtless boy emerged after taking a shower. Then, turning towards the direction of the balcony, this person lifted his gaze and looked directly toward Yang Wan's dormitory. For a brief moment, their eyes met across the night sky. Caught off guard, Yang Wan froze awkwardly. The person by the opposite balcony turned around without looking back and slammed the balcony door shut behind them. Yang Wan blushed. Chapter 54, Explanation. Yang Wan finished drying the clothes and went back inside. In a hurry, he ran downstairs to check the dormitory number of the building across the street, then pantingly returned to the dormitory, opened the food delivery app, and ordered a piece of brownie cake for He Lang. After placing the order, he leaned over the desk, eyes glued to the status updates from the food delivery rider. He went downstairs once more to pick up his own dinner delivery. Halfway through his meal, the map showed that the delivery rider had already entered the school campus. He abandoned his dinner and rushed to the balcony to look at the opposite building. On the balcony of the opposite dormitory, someone was hanging out clothes so the door connecting to the room was open. Through the balcony, Yang Wan could vaguely see He Lang sitting at his desk, seemingly playing a game. 2 minutes later, He Lang seemed to answer a call and then got up and left. Yang Wan guessed he was going downstairs to get the delivery, so he eagerly leaned on the balcony watching toward the other side. The person hanging the clothes on the other side sensed something unusual and instinctively turned sideways to look in his direction. Yang Wan's heart started racing immediately. He turned off the lights on the balcony and walked indoors with tension all over his face. Luckily, the person didn't notice anything odd and returned inside after finishing their task. Fortunately, the person seemed to have forgotten to close the door, so Yang Wan tiptoed back onto the balcony in the dark. Not long after, he saw He Lang return. At this distance, it wasn't clear if he was carrying anything. Feeling anxious, Yang Wan quietly squatted on the balcony and called Zhuolan, "Where is the telescope you bought when you attended the concert last time?" Zhuolan was confused about what Yang Wan wanted the telescope for, but still quickly answered, "It's on the bookshelf, look for it." Yang Wan hung up the phone, found the telescope on the bookshelf, and hurriedly returned to the balcony. He placed the telescope on the railing and stealthily looked at the opposite dormitory through it. This time, he saw clearly that what He Lang was holding was the little cake he had bought. His eyes widened, and a faint dimple appeared on his cheek. However, it seemed He Lang didn't have any intention to eat it right away, and soon handed the cake over to his roommate. The roommate unhesitatingly accepted the cake, sat back at his desk, and began to enjoy it. Yang Wan hesitated slightly, and the dimple on his cheek slowly disappeared. But then he thought, since He Lang didn't throw the cake away, this was already considered a good result. Satisfied, he carefully put away the telescope, went back inside, and continued eating dinner. In the next 2 days, because the red swelling on his face hadn't gone down, Yang Wan wore a mask every time he went out. The newly built swimming pool in the school also started its public opening. It was located next to the gymnasium, and Yang Wan would pass by these two venues on his way to the experimental building. That evening, as usual, when passing by the gymnasium, Yang Wan met Lien Jin. After graduation, he rarely appeared in the undergraduate class group chats. A few months earlier, he happened to meet Lien Jin at school, where he learned that there were female classmates studying for a master's degree at University A. Since then, they had eaten out together, maintaining regular contact. Lien Jin stood at the bottom of the steps of the gymnasium looking helpless. Next to her, a cart with several boxes of mineral water was parked. The short-haired girl beside her lowered her head, speaking on the phone. Yang Wan was hesitant whether to greet them or not, when Lien Jin turned around first, saw him, and greeted him with a smile. He, wearing a mask and unable to easily respond, stepped forward and said, "Good evening." "Good evening," Lien Jin replied while wiping the sweat off her face. Noticing her flushed face, Yang Wan displayed a slight look of confusion. "Why are you here?" "My boyfriend is inside playing basketball with others." Lien Jin pointed towards the entrance of the gymnasium. "We came out to buy some water, but on the way, our cart broke down." She gestured towards the short-haired girl. "She's the manager of the sports team, from the Physical Education Institute." Yang Wan knew that she had a boyfriend on the university basketball team, who was a few years younger than her and with whom she had only recently begun a relationship. Looking at the tall staircase before him, he asked proactively, "Do you need my help?" The short-haired girl raised her head and looked at Lien Jin. "No one is answering the phone." Lien Jin looked at the 3 cases of mineral water by her feet, somewhat embarrassed to ask, "Would you mind helping?" Yang Wan nodded and bent down to lift one box of water. When he adjusted his posture to prepare for climbing the stairs, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the girl from the Physical Education Institute also bending over and effortlessly lifting the second case of water. He was slightly startled to realize that she seemed almost as tall as himself. Realizing his gaze, Song Qing smiled at him openly, "I can carry it, but the senior sister can't." Yang Wan silently retracted his glance, hugged the case of water in his arms, and looked down at the steps in front of him. He wasn't an athletic person, and by the time he reached the entrance of the hall, his arms already started feeling sore. He paused by the door, and as he turned around, Song Qing had already come over with the water, walking briskly past him. "If you can't carry it anymore, no problem, just leave it here. I'll come out and move it later." Upon hearing this, Yang Wan's face, hidden behind his mask, slightly flushed. Embarrassed to leave the water at the entrance, he followed her inside the gymnasium. As soon as they entered, they saw from afar that a 3v3 basketball game was being played on the court. There were about 10 people sitting on the sidelines watching. Yang Wan followed her to the waiting area by the side of the court and placed the box of water he was carrying down. "If you want some water, help yourself," Song Qing said as she handed him scissors and then left to retrieve the remaining box of water. The weather in October in the south was still quite hot. By the time Yang Wan finished carrying the water, he was already drenched in sweat, and his face, covered by the mask, became flushed from the stifling heat. He pulled down his mask and squatted down, cutting the tape on the box and reaching in for a bottle of water. Unbeknownst to him, the players on the court had stopped playing and were walking off the field, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. One of them stopped next to him, blocking most of the light from his vision. Instinctively, Yang Wan looked up and found that person bending down. Strong arms reached across his shoulder into the box to grab a bottle of water. His broad basketball jersey grazed Yang Wan's neck lightly, causing a slight tickle. A faint scent of sweat after intense exercise wafted toward him. Although it wasn't unpleasant, Yang Wan frowned, not used to being so close to strangers, instinctively wanting to move away. Just as this thought arose in his mind, he suddenly saw the familiar face hovering closer, familiar jawline, familiar lips and nose, and even a familiar expression. Yang Wan froze in place. After a second, he blushed deeply and sniffed the air slightly. He Lang's hand holding the water rested on the edge of the box without further reaching in, assuming Yang Wan was part of the school basketball team support staff. His voice raspy, He Lang spoke, "Grab me a bottle of water." Instantly regaining awareness, Yang Wan fumbled to adjust his mask and extended the bottle in his hand upward. Throughout the process, he kept his head lowered, slightly tensed shoulders betraying his discomfort while avoiding looking directly at He Lang's face. He Lang didn't suspect anything, accepted the water, unscrewed it, and tilted his head back to drink. A teammate from the school basketball team came over with a clean towel. Seeing He Lang couldn't free both hands, Yang Wan immediately stood up, reached out to take the towel. Misinterpreting him as He Lang's friend, the teammate bent down, took another bottle from the box, and then left without hesitation. After drinking the water, He Lang glanced down and saw the towel extended under his eyes along with its quiet bearer, a black-haired boy who looked obedient from hair roots to toes. Slightly surprised, He Lang accepted the towel, muttered a "thank you," and draped it casually over his neck to wipe off the sweat on his face. Only after finishing did he realize that he drank the bottle held by this stranger earlier, so he bent down again to grab another bottle of water for him. Yang Wan nervously received the water, subconsciously twisting the cap on the bottle. It might be due to the soreness in his arms or his own anxiety, but he couldn't open the bottle. Staring bewilderedly at the bottle in his hands for a few seconds, Yang Wan appeared startled. He Lang showed an exasperated expression. If it weren't confirmed that the person before him was indeed male, he would almost have guessed that one of the female students was trying to use this as an excuse to get close to him. He lightly clicked his tongue, easily twisted open the bottle, and handed it back. Though Yang Wan didn't raise his head to look at He Lang's face, he still felt extremely embarrassed. Finding it inconvenient to drink, he screwed the cap back on. He Lang didn't seem to care much, grabbing his shirt as he nonchalantly asked Yang Wan, "Are you part of the school team's logistics?" Yang Wan hurriedly shook his head. However, He Lang hadn't seen that. With nothing pressing on their schedule, they arranged a basketball game with members of the school team. The captain was their classmate, planning to treat them to dinner later. When Old Four called for He Lang to discuss things, He Lang grabbed his shirt and water bottle intending to change and gave them to Yang Wan with instructions, "Hold these for me first." Yang Wan stood there uncertainly holding He Lang's clothes. Since He Lang was free in the evening, he agreed to join them for dinner. The captain started counting the heads of those present. Noticing Yang Wan standing beside the bench, he asked casually, "Is that your friend? Isn't he the logistics guy for your basketball team?" He Lang replied, perplexed. Due to how close they'd been before, He Lang hadn't noticed, but observing from a distance now, despite not seeing his face, He Lang inexplicably felt the silhouette was familiar. On hearing the captain's answer, he shook his head, "No." Song Ching interjected, "That's a senior student's friend. He just helped us bring water in from outside." The captain understood immediately, if he's the senior student's friend, then let's include him too. While they were speaking, He Lang walked back to Yang Wan's side and suspiciously reached out to pat his shoulder, "You." Yang Wan, who was facing away from him, was startled and turned around anxiously, stammering, "I." Looking into the eyes that were exposed above his mask, He Lang instantly recognized him. His expression darkened at once, the hand resting on his shoulder unconsciously tightened as he grabbed his shoulder with an accusing tone, "Are you following me?" Yang Wan shook his head violently like a rattle drum and retorted softly, "No, I'm here to help my friend move the water." He Lang then recalled the school team manager saying something similar earlier. But glancing over Yang Wan's rather slim arms, he narrowed his eyes coldly, "What kind of water moving is this?" Yang Wan obediently pointed toward the box of water by He Lang's feet. He Lang hesitated for a second, surprised that someone like Yang Wan would be doing manual labor. But quickly regaining his composure, his face reflected displeasure as he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Then why are you wearing a mask?" Yang Wan averted his gaze and didn't look up, explaining after a while in an uncomfortable manner, "The swollen parts on my face haven't healed yet." This somehow infuriated He Lang, "Didn't you apply medicine?" "What medicine?" Yang Wan looked perplexed. "Haven't you received any medicine from the person who delivered the phone a few days ago?" He Lang questioned. "Ah, yes." Yang Wan responded in realization, unable to resist glancing at him. "How do you know that he sent medicine?" Avoiding his probing look, He Lang said nothing. Not getting an answer, Yang Wan didn't feel upset, only quietly handing back the shirt that he had held, "Here's your shirt." He Lang glanced at the shirt that had been crumpled by being held in his hands, reminding himself how Yang Wan had helped hold it. Remembering his initial impression of him as obedient, anger bubbled inside him again. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Just throw it away, I don't need it anymore." Saying this, his tone even carried a trace of disdain. Yang Wan's hand froze mid-air, completely unexpected by such rejection. He looked down sorrowfully, appearing lost as his eyes darted about the floor aimlessly. Standing close to him, He Lang could clearly see the faint trembling of his eyelashes and the rolling eyeballs beneath his thin eyelids. His eyes moved toward Yang Wan's ears. In the video memory, Yang Wan wore a dress and a wig while sitting in front of the computer, chatting with him, throughout which, his 2 ears remained red. But not now. He Lang's gaze focused intently on Yang Wan's white and tender ears without noticing when he started zoning out. Until fourth brother's voice interrupted him from behind, causing him to abruptly wake up. Backing off slightly, He Lang found himself inwardly grumbling with annoyance. What does a man need such white, delicate ears for? After walking a few steps, his shoulders were loosely hooked by fourth brother. "Our captain wants to know what we feel like eating." "You guys can decide," He Lang replied absent-mindedly. "All right." Fourth brother turned his head and instructed the person nearby to relay the message. As their voices drifted into He Lang's ears, he did not pay much attention but oddly turned his head back, casting a glance behind him. Yang Wan was still standing there motionless, holding his clothes, hiding most of his face under the mask. From within, there seemed to emanate a feeling of complete desolation. It must be fake, thought He Lang with indifferent demeanor, unshakably convinced of this fact. After finishing delivering instructions to the messenger, fourth brother turned around and noticed He Lang still wearing his basketball uniform. "Aren't you going to change clothes?" "Not changing." He Lang frowned upon finishing his response and surreptitiously glanced at Yang Wan again. "I won't either then." Fourth brother echoed his words. "Our captain also invited us to go swimming next weekend. If there's time, we'll go." It was the third time He Lang glanced at Yang Wan. "All right, I'll invite Guyi as well later," fourth brother said cheerfully. "But first, I need to buy a swimsuit, mine hasn't been worn for a long time." Fourth brother, He Lang pointed towards Yang Wan's direction, cutting him off impatiently. Tell him that I don't want that shirt because it's wrinkled. Pausing uncomfortably, and there's no other reason. Chapter 55, Figure. Lao Si ran to pass the message to Yang Wan, who nodded but did not explicitly say that he was going to discard the clothes. He stayed where he was, wanting to say goodbye to Lien Jin before leaving. Lien Jin quickly came over to him, inviting him to have dinner with the school team. Yang Wan hesitated for a long time, and in the end, he still didn't go. He wasn't familiar with anyone on the school team, and in their last two encounters, although He Lang hadn't said he didn't want to see him again, he also hadn't said he wanted to see him. Therefore, Yang Wan sensibly chose to leave on his own. He took He Lang's clothes back to the dormitory, soaked them in laundry detergent in a basin, washed them, and hung them on the balcony. He planned to iron the clothes flat once they were dry and find a way to return them to He Lang. At this moment, He Lang was having dinner with the basketball team off campus. The captain of the school team mentioned the invitation to go swimming on the weekend again, and He Lang accepted. Lao Si sat next to him, constantly muttering about buying new swim trunks. Remembering that his own swim trunks hadn't been worn for a long time, He Lang opened the shopping app on his phone. It had been several months since he had shopped online, and when he finally placed an order at his usual store, he felt like he had forgotten something. But even after seeing the successful payment confirmation on his phone, He Lang could not remember what it was. Unbothered, he put his phone away and stopped thinking about it. 2 or 3 days later, Yang Wan received a text message notifying him of a package awaiting collection. At the time, he and Zhuolan were having lunch in the cafeteria. Just then, Zhuolan casually mentioned that she was going to the delivery point in the afternoon to collect her package, prompting Yang Wan to hold up his phone in confusion and say, I have a package too. Send me the pickup code, I'll bring it for you. Zhuolan swallowed her rice and nonchalantly glanced at his newly received text message. What did you buy? Yang Wan slowly shook his head, perplexed. I didn't buy anything. Zhuolan raised an eyebrow curiously. Shall I open it and take a look for you? Okay. In the afternoon, Zhuolan went to collect the package before the lunch rush. Upon getting the package, she directly tore open the packaging bag of Yang Wan's package by the trash bin. The box printed with men's swim trunks caught Zhuolan off guard as she stared at it. Having known Yang Wan for so long, she knew that Yang Wan couldn't swim and rarely went to places like swimming pools. So Zhuolan simply opened the box and took out the item inside. The fabric indeed felt like swim trunks, and without much thought, she unfurled the trunks in front of her eyes. Then her gaze froze on the groin area of the trunks, shocked into silence. So big? This unbelievable doubt lasted until Yang Wan returned in the evening. Unaware of all this, Yang Wan asked Zhuolan, did you check the package? What's inside? Swim trunks. Zhuolan got up and picked up the box sitting on the corner of the table, lifting the trunks high in front of him while shaking them out, with a complicated yet subtle expression on her face. Is your size this big? Seeing the black swim trunks, Yang Wan's face instantly burned red. Stammering, he explained, I didn't buy swim trunks. Zhuolan shoved the trunks into his arms, her expression returning to normal quickly. Maybe a friend of yours entered the wrong shipping address. Yang Wan thought for a moment and asked, is the recipient's name on the shipping bag my name? Not exactly. Zhuolan remembered vaguely and uncertainly concluded, it might be written as Yang Mao Wan. A flicker of surprise passed through Yang Wan's eyes. In the game, the only person who had sent him packages was He Lang, so these trunks must have been bought by He Lang. Had He Lang not changed the shipping address? He similarly doubted the trunks' measurements in his hands as he gazed upon them for another 2 seconds. His face turned red and hot again immediately. Judging from He Lang's height and build, the swim trunks indeed seemed more like the size He Lang would wear. Zhuolan was busy playing on her phone and hadn't noticed the change in his face. Occasionally, she absent-mindedly raised her elbow and nudged him. Remembered who it is? Yang Wan softly replied, I remember. Zhuolan immediately perked up and looked at him with full of smiles. Who is it? Straight guy or gay? Introduce me next time. Knowing that Yang Wan had a friend who liked men, she often joked with him about this kind of thing. This time was no exception, just a random joke she blurted out. Unexpectedly, right after she finished speaking, Yang Wan quickly rejected her, no. Though his voice was low, it was firm and sincere, even tinged with some barely noticeable anxiety. Caught off guard, Zhuolan was startled and questioned with a delayed response, why can't I? Yang Wan avoided her surprised gaze nervously and guiltily. After a moment of silence, he awkwardly explained, he's straight. Zhuolan believed him without any doubt, understanding nodded, and continued playing with her phone. Yang Wan sighed in relief and carefully observed Zhuolan's expression before he couldn't resist wanting to confess to him. However, every time the words on the tip of his tongue were about to be spoken, he hesitated again and bit his lips. In the end, he decided not to tell the truth, deeply burying his secret of liking He Lang in his heart. He had no way to contact He Lang, so he finally decided to take the clothes and swim trunks to He Lang's dormitory. Unfortunately, the timing wasn't good. When Yang Wan went to find He Lang in the opposite dorm building on Saturday night, both He Lang and his roommates weren't there. He didn't know He Lang's dormitory room number. After counting several times from the balcony, he was only able to confirm it. But when he finally went upstairs and knocked on the door, he mistakenly knocked on the wrong one. A male student opened the door and told him that He Lang's dormitory was next door, but their dormitory was empty at the moment. Remembering it was a weekend holiday, Yang Wan looked at him without much hope, asking, "Is he on campus today?" "Wait a second, I'll check for you." The boy pulled the door back a bit, turned around and shouted toward his roommate, "Is Brother Lang at school?" As he turned his head, Yang Wan standing by the door noticed the condition inside their dormitory clearly. Close to the door, there were a mess of old clothes piled up on the desk and chair. The roommate came over with a brand new coat in hand and asked, "This new Adidas coat, should we also donate it?" The boy said, "Then let's keep it for now." Upon hearing their conversation, Yang Wan couldn't help but glance once. The coat the other person held in his hand was exactly the same model and color as the one he had bought months ago at the mall. However, coincidences like this often happened at school, so he didn't realize anything unusual. Okay. Only after figuring out what to do with the coat did the roommate remember the question earlier, saying, "Yeah, they seem to have gone to the swimming pool." The boy conveyed his roommate's reply back to Yang Wan, who thanked him and then left, carrying the paper bag to the newly built swimming pool on campus. The swimming pool wasn't free for students, plus it being evening, there weren't many people inside. Yang Wan paid and entered through the entrance, quickly spotting someone soaking in the pool. On the shore were a few girls who hadn't gotten in the water yet. They were sitting around chatting, yet their eyes never strayed from the pool. He held the paper bag while walking along the edge of the pool, but didn't dare to get too close. He lowered his head searching for He Lang in the pool. Although he didn't see He Lang, he recognized a few faces from the school basketball team. Most boys playing basketball had great physiques, and the sound of women discussing their well-built bodies reached him from behind. Unintentionally, Yang Wan glanced at the chests of these school team members. It was common in summer for many male students in the dormitory building to go shirtless. Before realizing his own sexual orientation, he hadn't thought much about it. Now that he'd understood his true feelings, he found himself still completely calm even at the sight of all those exposed torsos. He felt somewhat surprised. Just at that moment, He Lang swam back to the shallow area of the pool. With both feet stepping on the bottom, covered in splashes, He Lang stood up in the pool and removed the goggles from his face. He casually shook his wet hair, and with another hand, ran his fingers through the damp hair falling across his forehead, pushing it backward neatly. Water flowed down his face and chest in large drops. His defined abs were firm and beautiful, while his legs tightly wrapped in black swim trunks were strong and slender. Yang Wan hurriedly and anxiously moved his gaze away, feeling his cheeks burning as he focused on the railing connecting the side of the pool to the shore. His flushed face was especially conspicuous under the bright lights of the swimming pool, so much so that even He Lang, standing in the pool, could see it clearly. Pausing slightly under the water, following Yang Wan's line of sight, He Lang glanced coldly at the railings. Noticing the skinny chest of the boy by the railing and then glancing back at Yang Wan's face still tinged with redness, He Lang suddenly felt a surge of annoyance and irritation. Did this nearsighted guy's contact lenses fall out? How could he blush at such a body? For fuck's sake. Chapter 56, Predicament. He Lang crossed half the pool to the ladder, stepped up one leg, and said to the person blocking the middle of the ladder, "Excuse me, could you please step aside?" Seeing this, that person quickly retreated to the shore to let him pass, glancing at his figure before awkwardly turning their body sideways and hiding themselves a bit further away. Barefoot, He Lang stepped onto the shore. He originally planned to walk straight ahead without looking left or right, but upon catching sight out of the corner of his eye that Yang Wan was standing still in place, his steps involuntarily stopped. He turned his head to look at Yang Wan and asked coldly, "Why are you here?" Not expecting him to speak to her first, Yang Wan hesitated for a moment. In fact, she could sense it. During the previous encounters with He Lang, each time his attitude seemed to have softened just a little. This was also the reason why Yang Wan dared to come to his dormitory and the swimming pool. On the day Yang Wan confessed to He Lang, she could clearly perceive the rage and resentment emanating from him. That resentment might have originated from the emotions invested in the game, but as time passed, she had completely become an irrelevant stranger in his world. Consequently, he began to grow indifferent to her, including negative emotions. Strangeness and remoteness would wash away all their intersection points on the coordinate axis over the passage of time. Because of this, regarding the breach of trust after their reunion, He Lang appeared to no longer care. She had initially promised him well, vowing never to appear before him again. But when she learned that He Lang had moved to the old campus, even swapping to the dormitory building directly opposite hers, Yang Wan couldn't suppress the desire to see him that welled up within her. She knew very well that doing so was wrong, deceiving He Lang in the game was wrong, and breaking the promise made to him was wrong, but she simply couldn't stop herself. She didn't know why she had transformed into such a person. Problems in the experiment always found solutions eventually, yet this issue Yang Wan couldn't find any way to resolve. However, it only extended this far. Beyond normal exchanges, she wouldn't do anything else to trouble him. Moreover, the harm once inflicted on He Lang couldn't be erased. If possible, she wished to compensate him as much as she could under the premise of not disturbing his life. Of course, she understood that this might just be wishful thinking, because even if He Lang had put their matters behind, he wouldn't want to be friends with her. It was as though she were some hidden presence peeping in the shadows, unable to bask in the light, occasionally observing whether He Lang received the small cakes she secretly delivered to him while hiding on the balcony. Even when Lian Jin invited her to dinner, she didn't show up back then and regretted it somewhat after returning to the dormitory. Hence, she didn't want to miss any more opportunities to talk face-to-face with He Lang. Seeing him remain silent all the time, He Lang walked impatiently past him. Members of the school basketball team sat around chatting in the rest area. He Lang went over to grab a bottle of mineral water from the table to drink. Song Qing, who was in charge of keeping everyone's phones, looked back and handed him his phone. "Your phone rang just now." He Lang took the phone and opened it, scanning the message sent by Xiao Yi briefly. His girlfriend had called him to go eat midnight snacks, and Xiao Yi had changed clothes and left half an hour ago already. He returned the phone to the table, his eyes sweeping across the rest area. "Where's the fourth guy?" "He went upstairs with the captain," replied Song Qing. He Lang raised an eyebrow indifferently and sat down at the edge of the table. Song Qing suddenly looked up towards He Lang's back, her eyes widening slightly in surprise. "Are you here to find Lian Jin?" Yang Wan paused next to the table, glancing first at He Lang's side profile, then shook her head to Song Qing. "No." Song Qing smiled, gesturing for him to sit beside her. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Yang Wan finally didn't dare to sit in the empty seat next to He Lang, instead circling around to sit on Song Qing's side. Thereafter, he repeatedly opened his mouth only to close it again, looking at He Lang. Sensing his indecisive gaze, He Lang lifted his hand and propped his face with it, shutting out his annoying gaze. A sense of disappointment flashed across Yang Wan's eyes. He quietly withdrew his gaze and stared blankly at the quiet swimming pool ahead. To He Lang, however, it felt like days dragging on endlessly. In the end, he could no longer hold back, and turning his head with an expression of irritation, he asked, "If you have something to say it. Don't dawdle here." Yang Wan, startled, immediately regained her senses and thrust the paper bag she had been hugging onto the table toward him. "I came to return something to you." "What thing?" He Lang remained seated without moving. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan turned her head to look at Song Qing. Seeing that she was talking to someone else with her back facing her, she replied in a quieter voice, "The shirt you asked me to throw away last time, I've already washed and ironed it flat." "And your?" She paused momentarily, her ears turning slightly red. "Your swimsuit. You made a mistake with the delivery address and it got sent here." At the mention of the wrong address, He Lang's expression darkened. "I've already changed the address, and I've bought a new swimsuit anyway. There are plenty of similar shirts in my wardrobe, just take it and throw it away." Yang Wan remained silent, pressing her lips together. He Lang didn't bother with her anymore and stood up to walk back towards the edge of the pool. He didn't return to the shallow area but intended to dive directly into the deep end instead. The lifeguards in the hall were already familiar with him and knew his swimming skills were excellent, so they weren't paying extra attention to him. Yang Wan quickly stood up from her seat and hurriedly followed after him. "I washed the shirt 3 times, and after ironing it, there aren't any wrinkles left." Walking ahead without stopping, He Lang completely ignored what she said. Yang Wan spoke louder, "I even packed it up in a clean packaging bag." He Lang quickened his pace, a suppressed and irritable aura surrounding him. Yang Wan hesitated for a moment, her voice gradually lowering. "The swimsuit is new. Do you really want me to throw it away too?" With a sullen face, He Lang stopped walking, grabbed the collar of Yang Wan's shirt, and dragged her into a blind spot by the wall. He scoffed coldly and asked, "Do I look like someone who can't afford another swimsuit or piece of clothing?" Yang Wan's eyes unconsciously fell on the watch on his wrist. In fact, since the first time he had met He Lang outside the comic exhibition hall, Yang Wan had already suspected that He Lang came from a very wealthy family, much better off than theirs. She shifted her gaze and silently shook her head. A stronger note of derision appeared on He Lang's face. "Then why are you chasing me around to return these things?" He scrutinized Yang Wan from above, his sharp gaze as if trying to pierce right through him. "What exactly are you doing here? Why was he here?" In his heart, Yang Wan concocted countless flimsy or reasonable excuses, to remind him to modify the delivery address. Personal items like swimwear wouldn't be convenient to have passed on by others, both the clothes and the swimsuit were still new, and he didn't want them to go to waste, fearing they might just end up thrown in the trash otherwise. But in reality, he simply wanted to see He Lang. That was what Yang Wan thought in his heart, but when he opened his mouth, it became, "I'm sorry, I didn't think too much about it." He Lang stared at his lowered eyelashes, showing no emotions when he heard the apology. "Was the cake that night yours?" The 2 rows of eyelashes within his sight trembled, lightly flapping upward like cicada wings, allowing He Lang to look straight into his eyes. Yang Wan answered honestly, "It was mine. Giving cakes to thank me, voluntarily offering water and towels at the gym, washing and ironing my clothes. Running all the way over here to bring them to me." He Lang chuckled, but frost covered his eyes. "What exactly do you want to achieve?" Yang Wan furrowed her brows, wanting to explain that the cake was simply to thank him for helping out before, it didn't mean anything else. However, He Lang had no interest in listening to her slow explanations. He pulled up his collar slightly. "We'll inevitably meet again on campus one day. If you're trying to curry favor with me, isn't it because you're hoping for my forgiveness?" His voice dropped to a freezing point. "Have you ever considered that 2 months of deceiving me cannot be wiped away or balanced out by merely buying a cake or washing my clothes?" Yang Wan opened his mouth but seemed somewhat lost, not knowing how to respond. He never thought about making He Lang forgive him. But since it's been such a long time now, it's no longer about forgiving or not forgiving. He Lang nonchalantly let go of him, revealing a flicker of indifference in his eyes. If you want me to forgive you, it's not impossible. He tugged Yang Wan towards the edge of the pool, casually glancing over the surface of the deep water. His tone remained indifferent. Can you swim? Yang Wan's heart skipped a beat, faintly predicting what He Lang would say next. But she still answered, no. He Lang's lips curved upwards mockingly. It's easy for me to forgive you, just jump down from here today, and I will keep my word and forgive you. Yang Wan didn't speak, lowering her gaze to the water level in the pool which could easily drown her, her heart beginning to tighten. He Lang stepped back beside her, watching her closely with an air of superiority and amusement. Sure enough, a hesitant and uncertain expression appeared on Yang Wan's face, exactly what He Lang had expected. Saying this wasn't because he truly intended to forgive her, but rather to deliberately make it difficult for her, to discourage her from continuing her effort. Even though Yang Wan had grown up near the sea, he really couldn't swim. Every time he went to the beach for fun, he only dared to go into the water holding a life ring. In summer at the swimming pool, he only ever stayed in the shallow area where standing up would mean water barely reaching his shoulders. Hearing He Lang's words, his legs felt as if they were frozen in place, unable to move for quite some time. He stood dumbfounded by the side of the pool for dozens of seconds. Although He Lang hadn't urged him on with any words, a growing sense of anxiety crept into his mind. It was true that Yang Wan hadn't thought about making He Lang forgive him. However, since He Lang himself brought it up, he didn't want to let this opportunity slip away. He had no doubt that his current complexion was far from good, looking flustered and clearly carrying a mixture of cowardice and retreat. Yet these negative emotions failed to completely suppress the joy and thrill surging within his chest. In fact, by the end, this feeling overwhelmed him like an oceanic wave crashing against the shore, overturning his initial fear of the deep end. Unable to hold back, he glanced upward toward the lifeguard seat nearby. The distance wasn't too great, and so his racing heart slowed down slightly. He repeatedly reassured himself that as long as he didn't struggle underwater, he'd naturally float back up. After consoling himself this way, he once again lowered his gaze to look at the water inside the pool. His face gradually returned to a superficial calmness. Yang Wan then turned his head slightly toward He Lang. Despite having been looked at many times with disdainful and cold eyes by He Lang, each stare still pierced Yang Wan's heart like needles without fail. And it was no different at this moment. Looking at He Lang's face, Yang Wan suddenly wanted to ask, if He Lang truly forgave him, could he stop looking at him this way? As his mind wandered, Yang Wan's lips quivered slightly. But just as he was about to ask, he inexplicably chose to back down at the last second. Seeing him hesitate with suppressed words, He Lang stepped forward with a knowing expression, his voice low and steady, you. At the same time he enunciated the monosyllabic word, Yang Wan took a deep breath, closed his eyes tightly, and jumped off the edge of the pool. There was no longer any chance for him to finish what he intended to say. He Lang's eyes widened instantly, his back muscles tensing up sharply as his body reacted faster than his brain. He reached out instinctively to catch Yang Wan. A huge splash echoed loudly by his ears. Due to how quickly Yang Wan had fallen into the water, He Lang didn't manage to grab him in time. Panicking, He Lang hesitated not even half a second before jumping into the pool after him. Chapter 57, Doubt. It wasn't until the hot water from the showerhead rained down on him that He Lang finally snapped out of his daze and leaned against the wall, unmoving. Was it really possible to get your brain fried from too much studying in grad school? He had now come to realize that Yang Wan was a fool who could only think in one way. This fool might not be able to tell the difference between people's jokes and serious talk under normal circumstances, nor understand the provoking undertones in his words. He half believed those words Yang Wan had said outside the exam room last time. It was entirely possible that this fool would do something like wearing a skirt to hide her gender from him for the sake of her friend. Moreover, the other party hadn't confessed late at all, he had merely suspected Yang Wan when he saw her in the canteen that day. If she intended to conceal it, he probably would have continued being deceived with an attitude of self-deception and reluctance to delve deeper. So the attitudes displayed before him in previous encounters were likely not fake. Upon thinking about how Xiao Ye's wife in the game turned out to be a man, He Lang suddenly felt better. He wiped off the hot water flowing down from his forehead and got ready to rinse himself off quickly before leaving. Then he remembered that there had been no sound from the next stall for quite some time, so he knocked on the partition beside him and asked, "You're not scared silly, are you?" Yang Wan, whose face was red with embarrassment, was squatting on the ground lost in thought. Hearing He Lang's voice, she stood up immediately and replied to the partition, "No, no." The sounds of water filled He Lang's ears, and he didn't hear her clearly. He then increased the force with which he knocked on the panel, frowning and asking, "What did you say?" In a flurry of hands, Yang Wan hastily took off her clothes and loudly responded to her neighbor, "Nothing." Hearing the strength in her voice, He Lang decided not to bother her any longer and, after rinsing off his body, he opened the door and walked out. Before getting dressed, he didn't forget to knock on the door of Yang Wan's compartment and warned her, "Don't come out until I'm fully dressed, you hear me?" Through the door, Yang Wan's muffled voice soon came mixed with steam, "All right." In the afternoon, He Lang was playing basketball, so his swimming bag still contained basketball uniforms. He directly changed into his sportswear, grabbed the clothes Yang Wan had brought over, along with his own jeans he wore when coming over in the evening, and placed them all on the bench inside the washroom. After completing these tasks, he went over to knock on Yang Wan's door once more. "I've put the clothes on the bench. The pants have already been worn by me. If you don't want to wear wet pants, you can only wear mine." Yang Wan thanked him through the door. "Thank you." He Lang didn't reply and simply turned around and left the washing area. A few minutes later, Yang Wan stepped out of her empty compartment to take the clothes. She found herself wearing the clean t-shirt she had ironed for He Lang. The shirt's size was large. Once worn, the hem fell directly over her thighs. However, the length of the pant legs when she put on the pants wasn't even the biggest problem. The greatest issue was discovering that the waistband was too loose for her, making the pants difficult to keep up. She hesitated standing in the washroom, unsure if she should go out like this or not. As she wavered indecisively, an impatient He Lang came back in. As He Lang entered from the doorway, their eyes met head-on. He Lang noticed her wet hair sticking limply to her smooth forehead, her face flushed red from the steamy hot water, and her black pupils somewhat dampened by the mist in the air. She wore a loose-fitting shirt with the shoulder seam dropping to her upper arm, her hands holding up the overly large waistband of her pants, and the long pant legs rolled up several times at her ankles. There she stood, awkward and uncertain, looking like nothing more than a child stealing her parents' oversized clothing. Just by looking at her face and her uneasy demeanor, it was hard to believe that He Lang was actually younger than her. He Lang averted his scrutinizing gaze and walked out without another word. Relieved to be alone again, Yang Wan exhaled, though the sense of guilt still lingered. Her heart, however, no longer felt heavy, and her emotions weren't as stuck as before, like mud after a rainstorm that makes you feel trapped and unable to breathe. Even though neither of them mentioned the incident of falling into the water, nor the promise He Lang had made to her personally, at the moment their eyes met, she saw an unprecedented calm in his gaze. This was the first time since they'd seen each other again after 2 months that he looked at her with such ordinary, nonchalant eyes. Despite the calmness being laced with hints of detachment, it still gave her the feeling that for the first time in days, she had truly come alive again under He Lang's gaze. The sound of footsteps broke her train of thought as He Lang and Lao Si came in. He asked Lao Si to remove his belt and lend it to him. While unfastening his belt, Lao Si observed him thoughtfully, as if contemplating something. Recognizing him as the person He Lang had sent her to explain things to that day, Lao Si couldn't help but ask curiously, "What were the two of you doing in the deep water area? How did you end up falling into the water?" At the time, none of them had seen the exact situation. By the time they ran over upon hearing the commotion, He Lang had already pulled Yang Wan out of the water. Yang Wan avoided his probing gaze with a mix of shame and guilt. He Lang then turned around and slapped him on the back, annoyed. "Why do you have to ask so many questions?" Lao Si quickly flashed a toothy grin at Yang Wan before handing over his unfastened belt. Once Yang Wan secured the belt, she was finally able to walk normally again. She thanked Lao Si, then looked up at He Lang with focused eyes. "I'll return your clothes after I wash them." He Lang shrugged indifferently. "Whatever." The three of them eventually left the showering area to head for the rest zone where their bags and phones were. The school basketball team hadn't planned to leave yet and waved goodbye to He Lang and the others. Fortunately, Yang Wan had left her phone on the table earlier, escaping the consequence of it being submerged in water. She walked over to where she had been sitting to retrieve her belongings. Song Qing remained seated in the same spot, her gaze occasionally lingering on Yang Wan's face ever since she appeared. As Yang Wan stuffed the wet clothes into the bag, Song Qing noticed her collar dampened by the dripping hair at the back of her neck. She pointed to the spot and offered, "Your collar is wet. Do you want me to wipe it off for you?" Song Qing rummaged through her bag for clean tissues. Across the table, He Lang lazily glanced up from his own bag toward her. "Thank you, I'll do it myself." Yang Wan gave her a small smile, taking the tissues from her hand and wiping her neck haphazardly. He Lang opened his bag again, searching inside before tossing a dry towel directly at Yang Wan. "Dry your hair first, and wash it later before returning it to me." Yang Wan hastily caught the towel, glancing at him in surprise before hesitantly responding, "All right." After finishing packing up, He Lang and Lao Si left the swimming hall. Yang Wan followed along the same path to her dormitory, staying at a moderate distance behind them, quietly trailing along. Lao Si glanced back twice before nudging He Lang's arm with an air of confusion. "Is he following us?" "No," He Lang replied plainly, "we're just on the same route." Lao Si nodded and stopped looking back. After passing through the rear entrance of the dormitory area, instead of heading inside, the two walked straight towards the back street of the campus. Lao Si noticed that Yang Wan didn't enter the dormitory either but still kept a certain distance while following behind them. Lao Si nudged He Lang's arm once more. "He's still following us." He Lang slightly furrowed his brow. "Why are you worrying about it so much? If he wants to follow, let him. It's none of our business." Although Lao Si felt something was off, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what, so he withdrew his attention and focused on the road ahead. On their way to buy late-night snacks, while Lao Si was placing an order at the store, he noticed Yang Wan wasn't following them anymore. She had gone into a bubble tea shop diagonally across the street instead. Turning back, Lao Si sighed. "Seems like the guy isn't following us, he's really just coincidentally going the same way." Upon hearing this, He Lang cast another ambiguous glance toward the opposite side of the street but said nothing. A few minutes later, an employee from the bubble tea shop came over with 2 cups of tea. Confused, Lao Si shook his head as he took the drinks. We didn't order any tea. The part-time worker casually gestured toward their shop direction. A boy just now ordered it for you. Hearing this, He Lang looked again, but Yang Wan's figure had already disappeared from the other side of the street. Lao Si still muttered non-stop in his ear as he carried the tea. If he knows Brother Lang, borrowing a belt isn't such a big deal, why be so formal? He Lang scoffed lightly at him. Brother who? He's in graduate school. Lao Si's expression turned astonished. Yang Wan wore He Lang's clothes back home and hung them on the balcony to dry after washing them. Even someone as oblivious as Roland eventually noticed that lately, men's clothing unfamiliar to their dormitory had frequently appeared. Thinking about the misdelivered swimsuit last time, he began to harbor growing doubts. Moreover, he could see that Yang Wan hadn't been in a good state since returning from the business trip, exaggerating a bit, even somewhat like when her relationship with Wolf Xing had ended not long ago. But ever since she brought those men's clothes back home that night, Roland vaguely sensed her gradually returning to her normal self in daily life and studies. After observing several things, Roland even began to suspect whether Yang Wan had found a boyfriend. But how soon was it after his breakup that he found a new romantic interest? Roland couldn't help but question his life. Could it be that in the gay circle, An Wan's personality was more appealing than his own? His doubts remained unanswered, but the clothes and pants hanging on the balcony disappeared just a couple of days later. 2 nights later, Yang Wan arrived at the opposite dormitory building with a bag, ready to return He Lang's clothes. This time, he finally remembered the correct room number for He Lang's dormitory. When Lao Si opened the door, He Lang was taking a shower in the bathroom. They had moved to the old campus this semester, and only 3 people were assigned to their dormitory. One roommate had lived with He Lang for 2 years in the new campus, and Lao Si joined them only this semester. Yang Wan returned the belt to Lao Si, who casually hung it on the back of a chair, then grabbed a pack of snacks from the table and shoved it into Yang Wan's arms. This is my thank you for last time when you treated me to bubble tea. Yang Wan tried to decline, waving his hands. I bought the bubble tea because I wanted to thank you for lending me the belt. Seeing how earnestly he resisted, like trying to politely reject red envelopes during the spring festival, Lao Si couldn't help but find him amusing. Laughing, he firmly held on to Yang Wan's hands filled with snacks, insisting, don't argue. If you don't take them, the next moment when those guys from the next room come over, they'll snatch everything clean. When He Lang stepped out of the bathroom, fully dried, he saw Yang Wan standing there, hand in hand with Lao Si, standing unnaturally close together, seemingly unaware of his presence. He approached his desk, deliberately dragging his chair with a deep and loud sound. Afterward, feeling the noise still insufficient, he lifted the chair off the ground with one hand and slammed it down again. The sound of the chair's legs hitting the floor thundered through the room, startling both Yang Wan and Lao Si, who turned simultaneously to look at him. Yet Lao Si's hands still tightly encased Yang Wan's, unmoving despite the sudden interruption. Upon witnessing this, He Lang felt an inexplicable irritation rising, and he glared coldly at Lao Si, commanding curtly, come here. Lao Si let go of Yang Wan's hands, perplexed as to what had upset He Lang. Stepping closer, he asked, puzzled, what's wrong? He Lang's tone darkened, a trace of dissatisfaction shadowing his eyes. Why are you holding his hands? Caught off guard by the question, Lao Si shot back without thinking, can't I hold them? Are you jealous? He Lang hesitated for a second, and then his voice took on a mocking tone, as if responding to something absurdly funny. If you want to hold, go ahead. Just don't come crying to me if anything happens. Suddenly, as if recalling an unpleasant memory, his expression soured further. A few days ago, at the swimming hall, I saw him blush while talking to another man. I think he might like men. Chapter 58 The Fragrance. The 2 of them were standing with their backs to Yang Wan, their voices low. Yang Wan had no intention of eavesdropping on their conversation and instead lowered his head to check his phone. He Lang's words did not stir much of a ripple in Old Four. He only stole a glance at He Lang a couple of times with slight sensitivity. There were also people who liked the same gender in their circle. A few years ago in high school, there was a male classmate who also liked the same gender, but he went abroad to study after graduation. Back then, He Lang didn't seem to have such an intense reaction either. He didn't know whether He Lang was just overly sensitive about this group of people or specifically towards Yang Wan. Turning around, Old Four motioned towards Yang Wan's direction with his lips. He's come to bring you some clothes. Old Four said this loud enough for everyone to hear. Upon hearing it, Yang Wan put away his phone and walked over to hand the bag containing the clothes to He Lang. He Lang briefly glanced at his face, said nothing, and took the paper bag to put it back on the table. Don't you want to check it? Yang Wan asked him. Hearing this, He Lang casually picked the t-shirt out of the bag and gave it a brief look. Before he could speak, Old Four, shrugging his nose, pulled the shirt to his face and sniffed deeply, exclaiming, so fragrant. He added with awe, it's true that cute people wash clothes that smell amazing. Yang Wan stayed silent, lips slightly pressed together, but his ears slowly turned red. He Lang stared at his reddened ears for 2 seconds, narrowing his eyes before snatching the shirt back from Old Four. He scolded with a stern expression, why does a man need his clothes to smell so good? Yang Wan hesitated, raising his gaze toward him and explained, I didn't use any perfume, I just soaked them in laundry detergent. If you mind, I can take them back and wash them again. He Lang folded the top and shoved it back into the bag, nonchalantly cutting him off. Never mind. Yang Wan replied, all right. The atmosphere between the two cooled again. Seeing that there was nothing more to do, Yang Wan prepared to bid farewell and return. Just then, quite a commotion suddenly erupted from the corridor outside. Old Four was about to go out and investigate when someone from the neighboring room already pushed the half-open dormitory door open to give the news. Shit, the counselor is checking the dorms again. Is old Zhao back? Not yet. This was the first time they've had a dorm inspection since October. Hearing this, Old Four couldn't help but frown darkly. We're already in our third year, why are they still conducting these damned dorm inspections? I haven't heard this rule applied to the previous batches. The person from the neighboring room muttered a few words of agreement and left cursing under his breath. Old Four's mind was spinning fast. Turning around, he grabbed Yang Wan and said, we're short one person in our dorm. Do you guys graduate students get inspected at night? Can you help us out and stick around a bit longer? Yang Wan, stunned, responded, sure. Old Four's face lit up instantly. Patting his shoulder, he pushed him towards He Lang. Bro Lang, shall we hide him in the bathroom? He Lang replied, do as you wish. Old Four started pushing him towards the warm bathroom. After taking just a few steps, He Lang seemed to remember something and changed his expression, stopping both of them by saying, have him go to the upper bunk. Okay. Old Four led him to old Zhao's bed, indicating that he should climb onto old Zhao's bed and lie down for a few minutes. Once the counselor arrives, just pretend to be asleep. Yang Wan looked at his roommate's bed and desk compared to He Lang's habits and realized they were like night and day. He Lang's desk was clean and neat while the roommate's was messy, scattered with books, unopened packages, and empty drink bottles. Then he looked at the bed. When he entered, he noticed that He Lang's bedding was neatly folded. This roommate's bed, however, was a chaotic mess of crumpled sheets and tangled pillows. Noticing his observation, Old Four let out a dry laugh and patted his shoulder. Sorry, but bear with us for a bit. Yang Wan nodded, took off his shoes and climbed up using the ladder. Kneeling, he moved onto the crinkled bedspread and was about to lie down when he caught a faint smell, furrowing his brows slightly. Slowly, he reached over and unfolded the bundled-up blanket, revealing socks and underwear tucked underneath. Even though he usually kept calm, his face changed color a little. He stood up and moved to the rail beside the bed, lowering his head to speak to Old Four below. How many days has his socks and underwear been unwashed? Old Four wasn't paying much attention to the content of his question. Peering through the doorway, he noticed that the counselor, along with a leader from the college administration, had already entered the neighboring dormitory. Quickly withdrawing, he closed the door and warned Yang Wan, they've reached the next room. Lie down now. He Lang suddenly strode over, furrowing his eyebrows as he cut off Old Four and spoke to Yang Wan, come down. Old Four was startled, turning to look at He Lang, what's wrong? He Lang ignored him. Seeing that Yang Wan still hadn't moved, kneeling on the top bunk, his tone grew sharper, come down right now. Hurry. Yang Wan immediately obeyed and climbed back, his back to the two people below as he descended the ladder. Before coming here, he had taken a shower in his dormitory. Wearing only slippers afterward, he hadn't worn socks. His bare feet stepped on the glossy rungs of the ladder, and one foot accidentally slipped inward. He Lang swiftly extended his hands and supported Yang Wan's waist. Regaining his senses, Yang Wan gripped the handrails tightly, lowering his head to locate the horizontal bars of the ladder. Seemingly finding his actions too slow, He Lang lost patience, extending his arms around Yang Wan's waist from the front. The lines of his arms tensed with sudden force, lifting Yang Wan straight off the ladder into a waist-level embrace. This movement was rushed and somewhat rough, catching Yang Wan completely off guard. The hem of his shirt at the waist was lifted up by He Lang, exposing his skin to the dry, warm touch of He Lang's fingers, which tightly pinched the soft flesh of his waist. Yang Wan held his breath, fixing his unblinking gaze onto an empty spot in the air. He Lang carried him steadily across the room and set him down in the middle of another ladder. Freeing one hand, he gently pushed Yang Wan's back and said indifferently, go to my bed. Yang Wan quickly climbed up, noticing sheets on both sides of the ladder. Instinctively, his actions paused. The one on the right, He Lang said, sounding slightly impatient. Yang Wan climbed into the bed on the right, pulled open the neatly folded quilt, lay down facing the wall, and buried his face into the pillow. He Lang turned away without looking back, entering the bathroom and locking the door from the inside. Moments later, Old Four's voice talking with the counselor could be heard outside. He Lang is already asleep, and another one is taking a shower. He Lang, absent-mindedly lowering his eyes, let the tips of his thumb and index finger lightly overlap, then slowly rubbed them twice. The warmth on his fingertips had long since dissipated, yet his mind uncontrollably replayed the vivid sensation of pinching the soft flesh on Yang Wan's waist. That fool has two white, tender ears, but does the flesh on his waist feel the same? Realizing what he was thinking, his face darkened as he turned on the faucet, repeatedly rinsing his thumb and index finger under the running water. The college leader knew both Old Four and He Lang, so they didn't inspect thoroughly and left with the counselor. After their departure, He Lang took out his underwear from the bathroom and went out to hang it on the balcony. Yang Wan also got out from under the blanket, knelt on the bed, and helped He Lang fold the blanket again. However, the blanket he folded was loose and lacked the square precision of He Lang's style. After hanging the underwear, Lang walked in and glanced at the blanket Yang Wan had folded, causing his eyelids to flicker slightly. You don't need to fold it anymore, come down now. Yang Wan, feeling a bit embarrassed, crawled down from Lang's bed. His slippers were still by the opposite ladder. Lang walked over and kicked the slippers toward him. Yang Wan hurriedly thanked him, stepping into the slippers and putting them on. While tying his shoes, Lang's gaze fell on his tousled curls from sleep, and he couldn't help but speak gruffly, your hair is messy. Yang Wan, having just finished tying his shoes, hurriedly raised a hand to tidy his curly hair. After a moment, he looked up cautiously and asked softly, is it still messy? Lang hesitated for a second. Meeting the purely inquisitive gaze of those black eyes, he subtly averted his eyes and gruffly replied, it's fine. Yang Wan involuntarily smiled, revealing faint dimples at the corners of his mouth. Lang's diverted gaze unknowingly returned after some time. Seeing the dimples on his cheeks made Lang recall that picture of Yang Wan in women's clothing. That picture was saved on his phone, and he'd scrutinized it many times. Every detail of the photo was deeply etched into his memory. Anger started to well up in Lang's expression once again. However, remembering his previous promise, he forcefully suppressed it and began to search his mind for other images, trying to disperse and consume the negative emotions bubbling within. Perhaps because the person was standing right in front of him, Lang's thoughts kept wandering, eventually returning to Yang Wan's face. He remembered several days ago at the swimming pool when Yang Wan emerged from the shower wearing oversized clothes, his hands gripping his waistband tightly. His face, flushed red from the steam, had eyes moist and darkened by the humidity. From the limp wet hair clinging to his forehead to the curled toes tucked inside his slippers, there was an undeniable look of weakness and helplessness about him. Although he didn't understand why such an image came to mind, the surge of anger vanished instantly. Not long after calming down, Lang frowned again. He clearly remembered that his eyes hadn't lingered on Yang Wan for very long that day. But upon reflection, he realized he could even recall every last detail, including the shape of the other's curled toes. Lang turned to walk toward his desk, throwing a question over his shoulder without looking back, do you have anything else? Yang Wan shook his head. No. Sensing the dismissal, he moved toward the door. Then I'll leave first. Lang stood by the desk with his back to Yang Wan, responding with an extremely perfunctory mm. It was brief, but at least it was a response, not ignoring him entirely. Yang Wan turned and said goodbye to Old Four before leaving quickly. After he left, Old Four took his clothes into the bathroom to shower. Lang sat at the desk for a few minutes, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the paper bag sitting in the corner of the desk. He reached out and pulled the clothes inside out. The clothes were washed clean, though he hadn't worn them many times anyway, soaking them casually would have been enough to get them clean. Thinking about what Yang Wan had said earlier about soaking the clothes with detergent, he inexplicably brought the clothes to his nose and sniffed them. A fresh and intense scent rushed up, enveloping his nose completely. Damn, it really smelled good. Lang quickly pulled the clothes away from his face and stuffed them back into the bag as if trying to avoid the smell. Still unsatisfied, he pressed the clothes deeper into the bag. The lingering fragrance stayed on his nose for a long time, stirring restlessness within him. He stood up abruptly and started pacing around the small dormitory. His eyes fell on the crookedly folded quilt on his bed, which irritated him immensely. No matter how he looked at it, it just didn't feel right. He climbed onto his bed and spread the soft quilt on the sheet. The quilt billowed high, creating a slight breeze that brushed past his face. To his surprise, even the wind carried a faint trace of fragrance. Lang's facial muscles visibly tightened as he picked up the quilt Yang Wan had used and sniffed it again. The quilt carried Yang Wan's scent, likely from the body wash or shampoo he had used. It was the same fragrance Lang had smelled on Yang Wan before. He then grabbed the pillow, finding the same smell, only stronger this time. Agitated, Lang threw both the pillow and the quilt aside. His gaze caught sight of a strand of black hair lying on the sheet, prompting him to reach out absent-mindedly and pinch it between his fingers. Upon realizing it was one of Yang Wan's curls, his pent-up irritation finally burst forth, leading him to mutter a curse under his breath, damn. Chapter 59, Watching the Game. That night after returning from Lang's dormitory, he spent several consecutive days immersed in the laboratory, staying there late into each night before going back. He did not encounter Lang again on campus. The night before Saturday, Lian Jin suddenly called Yang Wan, inviting him to watch the basketball league at the sports university the next day. He had no interest in watching sports games and couldn't understand why Lian Jin would suddenly invite him. When he asked about the reason, Lian Jin was vague and quickly changed the subject. Yang Wan didn't think much of it and wasn't planning to go. He was about to decline when something came to his mind, making him hesitate. A moment later, he could not help but ask, will Lang be there? Mentioning Lang's name made Lian Jin pause for a second. She only learned during their last meeting at the gym that Yang Wan and Lang knew each other. Not sure about their relationship, she responded cautiously, the basketball team invited Lang, but I'm not certain if they will attend tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan revealed a faint look of disappointment. Lian Jin added over the phone, if you go, we can ride with the school team's bus tomorrow and return together afterward. Zhuolan happened to come by to borrow something, leaning across Yang Wan to reach for an item on the table, overhearing what Lian Jin said, and casually asked, where are you going? Yang Wan moved the phone slightly away from his ear and explained to Zhuolan, an undergraduate classmate asked me to go to Tida to watch a basketball game tomorrow. Basketball game? Zhuolan paused while holding the scissors and raised her eyebrows enthusiastically. Is it our university against Tida tomorrow? Yang Wan nodded. Zhuolan's eyes lit up. I heard that our school's basketball team has many handsome guys. Yang Wan blinked his eyes and found it hard to answer immediately. However, Lian Jin on the other end of the call had sharp ears and immediately chimed in. That's right. If you want to go, you can join Yang Wan tomorrow. Zhuolan quickly threw the scissors back on the table, tightly gripped Yang Wan's hands, and looked at him eagerly, saying, I want to go. With softened ears, Yang Wan replied to Lian Jin, we'll go tomorrow. After confirming the time for gathering early the next morning outside the school gate, Lian Jin happily ended the call. Zhuolan instantly cancelled all her activities scheduled for the next day and began taking out clothes and pants from her wardrobe to match outfits. Occasionally, when she faced difficulty in deciding which outfit to wear, she turned around to seek Yang Wan's opinion. Yang Wan was completely different. His curly hair hung limply on his forehead, showing little energy. After a while, he got up and went to the balcony, quietly looking up toward the dorm building across from them. The room facing their balcony currently had its door tightly closed, without any light shining through. He returned to the room limply. Zhuolan had already chosen her outfit for the next day and sat at her desk fiddling with her cosmetics and earrings. Catching a glimpse of him like this, she teased half jokingly and half seriously, it's been more than 2 months now, could it be that you're still pining over Wolf Xing? Suddenly hearing her mention He Lang's in-game ID, Yang Wan snapped back to reality, hiding the guilt on his face as he stammered, no. He felt guilty because he hadn't told Zhuolan that he and He Lang still had interactions in real life. However, his response was truthful, he no longer entertained thoughts of starting a romantic relationship with He Lang. Zhuolan didn't catch the hesitation in his voice and turned around to look at him confusedly, so, do you like girls or men now? Yang Wan also showed a bewildered expression, I don't know. Zhuolan eyed him thoughtfully for a few seconds before understanding something, guessing that he was shy about admitting his sexual orientation. She tactfully didn't point it out, smiling mischievously instead and saying, next time, I'll take you to a bar for the evening, and then you'll know. Yang Wan failed to notice the deeper meaning behind her words, mistaking it for an ordinary bar he had been to before, so he readily agreed, okay. On the morning of the next day, they met up with Lian Jin outside the school gate. The university arranged a shuttle bus for the basketball team, and Yang Wan and Zhuolan were temporarily grouped with the internal members of the team, allowing them to take the same bus. When they got on the bus and didn't see He Lang, Yang Wan's lingering hope faded entirely. Though he was somewhat disappointed, he quickly adjusted his mood and stopped thinking about He Lang. The journey from University A to the sports university was relatively long. During the trip, Yang Wan fell asleep on the bus. When he followed Zhuolan off the bus, he was still groggy-eyed. Zhuolan was busy chatting with the basketball team members, leaving him lagging behind the group. At some point, Song Qing had walked up alongside him. As Yang Wan turned his face to greet her, she smiled at him. Her gaze swept over the slightly curled hair on his head as he slept, seemingly improving her mood. Have you had breakfast? Song Qing asked in a casual tone. No, Yang Wan shook his head. Song Qing lifted the bag in her hand. There's breakfast inside, I bought it for all of you. Everyone else has already eaten. Yang Wan was somewhat surprised but still politely replied, thank you. The group entered the gymnasium of the sports university and headed straight for the seating area designated for their school. The team members were going to the locker room at the back of the field to prepare. As family, Lian Jin also had to follow them, and Zhuolan, who was naturally friendly, quickly became familiar with the team members and enthusiastically followed along. In the end, only Yang Wan and the team's logistics staff remained, left to watch over the items others had left behind. The younger student in charge of logistics sat for a while before receiving a call and got up to meet someone outside the gym. Yang Wan didn't pay attention to whom he went to meet, sitting there browsing literature on his phone. He sat near the aisle, so when others passed by, they had to go in front of him. Therefore, upon noticing someone standing in front of him, he immediately drew up his legs and pressed his body tightly into the chair, making way for the person while instinctively raising his head to take a glance. Unexpectedly, he caught sight of He Lang's face, feeling both surprised and delighted, and shot up from his seat, his eyes round and bright as he couldn't help but stare at He Lang. He Lang was just about to step inside and almost bumped into him. His gaze met Yang Wan's concentrated expression, causing his heart to inexplicably skip a beat. He quickly disguised his uneasiness and coughed lightly before scolding, "What are you doing? Don't want me to pass?" "No," Yang Wan hurriedly sat back down, maintaining his previous action to make way for him. He Lang walked in with Old Four. Old Four winked and waved at him as he greeted him. Following behind was the younger logistics student who had gone out earlier to meet someone. On the right side of Yang Wan's seat lay Zhuolan's bag. He Lang didn't deliberately distance himself from Yang Wan and bent down to sit in the third empty seat. Although there was one seat between them, Yang Wan was already quite content with this distance. He turned his head again to look at He Lang. Noticing the gaze Yang Wan threw his way, He Lang attempted to ignore it but failed. Frowning lightly, he turned his face and questioned, "Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" No, Yang Wan truthfully admitted, I was just a bit surprised to see you here. I'm even more surprised that you'd be here. He Lang-eyed Yang Wan with full suspicion, can you even understand basketball games? Yang Wan very honestly answered, no, I can't. Anticipating that he wouldn't understand, He Lang scoffed and said nothing. Yang Wan's eyes lightly lowered, noticing the breakfast Song Qing had left for him and Zhuolan by his feet. Zhuolan's portion had been taken away, leaving only his here. He lifted his eyes to ask, did you have breakfast? He Lang was listening to what the younger logistics student was saying. Upon hearing Yang Wan's question, he absent-mindedly allocated some attention and casually asked, what? Are you going to buy it for me? Yang Wan didn't say anything, bending down to take out the cake and milk from the bag, offering them to He Lang. With an indifferent look, He Lang took them over and examined them briefly, holding the milk bottle in his hand and stating, I don't drink plain milk. Old Four, seated on his right side, reached for the milk and said, give it to me, I love drinking plain milk. He Lang gave him a disdainful look. On his left, Yang Wan had already stood up from his seat, looking serious as he asked, what do you want to drink? I'll go buy it for you. He Lang fell silent for a second. Yang Wan had deceived him for such a long time, wasn't it fair to send him on an errand to fetch him something? With this thought, he lazily lifted his eyelids and slowly opened his mouth, I want coffee. Yang Wan nodded as if he really intended to go to the supermarket and buy it for him. The younger logistics student hurriedly reminded him, Senior, the match is about to start. He responded nonchalantly, it doesn't matter anyway, I don't really understand it. Yang Wan left for several minutes. The last thing he said continuously replayed in He Lang's mind. When Yang Wan said it, he seemed genuinely unconcerned, yet to He Lang, it felt like something lingered in his heart. Just by questioning whether he understood the game or not, could this wound his feelings? Could a grown man in his 20s have such a fragile heart? An image of Yang Wan's calm voice and harmless appearance appeared in He Lang's mind, then he recalled his straightforward brain. Gradually, He Lang's determination began to waver. If it had been him, one couldn't really say for sure, he might already be hiding in some corner crying. But words spoken were like water spilled, expecting him to get up now and chase after the other to apologize was absolutely impossible. He Lang suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and ate 2 bites of cake with a blank expression, yet he didn't even taste what it felt like when the cake melted in his mouth. Beside him, Old Four was slurping milk through a straw, making a loud and annoying sound. He Lang's heart became unsettled by the noise, and he glanced sideways at him with an irritated look. Didn't you have breakfast already? Why are you drinking milk? And how come I never knew that you liked drinking plain milk? Old Four bit down on the straw with a look of bewilderment, explaining vaguely, isn't this just to break the awkwardness? The younger logistics student suddenly interjected with a faint voice, but Senior hasn't had breakfast yet. This breakfast was originally meant for him. He Lang froze momentarily, his voice unintentionally deepening, he didn't have breakfast. The young logistics student shifted his gaze uneasily but responded firmly, no. But, he quickly added, when Senior went to buy coffee, he should have taken care of himself. He Lang didn't let him finish, standing up with an unreadable expression as he held the piece of cake. Old Four looked flustered while still holding the straw in his mouth, too embarrassed to take another bite. With swift movements, He Lang folded the leftover cake and shoved it into Old Four's arms. As the whistle signaling the imminent start of the game sounded in the background, he turned against the flow of people entering the gymnasium and strode out in long strides. When he finally calmed down, he had already walked quite a distance. Slowly realizing his impulsive actions, irritation began to cloud He Lang's features. Shit, it wasn't because he cared to chase after that fool to ensure he bought breakfast. It was simply because he was afraid the fool would hide away without eating, cry until he fainted from low blood sugar, and then end up being picked up by some passerby from Sports University, bringing shame to their school. Chapter 60, Zhuolan. Yang Wan walked slowly, not familiar with the routes of the sports meet yet. Before long, he was caught up by He Lang. Thinking that the other party might have forgotten to mention other requests, Yang Wan intended to remind him that he could just make a phone call. However, he quickly remembered that the other person had already blocked his number long ago. It seemed that the other person would rather come in person than unblock him. With this thought, he said nothing. He Lang glanced down at him, and seeing no negative emotions on his face, his heart eased imperceptibly. The next second, as he met Yang Wan's obviously questioning gaze, he was momentarily stuck, silent for several seconds before explaining in a calm tone, it's too hot outside, I don't feel like drinking coffee anymore. Yang Wan responded with an, oh, still asking politely, what do you want to drink then? He Lang took a step over him and walked ahead, throwing words back without looking behind, I'll know when I see it. Realizing this, Yang Wan came back to his senses and hurriedly chased after him from behind, aren't you going to watch the game? He looked at his phone for the time, the game seems to have already started. I'm not watching anymore, He Lang replied offhandedly. Didn't you come specifically to watch the game? Yang Wan followed beside him, turning his face towards him. He Lang became slightly irritated by his question, turned around, grabbed his wrist, and dragged him forward hastily, you're talking too much. If you walk this slow again, we will really be late. Yang Wan immediately shut his mouth tightly, involuntarily directing his gaze toward the hand He Lang used to grab him. Realizing it himself, He Lang let go as if he had touched something scalding, accelerating his pace and creating some distance between them. Yang Wan did not rush ahead either, always keeping 2 steps behind him, quietly following in his shadow. The two headed to the campus convenience store closest to the gymnasium. Although the supermarket wasn't large, there were plenty of items. He Lang picked up a random drink bottle casually, then with one hand inserted into his pocket, began urging him, hurry up. Yang Wan was stunned for a second, finally remembering that he hadn't eaten breakfast, so he turned around to the refrigerated cabinets to pick up a rice ball and yogurt. The triangular rice ball was held in Yang Wan's hand and wasn't even as big as his palm. He Lang glanced down indifferently. Can such a small portion satisfy your hunger? I can get full with that, Yang Wan replied. He Lang's eyes swept across his 2 thin arms, causing him to furrow his brows instinctively. But then reconsidering, how much or little the other party ate had nothing to do with him, so he tightened his lips and remained silent. Yang Wan took out his phone to send a message to Zhuolan, asking if he wanted any snacks. Zhuolan requested some chips, so Yang Wan circled back to the snack area. He Lang trailed along loosely some distance behind without urging him. While searching for the flavor Zhuolan wanted, coincidentally it was sold out. Standing nearby using his phone, He Lang finally couldn't help himself. Slightly raising his chin, he pointed towards the top shelf. Isn't it right there? Following what he said, Yang Wan lifted his head. There indeed were many bags of chips stacked on the top shelf, showing the flavor Zhuolan wanted. Facing their direction, the bag openings were left open, probably because the staff had not finished restocking yet. Looking around left and right, seeing no signs of staff walking by, hesitating for a few seconds, Yang Wan stretched his toes as high as possible and extended his arms trying to reach the top shelf. But couldn't reach. Standing behind, He Lang chuckled lightly and took 2 steps forward to stand firmly behind him. With an easy expression, he reached upward effortlessly due to his height advantage, but separated by Yang Wan in the middle, he still found himself somewhat far from the shelf. Furrowing his eyebrows, he moved forward a bit, pressing tightly against Yang Wan's back. Yang Wan's soft and dry hair brushed against his chin as he leaned forward unconsciously. A slight tickle spread from his lips, causing He Lang's hand movement to unconsciously pause. Tightening his lips into a straight line, he narrowed his eyes and sniffed gently at Yang Wan's hair top. Feeling his sudden closeness, Yang Wan quietly straightened his spine, lowering his head and daring not to move. However, the figure behind him lingered without making any further moves. Becoming anxious as he waited, Yang Wan couldn't resist tilting his head slightly, softly questioning, have you taken it? An unpredictable emotion dropped from above He Lang's head. No, stop moving. Yang Wan stood still obediently without moving again. He Lang moved his nose, snuffing again towards his hair skeptically. The familiar scent from his memory didn't appear, revealing a touch of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Did you change shampoo? Yang Wan blankly exclaimed, inadvertently turning his face slightly, as if wanting to hear his words more clearly. Not having enough time to retreat, He Lang lowered his head while leaning forward, accidentally brushing his smooth, full forehead with his lips. Both of them froze simultaneously. The next second, He Lang stepped back 2 steps with the chips hooked, his tone seeping with annoyance. Didn't I tell you not to move? Yang Wan obediently hummed in agreement, lowering his head to stare at the ground without saying a word. He Lang's annoyed expression still lingered, but seeing Yang Wan's meek demeanor, he inexplicably lost the urge to scold him. He stepped forward and shoved the chips into Yang Wan's arms. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a slight redness spreading on Yang Wan's forehead, which caused his face to show surprise. Was this delicate skin like Princess Pea's? A mere light brush of his lips had already turned it red. But soon, he realized that the faint blush on Yang Wan's forehead was spreading visibly down his eyelids and cheeks, diffusing across his face and even reaching his pale ears. He Lang watched with a slightly dazed expression, an inexplicable wave of pleasure suddenly flooding through him. When he regained his senses, he forcibly suppressed the upward curl of his lips, looking uninterested as he scoffed under his breath. This fool is actually so pure-hearted. But the accidental brush of lips earlier still startled them both. On their way back to the gymnasium from the supermarket, they maintained a safety distance of 2 or 3 meters between them. Yang Wan clearly seemed distracted. He was still thinking about the cryptic question He Lang asked. The last time he returned clothes to their dormitory, he had just washed his hair. Did He Lang smell the scent of shampoo? The last time he borrowed shampoo from Zhuolan, he only remembered Zhuolan mentioning that it was endorsed by his favorite celebrity. He decided to ask Zhuolan for the online shopping link of the shampoo when he returned. When they reached the gymnasium, the game was not over yet. After sitting back down in the viewing stands, He Lang began chatting with Brother 4 about the match situation. Since Yang Wan didn't know much about basketball and there were empty seats separating him from He Lang, he remained quietly sitting in his seat and unwrapping his rice ball. By the time He Lang noticed that the person to his left had been silent for quite some time and glanced over at Yang Wan, he saw a round grain of rice stuck on his face. His eyebrows arched with complex emotions before he indifferently looked away without warning him. For the rest of the time, instead of the grain of rice sticking to Yang Wan's face, it felt like it was stuck in his heart. While talking with Brother 4, He Lang kept thinking about the grain of rice. Several minutes later, glancing at Yang Wan again, the grain of rice was still there. It seemed Yang Wan hadn't noticed it at all, sipping his yogurt with his eyes cast down. His cheek bulged slightly, making the rice grain on his face even more noticeable. He Lang stared at his bulging cheek for a while, watching it puff up and deflate, then puff up and deflate again. Until finally, Yang Wan noticed something and gazed at him questioningly. With a cool tone, He Lang reminded him, "You have a grain of rice on your face." At this exact moment, someone on their school team made a three-point shot, and their section erupted into cheers and screams, drowning out He Lang's words. Yang Wan blinked, staring at him and asking, "What did you say?" He Lang repeated himself patiently, raising his voice this time. Yang Wan still couldn't hear clearly, involuntarily leaning to the right, gripping the armrest tightly, and opening his eyes wider than before. Seeing his actions, He Lang found it pointless to repeat the sentence and gestured towards his own face with his finger. Confused, Yang Wan raised his hand to touch his face but found nothing. Not knowing what to say, He Lang suppressed the impulse to tease him, frowning as he signaled him with a beckon. Realizing his gesture, Yang Wan leaned out of his seat's armrest, trying to move closer to his direction. He Lang's extended hand paused mid-air. Watching his face about to bump into his hand, Yang Wan quickly tilted his head sideways. Unexpectedly, the other hand pursued and caught him off guard, making him instinctively freeze. He Lang's thumb landed near Yang Wan's face, the warm rough palm swiping heavily across his cheek, wiping away the grain of rice. Yang Wan stiffened his body. The warmth left by He Lang's hand swept rapidly over his entire being. His cheeks burned red. Maintaining a solemn expression, He Lang pulled his hand back. In just a few short seconds, thoughts disappeared from his mind. All that remained was one thing. This idiot's face feels soft, almost like his waist. They both fell into silence without speaking, while students from the several rows behind them suddenly screamed. Those nearby who were playing with their phones reacted instantly, mistakenly assuming their team had scored another goal. They immediately looked up and cheered at the top of their lungs. The cheering once again drowned the entire gymnasium. Both fourth brother and junior Xiao appeared confused as they glanced at the rear row, then also baffledly looked at He Lang and Yang Wan. Realizing no one had scored on the basketball court, those people similarly glanced blankly in the direction of the screaming girls, who were looking toward He Lang and Yang Wan seated in the front row. Realizing something almost immediately, He Lang cursed under his breath and quickly put some distance between himself and Yang Wan, stubbornly fixing his gaze on the basketball court. Until the end of this match, there was no further communication between the two. After both teams had left the court, Yang Wan received a message from Zhuolan. Carrying the chips, he got up to find him in the locker room. When He Lang finished talking with Brother 4 and turned around, Yang Wan, who had been sitting on his left, was already gone. With other schools' matches still ongoing, He Lang and Brother 4 stayed seated in the viewing stands. About 10 minutes later, members of the school team started returning to the audience seats one by one. The last two members in the line chatted happily as they sat down in the row behind He Lang. Their conversation clearly reached his ears, and upon hearing Zhuolan's name mentioned, He Lang unconsciously focused on listening. "Where's the captain?" one of them asked. "The captain is still changing clothes in the locker room," the other replied. "Is Zhuolan also still in the locker room not leaving?" The first speaker lowered his voice. "Could it be that he wants to watch the captain change? I'm starting to suspect, could Zhuolan have taken a liking to our captain?" This person also lowered his voice. "He looks like a gay guy. Be more confident, take out, like," the questioning person clicked his tongue disapprovingly. "I think he's definitely gay, and he must be trying to pursue our captain." By the time these two went on to say anything else, He Lang had already tuned them out. Rising with an oppressive mood, paying absolutely no attention to restraining his emotions, he marched toward the locker room at the back of the court with a scowling face. Zhuolan was lazily resting his leg crossed over the other, eating chips inside the locker room. Yang Wan came but didn't stay long. Soon after, he left to look for the restroom. The captain of the basketball team stood before the desk tidying his bag. After staring at the other's broad shoulder lines twice, Zhuolan looked away satisfied and asked, "Won't you change out of your jersey?" The team captain replied, "No." Disappointed, Zhuolan hummed. He then picked up a chip, feeding it toward the captain's mouth, asking, "Want a chip?" The captain refused without lifting his eyes. "Thanks, I don't eat chips." Unbothered, Zhuolan casually popped the chip into his own mouth, crunching it loudly, continuing to examine the captain's face shamelessly with unrestrained eyes. It was at this moment that the tall, mysterious stranger walked in. This man was good-looking everywhere, better looking than the basketball team captain, superior physique and features alike, but that grimace of his? It was terrible, sour as though he'd swallowed a bomb, storming in and barking, "Where's Zhuolan?" At once interested, Zhuolan abandoned the chips, staring intently at the stranger without saying a word, simply replying, "That's me." "You're him." The handsome angry man's expression darkened even more upon hearing this response. "You're Zhuolan." "Yes," Zhuolan confirmed, puzzled, nodding in confusion. "I'm Zhuolan." The attractive angry man glowered silently, throwing open the door and striding out. Still standing where he was, Zhuolan licked his lips absent-mindedly with his tongue. Fragments of memory suddenly blurred through his mind. This familiar aura of the gentleman, the same explosive grimace, hadn't he seen him somewhere before? Chapter 61, Touching Faces. The restroom was not far from the lounge. After Yang Wan finished using the toilet and returned along the same route to find Zhuolan, he was intercepted by He Lang, who was fuming with anger. He Lang stopped him against the wall in the corridor, looked down at him with eyes locked on his face, and said through gritted teeth, "Are you lying to me again?" Yang Wan didn't understand why but still instinctively tried to explain himself in a hurried and flustered tone. "I haven't lied to you again. What's going on with your name?" He Lang gave an angry laugh mixed with self-deprecating bitterness curling at the corner of his lips. "You're trying to lie to me that you are Zhuolan." Yang Wan blankly stared back at him, clearly having not realized before that He Lang didn't know his real name. "My name is Yang Wan." He paused briefly and couldn't help but add, "I didn't lie to you saying my name was Zhuolan." He Lang confirmed this through his memory. The other person did seem to never have explicitly said it. His expression slightly softened, but thinking about the wrong name he had remembered for 2 months, his mood remained dark. "Who is Zhuolan? And why were you holding his meal card in the cafeteria that day?" "Zhuolan is my roommate. I lost my meal card, so I borrowed his to use," Yang Wan truthfully answered. He Lang was silent for 2 seconds, then asked in a heavy voice, "Which Yang? Which Wan?" Yang Wan softly replied, "Yang as in willow tree, Wan as in wool curl." He Lang momentarily stunned, quickly covering up the emotion at the bottom of his eyes, his gaze lightly sweeping over the curls on top of Yang Wan's head. "How do I know if you aren't lying to me again?" Yang Wan smoothly asked him, "How do you want me to prove it?" Actually, He Lang already believed most of what he had said, leaving aside the fact that Yang Wan had mentioned his nickname during a game. The names, Yang Wan and Zhuolan, obviously made the former much more associated with the person in front of him. But he still stretched his face and made a request, "I want to see your ID." Upon hearing this, Yang Wan looked somewhat troubled. "I don't have my ID on me." He Lang said, "Then we'll take a look once you go back." Yang Wan obediently agreed, "Okay." After the morning match ended, the group went to the Sports University's cafeteria for lunch. He Lang and Lao Si had friends at Sports University, so the two left after watching the match. The basketball team members would only return to school in the evening, and Zhuolan also planned to go back in the evening. Yang Wan received a call from his supervisor and decided to leave after finishing lunch. Zhuolan had no objection, while Song Qing seemed slightly regretful and offered to accompany him to the bus stop near the school entrance. Yang Wan wasn't familiar with Sports University's campus, so he didn't refuse. They walked to the nearest bus stop, where Song Qing once again proposed to wait with him for the bus. Yang Wan hastily shook his head and declined. Before leaving, Song Qing took out his phone and added Yang Wan as a WeChat friend. As they faced each other, looking down and adding each other as friends, He Lang sat in a car parked by the side of the road. From a distance, he saw them walk towards the bus stop, so he flicked his eyelid upwards, and his gaze involuntarily followed. Lao Si was sitting in the passenger seat making a call. With both hands resting on the steering wheel, He Lang absently waited for him. After the call ended, He Lang lightly tapped his fingertips on the steering wheel and turned his face to ask, "What did Xiao Yi say?" "He said we should show up," Lao Si responded. "Then let's go." He Lang started the car, driving slowly along the road while his gaze subtly tilted toward the bus stop by the roadside. Song Qing had already left, leaving only Yang Wan standing by the side of the road waiting for the bus. As the car got closer, Lao Si also noticed Yang Wan at the bus stop. He pointed forward to get He Lang's attention. He Lang then pulled the car over. Taking the cue, Lao Si rolled down the window, sticking his head out and shouting towards where Yang Wan stood, "Why are you here all alone?" Yang Wan focused his sight on Lao Si, walking a few steps in his direction. "I have something to do and need to go back to school earlier." Lao Si showed a disappointed expression. "Too bad we still have things to do, or else we could give you a ride." Before he finished, He Lang's voice interrupted, "What time?" Lao Si shut his mouth and leaned back into the chair, giving them some space to talk. Yang Wan gently exclaimed, not understanding what he meant, "What? At what time do you need to handle your thing?" He Lang turned his face toward him with a cold expression. "It can be done before 6, Yang Wan blinked at his gaze from inside the car. "Get in," He Lang said succinctly. Yang Wan exclaimed again. "Get in first," He Lang urged impatiently. "You can't stay here because parking isn't allowed at the bus stop." Without further words, Yang Wan opened the rear door and bent to get in. He Lang started the car, smoothly merging into the traffic flow ahead. Seeing that he seemed to have no intention of explaining, Lao Si turned back from the front passenger seat and said, "We are also going back to school, but before we return, we need to go somewhere else first. You may need to wait for us for half an hour." Yang Wan sat quietly in the back and replied, "Okay." He Lang then drove to their usual private club. There was a birthday gathering there today, and Lao Si had bought 2 birthday presents yesterday which were still lying on the back seat. He Lang wasn't close with the person celebrating the birthday and didn't want to see Liao Chang'an, so he hadn't planned to attend, intending to entrust someone else with delivering the gifts. It wasn't until Xiao Yi called earlier that He Lang stopped declining, deciding to make a brief appearance with Lao Si before leaving. The car drove for about half an hour, during which Yang Wan sat silently in the back seat without making any sound. Half an hour later, they arrived at the club where the parking attendant was already waiting by the entrance. As He Lang and Lao Si got out of the car, they noticed the rear door remained motionless. He Lang had to walk back to open the door. After opening the door, he saw Yang Wan curled up on the back seat, sleeping. For some inexplicable reason, He Lang didn't wake him up but instead silently closed the car door after stepping out, turning to the parking attendant and saying, "I'll park the car myself, you don't need to worry about it." Lausi looked puzzled, standing a few steps away and asking, "What's wrong?" He Lang didn't answer him, merely maintaining his usual expression as he looked at Lausi. "Go upstairs first. I'll join you after I've parked the car." Lausi didn't press further, turning to disappear inside the club's main entrance. He Lang bent back into the driver's seat and drove the car into the club's underground parking lot. After parking the car, he got out and opened the rear door, his eyes directly sweeping across the seat. The gift bag was placed on Yang Wan's left side, while He Lang was now on the right. Yang Wan's whole body faced away from him, leaning to the right. If He Lang needed to retrieve the gift bag from this side, he would have to cross over Yang Wan first. Frowning slightly, He Lang didn't hesitate, turning around to the car's right side, bending down and entering the vehicle. With one hand supporting himself on the seat, he reached out with the other to grab the gift paper bag. Before his hand touched the bag, his gaze sharply caught sight of Yang Wan's sleeping face up close. His head hung low, half of his cheek pressed against the seat back, his eyes tightly shut, lips forming an obedient curve, his face and nose slightly flushed from sleep. He Lang stared at him for a moment. After regaining awareness, his emotions became complex and subtle as he retracted his gaze and reached out to hook the handle of the gift bag. However, the bag didn't budge despite his tugging. Looking up, He Lang realized the corner of the bag was trapped beneath Yang Wan. Frowning even deeper, he adjusted his position, sitting next to Yang Wan. Turning sideways, he grabbed the bag and slowly pulled outward. The lower part of the bag gradually came out from under Yang Wan, who slowly tilted toward the direction of He Lang's pull. Immediately ceasing his movements, He Lang carefully glanced at Yang Wan's face. He continued to sleep deeply, showing no signs of waking up. Letting out a sigh of relief unconsciously, He Lang's facial features tensed up. Cautiously, he extended a hand to support Yang Wan's body while using the other to gently move the bag away. Yang Wan's body didn't lean outward, his breathing sounds reaching He Lang's ears were still steady and light. After pulling the bag free, He Lang let go of his support and turned to step out of the car. Suddenly, a soft scraping sound came from behind him. He Lang paused, retracting his leg mid-step and looking to the side. Yang Wan's fluffy-haired head nodded slightly, and the half-cheek pressing against the backrest slowly slid down unknowingly. Eventually, it dropped to a fully unsupported position. Without the support of the backrest, his head fell directly towards He Lang. For a moment, He Lang's breath hitched, startled like facing a grand adversary, as he dropped the bag and quickly extended his hands to catch Yang Wan's tilting head. Yang Wan's soft and warm cheek brushed against his fingers, resting into his dry palm. He Lang froze abruptly, the hands holding his face lingering without withdrawing. Amidst his restlessness, he found himself uncontrollably brushing his fingers over Yang Wan's face. Chapter 62, Means. Yang Wan, who was sleeping, seemed to have sensed something. His eyeballs rolled under his eyelids and he was about to wake up. He Lang quickly withdrew his hands, adjusted his expression, and sat still beside Yang Wan. Yang Wan's head, which had abruptly risen, slumped against the seat, waking him instantly. He got up from the couch with both hands and looked at He Lang in confusion. "Have we arrived?" He Lang, holding a gift-filled paper bag, said with dissatisfaction in his tone, "You've pressed my stuff." Yang Wan touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. "Sorry, I fell asleep." No further words were exchanged as He Lang got out of the car, glanced down at Yang Wan who was still seated inside. "Do you want to wait here, or come up with me?" Yang Wan glanced around the unfamiliar parking lot, not knowing where he was or what He Lang was about to do. Nonetheless, he politely responded, "I'll wait for you here." He Lang remained silent, raising a hand to close the rear door, carrying the bag towards the elevator. He didn't walk far before hesitating, stopping momentarily, looking back at where he had parked his car. The window on his side hadn't been lowered. Yang Wan sat quietly inside, making no sound at all. Unable to resist, He Lang returned, opened the rear door, bending down to Yang Wan inside. "Get out. It's inconvenient for me to lock the car with you sitting inside." Yang Wan followed suit and stepped out of the car, spotting the nearby security booth, turned to He Lang, "Then I'll wait for you in the security booth." He Lang passed by him with the car keys hooked on his finger, said without looking back, "Come up with me." Startled, Yang Wan realized what was happening and hurried to catch up. Both of them took the elevator upstairs to a private room. There were about 10 people inside. Some were singing, others playing pool next door, and the rest drinking alcohol at the bar. He Lang pushed the door open, and Yang Wan followed, closing it behind them. The group at the bar rose and gathered around. He Lang casually handed the gift over to Lao Si, instructing him to pass it on to the birthday boy. Before long, the group crowded him towards the bar. Unmindful of whatever they were saying near his ear, He Lang turned around and noticed Yang Wan standing there, seemingly unsure where to go. Pushing aside those surrounding him layer by layer, he turned and signaled Yang Wan to come closer with a wave of his hand. Yang Wan hesitated for a second then walked over. It was only then that this group noticed he brought along a friend. Without reservation, they immediately grabbed Yang Wan's shoulders, chattering away and pushing him forward. However, He Lang frowned and without hesitation slapped off the hand on Yang Wan's shoulder. These men were used to roughhousing with each other. Slapping one hand away just meant another would try again. Growing somewhat irritable watching this unfold, He Lang simply pulled Yang Wan close to himself, raising an arm to drape it around his shoulder. Yang Wan's spine tensed slightly, unconsciously softening his breathing, trying his best to avoid any collision or friction between his back and He Lang's chest. But even after sitting down on the sofa, He Lang's hand on his shoulder did not let go. Yang Wan began to feel uncomfortable, worried He Lang might notice his odd behavior. He attempted to shift his shoulder, wanting to squirm out from under He Lang's arm. He Lang, engaged in conversation with someone else, became aware of this subtle movement. Though his face showed no emotion, the hand resting on Yang Wan's shoulder did not loosen but rather tightened, causing Yang Wan stiffen back to press tightly against his chest. At once, He Lang's breath and warmth washed over him, turning Yang Wan's earlobes red and hot. Fortunately, the dim light in the private room conveniently masked the change happening on his ears. Someone handed He Lang a drink from Yang Wan's side. With one hand still pressing down on Yang Wan, He Lang leaned towards his direction, stretching the other hand over Yang Wan's body to receive the glass. As their distance grew shorter, He Lang's side face grazed past Yang Wan's own face, their breathing briefly crossing paths. At the moment he caught the glass, He Lang suddenly turned his face toward him, muttering unhappily, "What are you fidgeting about? Can others touch your shoulders while I can't? Look around, how many people haven't embraced each other?" Just as these words left He Lang's mouth, he straightened his posture with the drink in hand. He didn't drink, instead setting the glass on the table before him. Trying hard to ignore the warm sensation of He Lang's breath brushing against his cheek moments ago, Yang Wan lifted his flushed face to glance around. The group of boys gathered around He Lang indeed clung to each other in pairs, their postures intimate and casual. Sitting among them, neither Yang Wan nor He Lang appeared out of place but were instead more convincingly framed as regular friends with decent relations. Only then did he realize that he was being overly preoccupied and sensitive, worrying that the other person might detect emotions out of the ordinary. Yang Wan stopped moving, allowing He Lang to keep his arm around his shoulders as he sat quietly by his side. The man who had passed He Lang a drink also poured one for Yang Wan. Out of basic courtesy, Yang Wan extended both hands to receive it. His fingers barely touched the body of the glass when He Lang blocked the attempt. "He doesn't drink alcohol." The boy pouring asked, "Then would you prefer Coke or milk?" Yang Wan quickly replied, "Coke." He Lang simultaneously answered, "Milk." Confused, the boy looked at them, "Coke or milk?" They spoke in unison again. Yang Wan said, "Milk." He Lang said, "Coke." Glaring at Yang Wan, He Lang repressed the urge to pinch his cheeks with an annoyed and impulsive frown. "What do you actually want to drink?" Yang Wan slowly blinked before answering, "Milk, thank you." The boy went to the counter to pour him a glass of milk. Holding the cup with both hands, Yang Wan lowered his head and concentrated on drinking his milk. In the meantime, the birthday celebrant ran over from the neighboring room and spoke a few words with He Lang. Keeping in mind the need to send Yang Wan back to school before 6 o'clock, He Lang checked the time and asked Lao Si to call Xiao Yi over from the adjacent room. After Lao Si left, noticing that Yang Wan was still sipping his milk, he could not help but take the cup away from him, placing it back on the table while reminding him sternly, "You don't have to finish it all." Yang Wan softly responded with an "oh" and let out a small belch. The rich aroma of milk immediately filled the air. With slightly drooping eyelids, He Lang followed the sweet scent of milk to his mouth. As expected, there was a noticeable white milk stain around his lips. With the milk smell yet to fully dissipate, it made him a little distracted. He Lang's gaze fell on Yang Wan's lips, moistened and softened by the milk, and he suddenly felt the desire to taste the milk himself. Such thoughts appeared briefly before they were swiftly suppressed. Believing it was the milk stains on Yang Wan's lips causing this, He Lang maintained a blank expression as he reached out to others nearby. "Give me a tissue." Someone stood up and handed him a tissue. Initially intending to toss the tissue to Yang Wan and tell him to clean himself, a sentence halfway through, his peripheral vision landed on Yang Wan's lips that were slightly pursed, triggering the memory of soft touches on his face and waist. Against his will, he ordered, "Turn your face towards me." Unsure why, Yang Wan turned his face toward him. He Lang bent down and pressed the tissue to his lips, carefully wiping along the corners. There was a hint of disdain in his tone. "You didn't even bother to wipe your mouth after drinking milk. If it stains my clothes, you'll take them home and wash them properly before returning them to me." As for Yang Wan, he could no longer focus on the content of what He Lang was saying. Instead, he remained seated in silence, hardly daring to breathe. Initially only intending to casually wipe a few times, but truly upon touching Yang Wan's lips through the tissue, He Lang displayed a focused demeanor even he himself hadn't noticed. Following Yang Wan's lip lines, he meticulously wiped off the milk stains, then gently covered his lips with the tissue again, slowly rubbing against his lower lip. Despite unconsciously reducing the force applied, under He Lang's fingertips, Yang Wan's lips had deformed slightly, creating some shallow lip grooves. Yet these grooves were not unpleasant, they were oddly endearing. Even separated by a layer of tissue, He Lang could distinctly feel how soft Yang Wan's lips were, seemingly akin to his face. Following the pressure exerted by He Lang's fingertips, Yang Wan unconsciously parted his lips slightly, which were already rubbed red and glossy by He Lang. Between his lips, the tips of his teeth peeked through, even revealing. A shadow loomed beside their table, suddenly blocking the light within He Lang's sight. His heart instantly flared with anger as he lifted his eyebrows to scold, "Don't just stand here blocking the light, damn it." That person retreated awkwardly with laughter, the obstructed light quickly falling back into view. But by now, Yang Wan had already tightly closed his mouth. Unsure to what extent his mouth was dirty, needing He Lang to clean it for so long, Yang Wan's heart had been filled with unease since earlier. Unable to bear it any longer, he softly questioned He Lang, "Is it clean yet?" The hand holding the tissue of He Lang froze momentarily. A moment later, he angrily balled up the tissue and tossed it into the trash can, using it as a vent for his frustration. Xiao Yi, arriving from the adjacent billiards room, standing at a distance not far behind the two of them, witnessed the entire process of He Lang hugging Yang Wan's shoulders and cleaning his mouth. Unavoidably, he squeezed his eyes shut. A second later, he reopened them and confirmed that it was indeed Yang Wan's familiar scammer face without error. Stunned wide-eyed, Xiao Yi remained rooted in place for quite some time. Just 2 months ago, he was so angry that he almost sent someone to the hospital, yet here he was 2 months later tenderly wiping someone's mouth. This scammer is truly skilled. A fun fact, He Lang likes soft girls because he thinks every part of a soft girl is, well, soft. Chapter 63, The Watch. After Xiao Yi appeared and informed them that Liao Chang'an would arrive in about half an hour, He Lang became even more unwilling to stay. He pulled Yang Wan up and was ready to leave. Xiao Yi also had to go back to school, so he left with He Lang and the others. When they took the elevator down to the parking lot, he reached out to hook his arm around He Lang's shoulder, deliberately falling behind with He Lang at a slow pace. He lowered his voice and asked, "What's going on between you and him? Aren't you angry anymore?" He Lang replied with a complex mood, "He's explained it." Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows in surprise, "You actually believe what he says? Why shouldn't I?" He Lang retorted calmly. Xiao Yi looked at him meaningfully, then worriedly asked, "Are you bewitched by him?" He Lang immediately showed annoyance and mocked him coolly, "I think it's you who drank until your mind got all messed up." Xiao Yi, with a clear head, saw that he seemed reluctant to talk much and switched his questioning style, "Then why don't you tell me how he explained it to you?" Upon hearing this, He Lang turned his face towards him. Only then did he realize that there were some things that Xiao Yi still didn't know about. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes happily, "Are you sure you want to hear it?" Caught under his gaze, feeling uneasy, Xiao Yi ignored such feelings and nodded matter-of-factly, "Why wouldn't I listen?" In a very good mood, He Lang patted his shoulder, "The root cause of his lying to me actually stems from you." Xiao Yi was somewhat confused by his words, unable to help pointing at himself, "Me? Didn't you forget your ex-girlfriend?" He Lang asked. "Which one?" Xiao Ye's expression was slightly troubled. "With too many exes, that younger female classmate from the Academy of Fine Arts." "The ex in the game?" He Lang scoffed lightly. "Yang Liuxi." Xiao Yi nodded thoughtfully. He Lang looked at him significantly, "Yang Liuxi suspected you of flirting around everywhere, wanting to collect evidence to post about you online. So she made Wulwan use a female account to get close to your secondary character." He couldn't help adding dramatically, "The two of them are indeed roommates in real life." Xiao Yi. "Yang Liuxi is also a man?" he questioned, disbelief evident. He Lang smirked as he passed him, taking long strides forward without answering. Behind him, after about 2 or 3 seconds of silence, Xiao Yi suddenly burst into a stream of curses echoing through the vast parking lot. Seeing this, He Lang's smile broadened and he instantly felt both mentally and physically relaxed and refreshed. On the way back to school, Xiao Yi continued to digest the sudden revelation of the truth of the matter. After being distracted by this, he forgot to find an opportunity to ask He Lang what exactly the relationship between him and Yang Wan was now. He Lang always parked his car in the library parking lot. On their way, they happened to pass by Yang Wan's college laboratory building, where she got out of the car at the roadside and directly headed to the lab. The remaining 2 people followed He Lang to the library. However, today seemed to be unlucky. He Lang drove around the entire parking lot but could not find an available space. The 4th guy, sitting in the back seat, casually reminded him, "Didn't you see the parking spots in front of the lab building where Yang Wan just got out? Anyway, the library isn't far, you might as well park there." He Lang said nothing, turned the car around, and drove back along the same road. Finally, he parked the car in an empty parking spot in front of the experimental building. The 3 got out of the car and walked back to the dormitory. Upon returning, they found old Zhao in the dormitory. He Lang seized him and cleaned the desk and bed, checking personally before letting him leave. Ever since Yang Wan had visited their dormitory last time, each time old Zhao returned to the dormitory, He Lang inevitably grabbed him to clean the dormitory. In the evening, when he and the 4th guy went swimming, around 10 o'clock when they came out of the pool, He Lang suddenly remembered that something he took from a friend at the sports university at noon was still in the trunk of the car. He threw his swimming bag to the 4th guy and walked to the place where he had parked during the day to retrieve it. At this time, the library had already closed, and students who had taken evening classes had all returned to their dormitories. There were only a few people walking on the roads. He Lang walked to the experimental building, took the items, closed the trunk, and was about to leave when he involuntarily glanced up at the upper floors. The whole building was pitch black except for a light still on in the laboratory located in the leftmost room on the 6th floor. He Lang hesitated momentarily, knowing it was unlikely, but remained rooted to the spot for a while. Just at this moment, someone pushed open the door and walked out of the experimental building. His peripheral vision caught the slowly closing door, and when he reacted, he had already quickly entered inside. The elevator used a few seconds ago was still on the first floor. Lang simply pressed the button, entered the elevator, and ascended directly to the 6th floor. After exiting the elevator, he walked toward the laboratory on the far left with the light still on. In the brightly lit corridor, he unexpectedly collided with Yang Wan, who was coming out to throw away garbage. Yang Wan stood frozen in place for a moment before realizing she still had the garbage bag in her hand. She turned and dropped it into the trash can, then looked at Lang standing several steps away with surprise and asked uncertainly, "Are you here to see me?" Lang was momentarily caught off guard by the question. Even he didn't know why he had taken the elevator up. His expression became slightly awkward, and he chose silence, something rare for him. Assuming that Lang wasn't there for her, Yang Wan recalled her own presumptuousness earlier and felt a slight flush on her cheeks. To cover up her changing emotions, she hastily pulled out her phone and glanced at the time, saying, "If you came here for something else, we could meet tomorrow morning." "I'm here to see you," Lang admitted with an air of calm after using the few seconds while Yang Wan's head was down to regain his composure. Quietly, he slipped the watch off his wrist, putting it into his pocket before asking nonchalantly, "I lost my watch. Did you happen to see it today anywhere?" Having said that, he deliberately furrowed his brows and took a few steps forward, lifting his empty wrist for Yang Wan to see. Yang Wan shook her head in confusion, "I haven't seen it anywhere." Seemingly dissatisfied with her answer, Lang pressed her, "Think harder." "Okay," Yang Wan replied without suspicion, turning to point towards the lab. "Could I go inside first and turn off the lights?" Lang nodded slightly, signaling for her to hurry back. Once inside, Yang Wan tidied up the materials and tools on the desk, finished up the remaining work, and switched off the lights before walking out. The truth was, she had already been about to leave when Lang showed up, which is why she came out to take out the trash. Walking side by side toward the elevator, Yang Wan began to think carefully and tried to recall if she had ever seen Lang's watch somewhere else. Her eyes fixed on the ground as she unknowingly fell behind him. Before they reached the elevator door, the sound-activated light suddenly went out quietly, plunging their view into deep darkness. Standing in the enclosed corridor without the help of moonlight, she couldn't even make out Lang's exact position in the dark. Yang Wan quickly stomped her foot on the ground, trying to wake the sound-activated light back up, but the bulb above remained unresponsive. From the darkness, Lang's deep voice sounded, "Stop stomping. The elevator light is also out." Hearing the noise of his footsteps moving, Yang Wan looked ahead and indeed found no red glow within sight. It was then that she realized there might be a sudden power outage. Lang shone the flashlight from his phone toward her, muttering impatiently, "This old campus is really too run down. This is the second time the power has gone out in just a few months." Yang Wan initially looked puzzled. Lang had only moved to this campus this semester, and there had been just one power outage since school started, today. But then memories related to the game came back to her, leaving her unsure how to respond. With his phone shining ahead, Lang approached, "Where are the stairs?" "Let's go down the stairs." Yang Wan quickly took out her own phone to light the way and led him toward the stairwell. The soft circle of light emitted by her phone could barely illuminate the small area around her toes. Though she wore glasses, her night vision was still poor. As soon as they entered the stairwell, Yang Wan, who had been leading at first, gradually fell far behind Lang. Yet she dared not speed up, one hand tightly gripping the handrail and the other holding her phone to light her way. By the time Lang reached the flat landing at the corner, he had to stop and turn around to wait for her, adding a remark, "Turtles would move faster than you." Yang Wan disagreed silently as she watched the steps, countering softly, "Turtles have 4 legs. I don't." Lang. Suppressing the urge to scold him for being unambitious, Lang took 2 steps back, stopping below the stairs, extending a hand to him with his face obscured by the darkness and his tone even. "Hurry up." Seeing the extended hand, Yang Wan's heart suddenly tightened. Without realizing it, he sped up his pace, gradually loosening the grip on the handrail. In the pitch-black and quiet stairwell, only the continuous sound of Yang Wan's footsteps remained, along with his increasingly rapid breathing as his steps quickened. When only 2 or 3 more steps were left, the light and focus in Yang Wan's hand swayed too fast, causing him to mistakenly think these were the final steps. Completely relaxing, he thoughtlessly stepped out with his right foot, heading downwards. The expected level ground did not appear. His soles slid diagonally over the edges of the last 2 steps, and his body, driven by inertia, suddenly leaned backward as he was about to fall. Lang's hand that had been extended in midair quickly passed under his armpit and rested on his back, trying to lift him up and stabilize him. In this situation, though Yang Wan stood higher than him, if the other person fell toward him, Lang was confident he could hold him steady. Yang Wan was barely caught, and with a gentle push against his back, his unsteady body crashed into Lang's arms. Afraid of knocking Lang down, Yang Wan hastily raised his hands to grab onto Lang's arms to maintain his balance. Unfortunately, he didn't grab anything and accidentally slammed his phone into Lang's eyebrow ridge. Caught off guard, Lang grunted softly, closing his eyes as his steps became disordered. Staggering backward under the unexpected weight, he finally fell to the ground. Yang Wan tumbled awkwardly into his embrace. Realizing the situation, he hurriedly discarded his phone and tried to climb off Lang, only for his nose to collide heavily with Lang's chin. Struck by the blow, Lang narrowed his eyes slightly but hadn't even had a chance to say anything before Yang Wan let out a soft cry first. The veins in his forehead twitched, and with a touch of irritability, he demanded in the darkness, "I haven't cried out yet. Why are you crying?" Yang Wan tightly shut his mouth and said nothing more. Realizing his tone wasn't good, he softened it slightly and asked in a stiff manner, "Why did you call out just now? Did you hit somewhere?" Yang Wan paused for 2 seconds before stammering an answer, "Why you didn't shave cleanly." Lang. "Get off me," he sighed in resignation after closing his eyes and gave orders. Yang Wan replied with an, "Oh," and both the hands and feet resting on Lang began to move. However, as soon as his buttocks lifted, he stopped. Yang Wan realized that his knee pressed on Lang's leg seemed to have encountered something hard. Unaware of his abnormality, Lang couldn't help slapping his shoulder, "Can you hurry up?" A round, soft, elastic sensation greeted his palm, which made Lang freeze in place with a face devoid of all expression and his voice cut short. Yang Wan's face and neck burned red with embarrassment, pressing down his lifted buttocks again, looking at Lang helplessly. This act unintentionally highlighted the existence of what was under his knee even more clearly. After a brief moment of numbness, he shifted his knee and started feeling along Lang's leg. Still lost in the sensation in his palm, Lang abruptly snapped back to reality when Yang Wan touched his leg. His eyelids jumped heavily, and he asked sharply, "What are you doing?" Uncertain, Yang Wan kept silent but continued fumbling aimlessly over Lang's leg without responding. Sensing that allowing him to keep touching would lead to uncontrollable and undesirable situations, Lang interrupted harshly, "Stop it." But Yang Wan persisted, even speeding up. The warmth emanating from his palm pressed through the thin summer fabric directly onto Lang's thigh. The muscular lines of Lang's thigh were taut and taut, forming a sharp contrast with Yang Wan's soft palms. Irritated, Lang reached out angrily to grab Yang Wan's wandering hand, blurting out in a rushed voice, "Do you not have ears when I tell you not to touch?" Finally locating the right spot, Yang Wan's hand slipped smoothly like a slippery fish, diving straight into Lang's trouser pocket. Lang froze momentarily, almost forgetting how to breathe for a few seconds. The next second, Yang Wan held the watch he had retrieved from Lang's pocket, looking confused and perplexed as he asked, "Isn't your watch already on you?" Chapter 64, Eating. He remained silent for a long time after his questioning. Lang's face darkened as he snatched the watch from his hand and explained calmly, "Is that so?" "I don't remember." Such words were insufficient to answer Yang Wan's confusion. He tilted his head slightly, but fearing that he would say something astonishing again, Lang hurriedly pushed him away and asked in a deliberately serious tone, "How much longer do you want to sit on me?" Yang Wan's attention was indeed diverted. He blushed bright red as he climbed out of Lang's arms, and squatted down on the ground to look for his phone which had fallen there. However, Lang did not stand up immediately. From the beginning, he had sensed a subtle discomfort. When Yang Wan got out of his embrace, he instead relaxed subtly, waiting for the surging blood flow to calm down before standing up with one hand supporting the ground. Turning around, he noticed Yang Wan seemed still crouching motionlessly on the ground, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Why are you still squatting on the ground? Did your contact lenses fall out again?" Yang Wan kept his head buried, his voice coming from below, "I'm looking for my phone." Lang turned on the flashlight on his phone to illuminate the nearby ground for him. As soon as brightness entered his field of vision, Yang Wan quickly found his phone. Frowning at how slow he was, Lang without saying anything bent down, grabbed his wrist, and pulled him up from the ground. Yang Wan's eyes fell upon the long fingers pressing against his wrist. He softly held his breath, afraid to wake the person in front of him, keeping his wrists limp and unmoving. With one hand, he tried to operate his phone to turn on its light. However, just as he slid the lock screen open, his phone gave a low battery warning that rang loud and clear throughout the quiet staircase. Instead of checking the remaining battery percentage on his phone, Yang Wan immediately shifted his gaze to the wrist that was being gripped. The few fingers pressed against his wrist didn't loosen, rather Lang tilted his head downwards to ask, "Is your phone out of battery?" Yang Wan barely came back to his senses, hastily nodding lightly. Troublesome, Lang clicked his tongue, passing over his phone to him, "Here, take it." Yang Wan obediently accepted it, but wasn't quite sure why he was doing this. "You put your phone away and use mine to light the way," Lang said. Yang Wan's expression was slightly hesitant. "What about you?" "Me?" Lang looked at him incredulously under the dim light. "Isn't it obvious that you should also shine the light on me? Or do you plan to hog my phone all by yourself?" After finishing his sentence, he dragged his wrist and steadily moved towards the stairs ahead. Being dragged behind him, Yang Wan faithfully raised the phone high to illuminate their way along the stairwell path. Occasionally, his peripheral vision would sweep past the hand that Lang used to drag him along, sensing the faint warmth spreading from his wrist area. Even his breathing dared not become too heavy. He had never experienced a day like today, where the stairway during a power outage felt so short-lived. In merely a few moments of absent-mindedness, they had already descended from the 6th floor to the 1st. After the power cut, the laboratory building's main gate couldn't be opened either. Trapped inside the lab building, they were just about to call someone when electricity returned to the school. They successfully exited the lab building and took the same route back to the campus, then parted ways at the middle of the rear dormitory gate road. By now, it had surpassed the dormitory curfew timing. He Lang stood on the steps outside, calling the fourth roommate to get the dorm supervisor auntie to come open the door. A few minutes later, the fourth roommate called him back, saying the supervisor auntie was taking a bath, and he might have to wait another 20 minutes. Lacking patience to simply wait, He Lang slowly strolled out from the dormitory rear gate and walked to the roadside vending machine to buy a drink. Young Won, who had been watching from the balcony after going upstairs, saw him enter but soon come out again. After standing on the balcony for a while, it seemed he thought of something, turned around and quickly went into the dorm to grab his ID card, then ran downstairs from the dormitory. When he appeared at the intersection, He Lang was standing with his hands in his trouser pockets, leaning forward and staring intently at the items in the vending machine as if considering what drink would be good to consume. Young Won involuntarily slowed his footsteps, silently walking over until he stopped behind him. Noticing the black shadow falling near his feet, He Lang turned around. Seeing Young Won's face, he indifferently withdrew his gaze and asked, "What's wrong? Are you looking for me?" Young Won nodded, but his attention was drawn by the vending machine in front of him. "Do you want to buy a drink?" He Lang chuckled derisively. "Isn't this something everyone can obviously see?" Instead of getting angry, Young Won actually lifted his head and smiled at him. "What would you like to drink?" "It's on me." As if blinded by the smile on his face, He Lang stiffened his features and turned his head away. "Do I need your treat?" Young Won sincerely replied, "As a token of gratitude for giving me a ride back this afternoon." He Lang's expression did not improve, but rather became even more displeased. "I drove you back, and you're going to placate me with a few bucks worth of drinks?" Young Won was at a loss for words, opening and closing his mouth without knowing how to make him happy. Eventually, he tentatively asked, "Then would you like me to treat you to a meal?" He Lang paused slightly, neither agreeing nor refusing, glancing lightly at the vending machine as if he hadn't taken his word seriously. Seeing that he hadn't refused outright, Young Won felt some joy bubbling up and boldly followed up, "What do you feel like eating?" He Lang pressed the button beside the vending machine and scanned the QR code on his phone to pay, seemingly ignoring his question completely. Frustrated, Young Won had to try another approach. "Can you handle spicy food?" A beverage rolled down from the shelf, but He Lang didn't immediately bend down to pick it up. Instead, he finally turned around as if deigning to look at him and furrowed his brows, saying sharply, "You don't even know if I can eat spicy food or not, and yet you want to invite me out for dinner." His tone seemed to suggest that he was struggling to suppress his annoyance. Young Won fell silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly remembered something. While gaming before, they seemed to frequently report what they ate for dinner to each other. Feeling both ashamed and guilty, he shut his mouth and began searching his mind for popular restaurants near the school. Seeing his delayed response, He Lang mistakenly thought he truly forgot, causing a sudden surge of unnamed anger within him. He didn't even want to retrieve the drink sitting at the pickup slot, wrapping himself in low pressure as he turned abruptly and strode toward the dormitory area in large steps. Young Won blinked, momentarily puzzled by the emotions radiating from He Lang. Hurriedly, he bent down to pick up the bottle of drink and rushed forward to hold on to He Lang, frantically explaining, "I remembered, it's just you're not angry, right?" At hearing the latter part of his sentence, He Lang's somewhat softened expression hardened again into frustration, pulling Young Won along while demanding an explanation. "Which I saw me getting mad? Am I supposed to get mad over such a trivial matter?" Young Won obediently lowered his head, hesitating for a while before lifting it cautiously to glance at He Lang's face once more. Then, in a hushed voice, he said quickly, "Both my eyes." He Lang was momentarily speechless. His temper flared, nearly cursing under his breath. Young Won couldn't explain why, but he found He Lang's current state somewhat adorable. Struggling hard to control his own facial expressions, his tiny dimple inadvertently gave him away. Enraged, He Lang yanked him close. "Why are you smiling?" With innocent-looking blinks, Young Won skillfully avoided answering by changing the subject. "So, when will you be free?" He Lang narrowed his gaze dangerously, locking it on his face. This idiot had learned how to change the subject when around him. He let out a cold snort inwardly, replying nonchalantly, "The night after tomorrow." Young Won's eyes lit up instantly. "So the night after tomorrow." He Lang crossed his arms, glaring down at him condescendingly, deliberately cutting him off harshly. "Even though I'm free that night, I never said I'd agree to have dinner with you." Those bright, dark eyes of Young Won visibly dimmed within seconds, disappointment brimming and spilling over from his gaze, saturating the night air. Even He Lang noticed this shift unmistakably. Being pierced by Young Won's forlorn gaze, he too felt a subtle sense of heaviness creep into his chest and an unconscious wave of regret. He didn't know what to say, so instead, he chose to awkwardly redirect the topic. "You haven't told me yet, why did you come down here looking for me?" Young Won quickly recovered his composure, taking out his ID card and honestly handing it over. "I promised to show it to you." He Lang's expression flickered slightly, clearly surprised that Young Won took his casual request so seriously. After a brief silence, he reached out and casually glanced over the ID card twice. Then his eyes instinctively lingered. The photo on the ID was likely taken when he was 16 or 17 years old. Back then, Young Won's hair was cropped short, the bangs over his forehead uneven, his round, black eyes staring innocently straight ahead, appearing pure and young. He Lang's Adam's apple moved slightly as he stared at the photo, lost in thought. Standing nearby, Young Won grew increasingly curious and strange. A moment later, he finally couldn't resist asking, "Have you finished checking?" He Lang snapped out of it, stuffing the ID card back into his hands in a somewhat cover-up manner, gruffly responding, "Of course, I'm done already." Yang Wan believed him without suspicion, simply uttering an "oh," and said no more. Neither did He Lang speak. With his hands in his pockets, he remained silent, averting his gaze elsewhere. The sudden ringing of the phone broke the silence between the two. He Lang took out his phone to answer it. Lao Si's voice came clearly from the other end. "Lang Go, aunt in charge of dormitories has finished her shower. Come back to the dormitory now." He Lang replied in a low and brief tone, then hung up. Lao Si spoke loudly enough for Yang Wan to hear clearly through the phone. He handed the drink he had been holding back to He Lang, stepped slowly backward twice, and looked up at him saying, "I should head back too." He Lang furrowed his brows lightly but remained silent as he watched him. Already used to his lack of reply, Yang Wan finally gave him a smile before turning around and walking back. He Lang couldn't help calling him from behind. His frown deepened unconsciously. "Is there nothing else you want to say to me?" Yang Wan stopped his steps. After much thought, he shook his head with an uncertain look. "No, that's all." He Lang's face turned unpleasant. "Then you go ahead." Having said that, without waiting for Yang Wan to turn around, he stormed off in the opposite direction angrily. Unable to read his mind, Yang Wan stood there stunned for a moment. Ultimately, he decided not to chase after him and continued walking towards his own dormitory area. He hadn't gone far when hurried footsteps grew closer behind him. The sound of those heavy steps suggested the owner was agitated with frustration. The next second, someone rushed forward and tightly grabbed hold of Yang Wan's arm. He Lang stood behind him and cursed under his breath, "If you don't tell me the exact time and place, how am I supposed to show up the night after tomorrow?" Chapter 65, Relationship. Yang Wan had made an appointment with him, and the day after tomorrow evening he would be treated to dinner at a Hunanese restaurant near the school. Although He Lang casually promised with his words, he kept this thing in mind. Therefore, on the next day, when Old Chen proposed to treat them to dinner, the time coincided with the dinner Yang Wan invited him. Without hesitation, He Lang said, "You go, I have something tomorrow evening." Old Chen was unhappy when he called him. "Last time you were invited to dinner, you said you had something. This time you are invited, you still say you have something." He Lang had long forgotten the last event, but after being reminded by Old Chen, he remembered that the reason he didn't go for dinner last time seemed to be because of Yang Wan. He explained vaguely over the phone, "I have to dine with someone else tonight, I will find you next weekend." "Alright then," Old Chen finished and hung up the phone. He Lang refused the dinner arranged by Old Chen and emptied out his schedule for the evening. However, it never crossed his mind that the person who would eventually stand him up would be Yang Wan. This matter stemmed from an alumnus lecture earlier that morning. Zhou Xian's company had recently donated a batch of experimental instruments to the school, and as an alumnus, he was invited back to the school to give a speech to the students. Whenever Zhou Xian returned to school, he would definitely meet up with Yang Wan, so he invited Yang Wan to have lunch together. Yang Wan agreed nicely. But when they came out from the studio hall at noon, the school leaders proposed having dinner with him. Also participating in the dinner were some old professors who once taught him, making it hard for Zhou Xian to refuse. So he could only call Yang Wan and ask to postpone the planned meal until the evening. Yang Wan was to invite He Lang for dinner in the evening, and reluctantly opened his mouth, saying, "I also have an appointment with others tonight." "Who? Someone more important than me?" Zhou Xian was somewhat unhappy. "It's rare for me to visit the school, yet you're planning to have dinner with someone else." Yang Wan spoke vaguely, "A friend I met in the school." "You can always meet friends from school, but I am leaving on business soon after returning today." Zhou Xian let out an unsatisfied huff. "We haven't seen each other for several months now. You really aren't going to have dinner with me?" Upon hearing this, Yang Wan's thoughts wavered immediately. After hesitating for a moment, he agreed to Zhou Xian's proposal. In the laboratory in the afternoon, he borrowed a classmate's phone to call He Lang. He Lang was in the dormitory at the time, preparing to take a shower before heading out that evening. Seeing a strange number on his phone, he picked up without much thought, placing it against his ear and asking, "Who is this?" After several months, upon hearing He Lang's familiar voice again through the phone, Yang Wan was so nervous that he couldn't utter a word for a moment. He Lang's expression paused momentarily, suddenly enlightened by intuition, and strangely opened his mouth. "Yang Wan." Yang Wan came back to his senses and hastily responded, "It's me." He Lang lowered the phone and confirmed it was a strange call displayed on the screen. The oddity in his tone increased. "Could it be that your phone number given to me is fake?" "No, it's real," Yang Wan hurriedly explained, then fell silent for a short while, gently reminding him, "Didn't you already block all my contacts?" He Lang also recalled this fact, furrowing his brows and saying, "You hang up first, then call back in 2 minutes using your own phone." Yang Wan replied, "Okay." After hanging up the call, He Lang removed the number from his blacklist. Upon seeing the name marked several months ago as Little Spy, he hesitated in his actions. Not knowing why, he finally changed the label to Little Liar. Yang Wan quickly called back, but brought news He Lang did not want to hear. "I have to see an important friend tonight. Can we push back the dinner plan to tomorrow?" He Lang abruptly froze, comprehending what was implied in the other party's words, instantly overwhelmed by immense disappointment and disparity. His mood deteriorated significantly, anger rising within his chest. Recalling how just 2 nights before outside the dormitory district on the road, he had put aside his pride to stop Yang Wan and asked about the time and location for the dinner, He Lang became increasingly furious. When he spoke again, he was already brimming with anger. The one who promised to treat me to dinner was you, the one who stood me up was also you. Do you think playing around with me is fun? Before Yang Wan could make any explanation, He Lang grew angrier the more he thought about it, ultimately reaching his boiling point, scoffing out loud, do whatever you like then. Apologies from Yang Wan reached through the phone, I'm sorry. He Lang didn't want to hear his voice, irritably hanging up, tossing the towel in his arms onto the chair, even neglecting to take a shower, pacing around the dorm room in frustration, trying hard to calm the surging emotions within. Outside the laboratory, Yang Wan held his phone in hand, lowering his head to look at the call that had been hung up on the screen, feeling lost and powerless. Did he get mad? What should he do to make the other person not be angry anymore? Yang Wan blinked his eyes, furrowed his eyebrows deeply with concern and worry. A few hours later that evening, Yang Wan met Zhou Xian with this troubling thought. The other party didn't choose a place too far away but selected a Hunanese restaurant near the school, which was the very same Hunanese restaurant where Yang Wan planned to take He Lang for dinner. Zhou Xian had changed from his daytime suit and shirt into casual clothes like those of students in the school. When they appeared at the Hunanese restaurant, it did not attract much attention from others. However, what Yang Wan hadn't expected was that He Lang was also dining here with friends. He Lang was seated at a 4-person booth by the aisle. His friend was looking down at the menu, while He Lang lazily played with his phone. As he noticed Yang Wan and an unfamiliar man approaching, first his expression paused slightly, then his gaze turned indifferent as it met Yang Wan's face. Zhou Xian had already walked past their table. Yang Wan, walking behind him, involuntarily paused his steps, glancing at He Lang and mouthing something as if wanting to speak. But He Lang showed no expression and turned his face away, leaving Yang Wan with a cold and rigid profile. Yang Wan opened his mouth again but closed it, belatedly realizing that the other party seemed still upset. Silently, Yang Wan passed by without saying anything. Hearing the gradually fading footsteps, He Lang suppressed the impulse to look back. He glanced down at the menu in old Chen's hand nearby and teasingly raised his eyebrows. Why so many bottles of white wine? Did you argue with your girlfriend? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, old Chen immediately frowned and said, exactly, I had an argument. The opposing teammates Laosi and Xiaoyi both lifted their heads. It looked like old Chen wasn't planning on treating them to dinner, instead, he wanted them to drink with him. Laosi put his game on pause and originally intended to ask old Chen why he argued with his girlfriend, but just as he raised his eyes, a glimpse out of the corner of his eye caused him to freeze in place. Xiaoyi followed his line of sight and asked curiously before nodding his chin towards He Lang, isn't that the person who stood you up tonight? Guessing they were referring to Yang Wan, He Lang answered indifferently without turning around, that's him. Laosi's stupefaction hadn't fully dissipated yet, what's he doing eating here too? Why should we care? He Lang acted as if he didn't care, grabbing his phone and controlling his character in the game for him. Old Chen knew about He Lang being stood up by the person who was supposed to treat him to dinner. But since he hadn't seen Yang Wan before, he stretched his neck backward now to look around, asking at the same time, who is it? Laosi discreetly pointed with his lips toward Yang Wan's silhouette, the one facing us from the 2-person table. Friend of He Lang? Old Chen turned back casually and asked. Not exactly, Laosi hesitated for a second, uncertain how to define his relationship with He Lang, and simply told everything about Yang Wan inviting He Lang to dinner. Xiaoyi seemed quite interested and leisurely commented, just giving someone a ride becomes a reason for dinner, seems like a pretty decent guy. He Lang neither agreed nor disagreed. He cast his eyes down on the game on his phone, deciding not to join their conversation. However, Laosi suddenly had an idea and softly clapped his hands together, come to think of it, the cake delivery Lang Gu received the other day, wasn't that ordered by him? He also sent cake. Old Chen also became curious, is there any left? Laosi began counting with his fingers, he washed Lang Ji's clothes. Last time in the sports university gymnasium, when he himself hadn't eaten breakfast, he went to buy coffee for Lang Gu. Oh yeah, Laosi narrowed his eyes trying to remember, once when we came out of the swimming pool, he followed us to the back street and sent us some bubble tea. Did he give a reason? Old Chen asked pensively. It seems all to thank Lang Gu, Laosi answered while propping his chin. Old Chen quietly sucked in a breath and exclaimed while patting his thigh, holy cow, this strategy sounds oddly familiar. Laosi looked at him curiously, even Xiaoyi pulled himself away from the game, raising his head to interject, what strategy? I used the exact same method when I pursued my girlfriend a few years ago, Old Chen replied seriously. Xiaoyi instantly dragged out his tone, your point is. Old Chen declared conclusively, he's pursuing He Lang. Xiaoyi nodded thoughtfully while Laosi was utterly stunned trying to digest this news. As for He Lang, his fingers twitched sharply, causing the ultimate move in the game to miss its mark entirely. He had long suspected that Yang Wan liked men, but he hadn't yet obtained strong evidence. Hearing what Old Chen said, though his facial expressions remained calm, his heart suddenly bubbled like holding a fish underneath, emitting tiny bubbles. Each little bubble hid inexplicable joy that bubbled up. Although barely noticeable, it influenced his entire mood. Gradually, without his awareness, certain events related to him began spiraling out of control. For example, he couldn't focus on the game right now, and no matter how hard he tried to suppress it, the corner of his mouth continued to rise involuntarily. Old Four looked at him hesitantly before asking, Lang Gu, what are you smiling about? He Lang's expression paused for a moment, and when he raised his head again, his demeanor had returned to normal. It even appeared somewhat irritable. When did I smile? Don't talk nonsense. Old Four glanced at him strangely but said nothing more. Xiao Ye's mind worked faster. On top of having witnessed He Lang wiping Yang Wan's mouth that day in the club, he decided to probe carefully, saying abruptly, he has been here for so long, yet you haven't even glanced behind once. You don't know where he's sitting, do you? Without missing a beat, He Lang retorted with an unfazed face, wherever he wants to sit is none of my business. Xiao Yi lowered his voice, asking, don't you even want to know who that man he came to dinner with is? He Lang scowled slightly, isn't it just an important friend of his? He spoke nonchalantly, yet as he mentioned the word important, his molars ground against each other unconsciously. At this point, a waiter came over with drinks. Xiao Ye's eyes swept past the waiter toward the direction where Yang Wan sat. After the waiter left, he let out a soft sigh, gazing silently at Yang Wan's direction. Still seated motionlessly on the couch, He Lang had known Xiao Yi for many years. Whenever the latter showed a tiny sign, He Lang could instantly grasp his intentions. This time was no different. He Lang watched him silently for a while, then dismissed his attempt with a derisive snort, you don't have to try me like this, They're getting closer. Xiao Yi helpfully pointed out. He Lang furrowed his eyebrows slightly, it's none of my business. He touched Yang Wan's hand, Xiao Yi smirked, his name is Yang Wan, isn't it? He Lang's jawline tightened, irrelevant to me. Xiao Yi opened his mouth for the third time, then suddenly faltered. In the half-second pause, He Lang, already exasperated, put down his phone, didn't I already say, whatever he does is none of my concern. It doesn't seem quite right. Straining his eyes to see clearly from this angle, Xiao Yi interrupted him again, somewhat uncertainly, just now. I think he actually kissed him. Boom. He Lang felt like his mind exploded. He stood up furiously and grabbed a bottle of liquor from the table. Chapter 66, Compensation. Unexpectedly, He Lang turned his head and saw Yang Wan standing behind him. The latter was startled by his action of holding the wine bottle and instinctively stepped back. Realizing instantly, he understood that Xiao Yi was deliberately deceiving himself. The veins on his temple were slightly twitching, but his face appeared calm as if nothing had happened. He opened the bottle of wine in his hand, leaned down to pick up the glass in front of Xiao Yi, poured him a full cup, then put it heavily back on the table. With clenched teeth, he said word by word, drink it. Xiao Yi struggled hard not to laugh, calmly picked up the glass, and started drinking with an ease. Only after this did He Lang put the bottle back on the table, turn his head, frown, and ask Yang Wan, what's up? Aren't you having dinner with your important friend? Yang Wan couldn't help explaining to him, I'm sorry, he's my university roommate, and he's usually very busy, so I thought. Alright, stop talking. He Lang seemed reluctant to hear his explanation, and dismissively gestured at him, go eat your own dinner. Yang Wan said, oh, discreetly looked up to check his expression, and then walked away. He Lang indeed wasn't interested in hearing it, but this time it had nothing to do with Yang Wan, it was his own issue. He sat heavily back on the couch with a grave expression, and repeatedly replayed the actions he'd just taken in his mind. Though fully aware that Xiao Yi was trying to trick him, he still heatedly rushed into the trap. He Lang noticed that his behavior was unusual and realized that there was something seriously wrong with him. However, where exactly the problem lay eluded him even after he had mulled it over with narrowed eyes again and again. In the end, not only did he fail to figure it out, but he also ended up with a belly full of resentment. With a face as grim as water, He Lang started drinking. Old Chen beside him watched in astonishment. After a long pause, he turned around and asked the two people sitting opposite, I'm getting confused. Was the person who quarreled with his girlfriend me or him? Old Four actually didn't understand either, but since He Lang could drink well, he didn't say anything. Xiao Yi laughed once and nonchalantly said, isn't this great? There's someone to accompany you for drinks. Old Chen's expression suddenly became clear as he closed his mouth and also grabbed the glass to pour some wine for himself. Yang Wan and Zhou Xian had a meal together. Zhou Xian still had to go home that night to prepare before heading out on a business trip and didn't have time to stay behind to take a walk or reminisce with Yang Wan. With too many students on this street, the driver couldn't drive inside, parking instead at the intersection. He hooked Yang Wan's shoulder and walked toward the store exit, saying, will you see me off to the intersection? Yang Wan didn't refuse, sure. Zhou Xian joked with him again, then why don't you send me all the way home, and I'll have the driver bring you back. After hesitating for a second, Yang Wan firmly shook his head, no, I have something tonight. What's so important? Zhou Xian raised an eyebrow. Hesitating, Yang Wan spoke, I didn't go to dinner with my friend, so now he's very angry. Zhou Xian was speechless for a moment. After reflecting for a while, he tightened his arm around Yang Wan's neck, and a glint of mockery appeared in his eyes. Wan, found yourself a girlfriend? Yang Wan's face turned red as fire, and he quickly denied it, no. Zhou Xian suspiciously stared at his red face for a long time. Unfortunately, Yang Wan tended to blush easily, and Zhou Xian failed to detect any clues from his face after staring for a long time. When they arrived at the intersection, Zhou Xian bid farewell to him and got into the car. As he watched the car disappear from his sight, Yang Wan then turned around and went back. He Lang and the others were still sitting in the Hunanese restaurant. On the table were already quite a few empty wine bottles, most of which had been consumed by Old Chen. At this point it was evident that Old Chen had drunk quite a lot, hugging the wine bottle and leaning on the table, calling out incoherently to his girlfriend. Xiao Yi returned after paying the bill, and together with Old Four, helped Old Chen up from his seat and left the restaurant to hail a taxi for him. During these few minutes when the three of them left, Yang Wan also returned to their dining spot. It was too dark on the road at night, and Yang Wan, preoccupied with He Lang's anger, didn't notice the three people waiting by the roadside, so he directly entered the restaurant. He Lang had neither overdrunk nor stayed completely sober, although there was a noticeable buzz, his mind was still clear. Sitting on the sofa, he was looking down at his phone, waiting for Xiao Yi and Old Four to return. Yang Wan stopped by the aisle next to him. Sensing the dimming light within his field of vision, He Lang looked up from his phone and upon recognizing him, sneered with surprise, "Didn't you just cuddle and embrace with your important friend and leave? Why come back?" The alcohol was somewhat affecting and numbing his brain, just like now, where He Lang's words clearly became unrestrained. Yet, he himself hadn't sensed this problem at all and even absent-mindedly furrowed his brows in thought, wondering why the wine tasted sour in his mouth. Yang Wan softly defended himself, there was no cuddling or embracing, just a regular shoulder grab. He Lang, displeased, slapped the table and said, "To me, grabbing shoulders equals cuddling and embracing. Don't try to argue with me about it." "Alright," Yang Wan obediently stopped arguing. He Lang's mood, however, didn't improve a bit, instead, the sourness in his mouth grew stronger. He reached for the water pot on the table. Yang Wan moved faster and picked up the pot, poured him a glass of water, and then glanced at the neatly lined up empty wine bottles on the table. Thinking that all these were consumed by He Lang, Yang Wan furrowed his brows in concern, "It's not good for your health to drink so much alcohol." After drinking the water, He Lang sarcastically remarked without any courtesy, "You sure do mind your own business." Yang Wan kept quiet and looked around, "Where are your friends?" He Lang originally wanted to say they would be back soon, but when the words reached his lips, he inexplicably said, "They're gone." "Gone?" Yang Wan looked surprised, "How will you get home alone?" He Lang's tone was impatient, "I have legs, don't I?" Yang Wan said nothing and started to look around again. Suddenly, He Lang lifted his face with his hand resting on the table and abruptly pulled Yang Wan toward himself. Taken by surprise, Yang Wan tumbled down onto the edge of the sofa as He Lang leaned closer with one hand propped against the sofa, staring at Yang Wan's face from up close for a while. After that, he slightly squinted his eyes and said something, allowing a strong smell of alcohol to spray on Yang Wan's face, "I'm not drunk." Yang Wan's tense facial expression relaxed instantly, recalling how many times the other party had avoided physical contact with him. When He Lang was sober, he would never voluntarily come this close. "You're drunk," Yang Wan softly reminded him. An intolerably irritated denial escaped He Lang's lips, "I am not drunk." Yang Wan stood up and said, "I'll send you back to the dormitory." He extended his arms and hugged He Lang's arm, helping him rise from the sofa. The warmth from Yang Wan gradually permeated He Lang's skin surface, making He Lang perceive the soft and dry palm heart of Yang Wan. Consequently, his facial expression mysteriously became peaceful. Yang Wan dragged his arm, supporting He Lang who was taller than him, and walked out of the shop. Standing outside the store, Xiao Yi and Old Four turned sideways into the nearby bubble tea shop. Leaving the Hunanese restaurant, they walked towards the direction of the school. Not far away, they passed through a narrow alley where a girl was talking on the phone with her boyfriend, complaining that her boyfriend left her standing tonight. Upon hearing her conversation, He Lang suddenly stopped and refused to move forward. Yang Wan also had no choice but to stop, turning around and asking curiously, "What's wrong?" Without explanation, He Lang pulled his arm free, "What's wrong? You stood me up tonight, and I haven't even held you accountable yet." Yang Wan sincerely apologized, "I'm sorry, I'll compensate for it." "Compensate?" He Lang's voice sounded unmoved, "How will you compensate?" Yang Wan remained silent for a moment, unable to think of a good way to make up for it. Finally, he tentatively asked, "Shall we eat again?" Eating again, He Lang frowned deeply, his tone containing some anger, "Do I look like someone who lacks food?" Yang Wan muttered, feeling troubled, "But I don't know what else you need." Hearing this, He Lang sank into deep thought. After a long time, he realized he lacked nothing, so he kept silent with a stern face, tightly shutting his lips into a straight line and sulked silently. Yang Wan remembered that during his undergraduate days, boys in the neighboring dorm often bet each other to wash clothes or socks, hesitatingly proposing, "Now, I can wash your clothes for a month." He Lang shook his head and frowned, rejecting immediately, "What nonsense is this? Aren't male students always betting like this?" Yang Wan murmured quietly. Before the words had fully escaped his mouth, He Lang's expression darkened, "Have you washed clothes for anyone else?" No, I haven't," Yang Wan hurriedly denied and then asked actively, "Then shall I bring you breakfast for a month?" He Lang smirked coldly, "How will you deliver it?" "Every morning to my classroom. And when I don't have class, just send it to my dormitory." I can do that, Yang Wan agreed quickly, could you send me your schedule? With old Chen's conclusion beforehand, He Lang was particularly sensitive to his words at this moment. Squinting his eyes as if pondering something, his fish began bubbling up once more, why do you need my timetable? Isn't it so that he brings the breakfast directly to my classroom in the morning? Yang Wan looked bewildered after being questioned, He Lang pulled him to the side of the alley next to the wall, lowering his head under the dim light entering from the entrance of the alley with an unfathomable expression, and you still promise to bring me breakfast for a month? Yang Wan couldn't quite follow his train of thought, full of doubts in his eyes, isn't it you who asked me to bring it? If I asked you to do other things, He Lang's gaze was firmly locked on his face, would you do them? Under his penetrating stare, Yang Wan replied honestly, if it doesn't go beyond the of morality and if it's not something I can't do, I can do it. The speed of the fish bubbles became faster and faster, the sound also getting louder. The bubbles filled his ventricle, floating up and down gently and pleasantly. Suppressing the slight curve at the corners of his mouth, He Lang raised his hand close to his ear, suddenly approaching him without any warning, lowering his voice to interrogate, are you following my words so closely? Aren't you trying to chase after me? Yang Wan seemed as though he had heard some terrifying thing, hastily pushing him away, shaking his head like a bell drum, looking tense as he assured him, no, I absolutely haven't thought about chasing after you. His voice gradually grew softer, everything I have done doesn't have any other meaning. It's just simply wanting to compensate for what I owe you. He Lang's expression froze instantly. The bubbles burst one after another in an instant, eventually scattering all over the place. Despair and anger intertwined and surged in his eyes, with alcohol seeping into every nerve of his brain, fermenting and catalyzing his emotions to the extreme. He had understood the implication in Yang Wan's words. The latter's reference wasn't just about this meal, but more significantly about the deception during the game. He tightly gripped Yang Wan's wrist, dragging him out of the dimly lit alley entrance, pulling him along while his face was dark like water, heading back. Yang Wan followed behind him, cautiously reminding him, you're going the wrong way. That's not the direction back to school. He Lang strode ahead without acknowledging his reminder. Occasionally, his side profile flashed through the dim yellow streetlights, looking sharp and cold. Yang Wan closed his mouth silently without saying another word. Not until He Lang pulled him to a parking spot near the Hunanese restaurant did Yang Wan recognize the car that He Lang drove. Seeing the other party release him and put their hand into the trouser pocket to fetch the car keys, Yang Wan hurriedly reached out to block him, emphasizing stammeringly, you cannot drive after drinking. He Lang hooked his collar from behind and lifted him up effortlessly like carrying a chick from the front, quickly fetching the car keys and expressionlessly opening the trunk. Yang Wan stood dumbfounded without understanding, lifting his eyes to look at him. However, He Lang didn't look at him. He walked over, grabbed his collar, and led him toward the trunk. During the evening when he drank with old Chen, he hadn't been merely lost in anger and confusion. Regarding the changes happening to himself, and where the problem might lie, he indeed had reflected for a long time. After finishing his drink, he finally came to a relatively logical conclusion. But under the current circumstances, this conclusion was merely his speculation, and he lacked sufficient evidence to verify it. The tumultuous thoughts in his mind abruptly halted. He Lang extended his hand and pushed Yang Wan toward the open trunk. Without bending down to dodge in time, Yang Wan's head collided directly toward the roof of the trunk. The expected pain didn't come. His head bumped into He Lang's dry, warm palm. Once again, Yang Wan was stunned. He Lang withdrew the hand cushioned above the box with a cold face, took out the express box placed inside by bypassing him, then leaned toward him. Having nowhere to retreat, Yang Wan sat on the edge of the trunk, casting a glance at the familiar cardboard box beside him and swiftly realizing what was inside the box. He Lang propped his hands on either side of him, maintaining a leaning position, trapping him before his chest. With one hand, he opened the nearby express box. Familiar fabric of a skirt revealed itself from the box. Isn't that how you want to compensate me? He Lang's eyes were deep as they stared at him, his deep voice clear and measured, then wear the dress and let me see it. Chapter 67, Hazy. Can I send a photo? Yang Wan was trapped in front of him and couldn't move, asking dryly. No, I want to see the real person. He Lang refused mercilessly. Yang Wan gradually stammered, do I still have to wear it outside? If you don't go out, how can I see it? He Lang frowned and countered. Yang Wan's face turned red, his eyes floating in the air, dodging left and right without looking at him, no, it's not allowed. How is it not allowed? He Lang started to hold him accountable for past matters, is wearing a skirt illegal? Yang Wan shook his head. Is this something you can't do? He Lang asked again. Yang Wan hesitated for a second, then shook his head again. That's settled then. After saying this, He Lang paused slightly in his tone, his facial expression suddenly becoming intimidating, or are you just talking about compensation but not really intending to do it? Yang Wan immediately raised his head, his voice filled with urgency, no, I really want to compensate you. He Lang said nothing, his pitch-black, deep-set eyes staring at him steadfastly, almost writing on his face, you figure it out. Ultimately, under his gaze, Yang Wan reluctantly agreed, his face flushed with embarrassment, all right. Satisfied, He Lang stepped back from the trunk, nodding his chin at him, choose one yourself from the box. Yang Wan followed through accordingly. But before he did so, he remembered that he had promised to pay him back, I haven't saved enough money for the skirts yet. Can I pay you back half first? He would graduate from graduate school next year, having no time to look for part-time work, so he could only use his saved-up New Year's money to repay He Lang. You don't need to pay me back. He Lang found an excuse casually, these skirts might still be useful for me. It's not a waste of money. Yang Wan didn't say anything more. His gaze fell on the delivery box, and he opened his mouth with some difficulty, then can I not wear it at school? His voice sounded somewhat nervous, I don't want people I know to see me at school. Sure. He Lang thought for a moment and quickly set the time and place, there's a new internet cafe by the school you know. This Saturday, I'll wait for you at that internet cafe. Yang Wan said, alright. He reached out and opened the delivery box, carefully picking out a dress under the light spilling down from the streetlights beside the road. He excluded those dresses in bright and vivid colors and finally picked out a chocolate brown one. He Lang wasn't quite satisfied though, leaning over closer and stretching his arm across Yang Wan's side to rummage through the box. A little later, he pulled out a baby blue dress printed with rabbit lanterns, shoving it into his arms, wear this. Yang Wan opened his mouth as if wanting to say something to him. He Lang directly cut him off, wear this one, you have no choice. In the end, still seemingly unsatisfied, he fished his phone out of his pocket, opening up the recycling bin in his album to find Yang Wan's photo dressed in women's clothing. After searching for a long while without finding it, he downloaded a data recovery app from the software store and saved the photo back into the album. Finally, He Lang zoomed in on the photo, pointing to it with officialness, requiring, your hairstyle and makeup must also be exactly like in the picture. Yang Wan's cheeks burned as he replied, alright. Inside the box was a tulle underskirt sent by an unknown physical store. He Lang took it out and handed it to Yang Wan, how to use this thing, research it when you have time yourself. When the tulle underskirt was taken out, it probably caught onto something, causing other things to tumble out of the box and roll into the trunk. He Lang stretched his arm behind Yang Wan to retrieve them and realized it was a pink handheld mini fan in his hand. It looked incredibly familiar. He stared at the fan in his hand for 2 seconds, quickly recalling that it was the small fan from the day of his sweet selection for his first love. Thinking of something, a slight sense of astonishment showed on his face, wasn't the high school student queuing outside the comic convention hall that day you? Yang Wan was also stunned for a moment, then honestly nodded in agreement, it was me. He Lang's gaze became tinged with subtle scrutiny, what were you trying to secretly accomplish at the comic convention that day? Yang Wan couldn't help but glance at him. He Lang stood against the light in front of him, most of his expression hidden in the shadows. Unable to discern his attitude at this moment, he moved his lips and ultimately lied after lowering his gaze, I just wanted to see what others looked like. He Lang didn't know whether he believed him or not, but he didn't pursue the question any further, go home first, Xiao Yi and Fourth should not have gone far. I'll call them. Yang Wan sighed in relief, holding the skirt and tulle underskirt as he climbed out from in front of the trunk, turning around and softly saying to He Lang, goodbye. After saying that, he left. Because Saturday was reserved for meeting He Lang, the next 2 days he stayed in the lab until the early hours of the morning before going back to sleep. As a result, on the morning of Saturday, when Zhuolan was applying makeup to Yang Wan in the dormitory, he noticed that there were obvious dark bluish-black circles under his eyes, you've been staying up late recently. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan became somewhat uneasy, what should I do? Is it obvious? It's obvious. But don't worry, Zhuolan sounded unruffled, makeup can cover it. Yang Wan was surprised and looked at him, as if realizing for the first time that makeup had such an effect. He had already changed into the blue dress. The dress had lace-long sleeves and chubby rabbits with lanterns in the skirt's hem that looked playful and cute. The packaging bag of the dress also came with 2 rabbit hairbands made from the same material. The ends of the hairbands hung small bells that emitted crisp and lively sounds when shaken. After applying peach pink blush and attaching shiny sequins near the corner of his eyes, Zhuolan started combing his hair. That night when Yang Wan brought the dress back, Zhuolan was still in the dorm room and just happened to see it when Yang Wan quickly confessed that He Lang was Lang Xing. Upon hearing this, Zhuolan became anxious and asked whether he moved over under the cover of darkness or not. When they learned that Xiao Yi had also moved to their campus, Zhuolan, who was initially enthusiastic about accompanying Yang Wan outside on Saturday, refused to go right away. At this moment, Yang Wan's voice pulled him out of his reverie. He Lang said he wanted the same hairstyle and freckles as last time. Never mind what he says. Zhuolan showed an unconvinced look on his face, what does he know? A straight guy could understand nothing. Listen to me. Even without adding freckles or braiding your hair into plaits, you won't look any worse than the last time. Yang Wan didn't really know much himself, he closed his mouth and stopped talking. It was a pity that wigs couldn't be worn high in a ponytail, so Zhuolan gave him 2 low ponytails in the end, tying them with bell hairbands into 2 butterfly knots. From his jewelry box, he selected a crystal choker that leaned towards a girlish style, lent to Yang Wan to hide his Adam's apple on his neck. Yang Wan got up from the chair, walked to the shoe rack by the door, and changed into white canvas shoes. The crinoline underneath puffed up the short high-waist skirt, making its flounce full and billowing, while the lace tie design accentuated his slender waistline, making it almost identical to that of a girl's. Finally, Zhuolan rummaged through somewhere and dug out a pair of off-white tights. With the arrival of November, the temperature finally entered autumn, though the outdoor weather remained bright and clear, wearing thin stockings would not make one feel hot. He shoved the tights into Yang Wan's hand, complaining inwardly that Lang hadn't bought all the accessories required, then cleared his throat and stated emphatically to Yang Wan, if you went outside with bare legs, it would still be easy for people to notice. These are not a girl's legs. This pressure stocking has a leg-shaping effect, so after you wear it, no one will have any doubt. With a flushed face, Yang Wan took the tights and quietly ducked into the bathroom to figure out how to put them on. 5 minutes later, upon exiting, the stockings were already wrapped tightly around his legs, the off-white socks pulling his legs straight and proportionally longer. Paired with the twin ponytails and a blue skirt with plump rabbit patterns, the little bells on the ponytails rang as he walked. Zhuolan couldn't help but lick his lips. Only now did he discover that dressing Yang Wan was far more interesting than decorating his daughter in the game. Thinking this, Zhuolan's gaze on Yang Wan became increasingly burning and meaningful. The only regrettable thing was that Yang Wan didn't have a cute pair of leather shoes and could only settle for the white canvas shoes. The cute little leather shoes paired with the milk-white tights. Zhuolan licked his lips again and took out his phone to quickly type and search for Lolita-style leather shoes. Lang and Yang Wan had agreed on 9 a.m., and Lang arrived at Uncle Chen's internet cafe at 8:30. It happened that Uncle Chen had some matters to attend to and would leave for half an hour, so Lang casually took over the work of the network manager, sitting at the front desk handling relevant procedures for those coming to surf the web. Today, he dressed very sporty, a hooded slim sweatshirt paired with cuffed sport pants. From head to toe, his outfit was brand new. That morning, he washed his hair and took a shower. On old Zhao's rare return to sleep at home last night, he encountered Lang in the restroom fiddling with his hair in front of the mirror midway to the bathroom and gave him an odd look. He commented, "Lang Gu, are you going on a date with your girlfriend today?" Before the person could answer, Lao Si appeared silently from outside holding a mouth-rinsing cup and similarly asked incredulously, "Where did Lang Gu get a girlfriend?" Lang emerged from the restroom with a subtle expression and raised his hand to deliver a slap to Lao Si's back, "Go brush your teeth." At this moment, he was sitting casually inside the internet cafe reception desk, glowing as if illuminated from within. This drew frequent glances from everyone who passed by, men and women alike. Not long after, people started stealthily pulling out their phones to snap photos of him. Lang disliked being photographed. His hand had already rested on the edge of the drawer where his cap was, but remembering how he'd styled his hair that morning, he managed to suppress the urge and withdrew his hand. Yang Wan arrived at the internet cafe about 10 minutes early. On the way from school, he kept his head down nervously, fearing someone might recognize him. Fortunately, such an incident did not happen. He made it smoothly to this new internet cafe near the school, paused outside the door until his wildly beating heart calmed down, and only then entered after reinforcing himself mentally multiple times. However, what he hadn't anticipated was that because his skirt had a wide hem, when he crossed through the cafe's door, the bottom of his dress got slightly caught in the glass door. In a panic and awkwardly unfamiliar with the situation, Yang Wan turned back to pull the fabric free, failing to notice Lang seated at the reception desk. On the contrary, Lang spotted him first. A young man happened to be standing next to the counter, ready to open a small private booth for gaming. Lang lazily leaned back in his chair, asking the man for his ID. While the customer bent down to retrieve his ID, within those few seconds, Lang observed Yang Wan entering from the door, struggling to free the trapped hem of his dress. As Yang Wan tugged at the fabric from his perspective, Lang could only catch a glimpse of half his profile. He instantly recognized Yang Wan. Upon realizing that Yang Wan hadn't followed his request to braid his hair into the thick plait he liked, Lang's mood took a slight turn for the worse, his gaze scanning indifferently over him. Until Yang Wan successfully freed the stuck fabric and turned his face fully toward Lang. The indifference in Lang's eyes momentarily froze. It was still the same familiar features and contours. However, as Lang's gaze naturally swept across Yang Wan's makeup-dusted, innocent face, his long twin ponytails tied with blue bows, and his pair of straight, well-proportioned calves encased in milk-white stockings, Dude? Buddy? Are you okay? The young man opening the private booth sounded perplexed and bewildered. "Hey, are you even going to check my ID?" Lang snapped out of his daze with a look of confusion. Chapter 68, Stimulation. As expected, he only liked Yang Wan dressed in women's clothing. Realizing this, he put his mind at ease, his expression returning to normal as he raised his hand to take the other person's ID and proceeded to handle the formalities. At that very moment when Yang Wan turned around, she also caught sight of him sitting behind the front desk. He walked over to the counter and silently waited beside it. 2 minutes later, the young man holding the ID headed upstairs towards the private room area. Lang also looked up, gazing closely at Yang Wan standing outside the counter. Perhaps due to the prior experience of video chatting with Yang Wan, now dressed in a skirt and wig, felt a fleeting sense of tension only when her eyes met Lang's. She quickly calmed down afterwards. Lang lowered his gaze to glance at the time on his phone, then asked, "Have you had breakfast yet?" Yang Wan shook her head silently, concerned about being late if she ate breakfast. Accompanying her shake of the head, the little bells tied to her twin tails jingled back and forth, emitting a clear, pleasant sound. The tips of her falling hair swept around on her shoulders, as if directly brushing across Lang's heart. Pairing this with her slightly flushed cheeks after applying blush and her dark, round eyes, Lang's Adam's apple unconsciously rolled. After a moment, he calmly withdrew his gaze, opening his mouth in a casual tone, "Go buy 2 breakfasts from the shop opposite." Yang Wan nodded, the bells on her ponytails ringing twice. She turned and walked toward the door. Lang's gaze swept over her retreating figure, noiselessly passing over her white pantyhose-clad calves, before suddenly remembering something and abruptly calling out to stop her, "Wait, come back." With a puzzled look in his eyes, Yang Wan returned. Lang raised his hand to indicate the direction, "You go around from the side." Yang Wan complied, circling around from the outer side into the front desk area. The other person reached out to pull him to the leather chair and gave him instructions in a matter-of-fact tone, "Stay here, I'll buy the breakfast." At such close range, speaking softly would not be heard by people in the internet cafe. Yang Wan hastily opened her mouth and said, "What if someone wants to use a computer? I don't know how to deal with that. Let them wait." Lang threw this sentence over his shoulder as he turned and walked out from behind the counter. Upon seeing this, Yang Wan could only sit down obediently, her eyes following Lang's silhouette to the entrance until he disappeared outside the internet cafe. Not long after Lang left, a nearby position where an inch-headed boy playing games got up and called out, "Boss." Yang Wan anxiously lifted her head. The voice of the inch-headed boy came to an abrupt stop, staring at her face in a daze for a good while before regaining her voice, "I want a bottle of cola, thank you." Yang Wan turned around and looked at the cold drink cabinet behind her, finding that detailed price tags were attached below each item. Only then did she get up, open the cabinet door, and take out a bottle of cola for him. The inch-headed boy must have been a regular customer here. After receiving the cola, he didn't ask about the price, directly scanned to transfer the money, and then turned around to return to his station. Heaving a sigh of relief, she sat back down in the chair and continued looking down at her phone. A few minutes later, Lang walked in carrying 2 bags of breakfast. Yang Wan got up and let him sit on the chair, looking around and moving a small round stool from the corner next to the chair. Though Lang didn't say anything verbally, he used his toes to nudge the round stool closer, bending down to sit on it himself and reaching into the bag to grab the food container. When Yang Wan saw the round stool being moved, she stood there stunned for a moment before finally pulling the hem of her dress and sitting down on the chair. Across the street was a steamed bun shop. Lang bought a box of steamed buns and a box of steamed dumplings. Upon uncovering the lid, he glanced up and asked, "Which one do you want to eat?" Yang Wan took the box of steamed dumplings and expressed her thanks. Before she could even break her chopsticks, the inched-head young man who was sitting near the counter turned around again and shouted, "Boss, help me grab a bucket of Lao Tan pickled cabbage noodles." It was inconvenient for Lang, sitting inside, to get up, so Yang Wan immediately put down her chopsticks and stood up, saying, "I'll go fetch it." Since it was just delivering an item without needing any specific verbal communication, he didn't object and allowed her to rise on her own to get it. Yang Wan, unaware that Mr. Chen usually soaked the noodles first before delivering them, went straight over with the unopened instant noodles package in hand. Busy clearing the game's line of troops, the inch-headed boy noticed out of the corner of his eye that they hadn't been soaked. He turned around angrily, glaring at her immediately. When he realized that the person bringing the instant noodles was Yang Wan, his anger instantly subsided. His eyes fixed firmly on Yang Wan's face, his tone softened as well, "Thank you, miss." After delivering the instant noodles, Yang Wan returned and sat back down to continue eating breakfast. Wary of smudging her lipstick, she carefully picked up the steamed dumpling with her chopsticks, gently guiding it into her mouth. The bun stuffed her cheeks full as she slowly chewed with her mouth closed. Lang noticed her puffed up cheeks from the corner of his eye and paused mid-sip of his porridge, quietly turning his face to observe her. Though fully aware that the person in front of him was male, he seemed not at all reluctant to approach the femininely dressed Yang Wan. As this thought arose, Lang's mind recalled what felt like an important memory, causing him to involuntarily lean closer toward the nape of Yang Wan's neck. There was no scent of shampoo on the wig, but the exposed part of his nape radiated a familiar and pleasant aroma of shower gel. Yang Wan, completely oblivious, focused on picking up another steamed dumpling and dipping it into the bowl of chili oil beside her. With her slight tilt of the head, the little bells tied to the ends of her hair chimed lightly. Immersed in the soft, lingering fragrance emanating from her, Lang felt his heart ripple slightly upon hearing the sound of her hair's bell jingling. He subtly narrowed his eyes and extended his fingertips toward the bells in her ponytail. Yang Wan finally sensed something as she raised her head to take a bite of the dumpling, turning to look at him with bewilderment. Lang instantly withdrew his hand, pretending nothing had happened as he casually rested it back on the table edge, coughing lightly before averting his face and asking, "Is the dumpling good?" Puzzled, Yang Wan asked, "Do you want to try some?" Lang responded instinctively, "Yes." The dumpling was still poised on the tip of Yang Wan's chopsticks when, following habits shared with Swolon in playful exchanges, he subconsciously guided it toward Lang's mouth. Not until the chopsticks halted near Lang's lips did Yang Wan suddenly realize how intimate such an act was. Attempting to withdraw the hand holding the chopsticks before Lang became upset. Lang's mouth moved quicker than his brain, and before Yang Wan could react, he had already opened his mouth to snatch the dumpling off the tips of Yang Wan's chopsticks. Both of them froze momentarily, but Lang quickly recovered, pretending everything was normal as he chewed a few times and swallowed the dumpling. Raising his gaze, he saw Yang Wan still staring at him, so he deliberately frowned and said, "Why are you looking at me? If you don't eat the dumplings soon, they'll get cold." Yang Wan promptly shifted her gaze back to her meal box, lowering her eyes and replying, "All right." After finishing, "Throw away the trash," He Lang added. Yang Wan nodded toward the meal box, responding indistinctly due to the dumplings still in her mouth, "All right." "He table needs cleaning too," He Lang said again. Already stuffing another dumpling into her mouth, Yang Wan vaguely agreed, "All right." He Lang examined her from head to toe. This person before him was still her, without doubt, her twin tails more innocent and cute than coarse braids, but something felt slightly off. What exactly was wrong? Leaning slowly over toward her with one hand braced on the table edge, he deepened his thoughts. Terrified, Yang Wan didn't dare move, her voice tinged with nervousness. "Is there something wrong? Just keep eating, you don't need to worry about me." He Lang pondered as he scrutinized her. "All right," Yang Wan replied. He Lang's gaze darkened, and with 2 fingers, he gently grasped her chin, tilting her face toward him. "In the future, don't say, 'all right,' to me. Say, 'okay.' Only that." Confused, Yang Wan looked at him. He Lang slowly uttered, "Only, okay, nothing else." Yang Wan's face instantly flushed, the heat spreading from her cheeks to the tips of her ears. Even He Lang, who held her chin with his fingers, soon noticed the growing warmth beneath his touch. He Lang gazed at her face, her dark shining pupils, her obediently lowered eyelashes, and her thoroughly red ears. A subtle warmth enveloped his chest, the words he wanted to say rising to his tongue, brushing past his upper and lower teeth. He took a deep breath, his gaze glowing with fervor, which then faded momentarily like fireworks in the night sky, vanishing in the depth of his unfathomable eyes. When he spoke again, even he wasn't aware of any inconsistency. "Got it? Little sheep." Startled, Yang Wan widened her eyes. "Okay," she whispered faintly. A trace of ticklish sensation coursed through He Lang's heart. Unable to further contemplate why he had blurted out such an affectionate term unthinkingly, his mind was filled with Yang Wan's "okay," and his mood immediately brightened. Just as he intended to press her into the chair and make her repeat it a few more times, a familiar voice came from outside the counter. "Boss, where's the hot water for the instant noodles?" The inch-headed boy walked over, the bucket of Lao-Tan pickled cabbage noodles under his arm. He Lang stood up, answering impatiently, "The boss isn't here, find it yourself." Realizing the reply wasn't from Yang Wan, the inch-headed boy stopped with his noodles by the counter, stretching his neck to peer inside. Upon spotting Yang Wan sitting inside the counter, he beamed and called out, "This lovely young lady." He Lang's originally indifferent expression instantly turned hostile. "Who are you calling, sister?" Upon receiving the evident animosity from He Lang, the boy with the short-cut hair noticed the chairs and stools placed rather intimately close together and his expression immediately shifted to one of profound disappointment. "Dude, is this your girlfriend?" As soon as the words landed, Yang Wan instinctively raised her face from behind the table. He Lang caught a glimpse of her tilted-up face in his peripheral vision, and her focused expression as she listened attentively. Without a second thought, he furrowed his brow and replied curtly, "No." Yang Wan didn't show any changes on her face at all, whereas the boy with the short-cut hair standing outside seemed overjoyed once again. Shifting his attention from He Lang, the boy looked excitedly and enthusiastically at Yang Wan, this beautiful and lovely sister. Agitated, He Lang's mind heated up momentarily, and he scowled while interrupting him, "She's my wife." The inch-headed boy froze. Yang Wan froze as well. Chapter 69, Movie. "Is this your wife?" Old Chen walked in from outside, his face filled with shock as he looked at the two. That night at the Hunanese restaurant, he had only seen Yang Wan's profile from a distance. At that moment, he didn't recognize the person sitting beside He Lang as Yang Wan. He Lang's expression faltered upon hearing this. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated Old Chen returning at this time. Instinctively, he glanced down toward Yang Wan seated in the chair. Yang Wan recognized that Old Chen was the friend who ate dinner with He Lang that evening. Meeting He Lang's gaze, her expression still remained puzzled. Nevertheless, aside from that, He Lang noticed no significant repulsion on her face. He subtly relaxed but, mindful of the other people present, instantly dismissed the thought of explaining or clarifying. Old Chen's girlfriend approached from behind and warmly greeted Yang Wan. "Are you Brother Lang's girlfriend?" "Hi, I'm Old Chen's girlfriend." Yang Wan nervously smiled at her, unsure how to handle the situation. It was He Lang who reacted first, lifting his arm naturally and placing it on her shoulder. "She has been suffering from throat inflammation recently and cannot speak." Old Chen's girlfriend nodded to indicate her understanding. She leaned over the counter, lowering herself closer to Yang Wan, smiling brightly while praising her, "You are so cute." Yang Wan stiffened, unsure whether she should move back or not, her face turning slightly red. He Lang's hand, resting on her shoulder, moved to the back of her head, gently tilting her face towards him, increasing the distance between her and the other party. "She's shy," he explained. Old Chen's girlfriend stepped back appropriately, rejoining Old Chen. The young man with a buzz cut who had initially tried to strike up a conversation with Yang Wan had already wisely walked away. Seeing He Lang in Yang Wan's attire, Old Chen directly asked, "Are you guys going out for a date?" He Lang hesitated for a second without answering immediately. Automatically interpreting his silence as affirmation, Old Chen smiled, we're going to see a movie. Do you want to come along too? He Lang did not rush to reply but asked instead, who will be looking after your internet cafe? I've recruited a part-time student recently. Old Chen explained, he will arrive soon. He Lang lazily hummed an acknowledgement before lowering his gaze to look at Yang Wan seated next to him, silently asking if she wanted to go watch the movie. Receiving his gaze, Yang Wan kindly nodded. She understood that boys of He Lang's age often have strong self-esteem, once words are spoken, there's no turning back. It's hard for them to back down from a claim. If clarification would make things difficult for the other party, and He Lang needed this, she was willing to temporarily pretend to be his girlfriend. Surprisingly, He Lang agreed to go watch the movie when he saw that Yang Wan actually seemed interested. Originally prepared to decline, he changed his decision last minute. Since He Lang's car was parked at school, he did not drive out. Old Chen bought a used car not long ago. After discussion, they decided to take Old Chen's car. There was a large comprehensive shopping mall not far from the university district with a cinema on the top floor where students often watched movies. After the part-time worker arrived at the internet cafe, the four set off to the cinema. Old Chen's car was parked by the roadside in a nearby residential area where he rented a house to live with his girlfriend. They decided to walk to get the car after consultation. Old Chen and his girlfriend frequently argued, but reconciled quickly. At this moment, they were walking closely ahead with the girlfriend practically clinging to Old Chen. Yang Wan and He Lang followed obediently behind, keeping about a person's distance apart. On the way, Old Chen turned around and suggested, let's have dinner together after watching the movie. He Lang replied, sure. Old Chen turned back satisfied. His peripheral vision caught He Lang's hands casually stuffed into his pants pockets, maintaining a clearly distant manner from Yang Wan. He assumed He Lang was simply used to being single and wasn't yet accustomed to having a girlfriend, winking suggestively at him. He Lang glanced lightly at his face and frowned to ask, what's wrong with your face? However, Old Chen's girlfriend, she immediately understood. She lifted the two hands intertwined with hers and shook them at He Lang and Yang Wan, brother Lang, aren't you going to hold your wife's hand? He Lang's expression paused briefly, glancing complexly and delicately at the person beside him. Yang Wan quickly grasped her role, firmly determining her supportive stance. Repeatedly warning herself not to overthink, she made an effort to calm down and moved closer, reaching out to touch He Lang's hand inside his pocket. As their hand backs lightly touched, He Lang involuntarily pulled his hand out. Yang Wan's fingers slid down from his palm's base, slowly slipping into He Lang's broad and warm hand, and then stopped moving any further. At least from the perspective of outsiders, their hands had already joined together. Although it was partly for show, Yang Wan didn't entertain any inappropriate thoughts while playing her part. He Lang's chest, however, tingled slightly, and by the time he realized what happened, his hand had subconsciously turned over, tightly gripping Yang Wan's hand within his palm. Yang Wan blinked in slight surprise, cheeks flushing before she could say anything. Before they'd gone far, Yang Wan's shoelaces came undone. He let go of He Lang's hand, squatting down to tie them up. The warmth at his palm suddenly disappeared, and there was a strange feeling of emptiness that made him furrow his brow. Stopping momentarily, he waited where he stood. After tying his shoelaces and standing back up, Yang Wan noticed He Lang waiting only a couple of steps ahead. Without hesitation, he hurriedly caught up. Even then, He Lang did not move but instead extended his hand toward him with a concise prompt, your hand. Yang Wan's heart raced yet he managed to stay composed, placing his hand back into He Lang's warm palm. When all four of them entered the car, Old Chen's girlfriend sat in the front passenger seat, while Yang Wan and He Lang took the rear seats with Old Chen driving. After around 20 minutes, they reached the shopping mall. Taking the elevator to the cinema on the 5th floor of the mall, they discovered the crowd was sparse in the morning, leaving plenty of available tickets. Old Chen and his girlfriend had bought their tickets in advance, he now went to purchase Yang Wan and He Lang's tickets. Meanwhile, He Lang and Yang Wan headed to the front desk to buy popcorn and drinks. Moments later, all four reconvened at the seating area. Old Chen handed He Lang the tickets, saying, I've bought our row. Without scrutinizing closely, He Lang took the tickets and guided Yang Wan towards the check-in gate. Only once they entered the screening room did they notice that Old Chen had purchased the double love seats located at the back row. Moreover, between their seats and Old Chen's, several empty seats were left, ensuring an entire row solely occupied by the four of them. In these snugly designed love seats, just a minor movement caused Yang Wan's shoulder and legs to bump against He Lang. Holding his breath, he pulled in his shoulders and pressed his legs together, ceasing any unnecessary movements. Once the movie began and lights dimmed, He Lang handed over the bucket of popcorn to him. Using a faint whisper, Yang Wan asked, won't you eat? Not turning his head, He Lang replied, you eat first. Yang Wan said, all right then. Something inside He Lang stirred instinctively as he tilted his head to glance at him. However, the darkened auditorium made it difficult to make out Yang Wan's expression, causing He Lang to withdraw his gaze somewhat regrettably. Old Chen had selected a foreign film, whose sound effects thundered throughout the theater, making it impossible for them to hear what might be happening on the other side where Old Chen sat. Instead, they clearly heard the small crunching noises produced as Yang Wan nibbled on the popcorn. Though the film had been running for quite some time, He Lang had seen it 2 weeks ago with Old 4, Yang Wan's quiet munching drew all his attention. Reaching out in the direction of Yang Wan, he attempted to touch the popcorn bucket. The popcorn bucket rested cradled in Yang Wan's arms. He Lang kept his eyes on the screen without looking back, his fingertips brushing Yang Wan's chin instead of the popcorn. Both paused instantly when their gazes met briefly in the darkness, Yang Wan quickly lifting his chin higher and offering the popcorn closer to He Lang. Noticing Yang Wan's deliberate retreat, He Lang moodily flipped his wrist, palm facing upward silently requesting more. Recognizing this demand, Yang Wan obediently grabbed a few kernels and placed them into his outstretched palm. He Lang retracted his hand and ate the popcorn, slightly leaning his face closer, quietly murmuring something near Yang Wan's ear. Just as an intense fight scene erupted from the movie, complete with chaotic and noisy sound effects, Yang Wan couldn't hear properly and asked reflexively, "What?" He Lang's shoulder leaned further into Yang Wan's body, his lips pausing by his ear. His warm breath grazed against his neck as he deepened his voice, "Don't overthink what I said at the internet cafe. He doesn't know your real gender, so I just said it to avoid unnecessary trouble." Yang Wan responded softly, "All right then." He Lang paused in silence for a moment, preparing to straighten his posture and continue watching the movie. Unknowingly, the screen displayed a sudden burst of bright white light. This illumination briefly traced over Yang Wan's face, illuminating it for 2 brief seconds. Within He Lang's field of vision, his ears and pale neck seemed so close, He Lang realized just how proximate he was to Yang Wan. A faint familiar fragrance infiltrated his nose, tightening his throat and unknowingly disrupting his breathing. Yang Wan perceived this, He Lang's breath was nearly warming his face. Tilting his head slightly, Yang Wan questioned curiously, "Is something wrong?" Dry lips, He Lang regained his composure, blurting out a lie. Yang Wan didn't suspect a thing. Before they left, Zhuolan had reminded him, this lipstick might look nice, but it was especially drying. Besides, worried about needing to use the restroom, he avoided drinking water as much as possible. When He Lang said this, Yang Wan immediately picked up the drink sitting nearby, bit the straw with his mouth, and took 2 small sips. The bright light once again swept across Yang Wan's face, and He Lang saw him put down the drink and swallow the last sip. As he swallowed, his face tilted upwards, creating a smooth and appealing line along his neck. The beautiful crystal necklace rested on his neck, partially concealing the faint outline of his Adam's apple. As it moved gently up and down, an inexplicable allure was drawn for He Lang. He Lang softly narrowed his eyes, suddenly feeling the urge to help him take off the necklace around his neck with his own hands. Captivated by these emotions that were slowly spreading in the darkness, he reached toward the back of Yang Wan's neck. His fingers brushed against the little bells at the end of Yang Wan's hairband. The sound of the bells abruptly woke him from his reverie, causing Yang Wan to turn his face to look at him. He Lang casually pinched the butterfly ribbon in Yang Wan's ponytail and lied smoothly, "Your hairband has come loose, I'll retie it for you." Yang Wan didn't say anything, just turning his head slightly towards He Lang. He Lang grabbed his ponytail and pretended to adjust it. At first, his fingers were fiddling with the small bells on his hairband, but gradually slid down his hair strands, finally curling around the tips of his hair to play with them. The texture of the wig seemed less satisfying than he had imagined, even worse than Yang Wan's short curled hair. Dissatisfied, He Lang furrowed his brow slightly. Sensing something faintly, Yang Wan asked, "Are you done?" "I'm done." He Lang lowered the hand he had raised. Yang Wan, holding the popcorn bucket, sat upright without noticing the sudden lowering of He Lang's hand. His elbow accidentally collided with Yang Wan's forearm, causing the popcorn bucket to fall from his hands. In a fluster, Yang Wan bent down to grab it, but He Lang reached out first, firmly catching the popcorn bucket for him. Yang Wan looked up to thank him, only to bump into He Lang who hadn't managed to retreat in time. A fleeting sensation of soft warmth passed by, and their lips lightly grazed each other in the dark. Bathed in the dim light projected from the movie screen, Yang Wan clearly saw He Lang's handsome face up close. His thoughts went completely blank, unable to think effectively for a moment or respond in any way. He Lang remained motionless too, as the darkness silently paralyzed his mind and nerves. The unsettling feeling stirred once again, and something buried deep inside began to sprout. His heart, immersed in these emotions, began to burn hot and fierce. Yet the air between them felt stagnant, unlike the turmoil in their minds. After a brief silence, Yang Wan slowly leaned back. Sensing his obvious intention to retreat, He Lang finally made a move. Without warning, he reached out and placed a hand at the back of Yang Wan's head. The light from the movie screen created fragmented shadows and pale spots on his face, making his nose and eyebrows appear more chiseled. Though He Lang's expression remained partly hidden behind the patches of light, the hand pressing against the back of Yang Wan's head stayed resolute. As if gradually realizing something, Yang Wan subconsciously tightened his lips, his heart starting to race uncontrollably. The fingers on He Lang's hand pressed slightly harder onto the back of Yang Wan's head, pulling it back towards himself. The movie fell into a temporary darkness during a scene transition, and the background music gradually slowed down, growing softer and longer. In Yang Wan's blurred vision, He Lang's features started to disappear, and both their hearts began sinking deeper into the darkness together. For a few seconds of near blindness, he felt He Lang's breath drawing closer, hot and scorching. Yang Wan's eyelids trembled violently, holding his breath unconsciously while tightly pressing his thumb against the knuckle of his forefinger, rubbing it back and forth aimlessly. The next moment, the movie transition ended, and the bright light fell on their faces. Chapter 70, Heartbeat. The pressure on Yang Wan's nape suddenly disappeared, and he lying beside him straightened his spine, staring at the movie without glancing aside. For a moment, Yang Wan felt a bit confused, wondering whether what had happened earlier was merely an illusion. He muddled through the rest of the movie in a daze. After it ended, the lights in the screening room brightened as the audience stood up and left their seats. As Old Chen and his girlfriend approached, they were still discussing the thrilling plot twist near the end. He Lang joined the conversation with a composed expression, while Yang Wan stood to the side, having no recollection of what they were talking about. It seemed that, in that particular movie, the only one affected was himself all along. The four of them took the elevator upstairs to the dining area for lunch. When ordering, Old Chen held the menu and asked, "Is there anything you don't eat?" He Lang did not hesitate and promptly listed out, coriander, celery, bitter melon, offal, and carrots. These he doesn't eat. Upon hearing this, Old Chen looked rather astonished, saying, to remember things so clearly just at the start of a relationship. Old Chen's girlfriend pretended to be upset and pinched his waist. "Look at other people's boyfriends, and then look at yourself." Yang Wan opened his mouth, wanting to say something to He Lang, but seeing it was inappropriate now, eventually decided against it. Old Chen's girlfriend pulled out a tissue and began wiping the lipstick from her lips. Uncertain if this was something all girls necessarily did before eating, Yang Wan hesitated for a second before imitating her and wiping his own lipstick off. Once the server brought the dishes, they started eating. Old Chen ordered a dish of oil-braised prawns that looked plump and succulent. His girlfriend coquettishly asked him to peel the prawns for her. The plate of prawns was quite far from Yang Wan, who diligently ate his food without reaching for it. He Lang glanced at him and simply asked, "Do you eat shrimp?" Hearing this, Yang Wan quickly shook his head, telling him that he didn't. He Lang raised an eyebrow, pressing further, "Really don't eat them?" After contemplating the intention behind his question, Yang Wan pulled out his phone and typed back, "Do you want to eat? I can peel them for you." He Lang clicked his tongue, took away his phone, and shoved the bowl of rice back into his hands. "Just focus on your meal." Yang Wan nodded, holding his bowl of rice. If he could speak right now, he might have said, "Okay." Imagining Yang Wan nodding while hugging his bowl, He Lang's lips curved slightly upward in amusement without him realizing. His gaze lingered on Yang Wan's face for a long time before reluctantly moving away. Putting on gloves, he began peeling the prawns. On the opposite side, Old Chen was being sweet with his girlfriend. Placing the peeled shrimp in her bowl, his girlfriend softly pleaded, "Feed me." Old Chen chuckled helplessly and placed the shrimp near her mouth. She bit into it with a smile, looking sweetly delighted. Turning toward He Lang with a sly wink, Old Chen suggested that he follow suit. With an expression that was subtly strange, He Lang retracted his gaze under the couple's eyes. Holding a juicy shrimp piece in hand, he called out, "Little sheep." Yang Wan lifted his face from his bowl of rice, gazing at him with a puzzled expression. When he noticed the shrimp in his hand, he hurriedly lifted his bowl to catch it. However, He Lang did not place the shrimp in his bowl. Instead, he moved it close to Yang Wan's mouth and calmly said, "Open your mouth." Yang Wan's face instantly flushed bright red under the approving gazes of the couple across from them. With obvious tension, he hesitantly opened his mouth. As He Lang nudged the shrimp toward his mouth, Yang Wan showed clear signs of unease, instinctively closing his lips to bite down. His teeth, however, accidentally brushed over He Lang's finger beneath the thin gloves, which hadn't withdrawn in time. Realizing his mistake instantly, Yang Wan reopened his mouth, unconsciously nudging his tongue forward, trying to push He Lang's finger out. But to He Lang, it appeared instead as though Yang Wan's flexible and soft tongue had gently licked his fingertip. Startled, He Lang's fingers froze momentarily, a faint tingling warmth spreading through his fingertips. His heartbeat quickened in response, rationality gradually squeezed out of his mind, regretting like never before how bothersome the gloves felt on his hands. Retracting his hand with a deep gaze, he slowly removed the gloves and leaned close to Yang Wan's ear. Squinting his eyes, he lowered his voice and whispered, "Don't lick my fingers." Right before his very eyes, Yang Wan's pale, tender ears turned visibly scarlet. At that moment, He Lang's heart melted entirely. Regaining his senses, Yang Wan, his face completely flushed red, vigorously shook his head in denial. His glossy dark eyes were filled with hesitation, his long pigtails swaying to and fro. Bewitched by his innocent demeanor, He Lang's innate mischievous streak surged, picking up the glove he discarded and dangling it before his face. Taking advantage of his inability to speak, He Lang whispered deliberately, "Take a look, see, it's already been licked wet." Yang Wan abruptly stood up, making such a racket that he nearly knocked over the drink cups placed on the table. He Lang quickly reached out to steady the cup, while Yang Wan's face, flushed with embarrassment, kept his head down as he briskly walked away. The couple feeding each other across the table were surprised by this sudden development and simultaneously looked up at He Lang, wondering what had just happened. He Lang snapped back to his senses, realizing that perhaps he had teased a bit too much, so he muttered a low curse and hastily told them, "You two eat first," before getting up and chasing after Yang Wan. After walking out of the dining area and breathing in the air outside, the heat in Yang Wan's face finally dissipated a little. Following the signs above the mall's ceiling, he arrived at the restroom entrance and, upon looking at the marks on the two doors left and right, revealed an uncertain look on his face. Of course, the women's restroom was out of the question, but if he went into the men's restroom dressed like this, he would likely be driven out. Still standing dazedly by the door, He Lang soon found him. Observing that Yang Wan was merely red-faced, without showing any additional anger, He Lang subtly relaxed and asked, "Do you want to use the restroom?" Yang Wan was still hesitant to make eye contact with him, lowering his head and muttering a quiet, "Yeah." He Lang checked the restroom to see if anyone was inside. It was already past the normal mealtime, so there was no one in the restroom. He Lang then reached out from within the restroom, grasped his wrist, pulled him into the men's restroom, and subsequently closed the door behind him. "You go ahead, I'll guard here," He Lang said, releasing him. Yang Wan turned and entered the stall in the restroom. With the dress and petticoat layered together, using the restroom was indeed quite troublesome, so he stayed in the stall for a long time. For so long that He Lang often glanced down at his phone, even feeling impatient enough to urge him, before he finally opened the stall door and came out. Fortunately, throughout this entire process, no one else had come in. He Lang moved away from the door and stepped inside, not forgetting to remind Yang Wan, the toilet door doesn't lock. "Watch out yourself. If someone comes in, hide in the stall." "All right." Yang Wan quickly washed his hands, turning around to see He Lang walk by from behind, instinctively questioning out loud, "What are you going to do?" Before he could finish his sentence, He Lang stopped at the urinal. He promptly shut his mouth, but what he had already said was heard by the other. He Lang's slender fingers rested on the leather belt of his pants, returning a speechless glance as he retorted, "What do you think I'm going to do?" Yang Wan remained silent, his face blushing red. He Lang's hand remained still on the belt, staring at him and commanding, "Turn around, don't peek." Yang Wan's complexion seemed even redder. He turned towards the door, facing the wall, muttering under his breath in protest, "I wasn't going to peek anyway." He Lang heard it clearly. The corners of his eyebrows couldn't help but slightly raise, and even unknowingly, a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. Having known Yang Wan for so long, the number of times the latter had ever spoken against him could be counted on one hand. Every time he spoke in this tone, it was more like pouting than opposing. After finishing his business, He Lang washed his hands at the sink, turned around, and called Yang Wan to leave. Yang Wan stood still by the closed door, anxiously glancing at him and saying, "There's a sound outside." When He Lang approached, he heard footsteps and talking coming closer from afar. Clearly, it was a man. The direction of the footsteps was also obviously heading toward the men's restroom. At this point, the person had paused by the door, seemingly about to push it open. There was no time for Yang Wan to hide in the stall anymore. So, He Lang directly pushed him against the wall and reached out to embrace him, pressing his face into his own chest. The man who had been on the phone walked in and, seeing Yang Wan's dress, was startled at first. After seeing He Lang, whose height exceeded Yang Wan's by a good margin, holding him in a tight embrace, he apparently misjudged that the two were fooling around in the restroom and did not verbally reprimand them but rather somewhat apologetically remarked, "Brother, can you take your girlfriend out first?" He Lang apologized and nonchalantly carried Yang Wan out of the restroom. Coincidentally, they were spotted by the second batch of people coming to use the restroom when they walked out of the men's restroom. Knowing how easily embarrassed Yang Wan was, He Lang simply held him and stopped in the corridor outside the door, leaning close to Yang Wan's ear and reminding him, "If you don't want to be seen, wait until they're inside before raising your head." Yang Wan quietly buried his face in He Lang's chest, already lacking the energy to listen to what He Lang was whispering near his ear. Completely enveloped in He Lang's scent, his vision dimmed after that, and his other senses became exceptionally sensitive. He could clearly feel the strength in He Lang's hand pressing on the back of his head and around his waist, and also clearly feel the warmth radiating from He Lang's embrace. He had never been so close to the other person. The distance had become so close that it felt as if the heartbeat in his own chest would be easily captured by the other person. The moment this thought arose, Yang Wan's heart began to race uncontrollably. That sound was as dense and urgent as drumbeats, blocking out all external noise, heavily landing in his ears and startling him into confusion. His thoughts unknowingly tangled into a mess, and Yang Wan genuinely started worrying that his increasingly rapid heartbeat due to tension would be noticed by He Lang. Those who had used the restroom had already left, and He Lang lowered his head, intending to call him. But when his gaze swept over his red earlobes, he inexplicably fell silent. He Lang silently held him without moving, his eyes unable to resist following down his ears, catching the arm that circled around his waist, as if only just realizing that he was tightly hugging him against his chest. His head was buried in his embrace, probably already flushed all over. His hands clutched at the edges of his clothes on both sides, with significant force at the fingertips, likely an unconscious reaction brought on by tension. The legs under his skirt lightly pressed against the inside of his shins, and He Lang could feel the slight tautness of his leg muscles. And yet here he was, holding him. His palm rested on his head, his wrists against the cool, smooth skin at the back of his neck. His arms encircled his waist, able to loop around with just one hand. Their bodies were pressed seamlessly together, and He Lang could even feel through the skirt how soft Yang Wan's body was. As dryness crept up his throat and his tongue grew parched, He Lang gradually felt a light dizziness set in. At the same time, the beating of Yang Wan's heart continued to strongly echo in his ears. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. But slowly, Yang Wan's expression gradually shifted from tension to puzzlement. Why did the heartbeat transform into two overlapping sounds? Looking bewildered, he raised his head. "He Lang, let me check whose heartbeat is so fast." Oh, it's mine. Langa only showed true feelings for Sheep dressed as a woman because he still confined himself within the straight male persona. Chapter 71, Alarm Bell. Meeting Yang Wan's gaze, He Lang seemed to sense something and quickly pushed him away. Only then did he notice that there was no one else around. Yang Wan's attention immediately shifted as he asked, "Shall we head back now?" He Lang scrutinized him with an unfathomable expression but remained silent. Yang Wan didn't rush or ask again, he stood quietly in place waiting for He Lang. After a moment, He Lang reluctantly looked away, his mind complex. While it was true that he liked Yang Wan in women's clothing, and the idea of asking Yang Wan to wear a skirt for him stemmed from this very preference, at the time, he hadn't fully realized the difference between meeting online and meeting in person. In reality, seeing Yang Wan like this, he felt more out of control than he imagined. Almost kissing him in the cinema could be attributed to the darkness clouding his judgment, but hugging Yang Wan now even gave him a heart-pounding sensation. He Lang felt uneasy, disliking this extreme loss of self-control. And after careful thought, He Lang decided it best to suppress these inappropriate feelings before they grew. He wasn't someone who lacked the courage to confront his inner truths, but the problem here was that Yang Wan wasn't a woman. After thinking it through, He Lang slightly unnaturally raised his eyes, furrowing his brow toward Yang Wan and said, "You shouldn't wear skirts in front of me anymore." Yang Wan, confused by his words, responded, "Didn't you tell me to wear them?" The corner of He Lang's forehead twitched, feeling somewhat like he'd turned on himself. "That's right, I told you to wear them, but don't wear them anymore." "Okay," Yang Wan replied readily, adding quietly, "I don't have a particular liking for wearing skirts anyway." His comment wasn't intended, but He Lang interpreted it, explaining with dissatisfaction, "I don't have a particular liking for watching men in skirts either." "Alright, you don't," Yang Wan agreed. He Lang's forehead twitched more violently, always suspecting that Yang Wan was mocking him. However, unable to find any evidence on his face, he eventually gave up. After dinner, the four drove back to school. They parted ways at the school gate, Yang Wan and He Lang heading back to the dormitory, while Old Chen and his girlfriend went to their off-campus rental. From the moment they entered the campus, Yang Wan started behaving stealthily, never lifting his face, almost bumping into poles along the way several times until He Lang pulled him back each time. Even He Lang found it hard to bear, so he simply wrapped an arm around his shoulder, leading him into the school. Several times they encountered acquaintances curious about Yang Wan and their relationship, which He Lang deflected with excuses. In the end, the two parted outside the dormitory door. Postgraduate dormitories had less strict management compared to undergraduate areas, with the dorm supervisor often engrossed in TV dramas in the duty room and not really controlling who came in and out. Thus, without running into anyone familiar, Yang Wan smoothly returned to his dormitory, hurriedly changing out of the skirt and stockings. Having woken up too early in the morning, he didn't leave the dorm again but stayed to sleep instead. A few hours later, he woke up to the sound of Zhuolan opening the door. It was already time for dinner. Zhuolan brought dinner back, not expecting to find him in the dorm, so he only bought his own portion. Yang Wan crawled down to order food delivery, then washed and hung out the skirt and stockings. During this time, the phone sitting on Zhuolan's desk buzzed twice. Seated at the desk, Zhuolan leaned back and called out to Yang Wan by the balcony, "Someone sent you a message." Yang Wan walked in and picked up his phone, discovering it was from Song Qing, a friend added recently but with whom he hadn't spoken much. Song Qing asked if he had time recently, inviting him to swim at the pool. Zhuolan sat lazily nearby, crossed legs resting on a chair, head not lifting, casually questioning, "Who is it?" Yang Wan truthfully answered, "Song Qing invited me to swim." "Song Qing? Which Song Qing?" Suddenly interested, Zhuolan straightened his body instantly, "Is it the Song Qing from the university basketball team?" Yang Wan nodded. "Then ask her when," Zhuolan directed. Yang Wan hesitated a little, "But I don't know how to swim." "You can learn," Zhuolan assured him earnestly, then gazed expectantly at him, "Promise her, I also want to go." Yang Wan tilted his head in surprise, seemingly failing to understand why he wanted to go. "Let me put it this way, first ask her if the basketball team captain will go." Zhuolan smiled mischievously, grabbing his arm, "I want to see the captain swim." Following what Zhuolan suggested, Yang Wan sent a reply to Song Qing. Moments later, upon receiving a positive response, Yang Wan informed the excited Zhuolan next to him, "The captain will go too." Zhuolan's eyes lit up, shaking his arm enthusiastically, "Huan, promise her fast." Yang Wan nodded and agreed with Song Qing. However, while he agreed, he didn't forget to tell Song Qing that he couldn't swim. She offered to teach him, but after hesitating for 2 seconds, Yang Wan politely declined her offer. Watching the entire exchange between them, Zhuolan narrowed his eyes and asked sharply, "Why did she suddenly invite you to swim? And she offered to teach you too, does she want to pursue you?" Yang Wan shook his head in hurried denial, "Impossible. She's almost as tall as I am. Isn't it said that girls like boys taller than them?" Zhuolan hummed lightly, "That's true, but there are also some who like the protective younger brother type." However, none of that mattered, so he waved a hand to dismiss these irrelevant thoughts. "When is your appointment?" "Tomorrow evening," Yang Wan replied. Upon hearing this, Zhuolan immediately became excited and got up to look for swim trunks in the closet. The next evening, when Yang Wan and Zhuolan arrived at the school swimming pool, they discovered He Lang and his friends were already there. They had probably swum several laps already, and now He Lang was sitting on a chair by the edge of the pool talking with old Four. Today, Yang Wan was dressed very normally, looking like an ordinary, clean-cut male college student who blended into the crowd without much attention, but He Lang still quickly noticed him. Old Four greeted them with a beaming smile, and Zhuolan pulled Yang Wan over. He Lang turned his face, glancing at the bag in Yang Wan's hand. "Are you here to swim?" Yang Wan nodded, deliberately avoiding his gaze as his eyes lingered vaguely in midair. Sensing his evasion, He Lang felt slightly irked and stood up directly facing Yang Wan, fully exposing his muscular chest and abs. "Didn't you say you can't swim?" Still not looking at him, Yang Wan merely murmured in a vague tone. On the contrary, Zhuolan standing next to Yang Wan boldly stared at He Lang's upper body, drinking in the sight without restraint. He Lang's expression darkened. The last time they met at the swimming pool, this fool had stared at others' bony and thin upper bodies until his face was flushed red. Now, standing before him, he wouldn't even glance at him. Because there were other people around, He Lang couldn't say anything and sat back down with a somber gaze. Realizing belatedly that He Lang seemed a little upset, Yang Wan silently lowered his eyes, about to scrutinize his facial expression carefully when Song Qin approached. She wore a conventional one-piece swimsuit, looking long-limbed. Probably due to studying sports, both her arms and legs had a layer of lean muscle that wasn't unattractive. Yang Wan and Zhuolan followed Song Qin to the locker room to change clothes. Old Four retracted the gaze he had used to see them off and turned his head, full of curiosity, asking, "Did Mr. Zhao predict right? Did you really go on a date yesterday?" He Lang reined in his emotions, lifting his eyes to glance at him and counter-questioning, "Who told you that?" "Old Chen," Old Four recalled while stroking his chin. "Not just Old Chen, there were others in our class who said they saw you on campus yesterday." He Lang paused briefly, appearing unconcerned as he leaned back into the chair, answering evasively, "You could say that." Old Four immediately grew interested and was about to inquire further when he caught sight of two girls wearing bikinis coming out of the changing room. His attention was immediately captured by those two girls, quickly forgetting the details of He Lang's date. Both girls were tall and pretty with slim builds, their legs looked white and long, with smooth and delicate waists exposed above their skirt pants. More importantly, both had noticeably large busts. Old Four's eyes were drawn wide open. As those two girls drew nearer, laughing and chatting, Old Four noticed that the girl on the left in a pink bandeau top looked particularly sweet and innocent. He elbowed He Lang without thinking, his eyebrows flying high as he whispered enthusiastically, "Lang Gu, isn't the girl on the left your type?" Upon hearing this, He Lang calmly raised his head, following Old Four's line of sight. He didn't see any pink bandeau or sweet innocent girls, instead, he coincidentally saw Yang Wan and Zhuolan emerging from the changing room. Yang Wan had taken off his shirt and put on swimming trunks that extended to his thighs. Yesterday, in the corridor outside the restroom, He Lang could feel how soft Yang Wan's whole body was. It didn't seem like someone who usually exercised. Now, seeing his pale and thin torso, He Lang's initial guess was only reinforced further in his mind. His legs hadn't changed much from yesterday when he wore socks, straight and well-proportioned. He Lang's gaze traveled up his legs, passed over his flat abdomen, and finally stopped imperceptibly at his bare shoulders. Though his shoulders weren't as broad as his own, the shoulder line was straight and crisp, creating a beautiful right angle where the shoulders met the neck. It was only now that He Lang realized Yang Wan had a long neck, which, combined with his overall body proportion, didn't appear awkward at all. He was clearly no different from those skinny, inactive boys, yet He Lang couldn't take his eyes off Yang Wan for a long time. In fact, even he himself wasn't quite sure what exactly he was looking at on Yang Wan. Not until Old Four asked softly beside him, "How about it? Isn't he very soft?" He Lang remained silent for a brief moment before casually humming in affirmation. "Are his legs white and long?" Old Four continued to inquire. He Lang furrowed his brow, pondering over this before reluctantly nodding in agreement, "Yeah. His waist is also slim, without any excess fat on his stomach." Old Four marveled in appreciation. This observation wasn't entirely untrue, and He Lang nodded calmly with an unfazed expression. "The shoulder he exposes is also round and cute." Old Four went on with his critique, "Most importantly, he has a very pure appearance." He Lang's brows knitted tighter subconsciously, realizing how observant Old Four had been. Irritation welled up within him, and he promptly turned icy, muttering derisively, "Does a man have such a thing as being pure or not?" "Man." Old Four's tone was full of bewilderment. "What man? Aren't we talking about the pink bandeau wearing, sweet and gentle girl?" He Lang. His composure faltered for a moment as if nothing happened, then he drew his gaze back and refocused on the sweet and gentle girl Old Four was referring to. Indeed, the girl in the pink swimsuit appeared both pure and gentle, fitting precisely the type He Lang would usually fancy. Nevertheless, He Lang observed her indifferently with a cold look. However, within just a few short seconds, his attention started to wander aimlessly. When he became aware, his line of sight had already subconsciously shifted back to Yang Wan behind him. An alarm bell rang loudly inside He Lang's heart as he forcibly redirected his gaze back to the sweet-smelling girl. A few seconds later, his eyes still gravitated uncontrollably toward Yang Wan. He Lang's face darkened like the bottom of a wok. "Shit, something must be wrong with me. He Lang, soft and fragrant girls seem so boring. JPG. Chapter 72, sudden realization. After Yang Wan and Zhuolan changed out of their swimwear, Song Qing, who was waiting by the pool, approached them. Without giving Yang Wan a second thought, Zhuolan eagerly asked her about the whereabouts of the team captain and went upstairs to find him. Leaving Yang Wan standing there with Song Qing, she stared at him for a moment and then smiled. "Do you really not want me to teach you?" Before Yang Wan could answer, He Lang walked up from behind them and interjected, "Teach what?" Song Qing replied, "To teach him how to swim." "Who's teaching?" He Lang turned his attention to her with heightened curiosity. "Are you teaching?" Song Qing nodded casually as she shifted the topic. "Did you finish swimming today?" "I'm done." He Lang tilted his face slightly, nonchalantly raising his arm to drape it over Yang Wan's bare shoulder, saying, "You want to learn how to swim? I can teach you." Song Qing knew that the two were acquainted, so she didn't dwell on it further, but politely signaled He Lang, "It was my invitation that brought him here to swim today." Upon hearing this, He Lang's hand paused lightly on Yang Wan's shoulder before stretching his arm around Yang Wan's neck and pulling him closer under his elbow. Without missing a beat he said, "Did you go see the fourth elder? I think he has something to say to you." Startled for a moment, Song Qing glanced over He Lang's arm wrapped around Yang Wan and then turned away. "I'll head over now." Once she left, He Lang instantly loosened his grip and stepped back. However, the slick sensation still lingered in the inner part of his arm, making his heart miss a beat. This kind of physical contact was entirely different from when Yang Wan wore clothes. He Lang even felt like the skin along the underside of his arm was on fire. Realizing his unusual behavior, he instinctively lowered his gaze toward Yang Wan. Upon catching a precise glimpse of the faint redness on Yang Wan's ears, his emotions calmed somewhat, allowing him to gradually regain composure. He Lang gestured for him to get into the water through the shallow end's ladder entrance. Yang Wan took a few steps toward the ladder as instructed but then remembered he needed to inform He Lang, "I don't know how to swim." "I know you don't know how to swim," He Lang said offhandedly, "didn't I just say I can teach you?" There was hesitation in Yang Wan's footsteps. His original reason for being here today wasn't to learn how to swim. Noticing the expressions flickering across his face, He Lang quickly analyzed a possible conclusion, immediately displaying mild irritation. "What? Only Song Qing is allowed to teach you? Can't I teach you?" Yang Wan hurriedly shook his head to deny it. "That's not what I mean." After some consideration, he offered an explanation. "I'm not here today to learn how to swim." "If you're not here to learn how to swim, why are you here?" He Lang asked swiftly. "To soak in the water." Yang Wan turned a little red upon hearing this and closed his mouth. He Lang, without a second thought, pulled his hand and led him down the stairs into the swimming pool. The water level here wasn't the lowest in the pool, but the cool water was very comfortable. It soon rose above his chest while only reaching He Lang's waist. He Lang turned around, arms crossed, silently staring at him without speaking. Unable to withstand such prolonged eye contact, Yang Wan averted his eyes and admitted, "Song Qing invited me here." He Lang held back inside, his eyebrows arching high, clearly showing fluctuations and turbulence of emotion within him. "If Song Qing invites you, you just come. Are you that obedient to her?" Uncertain of what to say, Yang Wan simply dipped into the water. Thinking that he was trying to evade his question, He Lang habitually reached underwater, intending to pinch the collar of his shirt. But instead of grabbing a collar, his fingertips grazed Yang Wan's nape, slipping past lightly against his skin without managing to pinch anything. Realizing that Yang Wan wasn't wearing a shirt, He Lang, disgruntled, bent over, stretched his long arm under Yang Wan, lifting him up directly from the water and dragging him towards his chest due to the momentum. His back tightly bumped into He Lang's chest. Meanwhile, He Lang's thigh accidentally pressed against his lower back since he was wearing tight swim pants. Even in this normal state, Yang Wan could sense an unusual pressure against his lower back. Startled, his body froze momentarily, too nervous to even blink. He Lang was still preoccupied with the previous incident. With his arm firmly wrapped around Yang Wan's waist, he glanced down at his face and questioned deeply, "Why did you run?" "I didn't run," Yang Wan softly argued for himself. "If you didn't run, why dive into the water?" To see more clearly whether he was telling the truth, He Lang tightened his arm around Yang Wan's waist subconsciously and lifted him up slightly. This time, it was Yang Wan's turn to painfully turn his face and ask perplexedly, "Didn't you tell me to learn how to swim?" He Lang was momentarily left speechless by his words. It was at this moment that he realized how close he was to Yang Wan, closer even than the day before in the restroom of the shopping mall. The curls on He Lang's head, drenched from the water, now hung limp and wet against his scalp. Water droplets continuously dripped down, trailing past his ears and vertically falling into the slight hollow of his shoulder. There were also droplets clinging precariously to the strands of hair on his forehead, eventually sliding down after some struggle, then trickling onto his eyelashes. From there, they slipped through the gaps of his lashes, brushing over his clavicle hesitantly, finally landing on the arm He Lang had wrapped around him. When the water droplets splashed against his eyelashes, creating tiny ripples, He Lang saw it all clearly. An Wan's eyes blinked quickly, like a startled lamb. At that very instant, He Lang felt his dormant heart stir uncontrollably within his chest. His gaze moved away from Yang Wan's wet lashes and shifted to his lips, which carried the same damp allure as the rest of him. In his mind, he recalled the soft sensation of Yang Wan's tongue brushing against his fingertips during their meal yesterday. Even earlier, there was the sight of Yang Wan swallowing water in the cinema, the subtle movement of his Adam's apple, his unusually rapid heartbeat while embracing him. the unexpected excitement stirred up by Yang Wan's invitation for dinner. And last night, the pathetic excuse of searching for a lost watch became the reason for him to appear deep into the night in the lab. And it went further back, to the very beginning, when he heard Yang Wan's confession with his own ears. Though he was angry enough to lose his senses, ultimately, he still couldn't bring himself to take any action against Yang Wan. For the first time since these days of confusion, He Lang stepped out of the restrictive framework of sexual orientation, confronting his inner feelings directly. He began to understand, human emotions driven by instinct will inevitably come, the difference lies only in the timing. This feeling he had for Yang Wan, it was unrelated to Yang Wan's gender. In the case of Yang Wan dressed in a skirt and wearing a wig, every signal emitted from his deepest desires, the irresistible attraction to this disguise, stemmed merely from his unwillingness deep inside to confront the truth and the blindness caused by superficial appearances. The skirt was nothing more than the leaf used to deceive himself. Faced with Yang Wan in men's clothing, He Lang was alert and restrained, carefully avoiding physical contact, suppressing his true thoughts and emotions about Yang Wan. But when Yang Wan wore a skirt, he began to loosen up and act unconsciously. It was as if whenever the skirt blurred the judgment of Yang Wan's gender, the person He Lang desired and couldn't resist ceased to be a man. Under such circumstances, he could allow himself to indulge freely and fall deeply into fascination without restraint. After all, even under such conditions, He Lang wouldn't admit that he liked a man. He would only convince himself that what he liked was simply Yang Wan in a skirt. Once Yang Wan removed the skirt and wig, He Lang believed he could effortlessly detach himself, feeling no ripple of disturbance, not indulging in any baseless assumptions. Life, he thought, would continue along its predetermined path, unchanging. Yet the truth was farcical. The track had already changed, but because the scenery along the way was so similar, he hadn't noticed. His emotions churned wildly within him, yet he paid them no heed. Instead, his arms encircling Yang Wan's waist tightened slowly. Chapter 73, Realization. It was only then that he realized how inappropriate his current embrace of Yang Wan was. This unsettling feeling was no less intense than the time when the power went out in the experimental building and Yang Wan knelt on his lap, feeling around. In fact, this situation was even worse. The tight, soaked swimsuit provided little insulation, as Yang Wan's soft buttocks pressed against his thigh, and his pelvis touched her lower back. Their upper bodies were wrapped together with no barrier between them. Even though the water temperature in the pool was cool, it felt as if he was soaking in a steaming hot spring in summer. The heat uncontrollably surged up from his abdomen. He clearly realized that they were still in a public place, even though few people noticed where they stood. Before things went beyond redemption, He Lang loosened his grip and pushed her away from him. Yang Wan obviously also seemed distracted. After staggering to regain balance in the water, she blankly turned her head to look at him. He Lang avoided her gaze guiltily, his face serious as he lightly coughed, "You stay here and soak, I'll swim a few more laps." Although puzzled internally, Yang Wan still replied, "All right." As if unwilling to linger even for a moment, He Lang turned and started to walk away. Not having taken 2 steps, he turned his head again and ordered irritably, "If Song Qin wants to teach you how to swim, don't agree, understand?" Without needing an answer, he would have refused himself anyway. Yang Wan slowly nodded his head. Even with his verbal assurance, He Lang was still uneasy. Taking 3 steps and looking back once, heading toward the deep water area, but not stopping his pace, realizing the truth within just a few short moments, without much cause or opportunity. Perhaps because of Yang Wan's wet lashes, or perhaps because of his soft lips. Just before the truth arrived, what exactly had he been thinking? It seemed like he wanted to start by licking his dark, wet lashes dry, or maybe he wanted to grab his water-drenched lips and manipulate them until adorable lip lines formed. He was shocked by these thoughts originating from the depths of his heart, which led to further contemplations and ideas afterward. Now, he needed time to process and calm down. With one last look at him, He Lang didn't look back and submerged himself directly into the water. Yang Wan walked to a shallower part of the pool and found a suitable spot to sit, relaxing his body in the water. Song Qin quickly returned to find him, noticing that no. For it did not seem like he said that she had business, thus sensing He Lang's intent to deceive her, yet still unsure. Seeing Yang Wan left alone upon her return, she was slightly surprised and began doubting her own assumptions. However, whatever He Lang was thinking was unimportant to her. She only needed to know what Yang Wan thought. Song Qin stepped into the water by the edge of the pool and directly spoke to him, "Can you come over here for a moment? I need to tell you something." Upon hearing this, Yang Wan immediately stood up in the pool and followed her out of the water. From a distance, seeing Yang Wan and Song Qin walking away, He Lang couldn't help but feel sour, remembering why Yang Wan came here tonight. By the time he realized it, his legs had already involuntarily followed them. Song Qin led him to the corridor connecting the male and female locker rooms. With no one there, it was an ideal place for conversation. Just as the two entered, He Lang followed, standing behind the wall unnoticed by either of them. Turning to meet Yang Wan's eyes, Song Qin's tone was direct, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Catching her off guard with this unexpected question, Yang Wan hesitated for a while before shaking his red face in negation, "No." This answer was within her expectations. She smiled and asked, "What do you think of me?" Yang Wan froze in place, apparently not foreseeing that Zhuolan's speculative words would become reality so soon, leaving him temporarily unsure of how to respond. He Lang standing behind the wall heard this and his face turned a bit grim, grinding his molars. Song Qing decided to lay everything on the table. I quite like you. If you're looking for a girlfriend, why not consider me? He Lang's facial features instinctively tightened. He anxiously waited for Yang Wan's response with a serious expression. Yang Wan remained silent for a long time before averting her eyes with a sense of guilt, saying, I'm very sorry. While uncertain about how the person being rejected might feel at the time, the heart of He Lang, eavesdropping from behind the wall, fell back firmly in place instantly. The corners of his mouth could not resist curling upwards. His face fully expressed, delighted. That's the way it is. Song Qing's voice sounded somewhat disappointed. Polite, she asked another question, is the person you like He Lang? Before the words had even finished, Yang Wan's eyes began to flicker. Throughout their entire conversation, he hadn't mentioned anything about having someone he liked. Had his looks at He Lang been too obvious? Yang Wan felt regretful inside. Unaware of what was going on in Yang Wan's mind and unable to see the changes in his facial expressions at that moment, He Lang's heart, which had just settled back down, immediately tightened again. His face was more tense than before, his gaze filled with genuine emotions directed at the air beside the wall, his brows even furrowed. His spirit was highly focused as he concentrated fully on capturing any sound from Yang Wan, fearing he might miss a single reply. Yang Wan didn't hesitate for long. Given the limited time they'd spent together, Song Qing wasn't the type to gossip around. However, thinking about how being straight and the news of liking He Lang might not be good for He Lang's reputation if it spread, Yang Wan quickly shook his head and denied it, no. Song Qing's expression didn't change, it was unclear whether she believed him or not, but she didn't continue to pursue the matter. The He Lang hiding behind the wall felt his heart drop heavily into the depths, his face instantly becoming grim. The corners of his mouth, which had barely started to curve upward, immediately fell due to his irritable mood. It was like moving from a flourishing spring to a harsh winter in an instant. The traces of springtime joy in his eyes were instantly torn apart by negative emotions, leaving only chaos behind. Even the blood coursing through his veins seemed frozen by bone-chilling coldness. This cold feeling spread from within his blood vessels, swirling faintly around him. He Lang bit his teeth tightly, his gaze icy, as he walked out with a gloomy heart. A few minutes later, standing by the edge of the swimming pool without finding what he was looking for, Yang Wan turned and found He Lang in the nearby rest area. He and number 4 were talking at a table, occasionally glancing indifferently at female students passing by, appearing lazy yet slightly aloof, their expressions seemingly no different from usual. Yang Wan headed toward the table where they were sitting. However, because he was quite far away, he was ultimately too late. The empty seat next to He Lang was already occupied by 2 girls in swimsuits. He couldn't help but slow down, contemplating whether he should circle around to sit opposite He Lang when he heard the girl in a pink swimsuit ask He Lang if he had any spare dry towels. He Lang lifted his eyelids and glanced at her snowy, undulating chest. Realizing there was no stir in his heart, he even thought that Yang Wan's flat chest looked more pleasant when dressed in a skirt. A hint of irritation colored his tone, no. The girl was startled a little and quickly apologized to him, sorry. He Lang did not respond. Instead, it was number 4 sitting to his right who fished out a new and used towel from the bag on the table, smiling kindly as he handed it over. I do, it's new. With a shy smile, the girl thanked him and attempted to reach across He Lang to take the towel. As the girl bent forward, her hair tips lightly brushed over He Lang's arm, drawing his attention to the fact that this girl had plaited her hair into a thick braid adorned with a golden egg-shaped hairband. He Lang's gaze lingered longer on her braid than necessary. His first thought wasn't about how cute her braid was but rather whether he should ask her for the online shopping link to the egg-shaped hairband. Meanwhile, absent-mindedly, he mentally envisioned Yang Wan in a dress, with braided hair adorned with such a hairband. When he came to his senses, He Lang had to acknowledge expressionlessly that he was beyond saving. He usually despised old Tang chasing after Liao Chang'an and licking their boots. In his view, timely disengagement was the best strategy in one-sided relationships, otherwise, it would endlessly waste time and energy. But now, even after personally hearing Yang Wan say he didn't like him, he was still thinking about buying things for the other party. He Lang hesitated for only 2 seconds before starting to search his mind for all the tactics Xiao Yi used to chase after girls at school. Noticing He Lang frequently looking at the girl beside him, Yang Wan stopped behind them with a look of disappointment. He hung his head silently and trudged back dejectedly. Hearing the noise from behind, He Lang turned his head and looked back. Recognizing Yang Wan's silhouette, He Lang felt a pang of guilt. So soon after receiving a confession from a girl, and he was already acting arrogantly and ignoring others. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He stood up and strode after Yang Wan, grabbing his wrist and pulling him towards himself. Words of dissatisfaction with his attitude had already reached the edge of his lips, but when he lowered his gaze and saw Yang Wan's drooping eyebrows and dejected expression, he momentarily froze. How could someone be upset after receiving a confession from a girl? Was it really him or was it Yang Wan who'd hurt himself being rejected? He Lang didn't have time to stew in his anger anymore. Reaching out, he grabbed Yang Wan's chin and lifted his face to ask, who bullied you? Your face looks so glum. Realizing he was misunderstood, Yang Wan quickly adjusted his expression and gave an awkward answer, no one bullied me. Then what made you look so sad when you saw me go? He Lang raised an eyebrow and asked. Yang Wan's demeanor seemed somewhat unnatural as he lied, I wasn't walking away, I was looking for my roommate. He Lang led him back to the table. Sensing his intentions, Yang Wan quietly stopped in his tracks, unwilling to follow him. What's wrong again? He Lang turned around, furrowing his brows as he questioned. After hesitating for a while, Yang Wan softly spoke, there are no empty seats left. He Lang instinctively glanced at the table. Both sides next to him were already occupied, and the girl in the pink swimsuit hadn't left yet, though there were still some empty seats opposite him. Staring at his own seat, he slowly narrowed his eyes, seemingly catching on to something, and asked in a low and slow voice, do you want to sit next to me? Yang Wan shut his mouth without saying anything, but his face flushed red instantly. Being captivated by his bashful demeanor, He Lang restrained the impulse to move even closer and indulged in gazing at his face slowly, as if savoring this moment to his heart's content. It wasn't until Yang Wan's eyelids trembled under his intense stare that He Lang reluctantly shifted his gaze, unknowingly tightening his grip on Yang Wan's wrist. Doubt started creeping into his mind. Even after realizing how often Yang Wan blushed during normal conversations, pondering the reason behind this particular blush invigorated He Lang once again. His previously bruised heart slowly came alive. With just one sentence from him, Yang Wan blushed this much, did he really not like him? Determined to find an opportunity to test his true feelings, He Lang felt his mood lift, and obvious smiles crept into his expressions. Pulling Yang Wan toward the row of empty seats across the table, he coaxed gently, I won't sit here. Let's go sit opposite. Hearing hints of tenderness in his tone, Yang Wan's heated cheeks only grew redder. Passing by number 4, the latter greeted Yang Wan enthusiastically with a warm smile, came up so soon. He Lang let go of his hand, signaling for him to sit down first, and then turned around to fetch his swimming bag. Yang Wan remained standing still, replying with a soft, Number 4 scanned him up and down before suddenly pinching his smooth shoulder and exclaimed, you're so pale. Whiter than the girls in our class. Feeling a little uncomfortable, Yang Wan responded, girls wear less in the summer and get tanned easily. That's true, number 4 agreed with a nod, retracting his hand just as he was about to pull it back. He Lang standing nearby immediately frowned, threw his swimming bag on the table, creating a thunderous noise, and then walked a few steps away, lowering his voice as he said to number 4, come here. Number 4 withdrew his hand, unsure why, asking, what's wrong? He Lang lowered his voice further, clearly showing signs of displeasure, don't touch him unnecessarily, otherwise, if anything happens. If anything happens, I won't come crying to you, number 4 interrupted, mimicking his previous warning, last time here, you saw him blushing at another man and figured he likes men. Alright, I haven't forgotten what you said. Pausing for a second, He Lang shot a glance full of complex emotions at number 4, that's not what I meant to say. Number 4 paused as well, then what did you mean to say? What I meant to say is, He Lang scoffed lightly, you'd better not touch him casually, or else if I lose control and hurt you, don't come crying to me. Lastly, he added expressionlessly, I think I like men. Chapter 74, Confusion. It took some time to digest He Lang's words. Lao Si sat back down in a daze, not even glancing at the pale bosom of the girl beside him. After sitting for a moment in the lounge area, He Lang lazily reminded them, it's getting late. Let's take a shower and head back. Lao Si mechanically stood up. He Lang didn't bother with him and turned to ask Yang Wan, where is your bag? It's in one of the lockers in the changing room, Yang Wan replied. Go get it now. He Lang gestured for him to leave his seat. Yang Wan hesitated, my roommate is still here. Go call him over now. He Lang stopped and waited for him. Zhuolan had run off somewhere that Yang Wan didn't know about. At a loss for what to do next, Zhuolan descended from the second floor with the basketball team captain. Standing in the rest area, he waved to Zhuolan and asked if he wanted to go back now. Hearing this, Zhuolan walked over and saw He Lang and Lao Si holding bags. He asked Yang Wan, do you want to go with them? Yang Wan quickly glanced at He Lang's face and truthfully replied, they've invited us to go together. Seeing it was on his way home, Zhuolan waved his hand and said, you go ahead. I'll return to the dormitory later. Yang Wan nodded and followed He Lang and Lao Si towards the direction of the locker room. It was nearing closing time at the swimming pool, and the showers were crowded with guys washing up. Lao Si went first to queue up in the rinse room, while He Lang accompanied Yang Wan to fetch clothes and towels from the locker room. After fetching their items, they entered the rinse room and looked around, each compartment was occupied. So they sat on the benches to wait. A few minutes later, Lao Si emerged from the farthest compartment and called out to He Lang and Yang Wan to come wash. Yang Wan hastily responded, you go ahead. After hearing this, He Lang immediately stood up and pulled Yang Wan up as well. You go first. Yang Wan wanted to say he wasn't in a rush but seeing no intention from He Lang to let him off, he was dragged into the room against his will. Since you're too slow, you should go first, He Lang added firmly. Hearing this, Yang Wan obediently shut his mouth and made no further objections. Lao Si was already dressed in his pants and holding his swimsuit and towel. Opening the door, a large amount of steam escaped, and he said, "I'll wait for you guys in the rest area outside." He Lang simply said, "All right." After Lao Si left, Yang Wan carried the bag containing his clothes and towels into the stall and placed the bag on the shelf. After doing so, realizing he hadn't closed the door, he turned to shut it. However, he noticed He Lang standing outside the stall, seemingly hesitant to leave. "Is there something else?" Yang Wan instinctively asked while looking at him. He Lang remained silent, glancing around the compact yet sufficiently spacious stall before his gaze finally rested on Yang Wan's delicate collarbone and slender neck. His eyes revealed a hint of deep contemplation. Yang Wan assumed He Lang might think he was taking too long and earnestly promised, "I'll finish washing soon." He Lang slowly nodded, suppressing his more audacious thoughts and nonchalantly said, "Then proceed." As Yang Wan reached out to close the door, noticing his action, He Lang casually averted his eyes. Only He Lang himself knew that his emotions at this moment were far from the calm demeanor his expression suggested. Every time such thoughts crossed his mind, they were impossible to erase. Struggling to suppress his growing excitement, he turned to leave. However, his peripheral vision accidentally caught a glimpse of Yang Wan's partially exposed white arm through the gap of the door. Involuntarily, his eyes were drawn to it, his brain heating up slightly amidst the humid atmosphere of the rinse room, instantly recalling his premeditated plan. Just as the door was about to fully close, he abruptly pushed it open wider. His 5 long fingers precisely grasped Yang Wan's wrist and squeezed into the stall. Looking at the startled Yang Wan, he coolly suggested, "Let's wash together." Startled, Yang Wan stammered nervously, "How can we wash together?" "Just like this, we wash together. Washing separately would waste too much time." Before Yang Wan could refuse, He Lang turned around and locked the stall door, simultaneously reminding himself internally that this was merely an opportunity to test Yang Wan's real feelings for him. Other than that, he told himself, he harbored no other ulterior motives. Unexpectedly, after locking the door and turning around, He Lang met Yang Wan's blushing face and the glossy black eyes, moistened by the rising steam. Instantly his thoughts went blank, forgetting all self-reminders as he absent-mindedly reached past Yang Wan to turn on the wall-mounted hot water switch. Yang Wan stood rigidly on the spot in intense tension, barely noticing He Lang's actions until the appropriately warm water poured down on him. Blinking rapidly, he came to his senses and his gaze collided with He Lang's fixed stare. There seemed to be endless surging emotions in the other's gaze, even hotter and more scorching than the hot water sliding down his cheeks. Although he couldn't see clearly the emotions hidden in He Lang's dark eyes, with an almost instinctive subtle intuition, Yang Wan's heart still beat uncontrollably. Like a prey mistakenly entering the hunting range, under He Lang's undeniable gaze, he blurted out in panic, "Do we need to take off our swimming trunks?" He Lang's body stiffened slightly, his eyes darkening uncontrollably, and the steady breathing concealed by the sound of the water also quickened. An incredible emotion arose in his heart simultaneously, obviously unexpected, as merely this simple question from Yang Wan was enough to ignite a simmering fire within him. But the situation was still controllable, and he tried to calm himself down. Not noticing his subtle changes, only after asking did Yang Wan realize how awkward his question was. Worried that his rambling would bring about He Lang's disdain, he felt frustrated and regretful, somewhat at a loss, and wanted to explain. Before organizing his words, he first heard the breaths above his head. The hurried and heavy breaths, mixed with the sound of the showerhead spraying water, sounded exceptionally clear, instantly reminding Yang Wan of 3 months ago when he stood amidst the noisy cicada calls, anxiously confessing to He Lang. Did my words make him so angry? Yang Wan helplessly and uneasily closed his mouth, fearing that further explanations would only fuel the fire. Remaining silent, he shifted aside, allowing more hot water to fall on He Lang's body. But accidentally catching sight of He Lang's back turned towards him. The healthy and muscular back suddenly revealed itself in his view. Yang Wan unconsciously raised his head to look at the broad and sturdy naked back. His gaze quickly swept over the seductive shallow groove in the middle of his back and landed on the smooth muscle lines of his upper arms. He couldn't help but recall the night he went to He Lang's dormitory when the counselor came for a surprise inspection. That night, He Lang effortlessly lifted him up the ladder just using his 2 arms. He is really strong, Yang Wan quietly blushed. However, soon he restrained himself and appropriately withdrew his gaze. Seeing that He Lang was still standing motionless with his back to him, he remembered hearing from classmates in school that roommates often helped each other scrub their backs while taking showers at the public bathhouse. His lips moved, considering that He Lang might still be upset, he asked with a hint of flattery while raising his head, "Do you want me to help you scrub your back?" The muscles in He Lang's back abruptly tightened, his mind, which had just calmed down, turned once again. He even felt the swim trunks constraining him, making him feel suffocated and uncomfortable. This was already a very ominous warning, worsened by the hot water falling on his back. "No." He spoke rapidly, adding without turning around, "Turn down the water temperature." Yang Wan complied, adjusting the water temperature to a point between cold and warm. During high school, he knew that many boys in his class took cold showers in summer, but Yang Wan had long been accustomed to washing with hot water all year round. After adjusting, finding that He Lang's back remained tense, he asked curiously, "Are you feeling too hot?" He Lang did not answer. Worried something might be wrong, Yang Wan didn't think much and hurriedly pressed his palm against He Lang's firm back. A higher temperature than that of his palm spread through his skin, causing Yang Wan to furrow his brows in concern before he could say anything. He saw He Lang's back arch lightly, as if enduring great difficulty, and heard him speaking slowly, word by word in a low tone, "Take your hand away." His voice was too low and quickly drowned out by the sound of the showerhead. Yang Wan subconsciously moved closer, his face nearing He Lang's neck position. The soft breath from his lips tickled his neck. "What?" With a tight expression, He Lang turned his face to remind him again to keep his distance. Standing behind him, Yang Wan didn't have time to retreat, and his soft, wet lips inadvertently collided with He Lang's hard chin. Yang Wan looked up in a panic, his eyes immediately stunned. Only then did he notice that He Lang's forehead, which hadn't been washed by the water, was already covered in a thin layer of sweat. Even though the shower water had become lukewarm, he still appeared extremely hot. Realizing this, Yang Wan paid no attention to the fact that he had kissed He Lang's chin and unhesitatingly turned around to touch the temperature-adjusting device by the wall. What Yang Wan didn't see was that at the same moment he turned his back, He Lang silently moved closer to him with darkened eyes. Yang Wan's lips finally shattered all the composure in He Lang's heart. In just a few short seconds, he felt that every spot touched by Yang Wan, his back, his neck where Yang Wan's breath had grazed, and even his chin where Yang Wan had accidentally kissed him, was burning hot. His entire body felt as though it were being scorched by flames, the intense heat swirling through him like a typhoon rampaging across his senses until it concentrated below his waist. The scorching sensation left his brain unable to think clearly, making his head feel heavy and dizzy. From behind, he tightly embraced Yang Wan's waist, catching sight of the face he had scrutinized countless times before. Instinctively narrowing his eyes, he buried his face into the crook of Yang Wan's neck, his voice hoarse with unbridled emotion. Old. Cold water suddenly drenched him from above, immediately dispersing the majority of the burning heat within him. He Lang abruptly froze, then came back to his senses, raising his head as if awakening from a dream. Ah, Yang Wan isn't his wife yet. Chapter 75, Falling in Love. He unnoticeably moved his hand from Yang Wan's waist, leaned over him, and adjusted the water temperature back. Although it was still a season where one could swim, He Lang didn't doubt for a second that Yang Wan's body immunity was significantly weaker than his. Yang Wan didn't attempt to adjust the water temperature again, instead, he looked back with a confused gaze and asked, "Old?" He Lang remained silent for 2 seconds before responding subtly, "Lao Si is still waiting outside. It's too slow washing together, let's wash separately." Yang Wan nodded without suspicion. As he was about to turn around in front of him, he suddenly froze in place. He Lang also froze as both of them simultaneously noticed something unusual. The flag that hadn't completely descended was now rising again due to the change in surrounding temperature, and it pressed right against Yang Wan's side waist without any deviation. This feeling was completely different from being pushed against in the pool. Even through the swimsuit fabric, Yang Wan could clearly feel the burning sensation emanating from his waist and the hard, somewhat uncomfortable touch. With a probable guess floating through his mind, his face turned crimson instantly. After hesitating for a second, he glanced downward uncertainly, quickly raising his eyes afterward. His gaze flickered as he looked at He Lang, his lips moving faintly but silently. In the shortest time possible, He Lang had already calmed down, drafting multiple explanation plans in his mind, just waiting for Yang Wan to ask questions first. However, despite his anticipation, Yang Wan eventually clenched his lips after several internal struggles, stopping himself from speaking further. Losing patience, He Lang took the initiative to explain, "I haven't done anything for a long while lately, I've been holding back for too long." Yang Wan spoke up at the same time as He Lang, though his tone was tinged with bashfulness and yet unmistakable concern. "Won't such tight swimming trunks be very uncomfortable?" He Lang fell into a long silence. Only belatedly realizing that he might have intruded upon his private issues, Yang Wan seemed a bit at a loss on what to do next. Though already nervous to the point of stammering, he tried to express his understanding. I can understand. Boys will experience this kind of situation, and it's normal." Upon hearing these words, He Lang's heart became filled with a mixture of emotions. With his dark eyes fixed directly on Yang Wan, he tried to distinguish whether Yang Wan was pretending not to understand for his own benefit or if he truly was clueless. Under his penetrating gaze, Yang Wan hardly dared to breathe. The anxiety on his face was no less intense than if he himself had been caught red-handed on the spot. Apparently, he really was naive, He Lang concluded internally. But at least, he wasn't rejecting his physiological reaction. This made the full expectation doused by cold water stir again deep within him. Feigning an unpleasant expression, there was a hint of danger in his voice as he said, "Your implication is, when I react while showering with you, it's a normal circumstance for all men." Yang Wan was stunned for a moment. Clearly, there was nothing wrong with the statement he expressed. However, somehow, when it came out of He Lang's mouth, it started to sound off. Actually, what he meant to convey was simply this: for a straight guy like He Lang, this is absolutely normal. And he had also heard before that some roommates in dorms who got along well would even watch videos together and help each other. Even though this information was hearsay, he thought it in his heart and verbalized it accordingly. The air gradually became saturated with sourness. Without letting Yang Wan speak another word, He Lang forcibly turned his body, allowing his prominent erection to press firmly against Yang Wan's front. Lowering his head, his voice heavy with stress and slowly paced, he asked, "Did you also do these things with your university roommate?" Which one? He paused, his inner turmoil overwhelming. Is it the one you ditched me for last time to eat with him, or is it the tall and handsome one? Yang Wan found it utterly impossible to focus on answering his questions with the odd sensation pressing right in front of his abdomen. Burning heat surged in his cheeks, yet he dared not lower his gaze to look. He attempted to step backward but was pulled forward again once the other party realized his intention. What are you dodging? He Lang felt an unsettling premonition arising. Even before his question left his lips, his face darkened. Veins on his temples subtly throbbed as he enunciated every word distinctly, gritting his teeth intensely. Are both of them involved? Terrified, Yang Wan hastily shook his head in denial. No, I haven't done such a thing with anyone. Really? He Lang probed further. Really, I swear, Yang Wan answered sincerely. Seeing the relief on He Lang's slightly softened face, Yang Wan observed his expressions quietly. Ensuring there was no trace of deceit on his natural expression, He Lang finally relaxed and then asked vaguely, have you ever taken showers with them? Yang Wan replied, never. Since you've never taken showers together with others, He Lang's face adopted a smile-laden yet reluctant expression. Do you still think my condition is perfectly normal? Yang Wan was unable to discern the implication of his words and ultimately softly insisted on his stance, saying, it's normal. He Lang's expression slightly froze, suppressing a stomach full of suppressed frustration as he brought up their previous conversation unhappily. Didn't you ask me if the swimsuit felt tight? He lifted both arms and leaned them against the wall behind Yang Wan, loosely enclosing him within his reach. I feel incredibly uncomfortable because it's too tight. He Lang's voice gradually turned husky, carrying a hint of mischief but also dissatisfaction at not making progress quickly enough. Lowering his head, he asked, why don't you help me take it off? Yang Wan's face began to heat up, warmth rising from his neck all the way to his scalp and even creeping towards his chest. His fingertips twitched slightly as if startled, then frantically gripped onto the seams of his swim trunks tightly in a tense, hunched-up manner. After a brief silence, he clenched his lips, blushing profusely as he extended his hand without uttering a word, lightly hooking the waistband of He Lang's swimsuit. He Lang was immediately stunned. He had anticipated that Yang Wan might be easygoing, but not this easygoing. From the start, everything he'd done wasn't just out of a heated impulse to flirt with Yang Wan, there was also an intention to probe into the other person's thoughts. If Yang Wan had shown any sign of resistance or discomfort, he would have stopped instantly. But Yang Wan did not. He seemed ready to do anything He Lang requested, no matter how shocking or scandalous. Do you do things like this for anyone else? He Lang asked lowly while gripping his hand, his heart burning hotly. He furrowed his brows anxiously. Yang Wan paused for a moment, seemingly hesitating about answering, embarrassed to verbalize a response. Losing patience after waiting for some time, He Lang simply altered his approach. If it were Lao Si asking you to do this now, would you do it? Yang Wan suddenly widened his eyes. Although the red flush on his face hadn't faded, he still quickly shook his head. A faint sense of joy welled up inside He Lang as he firmly locked his gaze onto Yang Wan's face, asking more seriously, are you doing this to make up to me? This time, Yang Wan neither shook nor nodded his head but chose to remain silent and evade. He even instinctively avoided He Lang's scrutiny, lowering his gaze to the ground where water continuously flowed. He suddenly felt a sense of inferiority, having consistently used the pretentious excuse of compensating He Lang whenever they met. While deceiving He Lang, he was also deceiving himself. Even though he no longer harbored those unrealistic thoughts, nor expected He Lang to reciprocate his feelings, and worried that revealing such sentiments could bring various degrees of trouble to He Lang, there was still something drawing him unconsciously closer to the other man. At this moment, realizing his intentions being unveiled by He Lang, he hung his head full of shame, not intending to defend his actions. Not getting a reply, He Lang's heart slowly sank. Supporting Yang Wan's chin, he forcefully tilted his face up, with the last remaining speck of hesitation and uncertainty in his mind as he asked, is that true? Even amidst his dejected mood, Yang Wan chose to confide in him, no. The grip He Lang held on his wrist tightened abruptly, and immense happiness surged from deep within him. His breathing became rapid and heavy, almost reaching its limit with the pent-up arousal beneath already nearing unbearable levels. Although he'd received the answer he wanted, clearly neither the place nor the timing was appropriate for speaking those words to Yang Wan. Seizing the bag from the shelf, he shoved it into Yang Wan's arms, unhesitatingly opening the door and pushing him outside. Go wash in the next room. The next second, the compartment door before them was heavily slammed shut, followed by the rustling sounds of He Lang removing his swimwear from within. Roughly guessing what the other intended to do, Yang Wan walked towards the neighboring stall with a flushed face. Only then did he realize that at some point, everyone in the shower area had already left, leaving only the two of them. Quickly entering an empty stall, washing and changing into clothes and pants before coming out, the end of the compartment where He Lang was still revealed uninterrupted splashes of water mixed with his clear, rough, and labored breaths. Yang Wan's footsteps halted suddenly upon reaching the compartment, knowing this act of release was too private, turning back quietly planning to leave. The person inside seemed to have already caught the sound, calling out lowly through the door with a deep and hoarse voice, Xiao Yang. Yang Wan momentarily paused his step, lightly responding, it's me. There was a short silence, before He Lang asked, is there anyone else outside? No one is left. Yang Wan truthfully reported, his voice nervous and bashful, I'll wait for you in the lounge area. Wait a moment. He Lang abruptly called him to stop, his breathing sounding somewhat heavy. Stay outside the door and wait. Yang Wan turned red in the face and closed his mouth, but he did not leave again. Filled with He Lang's urgent, deep breathing, Yang Wan's cheeks grew hotter and hotter. He made great efforts not to make any noise so as not to disturb what the other was doing inside the cubicle. He didn't know how long he had been standing there, yet He Lang still hadn't finished. He quietly raised his leg to do some exercises on the spot. Unexpectedly, his lifted leg collided with the bottom of the bag, creating a sound that wasn't too loud or too quiet. Breathing stopped for a second from within the compartment, and Yang Wan also froze, holding his breath involuntarily. He Lang's voice came through the door, tinged with restlessness. Xiao Yang, say a few words. Yang Wan's mind went blank for a second, futilely opening his mouth, yet unable to utter a single sound. Feeling a bit at a loss, he asked, what should I say? Anything. He Lang answered quickly, then hurriedly added after a brief pause, never mind, I'll ask you questions and you answer. Yang Wan replied dryly, okay. Inside the stall, He Lang's body slightly hesitated, suddenly finding some feeling in his hand. He quickened his actions and panted while asking, what time is it now? Yang Wan reported the exact time to him. He Lang then asked, is your hair naturally curly? Yang Wan replied, yes. He Lang continued, do you prefer cats or dogs more? Yang Wan said, I like both. Still feeling unsatisfied inside the cubicle, He Lang furrowed his brows, feeling suffocated, and changed his question style, Xiao Yang, would you like me to teach you how to swim next time? Yang Wan obediently replied, sure. He Lang supported himself against the wall, slowly raising his sweat-soaked face. In exchange, will you buy me breakfast? Yang Wan said, sure. He Lang's Adam's apple moved up and down, his dark, surging eyes slightly narrowing. Would you deliver it to my dormitory? Yang Wan said, sure. He Lang's pace increased, his tense spine unconsciously arching. Will you wake me up tomorrow? Yang Wan said, sure. He Lang began to drift off mentally, needing just one last push, closing his eyes and panting uncontrollably. Xiao Yang, would you like to date me? Yang Wan reflexively answered, sure. He Lang let out a low grunt, the tension in his shoulders suddenly relaxing. Yang Wan came back to his senses, standing silently outside the door without saying anything. After a while, He Lang, with a lazy and slightly hoarse voice, cheerfully spoke from behind the door, honey. Yang Wan still didn't speak, staring blankly for half a moment, blushing, and blinking his eyes. Chapter 76, First Kiss. While He Lang was taking a shower for those few minutes, Yang Wan's mind remained in an empty state. At first, upon hearing it, he thought it was a dream. Later, he began to suspect that the other party was just joking. The rapid heartbeat continued until He Lang came out fully dressed, and only then did it slowly subside. As he looked into He Lang's familiar eyes, Yang Wan's face started burning again. Neither of them said anything. He Lang approached, reached out to put his arm around Yang Wan's shoulders, and led him out of the shower room. Throughout the process, although He Lang didn't say much, the arm around Yang Wan never left his shoulder. At this close distance, their bodies were very close together. With every 1 or 2 steps Yang Wan took, his back would lightly bump into He Lang's chest, causing his heart to leap softly as well. Lao Si, who was sitting in the rest area playing with his phone, stood up complaining, you guys are really taking too long. He Lang walked by him with a pleasant mood, leaving him behind while throwing over his shoulder, you wouldn't understand. Isn't it just about realizing something suddenly about sexual orientation? Why does Lao Si not understand then? Unable to refute, Lao Si carried his bag and caught up. However, after several minutes, when the three were walking back to the dormitory, He Lang and Yang Wan were walking ahead, while Lao Si was left alone far behind. It was only then that he despaired and realized that he truly didn't understand. Just last time, in a similar scenario like this, it was still him and He Lang walking ahead, with Yang Wan trailing closely behind at a certain distance. How quickly had it changed, Yang Wan had already taken his place. Exhausted and sighing, Lao Si offered to take He Lang's swimming bag when they reached outside the dormitory gate and carried it upstairs for him. He Lang led Yang Wan to an unlit, secluded corner away from streetlights. He lowered his head and looked straight into his eyes, reminding him of what he had mentioned earlier in the swimming pool, what you promised me in the swimming pool can't be taken back now. Yang Wan questioned hesitantly, but... Thinking he might want to go back on his word, He Lang interrupted harshly, no buts. Yang Wan quieted down for a couple of seconds before blinking and asking, are you serious? Where do I look like I'm not being serious? He Lang sighed faintly, feeling somewhat disheartened. I thought you were just joking, or maybe, Yang Wan paused his tone briefly, lowering his voice embarrassingly, just needed it during that moment. Upon hearing this, He Lang scowled and bent closer to his ear, enlightening him with frustration, then shouldn't you also think carefully why I wanted to hear your voice precisely at that moment? Yang Wan's eyelashes half drooped motionless as a look of surprise and disbelief gradually appeared in his eyes. A few seconds later, as if realizing the relationship between all these elements, he quickly blinked, turned red-faced and lifted his gaze towards him. But, he finally asked aloud the doubt in his heart, aren't you straight? That's true. An introspective look surfaced on He Lang's face. Yang Wan slightly dropped his eyes, perfectly concealing the deep disappointment within. He Lang stared intently at him for a moment, then suddenly grabbed him and pulled him towards his chest, directly hugging him tightly. But that's from before. Leaning forward, he rested his chin on Yang Wan's neck, softening his voice slightly. I don't want to be straight anymore, little lamb. Yang Wan's heart beat violently. It felt like he was a soldier without armor, utterly powerless in front of He Lang. For a long time, he hadn't heard He Lang speak to him in such a tone. In a brief daze, he seemed to return months ago to the period when every evening they used to connect via microphone in the game. A slight jolt ran through his heart as Yang Wan used the remaining bits of his rationality to push him slightly backward. Looking up seriously, he emphasized firmly, I really don't have any fetish for wearing women's clothing. He Lang's mouth corners curved higher, I know. I normally wouldn't wear skirts and wigs outside either. Yang Wan added. He Lang's voice continued with unrestrained laughter, I know. So, his tone descended lower, accompanied by a drop in his eyes, don't treat me as Woolly Curl, that girl character in the game. I'm not her. The smile on He Lang's face disappeared, the upward curve at the corners of his mouth fell, and the arms holding Yang Wan slipped to his sides. The words uttered earlier inside the swimming pool were indeed accidental. Knowing neither the timing nor the place was appropriate, he originally didn't plan to say those words to Yang Wan at all. However, his head must have been spinning at the time, because amidst his overwhelming emotions, he completely disregarded everything and blurted it out. Thus, he was a bit angry now, not only at Yang Wan, but also at himself. I know the difference. He Lang frowned and looked at the person standing in front of him. Listen carefully, these words are meant for Yang Wan, and I only say such things to Yang Wan. I like you. Intense and passionate emotions surged in his dark eyes, his deep, pleasant voice shedding its usual carefree nature and becoming exceptionally serious, yet interspersed with bright laughter. So, darling, would you like to be my girlfriend? Yang Wan's cheeks flushed bright red. Even though he had already heard this sentence twice, he almost instantly realized that He Lang used completely different terms of endearment each time he said it. He quietly took note of it and didn't reply honestly as before. Instead, he slowly responded, I've already answered that question. Upon hearing this, He Lang's expression gradually became complex and subtle. He was well aware of how Yang Wan arrived at his answer, and at this moment, he wanted even more to hear a clear and concise response from him. However, no matter how hard he tried to tempt or coax Yang Wan, the latter had seen through his intentions and was no longer willing to fall for his tricks. He Lang dragged Yang Wan to the wall, trapping him between his arms, and lowered his head unhappily. Little lamb, if you don't answer me now, I'll always feel like I tricked you into this, and that you're not really doing this willingly. Hearing this, Yang Wan raised his head in a daze, originally thinking that the only person feeling anxious and uneasy was himself. It was quite unexpected that He Lang would say something like this. I wasn't tricked, Yang Wan quickly explained softly. I did it willingly. I don't believe you, unless, He Lang's voice dropped low, rolling over Yang Wan's ear like a caress. You prove it to me right now. How do I prove it? Yang Wan asked. Kiss me. He Lang paused slightly, his tone laced with restrained emotion. If you kiss me now, I'll believe that it was your choice. Yang Wan turned his face with distinct black and white eyes wide open, asking nervously, how do I kiss you? Use your mouth. He Lang emphasized with heavy intonation. As soon as he finished speaking, He Lang's sharp and handsome face moved closer. Yang Wan took several deep breaths, mentally prepared himself thoroughly, and then, taking a bold leap, pressed his lips lightly against He Lang's cheek. But without warning, He Lang avoided it. Kissing the cheek won't cut it, he said, raising an eyebrow solemnly. You need to kiss the lips. Yang Wan's gaze followed his words and landed on his lips, and his face started flushing with heat. He Lang gazed steadily and urged him on, little lamb, hurry up. If Yang Wan were a sheep, his horns on top of his head might already have been roasted by now. He gently held his breath amidst the chaotic heartbeat in his ears, inching his lips slowly toward He Lang's. He Lang slightly pursed his lips, standing motionless in place as he waited. When there was only half a finger's distance left from his lips, He Lang continued to maintain his pursed lip appearance without moving. With a reddened face, Yang Wan closed his eyes and silently aligned his lips to press them against He Lang's. Their lips lightly touched, the soft and warm sensation transmitting along the lips to their brains. The feeling was wondrous and addictive. Yang Wan quietly paused for 2 seconds before slowly starting to withdraw. Unexpectedly, He Lang suddenly opened his mouth and gently sucked on Yang Wan's upper lip. Yang Wan froze in surprise, unsure of what reaction to give. Clearly, He Lang needed no reaction from him, just cooperation. Taking advantage of his brief bewilderment, He Lang nibbled on his upper lip a few times, then immediately stuck out his tongue, squeezing into the gap created by Yang Wan's slightly widened lips, prying open his teeth lightly biting down, and deftly rushing in past his pointed teeth, smoothly entering Yang Wan's mouth like a hasty and reckless wolf chasing after his soft tongue, moving chaotically intertwined. After a long while, He Lang finally let go of a breathless Yang Wan. Using his fingertips, he wiped away the saliva trailing from the corner of his lips and kissed him again near his lips, still savoring the taste. Damn, his darling's mouth was so sweet. Chapter 77, Affection. Not until he parted ways with He Lang and returned to the dormitory did Yang Wan remain lost in thought about that kiss they shared just moments ago. After sitting in the dorm for a brief period, he couldn't help but open the balcony door and sneak a glance at the opposite dorm. The balcony door on the opposite side was open, and Lao Si stood there hanging clothes. After some time, he turned around and took down the drying rack, catching sight of Yang Wan standing on the opposite balcony. Instinctively, he raised his hand and waved at Yang Wan. Yang Wan politely reciprocated the wave. Lao Si bent over to pick up an empty bucket and went back into the dormitory. Not long after, He Lang emerged in a tank top and shorts. The two locked eyes across the narrow path for a moment before Yang Wan turned and ran back to the bathroom, grabbing a toothbrush with toothpaste already applied, then came back and leaned against the railing to brush his teeth. Upon seeing this, He Lang turned and went back as well. A short while later, he re-emerged not only holding a toothbrush in his mouth, but also missing the black tank top he had been wearing, revealing his broad, muscular chest. Yang Wan's face turned bright red as he stared, momentarily dazed, and toothpaste foam dripped from the corner of his mouth. He hastily wiped his chin and rinsed his mouth in the bathroom. After washing up, he stepped out and saw He Lang signaling him from the opposite balcony to go to bed early. Yang Wan nodded, closed the door, and returned inside the dormitory, just as Zhuolan entered through the door. Seeing that he had just finished washing his face, Zhuolan appeared somewhat surprised and asked, "Didn't you leave with them earlier? Why aren't you asleep yet?" Yang Wan emitted an embarrassed, but didn't answer. Zhuolan paid no further attention and tossed his bag onto his desk before pulling out a chair to sit down. He complained casually, "When I came back, another couple was kissing under our building. Annoying." He smacked the table unhappily. "I've been single for so long, I haven't even experienced what kissing feels like." Yang Wan's gaze flickered noticeably. Sensing something off in his expression, Zhuolan looked up suspiciously and asked, "What? Do you know something?" Instinctively, Yang Wan wanted to shake his head but soon realized there was no need to hide such matters from Zhuolan. He hesitated, unsure if he should take this opportunity to confess. Before he could respond, Zhuolan shook his hand dismissively and denied, "I almost forgot, you've never even been in love. How would you know what it feels like to kiss?" His envious feeling faded quickly, and he perked up again, rising to pat Yang Wan on the shoulder. "How does that saying go again? Friends forever together, whoever gets paired first becomes the dog. Right, buddy?" Yang Wan remained silent, unable to agree or reply. The next morning, as he got up, Yang Wan left to buy breakfast for He Lang. Before heading out, Zhuolan, still half asleep, emerged from the bathroom and sleepily asked, "Going to the lab so early?" Yang Wan, deep in thought about what to buy for breakfast, absent-mindedly murmured an affirmative sound. Zhuolan didn't ask any more and climbed back into bed to continue sleeping. Half an hour later, he arrived outside He Lang's dorm with breakfast. Lao Si was still asleep on the upper bunk, old Zhao once again having spent the night elsewhere. It was He Lang who opened the door. Seeing it was him, Yang Wan was slightly puzzled. "Wasn't I supposed to wake you up?" He Lang moved aside to let him in, closing the door behind him. Following closely, he arched an eyebrow and countered, "If I don't get up, who will open the door for you?" Yang Wan simply responded with an "oh," placing the breakfast on his desk. As he turned around, he saw He Lang standing by the open closet raising both arms to take off his shirt. His instinctive reaction was to try to turn away first. Casually draping his discarded tank top on the chair, He Lang grabbed him playfully with a mischievous look on his face. Holding his chin with both hands, he lifted his face, asking, "Why are you dodging me? Does your boyfriend have a terrible body shape?" Yang Wan quickly shook his head. Just as he was about to say, "Not really," the implications of the title He Lang had given him replayed in his mind, causing his face to slowly heat up. Feeling the obvious rise in temperature on his cheeks, He Lang couldn't help but let the corners of his lips curl upward. "Lambkin, can I get a good morning kiss?" Yang Wan's face reddened slightly, his eyes darting all around but avoiding looking directly at him. At this moment, He Lang exhibited extreme patience, crossing his arms and staring intently at his face. Although silent, the unspoken message was loud and clear. Yang Wan slowly brought his gaze back and quietly replied, "All right." Then, just like last night by the roadside, with some tension, he leaned closer to He Lang's face. He Lang quickly held him back and said, "Wait, let me brush my teeth first." After changing into the clothes he pulled from the wardrobe, He Lang went to the bathroom to brush his teeth, leaving Yang Wan waiting at the table. 2 minutes later, He Lang stepped out of the bathroom and returned to his desk, pulling Yang Wan toward him and leaning down to press his face close. Yang Wan was caught off guard, as his cheek crashed against He Lang's hard jaw, causing a slight prickling sensation. He pursed his lips and turned his head away while instinctively touching He Lang's stubbled chin. In disbelief, he blurted, "You haven't shaved your beard." He Lang, hearing this as if it were an amusing comment, gripped the back of Yang Wan's head with intrigue, tilting his own chin upward to rub it lightly against Yang Wan's cheek. "Does it hurt?" Yang Wan squeezed his eyes shut from the friction, frowning as he tried to evade but muttered quietly, "A little." He Lang arched an amused eyebrow at this revelation, pressing his face closer to Yang Wan's cheeks for a second before lowering his voice to whisper huskily in his ear, "Wife, your face is so soft." With drooping eyelids, Yang Wan raised a hand to rub his ears, softly denying, "I'm not." He Lang chuckled, releasing him to return to the bathroom to shave. When he emerged again, he was holding a razor, his chin covered with white foam, indicating he hadn't started shaving yet. He summoned Yang Wan to the sunlit balcony and handed him the razor, saying teasingly, "Lambkin, help me shave." Hesitating at the request, Yang Wan replied uncertainly, "I might not do it well." "No problem," He Lang said nonchalantly. Yang Wan held up the razor, craning his neck to assess where to begin. Seeing his serious, concentrated posture, He Lang felt a flicker of emotion and quickly grabbed his waist, lifting him onto the desk behind. Suspended with his legs dangling above the desk, Yang Wan found himself now level with He Lang's chin. Carefully, he pushed the razor along He Lang's jawline. Supporting himself on either side of Yang Wan's body with both hands pressed against the desk, He Lang let him freely maneuver the razor over his face. Once Yang Wan finished most of the job, He Lang took care of the finishing touches himself. After washing his face in the bathroom, He Lang re-emerged and lifted his chin, looking lazily at Yang Wan. "Am I clean?" Yang Wan carefully extended a hand to check and then answered sincerely, "Yes, you're clean." Pleased, He Lang smiled slowly and gazed directly into his eyes, speaking in a cajoling tone, "Good girl." Before Yang Wan could fully process this remark, He Lang leaned in, planting a kiss on his lips. His heartbeat grew increasingly rapid, and Yang Wan closed his eyes as the sound pounded through his ears. But something in his peripheral vision startled him. He saw someone standing on the opposite balcony, someone familiar. It was Zhuolan, staring blankly in shock. Startled, Yang Wan shoved He Lang away quickly and looked nervously toward the other balcony. Zhuolan, who was brushing his teeth on the opposite balcony, froze, wide-eyed at the sight. The toothbrush slipped straight out of his mouth. Not long after, Yang Wan's phone started receiving a barrage of messages from Zhuolan. During breakfast, Zhuolan kept pestering him about what kissing felt like. Blushing furiously as he typed out responses, Yang Wan quickly put away his phone. Since He Lang had no class that morning and Yang Wan had to go to the lab, He Lang escorted him downstairs. As they exited the dormitory, they coincidentally encountered the door of a neighboring room opening, revealing another male student carrying 2 large bags of clothes. Upon seeing He Lang, the student greeted him cheerfully, "Good morning, Brother Lang. Where are you heading?" He Lang slightly moved aside, revealing Yang Wan who was following him. "There's something we need to take care of." The student recognized Yang Wan as the person who had knocked on the wrong door last time and gave him a warm smile. Just before the student's smile widened completely, He Lang subtly positioned himself between them. "What do you have in those bags? Need any help?" "It's all old clothes I'm donating," the student replied promptly, his attention immediately drawn away. "There were just too many things this semester, I only managed to organize everything now." He Lang nodded once. Wrapping an arm around Yang Wan's shoulder, he prepared to guide him downstairs, but the student suddenly remembered something and called out, "Brother Lang, don't you want those 2 pieces of clothing you gave me?" "What clothing?" He Lang asked curiously, furrowing his brow. The student casually replied, "The Adidas jacket and the shirt with the tag still attached." Before He Lang could react, Yang Wan briefly froze beside him. These 2 pieces of clothing sounded suspiciously like the ones Yang Wan had given He Lang as gifts. Did He Lang donate them? Though pretending otherwise would be difficult, Yang Wan understood logically that considering their situation back then, He Lang's actions were entirely reasonable. Yang Wan subconsciously pressed his lips tightly, his eyebrows and eyes slightly drooping. He had no intention of interfering with the fate of those 2 pieces of clothing. Recalling who had given him those clothes, He Lang's heart suddenly raced in panic, and without thinking, he glanced at Yang Wan's expression. Taking in every subtle change on Yang Wan's face, his own heart sank almost instantly, and a wave of deep regret washed over him. "I'm keeping the clothes," He Lang said firmly, his brows furrowed as he strode back to retrieve the 2 items from the bag by bending down. "Thanks." After the boy left carrying the bag, He Lang took the clothes back into the dormitory. He returned quickly, a hint of anxiety etched on his face, fearing that Yang Wan might leave quietly while he was gone. Seeing that Yang Wan was still standing in the corridor, He Lang let out a silent sigh of relief before swiftly walking over and taking his hand gently, calling out softly, "Lambkin." Hearing this, Yang Wan looked up at him. Situated at the far end of the corridor, the dorm room received little sunlight even during the day. Yang Wan stood just where the light couldn't reach. He Lang loosened his grip on Yang Wan's hand slightly, stretching his fingers to interlace them through Yang Wan's, locking their hands together snugly. He Lang's voice softened. "Lambkin, are you mad?" Yang Wan blinked in surprise, intending to tell him that he wasn't angry. But He Lang seemed convinced that Yang Wan was upset. Without waiting for an answer, he extended his arms and embraced him tightly, lowering his head to promise near his ear, "I'll wash these clothes tomorrow and wear them." "Lambkin, don't be mad." Yang Wan showed a hint of hesitation. "The clothes have been placed among old garments for so long, you probably shouldn't wear them." If He Lang truly wanted to wear them, Yang Wan could always buy him new ones. He was unable to finish his sentence, as He Lang's sudden action interrupted him. He Lang buried his face against Yang Wan's neck, his hot breath tickling his collarbone. "Lambkin, wife, are you still mad at me?" Yang Wan paused, then instinctively wrapped his arms around He Lang's broad, solid back, turning his face slightly while blushing with embarrassment as he lightly brushed a kiss against He Lang's cheek. I'm not angry, Yang Wan told him seriously. He Lang immediately perked up, his mood brightening as he held Yang Wan tightly in front of his chest, unwilling to let go. As time passed slowly, Yang Wan worried about someone from this floor opening their door any moment. Unable to resist, he lifted his hand to push him away gently, signaling for him to release him. He Lang, however, was in no rush, noting the tension on Yang Wan's face. Recalling the gentle kiss earlier, although it was faint but initiated by Yang Wan, his chest warmed up. Boldly leaning forward, He Lang nibbled on his earlobe and teased, "Call me older brother. Say it, and I'll let you go." Yang Wan's face turned crimson red, refusing point-blank to call him that. Why? With a soft click of his tongue, He Lang started dredging up old accounts. In the game, you used to call me that quite fluently. The age in the game was younger than yours. Reflecting on the lie about his age, Yang Wan's face heated up even more. His dry explanation sounded awkward, "My real age now is older than yours." He Lang's chest trembled slightly, unable to suppress a soft laugh. No problem, recalling the image of Yang Wan in swim trunks, his Adam's apple moved ever so slightly as he whispered a few words. "Your age may be older than mine, but there's something else about me that's bigger." Yang Wan's face flushed bright red as if completely scorched. Chapter 78, Living Together. In the end, Yang Wan timidly called out, "Brother," and He Lang finally released him, looking quite satisfied. He Lang said he would drop him off at the stairs but ended up escorting him all the way to the entrance of the lab building before turning back. They agreed to go out for dinner that evening. After asking for his opinion, He Lang also invited Xiao Yi and Old Four. Chen was rather busy lately and not around on campus, so he couldn't make it. Yang Wan felt uneasy about dining with He Lang's friends, anyway, especially since he was planning to find an internship. Xiao Yi invited his girlfriend, and thus a meal became a hot pot gathering instead. Old Four then earnestly asked in the group chat if it would be too late to find himself a girlfriend to join now, quickly receiving a mocking reply from Xiao Yi. In the evening, after exiting the lab building, Yang Wan arrived at a nearby hot pot restaurant according to the address He Lang sent him. The others were already gathered in a small private room upstairs. It was dinner time, and there was hardly any vacant booth in the large hall downstairs. Yang Wan walked through the middle of the lobby straight toward the stairs. Before reaching them, someone called him. Chen Jingqing had come with his girlfriend to eat hot pot as well, though they were slightly late and sitting beside to wait for their table. Remembering the last time when Yang Wan had asked about links to buy a dress for his girlfriend, Chen Jingqing greeted Yang Wan with a smile, "Are you alone? Would you like to join us?" Yang Wan shook his head, saying, "My friend is upstairs." Chen Jingqing nodded, "How did the last time turn out? Did your girlfriend like the dress?" It had been several months, and upon hearing this, Yang Wan looked confused, momentarily unable to recall what the question referred to. He didn't know how to answer either. In the brief silence, a familiar but annoyed voice suddenly questioned from behind, "What girlfriend?" Without needing to turn back, Yang Wan already knew whose voice it was. Feeling equally puzzled, Yang Wan glanced towards Chen Jingqing, his roommate from graduate school. Chen Jingqing looked back strangely at him, saying, "Didn't you ask me for the link last time, because you wanted to send your girlfriend a dress?" Yang Wan suddenly remembered, yet hesitated to deny it in front of him. He just murmured vaguely in response. Just then, their number was called within the restaurant, and Chen Jingqing said goodbye hurriedly, leading his girlfriend to get the seat. With the slight tension lifted, Yang Wan turned to look at He Lang, who had followed him, now standing quietly with a serious face, eyes dark. The din of voices in the main hall was chaotic and not conducive to conversation. Yang Wan pulled on He Lang's arm, intending to lead him upstairs. He Lang slipped out of his grip and took long strides up the stairs. Quickly stepping up his pace to catch up, Yang Wan, after a brief hesitation, grabbed He Lang's hand again, avoiding the other's arm this time and instead taking his large palm with a red earlobe. He Lang kept staring ahead without turning back, neither pushing away nor actively reciprocating the hand-holding. As Yang Wan was about to explain, a group of students having dinner together came down the staircase opposite them. Reacting quickly, Yang Wan began to release his hand and step back. However, as if endowed with eyes on the back of his hand, He Lang tightened his hold on him, preventing him from letting go. The group of students chatting happily passed by them, none noticing their clasped hands. Once over the staircase corner, in a more secluded area, He Lang stopped and glared at him unhappily, "Do you fear being seen by others?" Yang Wan accepted his sexual orientation relatively well, which likely owed to his college days when his roommate and boyfriend never concealed themselves. "I fear that you don't want to be seen by others," Yang Wan truthfully answered. Furious, He Lang pinched his cheek, "Have I ever said anything about fearing people seeing us?" Yang Wan thought for a moment, shaking his head, "No." He Lang let out a faint scoff, leaning close to whisper into his ear, clearly enunciating each word, "If you have any doubts on this matter, I can kiss you right here." Yang Wan's face flushed. He Lang stopped teasing him and crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes slightly as he asked, "Isn't it about time for you to explain to me the whole situation regarding this supposed girlfriend of yours?" Yang Wan replied calmly, "Sure thing." "When did this happen?" He Lang asked with an unpleasant expression. Yang Wan calculated silently in his mind, then lifted his face, "Around 3 or 4 months ago." He Lang's face darkened entirely. "While we were involved in online dating, you also went out with some girl on campus." No, Yang Wan shook his head fervently, his face growing hotter. His speech became stammered. It's a dress I bought for myself, the photo you've seen before. Realizing what he was referring to, Yang Wan explained that it was about the dress whose counterfeit version had been circulating online. He Lang's eyebrows shot up as he asked with a slightly unfriendly tone, "Oh, so they were the ones who made my wife get scolded for wearing a counterfeit?" Although He Lang had called him wife numerous times during their gaming sessions, Yang Wan still couldn't help blushing every time he heard it. They probably didn't know, Yang Wan said without much concern. He Lang raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything further, instead pulling Yang Wan upstairs. Upon entering the room, Xiao Ye's lazy voice greeted them. "Why does it take so long just to pick someone up?" Before coming here, Old Four had already told Xiao Ye about He Lang and Yang Wan's relationship. Xiao Ye clearly expected this. Ignoring his teasing, He Lang and Yang Wan sat down on the sofa. Yang Wan was already acquainted with both of He Lang's friends and exchanged greetings with Xiao Ye's girlfriend before they began ordering dishes. As usual, He Lang fluently reported the ingredients he avoided eating, something that Yang Wan often shared while they played games together in the past. Over time, He Lang became thoroughly familiar with his tastes. When He Lang once again mentioned not liking cilantro, Yang Wan interrupted him. "I can eat cilantro now." Xiao Ye seized the opportunity to mock He Lang. "Wow, you don't even know if your boyfriend eats cilantro or not." With a sidelong glance, He Lang warned Xiao Ye to shut up unless he wanted to get beaten later, then frowned and turned to Yang Wan, asking, "You told me before you didn't eat it." Yang Wan replied sheepishly, "But you like it." He Lang realized his meaning and was secretly overjoyed. He reached out from under the table to wrap an arm around Yang Wan's waist and gave Xiao Ye a meaningful look. Not one to back down easily, Xiao Ye hugged his own girlfriend and retorted, "Be yourself. You don't have to change for me." Upon hearing this, He Lang let out a soft snort and was about to retort when Old Four, who'd been sandwiched between the two, suddenly spoke up as if unable to bear it any longer, slamming his hand on the table and exclaiming, "Can you guys think about my feelings for once?" Both He Lang and Xiao Ye simultaneously glanced at him with pity. Old Four. He shouldn't have come for this hot pot dinner. After finishing the hot pot, everyone split up outside. Xiao Ye and his girlfriend went shopping while Old Four had other business to attend to. He Lang and Yang Wan walked back to campus. The heavy flavor of the hot pot broth lingered in their mouths. Passing by a bubble tea shop, they decided to buy some drinks. The attendant was helping a young couple ahead of them, so they stood behind them in line. Another attendant came out of the kitchen and gestured for them to order at her station. They did so, whereupon she smiled and asked them, 2 cups of bubble tea, right?" Yang Wan confirmed, "Yes." At that moment, the attendant nearby also asked the young couple, "How many cups do you want?" The girl responded, 2. But the boy answered, 1. The girl asked, "Aren't you going to drink?" The boy replied, "You know I don't like bubble tea. Besides, if I feel like drinking later, I'll just drink yours." Whatever else the couple next door said, Yang Wan no longer paid attention. At the same time, He Lang stepped forward from behind him and boldly corrected the attendant, "We'll have 1 cup, thank you." It was Yang Wan's turn to be bewildered. In his shock, he unconsciously repeated the same question as the girl next door, "Aren't you drinking?" He Lang calmly replied, "I'm not drinking." Yang Wan slowly nodded and turned to the attendant to say, "Could you please change our order to 1 cup?" "Thank you." The attendant wasn't as easy to fool, casting a strange look at him and He Lang before remembering she was working and stopping herself mid-sentence. "Alright, what flavor would you like?" Yang Wan remained oblivious throughout, attentively selecting the flavor while keeping his head down. A few minutes later, the tea was ready. Yang Wan left the store with He Lang, holding the cup of tea. Under the streetlights, Yang Wan took slow sips through the straw. He Lang, who had been staring intently at him the whole time, asked with an ambiguous tone, "Is it good?" Yang Wan looked up and honestly replied, "Very sweet." He Lang's Adam's apple moved slightly as he suddenly said, "Yang, I want a sip." Startled, Yang Wan turned to look behind him at the bubble tea shop not far away. "If we go back there, it won't be too far." Interrupting him with a slightly rising tone, He Lang declared, "I want a sip from yours." Recalling the conversation of the young couple in the bubble tea shop, Yang Wan's ears turned red as he blushed and handed the milk tea to He Lang. He Lang took it with a smile, leaning down to take a sip. "Is it good?" Yang Wan's face was still flushed. He Lang swallowed the mouthful of milk tea without rushing to give an evaluation. His gaze fell on Yang Wan's moist lips, glistening in the light from the straw. He handed the milk tea back to Yang Wan. As the other reached out to take it, He Lang held his shoulder and leaned down to kiss his lips, extending his tongue to lick away the remnants of milk tea on his mouth. He then enclosed Yang Wan's lips, gently nibbling and sucking them. This kissing style was entirely different from yesterday's hurried and clumsy one. Today, He Lang had clearly mastered some techniques and quickly became proficient at it. But this smoothness only lasted until the moment he thrust his tongue into Yang Wan's mouth. He Lang frowned and pulled back with an indescribable expression on his face, "It tastes weird." Deciding against walking back home, he hailed a taxi by the roadside and rushed Yang Wan home to brush their teeth before resuming the kiss. Since that night, although only 3 people lived in He Lang's 4-person dormitory room, 4 toothbrushes were always plugged into the bathroom sink. What most annoyed old Four and Zhao was that two of them were obviously a couple set. The second week after they started dating, Yanwan began focusing on his graduation thesis proposal and met He Lang less frequently. The promise He Lang made to teach him swimming also remained unfulfilled due to the lack of time. Most of the time, He Lang would come looking for him, but even their private conversations were brief. As He Lang put it, the time was so short they barely had enough time for kisses. Of course, what He Lang said was somewhat exaggerated, yet Yanwan still felt guilty about it. After finishing the thesis proposal, the year-end approached, marking over a month since the start of their relationship. Therefore, when on a weekend afterward, He Lang embraced him while watching an extremely touching love movie in the dorm room, he bent down with great emotion wanting to kiss Yanwan. However, just as He Lang almost got angry upon seeing old Four suddenly interrupting by walking in, later clingy, he bit Yanwan's lips while demanding he move out of the school and live together. Without much hesitation, Yanwan agreed. Chapter 79, The Interrupted Moment. Incidents like being interrupted were not uncommon. Before this, whenever the two were alone in the dormitory, people from the neighboring room would suddenly knock on the door to borrow something, or the fourth roommate would return early from his activities with friends. Such situations occurred frequently. The week before Christmas, He Lang had already found a place off campus. One evening while packing in the dormitory, Yanwan noticed Zhuolan was also there. A few days earlier, Zhuolan had learned that Yanwan was moving out to live with He Lang. When she saw him taking his suitcase to pack, she casually asked, "When are you moving?" Squatting on the ground, Yanwan replied, "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow? So soon?" Zhuolan couldn't help but rise from her chair. "Isn't it too quick? It hasn't even been 2 months yet, right?" "Quick." Yanwan looked up slightly puzzled, seriously pondering for a moment before showing an awkward expression, "But my undergraduate roommate, he started living with his boyfriend just 2 days after they started dating." Zhuolan. Opening his mouth to say something else but changing his mind when he realized Yanwan was an adult. Yet, his personality and appearance always made Zhuolan overlook the fact that he'd been an adult for quite some time. In the end, he remained silent, muttering as if talking to himself, "Huan, be careful, alright?" Yanwan, busy handling his luggage, looked up confusedly, "Careful? What kind of pastries are you talking about?" Zhuolan. That dog-like man, He Lang, really had their Huan wrapped around his finger. In the undergraduate dormitory across, He Lang was also packing in the dorm. That night, Xiaoyi rarely returned to stay at school, he brought late-night snacks to chat with him and the fourth roommate. Seeing him packing, he knew He Lang's moving out was a settled matter. Since 2 months ago, when he accidentally witnessed He Lang wiping Yanwan's mouth at a private club, he'd known this day would eventually come. Later, when he heard from the fourth roommate about the two becoming an item, he didn't feel the slightest bit surprised. This made the fourth roommate somewhat suspect whether the one sharing meals and sleeping together with He Lang daily was himself, or if it was actually Xiaoyi, who had remained composed and calm throughout. Seated by the table eating late-night snacks, catching sight of He Lang putting the computer on his desk into his laptop bag, Xiaoyi asked somewhat worriedly, "You'll still participate in the city battle in the game, right?" He Lang asked back, "Is the time set yet?" "Not yet. But there are rumors that the city battle will take place on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day." After saying this, he paused briefly, "If the rumors are correct, you'll still participate, right?" He Lang turned toward the wardrobe, answering carelessly, "I've got it under control." This familiar way of responding gave Xiaoyi a faint sense of foreboding. "Do you really have it under control?" Without stopping his actions, He Lang absent-mindedly hummed in affirmation, took out clothes from the wardrobe, and tossed them into the suitcase on the floor. "As long as you've got it under control," Xiaoyi couldn't help but supplement and emphasize further, "city battles don't come every year. Celebrating holidays with your partner is something you can do anytime if you want. Which one is more important? You know which matters more." He Lang furrowed his brow slightly, turning with an armful of clothes, interrupting him, "What are you preparing to give your girlfriend for Christmas?" Xiaoyi cast a look at him full of bewilderment. "Weren't we talking about the city battle?" "City battle? What city battle?" He Lang muttered discontentedly, "I spent 2 hours thinking, but I still haven't decided what to give my wife." Xiaoyi. Thinking he might not have carefully listened to what he said, Xiaoyi slapped the table angrily, "Forget about giving your wife gifts. We're likely going online to fight the city battle during Christmas." He Lang finally glanced over, "City battle scheduled for Christmas." His brows knitted tighter, incredulity sweeping over his face as he looked towards him. "How could fighting the city battle be more important than dating with my wife? On that day, I won't log in. You go and discuss the strategy deployment with Tyance and others." Xiaoyi. "Damn it, how easily I trusted your twisted logic, He Lang. Who was this Yanwan anyway?" Whether in the game before or now outside the game, she had their brother completely mesmerized. The next afternoon, He Lang drove to the graduate student dorm building, helping Yanwan move his luggage. There wasn't much luggage he intended to take, he left his bed and blankets in the dorm in case he ever stayed too late on campus and couldn't make it back to the place off campus. Nearby, He Lang rented a 3-bedroom apartment. Besides the master bedroom, there were 2 guest bedrooms. Before Yanwan left the dorm, Zhuolan pulled him aside to whisper advice, indicating that once moved in, he must insist on sleeping in separate rooms from He Lang. Yanwan turned bright red on the spot. Not until they walked into the house He Lang had rented and saw the exaggeratedly large bed in the open master bedroom did he start contemplating their sleeping arrangements, his heart still pounding. He Lang carried Yang Wan's suitcase into the master bedroom and turned to indicate, "You sleep here." Upon hearing this, Yang Wan's ears immediately burned up. Instantly forgetting all of Zhuolan's previous advice, Yang Wan didn't know how to respond, instead feigning calmness by absent-mindedly looking around. Noticing He Lang's suitcase was still in the living room, he went over and obediently helped push it into the master bedroom. He Lang looked back at the sound, pausing momentarily upon seeing Yang Wan's actions. "What's wrong?" As if caught doing something sneaky, Yang Wan nervously let go of the suitcase handle, his ears flushed as he replied, "Nothing." Only then did He Lang notice how red his ears were. Realizing something, he stepped closer and sat Yang Wan down on the large suitcase, bending down close to him with a smile. "Little lamb, do you want to sleep with me?" Not only his ears but also Yang Wan's entire face began turning red before his eyes as he quietly refuted, "I don't." He Lang's rough yet large palm cupped Yang Wan's cheek, gently kneading his heated skin like dough. "I'm not sleeping here, I'm going to sleep next door." Yang Wan's eyes revealed an unmistakable surprise. This seemed different from what Zhuolan had told him. Slightly uncomfortable under his gaze, He Lang cleared his throat lightly, grabbed Yang Wan off the suitcase, and dragged his own suitcase toward the neighboring guest bedroom. Although He Lang had never been in a relationship before, among his childhood peers, there were always playboy rich kids flaunting their multiple partners. It would be embarrassing not to mention a girl switch every 2 months like Xiao Yi as conversation material in those circles. Even Lao Si, who shared a good relationship with He Lang, though single these last few years, had dated numerous girlfriends back in high school and junior high school. If gathered together in a small group chat, there would be enough people for 2 poker tables worth of friends. In their circle, someone like He Lang who had never dated before was certainly a rare breed. Despite that, He Lang's public displays of affection with Yang Wan appeared no different than typical heterosexual couples. Though He Lang had never been in a relationship, growing up in such an environment, he'd absorbed a lot without direct learning, even things like hugging or kissing came naturally to him. Over the past almost 2 months, they'd already kissed, embraced, and even experienced moments of intimacy. The only step left was the final one. But even with that final step, though He Lang had watched films with his friends, none of them were about men with men, so he was truly clueless about handling this himself. Back at the swimming pool when they had showered together wearing swim trunks, He Lang had already been unable to control himself, making him decide he wouldn't share a bed with Yang Wan until they were fully prepared. While lost in thought about the full preparation, Yang Wan spoke up, "You can sleep in the master bedroom, the guest bedroom bed is smaller." He Lang stepped aside to reveal the bed behind him. "The beds have all been changed out." Yang Wan glanced at the closet in the guest room. "This wardrobe is also smaller than the one in the master bedroom, and your clothes are more than mine. The extra clothes can hang in your closet," He Lang responded nonchalantly. "I'm afraid I might wear the wrong ones." Yang Wan hesitated. Upon hearing this, He Lang's lips curved upward significantly. "My clothes are your clothes, you can wear them." After saying this, he gestured roughly to measure Yang Wan's upper body, a burning gleam emerging in his eyes while his voice deepened unconsciously. "You can wear my shirts, too. You can skip wearing pants after putting them on. Little lamb, when will you put one on and show me?" Even after nearly 2 months of adaptation, Yang Wan still struggled to keep his composure in front of He Lang, his face quickly reddening. After enduring He Lang's gaze for a long time, Yang Wan finally managed to stammer out, just like Zhuolan had taught him, "LOU. And finally got out, "Lecherous." After scolding him, fearing He Lang might get angry, Yang Wan carefully lifted his eyelids to glance at He Lang's face. Many days ago, Zhuolan had earnestly advised him, insisting he shouldn't give in to all of He Lang's demands in a relationship. Although Yang Wan hadn't disclosed any private details of his interactions with He Lang, Zhuolan was insistent. However, when Zhuolan analyzed He Lang, he was nothing short of methodical. "I've seen plenty of guys like him. Before they get what they want, they seem completely normal, but once they do, their dirty talk comes pouring out like a floodgate opening, let alone when it's a guy who's been suppressing himself for 20 years without ever having had sex." Yang Wan felt his face slightly flush at Zhuolan's bold and straightforward language. "So, the next time he acts lewd toward you, just curse him back," Zhuolan instructed him. Yang Wan hesitated for a moment before finally asking with some doubt after a pause, "How should I curse?" Zhuolan told him firmly and seriously, "You call him, stinking man, or dog man." Yang Wan blinked in surprise. "Isn't that too harsh?" "Not at all. If you're too mild, he might think you're teasing him on purpose." Having never seen Yang Wan insult anyone before, Zhuolan rapidly hid his bubbling excitement as he impatiently crooked his finger at him. "Come on, repeat after me." Yang Wan nodded blankly in confusion. Zhuolan swore passionately, "Stinking man." Yang Wan repeated softly, "Stinking man." Zhuolan raised his tone and swore furiously, "Dog man." Yang Wan still repeated softly, "Dog man." Zhuolan. "Never mind, I give up," he concluded, appearing utterly exhausted. At the time, Yang Wan blinked his eyes guiltily, not daring to answer. Right now, standing in front of He Lang trying to apply what he'd learned, he struggled for a long while and ultimately couldn't bring himself to say the words Zhuolan had taught him. In the end, he could only mutter softly, as if scratching an itch on He Lang's heart, calling him a pervert. Not only did He Lang not get angry, but his gaze lit up as if scorched by fire, leaving his mouth dry. He stretched out his arm and caught Yang Wan around the waist, pulling him into his arms without a word. Holding Yang Wan, He Lang stood in the room with his tall nose brushing sequentially against his forehead and the corners of his eyes. He slid down along his cheek slowly until finally lowering his head to bite Yang Wan's thin red earlobe. With unclear, sticky pronunciation, he murmured, "Honey, stop cursing. If you keep cursing, I'm going to get hard," He Lang said. Chapter 80, City Battle. The house had already been cleaned by an auntie they hired. In the afternoon, the two of them tidied up their respective rooms, and dinner was ordered in as takeout. After dinner, they sat on the living room sofa, each busy with their own things. Yang Wan held a laptop to look up information and read books, while He Lang sat a bit farther away playing games. It was only recently that he found out He Lang was still playing Eternal Anthem, and with the year-end approaching, they were going to start city battles again. Close to midnight, He Lang came out of the bathroom after washing up and urged Yang Wan to go shower and sleep. Only then did Yang Wan rub his sore eyes, lift his head from the computer, and look at the person standing before him. Noticing that He Lang's freshly washed hair was still dripping water, Yang Wan got up to find a hairdryer for him. When he came back out, he saw that He Lang had already sat down on the sofa. Yang Wan placed the hairdryer beside him and was about to leave to take a shower. He Lang's gaze immediately shifted from the computer screen towards him. He lazily grabbed his wrist and requested, "Xiao Yang, I can't spare my hand since I'm running a dungeon, could you blow dry my hair?" While saying this, his other hand was firmly on the keyboard, effortlessly typing out avoidance skills. They were pushing through a 6-person small dungeon. He Lang didn't wear headphones or connect to voice chat. The moment Yang Wan turned off his computer and got up, He Lang had already switched on external audio playback. Yang Wan plugged in a hairdryer, flicked open the switch, and his slightly lowered eyes focused on He Lang's scalp as he diligently dried his hair. The loud roar of the hairdryer immediately drowned out the background sound effects of the game, preventing He Lang from hearing the sound of the monster using its skill. As a result, He Lang took a hit of dozens of health points from a monster sneaking up on him from a blind spot behind his view. Although not much health was lost, being seen by close friends within the team immediately prompted someone in the channel to jump into voice chat to poke fun at him. "Team, first love picks me, I'm super sweet, was I hallucinating? Brother Lang actually got hit by a monster's basic skill, TSK TSK TSK. Humans stumble, horses trip, our ancient sages weren't lying, peeping, peeping, peeping. Team, mango cheesecake, not gonna lie, I saw it too. Team, taro ball sago, me too. Team, tough man tofu, count me in. Team, smelling roses, yup, saw that. Team, first love picks me, I'm super sweet, tell us, brother, how much would you pay to keep us quiet? Smug. Team, mango cheesecake, agreed. Team, tough man tofu, agreed. Team, smelling roses, agreed. He Lang, who originally hadn't planned to acknowledge these guys, chuckled here. Team, wolf walks, sorry, my wife is drying my hair and the noise is too loud, I couldn't hear the game's skill sounds. First love picks me, I'm super sweet saw this sentence but didn't understand its implications at first, and subconsciously started typing on his keyboard. Brother, you can't use noise as an excuse. Halfway through his typing, like suddenly realizing the deliberate emphasis in He Lang's words, which had nothing to do with the noise level, he widened his eyes and looked up. Team, first love picks me, I'm super sweet. Others in the team gradually caught on. Team, mango cheesecake. Team, taro ball sago. Team, tough man tofu. Team, smelling roses, dropped melon. Team, first love picks me, I'm super sweet, damn, now I know why Brother Lang has been logging on less frequently these past 2 months, because you're courting a sister-in-law. Team, tough man tofu, grass. Making us come late night gaming is one thing, but why ruin our friendships? What did the dogs do wrong? Team, mango cheesecake, shrimp hearts, holds chest, holds chest, holds chest. Team, taro ball sago, does your sister-in-law play games? Brother Lang should bring her to join us in the dungeon. Team, wolf walks, she doesn't have time. Team, first love picks me, I'm super sweet, disappointed, disappointed, disappointed. The conversation ended there, and everyone began concentrating on clearing the monsters in the dungeon. Just noticing the exchange between He Lang and others, Yang Wan hurriedly turned off the hairdryer. Catching sight from the corner of his eye of the last message sent by He Lang, where it said, he, instead of, she, Yang Wan instinctively pointed at the character and reminded him, you typed wrong. Taking a quick glance at the position of his finger, He Lang dismissed it casually, I didn't make a mistake. Although seemingly no one noticed this crucial detail, Yang Wan was still worriedly frowning, won't they discover it? Hearing this, He Lang diverted some attention from the game and asked casually, discover what? Discover the gender inconsistency, Yang Wan said. Upon hearing this, He Lang's movements immediately stopped, he even paused the game, turned his face aside, and stared at him intently, are you worried they'll find out your real gender? No, Yang Wan shook his head. He had once been most afraid of people finding out his real gender. Now, not only have those closest to him found out, they've even accepted it. Beyond that, there was nothing else for him to fear. They all think you're straight. Yang Wan furrowed his brows and thought for a moment, if you keep doing this, someone will snitch on you. I've never cared about that, He Lang lightly chuckled unconcernedly. Yang Wan looked back at him with a questioning gaze, as if silently asking what he did care about. He Lang controlled his character to run to a corner to AFK, reaching out to gently pull him closer. His eyes deeply locked onto him, with a solemn expression, he said seriously, it's not something embarrassing for two men to be in love. I don't want us sneaking around when we hold hands or hug, I want everyone to know that Xiaoyang and I are dating. My Xiaoyang should receive blessings from everyone. He Lang said. Yang Wan was stunned. He Lang's lips twitched, and he asked, do you mind? Xiaoyang. Coming to his senses from his words, Yang Wan's cheeks turned slightly red, but his bright and clear eyes gazed at him softly, answering quietly, no, I don't mind. He always thought He Lang would care about these things, and he subconsciously considered them for the other person's sake, yet the other party was even more candid than he imagined. He used to think He Lang was mature and steady, then later discovered that he also had the youthful temperament common to all college students. His speech became increasingly straightforward, still fondly calling him by endearing nicknames like before, occasionally saying things that made him blush and heart race, but sometimes Yang Wan missed the old him who would get flustered and annoyed but couldn't help but be soft-hearted. He Lang was a completely different person from him, and he seemed like someone who had completely lost self-control, involuntarily attracted to every side of the person opposite him. However, both were somewhat surprised when it seemed that no one noticed anything strange about He Lang's phrasing. They also didn't dwell on this little episode and quickly forgot about it. In fact, after the group finished the dungeon that night and He Lang logged off, among the 5 remaining people in the group, there was a perceptive girl who noticed He Lang's wording. However, the remaining 3 were rough-and-tumble guys who quickly dismissed Sniffing Rose's suspicions. Team, Mango Cheesecake, stop thinking about it, Langa is straight. Team, First Love picks me I'm super sweet, it must be a typo, I often mess up those 2 characters too. Team, Tough Man Tofu, the absurd notion of a straight man being bent, I've only ever seen it in my ex-girlfriend's novels. Given such statements, Smelling Roses gave up on her suspicion. Soon afterward, the official announcement revealed the timing for the city battles within the game, with their alliance with other guilds set for Christmas Eve. He Lang had already planned a Christmas outing ahead of time, and on Christmas Eve, he stayed home pulling Yang Wan along to play games together. On Christmas Eve, Yang Wan went to school during the day and returned home around 7 o'clock in the evening. The city battle began at 8 in the evening, and an hour before the start, He Lang and Xiao Yi were already online, discussing strategies and cooperation at the guild headquarters. He brought a large and round apple back from school, asking He Lang if he wanted some. Without looking up, He Lang replied, no thanks. 2 seconds later, realizing it was Christmas Eve, he suspiciously lifted his eyebrows and asked, who gave you the apple? Sitting down on the sofa, Yang Wan answered, my mentor gave it to me. He Lang focused back on the computer screen, and Yang Wan obediently sat beside him eating the apple, eyes intently watching the game interface. The subtle sound of biting into the apple reached his ears, gradually making He Lang distracted. His peripheral vision glanced toward the person sitting next to him. Yang Wan held the apple with one hand, his cheek puffing slightly, and his mouth was diligently chewing. Watching him, He Lang felt a ticklish sensation rising inside, and laughter involuntarily escaped from his throat. Hearing the commotion, Yang Wan, like a squirrel raising its ears, instantly stopped chewing, slowly turning his face to look at He Lang with a somewhat hesitant expression, muffledly asking, why are you laughing? Suppressing his rising corners of the mouth without showing it, He Lang's gaze lingered near his lips, Xiaoyang, I want some too. Yang Wan dumbfoundedly asked in return, didn't you say you didn't want any? I do now, He Lang confidently arched an eyebrow at him, Xiaoyang, feed me. Yang Wan turned the apple to the side he hadn't bitten, extending his hand to feed He Lang. But He Lang didn't open his mouth to bite, instead unhappily opening his mouth and said, I want the side you've already eaten. Yang Wan listened and turned the apple back, presenting it again. He Lang opened his mouth, bit off a piece, chewed a few times, swallowed it, and finally earnestly evaluated, tastes pretty good. Yang Wan frowned disapprovingly, it's too soft. Crisp ones taste better. That's different, He Lang said. How is it different? Yang Wan asked curiously. He Lang's lips curved upward again, anything my wife eats tastes sweet. Yang Wan paused for a moment, his face turning red. It seemed that He Lang didn't know what it meant to know when to stop. His gaze swept over Yang Wan's moist lips as he suddenly blurted out, you've got some apple juice on your mouth. Hearing this, Yang Wan lowered his gaze slightly, intending to press his lips together and lick them. Seeing the thought in his eyes, He Lang reached out to pinch his chin, don't lick. Yang Wan lifted his gaze to look at him. You come here, let me help you clean it off. He Lang gently scratched his fingertips along the underside of his chin, signaling him to lean closer. Yang Wan obediently moved forward in front of him. He Lang chuckled lowly, leaning down toward his lips and extending his tongue slowly over the corner of his mouth. After finishing, he released Yang Wan and leaned back, his tone wrapped with evident amusement, there, all cleaned up. Yang Wan's still flushed face turned even redder. Satisfied, He Lang left him be and refocused his attention on the game. Since he wasn't the commander for today's city battle, there was no need to spend too much mental effort on gaming before the battle started. Messages in the chat channel scrolled quickly, but He Lang flicked through them briefly using the mouse, scanning over the content he had missed, then put down the mouse and stood up. I'll be right back from the bathroom. If anyone private chats you looking for me, reply on my behalf. For how long? Yang Wan asked hesitantly, unsure how to respond. Just reply however feels right. If you're not sure, just ignore it, He Lang said. Okay, Yang Wan nodded and shifted into He Lang's position. Not long after He Lang left, someone indeed began privately messaging him. There was one person Yang Wan wasn't familiar with. He read the message but did not reply. The other was First Love Picks Me I'm Super Sweet, who Yang Wan had gotten along well with while playing the game. Good friend, First Love Picks Me I'm Super Sweet, Brother Lang, everyone's gathered already. Yang Wan thought for a moment, carefully poking at the letters on the keyboard, replying cautiously with just one word. Good friend, Wolf Walks, Good friend, First Love Picks Me I'm Super Sweet, the teams are all divided up. You and Night Brother will take 2 teams to lead in the charge up front. Good friend, Wolf Walks, First Love Picks Me I'm Super Sweet felt something was off but couldn't quite say exactly what it was. Good friend, First Love Picks Me I'm Super Sweet, Brother Lang, get on YY first, the leaders of other guilds within the alliance are waiting for you on YY. When this message came up, it happened to coincide with He Lang coming out of the restroom, prompting him to tell Yang Wan to go ahead and shower if there was nothing else. Yang Wan responded absent-mindedly with a casual, okay, while typing distractedly. Once he pressed enter and saw what he had written, he froze instantly. Good friend, Wolf Walks, okay. Good friend, First Love Picks Me I'm Super Sweet. Chapter 81, Remarriage. Yang Wan didn't dare to reply to the other person again. After waiting for He Lang to take over, she got up and went to the bedroom to grab clothes for a shower. After reading the content of Yang Wan's conversation with Chu Xianjia, select me and I'll be super sweet, He Lang gave a brief explanation. Friend Langxing, Wolf Walking that was my wife just now. Chu Xianjia stared at the text he had sent, bewildered, and suddenly came up with an absurd thought, could Brother Lang's wife be Woolen Curl? But quickly, he rejected this notion himself. Everyone had witnessed how big of a deal their divorce was and how resolute Woolen Curl was in leaving the game after the divorce. Moreover, Brother Lang did not seem like someone who would rekindle with a past flame. However, it was not entirely unreasonable that he thought of Woolen Curl. Many girls in the game had cute speech habits, but the one that stood out the most to him was probably Woolen Curl. So when Brother Lang looked for a wife, did he prefer girls with such cute speaking habits? He scratched his head, completely puzzled, without further investigating this small episode, and switched to the YY room to wait for He Lang to come online. Yang Wan came out after her shower. There were 20 minutes left before the city battle began, and the players participating in the battle were all guarding by the city gate. He Lang was counting the supplies reserved for the guild at the headquarters, headphones connected to the computer, but he wasn't wearing them, they were instead casually placed beside the computer. The people assigned to his team were all old players of the guild. They joked around in the small room, discussing topics of little substance, and He Lang had no intention of joining in, so he simply took off his headphones. Yang Wan washed her hair, and water dripped from the tips, soon soaking the back of her collar. Worried that the sound of the hairdryer might interfere with He Lang, she grabbed a dry towel to wipe her hair, spread it out and placed it on her shoulders, then sat at the other end of the sofa and turned on her computer. He Lang turned his head, glanced at her, waved her over and motioned, "Come over, let me help you." Obediently closing the lid of her computer, Yang Wan walked over to him. Considering he also needed to attend to matters in the game, there were bound to be moments Yang Wan might miss something while sitting next to him. Hence, He Lang simply pulled her to sit on his lap, picked up the towel from the back of her neck, and pressed it onto her damp head. Yang Wan's breathing hitched for a moment, her body dared not move rashly. She quietly lowered her head, letting He Lang gently use the soft, dry towel to pat her hair. The microphone near the computer had excellent audio pickup, yet neither of them noticed that the chatter in the headphones had suddenly quieted down. Sensing a gossip-worthy development, everyone silently logged out of the game and typed in the YY chat room to secretly communicate. Fenghua Lanyan _mango 1000 dayer, what's being wiped? Fenghua Lanyan _gaber zhao, holy cow, is this the new sister-in-law you guys mentioned last time? Fenghua Lanyan _early morning worker, why doesn't the sister-in-law speak? Is she so obedient and docile in front of our guild master? Fenghua Lanyan _Chuxuanjia, no need to ask me how I know, the new sister-in-law also likes to say, okay, she's a cute and soft girl, hee hee. Fenghua Lanyan _real man big tofu, grass. Let me see the new sister-in-law. Fenghua Lanyan _yam ball sago, wah I want to see too. Give me a look. After wiping the top of her head, noticing that the ends of Yang Wan's hair at the back of her neck were still dripping, He Lang looked down and said, lower your head a bit more. Hearing this, Yang Wan lowered her head even further. With her movement, the section of her white neck revealed due to the opening of her shirt formed a beautiful curve. Which made He Lang want to take a bite. Realizing this wasn't the right moment for such actions, He Lang slightly narrowed his eyes and discreetly suppressed the urge. However, his warm and rough fingertips followed and lightly grazed over her neck, creating a slight itch as he caressed it twice. Tickled by his touch, Yang Wan couldn't help but shrink her neck. Seeing his little movements, He Lang chuckled softly, threw away the towel in his hand, leaned in closely behind him, raised his arm to encircle Yang Wan's shoulders, and kissed her neck before calling her in a deep and tender voice, wife. Feeling the warmth of He Lang's lips on the back of his neck, Yang Wan's ears reddened. Messages in the YY chat room flashed by rapidly. Funhua Lanyan _manhan de dofu, damn, a man with a wife is just different. I want to hold my sweet wife every day too. Funhua Lanyan _early morning worker, I want to hold my sweet wife every day too. Funhua Lanyan _Chushuanjia, I dream of holding my sweet wife every day. Funhua Lanyan _Shio Chiangwei, tut, it's not even bedtime yet, why are you all starting to daydream? Funhua Lanyan _Taro Ball Sago, one by one dreaming out loud into thin air. Funhua Lanyan _Ding Dang Linger, Brother Lang must have forgotten that he still had YY on, is this something we're supposed to hear? Not only that, but He Lang also thought having Yang Wan sitting on his lap was too high. So he pulled Yang Wan off his lap again, spread his legs a bit wider and moved back a little. Then he pulled Yang Wan forward, letting him sit in front of him with both arms circling around his sides from behind, completely enveloping him within his embrace. He Lang was very satisfied with their seating arrangement and it wouldn't hinder him from operating the computer at all. He slightly arched his back, lightly wrapped his legs around Yang Wan's legs from the side, lowered his head and rested his chin on the hollow of his neck, squinted his eyes and sniffed the tip of his pure black fine hair, little sheep, you smell so good. The group inside the room were startled by the term, little sheep. Funhua Langyan _Chuxianjia. Funhua Langyan _Ding Dang Linger. Funhua Lanyan _Gaber Lao Zhao. Funhua Lanyan _Mango Thousand Air, is it Little Yang? Or Xiao Yang? Or Xiao Sheep? Funhua Lanyan _Taro Ball Sago, substitute literature. Or reconciliation after a breakup? When everyone was perplexed and shocked, they heard another sound from He Lang's side. A voice different from He Lang's familiar deep tone, one that was strange yet gentle and honest, slowly echoed through everyone's headphones, we use the same shower gel and shampoo. It's a man. This realization exploded in everyone's mind like a bomb. Oh, it's a man. Wait, it's a man. Funhua Lanyan _manhan de dofu. Funhua Lanyan _early morning worker. Funhua Lanyan _Gaber Lao Zhao. Funhua Lanyan _Yem Ball Sago. Funhua Lanyan _Mango Thousand Air. Chu Xianjia didn't have time to type anything as everyone suddenly heard a thunderous chair falling sound from his side. The chair not only crashed onto the ground, but also hit the tumultuous hearts of each person. After a long silence, Manhan de Dofu typed uncertainly on behalf of He Lang in defense. Funhua Lanyan _manhan de dofu, why are you all reacting so much? Maybe it's Brother Lang's son. Funhua Lanyan _Mango Thousand Air. Funhua Lanyan _Gaber Lao Zhao. Funhua Lanyan Ding Dang Linger. Similarly hearing the noise were He Lang and Yang Wan, the latter immediately stunned. And it was at this moment that He Lang remembered, the YY room had an open microphone, and he was checking the chat window when he saw what Manhan de Dofu posted. He Lang directly chuckled out loud, what son? This motherfucker is my wife. Funhua Lanyan _manhan de dofu. A slight smirk appeared on the corner of He Lang's lips, turning his head toward the dazed Yang Wan and said, wife, tell them something. Hearing this, Yang Wan came to his senses, looking nervously at the computer screen, hesitating between greeting and reminiscing for a few seconds before finally uttering dryly, good evening, it's been a while. It's been a while. The one who likes saying, good, with the name Little Sheep, and greeting them with, it's been a while, turns out to be the new sister-in-law. So, the sister-in-law hasn't changed. Everyone felt a numbness approaching calmness on their faces, unsure if they should be shocked that the soft sister-in-law was actually a brother-in-law, or be shocked that in reality, straight men can indeed be turned gay. The headphone transmitted a second earth-shattering thud of the chair falling. Chu Xianjia looked hazy while propping up the chair, is it Huan Huan? Yang Wan responded quietly, yes. So it's a reunion after a split, Yem Ball Sago followed after murmuring. I have a bit of a bad feeling. Recalling her friend who hasn't logged in for quite some time, Ding Dang Linger's voice seemed somewhat distant, I just want to know, is Cece a boy too? Yang Wan's voice became even quieter, yes. Several old male comrades brushed furiously with ellipses on the public chat. In the end, the group, carrying this sudden truth, felt dizzy and entered the battlefield. Fortunately, before the battle started and this juicy gossip hadn't yet spread throughout the guild, their mental states weren't affected too much. After the city war ended, the coalition from Hualangyan was in successfully won the city battle. He Lang exited from the YY room, taking advantage of everyone still immersed in the joy of the victorious city war, pushed Yang Wan off his lap and said, do you remember the password for the Woolen Curl account? Go log in now. Now. Yang Wan quickly grabbed his laptop. Now. He Lang maneuvered his game character to teleport to Lover's Hill, with a light smile in his tone, I'll be waiting for you at the matchmaker. Vaguely realizing what he intended to do, Yang Wan didn't say anything but quietly dimpled a little at the corner of his lips. A moment later, after turning on the computer, he discovered that he had already uninstalled the game several months ago. In the end, He Lang himself dual-boxed both of their accounts and resubmitted an application for the relationship system at the matchmaker. Amidst the boisterous world channel after the city war ended, a humble yet eye-catching wedding announcement popped up, blending in with various comments from players around the server. It was considered insignificant mainly because, nowadays, there were too many players who sought marriage or divorce from the matchmaker every day within the game. Yet it stood out due to the two player IDs, Launching and Wool and Curl, that were familiar to veteran players, which was enough to stir up everyone's memory about the gossip surrounding them several months ago. World, Yuan isn't round. World, simple clothes and white shirt. World, always have villagers who want to harm me. World, always have villagers who want to harm me, am I hallucinating? World, I'm your dad, hell no, bro. You're not seeing things, I see it too. World, who touched my cat, 4 months later they reignited their past flames. Is this supposed to be great love? World, orangey orangeness, love, I can believe in it again. World, stars and the sea, fellow brothers and sisters, according to the insider rumors revealed from Fenghualangyan, Wool and Curl is male. World, Yuan isn't round. World, always have villagers who want to harm me. World, I'm your dad. World, brother and sister on a boat, so is Launching female. World, stars and the sea. World, stars and the sea, also male. World, brother and sister on a boat. World, brother and sister on a boat, grandpa is stunned. I haven't entered the city for too long, are you guys all playing this way now? World, be a little gentle and I'll hug you, what about the photos before? Not him. World, stars and the sea, no idea about this one. World, who touched my cat, isn't the leader of Fenghualangyan a straight man? World, Yuan isn't round, perhaps, literature about bending straight men is worth looking into? World, brother and sister on a boat, shit, can straight men really be turned gay? Although sister sheep has become brother sheep, our brother sheep is still cool. Chapter 82, Celebrating the Holiday. The wave of excitement surrounding their remarriage in the game no longer concerned them much, they didn't have time to pay attention. After all, with Christmas Eve over, Christmas had arrived. He Lang was busy going out to celebrate with Yang Wan and turned down all the invitations from his circle of friends. It was only then that his friends gradually realized that He Lang's romance wasn't just a rumor. Yang Wan still had to go to the lab during the day, so they agreed to go out for dinner in the evening and then celebrate at the amusement park in the outskirts of the city. A sudden cold snap swept across the country recently, and the temperature finally dropped to the level expected in early winter. Everyone cherished this hard-earned winter, bringing out their best coats and warm clothing from storage. In the evening, outside the experimental building, He Lang also wore a dark-colored long overcoat that accentuated his tall stature. With his hands in the coat pockets, he stood by the car door waiting for Yang Wan. Yang Wan approached carrying a paper bag. He Lang opened the car door for him and gestured for him to get in, glancing at the paper bag in his hand and slightly raising his tone, "What's in your hand?" The latter bent down and sat inside the car, placing the paper bag carefully on his knees. Hearing his question, the tips of his ears turned slightly red as he replied, "It's a Christmas gift." The smile on He Lang's face widened. He circled the front of the car and got into the driver's seat. After closing the door, he leaned toward Yang Wan, casually fastening his seatbelt while enthusiastically asking, "What Christmas gift will little sheep give me?" Seeing the obvious anticipation on his face, Yang Wan felt a bit embarrassed answering, "It's just an ordinary gift." With a soft click, the seatbelt clicked into place. He Lang didn't immediately retreat from in front of him but instead lowered his voice, whispering slowly in his ear, "Not giving a gift is fine too, little sheep showing me his shirt will suffice." Yang Wan's face turned completely red, clearly visible within He Lang's field of vision. Seeing this made He Lang feel a slight itch in his heart. He extended his palm, gently caressing Yang Wan's heated cheeks twice before sitting up straight, starting the engine, and driving the car out of the parking spot. They went to a Western restaurant in the city center for dinner. After dinner, they went directly to the amusement park on the outskirts of the city. The Christmas atmosphere was very strong on the streets. As night fell and the lights came on, small Christmas trees were placed in the windows of shops along the street, and the glass was adorned with Santa Claus and reindeer stickers. Young couples held hands as they walked past. Standing under the warm yellow lampposts, each exhalation sent a puff of white vapor into the air. Yang Wan and He Lang stood side by side on the sidewalk, surrounded by pedestrians waiting for the green light. Laughter from strangers mingled with the wind of the winter night, like waves surging around them. Without drawing attention to himself, He Lang quietly grasped Yang Wan's hand lying at his side. An unbroken flow of warmth emanated from the other's palm, causing Yang Wan to blink and gradually curl his fingers. Quietly, amid the crowd, he squeezed back. Originally planning to drive there, while dining upstairs at the restaurant, catching a glimpse of the bustling crowds on the street sparked a whim in He Lang. He decided to leave the car here and take the subway with Yang Wan. There happened to be a direct subway line to the amusement park. They crossed the long zebra crossing, following the bustling crowd into the subway station. There were many people waiting for the subway in the station, and after missing 2 trains, they finally managed to board. The subway was crowded and noisy, and the warm air made Yang Wan feel hot. The passengers were packed tightly together, shoulder to shoulder through their coats. Having become accustomed to crowding on buses and subways in daily life, Yang Wan quickly adjusted. Worried that He Lang wouldn't be used to such a crowded subway, Yang Wan instinctively raised his face to look at him. Sensing his gaze, He-Lang assumed Yang Wan thought it was too crowded, so he slightly furrowed his brow and struggled to maneuver in the crowd. Carefully, he shielded Yang Wan within the confines of his arms, making a little space for him to move in. When the subway arrived at the next station, the open doors switched from He-Lang's side to Yang Wan's side. After a few passengers exited, the crowd impatiently pushed towards Yang Wan's back. Caught off guard, Yang Wan leaned forward, colliding directly into He-Lang's embrace. Their bodies fit snugly against each other, without a gap. As the warning chime sounded in the carriage, the rear door slowly closed. With no more passengers entering, Yang Wan found himself pressed between He-Lang's chest and the others behind him, unable to move. He-Lang grabbed the overhead strap with one hand, while squeezing his other hand beside him, discreetly slipping it under Yang Wan's coat. Wrapping his arm around Yang Wan's waist, the long and strong fingers pressed lightly against his lower back, pulling his entire body slightly closer into his embrace. Yang Wan hastily glanced around, relieved to see that no one was paying attention to them. He didn't dare to reciprocate He-Lang's boldness but quietly lifted his hand to cover the arm He-Lang had slipped under his coat. Noticing his subtle movement, He-Lang's eyes lit up with a gentle smile. His fingertips, pressing through the thin sweater on Yang Wan's lower back, slightly increased their pressure, caressing him softly twice. Slightly ticklish, Yang Wan's waist tensed and he involuntarily jolted forward, his expression nervous as he looked up at He-Lang. Seeing this, He-Lang's lips curled into a smile. The hand resting on his lower back finally settled, ceasing any further teasing. By the time they reached the amusement park, it was almost 9 o'clock and the number of visitors had gradually decreased, saving them from waiting in line. They directly bought tickets and entered the park. The park was aglow with sparkling lights, bustling with voices and laughter. In the distance, the Ferris wheel revolved beautifully under the night sky. Santa Claus paraded along the street with cheerful music, and young girls passing by wore glowing reindeer headbands. Children clutched colorful stockings filled with presents, which sagged heavily due to their contents. He-Lang held on to Yang Wan, his gaze fixed curiously on a passerby's reindeer headband. "Little sheep," he said, "I want you to wear one." Without hesitation, Yang Wan shook his head. "I won't wear it." Disappointed, He-Lang asked, "Why won't you? Aren't reindeer headbands cute?" "They're cute," Yang Wan replied softly, "but I'm not a girl." He-Lang stared at him thoughtfully, watching until his cheeks flushed warm. Then, he whispered, "Then we'll take it home. Next time when you wear a dress, put it on and show me." Wide-eyed, Yang Wan looked at him after a moment and dryly questioned, "Didn't you tell me to stop wearing dresses?" Caught off guard by his reminder, He-Lang paused for a moment, then dismissed it with a click of his tongue. "What I said before doesn't count." He lifted his hand to drape it over Yang Wan's shoulders, pulling him closer as if making a reasonable demand. "I spent so much money on those dresses, so every single one of them, you have to wear for me." Blushing red, Yang Wan remained silent. He-Lang pulled him to buy a reindeer headband. Afterward, they wandered around a bit until He-Lang suggested riding the Ferris wheel. Though the Ferris wheel required a queue, halfway through it, He-Lang stepped out of line to buy ice cream. When he returned with the ice creams, it was their turn to get on. As they sat inside the cabin, He-Lang handed him the pink one and kept the blue one for himself. The Ferris wheel soon started, slowly ascending toward the lofty night sky. Leaning toward the window, Yang Wan took a bite of his ice cream. It chilled his tongue as it melted, but it tasted sweet. Below, the crowd shrunk into tiny black dots while the amusement park's neon lights stretched into radiant ribbons. Above them, the velvet night revealed a shimmering galaxy dotted with silver stars, with the crescent moon hanging like a hook in between. Yang Wan turned back and licked his ice cream again, catching He-Lang leaning close to take a bite from his cone out of the corner of his eye. Pausing and licking his own ice cream, he raised his eyes to look at him. Swallowing the bite, He-Lang's lips curved slightly upward. "Yours tastes better. Do you want to switch?" Yang Wan innocently offered. "No need." He-Lang replied deeply. With an "oh," Yang Wan continued licking his ice cream, worried it would melt too quickly. Just as he bent his head, He-Lang leaned down toward him. Fixated solely on eating his ice cream, Yang Wan didn't glance up. The next moment, a cool yet soft sensation landed on the corner of his lips. Thinking it might be melting ice cream dripping onto his mouth, he instinctively moved to wipe it, only to notice He-Lang's face inches away. He realized that it wasn't melting ice cream, it was He-Lang's tongue. Following the trail of the ice cream, He-Lang licked all the way to the corner of his lips, erasing the sweetness lingering there. Unsatisfied, he gently nibbled on his mouth. He-Lang pushed aside the ice cream in Yang Wan's hand, pressing him against the elevated cabin wall to kiss him deeply. Chapter 83, Little Yao. Not until the melted ice cream dripped onto his hand did He-Lang let him go. Turning back to look out of the window, he saw the Ferris wheel was slowly descending. The two pulled away from each other on their seats, each eating the ice cream they held. More than an hour later, they caught the last subway back to downtown to get the car, then drove back to school from there. Yang Wan's Christmas gift, which had been placed in the car before dinner and not brought out. Now that they were both in the car, Yang Wan unwrapped the packaging bag, taking out 2 wool scarves and handing one of them to He-Lang. The latter parked the car by the roadside, took the scarf and opened it to take a look. It turned out there was a wolf pattern embroidered on the scarf. He Lang slightly raised his eyebrows and then took Yang Wan's scarf to flip it over and check. Sure enough, he found a white little sheep on his own scarf. Without saying a word, he swapped the scarves with Yang Wan and looked at him with a smile in his eyes. I want the one with the little sheep will wear mine. Yang Wan said, all right. After hearing this, He Lang's smile widened. I'm wearing the scarf with the little sheep, so the little sheep belongs to me. The little sheep is wearing my scarf, I am the little sheep's. Yang Wan's face turned red. After pausing for several seconds, he softly replied, all right. He Lang reached to grab his Christmas gift from the back seat of the car, a simple black braided wrist rope suitable for boys, with a silver little sheep charm strung on it. He grasped Yang Wan's clean wrist and put the bracelet on for him. Then, he grabbed his wrist and snapped a photo with his phone. The shutter speed was too fast, failing to focus properly, resulting in a somewhat blurry photo. However, He Lang didn't mind, turning to log into WeChat and posted the photo on his moments. Upon seeing the photo he posted, Yang Wan didn't dare to like it but kept his gaze fixated on the photo for a while. Finally, he quietly stretched his hand to touch the little sheep on the bracelet, stroking it back and forth many times. Tomorrow morning, Yang Wan had to get up early to go to his supervisor's office, so he decided to stay in the dormitory at night. He Lang drove the car to their dorm building, and as Yang Wan got out of the car, he left his phone on the passenger seat without taking it. He Lang called out to him from inside the car, then got out to deliver the phone to him. It was almost midnight, the empty space in front of the dormitory was silent and devoid of people. After He Lang finished handing over the phone and didn't hurry to leave, Yang Wan stood still in place as well. After looking at each other for a moment, Yang Wan finally asked, what's wrong? Nothing. He Lang responded, fixing his gaze on his face under the lamplight overhead, refusing to avert his eyes. As if gradually realizing how intensely he was being stared at, Yang Wan shyly turned his head and glanced around. In the entire range of vision, except for the small source of light where they stood, all the familiar buildings and trees from the day were now covered in thick darkness, silently falling into deep slumber. The warm yellow light haloed outward from him and He Lang, isolating them from the night as if the whole world was quiet and contained only him and He Lang. Only occasional cold winds rustled through the tree branches making sounds. Yang Wan retracted his wandering gaze and swiftly moved closer, gently bumping his lips against He Lang's cheek. Then he quickly distanced himself, his cheeks flushed as he whispered, good night. Even though it was a cold winter night with piercing wind, He Lang's heart felt warm. He also leaned down and returned a very light kiss on Yang Wan's cheek, good night. Yang Wan's lips slightly curved upward. As he was about to turn to walk up the steps, He Lang pulled him again and asked with full humor, little sheep, don't you want a hug before leaving? Yang Wan paused, catching a glimpse of He Lang's extended arms out of the corner of his eye, standing obediently in place. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't feel He Lang's arms encircle him. Unable to bear it any longer, Yang Wan looked up, just in time to see He Lang gripping both sides of his coat and opening it as wide as possible. In the next second, along with the warmth of his coat, He Lang's arms enveloped him completely, hugging him tightly. Only his curly-haired head remained exposed outside of the coat. Trapped in He Lang's coat and unable to move, Yang Wan's head fidgeted helplessly for a bit, then lowered down and nestled quietly and compliantly into He Lang's neck. Only when sporadic voices could be heard carried by the distant breeze did they wake up from the dreamlike moment and end the embrace. The WeChat post He Lang made was set to public, meaning everyone could see it. By the afternoon of the next day, Yang Wan was still in the lab when someone unexpected came visiting. Liao Chang'an arrived while he was organizing his experiment notes. They had plans to go home and cook that night, so He Lang came directly to the lab after class. There were several junior male and female lab mates in the lab with him. Liao Chang'an entered from outside, her gaze directly focusing on a few of Yang Wan's female juniors, sizing them up slowly as her eyes lingered on their faces before she finally asked, which one of you is Yang Wan? The junior sisters looked at her with blank expressions, then glanced at Yang Wan himself who was sitting with his back to them. One of them hesitantly responded, are you looking for our senior brother? A slight look of suspicion appeared on Liao Chang'an's beautiful face. Senior brother? At this moment, Yang Wan turned around from his desk, standing up with an equally puzzled expression directed at her standing by the door, it's me. Upon confirming his height and appearance, Liao Chang'an froze where she stood. Yang Wan also froze for a moment. There were many attractive girls in school, but those as stunningly beautiful as Liao Chang'an were indeed quite rare. Although it had only been a few months since he'd seen her photo on the gaming forum, Yang Wan still immediately recognized her when she really appeared in front of him. He hadn't forgotten that she and He Lang knew each other in real life, although he wasn't clear how she had found him. Still, Yang Wan walked over uncertainly and asked, are you looking for He Lang? Liao Chang'an's gorgeous eyes fixed on his face, but she remained silent without answering. Yesterday, after hearing the news that He Lang was in a relationship, and later discovering that he had married a man in-game, she instinctively thought He Lang was deliberately putting on a show for her. This was all because of the promise she made, unless He Lang changed his sexual orientation, she would never give up. Later, when she scrolled through He Lang's social media posts last night, seeing a blurry photo of someone wearing what looked like a black wrist rope, she instantly jumped to the conclusion that He Lang had a girlfriend at the old campus. That evening, she couldn't sit still anymore, so she called Zhao Yi to inquire about Yang Wan's information. However, she inadvertently forgot to ask about his gender. Seeing the person standing in front of her now, though she still had doubts about He Lang liking men, in the moment she saw Yang Wan's face, she realized that his marriage to a man in the game was real. The sight of this young man instantly reminded her of the Woolly Curl avatar she'd encountered months ago in the forum. The young man in front of her must be Woolly Curl. Then her eyes shifted downward unobtrusively, landing on Yang Wan's wrist. The black braided wrist rope he wore clearly matched the one in last night's picture. Skipping unnecessary greetings and introductions, Liao Chang'an got straight to the point. I'm not here for him, I'm here for you. Can we talk outside? Yang Wan stepped out of the lab, closing the door behind him, and followed her to a quiet corner of the corridor. She stopped and turned around, her face lighting up with a flawless smile. Did He Lang hire you to act in order to get rid of me? Acting? Yang Wan looked up, confusion genuine in his eyes. What acting? Liao Chang'an frowned deeply. He Lang is straight, he doesn't like men. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Wan relayed what He Lang had personally said. He told me he didn't want to stay straight anymore. Liao Chang'an was utterly baffled. Based on her knowledge of He Lang since childhood, she could hardly imagine him being the kind of person to say such things. She suspected outright that he had fabricated everything and continued confidently, he's lying to you. What is he lying about? Yang Wan inquired. He's pretending to like you, just to make you think he wants to date you, Liao Chang'an said nonchalantly, letting out a light laugh. As long as he doesn't switch to liking men, I'll keep chasing after him. You were there when I said that, right? Now, to get rid of me, he's dating you. Once I've truly given up, he'll immediately dump you. Yang Wan responded slowly, oh. Remembering vividly how he'd been speechless the last time they met in the game, Liao Chang'an took a deep breath and stared into his eyes, asking impatiently, don't you have anything to say? After hesitating for a while, Yang Wan answered honestly, yes. Liao Chang'an's mood calmed slightly, and she glanced up at him, saying, go ahead, say it. If I say I believe you, will you leave right now? Yang Wan asked seriously, furrowing his eyebrows lightly. I haven't finished organizing my experiment notes, and He Lang has already finished his class. I don't want him to come and wait for me. Liao Chang'an was momentarily stunned. Furious, she raised her hand high. This was one of Liao Chang'an's small habits. Whenever she was angry, she couldn't help raising her hand to brush through her long hair. However, Yang Wan assumed she was about to hit him and instinctively took a step back, his eyes filled with caution and apprehension. His reaction was something Liao Chang'an had seen countless times before when dealing with those hypocrites and manipulative girls. In fact, her own tactics often surpassed what those girls could pull off. But Yang Wan was a guy, and simply by virtue of his gender, it wasn't enough to lower her guard. Yet based on their previous conversation in the game, this person seemed pretty straightforward and simple-minded. Liao Chang'an's hand froze mid-air while twirling her long hair, her eyes narrowing as she prepared to question why he retreated. When someone grabbed her hand from behind. He Lang's icy voice cut down at her, Liao Chang'an, dare to throw a punch and see what happens. Could it be that she had misjudged the situation? Was this a sophisticated manipulator pretending to be naive? Liao Chang'an was utterly shocked. In a second, her expression turned pitifully meek as she turned to look at He Lang. She originally thought he would, like before, utter some harsh threats but then refrain from causing a scene due to the long-standing relationship between their families and the shared circle of friends they'd had since childhood. Although she often teased He Lang playfully, she never crossed his boundaries. A few months ago, when He Lang married Yang Wan in the game, although Liao Chang'an wasn't happy about it, she could clearly see that He Lang and Yang Wan's online romance was merely a pastime during their leisure time. Apparently, He Lang himself viewed it the same way. So when she went to confront Yang Wan back then, He Lang only spoke to her sternly twice and didn't deliberately seek her out afterward to create more trouble over that matter. But this time, the situation seemed completely different. Upon suddenly locking gazes with He Lang's dark, angry eyes, Liao Chang'an paused, suddenly feeling an unsettling chill in her heart. Chapter 84, The Drunken Sheep. He Lang gave her a warning look and shook off her hand, then turned to ask Yang Wan, what did she tell you? Liao Chang'an stood beside them with tense expressions. After sensing He Lang's true attitude, he no longer seemed as calm and composed as he was earlier. Yang Wan paused for a second before replying, she didn't say much. He Lang remained silent, while Liao Chang'an quietly let out a sigh of relief. But just as Yang Wan hesitated in tone, she added, she said that your liking me was all a lie. Liao Chang'an. She also said you're going to dump me soon. Yang Wan continued. Liao Chang'an. Before the words had fully subsided, He Lang looked at her sternly, saying coldly, Liao Chang'an, do you really think I won't dare to lay a hand on you? This angered Liao Chang'an so much that he cursed Yang Wan mentally for being a talebearer. After Yang Wan spoke, she let out a light oh. When Liao Chang'an thought she might report more tales, Yang Wan calmly explained instead, but it seemed like she wasn't about to hit me just now. Hearing this, Liao Chang'an gave him a somewhat surprised glance. Only then did He Lang relax his expression slightly, pulling Yang Wan gently to reassure her, don't believe what she says. Your boyfriend isn't familiar with her. Yang Wan replied, all right. As He Lang caught his gaze and smiled faintly, I like lambs the most. Caught off guard, Yang Wan blushed furiously, responding after some time, albeit faintly and haltingly, I like you too. With a delighted face, He Lang pushed him towards the lab, completely ignoring Liao Chang'an who was already excluded from the situation. Furious, Liao Chang'an took out his phone and called Xiao Yi and the fourth elder one by one, asking them to come and pick him up. With remarkable foresight, Xiao Yi had switched his phone to silent mode and did not answer the call. The fourth elder was relatively straightforward. He rushed over to the experimental building after hanging up the phone. As Liao Chang'an waited for him in the elevator, when the fourth elder arrived, she grabbed him with an unfriendly expression and asked, "Is it real between He Lang and him?" Upon hearing the tone in her voice, the fourth elder had already understood something clearly. Helplessly, he responded, "Shouldn't you have figured out by now if they're genuine or not?" Without uttering a word, Liao Chang'an let go of him, keeping her eyes lowered without speaking for a long while. Her heart felt inexplicably stirred. Originally, she thought she would be angry and disappointed, but in reality, there were no great ripples in her heart. It was as if preventing He Lang from being chased away by others had become a daily habit that had been maintained for a long time. But the original motivation behind doing this had long been worn away by the passing years. Suddenly breaking this habit seemed to have little impact on her. At this moment, she even had the spare mind to think about others. Unsure whether she was mad or feeling low, the fourth elder changed the topic and asked, "Where is old Tang?" Thinking about old Tang also caused emotional fluctuations in Liao Chang'an. She angrily lifted her head and said, "Don't mention him in front of me." Startled, the fourth elder didn't dare to provoke her any further. After calming down, Liao Chang'an asked them for a meal, reminding him, "Remember to invite He Lang and Yang Wan." The fourth elder carefully observed her and asked, after confirming their relationship, "What else are you planning to do?" "I don't plan to do anything. I just want to have dinner with them," Liao Chang'an innocently replied back, "I will keep my promise. Now that He Lang no longer likes women, I will never bother him again." "Really?" the fourth elder questioned. "Really," Liao Chang'an answered. After receiving her repeated assurances, the fourth elder finally pulled out his phone and separately called Xiao Yi and He Lang. About half an hour later, they went to the Hunan cuisine restaurant they ate at last time. This time, instead of sitting in the lobby downstairs, they went upstairs into a small private room. Just as she said, during the entire meal process, aside from proactively proposing to drink with them, Liao Chang'an was quite well behaved, sitting farthest from Yang Wan and deliberately not troubling him. It seemed as though she truly met up with these people like old friends hadn't seen for several months, coming here merely for a reunion dinner. Though she felt uneasy inside, she forced Xiao Yi and the fourth elder to accompany her drinking alcohol, refusing to let He Lang and Yang Wan off the hook. While He Lang drank himself, he guarded Yang Wan vigilantly, refusing to let Yang Wan drink no matter how Liao Chang'an tried to persuade. Initially intending to simply pull someone along for a drink, seeing this made Liao Chang'an feel imbalanced inside, wanting even more to see He Lang's predicament. Therefore, regardless of how He Lang guarded against her, there were always loopholes. When the meal was almost finished, Xiao Yi stood up to go to the restroom, with the fourth elder following outside and heading downstairs to settle the bill at the front desk. A little while later, it seemed there was an issue with the bill, and the fourth elder went upstairs to call He Lang out. The moment the private room door closed, Liao Chang'an, who had previously been sitting miles away from Yang Wan, immediately hugged the wine bottle and took over He Lang's seat. She placed the bottle in front of Yang Wan and said indifferently, "Have a drink?" As if confirming whether she was drunk or not, Yang Wan carefully examined her expression and declined gently, "I don't drink alcohol." "I'm not drunk," Liao Chang'an snapped at him impatiently, "you've taken He Lang away from me, so aren't you going to show a little regret?" Yang Wan hesitated for a second, then quietly corrected her, "But he wasn't yours to begin with." Liao Chang'an was caught off guard by his response and grew furious. Without another word, she grabbed his glass, emptied its contents, and filled it with wine instead. "If you drink this cup today, I'll never bother you again. But if you don't," she paused briefly, then smiled mischievously, "I only promised not to bother He Lang, but I didn't say I wouldn't trouble you." Yang Wan hesitated for 2 seconds, looking down at the glass in front of him. "Just one cup." "Just one cup," Liao Chang'an replied smoothly. Yang Wan reached out and picked up the glass of wine. A few minutes later, when He Lang and the fourth elder returned to the private room, Yang Wan was already drunk thanks to Liao Chang'an. Meeting He Lang's dark glare, Liao Chang'an finally felt satisfied inside. She stood up triumphantly, throwing a casual, "See you around," at the fourth elder before leaving with a bright smile, never looking back. Yang Wan had passed out drunkenly on the table, completely oblivious to what was happening around him. He Lang came over and sat beside him, gently patting his red-cheeked face. "Little sheep." Yang Wan's eyeballs rolled lazily under his eyelids, tightening his lips unconsciously without any sign of waking up. Having no choice, He Lang lifted his chin gently, tilting his head away from his arm to prevent him from collapsing onto the table again. During this large movement, Yang Wan slowly opened his eyes, revealing a flushed face enhanced by the bright lights due to his intoxicated state. Noticing his scattered pupils, He Lang realized he was still unconscious. He half embraced him, holding his head softly with one hand while checking his temperature, and called out once more, "Little sheep." Without thinking, Yang Wan turned his face towards He Lang's chin and murmured an affirmative response as though answering. Completely unable to resist his helpless, drunk state, He Lang bent down instinctively, kissed his reddened lips gently, and whispered vaguely, "Wife, let's go home." Seemingly reacting to the term of endearment, Yang Wan blinked slowly, and his vision gradually cleared. Half awake, he struggled to lift his head and mumbled dizzily, "Okay." He Lang took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to embrace him, pulling him upright from the couch. Supporting him half-carrying, they left the private room together. Fourth elder, waiting outside, turned around upon hearing them and asked, "Need any help?" He Lang replied, "No, we're leaving first." Fourth elder nodded, "All right, you go ahead." He Lang carried Yang Wan out of the restaurant and hailed a taxi to take them home. It was a short ride from the restaurant to their apartment complex, and by the time they arrived, Yang Wan was already somewhat conscious. He could follow He Lang properly into the elevator and respond correctly to his questions, yet his actions were clearly still affected by intoxication, which He Lang found oddly fresh and cute. When they entered their apartment, He Lang squatted down to change shoes, and Yang Wan obediently stood next to him, his head drooping naturally as his gaze wandered aimlessly at the floor. He neither spoke nor wandered about. Seeing this, He Lang tugged lightly at his hand hanging loosely at his side and reminded him, "Take off your shoes." Yang Wan obediently nodded, turning his head to look around before remaining dumbly rooted in place. He Lang's lips curved slightly upward as he turned to grasp his left ankle and ordered, "Lift your foot." Yang Wan submissively raised his right foot. He Lang decided to help him take off the shoe on his right foot first, then grasped his left foot to remove the other shoe as well. After tossing the shoes carelessly under the shoe cabinet, he picked up the slippers and helped Yang Wan put them on. Pushing him toward the living room, he said, "Go in first." Upon hearing this, Yang Wan hesitated, glancing at him as if wanting to say something. He Lang, startled by his expression, questioned, "What is it?" "They're not neatly arranged," Yang Wan gently reminded him. "What?" He Lang hadn't heard clearly and asked again. "The shoes are not neatly arranged," Yang Wan furrowed his brows and reminded him, then squatted down and carefully arranged the shoes at the bottom of the shoe cabinet. He Lang couldn't help but pinch his face, as if leading a kindergarten child. He led Yang Wan to the living room, sat him on the sofa properly, and then turned around to rummage through the drawers for sobering medicine. After rummaging for a while and not finding it, there came some noise from behind him indicating that Yang Wan had gotten up. In a hurry, he closed the drawer and looked back. Yang Wan was standing in front of the sofa taking off his coat, muttering lightly to himself, "It's hot." Seeing that his face was indeed bright red, He Lang didn't stop him from undressing, then turned to the kitchen to fetch water for him. When he returned with the water, he found that Yang Wan had taken off his coat and sweater, and also his pants until only long underwear remained. Worried that he might catch a cold in such attire, He Lang simply took him directly to the bathroom and told him to take off his clothes for a shower. Before going to the bedroom to get sleepwear, he instructed Yang Wan to stand still in the bathroom and not touch anything else. Upon returning with the things, Yang Wan indeed hadn't touched anything. He hadn't even taken off his long underwear and was waiting for him under the shower head. He Lang turned to put things away and said over his shoulder, "Little sheep, take off your undershirt and underwear." There was an immediate rustle of clothes being taken off behind him. When He Lang had finished putting things away and turned around, he saw Yang Wan completely bare except for grabbing the edge of his innerwear, ready to pull it down. His eyelids flickered rapidly, and he hurried over, pressing Yang Wan's hands and said urgently, "You don't need to take off the underwear." Yang Wan paused for a second, tilting his head slightly toward He Lang and asked, "What are we going to do?" He Lang understood his question and answered, "Take a bath." Yang Wan nodded slowly, somewhat stubbornly pushing He Lang's hands away, grabbed his own underwear and started pulling it down. He Lang quickly helped to pull the underwear back up onto his waist, breaking out in almost a cold sweat. Even with using the fastest speed possible, all the parts that needed to be seen by He Lang were clearly within sight. Just like this, he felt somewhat dry-mouthed and parched. If Yang Wan were really to remove his underwear right now, He Lang was uncertain he could control his own impulses. There were certain things he preferred doing when Yang Wan's mind was fully clear. Twice blocked by He Lang's hand, Yang Wan became somewhat upset. He looked up, staring at He Lang's face seriously. "To bathe, you have to take off your underwear." He Lang said, "You can take it off after I go out." Yang Wan shook his head, "No, I want to take it off now." He Lang's eyebrows rose sharply, "Are you sure you must take it off now?" Yang Wan stated matter-of-factly, "I will take it off now." He Lang gave him a heavy kiss on the face and similarly said seriously, "Then take it off after I go out." Yang Wan's face flushed instantly, his eyes darted around, avoiding looking at him, and his mouth mechanically opened and closed, dryly echoing, "Good, good. I'll take it off after you go out." He Lang smiled in satisfaction, "Little sheep is so well behaved." Yang Wan was praised into confusion, scratching his fingers uneasily against the side of his legs, feeling awkward with nowhere to place them, ultimately unable to resist stretching out his hand to touch the switch of the shower head on his back. Without warning, hot water rushed out of the shower nozzle, instantly soaking He Lang's back. He Lang stiffened momentarily, turning around with a dark expression. Just as he was about to show anger and educate him properly, his gaze met Yang Wan's wet eyes in the steamy atmosphere, and he immediately lost his temper. "All right, I'll take a shower with you." Stepping out of the area where the shower poured water, he quickly took off everything except for his underwear and walked back barefoot. They had showered together before at the swimming pool, so even the worst scenario wasn't too far from just having to deal with manual relief, which calmed He Lang's nerves somewhat. Suddenly, Yang Wan hooked his finger into his underwear and slowly began to loosen it. The scene inside gradually revealed itself, making He Lang's heart leap wildly once again. His gaze stuck firmly to Yang Wan, unable to look away. Little sheep, his body gradually heated up, the heartbeat seeming faster than usual, his voice becoming rough and hoarse. What are you doing? Yang Wan pursed his lips, lifting his face truthfully. I can't clean inside. He Lang's abdomen contracted tightly, his breathing quickened involuntarily, his previous thoughts forgotten entirely. As fire raged within him, the only thought remaining was Yang Wan's naked white body, along with the smooth sensation of touching his skin. Shall I wash you? Dizzy and disoriented, he moved closer to Yang Wan, his voice deep and raspy. Yang Wan said, sure. Strongly resisting the urge of physical discomfort, He Lang gently guided Yang Wan saying, then little sheep, take your underwear off first. Yang Wan paused at the edges of his underwear with both hands, after a moment, shaking his head with a bit of distress and difficulty, can't take it off. He Lang was taken aback, clearly not expecting his thoughts to change so quickly. Why can't you take it off? I've already promised you. There was a touch of embarrassment in Yang Wan's tone, to take it off only after you leave. He Lang was momentarily speechless at his words. But soon, he switched to a nonchalant tone, little sheep. Hearing his voice, Yang Wan turned his face from the water to look at him, his eyes revealing a glimmer of confusion. The soap fell. He Lang's Adam's apple moved slightly as he coaxed him with a calm expression, pick it up for me. Yang Wan, whose thoughts were hazy, bent down in front of He Lang without suspicion, stretching out his hand to find the soap on the floor. He Lang stood behind him, his gaze fixed on the shallow waistline, then slowly sliding along the arch of his lower back and slipping under the edge of his pants. And further down was already obscured, yet He Lang quietly reached toward the waistband of his pants. Yang Wan abruptly straightened up, looking blankly at him and saying, there's no soap on the ground. There is. He Lang slowly narrowed his eyes, look more carefully. Yang Wan bit his lips and remained silent, seemingly reluctant to continue searching. He Lang lowered his voice to coax him, little sheep. Yang Wan stood motionless. He Lang softened his tone, now tinged with an urgent note, honey. Yang Wan finally reacted but still looked somewhat discontent, silently lifting his eyes to look at him. Thinking of how sensitive he was to that nickname, He Lang called again, honey, will you help me look one more time? Alright. After hesitating for a long while, Yang Wan finally agreed, I'll help you look, but, his tone paused, revealing a hint of unwillingness, can you stop calling me that? He Lang suddenly froze, how am I calling you? Little sheep? Or honey? Neither, Yang Wan mumbled softly. Do you dislike them? He Lang realized this, feeling some regret, if you don't like them, you can tell me directly. There's no need to keep it bottled up. If you don't like it, I won't call you that anymore. I don't dislike it, Yang Wan quickly contradicted, his face suddenly turning red, but I've promised He Lang, only he can call me that. No one else can. Before he finished speaking, Yang Wan was pushed against the wall and tightly embraced. Scorching kisses rained down on his shoulder and neck, driven by intense desire in He Lang's eyes, who could barely contain his impatience as he buried his head into his neck. I can't hold back anymore, little sheep, he said. Arched by his action, Yang Wan involuntarily tilted his neck. The overhead light of the bathroom shining on his retina was too blinding, prompting him to close his eyes and mutter, it itches. Little sheep, endure it a little longer, He Lang kissed upwards along his neck, the movement reflecting his unconscious urgency. Yang Wan obediently endured for a while, but soon couldn't hold back, closing his eyes and pushing his head away with his hands. The moment he had pushed him away, the next second, He Lang's head leaned in again, his warm tongue licking from his chin all the way to his lips. However, Yang Wan kept his mouth tightly shut, no matter how much he licked or nibbled, unable to force his way in. Frustrated, He Lang's abdomen grew swollen with tension, making him both uncomfortable and agonizing. His fingertips pinched Yang Wan's chin and coaxed him, little sheep, open your eyes. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan opened his eyes, gazing at his pitch-black pupils which were slightly unfocused. He Lang pressed closely against his body, rubbing against him, little sheep, look at me. Who am I? Slowly meeting his gaze, Yang Wan stared at him unblinkingly. He Lang repeated patiently, who am I, little sheep? Yang Wan's focus gradually gathered, finally blinking sluggishly and answering, He Lang. Pleased by his response, He Lang lowered his head and pressed his lips to his, just about to remind him to open his mouth when Yang Wan willingly parted his lips, waiting for him to enter. He Lang didn't hesitate to seize his lips, thrusting his tongue inside to sweep through his mouth. Yang Wan's tongue was squeezed out of space and could only retreat to the corner to make room for him. Letting out a soft chuckle, He Lang curled around Yang Wan's supple tongue, pushing it out from the corner and wrapping his tongue around it playfully. Chased breathlessly by him, Yang Wan gasped heavily. The prolonged secretion of saliva flowed steadily from the corner of his mouth. Ashamed, he hurriedly pushed He Lang away and wiped his chin. Within mere seconds, He Lang had shifted from his lips to his chin, instinctively urged by his growing desire, sucking his chin fiercely with his mouth. Yang Wan lifted his chin unconsciously due to the suction, and this reaction was akin to offering a pillow to someone who is sleepy. Seizing the opportunity, He Lang's kisses slid effortlessly from his chin down. As He Lang's lips moved past his Adam's apple, he seemed to have discovered a novel and curious thing. Opening his mouth, He Lang clamped onto his Adam's apple, his tongue playing with it against the skin as if highly interested. Yang Wan couldn't help but swallow hard, his Adam's apple moving slightly along with the action. Satisfied, He Lang released his throat and placed both hands on his chest. Leaning in close, he began kissing his collarbone passionately. After a moment of this suction, He Lang noticed an unusual softness under his palm. Lowering his head slightly, he glanced down at Yang Wan's chest. His palm had unintentionally landed precisely on one of Yang Wan's small nipples. He Lang's long fingers gently curled, grasping the nipple between them. Slowly, he pinched and massaged it with the roughness of his thumb and forefinger. Yang Wan's breathing grew heavier, his eyes aimlessly searching over He Lang's damp hair, awkwardly pushing his hands away while murmuring, "No, stop. What don't you want?" He Lang asked playfully, not halting his actions. This, Yang Wan responded incoherently, his voice tinged with urgency and distress. Even without alcohol, He Lang never heard Yang Wan speak to him with such an earnest tone before. Feeling an even stronger arousal building in his abdomen, He Lang exhaled heavily. Yet, despite wanting to prolong their intimate interaction, concern that he might cause discomfort made him abruptly cease his motions. "If you don't like it, I won't touch it anymore." He Lang hugged him closely. Lowering his eyes bashfully, Yang Wan weakly nodded, almost pleading. However, just as He Lang stopped, something else pressed firmly against the base of his thigh. Confirming it wasn't his own erection which was already snug against Yang Wan, He Lang lowered his gaze to examine beneath his underwear. There, he saw Yang Wan's erection protruding underneath the fabric, creating a small tent that firmly pressed against his thigh. Smirking mischievously, He Lang cupped Yang Wan through the thin layer of cloth and lightly tickled the area. "You don't like it," he teased softly, rubbing his fingertip along the tip of the young man's arousal, "but little sheep's tiny sheep seems to be enjoying itself." Yang Wan's face burned scarlet. Closing his eyes tightly, he let out another faint affirmation. The smile spreading across He Lang's lips deepened further. Hooking his fingers around Yang Wan's waist, He Lang continued to kiss down his torso, stopping near his navel. Yang Wan felt heat wash over him, causing his mind to blur. Scratching restlessly against the wall behind him didn't quell the burning sensation within. Instinctively lifting his hands to his body, Yang Wan realized he was completely undressed except for his underwear. Wrinkling his brows anxiously, he attempted to pull off his remaining garment. Kneeling before him, He Lang caught his restless hands, asking, "Do you feel uncomfortable?" Yang Wan hung his head, embarrassed, his wet strands of hair plastered across his forehead. "Yes, I do," came his reply. "Do you want to take your underwear off?" He Lang questioned again. "Yes." The sound came out muffled with frustration as Yang Wan pressed his back against the tiled wall. Planting a gentle kiss on the bulge of Yang Wan's tented underwear, He Lang whispered, "Be a good boy, and I'll help you." Closing his eyes, Yang Wan simply agreed, his voice light and yielding. At his soft response, He Lang nearly drowned in pleasure, unconsciously bucking his hardened member upward beneath the restrictive fabric. Pulling Yang Wan closer, he pressed his hips forward so the erection trapped inside the underwear touched Yang Wan's nose. Inserting his fingers into Yang Wan's black hair, He Lang tilted his face upward and spoke hoarsely, "First, you take mine off, then I'll take yours off." Opening his eyes, Yang Wan solemnly answered, "All right." Reaching out with trembling hands, he grabbed He Lang's underwear and tried pulling it down. However, due to the height of the erect member inside, the fabric got stuck against his stomach. Studying the obstruction momentarily, Yang Wan decided to slide his hand directly inside the underwear, carefully extracting the heated member. It swelled even larger in Yang Wan's grasp, like a hot rod pressing powerfully against his palm. With great care, Yang Wan freed the erection from the confines of He Lang's underwear, using his other hand to tug the remaining cloth lower on his waist. The underwear quickly fell from He Lang's thighs, as if completing an important task. Yang Wan let out a long sigh of relief and raised a light smile on his face before releasing He Lang's member. At the moment the fabric was released, He Lang's erect member collided straight into him, its hardness jabbing into his cheek. Startled, Yang Wan's eyes widened in surprise as his alcohol-clouded brain lost the ability to issue commands, leaving him frozen in place, unsure of what to do next. He Lang was nearly driven unbearable with restraint. He pressed Yang Wan's head towards the tip of his erection hoarsely urging, "Little sheep, give it a kiss, just one will do." Faced with the menacing form before his face, Yang Wan hesitated for a moment before puckering his lips, rapidly pressing them onto He Lang's erection. He Lang sharply drew in his breath and bent down to lift Yang Wan off the ground. However, Yang Wan's fuzzy mind was once again overcome by curiosity, prompting him to glance up at He Lang's prominent member. Realizing suddenly that this object, though rugged and fierce in appearance, wasn't frightening after all, his boldness gradually grew. Influenced by some alcohol-soaked nerve somewhere, Yang Wan decided to open his mouth to envelop He Lang's arousal. But He Lang's eyelid twitched instantly, pulling him up from the floor to embrace him tightly. He showered a few hasty kisses on Yang Wan's face while saying, "Wife, don't go nibbling on random things, if you want to eat something, then eat my lips." Held tightly in his arms, Yang Wan's soft, red cheeks were soon kissed crinkled. With his mouth slightly agape, he made a muffled, sound, which passed as his vague acknowledgement. Though fellatio was merely a kind of intimacy between couples for many, He Lang did not want him engaging in such acts. Yet, if it were He Lang providing the same service to Yang Wan, after contemplating momentarily, it didn't seem so intolerable. Pushing Yang Wan against the wall and kneeling nearby, He Lang slid off his underwear, holding his erect member for a brief admiration before leaning in to encircle it with his mouth. It was Lang's first time attempting such an act, his techniques were rough and amateurish. Worried about brushing Yang Wan with his teeth, his actions were slow and cautious. Yet, Yang Wan had never experienced anything like this. Despite Lang's subpar skills, he was soon driven to orgasm. Unprepared, Lang swallowed the semen, then spit out the warm, milky white liquid with a briny texture, bowing his head low. After climaxing, Yang Wan slid along the wall, collapsing limply. Lang turned off the shower and grabbed a large bath towel from a rack nearby, wrapping him snugly in it. Then he scooped him up, supporting his back and buttocks, carrying him toward the bathroom exit. He dropped him gently onto the king-sized bed in the master bedroom. After unwrapping the towel, Lang carelessly wiped away the droplets of water from his body, bending over to rummage through the bedside cabinet for condoms and lubricant. His drawer-opening sound was somewhat abrupt. Not too long after lying on the bed, Yang Wan's drunken haze surprisingly lifted, and upon hearing the rustling sounds of his searching, his face burning fiercely, his speech stammered, when did you buy these? Living in this bedroom for almost half a month, he had somehow failed to notice. Hearing this question, Lang raised his eyebrows and turned around. You're awake now. The flush crept further from Yang Wan's face to his neck and chest. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, he pulled the covers over his body, lowering his head shyly and giving a near inaudible affirmative grunt. Since we moved here. Lang chuckled softly and took the lubricant in hand, opening the blanket over him without another word. Pressing forward, he leaned down and nipped his bright red earlobe tenderly. Now you're fully awake, better yet, the main course hasn't started yet, I've been restraining myself, little lamb. Yang Wan felt waves of heat rush to his face, looking exactly like a roasted lamb awaiting carving, blushing all over. Lang flipped the lamb onto the bed, facing down so only his round firm butt showed prominently. The breadth of Lang's hand covered his posterior muscles, kneading them lightly with strength. Soon after, he coated his fingers liberally with lube. A subtle chill soon emanated near the crack, followed shortly by the slight ache of Lang's finger pushing past his tight entrance. Tension gripped Yang Wan, instinctively clenching his buttocks shut reflexively. Kneeling beside him, Lang leaned forward and planted wet kisses along his spine while continuously soothing him. Relax a bit, no need to be nervous, my little lamb. With every kiss raining upon his back, Yang Wan gradually loosened. From one finger, Lang gradually added more, 2, 3, 4. Not until the entire dilation process was completed did Lang silently let out a breath of relief. Still kneeling on the bed, he first put on a condom himself, then gently pulled Yang Wan up from the bed, supporting his shoulders from behind and pulling him closer into his embrace. Yang Wan's soft, tender buttocks rammed straight onto Lang's aroused member, making its head shiver in excitement. Lang's arm swept across Yang Wan's chest as he embraced and tilted his head to place gentle kisses all over his face while simultaneously lifting his hips effortlessly, allowing his member to slide against Yang Wan's rear, seeking its way inside before slowly pushing in. The insides were both soft and hot, tightly enveloping Lang's shaft, trapping it in a shallow position that left him feeling confined despite being in agony. With his eyes closed, Yang Wan clenched his lips together tightly, beads of sweat starting to form on his forehead, clearly showing signs of discomfort. For the moment, Lang refrained from moving recklessly and soothingly consoled him near his ear, little lamb, endure for just a bit longer. Yang Wan responded with a faint, trying hard to relax his body. Soon, Lang sensed that the inner walls around him loosened slightly and seized the opportunity to push himself further inside. Yang Wan instinctively bit his lips, his back curving lightly as his face showed signs of sheer endurance. Lang lovingly kissed him, realizing that proceeding slowly like this wasn't practical. With that, he reached down to support Yang Wan's bottom, lifting it slightly. Yang Wan felt weak all over, his entire weight resting in Lang's palm. Suddenly, Lang removed his hand from beneath his buttocks, causing Yang Wan to sit directly into him. Lang took advantage of the motion, thrusting powerfully inside him, embedding himself deeply. Yang Wan cried out softly in pain as sweat trickled down his cheeks. As equally drenched in sweat, Lang cuddled and coaxed him while beginning small and slow thrusts within him. Yang Wan's body swayed rhythmically with each movement, the initial pain dissipating quickly, replaced by a different kind of sensation. His blushing expression clenched his teeth shut to prevent any sounds from escaping. After passing the adaptation phase, Lang's thrusts grew larger in amplitude and steadily faster, wildly colliding inside Yang Wan's warm and wet canal. At the same time, his fingers traced along Yang Wan's chin towards his mouth, gently patting his cheek while commanding, don't hold back, let it out. Hanging his head dripping with sweat, Yang Wan opened his tear-blurred eyes, uttering faint and noises. Listening to these sounds, Lang continued the steady rhythm of his waist without stopping, pressing his head into the hollow of Yang Wan's neck, exhaling heavily and hoarsely. Gaining confidence gradually, Lang no longer thrusted aimlessly as he had before. Stopping suddenly, he roughly pulled his erection halfway out of Yang Wan's body. Confused and unsure, Yang Wan turned his head to look at him. Lang froze momentarily, gripping his waist firmly with both hands, then unexpectedly thrust forward without warning, piercing through Yang Wan's canal in one swift motion, embedding himself completely deep inside. Taken aback and unprepared, Yang Wan let out an uncontrollable cry, his eyes reddening, tears streaming down his face due to the intense sensations. He Lang quickened the pace of his thrusts, relentlessly slamming inside him. His dark gaze brimmed with profound emotions, his voice laced with raw desire, murmuring, "Little sheep, wife." Yang Wan's body rocked back and forth like waves in the ocean tide following He Lang's actions, his gasping cries gradually becoming whimpers mixed with sobs. The arousal inside Yang Wan showed no sign of nearing ejaculation, instead hardening even more upon hearing his whimpering voice. Embracing him, He Lang licked away the tears streaming from his eyes. "Little sheep, does it feel good?" Licked repeatedly, Yang Wan couldn't open his eyes, the humiliating pleasure coursing through his body leaving him incapable of forming coherent sentences. "Feels good." Without patience to hear more, He Lang turned his face, sealing his lips in a kiss, swallowing his sobbing cries simultaneously. Finally, after Yang Wan's tears had almost dried up, He Lang groaned coarsely and came with a surge, releasing deep inside him. Chapter 85, Finale. That night, after they were done, He Lang carried Yang Wan to take another shower. While soaking in the bathtub, Yang Wan had already become so sleepy that he couldn't keep his eyes open. They finished washing themselves hastily and didn't even have time to clean the bedsheet in the master bedroom before He Lang directly carried him to sleep in the guest room. The next morning, Yang Wan dreamt that a big dog was pressing him onto the bed, licking his face. Struggling to open his eyes, he first saw He Lang's handsome face just inches away, and the other's pair of eyes with no sign of drowsiness. Then, he realized the warm, damp sensation on his face. It took him a while to come to the realization that there was no big dog, He Lang was kissing him. Seeing his eyes open, He Lang stretched an arm from under the blanket to hold him, his brows and eyes brimming with joy as he greeted him, "Good morning, little lamb." Yang Wan's face slowly turned red at his words, and his gradually awakening consciousness reminded him of what happened the night before. His memories of the earlier part in the bathroom were fragmentary and not completely coherent. However, his memories of the later part on the bed were particularly clear, etched in his mind. Even now, he could faintly hear the sexy voice of He Lang breathing heavily during those moments. Yang Wan shifted his gaze, blushing and speaking with a stammer from nervousness, "Good morning." He Lang moved his knee slightly under the quilt, lightly pressing it against his leg. "What breakfast does little lamb want to eat?" Fortunately, after taking a bath last night, both of them had put on pajamas. Yang Wan obediently allowed him to press his legs but still felt somewhat embarrassed looking at him, saying, "I'll eat whatever you eat." He Lang's knee pressed a bit higher, his tone leisurely and nonchalant, "Then I'll have some kebabs." Not catching up with his implication right away, Yang Wan responded instinctively, "You shouldn't eat greasy food in the morning." After finishing, seeing that He Lang remained silent, he involuntarily raised his eyes to look at him, then met He Lang's deep gaze intently locked on him. Yang Wan froze momentarily, realizing the meaning behind his look as heat rose to his cheeks. "There aren't any kebabs," he muttered. "How could there not be?" He Lang asserted confidently as he leaned over him, pressing his hands on either side of Yang Wan's reddening ears, his voice lowered mischievously, "Didn't we make some last night? The first time may not have gone well since we lacked experience, don't know if the customer is satisfied." Too flustered to even feel embarrassed, Yang Wan pushed him to the side, scrambling out of the blanket and putting on his glasses that lay on the bedside table. "I'm getting up," he announced. No sooner had the words left his mouth when his legs buckled, and he fell back into the bed. He Lang sat leisurely nearby, effortlessly pulling him into his arms fully, asking, "Where are you going?" Yang Wan answered shakily while sitting unsteadily on his lap, "To brush my teeth." He Lang got off the bed smoothly, supporting Yang Wan's butt and back with one arm like carrying a child. He bent down to lift him vertically off the bed. As they left the room, however, Yang Wan was held too high, almost hitting his head. He Lang had to put him down and instead wrapped his arm around his shoulders with a sigh of discontent. "Next time we buy a house, the ceiling should be taller." Yang Wan remained silent, his face flushed. Entering the bathroom together, Yang Wan stood in front of the sink squeezing toothpaste onto his toothbrush. He Lang went behind him to turn on the water. Hearing the sound of running water, Yang Wan quickly turned his face the opposite way. He Lang glanced sideways and caught sight of his two red ears peeking out from under his hair, which made him chuckle softly. From a close distance, he called out, "Little lamb, help me squeeze my toothpaste too." Yang Wan nodded facing away, reaching up to grab his toothbrush from above the sink. When He Lang finished letting the water run, they stood side by side brushing their teeth in front of the mirror. Since Yang Wan squeezed too much toothpaste, foam soon filled his mouth. Seeing this through the mirror, He Lang couldn't suppress a grin and used his fingertips to gently wipe the excess foam from the corner of Yang Wan's mouth. Yang Wan hurriedly rinsed his mouth near the toilet, cleaning his mouth, then returned, removed his glasses, and started washing his face. When He Lang returned after rinsing his mouth, Yang Wan had already washed his face, though there were still water droplets lingering on his cheeks. He Lang bent down casually to give him a kiss on the cheek, wiping off the droplets with his lips. Catching a water droplet on Yang Wan's nose, He Lang decided to remove the glasses that seemed to block his path, and then tenderly kissed his nose. After the kiss, He Lang stepped back to wash his face. Yang Wan straightened his glasses and waited for him nearby. Once He Lang was done washing, he started shaving the stubble growing on his chin. He opened the cabinet door to take out the aftershave lotion while using the opportunity to stroke Yang Wan's smooth jawline with the other hand, then teasingly raised an eyebrow at him. Sensing the mockery in his expression, Yang Wan turned serious and headed out of the bathroom. He wasn't able to take more than a few steps before He Lang grabbed him around the waist from behind and pulled him back, spinning him around and lifting him onto the sink counter. Before he could react, He Lang shoved his razor into his hands. Standing in front of him, He Lang tilted his chin upward, beaming as he said with a grin, "Help me shave first before you leave." Yang Wan lowered his head, concentrating on shaving the stubble off He Lang's chin. After finishing, He Lang rinsed his face, habitually reaching for Yang Wan's hand to feel his freshly shaven skin. Unbeknownst to Yang Wan, He Lang's other hand had already stealthily made its way up to his back. He gently pressed down on his spine, leaning forward to capture his lips in a kiss. Yang Wan's hand slipped off He Lang's chin, resting on his shoulder as his eyes slowly closed. He began hesitantly responding to He Lang's affection. From that day onward, this simple morning routine became an unshakable ritual for them each day. He Lang moved into the master bedroom to sleep together with him, the pillow went from single use to a double one, and the wardrobe became increasingly filled with their clothes. They bought many couple outfits, so it was quite common for Yang Wan to accidentally wear He Lang's clothing, or sometimes, He Lang deliberately handed his own clothes to him. On New Year's Eve, there was a heavy downpour. Since He Lang's semester had already ended, and Yang Wan stayed home reading instead of going to school, they spent their time together inside their warm apartment. While Yang Wan sat at his computer studying academic papers, He Lang typed a short thank you letter on his laptop, asking Lao Si to forward it to Cho Chang'an. Upon receiving this strange letter without any context, Cho Chang'an only felt bewildered and immediately shouted out the window toward the storm, calling them crazy. He Lang then turned to a game, finding the address of his former love, Cho Tian via private message, saying he'd return her portable fan later. It was only then that Cho Tian learned the student who borrowed her portable fan months ago outside the comic convention was none other than Yang Wan. Each of them was preoccupied with their own tasks until about 6 in the evening when the rain showed no signs of letting up. They cancelled their planned movie outing and stayed home cooking dinner instead. At first, neither of them knew how to cook well when they moved out from the school dorms. But He Lang quickly mastered the skills in the kitchen while Yang Wan usually stood by his side to assist him. After dinner and a shower, they sat together on the couch in the living room, turning off all the lights and projecting movies instead. Halfway through the movie, Yang Wan fell asleep on the couch, his head lightly tilting to rest against He Lang's shoulder. Amused but caring, He Lang stretched an arm to support him and adjusted his position so he could sleep comfortably. He watched the movie silently until the end credits rolled. Only when the end credits finished did Yang Wan wake up. Opening his eyes, he realized his head rested on He Lang's leg, and his fingers were being absently toyed with by He Lang. A brief silence followed as the next film started automatically. Without getting up, He Lang picked a strawberry from the fruit platter and offered it to him. Yang Wan climbed off He Lang's lap, opening his mouth to bite the strawberry on his fingertip. His cheeks worked slightly as he chewed lazily, still groggy with sleep, looking confusedly at He Lang. "Is the movie over?" With his head propped up, He Lang gazed at him softly. "It's over. What happened to the male lead in the end?" Yang Wan asked further. Upon hearing this, He Lang's lips curved into a light smile. "The male lead fell asleep in the end." Realizing what He Lang meant, Yang Wan flushed red and straightened up. "Do we continue? I promise I won't fall asleep this time." He Lang continued feeding him strawberries but leaned in closer, biting away half of the fruit from his fingers, murmuring against his lips, "No need. It's already time to go to bed." Yang Wan reached into his pajama pocket for his phone, asking, "What time is it?" He Lang replied, "It's past midnight." Hearing this, Yang Wan paused mid-reach, softly exclaiming, "Oh. What's wrong?" He Lang asked. "Nothing," Yang Wan replied. Then he grabbed He Lang's shirt collar with a sudden smirk spreading across his face. "Happy New Year." He Lang also smiled, pulling him closer and wrapping his arms around him. "Happy New Year." Afterwards, seemingly unsatisfied, He Lang nibbled his earlobe and whispered, "That doesn't count, I want to start over." "It's not just Happy New Year," He Lang's voice grew low and tender. "My little lamb should be happy every day." "All right," Yang Wan quietly responded while lying in his embrace, adding softly, "and my boyfriend too." "You must tell me when something makes you unhappy," He Lang added. "All right," Yang Wan replied. "You must also tell me when something makes you happy," He Lang insisted. "All right," Yang Wan answered. "And don't forget to try on your new skirts for me," He Lang teased. Yang Wan froze for a moment. He Lang looked regretful, raising an eyebrow, "You've already figured out I'm bluffing." Before he could finish, Yang Wan interrupted, "All right." He Lang remained silent, his gaze deep and fervent as he looked at him, pulling him into the soft sofa. The heavy rain had stopped sometime without either of them noticing. Moonlight pierced through the clouds, cutting through the wind and landing softly on their hearts. The end.